Chapter 1. A green tea bitch refers to a girl who appears pure and ethereal, always with flowing long hair, and looks barefaced in front of the public, while in reality, she has put on a nude makeup in her real life. She is debauched, materialistic in her thoughts, and pretends to be pitiful and harmless, while actually being full of misfortunes and sentimental feelings. She is cunning, ambitious, and a young girl who relies on selling her body to rise to power. Why Yu Xiaoyang never thought her life would be ruined by such a green tea bitch. If she fails to recognize people, she should just poke her own eyes out. In a simple, dim office, a girl is dozing off in a chair. She is young and has a pretty face with a bit of color. However, it seems the girl had a nightmare. Beads of sweat are forming on her forehead. Her lips are pale, her breathing is rapid, and her chest is heaving heavily. The girl suddenly opens her eyes. Her eyes, which should be clear and bright, quickly flash a look of painful despair. Such an expression should not be found in the eyes of a girl in her 20s who hasn't even graduated from college. She realizes the environment she is in. Despair gradually turns into shock and disbelief, astonished by the appearance of all this and incredulous that she can still see it. Where is this? If she remembers correctly, this should be the place she worked at 3 years ago when the apocalypse had not yet occurred, a well-known clothing factory in Taiwan where she worked in human resources. Her job was exceptionally easy. She just had to train employees, recruit new ones, and keep track of work hours. If nothing unexpected happened, her youth would be spent here, calm and untroubled. But why is she here? Didn't she die? Wasn't she harmed to death by that pair of scumbags? How could she possibly appear here? Is this an illusion? But only Yu Xiaoyang knows that all of this is fake. All of it is false. The face beneath this facade is as disgusting as she knows, and the more flawless it appears on the surface, the more dirty and twisted it is inside. He Chu is a natural at acting, a complete green tea bitch. As soon as the girl enters, she complains to Yu Xiaoyang, Yang, do you have anything to eat here? I didn't eat anything at noon because I'm on a diet, but I really can't hold on anymore. I remember you brought an apple this morning, as she puts her hands together in a pleading gesture, pouting and acting cute. Can you lend it to me to eat first? I promise I'll return it to you tonight. Okay. Yu Xiaoyang is taken aback. The girl has already opened her drawer and taken out the apple, then hugs her, sweetly saying, I knew Yang is the best, love you. When she says this, a flash of sarcasm quickly crosses her eyes, but it's too fast for anyone to notice that he Chu bites into the apple and continues chattering. I think you should just buy Herm's bag. All the young girls love those. Yu Xiaoyang suddenly looks up at He Chu, realizing how foolish she is. At that time, she was tricked by He Chu into buying in Herm's bag. Zhang Sheng is a man. How would he need in Herm's? Only she could be so foolish. Were their social standings? They're just ordinary employees, and Herm's bag could cost her a whole year's salary, if not more. Only He Chu could say such a thing. That He Chu takes a step back, having never seen such a look in Yu Xiaoyang's eyes, so frightening, as if she wants to kill her. Does she know? Impossible. She has always hidden it well. There's no way Yu Xiaoyang could have discovered it. Otherwise, with Yu Xiaoyang's temperament, she would have already fallen out with her. How could she be so calm? She forces out a smile that is worse than crying. Her usual composure has long vanished. Stammering, she explains, Yang, what's wrong? I asked you to send the bag to please your future sister-in-law. She's graduating soon and starting work. If you could give her a Herm's bag now, she would definitely be very happy. Yes, that's it. This is the reason she suggested buying the Herms. How could Yu Xiaoyang, the fool, possibly discover it? She was just overthinking. Oh, she told you that? I didn't know. Yu Xiaoyang raises an eyebrow, looking at He Chu mockingly. How could He Chu know something even she doesn't? Is she talking about her future sister-in-law or her own? But since she has always been adept at handling matters, especially when Yu Xiaoyang has no evidence, she would never admit it. After thinking for a moment, she comes up with an idea. She mentioned it while chatting with me on QQ. I thought if Yang could give her a bag, she would be very happy, so I brought it up. As she speaks, tears actually gather on her long eyelashes. But I didn't expect it would make Yang misunderstand. It's all my fault. I meant well, but did bad things. Yang, you can scold me. Crying pitifully, like a flower drenched in rain, that Yu Xiaoyang sneers inwardly. Scold you? I haven't even scolded you yet. You're acting like you've been bullied. If I really scolded you, you would cry like a character in a Qiangyao drama. And look at how well you phrase it. Meant well, but did bad things. So, it's my fault for being ungrateful and not recognizing good intentions, right? He Chu refers to her future sister-in-law as Zhang Sheng's sister, Zhang Yao, who looks quite ordinary but has a spoiled personality, a complete princess syndrome idiot, and is quite compatible with He Chu. If He Chu is the protagonist, then Zhang Yao is her most steadfast supporter and also the biggest pawn. Before meeting that man, she was absolutely loyal to He Chu, but after meeting him, she turned dark. Yu Xiaoyang, who isn't good at speaking and doesn't always flatter He Chu like others, is therefore not favored by her. She feels unworthy of her brother, believing that only the caring and gentle He Chu deserves to be her sister-in-law. She has caused her trouble both openly and secretly, and at that time, Yu Xiaoyang thought she was younger, so she didn't think much of it. Looking back now, she feels she was incredibly foolish. Thinking of this, she sneers coldly. She wants to see if, without her, Zhang Yao will still think He Chu is good. She waves her hand, feeling quite disgusted by He Chu's constant tears. If Zhang Sheng saw this, he would definitely think she was bullying He Chu. Only she could be so foolish, so obvious, yet she fails to see it. Does she think her boyfriend would ignore his girlfriend while comforting his girlfriend's friend who is crying? So, she brought this upon herself. She truly deserves to die. With such foolishness, who else could die? Forget it, I don't want to talk anymore. You could go, I haven't slept well and want to rest a bit more. He Chu quickly wipes her tears, but her eyes are still glistening with moisture. This moment, she looks at Yu Xiaoyang with a somewhat helpless expression, yet so obediently, softly saying, okay, then Yang, continue to rest. They'll leave now, I still have reports to finish. They'll come find you for dinner after work. Thus, without saying much, Yu Xiaoyang just nodded and sat down, leaning back at her chair, ready to doze off. He Chu hesitated for a moment beside her chair, but ultimately said nothing. She picked up the clothes on the floor and draped them over Yu Xiaoyang's shoulders before silently leaving. Hearing the sound of the door closing and the distant footsteps of Yu Xiaoyang suddenly opened her eyes. A complex look flashed in her eyes, but it quickly turned resolute. He Chu. In this life, she would no longer let you manipulate her. In her previous life, she was foolish beyond redemption. She had nothing to say about her final outcome, but this time would be different. She would fiercely protect what she wanted to guard, not allowing anyone to interfere. In fact, 3 years of the apocalypse felt like a lifetime. Many things were becoming blurry in her memory. It seemed like so much had happened, yet it also felt like just a dream. Even at this moment, she was still a bit dazed. Did all of that really happen? Was she dreaming, or had she truly been reborn? Was it Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? She didn't know, but it didn't matter anymore. In 3 days, the world would provide an answer. Regardless of belief or willingness, there was no way to change it. That was the helplessness of human existence. After He Chu left, Yu Xiaoyang quickly rummaged through her bag to check her bank card and roughly estimate the cash she had on hand. Most, she had 10,000 yuan. She had been working for a year, but she had always spent everything she earned, leaving nothing saved. It seemed she needed to come up with another plan. The most important thing was that space. She had not awakened any supernatural abilities during the apocalypse until she found a pearl earring in the second year, which contained a space of over 100 square meters. Coincidentally, that pearl earring was a gift from Zhang Sheng, which He Chu had borrowed under the pretext of matching it with a dress, but she lost it while escaping. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was meant to be hers. She miraculously found it again in the second year. She was overjoyed at the time and planned to tell He Chu the news, but before she could, they were caught in a zombie wave. After running for a day and finally shaking off the zombies, she forgot all about it. It was only later, when she activated the space, that she connected the two, because it was impossible for someone like her, who had been scratched by a zombie, and awakened her speed ability to awaken any other abilities. She informed her team about her awakened ability. Their team was quite ordinary in the base, consisting of 5 supernatural beings. The captain had lightning abilities, the vice captain was his wife with earth abilities, He Chu was a water ability user, Zhang Sheng had wind abilities, and there were 2 others with metal abilities. The entire team wasn't particularly strong or weak. She was the speed awakener, while the others in the team were either ordinary or had speed and strength abilities. It was truly ironic that she awakened her speed ability because she wanted to save He Chu, awakening only after being scratched by a zombie. He Chu awakened her water abilities, which were incredibly rare in the apocalypse. In this life, She wanted to see if he Choo-Choo could still avoid disaster without her, thus awakening her water abilities. The urgent matter at hand was to retrieve that pearl earring. It was a birthday gift from Zhang Sheng, which he Choo-Choo borrowed this summer under the pretense of matching it with a dress. Although she said it was a loan, it had yet to be returned. If she didn't mention it, Yu Xiaoyang pretended not to know. After all, it was just a pearl earring. Was it really that precious? Did she have to snatch back her own belongings? Although he Choo-Choo found it strange that she obtained the space at such a time, she didn't say much, only urging her to collect more supplies so that they wouldn't go hungry in the future. If she had been more observant of the jealousy that flashed in he Choo-Choo's eyes at that time, perhaps things would have developed differently. Had it not been for what happened later, perhaps she wouldn't have died so tragically. When she saw the pearl earring, another girl in the team noticed it. She insisted that Yu Xiaoyang show her the earring, but it had long since vanished. How could she show it? She had to come up with a random excuse to get out of it. But somehow, he Choo-Choo learned about the earring. After that, she kept trying to inquire about the space indirectly. By then, Yu Xiaoyang had already stopped trusting her much because she was well aware of the things he Choo-Choo had done. If he Choo-Choo learned about it, she would definitely find a way to snatch her space away. She still couldn't avoid the past. He Choo-Choo, fueled by jealousy and suspicion, finally lost her composure and decided to take action against her, all because of a doubt in her heart. At that time, although the apocalypse had only erupted for a year, supplies were extremely scarce. There were many space ability users in the base, and the nearby cities had already collected all the supplies. The uncollected ones were all in very dangerous places. So even though she had a space, she still lacked clothing and food. This was also why she didn't dare to recognize her parents when she saw them at the base entrance. The items in the space did not belong to her alone, they belonged to everyone in the team. If she took food out for her parents, they would definitely not agree. In an apocalypse where one could sell their body and morals for a piece of bread or a biscuit, food was a precious commodity. When he Choo-Choo suggested they go further to search for supplies to fill the space, she agreed without a second thought. If she could fill the space, then when she offered food to her parents later, they would surely not oppose her. Looking back now, she realized how humble she had been at that time, afraid of making them even slightly unhappy. Thus, she agreed to he Choo-Choo without thinking. How foolish she was. If they were going to collect supplies, why were the other team members not there? Only Captain Zhang Sheng and he Choo-Choo were with her. But at that time, she was so eager to obtain supplies that she pushed aside any unease. It was only a few miles away from the base when he Choo-Choo couldn't hold back any longer. The captain swiftly wrapped a vine around her neck, and she looked at them in panic and disbelief. That he Choo-Choo maintained her pretentious demeanor. Yang, we all know you got the space because of the pearl earring. Listen to me, the space in your hands isn't that useful. Why don't you hand over the earring, and we'll let you go. Before she could say anything, Zhang Sheng thrust a knife toward her. Although she had long suspected that Zhang Sheng might not like her, she had never imagined he would kill her. Before she died, she saw he Choo-Choo crying pitifully, truly living up to her name, relentlessly shaking Zhang Sheng's shoulder as if grieving for the loss of her best friend. How? How could you do this? Yang is our friend. How can you kill her? Zhang Sheng wrapped his arms around her slim waist to comfort her. If we don't kill her, she knows too much. What will happen if she spills it? Besides, don't you want the space? But she hasn't said anything yet, he Choo-Choo said hesitantly, biting her teeth. She couldn't give up the space. Such a good thing should only belong to her. It would only tarnish the treasure in the hands of this fool. Kill her, and we'll slowly search her for it, Zhang Sheng said carelessly, as if she were just an ordinary person with no connection to him. She's just a treasure, she's not worth it. Killing her is fine, I've long been annoyed by her coffin face every day, the captain said as he tossed her high with a vine, and she fell down. In the apocalypse, killing someone was as simple as killing a kitten or puppy, with no need for any responsibility. Blood flowed more freely from her body, and her consciousness gradually faded. The hatred in her heart seemed to dissipate as well. What was the use of hating when she was about to die? She could only blame herself for not seeing people clearly. The space that usually appeared with just a thought had long vanished. No matter how she called, she didn't know if the pearl earring could truly reappear or if the space had abandoned her. He Choo-Choo really is lucky. Not only do the men around her adore her like a treasure, but even her own space has been transformed into hers now. As their hands kept exploring her body in search of the earrings, She felt no pain or sensation anymore. Her body slowly became lighter until her soul detached from it. Thinking of this made her break into a cold sweat. She shook her head vigorously, trying to drive away this nightmare. And oh, she had already been reborn and wouldn't let this happen again. In this life, she would live well. It seemed she needed to strategize well. She calmed her wildly beating heart, not rushing. As time was on her side, she would take it step by step. After forcing herself to make a simple chart, her racing heart gradually steadied, and her emotions became more restrained. The lesson the apocalypse taught her was to remain calm while doing anything. Even if she was scared to death inside, she could never let it show. She must not let anyone see through her thoughts. Now that she thought about it, her parents had urged her not to stay in the dormitory and even offered to buy her a vehicle, but she refused, all for that scumbag Zhang Sheng. Yet, after her refusal, her parents still helped her pack her things and send them over without a single reproach. Compared to them, how selfish she had been. No, she couldn't think about it anymore. If she did, she would definitely go crazy. She should find something to do. Water, food, the most important being food, then clothes. These were all non-renewable resources. After the apocalypse, food became extremely scarce, and cannibalism was no longer a novelty. Moreover, the weather after the apocalypse changed drastically. Winters were extremely cold, reaching -20 degrees. It might not be much in the north, but in the humid south, -20 degrees could freeze a person instantly. Therefore, down jackets and cotton clothes were essential. Similarly, summers were scorching, with temperatures exceeding 40 degrees. Even accidentally touching metal could burn you. Water was even more critical. After the apocalypse, water sources became polluted, and with rare rainfall, the base relied on water-based ability users for water. But how big was the base? There were very few water-based ability users. Choo never casually gave water to others. She had to exchange crystal cores for it. In her words, she was an ability user who needed to level up, not a water reservoir that could provide as much as one wanted. Looking at it this way, she had a lot to prepare. Unfortunately, the space was only over 100 square meters, and there wasn't much room for storage. She had to be frugal and make good use of every inch of space. Sigh, if only it could be a bit bigger. Stop. Having a space at all was quite good. She couldn't be ungrateful. One must know that greed leads to ruin. As long as she utilized her 100+ square meters well, it could still be quite effective. At least it would allow her to live well in the apocalypse. Those true space ability users might not even have over 100 square meters, they just had the ability to upgrade their spaces. Her space had been the same size for nearly a year without any upgrades. Before she knew it, it was time to get off work. Choo was punctual as she shouldered her bag, wearing a pair of small heels and holding a warm baby, smiling as she knocked on her door. Her voice was sweet and bright, intimate just enough to not seem excessive. Off work, Yang. Let's go eat. Zhang Sheng said he's treating today. What do you want to eat? Zhang Sheng is treating? Really? She, the official girlfriend, didn't even know. Choo seemed to know better than herself. How foolish had she been not to see something so obvious? With a blank expression, she tidied up the documents on her desk, her hand unintentionally brushing over her belly, her brows slightly furrowing, unconsciously revealing a hint of pain. My period came today. I don't want to go out to eat. Why you Xiaoyang faintly refused. I don't want to eat anything. I have no appetite. You go ahead. The bus in the new district isn't easy to catch. Hearing this, Choo indeed no longer hesitated and firmly placed the warm baby in her hand. Okay, you'll go first. If you want to eat something later, just call me. Okay? After saying that, she left with a faint fragrance. Most enticing. Why you Xiaoyang glanced at the warm baby on the table, but said nothing, casually putting it into her bag, planning to take it to the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, she quickly tidied up, dressed lightly in clothes she rarely wore, grabbed a baseball cap, and then left. Choo had already boarded a bus and left. The next one would take more than 20 minutes. Both she and Zhang Sheng were interning after leaving school. In such a small city, finding a job was hard, especially from a third-year university. It was Zhang Sheng who had asked his parents to help arrange internships for them at this Taiwanese-funded enterprise, and the salary was decent, with the advantage of being relatively easygoing and free. This was what Yu Xiaoyang wanted. She had no ambitions and preferred to be content. Zhang Sheng was interning at the largest company in the city, with a considerable salary and a bright future. She would usually go with He Choo-choo to the city to find Zhang Sheng for dinner dates after work. Without much searching, Yu Xiaoyang spotted He Choo-choo and Zhang Sheng at their usual restaurant. The two were sweet and affectionate, making outsiders think they were a couple. The tall, handsome man and the sweet, lovely woman matched perfectly. Why Yu Xiaoyang scoffed. If Zhang Sheng liked He Choo-choo so much, why did he pursue her back then? Was it fun to toy with her? Watching the two feed each other and Zhang Sheng gently wiping He Choo-choo's mouth, Yu Xiaoyang didn't hesitate to take out her phone and snapped a couple of photos. After dinner, the two, deeply in love, directly went into a hotel. Why Yu Xiaoyang only snapped a few photos of them at the hotel front desk, and as for the subsequent scenes, she couldn't be bothered to watch. During the apocalypse, she had seen plenty, all focused on He Choo-choo. Men? There were too many, but they all shared one common trait. They were ability users, strong, good-looking, and infatuated with He Choo-choo. Only then did she truly understand He Choo-choo and gradually distance herself from her, growing fearful. But He Choo-choo insisted on tying her to her like a rope, leaving her no time to breathe. These few photos were enough. She coldly gazed at the affectionate couple on her phone. Good, since you both like to play, then let's play openly. Otherwise, wouldn't that be too unfair to you for your care during the apocalypse? Then she rushed into the supermarket, pushing a cart and frantically tossing in items, mostly instant noodles, chocolates, and cookies, things that were easy to store. She didn't take fruits because they spoiled too easily and were hard to keep at AS for milk. Many people in the apocalypse suffer from osteoporosis and had mobility issues due to calcium deficiency, and her parents were getting older, making such items necessary for them. Young people were better off, but this could be solved with calcium tablets. Right, medicine. In the apocalypse, medicine was even more important than food. After all, no one could guarantee they wouldn't fall ill. After finishing her shopping and storing the items in the supermarket storage locker, she pulled out her medical card, which had over 2,000 yuan. She planned to buy all the medicine she could and would get more money tomorrow after she accessed her space.It, the pharmacy. She targeted antibiotics, calcium tablets, vitamins, and certain life-saving drugs. 2,000 yuan didn't buy much. She could only get 5 bottles of calcium tablets.It seemed she needed more money to stockpile these supplies. Carrying a large bag of things was somewhat conspicuous, and having too much to carry made it hard to walk. She had no choice but to take a taxi, knowing that right now, even a single yuan could buy her a pack of instant noodles, the cheaper kind. Taking a taxi to the factory area would cost at least 30 yuan, which equated to 30 packs of instant noodles, enough for a person to eat for a month. But there was no better option. Now 30 yuan it was. She didn't want to run into her colleague from the factory while taking the bus. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to explain to He Choo-choo, who had promised not to go out. How could she explain that? After returning, she had all her belongings in a safe with a password. Luckily, there were only 2 of them living in the dormitory, herself and He Choo-choo, which made things easier. Once she had put everything away, she tidied herself up in front of the mirror, adopting a look of utter heartbreak and disbelief. At first, she couldn't find a feeling, but thinking about her experiences in the apocalypse brought tears to her eyes. This was the last time she would allow herself to be weak. From this moment on, she would never cry over her past life again, because she was a brand new person. She couldn't compare. She was no match for others in terms of intelligence or luck. She was just a born cannon fodder supporting character, while He Choo-choo was the protagonist, effortlessly navigating the apocalypse and charming various men, making them devoted to her, yet untouchable. She was merely a shield against danger, a treasure bearer at critical moments, and a cover during passionate times, destined to be discarded as cannon fodder when the protagonist found her ultimate happiness. She didn't plan to oppose He Choo-choo or anything. She just wanted to keep her distance after obtaining her space. Whether they called her timid or cowardly, it didn't matter, because she knew her limited intelligence couldn't compete with He Choo-choo. She had witnessed how He Choo-choo dealt with girls who opposed her, leaving nothing but scraps behind, regardless of whether they had powers or not, whether they were pretty or ugly. He Choo-choo had ways to handle them all. She was curious to see how He Choo-choo would fare in the apocalypse without her acting as a shield, treasure bearer, and cover. Wouldn't that be more interesting than directly killing He Choo-choo? With that thought, she found herself looking forward to it. Hey, it's so cold. Why hasn't Yang Yang turned on the air conditioning? He Choo-choo said as she entered, taking off her high heels and slipping into soft, comfortable slippers. The dormitory lights flicked on, Yu Xiaoyang was sitting on the edge of her bed, holding a large Ali plush toy, her eyes red, a mix of suppressed anger and sadness emanating from her. But it was fine. Yu Xiaoyang was as foolish as a pig. As long as she made up a random excuse, she could easily brush it off. Later, she could have Zhang Sheng help her out, and this matter would be over. Yang, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Yu Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh. Not feeling well? Your whole family isn't feeling well. Can you feel comfortable being such a green tea bitch? She stood up from the bed, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and slapped the printed photos onto He Chu-Chu's face. How dare you talk to me? Look at the good things you've done. What is this? Do you want to explain yourself? He Chu-Chu's body trembled, her breath catching for a moment as she slowly stood up to pick up the photos. Her face instantly turned pale. No, it couldn't be. Who took these? Why were they being followed? She hurriedly shook her head, trying to explain. No, Yang, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. Someone must be trying to frame me and Zhang Sheng. You know I'm innocent. The first don't even like Zhang Sheng. Why would I be with him? Look closely, these photos are just angles. I wasn't hugging Zhang Sheng. As she spoke, He Chu-Chu started to cry, and even tears made her look beautiful. Yu Xiaoyang felt a cold smile in her heart. She was really good at pretending. If she hadn't taken these photos herself, she might have been fooled by He Chu-Chu. She put on a heartbroken expression, sniffled, and said, Fine, even if these photos are just a matter of angles, what about going to the hotel? You like going to hotels with men? I didn't know you had that habit. You really disgust me. He Chu-Chu bit her lip, looking at Yu Xiaoyang with tearful eyes. You don't believe me? Yang, you don't believe me? Am I really that kind of person? If I liked Zhang Sheng, I wouldn't have tried to match you too. I know you like Zhang Sheng, but you can't just insult me without any evidence. I'm your friend. Don't 4 years of friendship mean more than Zhang Sheng? 4 years of friendship mean less than Zhang Sheng? That was a question she wanted to ask, so why don't you give her an answer? Why did she steal her boyfriend? Why did she betray her? Why did she want to kill her? Were those things really that important? When she was hurting her, did she ever consider that they were longtime friends? But she couldn't ask any of these questions. She couldn't ask anything, or people would think she was crazy. She took a deep breath, suppressing her pain, tears still streaming down her face. Fine. If you want me to believe you, then explain it to me. Why did you go to the hotel? Why did you go out to eat with Zhang Sheng? Hearing this, He Chu-Chu felt a bit relieved. She knew that this meant Yu Xiaoyang believed her a little, and that was enough. As long as there was a bit of belief, she could find a chance to explain. As long as Yu Xiaoyang didn't catch her red-handed, she would never admit it. She thought to herself, Yu Xiaoyang was easy to manipulate. A few words from her could make her dance in circles. That was the most fulfilling thing for her, feeling like everything was under her control. Her mind raced, quickly conjuring a clever retort. She feigned a couple of sobs to express her grievances. Oh, you wish for an explanation? Very well, I shall enlighten you. Our dinner outing was orchestrated by Zhang Sheng, who intended to surprise you. Dining together was merely a matter of courtesy. However, an unfortunate incident occurred when a waiter accidentally spilled soup on my dress. Zhang Sheng kindly took me to a hotel to dry my clothes. Is this explanation to your satisfaction? Are you pleased? Of course she was satisfied, immensely so. In such a moment, He Chu-Chu found the opportunity to retaliate, distorting the truth, proclaiming Zhang Sheng's profound affection for her and her own willingness to sacrifice for him. Utterly nauseating, enough to make her want to retch. Not satisfied? Do you think I will believe you? The evidence is overwhelming. I only trust proof. Let me tell you, He Chu-Chu, our friendship is over. I intend to sever ties with you. Yu Xiaoyang was no pushover. After years of trailing behind He Chu-Chu, she had learned to act. She portrayed a girl torn between anguish and belief, swayed by 3 parts evidence and 7 parts friendship, with remarkable accuracy. She understood that her loud outburst would only reassure He Chu-Chu. If she could remain composed after losing her boyfriend, then He Chu-Chu would surely feel uneasy. Indeed, He Chu-Chu's expression softened as she stood to the side, weeping quietly without uttering a word. Now, return everything you took from me. I do not wish to have a friend like you. I shall return your belongings as well. We are no longer friends. Only then did a flicker of urgency appear on He Chu-Chu's face. No, Yang, do you not trust me? Zhang Sheng and I are truly innocent. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed heavily. How am I to believe you? Believe that you did not share a hotel room with Zhang Sheng? Spare me the jokes. The photographs have been taken, and yet you refuse to admit it. He Choo-Choo wept, her sorrowful demeanor heart-wrenching. Very well, I shall return your things. But I hope you do not come to regret it. Zhang Sheng and I are indeed innocent. You will come to realize this in due time. With that, she turned to retrieve her belongings from the cabinet, resembling a fragile flower in the wind, easily toppled. Had there been a man present, he would have long since embraced her in comfort. He Choo-Choo swiftly placed the items on her bed, then approached the door, snatching the photographs from Yu Xiaoyang's hands, hiding them close to her chest. This damned Yu Xiaoyang. Wasn't she once averse to airing her personal matters? Why now does she reveal everything to others? If this group of gossips gets wind of it, how shall I face my colleagues at work tomorrow? No, this could not continue. She needed to alter the narrative. She began to weep softly. Yang, I already explained everything to you. So why do you refuse to believe me? These photographs are fabrications by others, intended to ensnare me. Have you not noticed the disturbing messages I've been receiving? Someone seeks to harm me, to sabotage my relationships. Zhang Sheng and I are blameless. He only invited me to assist him in surprising you. I never would have introduced you to him if I had feelings for him. After all, you were supposed to be our matchmaker. It was truly remarkable. If the timing had been different, Yu Xiaoyang would have applauded her. Observing the current state of affairs, how could there still be any rebuttal? He Choo-Choo, even if she were a green tea bitch, was undeniably a resilient and tenacious one, capable of both yielding and standing firm. Such individuals are destined to go far. He Choo-Choo had already made her bed, standing beside her with tear-stained eyes, intently gazing at her, articulating each word. Yang, I never anticipated you would transform into this. It's terrifying. I have given you everything you desired. I shall sleep elsewhere tonight. Reflect calmly on who it is you truly like. You know better than anyone. I hope you do not let those photographs mislead you. After saying this, she disregarded Yu Xiaoyang's reaction and left, employing a strategy of retreat to advance, speaking as if she were a virtuous heroine. Indeed, while others might be oblivious, she was acutely aware that liking someone and being intimate bore no relation. She was no longer the person she once was. She would not hold He Choo-Choo back if she chose to leave. Sleeping alone was preferable. Then came the moment when she was compelled to save He Choo-Choo and was scratched by a zombie, almost succumbing to the same fate, which awakened her speed ability. A day later, He Choo-Choo announced that she had awakened her water ability. So, was it possible that He Choo-Choo had merely lost one pearl earring while retaining the other? Given that one contained space, it was plausible the other harbored water as well. Upon reflection, Yu Xiaoyang found He Choo-Choo's water ability rather peculiar. It was odd for her to possess such fluctuating offensive power. Typically, water abilities stabilize upon advancement. Realizing this, Yu Xiaoyang recognized she had descended into conspiracy theories. No wonder He Choo-Choo had been so inquisitive upon discovering the other pearl earring. They were convinced that the space they acquired came from the pearl earring itself. But it was evident that He Choo-Choo, already possessing one earring, knew of its vast potential and would stop at nothing to seize the other. Truly, she was a good friend. The pearl earring was rightfully hers, yet He Choo-Choo took it so nonchalantly, even coveting to eliminate her for it, seeking to monopolize all the treasures. It seemed she had indulged He Choo-Choo too much, allowing her to feel invulnerable and indifferent to the consequences. In light of this, there was no need for any semblance of civility. The fa-ade had been shattered, making it utterly unnecessary. Grasping the fruit knife from the table, she resolutely made a small incision on her fingertip, blood immediately oozing forth. She recalled being scratched by a zombie, bleeding, after which the pearl earring had vanished, leading to her discovery of the space. Allowing her blood to drip onto the pearl earring, she patiently awaited the outcome. Indeed, the earring began to disappear at a visible pace, ultimately vanishing. Contrary to her earlier assumptions of water and space, it appeared that the pair of pearl earrings had resulted in an expansion of space rather than He Choo-Choo's water ability. Had she misjudged? Was He Choo-Choo's water ability not derived from the pearl earring? It was inconceivable. Her instincts insisted that He Choo-Choo's water ability was intrinsically linked to the earring. Yet, why did it seem to diverge upon reaching her? The current space has doubled in size, roughly resembling an area of 300 square meters. Perhaps it is the nature of the pearl earrings that lends the space a radiant whiteness, smooth and lustrous like pearls. It is not as magical as described in novels, with houses, land, and cultivation manuals. Rather, it resembles a personal storage unit. How wonderful it would be if she could enter it, she mused. But how could that be? In her previous life, the space was merely a personal repository, not a place to enter. It could only store items. Otherwise, she would not have been so easily killed by Hichuchu. Yet now, she can actually enter? Is this a boon of her rebirth? She felt ecstatic. Having such a refuge in times of danger is akin to a lifeline. This is a treasure she must keep secret. She understands the adage that a commoner bears the burden of possessing something precious. Joyfully bounding around the space, it took her a while to calm down. The news of being able to enter this space is as exhilarating as her rebirth itself. With over 300 square meters at her disposal, collecting resources will no longer be cumbersome, allowing her to procure many more items. Her phone buzzed incessantly with messages from Zhang Sheng, but she had no inclination to respond. She swiftly added him to her blacklist. The mailbox contained a dozen messages, which she skimmed through, realizing they conveyed that he and Hichuchu were innocent. Questioning how she could wrongfully accuse Hichuchu and expel her from the dormitory. What if Hichuchu froze in the bitter cold? How could she be so heartless? Look, this is the boyfriend she chose. Even at such a time, he is still concerned for Hichuchu, every word a rebuke directed at her, without even a hint of explanation. Does he not realize that straddling two boats is utterly immoral? Or does he think she has become so foolish that she would believe anything he says? Fine, it is a folly to discuss morality with someone like him. She is gravely ill if she thinks otherwise. If he understood morality, he would not be clandestinely involved with Hichuchu behind her back. She deleted all the messages in a flurry, out of sight, out of mind. Zhang Sheng, revel in your arrogance now. Let's see if you can maintain that bravado in the apocalypse. She would watch closely, biding her time to see them suffer in the end times. She would return to him all the pain she had endured. After 3 years in the apocalypse, her heart had long since turned cold. The affection she once held for Zhang Sheng had vanished, possibly when she saw him flitting after Hichuchu, or when he brought her into a tent. It no longer mattered. Her feelings had dissipated, and she could not recall when they had faded. Over the 3 years of the apocalypse, her heart had numbed. What is affection? What is love? They are worth less than a packet of crackers. Suddenly, memories surged in her mind, and she took a deep breath, gradually suppressing them. Do not overthink it, Yu Xiaoyang. Living is the most important thing now. You are already luckier than many. At least you have the chance to start anew. Sitting on her bed, she contemplated the items she needed, determined to remain discreet and avoid attracting anyone's attention during her shopping endeavors. Unlike the heroines of novels who rent warehouses to have their purchases delivered, she lacked both the time and acquaintances for such extravagance. Thus, she resolved to navigate the wholesale market and supermarket, gathering essentials like an industrious ant, prioritizing the most crucial items while deferring the rest for the uncertain future. After some reflection, she retrieved her phone and sent her mother a text, expressing her interest in a designer handbag and a fashionable piece of clothing. Lamenting her insufficient funds and requesting financial assistance, she refrained from calling, fearing that hearing their voices would trigger her tears. Her longing for them was profound, causing her heart to tremble. 3 years had passed since their last reunion, which felt akin to a lifetime. She chastised herself for her perceived unfilial behavior, as her parents had only her as their daughter, yet she had rarely held them in her thoughts, missing even the chance for a final farewell. Her mother had always believed that a girl should live with a touch of elegance and had expressed dissatisfaction with her daughter's appearance, especially since they were not financially constrained. Upon hearing her request for funds, her mother readily offered her support. However, her father, a traditional man, maintained that daughters should conduct themselves with propriety and grace. When she received the 50,000 yuan from her mother, it felt like a reassuring balm, solidifying her resolve to persevere for her parents' sake. She vowed never to allow them to endure the same degrading existence again, where they were pushed around for a mere sip of water, devoid of dignity. The thought of such scenes often brought her to tears, igniting a mix of fury and helplessness within her. Before sleeping, she mentally reviewed all the supplies she needed, feeling a sense of security once she confirmed nothing was forgotten. allowing her to drift into slumber. Yet, in a half-dream state, she sensed she had overlooked something important, but upon reflection, could not recall what it was, dismissing it as likely inconsequential. For the first time in 3 years, she enjoyed a restful night, a stark contrast to the night spent in fear during the apocalypse, where even in the safety of the base, she dared not fully relax, fearing sudden attacks from the undead that would leave no chance for escape. Daily vigilance had drained her, yet she could not afford to let her guard down. The relentless cycle of anxiety had etched itself into her very bones, and she realized that her days of relative peace were numbered as the world was on the brink of transformation. She locked the door, ensuring that Choo-Choo could not enter, indifferent to how she would manage her morning routine. It mattered little to her, especially as her phone buzzed with numerous unfamiliar numbers, likely Zhang Sheng, attempting to reach her after being blocked. The mere thought of Zhang Sheng discovering that she had placed him on her blacklist conjured an image of his face, turned dark with indignation, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Upon reflection, she realized she had never managed to escape such a significant advantage with Zhang Sheng. It was always he who was exasperated with her. In high spirits, she leaped out of bed, completed her morning routine with haste, donned her attire, and flung open the door, ready to head for breakfast. To her dismay, upon opening the door, she was greeted by the last person she wished to see. Choo-Choo stood at her threshold, clad in the pink jacket from the previous day, her hair disheveled, appearing as though she had not slept well the night before. She shuffled in her red slippers, evidently having just come from another dormitory, and was about to knock. Choo-Choo gazed at her with a complex expression. You really? Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Xiaoyang waved her hand dismissively. I do not wish to hear it. If you claim there is no connection between you and Zhang Sheng, then why did he send me messages last night solely filled with accusations, devoid of any concern for my well-being? It is evident that you are the one he cares about the most. Aren't you delighted? She feigned jealousy, aiming to bait Choo-Choo. Indeed, a flicker of understanding passed through Choo-Choo's eyes, and the turmoil that had plagued her throughout the night dissipated. It seemed she had overthought the matter. Yu Xiaoyang was still that foolish girl, or else she would not be so upset over a few words from Zhang Sheng. Perhaps this was for the best, as it indicated that she still harbored feelings for him. Zhang Sheng, too, was dense. Despite her clear hints to win over Choo-Choo, he remained oblivious, unable to utter a single flattering word, leaving her to clarify things herself. No, it is not as you think. Zhang Sheng is merely afraid of any misunderstandings between us. He does not wish to see our sisterly bond tarnished by his actions, which is why his tone was somewhat harsh. Please forgive him this once. He truly cares for you. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed inwardly at the notion of liking. What a farce. Let him like her to death. Then he could be with Choo-Choo openly. With a swift motion, she shrugged off Choo-Choo's hand resting on her shoulder, her expression a mix of annoyance and concealed grievance. Do not touch me. Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Sheng's affections lie with you. I'm aware of that. If this is the case, then I shall facilitate your union. I will inform Zhang Sheng of my decision to break up. My dear sister, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness together. Choo-Choo stared at her in disbelief. What are you saying? You intend to break up with Zhang Sheng? Absolutely not. Not allowed. Why ever not? Afraid that without you, you will cease to be the charming green tea BTCH in Zhang Sheng's eyes? Worry not. Even in a world turned upside down, despite your entanglements with numerous men, Zhang Sheng would remain steadfast by your side. Is it true love or mere stubbornness? Or perhaps it is your water-based abilities that cloud the truth. Thus, it seems their relationship is indeed a tragic fate. Absolutely not. She still wants to go to Taiwan. How could she genuinely be with Zhang Sheng? She aspires for a better life, and at present, Zhang Sheng is not the ideal choice. She fears that after Zhang Sheng breaks up with Yu Xiaoyang, he will cling to her, which is why she goes to great lengths to prevent their separation. She enjoys the thrill of ambiguity, but that does not mean she intends to pursue anything serious with Zhang Sheng. Otherwise, she would be drowned in the ensuing gossip. After all, Zhang Sheng is Yu Xiaoyang's boyfriend. What does her maneuvering signify? Choo-Choo, in a state of urgency, attempted to grasp Yu Xiaoyang's arm to explain, but Yu Xiaoyang deftly evaded her. A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed her face, but there was no time to dwell on it. She hurriedly exclaimed, Yang Yang, please don't break up with Zhang Shang. He loves you dearly, and if you part ways, he will undoubtedly be heartbroken. Can you bear that, Yang Yang? Yu Xiaoyang's heart brimmed with mockery as she observed He Chu-Chu's worried demeanor, as if she were the one facing a breakup. Is she not aware of her own intentions? She wishes to be that kind of woman while also seeking to maintain her reputation. In this world, such bargains do not exist. Does she take me for a fool? Unmarried men and women entering a hotel together are not simply drying their clothes. This is not a romantic novel with a pure-hearted protagonist. Even if it were a novel, she would be the character of a more risque genre. Indeed, has she not already become that character? A flicker of panic crossed He Chu-Chu's eyes. She knew this explanation was weak. Yet, at this moment, she could conjure no other defense. She merely advised caution, but Zhang Sheng continually mocked her for being timid. With Yu Xiaoyang absent, what was there to fear? Now, her greatest concern has come to fruition. If she discovers who took those photos, she would surely strangle them. Who dares to plot against her with such malice? Is it? No, it cannot be. She lacks such cunning. Regardless, the words have been spoken. She can only deny it to the end. Such matters are ones she would never confess to. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Yang Yang, whether you believe me or not. The truth remains. We have been friends for so many years. Do you not know me? You should understand my character better than anyone. You are my dear sister and friend. If even you do not trust me, who else in this world can believe in me? Is she attempting to employ a soft-hearted tactic? Apologies, but if this were 3 years ago, she might have fallen for it, but not now. Her heart has grown cold. He Chu-Chu is correct. She knows herself all too well, and that very understanding drives her to distance herself. He Chu-Chu is remarkably adept at pretense. After years of camaraderie, she would hesitate to claim she truly knows her. However, after 3 years of an apocalyptic world, she has indeed come to understand, thoroughly. He Chu-Chu is nothing but a shameless, manipulative woman, devoid of any moral compass. To label her merely as a green tea bitch would be an insult to the term itself. To believe in you, you must dare to reveal the truth. Can you assert that you bear none of those vile attributes? Are you brave enough to strip away the fade? Desiring to escape the incessant entanglement with He Chu-Chu, she resolved to take decisive action. He Chu-Chu's complexion turned pale, then flushed with indignation as she bit her lip, gazing at her in disbelief as if she had recognized her. Their altercation at the entrance had attracted the attention of several colleagues preparing for work, outwardly feigning concern. They were inwardly reveling in the gossip. The affair between He Chu-Chu and Yu Xiaoyang had spread like wildfire the previous night, with rumors circulating that He Chu-Chu had slept with Yu Xiaoyang's partner, leading to their fierce dispute. You, how could you be so rude? He Chu-Chu nearly broke into tears, feeling utterly humiliated. Yu Xiaoyang, exasperated, wanted to laugh. Rude? Was this truly what constituted rudeness? Why had she not deemed it rude when she was with Zhang Shang? It was utterly repugnant. If you're too cowardly to face it, then cease your prattling. Dare to act, yet shrink from the consequences? I will inform Zhang Shang about the breakup, so you need not concern yourself. It shall not hinder your embrace of Zhang Shang. With that, she huffed disdainfully and departed. Why should she remain entangled with them for a lifetime? Such a splendid opportunity was not one she would relinquish. As Yu Xiaoyang approached the elevator, she paused momentarily to glance back. He Chu-Chu appeared to be weeping and explaining herself, with someone nearby, comforting her and expressing unwavering belief in her. Look at her, no matter the situation. He Chu-Chu could always play the part. Despite everything that had transpired, Yu Xiaoyang felt quite pleased. He Chu-Chu was left speechless, clinging desperately to her denial. Even when the truth was evident, the exhilaration of stripping away her last vestige of modesty was simply delightful. She had never felt such satisfaction before. Humming a cheerful tune, she made her way to the cafeteria, ordering a bowl of congee, 3 meat buns, and a rice cake. In the past, she would have been unable to stomach the food here, but after 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, she could now consume even spoiled dishes with nary a grimace. In this harsh reality, having something to eat was a blessing. How could one afford to be picky? Encountering 2 finance colleagues in the cafeteria, she sensed they were aware of last night's events. Their gazes filled with sympathy. Noticing the mountain of food on her table only deepened their concern. Was she attempting to transform her sorrow into appetite? Typically, a girl would not consume such a substantial meal. Upon returning to her office and setting down her bag, the team leader entered, carrying a document which he placed on her desk. He casually remarked that heartbreak was no great tragedy and that one should not neglect work for love. She chuckled in disbelief. He was subtly advising her not to resign over this issue. With the new year approaching in just over a month, hiring would be challenging. Of course, she had no intention of resigning, as she would not be returning at all. In this post-apocalyptic world, who would still come to work? Yet, she said nothing, merely offering a smile, which he perceived as forced. After giving her shoulder a reassuring pat, he departed. Yu Xiaoyang gazed at the figure of the section chief as he departed, reflecting on the unexpected realization that even he was aware of the situation. It seemed that word had spread considerably. After all, in such a compact place, who could remain uninformed? Perhaps she ought not to have made such a spectacle of it. Yet, she felt no regret. Without making a scene, how could she liberate herself from these two scoundrels? In this lifetime, she was determined to sever ties with them. Throughout the day, Chu had delivered documents with an expression that suggested she was on the verge of speaking, but held back. Her eyes were already red, likely a result of immersing herself too deeply in their office theatrics. Yu Xiaoyang chose to feign ignorance, asking not a single question, conducting business with utmost professionalism, and returning her focus to the computer without uttering a word more. After a time, Chu, disheartened, had no choice but to leave. With little to occupy her, Yu Xiaoyang decided to compile a list of necessities. With several thousand yuan to her name, she intended to procure essential items to endure the first few weeks of the impending apocalypse. It was known that weeks into the catastrophe, the government would finally guide them to safety, but until then, everyone would remain holed up in their homes, too fearful to venture outside. Remarkably, Chu did not seek her out after work that day. Yu Xiaoyang understood the reason and did not dwell on it. It was a matter that would have to be resolved sooner or later. She shut down her computer, donned her down jacket, and stepped outside. The day was overcast. Although it had not rained, a biting chill permeated the air. The sky was a heavy gray, reminiscent of an impending storm, and she sighed softly. Indeed, a storm was on the horizon. Annoyed, she furrowed her brows. The specter of her troubles seemed relentless. It was likely that Chu had summoned him, for Zhang Sheng's expression was one of palpable impatience, as if he were not there of his own volition. Yu Xiaoyang, Zhang Sheng called out, his voice laced with fury. She ignored him, continuing on her path. Infuriated, he hastened to catch up. Did you not hear me calling you? He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his anger. Yu Xiaoyang had never spoken to him with such indifference, a reality he found hard to reconcile. His tone still held an undercurrent of rage. You wish to break up with me. This is not a question, it is a certainty. You're already aware, so there is no need for me to reiterate. Who granted you permission to end our relationship? Are you insulting me? Or Chu? Our bond is innocent. Do you not realize that? Unable to contain his fury any longer, Zhang Sheng shouted. Yu Xiaoyang's heart was filled with scorn. These two scoundrels seemed to relish asking, do you not know? What did she know? Did she know they were treating her like a fool? I am well aware of your affair with Chu. Since you are in love, would it not be better for me to facilitate your union? Rest assured, I shall not impede your relationship. On the contrary, I will offer my blessings. I have already conveyed this to Chu and can reiterate it to you once more. She spoke as calmly as possible, eager to conclude this matter so she could leave to purchase her supplies. Her time was precious and could not withstand any waste. Zhang Sheng gazed at the unprecedented tranquility on Yu Xiaoyang's face, feeling a fleeting sense of panic. Could it be that she truly knew everything? He was acutely aware that Yu Xiaoyang's temperament and appearance were well suited for a wife, sufficiently docile, genuinely fond of him, and sufficiently gentle. This arrangement would allow him to maintain a facade of fidelity at home while indulging in escapades outside. After all, what was it but the art of charming a woman? His past experiences in this realm had been remarkably successful. However, upon noticing the crowd around them, intentionally or otherwise casting glances in their direction, he furrowed his brow and approached Yu Xiaoyang, intending to pull her into his car. He detested being scrutinized like a spectacle. What are you doing? Let go of me, Yu Xiaoyang exclaimed, eyeing Zhang Sheng warily as she attempted to pry his fingers from her wrist. She had no intention of entering his vehicle. Who could fathom his true intentions? Zhang Sheng, with a fierce glare, retorted, if you wish to be the center of attention, making headlines for your company tomorrow, then by all means continue this charade. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at her colleagues, who were barely concealing their curiosity, and then at the car. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, suggesting, let us go to that corner over there. If Zhang Sheng truly intended to act on something, she would at least have a chance to escape. The car was not a safe option. Only a fool would choose to enter it. Zhang Sheng let out a cold laugh, teasing, are you really afraid I might devour you? He did not drag her to the car, but instead led her to a secluded corner far from the entrance, where the curious onlookers would find it difficult to approach. Upon reaching the other side of the corner, Yu Xiaoyang swiftly shook off Zhang Sheng's hand, coldly stating, let go. Speak your mind. I'm in a hurry. Zhang Sheng, unfazed, donned a facade of affectionate indulgence that appeared disingenuous, masking his palpable irritation. Yang, are we still one quarrel? I assure you, my relationship with Chu Chu is innocent. Trust me, you are the one I cherish most. He attempted to approach her for an embrace, but Yu Xiaoyang's face contorted with revulsion as she deftly evaded him. It was nauseating. He spoke as if she were throwing a childish tantrum, as if she could be easily deceived. Without a second thought, she declared, don't come any closer. I don't care what is going on between you and he Chu Chu. Zhang Sheng, we are finished. We have broken up. Do you understand? Zhang Sheng did not miss the look of disdain on her face. Initially taken aback, a surge of anger ignited within him. He had completely forgotten the gentle words he Chu Chu had previously advised. His male pride had been provoked, and it was impossible for him to remain calm. He blurted out, finished? Who do you think you were to say that? Even if we break up, it should be my decision. Yu Xiaoyang, have you ever looked in the mirror? I'm the one who would choose you. Consider yourself fortunate. Yes, I have feelings for he Chu Chu. She is gentler and more understanding than you. What man wouldn't choose her? You're merely self-satisfied. If it weren't for Yu Xiaoyang, ablaze with fury, could not hold back and delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Sheng's face. Leave. If you find he Chu Chu, why come to me? Are you being foolish? Even though I have long been aware of the truth, the fresh wound still sends a chill coursing through my heart. This is how the two of us, once so open-hearted with each other, have come to be. It turns out he has always looked down upon me. Zhang Sheng was momentarily stunned, quickly regaining his senses, his face a mask of horror as he glared at her. You dare to hit me? Are you insane? He exclaimed, raising his hand to strike back at her. In that instant, he forgot to seize her, allowing her to slip away. By the time he regained his composure, Yu Xiaoyang had vanished from sight. As Yu Xiaoyang reached the roadside, a bus approached. Without a second thought, she dashed onto it. It took a while for her to calm her racing heart. She had struck Zhang Sheng, and it felt exhilarating. She had long desired to hit him, but the timing had never been right. After all, he towered over her, and should he retaliate, she would stand no chance against him. However, once the fight had begun, an apology was out of the question. Resolutely, she decided to fully commit to her actions, and surprisingly, it yielded a satisfying outcome. Though that slap could not erase the suffering endured over 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, it nonetheless served as a small form of retribution. The bus swayed gently as it made its way into the city. Notably, the local customs included the pickling of various salted goods. No one batted an eye at the purchase of salt or meat in any quantity. In the apocalypse, salt was a precious commodity. A mere spoonful could buy 2 young maidens, underscoring its value, as no one can live without it. With the news of expanding storage space, she also procured some long-lasting milk, knowing her storage could accommodate it. While buying in moderation was acceptable, excess would lead to waste. She filled 4 shopping carts, transporting them to her storage locker before returning for more. After several trips, she felt she had gathered enough. Further purchases might attract unwarranted attention. 8 of the largest shopping bags were required to contain her haul, which she promptly stashed in the restroom, placing the heavier items into her storage. Then, she hailed a cab to the wholesale market. The market buzzed with life in the evening, and Yu Xiaoyang found herself uplifted by the vibrant atmosphere. She realized she had been overly burdened and had viewed her circumstances through a lens of despair. In truth, she was far better off than many. At least she was forewarned of the impending apocalypse, had time to prepare, and possessed a personal storage space. These were her motivations for survival, were they not? 60,000 yuan seemed a substantial sum, but it slipped away all too quickly. By the time she exited the wholesale market, she had merely 13,000 yuan left. Having spent over 20,000 in the supermarket and another 20,000 here, it seemed as though she had acquired little, leaving her perplexed at how her money had vanished. She purchased primarily instant foods, high in energy and easy to preserve. The absence of rice and flour in her shopping cart was due to two reasons. First, during the apocalypse, one cannot carry rice around to cook while fleeing. Second, it would be difficult to explain. Even if she had the time and energy, how could one justify carrying rice on the run? A discerning observer would undoubtedly find it suspicious. She wished to remain inconspicuous, simply wanting to survive in this chaotic world alongside her parents, as long as they had food and water. Yes, she was indeed timid, but what was wrong with that? In the absence of strength, only timidity could ensure survival. She found a modest yet secure hotel, placing all her belongings in the room. Once she confirmed there were no cameras, she dared to take a shower. She did not store these items in her space, as everything essential had already been kept there. The items outside were merely for show, some clothes and snacks favored by girls. Emerging from her shower, she felt utterly exhausted, particularly in her hands. However, upon seeing the supplies in her space, she was instantly invigorated. These were her lifelines for the future, and for her and her parents. There was no room for weariness or fear. After locking the door, she ventured out. The streets had begun to quiet down, with foot traffic significantly reduced. Not paying much heed, she casually entered a 24-hour noodle shop and ordered a bowl of fried noodles. The owner was generous, serving a heaping bowl that delighted her. Perhaps her enthusiastic demeanor while eating pleased the owner's wife, who unexpectedly brought her a bowl of rib soup. With a face lined with wrinkles, she smiled warmly, remarking how rare it was to see a girl with such an appetite. "Drink some soup, don't choke." Xiaoyang gratefully accepted the soup, expressing her hunger. The owner's wife responded with a chuckle. "If my daughter could eat half as much as you, I would be content. She eats like a kitten, just one bite at a time, and never more. It drives me to despair." Only those who have experienced true hunger understand the value of every grain of food. This hunger was not merely missing a meal or two. It was the enduring deprivation that gnawed at the soul over the years. She quickly devoured the large bowl of fried noodles, noticing her gaze lingering on the tea eggs. The owner's wife kindly filled a bag with two for her to take, cautioning her not to overindulge. "How can I accept this?" "I cannot," she protested. But she couldn't help but remember that she hadn't eaten eggs in years. She had been unable to look away, and had she seen them earlier, she would have surely asked for two. However, the owner's wife insisted on gifting them to her, and despite her reluctance, she ultimately accepted. Faced with such kindness from a stranger, her heart swelled with gratitude. They were not family, yet this woman had given her two eggs. In the world post-apocalypse, such generosity was unfathomable. No amount of wealth or power could procure such luxuries. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. "In a couple of days, things might take a turn for the worse. Auntie, it's best to buy some supplies to keep at home. Better safe than sorry." After speaking, she hurriedly departed, leaving her with no more to offer. Whether one believed her was beyond her control. The proprietress furrowed her brow, observing the retreating figure of Yu Xiaoyang, pondering how a seemingly normal girl could harbor such peculiar thoughts. Yet, her words rang true. It is wise to be prepared for the unforeseen. With the new year approaching in just over a month, she thought it would suffice to simply gift away any excess. Little did she know that the two eggs she casually offered created a bond of goodwill, ensuring her family navigated through their most fearful days unscathed. How much medicine could one procure with over 10,000 yuan? Yu Xiaoyang could enlighten you. A dozen boxes of calcium supplements, another dozen of vitamins, dozens of anti-inflammatory medications, and around 10 boxes each of cold and diarrhea remedies. Gone, indeed, just enough to fill her bag to the brim. In truth, the items she needed were numerous, but funds and time were insufficient. She could only wait for the end times to gradually gather them, reassured by the ample space she possessed, which would accommodate the smaller items quite well, provided they were not bulk goods like grains or vehicles. Upon returning to the hotel, she first checked if anyone had entered her room. Once assured of her privacy, she dared to access her space. It was in disarray and required organization. Otherwise, future storage would become chaotic. Lacking any psychic abilities, she could only tidy up little by little. The task did not feel burdensome at all. The thought that each item was vital for her survival in the impending apocalypse invigorated her spirit. Consequently, within an hour, she had restored order to her space. Water was neatly placed with water, clothes with clothes, and food with food, all within 300 square feet, arranged simply for future convenience and retrieval. After completing her last shift of the day, she would leave. If possible, she would depart immediately, but patience was required. Hichuchu was acutely aware of how much this job meant to her, and no matter what occurred, she would not abandon it abruptly. She wished to raise no suspicions, even the slightest, for she desired her future days to remain undisturbed. After a quick wash and grooming, she purchased a few buns and boarded the bus to the factory area. Initially intending to visit her dormitory to stow away some supplies in her suitcase, she reconsidered, finding the thought too bothersome. It would be just as easy to go after work, so she proceeded directly to the office. To her delight, Hichuchu, displaying remarkable perception, did not trouble her that morning. The relief was palpable, as dealing with such shamelessness was nearly overwhelming. There was no need to inquire about her preferences. Her parents were well aware of what she enjoyed, perhaps even more so than she herself. However, to her surprise, the previously perceptive Hichuchu seemed to disregard all subtlety during lunch, approaching her as if nothing had transpired, almost as if seeking to appease her by inviting her to the cafeteria. In her heart, she felt a deep sense of frustration. After all, the man who had been stolen from her was flaunting his existence before her, as if to say, "Look, I have taken your man. Why do you not confront me about it?" Hichuchu was likely engulfed by this very sentiment. As a rational individual, one could hardly fathom the mindset of a manipulative seductress, and conversely, she too struggled to comprehend Hichuchu's perspective. She assumed that once their conflict had escalated to such an extent, it would reach a point of mutual destruction. Yet Hichuchu could still approach her nonchalantly to suggest dining together. "No, I do not wish to eat, not because I lack appetite, but because I refuse to share a meal with you," she thought, despite her gnawing hunger. Was it so simple for her to cast blame upon her? She had said nothing, and yet the accusations flew. What transpired? What did you encounter? Her feigned bewilderment was almost comical. One might think she had endured some calamity the previous night. Hichuchu was indeed a master of manipulation. Did she truly believe herself to be so easily trifled with? She would not accept such slander. With a derisive snort that betrayed her disdain, she retorted, "I merely spent a night at the hotel. I have no desire to share a space with one so reeking of foulness, lest I become tainted myself." What sort of person carries such an odor? A vixen, perhaps. For calling Hichuchu a seductress will be a disservice to actual foxes. How could Hichuchu remain oblivious to this? Yu Xiaoyang had never uttered such harsh words to her, and in disbelief, she took a step back. "Do you still not believe me?" Yu Xiaoyang's expression hardened, revealing no trace of warmth. "Why should I trust you? I have stated clearly that as long as you remain untainted by filth, I would believe you. Yet you refuse to comply. And perhaps you are unaware, but Zhang Sheng has already confessed. He claims to love you and has never harbored feelings for me. He says you're gentle and kind, qualities I cannot compete with. In light of this, what more is there to discuss?" Hichuchu's face drained of color. "No, that cannot be. Zhang Sheng would never say such a thing. Has he lost his mind? I believe them to be impossible. If you doubt it, go and ask Zhang Sheng. Do not trouble me further. After all, you were the ones who betrayed me. Do you expect my forgiveness? Hichuchu, remember this. It was you and Zhang Sheng who turned against me. The wounds you inflicted upon me are indelible." With that, she attempted to push past Hichuchu, intent on returning to her dormitory, only to have her arm seized unexpectedly. She had never realized how strong Hichuchu could be. With reddened eyes, Hichuchu gazed at her, biting her lip in defiance and resolve. "Have you truly made up your mind?" If I were to claim that nothing exists between Zhang Sheng and me, you would not believe it, would you? She wondered why he Chu could still feign such righteousness, as if the world had unjustly conspired against her. She portrayed herself as a genuine flower of innocence. Yet no one understood or acknowledged the pain she endured. What a cruel situation it is. Yet, this is merely he Chu's one-sided wishful thinking. No one is foolish enough to continue believing after having suffered for so long, least of all herself. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she pushed he Chu's hand away and stepped back, calmly stating, Zhang Sheng said he loves you. He has always wanted to pursue you, never having liked me. Am I fabricating this? He Chu burst into tears, the droplets that had filled her eyes cascading down and soaking the scarf around her neck. She wiped them away and cast a meaningful glance at Yu Xiaoyang, uttering, I understand, before hastily fleeing. Yu Xiaoyang felt somewhat perplexed. Understand what? She dismissed the thought and soon regained her composure. It mattered not. After work today, she would leave, perhaps never to return. No matter what schemes he Chu devised against her, they would be futile. With that thought, she closed the office door and made her way to the cafeteria. Her interest in food peaked, for she had been hungry for far too long. The afternoon passed swiftly, and as soon as the clock signaled the end of the workday, she sprang from her chair, her belongings already packed, eagerly awaiting her departure. Suppressing her excitement, she hurried towards her dormitory. All she needed was to gather her things and a few articles of clothing, and she would leave this place forever, perhaps never to set foot here again. She rummaged through her space for some snacks and milk, hesitating whether to pack her cosmetics as well. However, she soon reasoned that applying makeup in a post-apocalyptic world would only draw unwanted attention. Suddenly, the door swung open. What about Zhang Sheng? He's still waiting outside for you. He found a restaurant and has something to discuss, he Chu said. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed, a wry smile gracing her lips as she looked at he Chu. Is he inviting me, or is he inviting you? You have already inflicted so much pain upon me. Is that not enough? Do you wish for me to witness your display of affection? He Chu froze, then hurriedly explained, No, Yang, you've misunderstood. Zhang Sheng genuinely wants to apologize to you. I don't know what it would take for you to forgive me, but I truly do not wish to lose you as a friend. So this is an indirect acknowledgement? An admission that they indeed have been intimate? An admission of their betrayal? Seeing Yu Xiaoyang remain silent, he Chu assumed she was softening and immediately grasped her hand. Yang, do you finally believe me? This is all a misunderstanding. If we can clear it up, would you be willing to give us another chance? Misunderstanding? The words are indeed sweet, but they resemble a stubborn duck refusing to admit its fate, clinging to the hope that denial would somehow forge belief. Such delusion. Those photographs were taken by her own hand. The events were witnessed by her own eyes. The lives were extinguished by their own hands. How dare they expect her to believe? Oh, they remain oblivious to the fact that 3 years into the apocalypse, they themselves have been complicit in her demise. Even now, subtle hints are discernible, yet her naivety has blinded her to the truth. She has failed to ponder deeply enough, thereby overlooking the reality that, even if the apocalypse had not yet dawned, the presence of these two treacherous individuals in her life would surely lead to a grim fate. There is no need for further discourse. Just as she is about to articulate her thoughts, an abrupt cacophony erupts outside, compelling her to glance through the window. Instantly, she is rendered speechless. Meteors? Why? It is merely 5 o'clock. Why have they appeared a full 5 hours early? Outside, people are already exclaiming in astonishment. Witnessing meteors in broad daylight is an extraordinary phenomenon, one she has never heard of before. Only Yu Xiaoyang comprehends that these are not ordinary meteors. They carry a virus that will transform Earth into a hellish realm. Many begin to scream wishes at the meteors, and he Chu, drawn by their allure, steps outside. Sensing something amiss, these meteors exude an eerie aura. Swiftly, she retrieves her phone and dials her father. Their family bookstore remains open, and should her parents succumb to unconsciousness, the zombies might awaken before them, thus endangering their lives. Once the call connects, she bypasses pleasantries and speaks urgently. Father, immediately close the bookstore and go upstairs with Mother. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not open the door. Yu Xiaoyang feels tears welling up, but manages to suppress them. Dad, please do not ask questions. If you still regard me as your daughter, heed my words, lock the door securely. I must hear the sound of it being closed. Otherwise, I shall never acknowledge you again. Perhaps her tone conveyed too much urgency and fear. Despite his confusion, her father responds, all right, do not cry. I will close the door at once. After a brief wait, reassured by the sound of the security door locking, she feels a measure of relief and continues to urge him to secure the glass door as well. She hears her mother inquiring about the sudden closure, while her father attempts to explain. Then, it seems her mother has snatched the phone away. Yang, what is happening? Speak to me. Do not frighten your mother. She can already sense the phone's signal faltering, leaving no time to absorb her mother's anxious words. With one last plea, she implores, wait for me. Do not open the door, no matter what happens. Her words are cut off as the call disconnects, leaving her with her mother's desperate calls of Yang, echoing with urgency and concern. The world begins to falter under the weight of the impending apocalypse, arriving ahead of schedule. Chu hurriedly re-enters the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Yu Xiaoyang inquired calmly, what is the matter? Chu, looking bewildered, replied, I don't know. All I know is that it's dangerous outside. Yang, please don't go out. Yu Xiaoyang said nothing further, merely casting a deep glance at her. This is the fate of the heroine. Sometimes, Chu's instincts were alarmingly accurate, almost as if the heavens had bestowed upon her a golden finger. Even she couldn't help but feel envious. Over the course of 3 years in the apocalypse, they had often relied on Chu's intuition to evade waves of zombies or mutated beasts. However, nothing comes without a cost, and there seemed to be a peculiar magic about Chu. No matter what she did, unexpected incidents would occur. Whatever was to come, they would deal with it gradually. Chu, fearing that she was about to depart, rushed forward to grasp her suitcase, urgency etched on her brow. Yang, please listen to me just this once. Don't leave, okay? Her heart was unsettled, sensing that something was about to happen, and she couldn't bear to remain alone in that desolate room. Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Xiaoyang was a familiar presence, offering her a modicum of comfort. Yu Xiaoyang cast a faint glance in her direction, stating, I merely wish to set my things down. Chu's face flushed, and she quickly relinquished her grip, awkwardly murmuring, oh, since you would soon faint anyway. After placing the suitcase beside the bed, she decided to collapse onto it, seeking a comfortable position for her impending unconsciousness. Chu hesitated for a moment before sitting beside her on the bed, startling Yu Xiaoyang into jumping up, clutching her large stuffed toy Ollie, and eyeing her warily. What are you doing here? Have you thought of some harmful scheme again? Chu was taken aback by her reaction and quickly blushed, stammering, Yang, you've misunderstood. I'm just really scared. Yu Xiaoyang twitched her lips, responding, being scared doesn't mean you can seek comfort here. What kind of relationship do we have? We could be described as rivals or even enemies. Are you really trying to find solace from an enemy? What is there to be afraid of? It's just a meteor shower. Once it's over, I'll leave. You should go back to your bed, Yu Xiaoyang retorted. Chu bit her lip, looking at her timidly, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Finally, she cautiously ventured, Yang, you truly don't intend to forgive me, do you? I swear I won't have anything to do with Zhang Shang. He was just speaking out of anger. He specifically chose a restaurant and ordered all your favorite dishes to apologize. Can you not refuse him? You mustn't let her down. You have to survive in this cruel apocalypse. Just as she was about to refuse, her mind grew heavy, and before she could voice her thoughts, her body succumbed to unconsciousness. Despite being aware that Chu was still beside her, she couldn't allow herself to relax completely and fought to keep her eyes open. She noticed Chu appeared to be fainting at the edge of her bed as well. Though reluctant, her eyelids grew too heavy to bear, and she drifted into a deep slumber. The entire world seemed to have fallen into a hushed silence, with no one aware of what the sudden meteor shower had brought forth. Yet, even if they knew, it would be of little consequence, for at that moment, people were preoccupied with their frantic escape, leaving no room for contemplation. When she finally stirred from her slumber, her throat felt parched, as if she had not tasted water in an eternity. Sitting up, she noticed Chu sprawled on the edge of the bed, still lost in slumber. She felt disinclined to concern herself with He Chu. If she were to become a zombie, it would save her considerable effort. In truth, if she were to end her life now, no one would come seeking retribution, thus allowing her to sever future troubles. Yet, would it not diminish the thrill? She was curious to see if, without her presence, He Chu could survive the impending zombie tide, awaken her abilities, and live as freely as she had in her previous life. Only she understood the harsh brutality of the apocalypse. Killing He Chu now might indeed be a form of liberation for her. Thus, she refrained from taking action, deciding instead to let He Chu experience despair and suffering to its fullest. After all, such cruelty deserved to be felt deeply. She rummaged through the box and retrieved a bottle of mineral water, her thirst overwhelming her, and she drained it in mere moments, testing for any sign of awakened abilities. She reflected that those who awakened first in the new world would become the future powerhouses. This was indeed the prime moment for such a transformation. However, disappointment washed over her as she felt no stirrings of power within. She sighed, offering herself a measure of comfort. It was all right. She should not give up so easily. There would be other opportunities. It was said that those scratched by zombies had a significantly higher chance of awakening their abilities. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she had been hindered by He Chu, preventing her successful awakening. Yet, this also indicated the possibility of her own awakening. With this thought, her spirits lifted slightly. He Chu rubbed her head, her consciousness still somewhat foggy, and upon seeing Yu Xiaoyang before her, she inquired, "What happened to me? Why am I on the floor?" Yu Xiaoyang finished the last sip of water in the bottle before replying nonchalantly, "I don't know. I just woke up as well, parched beyond measure, and was drinking water." He Chu swallowed hard, biting her lip, and asked timidly, "Is there any water left? Could you spare me a little? I'm quite thirsty." Her voice trailed off, revealing her embarrassment. In their dormitory, water was typically delivered, but regrettably, after finishing the last supply the previous day, neither she nor He Chu had reported to the aunt for a refill, resulting in no deliveries. Yu Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile, recalling how she had once asked He Chu the same question. What had He Chu said back then? "Ah, yes," she had replied. "It's not that I don't want to share. Yang, you know our water ability is weak. My level is too low, and the water supply is limited. I must level up to increase my reserves. Otherwise, I can hardly produce any." What she meant was that crystals were necessary for upgrades, and from that moment on, whenever she needed water, she had to purchase it from He Chu, who pocketed most of the crystals she earned. Alas, in the apocalypse, water was a precious commodity. However, after some contemplation, she decided to give a bottle to He Chu, not out of kindness, but rather to avoid being pestered by her. If she refused, He Chu would undoubtedly cling to her relentlessly, which was not something she desired. Given the circumstances of the apocalypse, it was unwise to continue dragging the box along. Seizing the opportunity, while He Chu was in the restroom, she transferred the contents of the box into her spatial storage. With only a backpack on her shoulders, she felt light and prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Outside, it seemed that people were beginning to regain consciousness amidst a cacophony of noise, punctuated by cries for help and anguished wails. "What is wrong with you? Why are you biting me? Let go or I want to hold back. You lunatic. Wang Ku. Your bite hurts. Let me go." Yu Xiaoyang did not intervene, merely organizing her clothing. Unsurprisingly, her phone failed to connect. He Chu's face was ashen, panic-stricken as she glanced downstairs. The usually astute girl was now devoid of focus, her eyes vacant as she turned to Yu Xiaoyang. "I have no signal on my phone. Could you lend me yours to make a call?" Yu Xiaoyang casually picked up her phone, glanced at it, and replied coolly, "I have no signal either." Then, feigning confusion, she looked at He Chu and asked, "What is wrong? Why does your face look so pale?" Mentioning it seemed to trigger He Chu, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to steady her nerves. "People are being eaten outside. I don't know what has happened to them." Yu Xiaoyang shot her a disdainful glance. "What are you talking about? Do you think this is the apocalypse?" He Chu's pupils dilated, staring blankly at Yu Xiaoyang. "Apocalypse? Yes, it's the end of the world. Look, just look outside. There are indeed people being eaten on the street." As she spoke, she pulled Yu Xiaoyang towards the window, and Yu Xiaoyang was surprised by the sudden strength He Chu displayed. Indeed, On the route to the dormitory, there were individuals being devoured, not just killed but consumed. She had witnessed such scenes countless times before, yet Choo remained oblivious. Thus, Yu Xiaoyang feigned a demeanor of panic, stepping back a few paces, murmuring, How? How could this happen? We need to call the police. But there is no signal on our phones. What should we do? Choo could no longer contain her fear and burst into tears, as if trying to expel all the terror she felt inside. A girl rushed past, likely attempting to escape, but she was suddenly seized by the reanimated corpses surrounding her. How could a frail girl fend off 4 or 5 of them? In no time, she collapsed in a pool of blood, the corpses surrounding her as they ripped her apart. Though Yu Xiaoyang had grown accustomed to such horrors, her stomach churned. Even after witnessing it so many times, each occurrence still filled her with dread, a fear of when such a fate might befall her. Humanity is such that only when danger approaches can one truly comprehend the essence of fear. They are situated in a newly developed area, which has the advantage of fewer people and vehicles on the road. However, the individuals are mostly concentrated in factories and companies. Currently, the zombies have not yet emerged. If one were to escape now, it would be the optimal moment. Delaying for another day or 2 would mean that by then, all the zombies would pour onto the streets, chasing after any living beings they could find. That would be the true perilous moment. Just imagine stepping out of a company, with your former colleagues and others transformed into zombies pursuing you. It would be unbearable. With this thought in mind, she decisively slung her packed bag over her shoulder and prepared to leave. Choo hurriedly blocked her path, pleading, Yang, where are you going? Please don't leave. I have a terrible premonition. It's dangerous outside. Don't you think those flesh-eating creatures resemble the zombies depicted on television? She had no intention of seeking the police, as that would be tantamount to courting death. The police themselves were struggling to survive. But it's so dangerous outside. Please don't go. The police will come to rescue us. Choo implored. Yet, Yu Xiaoyang was resolute in her decision, and there was no way she could be persuaded otherwise. With a grave expression, she stated, I must go. We cannot sit here and wait for doom. If it truly is the end of the world, I want to be with my parents. Choo stared at her in shock, realizing she could no longer dissuade her. However, leaving her alone in this desolate place was out of the question. There was no water or food here, and she would perish. Biting her lip in turmoil, she seemed to be making a decision. Finally, with a firm resolve, she declared, I will go with you. Nanny? Yu Xiaoyang was taken aback. Why would she accompany her? Who gave her permission? She must be out of her mind. Yes, go find Zhang Sheng. You two are a perfect match. Why are you bothering with me? Choo's face was a mixture of sorrow and determination, with tears glistening on her delicate eyelashes as she looked at her pitifully. You truly do not believe in me. Of course, Yu Xiaoyang didn't believe her. To trust her would be akin to selling herself out. It was absurd to keep asking such unproductive questions. This was not a romance novel. Ultimately, Yu Xiaoyang had underestimated Choo's tenacity. Choo firmly grasped her backpack and turned her head away, resolutely stating, I don't care. Wherever Yang goes, I will follow. You either stay with me, or I will go with you. Yu Xiaoyang was struck dumb, gazing at Choo for a long moment in silence. Her mouth moved, but no words came forth. Finally, she thought of a phrase. Those who are reckless fear nothing. Those who fear nothing are unashamed. If one has lost all sense of shame, what more is there to fear? However, Choo was resolute. She was not to be trifled with. After all she had done, she could not merely entangle herself with Choo again. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the fury rising within her and squinted at Choo. Her intention was to allow Choo to endure suffering in the apocalypse before taking action. But if she continued to cling to her, she would not hesitate to act immediately. After all, resolving the matter sooner rather than later would prevent numerous complications and could serve as a form of closure for her past life. Moreover, Choo was certainly no match for her. She had amassed countless experiences from 3 years of battling the undead in the apocalypse, knowing precisely how to dispatch a person swiftly. Although her current body was not as formidable as before, dealing with an unarmed Choo would be effortlessly simple. Just as her murderous intent began to surface, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. It was likely a person and not the undead, as the latter would simply crash against the door without such courtesy. Yang Yang, Chu, are you there? It's Zhang Sheng. Open up quickly. Zhang Sheng, that scoundrel. Why is he here? This defies logic. Shouldn't he be at work or enjoying himself elsewhere? She had yet to comprehend the situation when Chu had already moved to open the door. Upon seeing Zhang Sheng, she was so excited that she nearly enveloped him in an embrace. Zhang Sheng, you finally made it. I was so scared with Yang Yang here. Zhang Sheng placed his hands on her shoulders, noticing her troubled expression but clean appearance, indicating that she had not encountered any mishap. Are you both all right? He then glanced at Yu Xiaoyang, who stood behind her. Yu Xiaoyang ignored his tender gaze and replied coolly, we're still alive. Zhang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Chu turned to him, her dissatisfaction evident. Yang Yang, how can you speak to Zhang Sheng like that? He took such a great risk to come here to find you. Don't you care about him at all? Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes. But you're here. Isn't that enough? Do I need to show concern? The moment Zhang Sheng arrived, she had seen Chu throw herself at him, leaving no room for her involvement. Chu's face flushed crimson, feeling utterly wronged as she cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Sheng, but said nothing, lowering her head in silence. A flicker of anger crossed Zhang Sheng's face. How can you speak like that? I came here for your sake. Yu Xiaoyang immediately seized upon his verbal slip. See? It's you both, not just me. Zhang Sheng was incensed, his chest heaving heavily as he struggled to refrain from lashing out at her. He had more pressing matters to discuss. If his assumptions were correct, the outside world had undergone a drastic transformation. He had waited for Chu at the company gate, planning to invite Yu Xiaoyang to dinner to soothe her. But upon arriving, he was met with a meteor shower and subsequently lost consciousness. When he awoke, an entire day and night had passed. What had he witnessed? Cannibals? The undead? The apocalypse? He could hardly believe it. Fortunately, he had fainted in his car. Awakening early spared him from being captured by those monstrous beings. He witnessed a couple awakening from slumber. The woman fiercely grasped the man's arm and bit down with tremendous force, tearing away a chunk of flesh in mere moments. The man, jolted awake by the pain, found himself pressed down again by the woman, who sank her teeth into his neck. He never awoke again. Terrified, he hesitated to emerge from his vehicle, but soon, a ghoul approached, tapping on his car. Realizing he had been discovered, an inexplicable courage surged within him. He found a hammer in the car and struck down the creature intent on devouring him. As blood splattered across his face, he could not discern his emotions. Was it relief, exhilaration, or fear? Perhaps all of them. Regardless, he understood that this place was perilous, unfamiliar, and devoid of refuge. Thus, he sought out Yu Xiaoyang and Chu. Grateful that they were still alive, he was not alone. Zhang Sheng frowned, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? You are utterly oblivious to the outside situation. I've just returned from there. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as hellish. You wish to venture out? Do you have a death wish? Save your antics for later. Do you not see the gravity of the moment? Whether you choose to stay is your affair, but I shall depart. For the last time, step aside. Chu, irritated by her obstinacy, suppressed her discomfort and continued to persuade her. It was far too unsafe for a girl to be alone. It would be ideal for Yu Xiaoyang to remain, whether as a weapon or an excuse. She would not suffer any loss. Yang Yang, cease this stubbornness. I know you suspect Zhang Sheng and me, but time reveals the truth. You will eventually see that we have nothing. Yesterday, his words were merely to provoke you, to gauge how much you care for him. Is that not right, Zhang Sheng? She cast a tearful glance at him, her eyes conveying unspoken sentiments. Zhang Sheng suppressed his annoyance and nodded casually. Indeed, Chu speaks the truth. I was only teasing you, just a jest. I jest. How amusing. Does that mean murdering her was a jest as well? No, we must leave. The longer we linger, the more detrimental it becomes for her. She has no time to waste entangled with them. With a semblance of a smile, she gazed at Chu. Surely you do not believe remaining here is safe? This is an industrial zone. Though few in number, people are concentrated in various companies and factories. Once they emerge, do you think you know the consequences? Moreover, there is no water or food. How long do you expect to endure? If you choose not to leave, so be it, but do not hinder me. Seizing the moment while Chu and Zhang Sheng were still in shock, she darted towards the door, hand resting on the doorknob, ready to depart. He choo-choo, as if awakening from a dream, exclaimed, "We will go with you." Zhang Sheng grasped her arm, incredulous. "Are you insane?" Do not heed her words. The outside is terrifying. You cannot fathom the horrors those creatures embody. The police will come to rescue us. We should simply wait here. Ichuchu found herself in a state of indecision. Her instincts urged her to flee, sensing the imminent danger, while her rational mind reminded her, as Zhang Sheng had said, that the police would arrive. This was not a scene from a television drama. How could the apocalypse truly unfold? Perhaps it was merely a viral outbreak that would resolve itself in due time. There was nothing to fear. Indeed, she must have been overthinking. As she lifted her gaze, intending to persuade Yu Xiaoyang to remain by her side, she was startled to discover that Yu Xiaoyang had already slipped away, her complexion paling in alarm. Damn it! When did Yu Xiaoyang become so elusive like a serpent? Entirely beyond her control? It was all Zhang Sheng's fault for being so careless. Had their secret not been uncovered by Yu Xiaoyang, she would still be under her influence. Rather than now speaking with such sharpness and malice, Yu Xiaoyang regarded the two hesitating individuals with a cold smirk, uttering not a word, lightly pushing the door open and slipping outside. By the time they reached a consensus, she might have already exited the building. The dormitory area remained relatively tranquil. Residing on the third floor spared her the use of the elevator. As she passed by other dorms, she heard muffled thuds from within, likely the occupants having succumbed to zombification, unable to escape. Navigating the staircase meant confronting the potential threat of a zombie suddenly appearing around the corner. She broke the glass of the fire extinguisher, retrieving the axe inside, inhaling deeply. It was fine, Yu Xiaoyang. She could do this. It was not her first encounter with the undead. Dispatching them would ensure her safety. Yet, she could not afford to be complacent. One could never predict when or where they might emerge to claim her life. Caution was imperative. Just as she was about to open the glass door leading outside, a deafening roar erupted from behind her. Her body tensed instinctively, reacting faster than her mind. The axe swung, splattering a thick, metallic scent across her face. There was no time to wipe it away. She struck again. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were relatively easy to deal with. They had yet to become bloated with flesh, their limbs still stiff. With careful maneuvering, one could easily avoid being clawed by them. Unfortunately, many failed to grasp this truth, screaming in terror upon sighting a zombie, which was tantamount to inviting death. In such moments, one must either wield a weapon to eliminate the threat or flee swiftly. For the undead would tirelessly pursue until they lost the scent, often gathering more companions along the way. Congratulations, you are not far from death. After witnessing the zombie collapse entirely, she wiped the blood from her face, recognizing the figure as the dormitory's manager, a jovial woman who had always treated them kindly. It was shocking to realize she was among the first to transform into a zombie. She felt no guilt, understanding that had she not struck her down, it would have been her own demise. She did not wish to perish, and thus, she had to defend her life. Outside, the number of zombies seemed to have increased, for no one had passed through. A handful wandered aimlessly beneath the dormitory, while others squatted together, feasting on flesh. Those who bear no wounds or scars are the first to have transformed into zombies. Those with injuries, such as a missing arm or leg, or a gaping hole in their abdomen, have succumbed to the bite and subsequently become the undead. The initial wave of zombies possesses formidable strength akin to awakened abilities in humans, bestowed upon them by the meteor shower, regardless of its nature, be it good or ill. Yu Xiaoyang recognized a colleague from the finance department, Su Jiao, a strikingly beautiful young woman who typically attracted many admirers. There was an unspoken rivalry between her and He Chu, perhaps stemming from a mutual aversion or an instinctive recognition of kindred spirits. Their relationship was primarily professional, as Su Jiao had also joined the ranks of the first zombies, likely having collapsed unexpectedly on her way back to the dormitory. Now, her complexion was ashen, her once radiant face devoid of luster, aimlessly wandering beneath the dormitory building as if surveying her territory, occasionally letting out a growl towards other zombies. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Xiaoyang resolved to steer clear of them. She was not yet a match for the 4 or 5 zombies that now roamed nearby. Unless absolutely necessary, She preferred to avoid confrontation, as future dangers loomed and conserving energy was paramount. However, if she did not proceed forward, she would have to navigate around the woods behind the dormitory to exit, a far more perilous option. Not only was there uncertainty regarding how many zombies might emerge from the factories beyond, but the distance would also increase significantly. How could she pass through unnoticed? Just as she hesitated, Yu Xiaoyang spotted two young women stealthily approaching from the office area, their faces somewhat familiar yet nameless, likely assistants from the executive department. It puzzled her why they were heading toward the dormitory. If they were fleeing, they should be making for the main entrance. They seemed oblivious to the 4 or 5 zombies lurking at the dormitory entrance, their view obscured by a few evergreen trees. Their inability to see the zombies did not guarantee that the zombies would overlook them. Yu Xiaoyang understood that she could not allow them to come this way, as it would only lead them into the heart of the dormitory. Yet, she had no means to communicate with them without drawing the zombies' attention. It was critical that the zombies did not become attracted to the two women. If they were to crash against the door, her escape would be utterly thwarted. The two women seemed to have noticed her, their eyes lighting up as they called out, "Hey, quickly open the door. Is Minister Li sending you to fetch us?" Yao Shanshan inwardly cursed their naivety. They were about to become live targets. As anticipated, Su Jiao and several other zombies were drawn toward them, prompting the two girls to scream and dash toward her, pleading, "Open the door quickly." After a moment of hesitation, Yu Xiaoyang realized that if the door remained closed, the two girls would undoubtedly perish at the threshold, ultimately falling prey to the zombies. The scent of blood would incite the undead into a frenzied assault on the glass door, and it would not be long before they breached the entrance. Conversely, should she choose to open the door, the zombies would also batter against it, driven by the tantalizing prospect of food within their grasp. Yet, if the girls managed to enter, they could retreat upstairs, evading the immediate peril with relative ease. The dilemma of whether to open the door or not weighed heavily upon her. Should she allow them to succumb outside, or grant them sanctuary within? Suddenly, her gaze flitted to a window behind her. The dormitory, designed for aesthetic appeal, lacked protective bars and was merely equipped with glass. After all, security personnel patrolled the factory entrance, rendering concerns about safety somewhat negligible. An idea soon crystallized in her mind. She would let the girls in and then escape through the window. The 4 zombies were already drawn towards the 2 girls, providing her the perfect opportunity to slip away unnoticed. If the girls were astute enough to shut the door behind them and hasten upstairs to find Minister Li, there was a chance for survival. Yet, if they were not quick-witted or fleet of foot, then unfortunately, no one could save them. She convinced herself she had done her utmost. By opening the door, she would draw the zombies' attention to the girls while she made her escape through the window. With the zombies entirely captivated by the girls, they would not pursue her, even if she were to inadvertently attract their notice while circumventing them. She believed she had the agility to evade capture. Resolving her internal conflict, she swiftly unlatched the glass door and made her way to the window. At the moment she leapt from the window, the 2 girls dashed inside. Whether they remembered to close the door was beyond her concern. She had no time for such trivialities. Run, she thought. Run with all her might if she wished to survive. Driven by an overwhelming determination, she covered the distance that usually took over 10 minutes in a mere 2. In times of peril, human beings could summon extraordinary bursts of speed. The apocalypse had erupted just as the workday ended, leaving most people trapped in their offices, with only a handful outside. Upon exiting the security room, she found the number of zombies at the entrance to be relatively sparse. A few zombies hunched over, feasting on their prey, and Yao Shanshan cautiously approached, careful not to alert them. At that moment, the zombies were just awakening. Flesh and blood were their most irresistible lures. With sufficient caution, she could undoubtedly slip away undetected. Moreover, her 3 years of experience in this post-apocalyptic world were not without merit. She felt confident in her ability to navigate past the zombies. Zhang Sheng's car was parked right at the entrance, a white Volkswagen that caught her eye immediately. She dashed towards it, noting that Zhang Sheng must have been in such a hurry that he had forgotten to remove the key from the ignition. She opened the door, slid into the seat, swiftly closed the door, and started the engine. The vehicle surged forward like an arrow, her actions seamless and without delay. The vehicles in the new district were already scarce, and during this hour, which coincided with the workday, the roads were almost devoid of cars and pedestrians. This was precisely why she had chosen this time to depart. She believed it would not be long before the corporate zombies would swarm out, transforming this place into a veritable hell on earth. Despite her meticulous calculations, it all seemed to have been for naught, leaving her to wonder if fate was conspiring against her. If she were to be reborn and still fail to keep her parents safe by her side, she knew she could never forgive herself. Suddenly, she spotted a gas station a few dozen meters from the intersection. Her eyes brightened. Her supply of gasoline had run dry, and this commodity was indeed scarce. With it, she would not have to fear running out of fuel during her escape. After a moment's contemplation, she hurried towards the gas station. It was modest in size, with 2 vehicles parked at the entrance, both waiting to be refueled, and 3 staff members present. One of the vehicles was already occupied by a zombie, while the other staff members were frantically beating against another car, screaming in terror. Yuxi Yang surmised that there must be living individuals inside the second vehicle, which had drawn the zombies' attention. Upon noticing her approach, the occupants of the car cried out for help, pleading for her to drive the zombies away. Yuxi Yang smirked. Driving them away was beyond her capabilities, as zombies were known to be deadly. There were 4 zombies in total, 3 women who were the gas station staff, and 1 man clad in an expensive suit, likely the owner of the other vehicle. Since she had come here in search of fuel, it was inevitable that she would confront these 4 zombies. She did not intend to flee. Only by dispatching these 3 zombies could she refuel with peace of mind. Gripping the axe tightly in her hand, she inhaled deeply, steeling herself for the grim task ahead. The harsh reality was that her arms ached painfully, and lifting them was a struggle that made her break into a cold sweat. She had overestimated her strength, given that she had never wielded anything heavier than a cooking spatula in this life. The weight of the axe, combined with the prolonged effort, was simply too much for her muscles to bear. Ignoring her pain, she rushed into the gas station and unearthed dozens of fuel cans of various sizes. To her delight, she discovered that some of the cans actually contained gasoline, which she promptly stored in her space. She then grabbed several of the largest cans to fill at the pump. Meanwhile, the woman who had called out for help earlier cautiously opened her car door, ensuring there were no zombies lurking before daring to step outside. The woman clearly regarded Yuxi Yang with trepidation, but her fear of the fallen zombies was even greater. You killed them," the woman stammered. As Yuxi Yang filled the pump, she replied, "They are no longer human. How can zombies be considered people?" She placed a full fuel canister into the vehicle driven by the man, then continued to fill another empty container. With others around her, she refrained from storing more items in her space. "Zombies?" The woman's voice suddenly rose, disbelief etched across her features. "You've gone mad. You must be insane. Do you think this is a movie?" Su Xiaoyang scoffed, her gaze deliberately directed towards the half-eaten body. "Did you not witness it with your own eyes?" The woman followed her gaze and was instantly rendered speechless. Indeed, she had seen it, humans devouring one another, but that did not compel her to accept the existence of zombies in this world. It was far too fantastical, completely beyond her comprehension. Little did she realize that the apocalypse was a realm that subverted human understanding. Everything was turned upside down, regardless of one's accomplishments prior to the end of the world. If one lacked supernatural abilities afterward, they were rendered utterly useless, a mere liability when it came to confronting zombies. You are human. What is your name?" "I am Wang Yin, sales manager at Foodie Real Estate." Wang Yin suppressed the turmoil within her, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as she spoke. She wished to glean more information, and the girl before her was undoubtedly the best source. Su Xiaoyang continued her task without a hint of slowing down, lifting another canister filled with gasoline to the vehicle. Observing this, Wang Yin moved to assist her, only to be met with Su Xiaoyang's refusal. She preferred to manage her own affairs, finding the presence of a stranger to be unsettling. Names do not matter, nor does identity. What is paramount is survival. Is it not? The woman bit her lip, hesitantly gazing at her. "I merely wish to thank you." Su Xiaoyang waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that. I appreciate those who understand their place. I find you quite perceptive. In the time it took to speak, she had already filled nearly 10 barrels with gasoline. Each barrel weighed about 50 kilograms, totaling roughly 700 to 800 kilograms. Adding to that the gasoline she had previously collected, she now possessed around 1,000 kilograms, seemingly a substantial amount, yet she knew it was far from sufficient. In the post-apocalyptic world, gasoline was a consumable. Once depleted, it would be gone for good. 1,000 kilograms was hardly considerable. Wang Yin, perplexed by her relentless activity, inquired, "What are you doing with so much gasoline?" Before the woman could speak again, Su Xiaoyang interjected, "Perhaps you should fill some gasoline as well. The world has changed. Have you not noticed the multitude of abandoned vehicles on the road? Many of them have already become zombies. They will not remain trapped for long. Soon, they will emerge as the most terrifying predators in this world." The reason she had warned Wang Yin was that she suddenly recalled a formidable metal-based female supernatural being who had emerged after the apocalypse. She had never encountered Wang Yin and was uncertain if this was the same individual, yet she was willing to extend a courtesy. After all, anyone who could maintain composure in the face of such gruesome scenes was unlikely to be ordinary. In this new world, having one more ally was far superior to having another enemy, especially if that ally possessed considerable abilities. Wang Yin hesitated for a moment before stating, "I live in the city." For the first time, she felt fortunate that her home was situated in the town above, where the population, though not sparse, was certainly less dense than that of the city. The buildings were not overly crowded, with the tallest structure reaching merely 6 stories, mostly comprising individual residences. Wang Yin, displaying remarkable intelligence, merely needed to glance at the road and reflect on recent events to comprehend the dire situation that awaited her, causing her voice to diminish considerably in tone. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yin resolutely stood up, wiped the beads of water from her face, and confidently approached the building adjacent to the gas station, where she had seen Yu Xiaoyang retrieve the fuel barrels. Upon entering the building, she hastily stored several canisters of gasoline into her space, leaving only around 10 on the vehicle. At that moment, she was uncertain about how to manage the gasoline. It would be unwise to store it all in her space, as Wang Yin would undoubtedly notice upon her return. However, leaving in the car was futile, as she could not drive away, and the road home was completely impassable. Wang Yin soon emerged with 7 or 8 fuel barrels, her movements remarkably swift, defying the typical grace of an ordinary woman. Yu Xiaoyang expressed her gratitude, though Wang Yin seemed perplexed by her words, responding with a bewildered, "What do you mean? Thank me? I haven't helped you at all." With a clear route established, the vehicle no longer felt superfluous. Instead, it proved to be quite useful. Yu Xiaoyang swiftly surveyed the gas station and noticed several bottles of mineral water inside. Without hesitation, she seized 5 bottles, leaving the remainder for Wang Yin. Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, already calculating her next move. She understood the importance of prioritizing tasks and took her time, refraining from immediately gathering the water. Having completed her preparations, Yu Xiaoyang did not intend to linger. She glanced at the distant road, opened the car door, and decided to leave a message for Wang Yin. They could no longer afford to wait. With that, she pressed the accelerator and sped away, confident that Wang Yin would quickly grasp her intent. Following the familiar paths etched in her memory, she recognized a few landmarks, crushing numerous zombies that appeared along the way, resulting in her vehicle becoming increasingly soiled. The blackened blood dried upon the windows, soon obscuring visibility, and within just a few hours, the once pristine white paint was stained a grimy shade of dark red. As she arrived at the entrance of a shop, Yu Xiaoyang contemplated whether to disembark and gather supplies for her space. Observing the nearby zombies, she noted 2 inside the store and 1 wandering outside, manageable foes that she could easily dispatch. Resolutely, she grabbed her axe and exited the vehicle. The wandering zombie immediately approached her, only to be met with a powerful swing of her axe, severing its head cleanly. The body swayed for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Wiping the blood from her face, she dashed into the shop, swiftly dealing with the 2 zombies inside, daring not to linger, and promptly stored the supplies from the shelves into her space. She did not take everything, thinking that if others could escape, there might be some food left for them. One must not be too ruthless. After collecting her belongings, she did not linger and rushed towards her vehicle. Just as she opened the door, a figure suddenly emerged from beside a utility pole. Assuming it was a zombie, she instinctively raised her axe to strike. However, she heard a voice pleading, "No, no. I'm human. I'm human." If only she had spoken sooner. Otherwise, she would have become a mere heap of flesh by now. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, people could be as terrifying as the undead. Who could discern her intentions or identity? Yu Xiaoyang lowered her axe, scrutinizing the woman who had rushed towards her. She forcefully pushed her away, stepping back while remaining vigilant, refusing to let her guard down simply because the woman was of the fair sex. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, her clothing tattered, and her expression frantic. Maintaining her composure, Yu Xiaoyang queried, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The woman, clearly in distress, stammered, My husband has turned into something strange. He killed my son. I barely escaped from home, but the streets are filled with those things. I'm terrified. I can't drive. Can you please help me?" Without hesitation, Yu Xiaoyang declined. "No, I have my own matters to attend to." With a scoff, she thought, "Am I to ignore the plight of others? Look at the society we live in. We're the police. They cannot even save themselves, let alone help you. Furthermore, while it might be easy to take her along, what would happen afterward? If the woman discovered that this world had transformed into a hellscape, where everyone had turned into monsters, she would undoubtedly cling to her. That was not the outcome Yu Xiaoyang desired. Apart from her parents, she had no obligation or intention to protect anyone else. Coldly, Yu Xiaoyang stated, "I cannot accompany you, nor can I take you outside. The world is filled with those creatures. It makes no difference where you go. Find a place to hide. In this apocalypse, nowhere is truly safe." The woman paused, then shook her head in disbelief. "No, that's impossible. You're lying. There are doctors and police outside. How could it be just those flesh-eating monsters?" As Yu Xiaoyang prepared to enter her vehicle, the woman grasped the door tightly, preventing her from closing it. The woman appeared visibly terrified and bewildered. "You have to take me with you, or I won't let you go." Yu Xiaoyang frowned, realizing she had inadvertently become entangled with her. Had she known better, she would have simply pushed her away from the start. Now she faced an unwanted complication. Though she could sever the woman's hand gripping the door, such an act would be unnecessarily brutal. At the dawn of the apocalypse, she did not wish to resort to such measures, especially since the woman had done nothing wrong. She merely wished to survive. Reluctantly, she nodded, "All right, come in." The woman, elated, flung open the back door and climbed inside, only to scream, Why is there gasoline all over the seat?" Yu Xiaoyang glanced at the woman standing awkwardly in the rearview mirror and casually tossed her a pack of tissues, expressing her impatience. "If you're not sitting down, then get out." The woman seemed to want to say something, but ultimately held her tongue, muttering a barely audible comment that Yu Xiaoyang did not catch. The gasoline on the seat was what she had just spilled. Perhaps the cap on the fuel nozzle had not been secured properly. At the gas station, she could not pour it all into the space directly, so she had to drive a short distance, and only after leaving the station did she pour the gasoline and water into the space. "You're quite peculiar, choosing to take the small road through our village instead of the main highway. Are you planning to cross the upcoming intersection to get on the expressway?" Yu Xiaoyang lowered her eyelids, confirming that she had indeed not taken a wrong turn. There should be an intersection ahead, leading to the newly constructed expressway, which was still relatively free of traffic. This new route was not heavily traveled, as most vehicles were diverted to the national highway heading towards the airport. "Oh, I see. You're from W City. Please take me there. My friend works there. We can look out for each other on the way." Plus, she has a daughter who is quite capable and should be able to find someone to rescue her husband and son. Yu Xiaoyang frowned. "I want to be going to W City. I live in Chunfeng Town, and I'll drop you off at a safe junction soon." "How can you do this?" "If you don't take me, how am I supposed to get there?" "I can't drive." The woman immediately cried out. "What does it matter to me that you can't drive? It's already a kindness for me to bring you along." Yu Xiaoyang retorted, "Don't be so demanding." The woman wanted to respond, but Yu Xiaoyang cut her off as two zombies appeared by the roadside. Without a second thought, she slammed the accelerator, crashing into the zombies. They were flung into the air and landed heavily on the ground, unable to rise again. The woman watched in stunned silence, her expression one of horror as she recoiled into her seat, seemingly terrified that Yu Xiaoyang might turn on her next. Stammering, she said, "You killed them." The woman quickly shook her head, realizing that her initial impression of this seemingly harmless girl was misguided. Yu Xiaoyang was not someone to be trifled with. Yu Xiaoyang smirked, pleased with the outcome. "See, you just need to be a bit assertive with such people, and they won't dare to speak up." However, she had clearly underestimated the situation. As more and more zombies chased after the living, the woman became increasingly agitated, shrieking and retching. Yu Xiaoyang nearly considered abandoning her. Originally, she had wanted to keep the vehicle, but now it seemed unnecessary. If she spotted another vehicle elsewhere, she would surely discard this one. "Why didn't you save that person back there?" Yu Xiaoyang wore a grim expression. The odor within the vehicle was so foul it nearly induced nausea. Yet the windows could not be opened, rendering the stench indescribable. Coldly, she remarked, "If you desire to disembark and assist, I can halt the car immediately." The woman fell silent. If she possessed the capability to help, would she not have done so already? This wretched state of being made it abundantly clear that the world had indeed transformed, reminiscent of a television series her son once showed her, perhaps called The Walking Dead. The monstrous entities lurking outside bore an uncanny resemblance to the undead. However, as a rural woman, she had not observed the show closely, merely glancing at her son's computer in the yard until she was frightened enough to retreat to the kitchen. The specifics of the plot eluded her, but she faintly recalled that these creatures consumed humans and that a mere bite would transform one into a fellow cannibal, with no remedy available. Contemplating her son, she wondered how he fared now. Had he become akin to his father, roaming about in search of flesh? The thought filled her with dread and sorrow. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoyang slammed on the brakes, furrowing her brow at the sight of an excessive number of vehicles ahead. Had the village begun evacuating? It seemed implausible. The apocalypse had only just begun mere hours ago. Even if some individuals were quick to wake up to reality, they would not flee so hastily. Generally, people find it difficult to accept the onset of a zombie apocalypse. They require time to grasp the altered state of the world, to recognize the imminent danger necessitating immediate departure. This realization typically takes at least a day, as ordinary citizens are few in number who can swiftly awaken to the grim truth. Most would presume that the government would resolve the crisis, waiting patiently for assistance. After scrutinizing the scene for a moment, her expression darkened as she comprehended the reason for the congestion ahead. A sinking feeling gripped her as her lips grew pale. This was undoubtedly a wedding procession, was it not? How could this be? The apocalypse had erupted around 5 o'clock. Surely weddings were meant to be held in hotels within the city, not at home during such chaos. Was there an alternative route to access the highway at the upcoming intersection? She pondered and inquired of the woman in the back. Having never traversed this road in her previous life, she was uncertain of the circumstances. The convoy consisted of approximately 10 vehicles, with the lead car being the newlywed sedan. Its vibrant red exterior symbolized the couple's dreams and aspirations for the future, abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen calamity. Yu Xiaoyang had no time for lamentation. She swiftly assessed the current state of the procession. One vehicle had its door ajar, likely opened by someone regaining consciousness inside, while several others swayed erratically. She surmised that the occupants had transformed into zombies, desperately thrashing against the glass in an attempt to escape. Yet if there were survivors, why was there not a single soul nearby? Had they fled long ago? Or had they succumbed to the same fate? With an involuntary sigh, she murmured, "Alas, am I truly to be trapped here?" The woman hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts, yet after much deliberation, her words remained unspoken. Yao Shanshan glanced at her through the rearview mirror and remarked coolly, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why the hesitation? What does it mean? Is this car yours?" Upon noticing the woman's troubled expression, she quickly added, "We can abandon this vehicle and switch to the one at the front. After all, the occupants inside are dead." Initially taken aback, Yu Xiaoyang's face brightened at the suggestion. It appeared she had been so consumed by her own escape that she had overlooked such a simple solution. Unexpectedly, this individual, who had never fully embraced the trials of the apocalypse, possessed a clarity that surpassed her own. She let out a bitter laugh, realizing her nerves had been overly taut. If she continued in this manner, it would likely be detrimental. one must understand that every endeavor requires a gradual approach. Recklessly plunging in without consideration will inevitably lead to neglecting other important factors, making it difficult to achieve desired outcomes. You are right. I had completely forgotten. In this apocalypse, while many things are scarce, vehicles are certainly abundant. As long as there is fuel, any car on the road can be driven. At the onset of the apocalypse, most cars still have gasoline, unlike later when even a drop would be impossible to find. She contemplated the futility of mentioning that the government would not provide any medication. Ultimately, she refrained from voicing this thought, not for any reason other than that she too was a mother. In this precarious situation, the whereabouts of her daughter might be her sole glimmer of hope. There was no need to shatter that hope with harsh realities. Let us take it one step at a time, she resolved. Understanding would come in due course. The more she observed the scenes of the apocalypse, the clearer things would become. There was no need for further words. It was best to exit the vehicle and assess the operability of the car at the front. With a careful motion, she opened the car door, aware that the dense foliage around could conceal lurking zombies, necessitating utmost caution. The first vehicle ahead was the bridal car. Its door ajar, the bride mysteriously absent, while the groom in the passenger seat had already succumbed to the zombie transformation. The driver, having awakened late to the horror, was now unrecognizable, having been ravaged by the groom. The woman trailed closely behind her, trembling at the sight before them. Had it not been for Yu Xiaoyang's piercing glare, she might have screamed. The woman nodded vigorously, acknowledging the danger, and lamented, "How has society descended into this chaos?" Unable to resist, she leaned out to catch another glimpse of the groom, her face betraying a mix of pity and sorrow. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion for Zhang's son. "I can't fathom how it has turned into this." Yu Xiaoyang scoffed. "How did it come to this? I wish I knew." Countless souls in this apocalypse ponder the same question, yet no answers emerge. Over time, numbness sets in, and it seems everyone forgets to even ask. Let's move on. Wait, it seems someone is over there. She abruptly halted, her voice cold and commanding. "Who is there? Step forward." Silence ensued, as if her earlier perception was merely an illusion. "Is anyone there? You must have misread the situation. I did not see the woman mumbling at all. There must be someone hiding at the corner of the three-story building in the distance." She had just heard voices, but as soon as she glanced over, they immediately fell silent. If they had stepped out openly, she might not have been so concerned, but their concealment suggested ulterior motives, and she abhorred any potential danger. "If you don't come out, I shall not be courteous any longer." No, we're coming out," a young girl's voice responded. Two young women cautiously emerged from the corner. A glance at their attire revealed their identities to Yu Xiaoyang. They were undoubtedly the bride and her maid of honor from the wedding procession. It was surprising that the entire convoy had met with disaster, yet these two remained unscathed. The half-open door of the wedding car must have been used by them to disembark. The bride was clad in a singular white wedding gown, draped in a white silk shawl. While the ensemble looked splendid inside the well-heated vehicle, it was ill-suited to the frigid environment outside. She would likely succumb to the cold before the zombies could claim her. The maid of honor fared little better, merely donning an additional woolen coat over her short dress, leaving her calves fully exposed. The pair appeared uncertain whether their reddened eyes were a result of the cold or tears as they hugged themselves, shivering profusely. The woman behind them evidently recognized the bride and, upon witnessing the scene, hurriedly removed her somewhat tattered-down jacket, draping it over the bride's shoulders with a look of pity. "Xiaowan, how could you encounter such misfortune? Today was supposed to be a day of joy for you. Who could have foreseen this?" Her words trailed off, unable to continue. The bride's eyes glistened with tears as she finally spotted a familiar face and received a warm garment. She immediately embraced the woman, sobbing, "Aunt Wu, I feel so despondent." Yu Xiaoyang cast a glance at the heartbroken duo. One needed comfort, while the other sought an outlet for her emotions, and thus they clung to one another in their sorrow. However, this was certainly not a suitable moment for their lamentations. In a chilling tone, she interjected silence. "Do you wish to track the zombies?" Aunt Wu was taken aback, hastily wiping her tears as she surveyed the vicinity, not spotting any approaching zombies. She turned to the bride and said, "This is Yu Xiaoyang. I met her on the road. and she helped me escape. She shared a distant familial connection with the Zhang family, hence her acquaintance with the bride. The bride nodded in acknowledgement, about to speak when Yu Xiaoyang interrupted. What are you doing here? When did you awaken? She had no desire to waste time on pleasantries. She was more interested in understanding the current situation. The bride began, but before she could finish, a series of sneezes interrupted her. Thankfully, the down jacket that Aunt Wu had lent her would soon provide some warmth. Though the maid of honor's face was nearly devoid of color, her red lipstick creating an eerie contrast against her pallid complexion. She sighed, ultimately yielding to her compassionate nature, and removed her coat to drape it over her companion. Though the latter wore little clothing, she could not bear to witness someone perish from the cold before her eyes. The situation had not yet reached such dire straits. Soon, they would reach a safe haven where she could retrieve additional garments from her belongings. However, the bridesmaid remained unaware of when she might acquire suitable attire, and given the current weather, lingering for another half hour could render her completely numb to the elements. The bridesmaid repeatedly expressed her gratitude, her voice tinged with a poignant tremor that revealed the brink of her sanity's collapse. Where did you come from? Is it filled with those man-eating creatures outside? No, they were zombies. Most of today's youth had likely seen a handful of zombie films. Yet, having seen them did not equate to acceptance. It was difficult for anyone to fathom the presence of living corpses looming before them. What shall we do? The bride and her bridesmaid exchanged glances devoid of ideas. Their minds were a chaotic tangle, still reeling from the sudden upheaval. It was Aunt Wu who first suggested Xiaowan. Isn't your home in W City? My daughter happens to be in W City as well. Why don't we go together? Xiaowan hesitated, her lips barely moving as she managed to utter a few words. But what if W City is just like here? The bridesmaid paused, yet she persisted. But where are our parents? Even if they have perished, I want to die alongside them. As soon as the words escaped her lips, she added, but first, I need to check on Zhang Yi's father. Su Xiaoyang furrowed her brow, unable to restrain herself as she interjected, if you are holding a wedding at home, what difference does it make? There are so many people in his family. Even if his parents are safe, can you guarantee their rescue? Xiaowan regarded her, instinctively shaking her head in negation. Su Xiaoyang lowered her gaze, choosing not to look at Xiaowan any longer. Why subject oneself to unnecessary sorrow? The bridesmaid lifted the corners of her mouth slightly, but remained silent, understanding that in such moments, her words would be unwelcome. Should Xiaowan later regret her choices, she would likely place the blame on her shoulders. Such sentiments were perhaps better left for outsiders to express. Xiaowan appeared to be in deep contemplation, her brows knitted tightly, her fists clenched and then released repeatedly. But Zhang is already gone. I do not wish for his parents to suffer the same fate. Zhang, he was always kind to me, and I do not want him to die with unresolved worries. In rural areas, nearly every household possessed a gate, and once the heavy iron doors were shut, entry or exit became impossible. Unlike the city, rural life offered fewer distractions, leading to earlier nights. During the apocalypse, it was around 5 o'clock when many were gathered at home for dinner. Typically, the gates remained closed at this hour, rendering the presence of zombies relatively scarce. However, that could change at any moment. Moreover, the sight of the nearby convoy, filled with zombies attempting to escape their vehicles, instilled an inexplicable chill. For zombies tainted with blood would only grow more formidable over time. Discuss amongst yourselves. I shall retrieve the vehicle. If it were not for the intention of having them take Aunt Wu away, she would not be lingering with them. In this apocalyptic world, must we not act with greater decisiveness? Do they not understand that time is of the essence? Perhaps, in the interval of their hesitation, a horde of zombies could very well approach. Aunt Wu continues to urge her on. The bridesmaid glances at Xiaowan and then back at her, hastening a few steps to inquire. Xiaoyang, are you heading to procure the last vehicle? Xiaoyang casts a sidelong glance at her and replies, Indeed. My vehicle has been obstructed by the convoy. Here, we can select a car that can reach the highway in approximately 10 minutes, but should we choose to walk, it would take over half an hour. All the while remaining vigilant against zombies that may emerge from the roadside. That is exceedingly perilous. As she speaks, she remains on high alert, her axe poised for immediate action. The last vehicle is unfit for use. Its tire is damaged. When we first entered the village, the tire failed, prompting the convoy to halt. Little did we know that moments later, we would witness a meteor shower before losing consciousness. Xiaoyang pauses, realizing she had overlooked that detail. The apocalypse arrived abruptly. Everyone was engaged in their tasks when they succumbed to unconsciousness. When she exited the factory, the chaos on the road was palpable, and she had fainted while driving. How could there have been no consequences? The vehicles here are parked neatly, having not veered towards the adjacent houses or fields, indicating they indeed halted before losing consciousness. What then shall we do? Shall we relocate that vehicle to the nearby field to utilize the next one? That would consume too much time. However, it appears to be the only option, as repairing a tire is far more challenging than maneuvering a car to the side. After a moment's contemplation, she states, "Then we shall take the second vehicle." How many people are in the first one? The bridesmaid reflects briefly and replies, 2. 1 male and 1 female. They are Xiaowan's friends. 2. That is manageable, she muses, already forming a preliminary plan in her mind. And the second vehicle? It seems to belong to Zhang Yi. I recall it being cramped with 4 men. She hesitates before adding, could we potentially be unable to seize their vehicle? For men, that could prove challenging, especially if they have transformed into zombies. She nods, affirming, indeed, they likely have. When we exited the vehicle to seek help, we discovered that many had turned into zombies, and we hoped to see if any living souls remained within the convoy. Alas, we found none. If there is only one vehicle, who would drive it away? With a sigh, she shakes her head in resignation. Let us leave that for later. We will adapt to circumstances as they unfold. If time permits, we will take 2 vehicles. If not, we will settle for 1. At worst, we can seek another once we reach the highway. One can only hope it is a sound vehicle, intact and free from damage. Indeed, the bridesmaid was correct. In the first vehicle, there were merely 2 individuals, a man and a woman, both now zombies, furiously banging against the windows in their attempt to escape. The car sways precariously under their force, appearing exceedingly unstable. What is your name? We cannot continue to refer to you simply as bridesmaid. Li Lu. You may call me Li Lu. Yu Xiaoyang nodded and inquired if Li Lu was prepared. Startled, Li Lu asked what? Prepared for what? She was utterly oblivious. Yu Xiaoyang lowered his eyelids and explained in a calm tone, in a moment, you will open the door on the driver's side, and I will strike down. We must first deal with this man. However, recognizing that Li Lu was merely an ordinary person, still unaccustomed to the sudden apocalypse, he patiently asked, is there a problem? Li Lu, who had been gradually regaining color, turned pale in an instant, incredulously exclaiming, You mean to kill him? Was it not obvious? How could they drive without eliminating the zombie? Were they to play house here, or simply wait for the zombie to emerge and bite them? Do you wish to remain here? Yu Xiaoyang retorted. She hastily shook her head, stammering, of course not, but he is human. After a moment's reflection, she felt her words were inappropriate and quickly amended. He is undoubtedly a zombie, but if we kill him just like that, what if the government quickly develops a cure? We might end up in prison. Her speech became disjointed, as if she herself were unsure of her rationale. On one hand, she clearly understood that this was no longer a human but a zombie. Yet, despite its monstrous nature, the creature still retained the familiar appearance and characteristics of someone she once knew, rendering her incapable of taking action. Li Lu stared blankly. Seemingly unable to fully comprehend the situation, her eyes glazed over. Yu Xiaoyang paid her no mind, counting aloud 1, 2, 3. With a swift motion, a head fell to the ground, blood splattering onto Li Lu's face, starkly contrasting her pallid complexion. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at her and tossed a pack of tissues from his pocket, casually stating, wipe it off. As he spoke, the female zombie in the passenger seat lunged at them, but Yu Xiaoyang swiftly severed its head as well. The head rolled down the vehicle, gathering dust and dirt, coming to rest at Li Lu's feet, its wide-open eyes staring directly at her. Li Lu let out a piercing scream. Yu Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and stuffed the tissues into her mouth, coldly admonishing, if you scream again, you will sound just like it. Blood and the living are precisely why zombies chase after humans. Do you intend to attract the zombies with your cries? Perhaps it was the tissues muffling her voice or the effectiveness of his threat, but Li Lu's lips quivered as she pressed her hands tightly over her mouth. Daring not to utter a sound, her pupils, wide with shock and terror, fixated on him. After swallowing hard, she managed to stammer, "You killed them." Her voice trembled, nearly incoherent. Yu Xiaoyang corrected her, "We killed them. Don't you want to live? You must kill them to survive. That is the reason for our actions." Little did he know how profoundly this statement would affect Li Lu's life, kicking the two severed heads into the adjacent field. She glanced at the still dazed Li Lu and frowned. "Come over and help push the cart. We need to move it to the field below. Find a good vehicle. I noticed that one of the rear wheels is indeed damaged, likely punctured by something." The scent of blood from the two slain zombies began to permeate the air, which could incite the undead in the nearby vehicle. Blood drives zombies into a frenzy, making this place exceedingly perilous. "We must leave without delay." It is not that she wished to deny Li Lu time to acclimate, but time was of the essence. Every second counted, leaving no room for adjustment. After considerable effort, the two finally managed to push the cart down the road, thankfully paved with concrete, making the task somewhat easier. Upon sighting the second vehicle, she realized the situation would not be so straightforward. Inside sat 4 individuals, all young men in their 20s, with immense strength. She pondered why the likelihood of encountering zombies was so high here. A wedding procession reduced to just 2 survivors was remarkable. Regardless, they must first devise a means to eliminate these 4 zombies. If they intended to drive away in this vehicle, they could not simply decapitate them as before. Otherwise, the seats would be drenched in blood. They would have to wait until the zombies fully emerged before dispatching them one by one. However, she was uncertain how long the glass would hold, and she lacked the assurance of being able to dispatch all of them, for her stamina was limited while the zombies were relentless. Li Lu had grown accustomed to her decisiveness, unable to bear the sight of the zombies clawing their way down from the vehicle. Turning away, she timidly asked, "What should we do now?" The previous 2 zombies had been a man and a woman, the latter inherently weaker, making them easier to manage. Yet here stood a group of fully grown men. It was not that she wished to shy away, but the disparity in strength was daunting. With a sigh, Yu Xiaoyang concluded that the only option left was to confront them head-on, as they had done previously. Li Lu bit her lip, cautiously glancing at her. "What if we call Xiao Wan and Aunt Wu for assistance?" Yu Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "There's no need to summon them. Whether they can help is uncertain. I just hope they don't complicate matters. If it weren't for wanting Xiao Wan and Li Lu to escort Aunt Wu to safety, I would have bothered with them. Independent and strong individuals can collaborate, but those who merely hide behind others are not worth the effort. I am not a caretaker, and soon we shall part ways. They may go wherever they please. It is of no concern to me." Handing Li Lu a metal pipe she had found behind the vehicle, she instructed, "First, we must deal with the ones in the driver's seat. We need this vehicle, so we cannot kill them inside. I will lure them out before striking. Once I open the door, I will act swiftly, but I cannot guarantee there won't be surprises. If too many zombies emerge, remember not to scream or run. You cannot outrun them. Use the pipe to jab at their heads, strike hard, and do not hold back. Zombies are not as terrifying as you might think. Especially at the onset of the apocalypse, the zombies, having not yet undergone the baptism of blood and flesh, are not particularly formidable. It is only those who have experienced such a transformation that exhibit true power. In the early days of the apocalypse, many were consumed by an overwhelming fear of the undead, mistakenly believing them to be invincible. In truth, any ordinary person, if willing to grasp a weapon, could vanquish a zombie. It is akin to an altercation with a mere mortal. They possess only hands and a mouth, while one wields a knife or a club. Who, then, is truly formidable? Upon witnessing Li Lu's dazed expression, clearly lost in thought, a frown involuntarily creased her brow as she admonished, "Do you understand? Please stop daydreaming. Can't you see the time?" Startled, Li Lu nodded vigorously. She comprehended the gravity of the situation. Retreat was not an option, nor was fleeing. Yes, she must slay them to survive. They were no longer human. They were zombies. Indeed, that was the reality. Yet, when the zombies emerged, and she found herself face to face with one, her fear surged uncontrollably. However, she clung desperately to Yu Xiaoyang's words. She must not scream, nor run. She must seize the club and fight. Yet, for reasons unknown, Her trembling hands could not lift the iron rod. The zombie was mere moments from her, the stench of decay wafting toward her, but her body refused to obey. Tears of despair streamed down her face. Was she truly to perish here? Do you wish to die? Yu Xiaoyang dispatched the zombie before Li Lu with a swift stroke, incredulous that she remained rooted in place. Was this not a desire for death? A taut string in her mind snapped. She had not perished. She was alive. Nothing could surpass this revelation. And she felt tears of gratitude welling up as she gazed at the person who had saved her. Yu Xiaoyang, however, did not spare her a glance. His gaze fixed intently on the two zombies emerging from the vehicle's cabin. The first two had exited, yet the one seated in the back remained momentarily trapped. A quick strategy formed in his mind. I will divert the two zombies. You reverse the vehicle and wait for me ahead. Lilu, momentarily inkirat. What about Xiaowan? There were still two burdens to consider. Yet, at this juncture, what other option remained but to attempt a collective escape? Once they emerge, I will lead them toward the village. You hide nearby and seize the moment to drive. As for the two of them, just call out. Remember, time is of the essence. The vehicles ahead cannot withstand much longer. Maintain your speed. She had no absolute assurance that the zombies would not catch wind of her presence and pursue her instead. Ultimately, her fate hinged on her own luck. After imparting these instructions, he gestured for her to take cover and approach the vehicle, brandishing the bloodied axe before the car. Indeed, the zombies inside began to thrash more violently, prompting Yu Xiaoyang to decisively fling open the rear door. The zombies suddenly sprang forth, and Yu Xiaoyang dared not waste a moment, hastily sprinting towards the village. After covering a certain distance, she gestured to Li Lu to signal that it was time to drive. She then focused on the two zombies before her. Having already endured a fierce battle, facing another two zombies was exhausting for her, especially as she was not accustomed to physical exertion. Had it not been for her formidable willpower, she would have long since given up. Fortunately, as she retrieved her axe from the ground, she finally dispatched the two zombies. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. She could scarcely muster the strength to continue fighting. Her arms ached to the point of near numbness, a consequence of wielding the axe for too long. She knew she had to leave this place. Grasping her axe, she dashed toward the vehicle, which had indeed been reversed, yet to her astonishment, it was empty. Panic set in. Had Li Lu been dragged away by the zombies? Then, from the corner where she had just been, she heard a commotion. It was Li Lu and Xiaowan. There's no time. We must leave now, Yu Xiaoyang urged, but Xiaowan pushed Li Lu's hand away. Shaking her head, I'm not going. I need to find his parents. I refuse to believe this is the end of the world. I must take Zhang Yi and find a doctor. Yu Xiaoyang nearly cursed in frustration. How could she be so naive at such a critical moment? Hadn't they just resolved to escape? If she was so intent on her mission, why linger here and waste everyone else's time? Without further hesitation, she called out, Li Lu, hurry and drive. The zombies are coming. Li Lu, startled, quickly urged Xiaowan to move. We really don't have time. The zombies are right behind us. She exchanged a glance with Aunt Wu, and together they hoisted Xiaowan towards the vehicle. Yu Xiaoyang observed closely. Although the bride resisted, her struggles were feeble, almost as if she were reluctantly complying with their insistence. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed. If she had the strength, she would dash towards Zhang Yi's vehicle and find the doctor herself. But the girl was foolishly endearing in her stubbornness. However, she swiftly dismissed that thought. The others were closer to the car and had already climbed in. A chilling roar echoed from behind, and upon glancing back, Yu Xiaoyang saw a zombie crawling through the window, scanning the surroundings before zeroing in on her with a fearsome growl. Gritting her teeth, she quickened her pace. Faster drive. But Yu Xiaoyang isn't in the car yet, came the urgent reply. Yet, the zombie was already upon her. Yu Xiaoyang heard their voices, but what could she do? This was the apocalypse, merely the beginning, and human nature was already revealing itself. She could understand their self-preservation instincts, but they needed to remember who had secured the vehicle. Without her, their fates would inevitably lead to becoming fodder for the undead. She had contemplated the possibility of Li Lu abandoning them once she got the car, but she still had to take the gamble. What other choice did she have? Li Lu did not disappoint her. She swiftly shut the car door, and Li Lu immediately pressed the accelerator, the vehicle darting away rapidly, leaving the zombies trailing behind, quickly vanishing from sight. Aunt Wu glanced at her awkwardly, seemingly on the verge of voicing something, yet her lips moved without uttering a word. It had been her insistence that Li Lu drive. The brief silence was shattered by the bride's voice. Why won't you let me find Zhang Yi? I don't want him to become a monster that devours people. Surely there must be a doctor who can heal him. Medical science has advanced so much. How could there possibly be no hope? Aunt Wu quickly cast a glance at her, noticing her lack of reproach, then sought to comfort the bride, saying, Xiao Wan, Aunt Wu, like you, cannot believe this is reality. Yet, when my husband lunged at me, intent on biting, I realized he truly wished to consume me. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have been caught and devoured. I have run to several neighbors nearby, and many have transformed like this. Now, I am at a loss as to what to do. We shall take it one step at a time. Moreover, the scene she had witnessed alongside Yu Xiaoyang had been sufficient to awaken her to the grim truth. The world had irrevocably changed. Otherwise, would humans truly resort to cannibalism? Could those who had lost limbs still rise to feast upon others? This was no longer the world she once knew. She had never felt so acutely aware, yet so disoriented. As a woman who had toiled at home for most of her life, she found this new reality alien. Fortunately, she still had a daughter, her long-held pride, and she was determined to find her. Her clever daughter would surely devise a way to save her father and brother. But at least let me see him one last time. Xiao Wan sobbed, her head resting on Aunt Wu's lap. They exchanged glances of mutual pity and comfort, while also sharing their grievances. Yu Xiaoyang suppressed a pang of frustration, but ultimately could not contain it. Taking a deep breath, he coldly stated, Li Lu, stop the car. Li Lu hesitated momentarily, but complied, wondering if something was amiss. The bride's weeping ceased abruptly as she lifted her trembling head from Aunt Wu's lap, her expression one of disbelief. Yu Xiaoyang had no time to attend to her feelings. Wasn't it you who insisted on getting out? Now that we've stopped, why aren't you going? The bride stared at her in shock, her lips quivering as she murmured, How can you be so heartless? Are you trying to force me, a girl, to get out here? It's as if you want to drive me to my death. Force her to her death. What a preposterous notion. Impatience flickered across her face. What do you mean by forcing you? You've been clamoring to get out. Now that I've granted your wish, you're ungrateful and even blame me? I thought you were so deeply in love with Zhang Yi that you could not bear to be parted from him. Isn't it noble of me to fulfill your desire? Why must I be scorned for doing a good deed? Seeing her so profoundly enamored, she thought it would be a kindness to grant her wish. The bride was rendered speechless, staring blankly at her, tears welling up in her eyes once more, embodying the expression of a victim wronged by a villain. You are envious of me, envious of the bond one share with Zhang Yi. Yu Xiaoyang felt a surge of frustration. Envy? How absurd. She didn't even know who Zhang Yi was, yet here was this little Wan, seemingly unhinged. Well, she recognized that this little Wan was the quintessential troublemaker, often targeting the weak while avoiding the strong. With a fierce glare, she warned, Say another word, and I swear I shall kick you down. The bride trembled under her gaze, but quickly regained her composure. What was there to fear from a girl of similar age? She was merely a paper tiger. Zhang Yi's fate was uncertain, and was she not entitled to her tears? Clenching her fists and biting her lip, she murmured, If you're not. But her words faltered as her eyes widened in terror, fixated on the axe stained with zombie blood and flesh at her throat. All complaints vanished in an instant. The chilling realization dawned upon her. One more word, and the axe would slice through her neck. Breathless, she stood rigid, caught between the urge to plead for mercy and the instinct to push the axe away. Yu Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh, satisfied that the girl was still holding her ground, indicating that the axe had not yet instilled sufficient fear. She preferred those who understood their place, and had no tolerance for those who failed to recognize the gravity of their situation. Beside them, Aunt Wu swiftly covered Xiao Wan's mouth. She had witnessed Yu Xiaoyang's cruelty. She did not intervene when faced with death, having just fought valiantly against the zombies. All signs indicated that Yu Xiaoyang was not someone they could provoke. Please, Yu Xiaoyang. She didn't mean it. She's just overwhelmed with grief. Xiao Yi has been with her for a long time. and they share a deep bond. She just needs time to accept this, please. A deep bond? Did that imply she herself felt none? Yu Xiaoyang scoffed. If there were true feelings, she would have rushed to Zhang Yi's side, regardless of his state, human or zombie, without shedding tears in front of her. The incessant whining grated on her nerves. Her mood was already sour, and she certainly did not wish for someone to prattle on in the car. No more words, Aunt Wu quickly assured. Yu Xiaoyang cast a dispassionate glance at her, sensing the bride's ambiguous expression filled with defiance yet devoid of power. With a mocking tone, she inquired, "Are you certain?" She then turned to Li Lu and commanded, "Drive." Indeed, this tactic afforded her a moment of clarity. The once weeping and incessantly chattering bride fell silent. Struck by an unspoken fear, she understood that the bride harbored resentment, but that was inconsequential. Reality would soon teach her submission. With two zombies approaching, what should they do? Without a second thought, Yu Xiaoyang declared, "Charge through." Li Lu hesitated, caught in a dilemma. She had witnessed Yu Xiaoyang vanquish zombies before, even having zombie blood splattered across her face, yet confronting them directly was an entirely different matter. Are you waiting for them to come closer? She instinctively dismissed the notion. Of course not. She had no desire to meet her demise, yet her mind struggled to overcome this mental barrier. Nevertheless, she was inherently decisive and resilient. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved to act. She did not wish to perish, so they had no choice but to forge ahead. Her palms on the steering wheel grew clammy. In that fleeting moment, her breath nearly faltered, and she feared she might crumble. Yet, to her surprise, she remained remarkably composed. Even as she felt the jarring sensation of the car rolling over a corpse, her mind remained lucid. It was nothing insurmountable. After all, they were merely animated cadavers. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at the crimson streaks outside the window, furrowing her brow as she commanded, "Activate the windshield wipers." The view through the windshield became obscured, the vivid blood gradually dissipating, yet the lingering stench infiltrated the car, inciting an inexplicable wave of nausea. Suddenly, a wretched sound erupted, and an acrid odor filled the air. Yu Xiaoyang, who prided herself on her resilience after 3 years in this apocalypse, found herself repulsed by the vomitous scent. Couldn't you hold it in a little longer? Or at least open the window to vomit? The other occupants of the vehicle displayed their disdain, particularly Aunt Wu, who had been comforting the bride nestled in her lap. The bride's sudden retching resulted in a direct splatter onto her. Caught in an awkward predicament, Aunt Wu was at a loss. She could neither voice her discomfort nor remain silent. To remain silent would be unbearable, yet to speak would be too humiliating, causing her to forget the earlier episode when she herself had been unable to contain her own sickness. The bride, her eyes red-rimmed, looked up at her, wiping her mouth with a remorseful expression. "I'm so sorry, Aunt Wu. It was unintentional." Li Lu tossed a pack of tissues to them from the front seat, exhaling a sigh. "Here, clean yourselves up." At that moment, she too felt the urge to vomit, but more than that, she wished to weep. The bride sniffled, her voice trembling as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Lulu. You're truly wonderful." Li Lu remained silent. She had never intended to be a bridesmaid. It was Xiaowan who had insisted on her participation. Otherwise, she would likely be with her fiancé at this moment, rather than in this precarious situation, facing the unknown. She was not afraid of death, but if she were to die, she wished to do so in her hometown, alongside her parents and fiancé. Upon encountering the bride, who seemed to have rekindled her sorrowful emotions, Yu Xiaoyang chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she discreetly cleared her throat and opened the sunroof of the car. This gesture effectively quelled the bride's earlier sentiments. Yu Xiaoyang felt a sense of satisfaction. If only she had shown such understanding earlier. It was imperative to acknowledge the world outside. In this post-apocalyptic era, no one would indulge her whims any longer. The presence of shattered glass posed a significant threat, jeopardizing the tires, while the frame might still manage to evade disaster. She could only hope for the military's swift arrival to clear the roads. Otherwise, their journey to the base might become impossible, forcing them to rely solely on their limited stamina, a venture whose endpoint was shrouded in uncertainty. Suddenly, Li Lu exclaimed, "Xiaoyang, it seems someone is trying to stop the car." She hesitated, swallowing her words, before silently nodding her understanding of Yu Xiaoyang's feelings, albeit feeling a pang of guilt. The vehicle screeched to a halt as a figure dashed directly in front of them, unafraid of the impending danger. It was a strikingly youthful boy, appearing around 16 or 17, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. His complexion was remarkably clear, devoid of the typical blemishes of youth. Yet a large gash marred the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of a knife wound. Remarkably, he exhibited no signs of pain, seemingly indifferent to his injury. With his eyes tightly shut and teeth clenched, he extended his arms, positioning himself merely 20 centimeters from the car. Had Li Lu's reflexes been any slower, they would have collided with him. Yu Xiaoyang sighed in resignation. Yet again, they were faced with a predicament she wished to avoid. However, the boy had thrown himself in front of them. What could she possibly do? Li Lu, flustered, glanced at her as if fearing reprimand, and hurriedly explained. He ran up to us. I didn't have time to swerve. If it were a zombie, I could have driven straight through. But this is a living person. I simply cannot do that. Yu Xiaoyang waved her hand dismissively, exhaling in defeat. Let him in. We cannot truly run him over. Consider it a stroke of luck that he encountered us, or the outcome might have been dire. Li Lu's face brightened at her words. She rolled down the window and called out to the boy, Hey, you can come in. After glancing at Yu Xiaoyang and then back at the boy, she hesitated before finally asking, What assistance do you require? She found it impossible to refuse this boy, who looked at them with desperate hope. My brother is trapped under the seat. Can you help lift the car? With so many of us, we can surely manage. I've tried every method, but I cannot free him. The boy's words tumbled out in a flustered manner. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he maintained his resolve, biting his lip and saying, I promise it won't take long. I just need a couple of people to help. I'm too weak to move it on my own. I beg you. His voice resonated with a blend of hope and despair, as he regarded them as his sole beacon of salvation. Fearful that this flicker of hope might extinguish, his vehicle collided with the barrier in the middle of the road and overturned. His younger brother was trapped inside. Fortunately, he was unharmed. However, witnessing the monstrous figures on the road, he realized the dire situation. If he did not rescue his brother soon, they would be doomed when those ravenous creatures emerged. Thus, he took a gamble, hoping the occupants of the vehicle would assist his brother. To his relief, his gamble paid off, and the car came to a halt. Li Lu felt a surge of compassion for the youth. Her own brother was of similar age. Seeing the boy reminded her of her sibling, and she could not help but think how heart-wrenching it would be if her brother were in such a desperate plight. Yet, the decision was not hers alone. It required the consensus of those in the vehicle. After a moment of hesitation, she instinctively glanced at Yu Xiaoyang, parting her lips to say, We should help him. Before Yu Xiaoyang could respond, Xiao Wan's sharp voice pierced the air. No way, Li Lu. Are you out of your mind? If you want to go, go alone. I refuse to follow. Those things are out there. Who knows where they might appear? One bite, and you're done for. Only a fool would risk their life for a stranger. Li Lu cast a glance at her, remaining silent. Her primary focus was on Yu Xiaoyang. For reasons unknown, she felt a peculiar connection to the girl who had saved her twice. She was not an ordinary person. She would save others. Li Lu's heart lifted as she looked back at the boy, her face brightening with a smile. She agrees. Let us hurry and rescue your brother. With that, she flung open the car door and leapt out, confident that some people, despite their outward indifference, were not the type to stand by and watch others perish. The boy's eyes glistened with emotion as he wiped away a tear. Bowing deeply in gratitude to Li Lu, his voice trembling as he softly uttered, Thank you. Li Lu patted his shoulder, her laughter ringing out in this wretched world. If we don't help each other, what will become of us? As she spoke, Yu Xiaoyang also descended from the vehicle, gripping his axe in his left hand. Noticing the absence of zombies on the road, he felt a measure of relief, though caution still gripped him. A village lay below, and who knew when the undead might appear? Let us go. Quickly save your brother, she said calmly, disregarding the boy's grateful gaze. Her decision to descend and assist was not motivated by his gratitude. She simply could not ignore a life in peril. Xiao Wan looked at them in disbelief. I can't believe you're really getting involved. What if zombies show up? Let us not meddle in this. We should leave. Yu Xiaoyang abruptly halted, turning to Li Lu. Pull out the keys. This is so annoying. If she is so capable, she should go alone. Li Lu pretended not to hear, frowning slightly. Are you certain you want to stay inside? Without the keys, you won't be able to leave. With that, she turned away, leaving them behind. In the next moment, the sound of a door creaking open echoed, and Aunt Wu emerged, her expression fraught with embarrassment as she gazed at them. Swallowing hard, she cautiously uttered, I will go with you. Her intention was not to assist, but rather to feel a sense of safety among Yu Xiaoyang and his companions. She recognized that being with Xiao Wan in a critical moment would only lead to a swifter demise. This awareness she possessed. From within the vehicle came a cacophony of curses, and soon after, the door swung open once more. Xiao Wan emerged reluctantly, ensuring the vicinity was devoid of dangers before hastily making her way towards them. Hey, wait for me, she exclaimed. How cruel these people were, leaving her alone in the car. Did they not realize she was a girl, recently bereaved of her boyfriend? Their lack of empathy was disheartening. She fervently wished that such malevolence would meet its end at the hands of a zombie. Had Yu Xiaoyang overheard her thoughts, he would undoubtedly have dealt her a sharp rebuke. Thus, she had rescued an ungrateful wretch, and while she held no expectations of gratitude, it was unreasonable to hope for her misfortune. The youth's vehicle was parked across the road, a pair of Land Rovers, indicative of his substantial status. A few cars were halted along the way, having collided with the central barrier. The damage to the youth's vehicle was the most severe. It lay overturned. Bloodstains marred the ground nearby, accompanied by a corpse missing half an arm and a mangled zombie. Yu Xiaoyang expressed mild surprise. Did you kill them? The youth appeared anxious, avoiding her gaze as he stammered an explanation, fearing her condemnation or that she might leave. I didn't mean to. I saw him attacking someone. And I tried to pull him away, but he charged at me. I had no choice but to defend myself. In that moment, he had been gripped by fear, recalling a movie he had once watched about zombies devouring humans. However, the realization struck him. This was not fiction. This was reality. And he was truly facing zombies. Yu Xiaoyang smirked slightly, understanding that only those adept at self-preservation had a reason to survive. In response to the youth's astonished expression, she lightly remarked, You've seen The Walking Dead, right? The creatures that consume flesh are called zombies. The outside world is now teeming with them. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned his surroundings, then glanced down at the corpse, murmuring, How could this be? It was unclear whether her words were directed at him or herself. It's impossible. Li Lu interjected, We encountered these creatures as well. All phones are dead, and there are no police. Sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, Li Lu shrugged and smiled. All right, enough of this. Let us focus on rescuing your brother first. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. The government might soon develop an antidote. The notion of an antidote lingered in the hearts of all, a shared fantasy amidst the chaos. The youth finally concealed his emotions and cast a grateful glance at her. She was indeed correct. Regardless of how the world transformed, he must take care of his younger brother. This was his promise to himself and to his sibling. Yu Xiaoyang crouched down to examine the spot where the boy was trapped. The vehicle had overturned completely, leaving his brother ensnared beneath the seat. The front windshield was shattered, yet the driver's seat remained firmly lodged, making it impossible to rescue him through the windshield. The only option was to break the rear window. But if not done with caution, shards of glass could injure the child's face. Since the boy was looking down, he could not see her, nor was he aware of his predicament. She knocked on the glass and called out twice, but received no response. Is her brother unharmed? She hoped the youth could comprehend her meaning. Indeed, he quickly replied, He is fine. He hasn't turned into that thing. I spoke with him earlier, but he seems injured and quite uncomfortable. Yu Xiaoyang nodded, indicating her understanding. What are your names? I'm Zhou Xiang. You and Aunt Wu keep an eye out for any approaching zombies. Li Lu and I will assist in rescuing your brother. She swiftly made arrangements before devising a plan for the rescue. She had assessed that it would not be easy for just the four of them to push the car, while breaking the glass would be the simplest option, albeit risky for the child. Thus, they must find a way to open the door, which was merely deformed and not impossible to unfasten. She decided to give it a try. If that failed, they would have to shatter the window. With that thought, She stood up and searched the other two vehicles, knowing that the trunk of any car usually contained tools. She needed only a wrench and a hammer. After identifying the indented area of the door, she inserted the wrench and began to gently hammer the dent upward. This was the primary point where the door was jammed. Lilu, help me by holding this and pulling it back, understood? Lilu smiled and nodded, surprised that she possessed such skills. Yu Xiaoyang simply acknowledged her with a sound, choosing not to elaborate. She had acquired numerous skills, such as swiftly changing tires, siphoning fuel, and repairing cars, all essential in this apocalyptic world. She believed that once Li Lu experienced similar challenges, she would become adept as well. Although the women in their group were few, there was no notion of pampering. Tasks typically assigned to men were not exclusively theirs in this new reality. Unless one chose to embody a certain role, women were expected to perform the same duties as men. In this world, distinctions lay not between genders, but between those with abilities and those without. As an awakened individual, she held no privileged status. She had no desire to conform to traditional expectations. Therefore, she did whatever was required. She had endured considerable hardship to learn car repairs. Zhou Bo was startled by the sound of their knocking, slowly lifting his head to gaze at her. His youthful face was pale, his lower lip tightly clenched, blood seeping from his mouth, and his eyes, though red, were vigilant and defiant as they fixed upon them. Uncertain of the reason, Yu Xiaoyang was amused by that gaze, as if he had encountered a frightened yet wary little beast, one that, despite its overwhelming fear, feigned a ferocious demeanor. Perhaps he was unaware of how ludicrous he appeared. The pain should be vocalized. Why endure it in silence? Observing how he bit his lips and the cold sweat beading on his forehead, it was evident that he was enduring an unusual and excruciating torment. Zhou Bo's face flushed, yet he gritted his teeth and let out a soft grunt. His eyes still fixated on them, as if he were vigilantly watching for any ill intentions. Should they dare to approach, he would rise to confront them fiercely. Ultimately, he was still a child. Yu Xiaoyang felt a pang of compassion, sighing gently to offer solace. Your brother summoned us. He is just outside. If you feel pain, do not hesitate to express it. It is all right. We will not mock you. Li Lu chimed in with playful banter. Exactly. You're so young. Why would we ridicule you? You can't be more than 7, right? Zhou Bo bit his lip, furrowed his brow, and lowered his head, choosing silence. Li Lu shrugged nonchalantly, saying, Fine, I'll pretend you didn't hear me. Being ignored by a little one is a first for me. Yu Xiaoyang found it amusing. He was indeed a stubborn and resilient child. It was clear that the brothers shared a striking resemblance in temperament. If they were to survive, they would undoubtedly be extraordinary individuals. Perhaps today she had forged a fortunate bond. Certainly, her intention in saving others was not for the sake of recompense. Yet how delightful it would be if the recipient were to be grateful. After all, no one relishes the prospect of rescuing an ungrateful wretch. As the tale of the farmer and the snake is well known, Xiaowan watched the few individuals standing by the vehicle with disdain, curling her lips in contempt. How hypocritical. She remembered vividly how they had forced her away at that time, and now they played the role of saviors. BRR, it's so cold. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Adorned in a beautiful white wedding gown, it was indeed lovely, yet utterly lacking in warmth. Even after Aunt Wu had generously offered her a garment, the chill persisted. She rubbed her arms, especially her calves, which felt nearly numb from the cold. Oh, and her feet. In her quest for beauty, she had chosen strappy sandals, now reddened and frozen. She couldn't help but cast a glance at Yu Xiaoyang, who was bundled in layers of clothing, yet failed to offer her even one piece. Here she was, pretending to be a benevolent soul, thinking everyone else was a fool. Though the world may perceive her as virtuous, she was the one most aware of her true nature. Sooner or later, she would expose her duplicity, and then we shall see if she dares to continue her arrogance. And what of Li Lu? Did she even remember who her true friend was? Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of the corpse lying on the ground, clad in a down jacket and cotton shoes, items she desperately desired. Yet, she pondered whether it was too ominous to take anything from a corpse. However, at this critical moment, she had little choice. If she did not find some clothing, she would surely perish. Resolutely biting her teeth, she approached and removed the down jacket from the corpse, slipping it on and instantly feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. She sighed with relief. This was the essence of being alive. As for the shoes, they were far too large for her, making them impractical, yet she felt there was no alternative. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to wear them regardless. She could not bear to part with her beloved sandals, which she cradled in her arms. They were her prized possession, having cost her an entire month as salary. Dragging the oversized shoes behind her, she hesitated, realizing that such large footwear would hinder her escape if she encountered a zombie. Not far ahead, there appeared to be several vehicles. She wondered if any contained female corpses. Cautiously, she approached Aunt Wu and implored, "Aunt Wu, I am so cold, and I have no shoes to wear," deliberately exposing her frostbitten, purple toes. Aunt Wu had witnessed her earlier actions and glanced at the shoes on her feet, saying, "But you're already wearing something. Yet these are far too big." She pointed towards the vehicles ahead and continued, "Look over there. There are a few cars. Let us see if there are any female corpses inside. I wish to find a pair of shoes." After a moment's hesitation, Aunt Wu declined. That may not be wise. What, there are zombies ahead? She was reluctant to offend Xiaowan, but equally hesitant to leave this spot. Xiaowan stamped her foot, clinging to Aunt Wu's arm in a playful manner. "Please, Aunt Wu, you're the best. Look, my feet are so cold that I can barely feel them. Besides, you didn't bring any money when you left home, did you? We might find some cash or gold on the corpses ahead. Otherwise, how will we manage for food and shelter?" It must be said that Xiaowan was quite astute. Her reasoning struck a chord with Aunt Wu, a woman who had devoted her life to raising children. The mention of money, even if it was of little use now, was compelling. Surely gold would always hold value. Perhaps the situation in W City wasn't as dire as it seemed. If that were the case, their fortunes could change. Xiaowan, elated, embraced Aunt Wu affectionately, nuzzling in her side and sweetly cooing, "Aunt Wu, you're the best." Aunt Wu chuckled at her antics, patting her arm, a genuine smile spreading across her face, reminiscent of the times her own children had done the same. Regrettably, one was far away and the other's fate remained uncertain. Together, they supported each other as they ventured towards the vehicles in the distance, which, though seemingly close, were actually quite far. Zhou looked on, astonished by their determination, and after a moment's thought called out, "Hey, where are you two going?" It was perilous, and yet they relied on her for assistance. How irritating it was to think of calling out to them when his own safety was at stake. Zhou gazed anxiously at their receding figures, feeling an urge to intervene. But they seemed indifferent to his concern, leaving him at a loss as to what to do next. Yu Xiaoyang had long overheard their conversation, but chose to remain silent. They were merely two foolish individuals, foolishly believing themselves to be clever. In this apocalyptic world, clinging to material possessions was futile. They might find themselves with lives to spare, but no means to enjoy them. Her decision not to intervene stemmed from a desire to teach them a lesson. Moreover, if she were to stop them, she could only imagine how Xiaowan would disparage her in her thoughts. She had no intention of becoming the villain. If they wished to pursue danger, so be it. Ultimately, it would not be her who suffered the consequences. Without lifting her gaze, she coolly remarked, "Let those who wish to court death do as they please. Why should I waste my breath?" Zhou Xiang, known for his astuteness, grasped the situation immediately. He had already called out to them. Should anything happen, he would not be the one to bear the blame. Li Lu, with a glimmer of hope, gazed at the car door as if it were about to open. Yu Xiaoyang gently nodded, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. It was indeed a delicate task. If the door were pried incorrectly, it could easily become lodged, making matters far worse. "Help! Help!" Just as she was about to open the door, cries for assistance suddenly echoed from ahead. Yu Xiaoyang glanced up to see Xiaowan and Aunt Wu running frantically, clutching their bags without a care for appearances. Zhou Xiang's expression changed dramatically. Zombies. They're being pursued by zombies. Yu Xiaoyang had no time to dwell on their plight. Her sole focus was on opening the door. She glanced down and inquired, "How many?" "4?" Yu Xiaoyang paused momentarily. They needed to act swiftly, or they would be forced into a direct confrontation. However, her strength was waning, and with no food in her system, She feared her stamina would not suffice. How confident are you? Not confident, she replied with a calm nod. All right, I understand. Don't panic. I will expedite the process. She then urged the somewhat dazed Li Lu, stop daydreaming. We will be fine. Li Lu, as if seizing all hope, placed immense trust in Yu Xiaoyang. Really? Yes. I assure you, we will first rescue him. There is no need for alarm. Yu Xiaoyang was formidable, and she had dealt with several zombies before. For should pose no challenge for her. If Yu Xiaoyang could hear Li Lu's thoughts, she would likely be bemused. Hey girl, could you not place such unwavering faith in me? Li Lu, hurry and drive. Don't worry about him. There are zombies behind us. Xiaowan's frantic voice carried from a distance. Aunt Wu chimed in. Indeed, your life is paramount. Get the car moving. She understood that with her 2 legs, she could never outrun the zombies. The only safe option was to get into the vehicle and leave this place immediately. Zhou Xiang, in a state of desperation, was at a loss for what to do. His fists clenched tightly, then relaxed, only to tighten again as he watched the zombies draw nearer. His anxiety nearly bringing him to tears. With a final determination, he clung tightly to Shuangquan, his eyes burning with intensity as he gazed at Yu Xiaoyang and Li Luxian, who were crouched on the ground. They were right. They should leave quickly. This was no concern of theirs. He and his brother would only burden them. Although fear gripped him, he could not involve the innocent. They had already aided him, and what remained was in the hands of fate. He had never been one to believe in destiny. Yet at this critical juncture, he found himself uttering such words. Shut up. Do you want your brother to die here? At this moment, success was within reach. How could they give up? She too yearned to escape. But the look in the child's eyes had reminded her of her own stubbornness and endurance during the 3 years of the apocalypse, the sheer will to survive. Of course, she did not wish for this, yet those words remained unspoken. Tears welled in Zhou Xiang's eyes as he silently lowered his head. He did not want his brother to perish here, but he also did not want anything to happen to them. Why are you so foolish? Hurry and run. The zombies are coming. Xiao Wan and Aunt Wu soon dashed forward, indicating that the zombies were right behind them, their speed only marginally faster than that of the undead. Yu Xiaoyang, observing the door that was about to open, decisively instructed, Li Lu, get them in the car now. Li Lu hesitated momentarily, glancing at the approaching zombies, then gritted her teeth and declared, there's no time. We must go. Her first words were directed at Yu Xiaoyang, while the second was meant to urge Xiao Wan and Aunt Wu to follow her. Turning to Zhou Xiang, who was on the verge of tears, she coldly commanded, come here, pull hard and get out. At last, the door was yanked open, and Yu Xiaoyang swiftly pulled Zhou Bo out just as the zombies loomed before them. She handed Zhou Bo to Zhou Xiang and urged run. Then she quickly seized an axe and swung it at the nearest zombie, pulling Zhou Xiang towards the vehicle. Li Lu had no time to waste. Hurry, drive. Xiao Wan shouted sharply, incessantly urging Li Lu to accelerate. Her expression twisted with desperation, almost willing to snatch the steering wheel from her. Li Lu firmly rejected her, asserting, no, Yu Xiaoyang hasn't T-boarded yet. Xiao Wan, frustrated by her obstinacy, retorted fiercely, we can't wait. Can't you see the zombies right behind her? Are we all supposed to die with her? Li Lu remained silent, resolute not to abandon until the very last moment. Yu Xiaoyang had saved her countless times. She was not devoid of conscience. Quick, open the car door, let them in. Yu Xiaoyang forcefully pushed Zhou Xiang inside and closed the door, then swiftly circled to the other side of the vehicle. A few zombies, unable to turn in time, crashed into the car, clawing at it incessantly. Drive, Yu Xiaoyang shouted as she secured the car door. With a roar, the vehicle sped away, leaving the zombies behind, who continued to shriek in futile pursuit, racing after the departing car. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was thick with heavy breaths. A lingering sense of survival after a near encounter with the undead. The terror was etched deep within each individual's heart. Li Lu felt her hands trembling, the memory of the zombies lurking just outside still fresh in her mind. She could even hear the dreadful sound of their claws scraping against the door. A chilling thought that they might breach the vehicle and invade her space, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Zhou Xiang held tightly onto Zhou Bo, with Xiao Wan and Aunt Wu seated behind them. Zhou Xiang clutched Zhou Bo fervently, his body quaking, rendered speechless by fear. Once they reached a somewhat safer location, Aunt Wu leaned back against the seat, gasping for breath. For a moment, I truly thought I would be devoured by zombies, she admitted, realizing in that frantic moment that everything else paled in comparison to the value of life itself. Li Lu huffed indignantly. Were you all earlier? What provoked those zombies? Can't you at least share what happened? Aunt Wu cast an awkward glance at her, hesitant to respond. She was acutely aware that it was her and Xiao Wan's actions that had endangered everyone. The zombies had initially been quite distant, drawn in by the noises made as they rummaged through the vehicle for supplies. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, the creatures were upon them. I mean, what did we do? Xiao Wan just needed clothes, and we want to look for some. She defended herself weakly, asserting that she had merely accompanied Xiao Wan, placing the blame on her instead. Li Lu shot her a scornful glance through the rearview mirror, retorting, "Let us hope it's truly like that. Otherwise, it seems some people's greed has drawn the zombies upon us." This remark immediately provoked Xiao Wan's ire. "What do you mean by that, Li Lu? I just endured such torment, and instead of showing concern, you choose to ridicule me? Do you even consider me a friend?" Initially feeling guilty, Xiao Wan's remorse faded under Li Lu's barbed words, and she quickly dismissed her own faults. Even if she had erred, Li Lu ought not to have spoken so harshly. It seemed terribly inconsiderate of their friendship. "Then why did you take someone else's bag?" Li Lu piresit, aposin had hypocrisy. Xiao Wan's face flushed, yet she stubbornly retorted, "Who says I couldn't take the bag? There's money in it. We left without a single cent. What if the situation in W City is different? Will you not need money there?" Li Lu sneered, curling her lip in disdain. "Money? What use does it have now? Doesn't anyone realize that strength is what truly matters in this new world? Enough. If you keep arguing, just get out." Yu Xiaoyang interjected impatiently. Xiao Wan cast an angry yet silent glance at her. Initially, she had been intimidated by the tactic employed by Yu Xiaoyang, thus hesitating to confront him directly. However, her heart brimmed with resentment towards Li Lu. Seeing her friend being bullied without offering assistance, she pondered if Li Lu even recognized who her true friends were. After all, Yu Xiaoyang was merely an acquaintance of a few hours. Who could ascertain whether he was benevolent or malevolent? Concerned about his injury, Yu Xiaoyang furrowed his brows. Could it be that Zhou Xiang's timidity stemmed from being frightened earlier? Did she truly believe he would force them off the vehicle? After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Xiang gently nodded, gradually rolling up Zhou Bo's pant leg. It appeared that something round had lodged against it, leaving a portion of his calf a deep purplish hue, as if the blood were on the verge of being purged. No wonder she had felt a certain pressure when she had pulled him out. Zhou Bo let out a muffled groan, clearly overwhelmed by pain. In the urgency of the moment, she had been unable to assess the situation, only to discover its severity now. She contemplated, it is imperative to release the stagnant blood. Otherwise, his leg may not be salvageable. Yet, there are no anti-inflammatory medications here, and we cannot move him for the time being. While she did possess some anti-inflammatory medicine in her space, the dilemma lay in how to retrieve it without exposing her secret. Should she nonchalantly produce it, her hidden space would be revealed. That space was her ultimate refuge, and she must not expose it unless absolutely necessary. Zhou Xiang's expression turned anxious. What should we do then? Will Zhou Bo be unable to walk again? Let's not panic. The sky has darkened. We shall find a place to stop and see if there are any inhabitants nearby. Xiaoyang, there seems to be a house over there. I wonder if anyone resides within, Li Lu remarked as she remained vigilant while driving. Ever since Yu Xiaoyang had suggested they seek shelter for the night, she was acutely aware of the dimming light. It rendered roadside visibility nearly impossible, and even the car's headlights offered little clarity. It would be perilous if they unwittingly stumbled into a horde of zombies. The house appeared to be an ordinary bungalow, lacking any distinctive features, situated a considerable distance from the road, with no zombies in sight. She decisively stated, "Let's head there." Li Lu nodded, steering the vehicle towards the bungalow. This is quite the stubborn holdout. Wasn't there supposed to be a plan for this area? Aunt Wu murmured as she disembarked from the car, gazing at the solitary house. Yu Xiaoyang cast her a glance. Her observation was not entirely erroneous. There had once been other homes adjacent to this one, yet they had all been demolished, leaving only this lone dwelling. It remained a mystery how its occupants had managed to retain their residence. Could there be zombies inside? Xiaowan pressed herself against the vehicle, unwilling to step out. At the slightest noise, she would instantly retreat into the car. It should be inhabited by someone. If her conjecture holds true, those within have likely transformed into zombies. She observed pickled vegetables drying outside, a clear indication that if the occupants were alive, they would not neglect to gather their provisions. The presence of a motorcycle leaning against the wall suggested that the individuals inside would not leave without riding it, especially since transportation is scarce in this desolate area. With this in mind, she spoke. The people inside must have become zombies. We should proceed with caution. Li Lu paused momentarily, but offered no further comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Xiaowan suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "What? There are zombies inside. We must flee at once. We can't linger here and become their prey. Foolish girl. Night is swiftly approaching. Where do you propose we go?" She retorted, her voice rising. "If there are no zombies yet, your screaming will surely summon them." Without hesitation, she gestured with the axe in her hand toward Xiaowan, sternly warning, "In this apocalypse, killing is not a crime. If you utter another word, do you believe I won't strike you with this?" Xiaowan, pale with fear, stuttered, "Why, you wouldn't dare?" With a sly smile, Yu Xiaoyang taunted, "Care to test that theory?" Xiaowan quickly shook her head, "And no, you can't do that." Weakness overtook her, and she slid down the side of the vehicle, helplessly looking to the others for support, only to find them deliberately averting their gazes, leaving her feeling desolate as not a single person came to her defense. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed, looking down on Xiaowan with disdain. "Be sensible. I have no sympathy to spare. In this harsh world, only those who possess awareness and adaptability will endure." She could foresee Xiaowan's future, a path that would inevitably lead to her own demise unless she alters her reckless demeanor. However, as the saying goes, old habits die hard, and Yu Xiaoyang held little hope for Xiaowan. A person destined to self-destruct was not worth her concern. She cautiously pushed against the front door, which surprisingly swung open without being locked. "Everyone, step back," she instructed before kicking the door wide, adopting a defensive stance, ready to react swiftly should a zombie emerge. To her astonishment, no zombies leapt forth. Could it be that she had miscalculated? Perhaps this place was indeed deserted. Otherwise, such a commotion would have surely drawn the undead. The only remaining possibility was that there were no zombies inside. Yet, Yao Shanshan remained vigilant, carefully scrutinizing the shadowy interior, prepared for any sudden appearances. "Xiaoyang, do you think it's safe?" "It seems there are no zombies," Li Lu asked anxiously. "Who has a mobile phone? Turn on the flashlight," she requested. "I have one." Zhou reached into her down jacket pocket and produced a black phone, handing it over. Inside, the layout became apparent. 3 rooms, a modest living area, and adjacent to it, the kitchen. The doors to the 3 rooms were closed, leaving their conditions uncertain. The house lacked electricity, the cause of which was unknown, but at that moment, no one seemed inclined to investigate further. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at the kitchen and promptly stepped inside to ignite the gas stove. The flames illuminated the space significantly, revealing several candles precariously balanced atop wine bottles beneath the table, suggesting that power outages were a frequent occurrence here. She proceeded to light the candles and strategically place them around the living room. "Li Lu, hold my phone," she instructed, directing it toward the 3 doors. It was possible that the zombies lurked within. If they were to spend the night here, ensuring their safety was paramount. As she opened the first door, it revealed an empty storeroom filled with various items, but certainly it could not conceal a person. The second door led to a bedroom, complete with a bed and a wardrobe, and of course, it too was devoid of any occupants. Upon opening the third door, she was met with the ominous sight of a dark gun barrel aimed directly at her. A pale-faced man stood before her, clearly gravely injured, his abdomen soaked in blood, the scent of copper hanging thick in the air. Yet, he exuded an aura of lethal intent, unwavering despite his wounds. He was no ordinary individual, and she sensed that immediately. The ferocity emanating from him was the result of prolonged conflict with bloodshed. On the floor lay 2 decapitated zombies, 1 male and 1 female, presumably a couple. It seemed the man had dispatched them after being attacked. Yu Xiaoyang paused for a moment, then explained, "We mean no harm. We simply wish to rest here for the night." The man's lips were ashen, a clear sign of severe blood loss. Yet he mustered the strength to speak hoarsely. "Keep your distance, but do not approach this room." Yu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. "We will maintain our distance, provided you do not transform into a zombie. Who knows the extent of your injuries, or if you were bitten?" He discerned her thoughts with a mere glance, swallowing a mouthful of blood and adding, "Rest assured, I have not been bitten." Yu Xiaoyang hesitated momentarily, then smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before retreating, the door slamming shut behind her. Li Lulinding, whispering, "Why not eliminate him? What if he has been bitten? Can we truly sleep soundly with an unknown person inside?" Yu Xiaoyang remained composed, casting a brief glance her way. "I lack the confidence to do so. If you feel assured, you may attempt it yourself." Li Lu chuckled, realizing she was merely inquiring. She would not dare. The moment she met the man's gaze, fear gripped her. The thought of killing him was out of the question. She preferred to lie still and await his potential assault, perhaps even receiving a swift end. It was not cowardice, it was merely self-awareness. After a day of relentless activity, exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone, especially on Zhou Bo, whose foot injury was troubling him. The house lacked any anti-inflammatory medication, so she retrieved a box from her supplies, pretended to have found it in the room. The knife was heated to sterilize it, and a cross was etched onto the swollen leg of Zhou Bo, allowing the accumulated blood to be expelled. Ideally, medical syringes would have been used for this purpose, yet in this place, even anti-inflammatory medication was absent, let alone syringes. It was evident that she had not anticipated needing such tools. After squeezing out the congealed blood, she administered 2 anti-inflammatory pills to Zhou Bo, wiping the sweat from her brow, lamenting that this was hardly less strenuous than battling zombies. However, what astonished her most was Zhou Bo's resilience throughout the ordeal. He did not utter a single cry, merely gritting his teeth, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Li Lu, unable to bear the sight, averted her gaze and said, "It's all right to cry, little one. I want to laugh at you." Zhou Bo merely shot her a glance before continuing to endure the pain, while Zhou Xiang discreetly shed a few tears nearby. "All right, avoid water. In a couple of days, everything will be fine," she reassured. Zhou Xiang gazed at her with immense gratitude. "Thank you for saving my brother. Without you, we surely would not have escaped." Yu Xiaoyang responded nonchalantly, "No need for thanks just yet. Go check the kitchen for ingredients and prepare something to eat. Your brother must have gone quite some time without food." Zhou Xiang nodded eagerly, and Aunt Wu, finding the situation dull, joined Zhou Xiang in the kitchen to assist. Since discovering that the place was safe, Xiaowan had retreated into one of the rooms, busily engaged in some task, and had yet to emerge. Li Lu, intrigued by the stubborn and resilient younger brother, noticed the lingering pain etched on his face and took a seat beside him to converse. "I'm 8 years old." "What?" Li Lu paused, realizing she had initially inquired about his age, but he had been too preoccupied with the predicament to respond at the time. "Oh, how proud you are." She chuckled, undeterred, and continued with a smile. "What about your parents? Is it just you and your brother?" Casting a glance at Li Lu conversing with Zhou Bo, and at Zhou Xiang and Aunt Wu bustling in the kitchen, she sighed softly. It seemed everyone adapted to the apocalypse with remarkable ease, while she had taken 3 months in her past life to adjust. She wondered how weak she truly was, yet despite her frailty, she had managed to survive 3 years in such harsh conditions. At that moment, Xiaowan emerged from the room, having changed out of her conspicuous wedding dress into an outfit that likely belonged to the house as previous owner. While not particularly fashionable in the apocalypse, it was undoubtedly warm. Coupled with a red down jacket she had salvaged from another vehicle and black leggings, she appeared somewhat invigorated. Upon seeing her, Li Lu recalled that she was still clad in the bridesmaid's dress, her legs long numb from the cold, though her feet, encased in a pair of shoes she had found on the road, retained a modicum of warmth. Xiaowan, noticing the glance Li Lu cast her way, felt a surge of satisfaction, having had the foresight to dress warmly. After all, if her legs had frozen, she would have struggled to walk in the future. Contemplating her friend Li Lu's casual gesture, She remarked, "Find something to wear. No one will pity you if you freeze." Li Lu held little regard for this rather scathing comment from her former friend, yet she smiled and nodded in acquiescence, as she had no intention of severing ties with Xiao Wan. After all, they were still friends. However, she could not overlook Xiao Wan's oblivious demeanor in the current circumstances. Upon emerging from her room dressed, Aunt Wu arrived with a pot of freshly cooked rice. She arranged the table in the center of the room, clustering the candles together before they began their meal. The refrigerator was bare, yielding only a couple of cabbages and a few potatoes, prompting everyone to eat whatever they could find. Zhou Xiang felt a twinge of embarrassment after all the effort they had expended to save his brother. It felt disheartening to offer such meager fare. Li Lu quickly adapted to the situation, exclaiming, "This is sufficient. I feel a bit guilty making you, a young man, perform such tasks." Zhou Xiang blushed, insisting, "It's nothing. Aunt Wu has been assisting, and she did most of the work." Yu Xiaoyang sat quietly, consuming his meal without uttering a word. This dinner would only become increasingly difficult in the future. Merely having a morsel to eat would be a blessing. Zhou Xiang prepared some porridge for Zhou Bo, adding a dash of vegetable soup before attempting to feed him, only to be met with a shy refusal. "I can manage myself," Zhou Bo declared, taking the spoon and delicately feeding himself. His demeanor was graceful, indicative of a refined upbringing. Yet it was remarkable that he had maintained such composure in these trying times. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced towards the man's room and decided to fetch a bowl of porridge from the kitchen. Perhaps she could afford to show kindness just this once, especially considering that he had sustained grave injuries, yet still managed to vanquish 2 zombies. She rationalized that her act of compassion could be seen as a reward for his bravery. As she knocked on his door, there was no response. Just as she turned to leave, a thought crossed her mind. His abdominal wound and the pervasive stench of blood made her wonder if he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Placing the bowl on the bedside table, she gazed at the pale figure lying in bed, his lips as white as parchment. With a sigh of exasperation, she pondered whether she should assist him or refrain from meddling, fearing that others might misconstrue her intentions. Just as she placed the porridge down and prepared to depart, a gun was pressed against her waist, accompanied by a hoarse voice commanding, "Don't move." Yu Xiaoyang stiffened momentarily before retorting coldly, "I came to bring you porridge." The man smirked derisively. "You thought to check if I had turned into a zombie? Call it what you will. I've left the porridge there. May I take my leave?" she replied, feeling a mix of irritation and concern, for there was indeed something perilous in the room that made her wary of sleeping soundly. After a brief silence, the man asked, "Do you have any medicine?" Yu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, replying, "Medicine? Are you referring to psychiatric medication?" "I'm afraid I do not possess any. Hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medications are precious commodities that cannot be casually distributed." Her limited kindness allowed her to enter and offer him a glass of water, while also checking if he was still alive. However, acquiring the medicine would not be so straightforward. Just as she contemplated a refusal, her gaze fell upon the gun at his waist. With a quick thought, she stated, "I want your gun." Anticipating his rejection, she was taken aback when he readily agreed, casually tossing the firearm onto the bedside table, exuding an air of indifference. Yuxi Yang was momentarily stunned. Was it truly that simple? Cautiously, she picked up the gun and stepped back a couple of paces, noting that the man showed no sign of retracting his consent. "Hurry and put it away. You mustn't change your mind," she urged. The man, reclining against the bed, appeared weak, his eyelids half closed, merely responding with a soft murmur. Yuxi Yang felt a surge of delight. She had not anticipated obtaining the gun so easily. While it might not be particularly effective against zombies, it was certainly advantageous in dealing with humans. After all, had the man not possessed a weapon, would she have so readily submitted? It was undoubtedly the fear of the gun that held her back. However, the man's next words nearly made her choke with disbelief. He suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of fathomless dark orbs devoid of bullets. "You fool!" Yuxi Yang almost cursed aloud. So she had been played, had she? A glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. Before she could unleash her fury, he spoke first. "I can provide you with bullets, but you must give me the medicine and bring me a basin of water." Yuxi Yang struggled to contain her anger. extracting half a box of anti-inflammatory medication from her bag and tossing it at him, coldly declaring, "Only the medicine. If you want water, fetch it yourself. I will not serve you." Unfazed, the man lowered his gaze, ignoring her, and stated monotonously, "I can offer you 50 bullets. Yuxi Yang hesitated. 50 bullets were not something an ordinary person could easily procure. This was a rare opportunity. After all, it was merely a matter of fetching water. Fine. She would acquiesce to his request. Unlike Tao Yuan Ming, who refused to bend for trifles, she was willing to compromise if it meant gaining something of value, even if it meant bending a little. Nonetheless, she decided to feign resistance, proposing 60 bullets instead, or else the deal was off. The man, displaying surprising straightforwardness, agreed without hesitation. Realizing her prepared words were now unnecessary, she discovered that he was indeed efficient and disliked unnecessary chatter, which suited her just fine. Yet, a nagging feeling of walking into a trap lingered in her mind. Nevertheless, upon reflection, she concluded she was not at a disadvantage. 50 bullets for a simple trip for water was a worthwhile exchange. "Now, may I receive the 50 bullets?" He had already taken his medicine while she was out, and with a spoonful of the porridge from the bowl on the bedside table, he swallowed the pills. Of course, Yu Xiaoyang pouted, acknowledging his compliance. Otherwise, she would have truly been incensed. However, she wondered if he had any means to cleanse his wound. Was he attempting to play tricks? The muscles in her forehead twitched slightly as she coldly replied, "What does it have to do with me?" The man chuckled softly, saying, "You still haven't got the bullet, have you? So what?" She retorted. Did that mean she was to become his servant? "Dream on." Biting her teeth in determination, she declared, "Yet you're still lying in bed, so please be courteous. Is this the attitude of someone asking for help?" The man grinned, tilting his head slightly, gazing at her intently, yet uttered words that made Yu Xiaoyang feel as though she might bleed from the mouth. "Even so, you still can't defeat me." Yu Xiaoyang fell silent, a sense of helplessness and defeat washing over her, and she found herself unable to retort or even to grab an axe and confront him with force. "Aren't you afraid I might have added zombie blood to the water?" Yu Xiaoyang left no room for pleasantries. All the pent-up frustration he had inflicted upon himself was now vented onto his wounds. His abdomen bore several cuts from a dagger, some of which had stopped bleeding, but under her heavy pressure, they began to ooze once more. A wave of vindictive pleasure surged through her. It made her feel superior, empowered, and now he knew she was not to be trifled with. Yet, the man merely gritted his teeth and let out a muffled groan, never once crying out in pain. "You won't remain silent, will you?" After a moment, the man hoarsely inquired. She raised an eyebrow, non-committal, and offered no response. "Maybe not. Placing too much trust in others is not a wise habit." Yu Xiaoyang shot him a sidelong glance, pleasantly surprised by his endurance. Well, it didn't matter. The pain wasn't hers to bear, and she was curious to see just how much he could withstand. With that thought, she deliberately pressed her nails into his wound. The man inhaled sharply, his face turning pale in an instant, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, gliding down his nose and onto his chin. After a while, he managed to wipe the sweat from his chin, weakly offering her a smile. "You truly are ruthless." Yu Xiaoyang returned a smile that did not reach her eyes. "We are even. You inflict emotional wounds upon her, and she bestows physical ones upon you. Is that not fair?" After their exchange, she found herself quite exhausted as well. Glancing at the basin of blood on the floor, she averted her gaze in disgust. That damned scent was truly inescapable, as if the apocalypse was steeped in it. Collecting the bullets from the bedside table, she took a cursory glance. 50 should suffice, so she did not bother counting them all. She simply stuffed them into her bag. This was the condition they had agreed upon. Once the wound was treated, she could take the bullets. Now that the deal was struck, she saw no reason to linger. Just as she shrugged and prepared to leave, she was called back. She halted her steps with vigilance, instinctively clutching her bag tighter and regarding him with suspicion. The man took a moment, then broke into a reassuring smile. "I won't go back on my word." Yu Xiaoyang gazed at him coldly. Understanding the implications of her words, there was no need for further elaboration. "I merely wish to inquire your name." "There's no need for that. We won't meet again. Who knows if you'll even survive?" That wound is quite severe, with your intestines almost exposed. In this desolate world, plagued by scarcity of medical resources, surviving is a matter of chance. Yet, as she was closing the door, she caught the man's low voice. Fu Hungi. Fu Inji. That name rings a bell. Though I can't quite place it, perhaps it is too common. She dismissed the thought, deciding that any future encounters were contingent upon his survival. Besides, she did not perceive their meeting as pleasant. Who knew if he might remember that she had taken 50 of his bullets and a gun? If he were petty, it could spell disaster. Xiaoyang, how is he? Upon seeing her emerge, Li Lu pointed towards Fu Hungi inside. He's alive. For now, he won't turn into a zombie. Li Lu pouted in astonishment. With such grievous injuries, I could smell the strong scent of blood as soon as the door opened. And he's still fine? Aunt Wu beside them finally spoke up. What will happen to him? What will happen? We go our separate ways. Tomorrow we part ways. What else is there to consider? She continued, you all should rest. The room with the beds is for Zhou Bo and Zhou Xiang. The storeroom is for you to divide among yourselves. I will sleep in the living room. It wasn't out of kindness. She understood that someone must keep watch at night. Relying on Aunt Wu, Xiaoan, or Zhou Xiang to do so was unwise, as they had yet to grasp the true meaning of this apocalyptic reality. Trusting them to keep vigil would be a farce. A moment of careless sleep could lead to disaster, with zombies at the doorstep unnoticed. Xiaoan immediately retorted, why should the two of them sleep in the bedroom while we are relegated to the storeroom? Yu Xiaoyang did not spare her glance, forcefully swinging the axe in her hand toward the ground, stating coldly, is this not a clear indication that my previous warning was insufficient? The axe struck merely an inch from Xiaoan's foot, veering just enough to avoid inflicting harm. She could almost foresee the immense pain that the gleaming axe would bring upon contact. Startled, she nearly toppled over, but fortunately, Aunt Wu swiftly caught her. A moment of silence enveloped the room, until Zhou Xiang hesitantly suggested, perhaps we should let the girls sleep instead. Yu Xiaoyang cast a dispassionate glance in his direction and replied, suit yourself. She then rummaged through the guest room, retrieving 2 blankets. Since he desires to be the good person, why must she assume the role of the villain? She has already played the antagonist for his sake, yet he remains ungrateful. Thus, there is little left to discuss. It is true that she feels sympathy for his brother's wounds, but it has not reached the point of irrationality. At times, one must adopt a firmer stance rather than perpetually yielding. Ultimately, Zhou Xiang and Zhou Bo retreated to the guest room, while Aunt Wu and Xiaoan occupied the storage room. After tidying up the storage, it could serve as a sleeping area, at least warmer than the living room. Li Lu hesitated for a moment before approaching her, offering a gentle smile. Let me keep watch with you. After all, I cannot sleep either. Her mind was in turmoil, filled with worry and fear, making sleep impossible. Yu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, appreciating her initiative. She was not their parent and need not constantly consider their feelings. Keeping watch was not a negative endeavor. They would come to understand this in due time. You take the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. Just wake me when it's time. Based on her experiences in the apocalypse, most incidents occurred during the latter half of the night, so she preferred to take the watch then. She was not entirely at ease with Li Lu taking the watch alone. Li Lu smiled slightly and nodded, saying, all right, you can sleep soundly. I want to fall asleep. Yu Xiaoyang chuckled softly, not responding. Sleep soundly? In the apocalypse, such a notion seemed frivolous. However, she chose not to engage in this inconsequential debate, merely offering a non-committal smile before wrapping herself in her blanket to sleep. She was a light sleeper, easily awakened by the slightest sound. Just as she was about to drift off, she heard a faint sobbing. Feigning ignorance, she closed her eyes and attempted to continue sleeping. After dozing off for about an hour, she awoke again, hearing Li Lu still softly weeping. With a sigh, she thought, what a predicament this is. Although she could fall asleep amidst tears, the persistent noise was quite discomforting. Seeing her awake, Li Lu hastily wiped away her tears, her voice hoarse from crying. You're awake. I'm so sorry for waking you. Now that she was awake, sleep eluded her. She sat up, adjusting her blanket, and waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. I'm a light sleeper. You should go rest. I'll keep watch. Li Lu nudda apologetically, taking a candle to the kitchen to bring back 2 cups of water, offering one to her. Yu Xiaoyang thanked her and accepted the cup, The water was still warm. A delightful comfort in such a frigid night. Li Lu's throat was parched. She took her time drinking 2 cups, feeling somewhat relieved afterward. She then rubbed her swollen eyes, the candle's dim light casting shadows on her puffy cheeks as she glanced apologetically at Yu Xiaoyang. I truly apologize. I couldn't control myself. It's fine. I can't sleep either, Yu Xiaoyang replied. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaoyang finally spoke. As long as one is alive, there is hope. Indeed, this was merely a platitude, a half-hearted attempt at consolation, for one might realize that in the apocalypse, living could feel worse than death. The true agony lay in the desire to die, yet lacking the courage to do so. She refrained from offering empty words of comfort, unwilling to play the role of a compassionate older sister to console Li Lu with platitudes about strength, for she herself was struggling to survive. In this wretched world, no one was truly stronger. Everyone faced their own trials. Li Lu huddled in a corner, clutching her knees, unable to suppress her rising panic, and began to weep once more. But I'm so scared, she cried, her fear palpable. It was only the first day, yet it had already been so dreadful. How could she endure what lay ahead? She felt profoundly alone. Within the room, only her soft sobs and the faint crackling of the burning candle could be heard. After a prolonged silence, Yu Xiaoyang managed to suppress the confusion and worry in her eyes and simply said, "Let's sleep," choosing not to speak further. If Li Lu sought someone to confide in, she had chosen the wrong person. Yu Xiaoyang was not a good listener. Each individual bore their own burdens and sufferings. She could only hear and concern herself with her own, unable to reach out to others. Li Lu paused, then buried her head in her arms, softly murmuring an acknowledgement, followed by a few more stifled sobs before she quieted. She was not a weak person. She just had never experienced such despair before, as if her entire life had been turned upside down, leaving her directionless. Aunt Wu and Xiao Wan expressed their grievances, dissatisfied with the darkening sky outside. Yet they were also unsettled by the previous day's shocking incident, leading them to only grumble a few times before gathering their belongings. Yu Xiaoyang, unceremoniously, packed all the edible items in the room into her bag, such as the cured meats and sausages she found in the kitchen, along with a few potatoes, all of which she intended to store in her space later, as there was little to carry and she had no immediate need for it. Xiao Wan seemed to regard her actions with disdain, casting her a look filled with contempt, but Yu Xiaoyang was unbothered, fearing that in due time, Xiao Wan might find herself unable to maintain her sense of superiority. After about 10 minutes of gathering, each person picked up 2 uneaten potatoes from the previous day, and they set off. Yu Xiaoyang did not check on Fu Hongyi. She believed she had done enough by administering medicine and treating his wounds, leaving his fate to chance. The journey that should have taken merely 2 hours had inexplicably stretched to 4 or 5 hours the previous day, forcing them to rest for the night. Thus, she did not allow Li Lu to drive today. While she was a competent driver, her cautiousness was ill-suited for the apocalypse, as it wasted precious time and bred excessive worry over damaging the vehicle. Yu Xiaoyang, however, harbored no such concerns. She simply chose to plow through any obstacles, provided no significant mishap occurred. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wan exclaimed, "What? Are you going to leave us behind?" Li Lu looked at her in surprise, moving her lips before murmuring, "Xiaoyang, aren't you coming with us to W City?" Aunt Wu, already aware of Yu Xiaoyang's intention not to join them, refrained from commenting but still hoped she would reconsider and accompany them. A person devoid of shame is invincible in this world. My prowess is of no concern to you. Should those with wealth not consider sharing a portion with the impoverished? Yu Xiaoyang could not help but laugh in exasperation, realizing that such shamelessness was indeed an eye-opener. They are all women. Does that somehow exclude her from the fold? What a farce! Xiao Wan paused, stammering, "What do you mean?" The implication is that the mask of civility has been cast aside. Since you lack shame, I too have no reservations. Xiao Wan was taken aback by the fleeting glint of menace in her eyes, collapsing onto the table and gazing at her in terror. You wouldn't dare?" she managed to utter, still clinging to a shred of defiance. Yu Xiaoyang chuckled lightly, nonchalantly stating, "If you wish to test the waters." She is not averse to shedding blood. It is not as if she has never taken a life before, just that this would be her first in this lifetime. A profound silence enveloped the vehicle. After a moment, Yu Xiaoyang tucked the dagger she had been toying with into her bag, reached for the door, and prepared to exit. The audacity of them to wish to keep her was patently absurd. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, Li Lu's voice pierced through the tension. Xiaoyang, are you truly not coming with us? No, that's not what I meant. I simply wish to ask if you will see each other again. Let us survive first, she replied, intent on leaving. Yu Xiaoyang halted, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, dead weight? It's Zhou Xiang and Zhou Bo. Ah, them, Yu Xiaoyang mused. If you have the capability, then cast them aside. I am not their guardian. A gathering of self-serving individuals. She initially thought Xiao Wan was decent. But this incident revealed her true nature. She would only act when her interests were not threatened. If they were endangered, she would become a silent viper. Did she truly believe that using Xiao Wan and the group's safety as leverage would be effective? What a joke. Initially, she had intended to remind them of the perils of their journey, but it seemed unnecessary now. Let them seek their own fortune. Exiting the highway, within a mere 10 minutes, she arrived at her residence in Chunfeng Town. As she had surmised, a single day and night had wrought a cataclysmic transformation upon the world. Those who had doubted the apocalypse had learned their lesson in this short span. She endeavored to evade the zombies whenever possible, only resorting to confrontation when absolutely unavoidable. Her family resided on the main street of the town, flanked by two-story shops, businesses on the ground floor and residences above, approximately 100 households in total. She felt a renewed sense of gratitude that her home was at the edge of the street, sparing her the sight of the multitude of zombies roaming the thoroughfare. The street, once bustling with life, was now teeming with the undead, transformed from a vibrant thoroughfare into a scene of desolation, where dried blood and dismembered corpses lay scattered, surrounded by zombies feasting upon the remains. Occasionally, residents would dash out of their homes in an attempt to flee in their cars, only to be immediately encircled by the undead. In a matter of moments, they would be dragged from their vehicles, their anguished screams echoing into silence. She remained oblivious to her parents observing from the balcony, unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. Was it possible that she had not yet awakened from this nightmare? The first establishment she encountered was a dumpling shop, likely left ajar when the apocalypse struck. The couple who ran the shop had succumbed to the affliction, their transformation evident from the signs of recent bites marring their bodies. However, a pressing concern loomed. Who would grant her entry upon reaching the door? Her phone was rendered useless. Should she resort to shouting and cursing from the ground below? Though a back entrance existed, it seemed fraught with peril, long neglected and cluttered with debris. Beyond the shop's rear door lay a river, accompanied by a narrow pathway that served as the back entrance for the merchants. It had once facilitated the washing of goods, but after a pickled delicacy shop opened a year prior, few ventured back there due to the nauseating waste that flowed downstream. Eventually, her father had locked the back door, preferring not to witness the filth. She grappled with indecision, contemplating how to alert her parents of her presence outside. Should she break a window? Yet, too much force would shatter the glass and attract the attention of the undead, while too little would render her inaudible. Above all, she remained ignorant of her parents' condition at home. As she wrestled with her thoughts, a figure appeared at the second-floor window, leaning out to peer below. The joy that had adorned Yu Xiaoyang's face evaporated in an instant, replaced by a shadow of despair. Who was this individual? What were they doing in her home? Where had her parents gone? The figure was a young woman, stylishly dressed, her meticulously applied makeup slightly smudged, yet her beauty remained undiminished. She appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding an alluring, unique charm. However, as the woman's expression darkened, a troubling suspicion began to form in Yu Xiaoyang's mind. No, it could not be. Her father was not that kind of man. The woman appeared only a few years older than herself, and her father would never engage in such behavior. Moreover, had she not witnessed her parents at the entrance of the base during the outbreak? Though they had seemed unwell, it indicated they were together, not apart, thus dispelling her fears. Yes, that was it. She endeavored to reassure herself. Perhaps her parents had simply ventured out to buy books when the calamity struck. She waved at the figure, but initially the woman failed to notice her, her gaze filled with disdain and fear as she surveyed the zombies below. It seemed unlikely they would disperse anytime soon, prompting her to close the window once more. Desperate, Yu Xiaoyang called out, and the woman finally turned her attention toward her. Stunned for a moment, likely taken aback by the presence of a living person outside, her expression quickly shifted to impatience as she rolled her eyes and proceeded to shut the window without hesitation. Yu Xiaoyang was incensed. Who dared to be so brazen in her home? Yet, at that moment, she found herself at a loss for an effective course of action, hesitating whether to venture out the back door. Suddenly, the window swung open, revealing her mother. Overcome with joy, she suppressed her voice and called out Mama. As if sensing her presence, her mother turned to look, momentarily stunned before her face broke into an expression of sheer elation. Yang, Mama. Yu Xiaoyang could barely contain her emotions. It had been 3 years. This was not the gaunt, lifeless figure she had glimpsed hurriedly at the base's entrance, but a healthy and vibrant mother, albeit somewhat weary. Yu Xiaoyang nodded and glanced at the few zombies drawn by her earlier noise, signaling her mother to descend, assuring her she would open the door once it was safe. Ignoring her mother's reluctance, she wielded her axe and circled around. She understood her mother wished for her to return immediately, but allowing these zombies to follow her to the doorstep was simply unacceptable. Swiftly dispatching the 3 approaching zombies, she cautiously made her way towards the shop, striving to avoid disturbing the throngs of zombies on the street. The sheer number of them made confrontation unwise. Fortunately, when the apocalypse erupted, her family's shop had been closed, leaving no customers, and the bun shop was typically busier in the mornings, resulting in a near absence of zombies at both entrances. Passing the bun shop would inevitably attract the attention of the couple who had become zombies, yet she had no intention of evading them. Instead, she sidestepped the male zombie lunging towards her and entered the bun shop, drawing both zombies inside with her. Having been reborn, her sole desire was to shield her parents beneath her protective wings. She could not allow them to fall into peril. Food could be sought gradually, but without her parents, what meaning would life hold for her? Just as she was about to leave, a series of thuds echoed from within another room, prompting her to recall that the couple likely had a son. Since they had moved from afar, she was not well acquainted with their family. The sounds, however, did not seem human. If her instincts were correct, their son must have transformed into a zombie. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to disregard it. With so many zombies around, she could not slay them all. As long as they did not impede her, she saw no reason to expend her energy. Help! Help! As she stepped outside, she spotted a couple sprinting frantically down the street, emerging from an unknown shop. The girl clutched a bag in her hand, but in her haste, she lost her grip, and as she bent to retrieve it, her boyfriend yanked her forward, their eyes fixed ahead, oblivious to the danger closing in. For a dozen zombies trailed closely behind them. I can't run anymore. I'm done for. The girl gasped, breathless. The boy gritted his teeth, glancing at the zombies drawn from unknown origins and then at his girlfriend, caught in a moment of indecision. Yu Xiaoyang stood silently to the side, acutely aware that their commotion had undoubtedly attracted all the zombies on the street. Women can be such a nuisance. If they want to run, they should simply do so and keep their mouths shut. Who possesses the audacity to venture out and save their lives? Just then, her gaze met that of a young man, and an instinctive sense of foreboding washed over her. It was evident that they were about to sprint in this direction. Sure enough, the young man hesitated for a moment before urgently pulling his girlfriend to change their course toward her. A flurry of thoughts raced through Yu Xiaoyang's mind as she swiftly dashed over to press the switch for the rolling gate. It emitted 2 sharp chimes before beginning its descent. She remained vigilant of their speed. If they ran fast enough, they could slip through the gap just as the gate fell. Should they lag, well, they could face the consequences of becoming fodder for the zombies outside. After all, she was no saint, and she believed she had already done enough. No one would sacrifice themselves to save someone else. At least, she wouldn't. Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes. She had no intention of keeping the door open for them to enter while allowing the zombies to join in their demise. A flicker of astonishment crossed the young man's eyes, but he quickly comprehended the situation. Without uttering a word, he urged his girlfriend to accelerate toward the dumpling shop. When the gate was merely 30 centimeters from the ground, the young man executed a roll and tumbled inside, while the girl, paralyzed by fear, merely stood there, staring vacantly. A look of disdain crossed Yu Xiaoyang's face. How could she still be dazed at such a critical moment? Swiftly, she propped the gate with one hand, extended a leg to trip the girl, and efficiently dragged her in by one leg, simultaneously pressing down the gate with her other hand. Just as she completed the task, a cacophony of knocking echoed from outside. "Ruru, are you all right?" The young man immediately rushed to assist Ru, helping her into a chair. Yu Xiaoyang had acted rather harshly. The girl, caught off guard, fell to the ground, her nose striking the floor and bleeding profusely, her mouth and forehead swelling. The girl, bewildered, raised her head, but could only emit muffled sounds of discomfort due to the pain. The young man felt a hint of amusement, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of helplessness, culminating in a sigh. He said nothing more, using his sleeve to wipe the blood from Ruru's nose, offering comforting words. "It's all right. We are safe now." Ruru reached up to touch her swollen forehead, winced, and then burst into tears, casting a pitiful glance at the young man. Her words, slightly clearer now, came out, "Chang hurts so much. What happened to my forehead? Am I disfigured?" Yu Xiaoyang shook her head wearily. It was evident that women could never fully relinquish their concerns about their appearance. She shot her a cold glance, as if to say, "Are you implying I should not have saved you? Then what do you propose I should do?" After a moment of hesitation, Ro continued, "Can't you speak to me nicely? Why did you kick me, and why did you close the door, almost preventing us from entering?" A flicker of indignation crossed Yu Xiaoyang's eyes. Having rescued her, she showed no gratitude and instead had the audacity to question him. "Oh, are you suggesting that I should have allowed the zombies to remain stationary while I politely invited you in, only to have them chase after us afterward? And if I had not closed the door, would I have been waiting here to perish alongside you?" Ro was momentarily taken aback, a hint of irritation surfacing on her face. "But you nearly caused me to be disfigured. Could you not have waited for us to enter before closing the door? If you had come out to help us, there would have been ample time." Yu Xiaoyang, disinterested in further banter, rose to his feet and coldly regarded her. "You should be grateful that I saved you. Otherwise, you would have been torn apart by zombies long ago. Dream on if you think you could have escaped unscathed. If you dislike the situation, feel free to leave. No one is holding you back. If you have the chance to live and are still upset about your appearance, consider yourself fortunate. People are inherently greedy. When faced with death, they cling to life. And once they survive, they desire even more." His decision to close the door had been the only viable option. He could not possibly venture outside to confront the horde. With so many zombies, the risk was far too great. The only path forward was to secure the entrance. Yet, when the girls were outside, a moment of compassion overtook him. He acted instinctively, not contemplating the consequences, only to attract the ire of an ungrateful wretch. "This store is not your home. Who are you to dictate my departure?" she began, but was swiftly silenced by a boy named Cheng, who covered her mouth. Cheng's expression was far from pleasant. Ro, you must not speak like that. She saved us. We should be grateful." Ro struggled in Cheng's embrace, her eyes filled with defiance. "I understand, but she hurt me. Look at this massive bump on my forehead." Cheng's demeanor darkened as he firmly grasped Ro's wrist, admonishing her sternly. "That was all for your sake. Do you truly wish to be bitten by a zombie?" Upon hearing this, Ro hesitated, a trace of fear crossing her face, yet her dissatisfaction lingered. However, upon seeing Cheng genuinely upset, she bit her lip and conceded, "I know, I would never want to be bitten by a zombie. I was just too angry." Seeing his girlfriend relent, Cheng's expression softened somewhat. He turned to Yu Xiaoyang with a look of remorse. "I sincerely apologize. Ro can be quite thoughtless. Thank you for saving our lives." Yu Xiaoyang's gaze lingered on Cheng for a few moments before settling on Ro. His voice steady as he replied, "No need for thanks. Just refrain from directing your ire at me." Cheng awkwardly offered several apologies, while Ro seemed poised to speak again. But Cheng pulled her closer, shooting her a warning look, prompting her to reluctantly fall silent. Yu Xiaoyang, disinterested, chose not to engage further. She is now contemplating how to escape this place. Outside, the streets are teeming with zombies, and she wonders how long the barricade will hold. As long as they do not attract the attention of the undead, it is manageable. However, If the zombies become aware of their presence, they are unlikely to leave anytime soon. Should they be unfortunate enough to encounter a couple of evolved ones, the situation would indeed become dire. Just as she is lost in thought, a series of loud knocks echo from the room above, likely provoked by the anguished howls of the zombies outside. Each sound more insistent than the last. What? What'll be up there? Could there be zombies here too? Ro trembles, her teeth chattering. Cheng's expression mirrors her concern, filled with grave apprehension. He never anticipated that after narrowly escaping from outside, they would face another horde. A bitter smile crosses his face, lamenting his dreadful luck. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoyang devises a plan, a flicker of a smile brightening her features as she realizes her oversight. If they cannot exit through the main door below, they can make their way from above. This would minimize the risk and avoid drawing the attention of the zombies. After all, even if her mother were to cautiously open the door, the zombies lurking outside could easily notice them. With this thought in mind, she promptly rises from her seat, preparing her bag. Grasping the axe firmly, she intends to ascend the stairs, only to be halted by Cheng's call. Wait, are you going up? Furrowing her brow, Yu Xiaoyang gives a slight, non-committal nod. Yet, he reminds her there are zombies above. The dim sum shop is considerably smaller than her family's establishment, with only one room upstairs, right at the top of the stairs. As she reaches the stairwell, she hears the relentless banging of the door. Taking a deep breath, she steadies her grip on the axe, placing one hand on the doorknob. With a gentle tug followed by a swift retreat, she kicks the door open, and a half-human, foul-smelling zombie lunges out. She swiftly positions herself at the doorway, seizing the moment to swing the axe with precision, severing the creature's neck. Only after witnessing the zombie collapse does she exhale in relief, leaning against the wall to catch her breath before entering the room. Approaching the balcony, just as she is about to open the window, a shrill scream pierces the air. You killed him. Yu Xiaoyang rolls her eyes in exasperation. Was it not obvious? Cheng's expression darkens, yet he refrains from commenting, instead asking, what are you planning to do? Do you intend to climb out the window? Recognizing his perceptiveness, she opens the window, peering outside. There is only a wall separating her from the other side. If her mother were to open the window from within, she could easily scale over. Do you wish to leave this place? Cheng's face brightens with hope. Just as he is about to speak, Yu Xiaoyang interrupts, aware of his intentions. It is simply not feasible at that moment. Standing there conversing with him is meant to clarify her stance, whether as a threat or a warning. They would do well to understand. Otherwise, she would ensure their eternal silence. With her current skills, it would be quite simple to deal with two individuals lacking any combat prowess. Both of their faces pale, exchanging glances filled with unspoken fear. Yu Xiaoyang observed their reactions with a calm demeanor, unhurriedly continuing, there is food and water downstairs. You may do as you wish. I shall not partake in it. As she spoke, she prepared to open the window. Just then, Cheng interjected hurriedly, but it's very unsafe here. There's zombies below. They will leave, as long as you all remain compliant. Ro seemed inclined to say something further, but was pulled back by Cheng. Though he too yearned to leave this place, he understood that this was not the right time. The girl evidently harbored a strong dislike for him and Ro, indicating that a more deliberate approach was necessary. Yu Xiaoyang paid them no mind and opened the window, leaning out to tap on the glass of her home. Soon enough, a voice shouted in frustration, "Who is it? Are you out of your mind? What if you break the window?" It was the young woman from earlier. "Yang, is that really you? How did you end up here?" Just a wall away were her parents, whom she had not seen for 3 years. She anticipated tears might flow, yet she felt none. She had never been so elated. "Dad, Mom." Though separated by a mere wall, the balcony was quite wide, lacking any footholds, making traversal a daunting task. "Wait a moment. Let me tie something around my waist. These tiles are slippery, and with a rope, I need not fear," she thought, appreciating her father's foresight. Yu Xiaoyang did not refuse. There was no need for her parents to fret over her safety. Moreover, her father's observation was indeed valid. A slip could lead to disastrous consequences. Her father went to fetch a rope while her mother gazed at her with tearful yet contented eyes. However, there remained one matter unresolved. She had to issue them a warning. With a smile, she addressed her mother, "Mom, I have 2 others here. I need to make some arrangements. Please wait a moment." Li Ruoqing looked at her in surprise. Are they the couple from the dumpling shop? Didn't they turn into zombies? Are they your friends? Then let them come over. They are not friends, merely two strangers. But there are some things I must clarify. Li Ruoqing paused, then eventually nodded with a smile. All right, hurry along. Yu Xiaoyang's eyes glistened with moisture. Her mother had always unconditionally supported her, regardless of her decisions. Even when she chose Zhang Sheng, her mother, though disapproving, could not bring herself to scold her. Li Ruoqing's smile deepened. Yes, your mother is waiting for you. I will assist your father in finding the rope. I wonder if we still have any at home? As we haven't used it in ages. In the past, hearing her mother's incessant chatter would have irked her, but now she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Grateful for the chance to once again hear their voices. I hope my previous words have been absorbed. I do not wish for you to trouble me and my family. This place is already your territory, and I shall refrain from intruding upon you. Otherwise, it may lead to an unpleasant situation where neither party benefits. The girl may not have any ulterior motives as her mind is not yet capable of such complexity. However, the individual named Aiching undoubtedly harbors intricate thoughts. She is unaware of his intentions, but let them not be directed towards her. As anticipated, Aicheng's expression darkened, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. He indeed had his own plans and calculations. With so many zombies downstairs clawing at the door, who knows how long the rolling gate can withstand their assault? If the door were to break, wouldn't they be in peril? Yet he understood that this was not the moment to speak. He could only wait. Should the door truly give way, he could not simply sit idly by. It would be a contest of whose skills would prevail. Ruru felt quite uncomfortable with her words, immediately pouting and huffing. Do you think your place is a prized treasure? We have no interest in it. Aicheng, right? Aicheng stiffened slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction towards his girlfriend, yet he refrained from voicing it. At this moment, he still cherished her. For Ruru was the one he had pursued for an entire year. Yu Xiaoyang smirked subtly and replied, that would be the best outcome. I hope you remember today's words. As she spoke, her parents arrived with some rope, calling out to her, Mom and Dad, how are you both? Her mother gazed at her for a moment before she could no longer contain herself, rushing over to embrace her, sobbing, Yin-Yang, my dear Yin-Yang. Li Ruoqing tightly grasped her hand, leading her to the living room. Yu Xiaoyang had many questions she wished to ask, yet she did not resist, following her mother. Although their household was not accustomed to stockpiling food, it was now winter, and the locals favored preserving salted goods. Thus, their home was filled with various salted fish and meats. While the taste may not rival that of fresh fare, to her, it was the most delectable food in the world. You must have endured many hardships outside. Eat more meat and soup, and don't choke. All right, let her eat slowly. No need to speak. Li Ruoqing shot a glare at Yu Dahai. Is it wrong for me to care for my own daughter? Not everyone is as cold-hearted as you. Unable to counter her, Yu Dahai raised his hands in surrender. Fine, fine, you're impressive. Is that satisfactory? Yu Xiaoyang chuckled softly, her eyes brimming with happiness and contentment. What was merely a trivial exchange of banter felt like a sound she had never heard before in her life. Earlier, she had observed a young woman seated at the table with a boy of 4 or 5, casting disdainful and irritated glances, clearly disliking her, or perhaps disliking this place altogether. Yu Xiaoyang's gaze darkened momentarily, but she did not immediately inquire. She merely glanced at her before shifting her eyes away. As Yu Dahai discerned her bewilderment, he explained, This is Principal Ji's wife, Zhu Man, and this little one is Gumingwei. You can just call her Sister Zhu. Before the apocalypse, Zhu Man came to our house to buy books, and then everyone fainted. Upon waking, we discovered the world outside had changed, leaving Zhu Man unable to leave. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyang's heart raced fiercely. Had she not been explicit about her feelings? Why then, was she still inclined to open the door for Zhu Man? What concern did Zhu Man hold for her? All she desired was for them to remain safe. Yet, she restrained herself, ultimately choosing silence, not wishing to provoke an unpleasant quarrel with her father. After all, he had been unaware of the dire circumstances they would face. However, she did not express much more. Zhu Man must be removed from the equation. She had no intention of laboriously protecting someone else. Yu Xiaoyang cast a quick glance at her, her mind still somewhat lucid amidst the chaos. Indeed, the world had changed. Outside lurked the flesh-eating zombies, and a mere bite would transform one into one of those monsters. Zhu Man appeared momentarily stunned but still inquired, "Is there any hope? Have you ever seen anyone bitten who remained normal?" Yu Xiaoyang retorted. From his second floor, one should clearly observe the events unfolding below. Zhu Man's complexion paled as she murmured, "What should we do then?" Yu Xiaoyang chose not to respond to her, let alone comfort her, and instead addressed her parents. "Have you been well these past few days? They must be quite worried." Li Ruoqing was deeply moved, reflecting that there are still many good people in this world. Without a second thought, Yu Xiaoyang shook off Zhu Man's hand. "Look at all those zombies outside. Do you truly believe we can get out?" Zhu Man was taken aback before responding. "But you said you have killed zombies before. Can't you just eliminate them all?" Yu Xiaoyang scoffed. "Eliminate them all? I appreciate your confidence in me." She sighed. "I lack that capability. If I had such power, I wouldn't have met such a tragic end in my previous life." At that moment, Li Ruoqing abruptly stood, accidentally dropping the little one. He merely emitted a muffled sound and then fell silent. Terrified, Li Ruoqing quickly scooped him up, relieved to find he was unharmed. Yu Xiaoyang scrutinized the small child, Ge Minghui, who lay with closed eyes, his delicate face faintly flushed, weakly resting in his mother's embrace, showing no immediate signs of distress. Seeing her gaze linger on Ge Minghui, Zhu Man instinctively tightened her hold on the child, turning slightly to shield him from view. "What do you intend to do?" Yu Xiaoyang squinted, questioning. "What could I possibly do? Why are you so anxious? He is your child." "Of course, didn't you see me holding him?" Yu Xiaoyang nodded, somewhat understanding, but the conversation ended there. "The door stands ajar. You may leave at any moment." Yu Xiaoyang repeated her sentiment, believing herself to be of such importance that her presence was indispensable. If it were possible, she would gladly kick someone out. Zhu Man was nearly breathless with anger. Realizing that Yu Xiaoyang was impervious to reason, she redirected her ire towards her parents. In the course of these past few days, she had discerned that both Yu Dahai and his wife were tender-hearted individuals. Yu Xiaoyang's expression shifted as she conceded that she herself could leave, but her parents, she insisted, were an entirely different matter. The only reason she had not been expelled yet was to spare her parents' feelings, yet she was astonished by her blatant lack of gratitude. Li Ruoqing, however, was unperturbed. It was true that she was soft-hearted, and sympathizing with the weak was not a fault, but her paramount love was reserved for her daughter. No one was permitted to cast their gaze upon her child. Her daughter was her everything. You save those who are in peril. Yet with so many on the streets ensnared by zombies, why do you not intervene? How has your mother raised you? You dare to interfere with my daughter? It would be a courtesy not to have you expelled. Do not take advantage of my kindness. The world has changed, and it is no longer the society it once was. To find a safe haven with food and water is a rare blessing. I took you in with good intentions, yet you presume to lecture me on my daughter? I cannot bear to utter a word against her, so how dare a stranger meddle? Zhu Man was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Li Ruoqing without uttering a single word. Typically, Li Ruoqing was the epitome of gentleness, often with tearful eyes. Yet she had never witnessed such fierceness in her demeanor. Turning to Yu Dahai, who looked on with an expression of apology, she snapped, "What are you still doing here? Why are you dawdling?" Once inside the room, she finally posed a question. "Mother, didn't I instruct you to close the door and not let anyone in?" Li Ruoqing shot Yu Dahai a glance and gestured towards him, indicating it was him. "After you hung up, I had already closed the rolling door. Just as I was about to secure the glass door, Zhu Man knocked, claiming she wished to purchase a book. I was reluctant to open, yet your father insisted, arguing that we cannot turn away guests, especially considering she is the wife of Principal Ge. Now, it seems that even the wife of the king holds no weight." Principal Ge? If she recalled correctly, that was the same principal from her school days who had recently married. How could his wife be so young? Yet, upon further reflection, she understood the implications and chose not to voice her thoughts. Yu Dahai chuckled awkwardly. She has already come in. It would be rather impolite to turn her away. Li Ruoqing huffed softly, but refrained from actually suggesting that they expel her. Yu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, wondering what good deed Zhu Man had accomplished to elicit such discontent from Li Ruoqing. Her character was generally amiable, especially as they were in the business of catering to students, who would buy books from someone of a disagreeable nature. Yet, Zhu Man had provoked Li Ruoqing's ire, indicating that she was indeed a formidable presence. Testing the waters, she inquired, "Has Zhu Man angered you? Did you provoke my anger?" She possesses considerable capabilities. Inciting my ire is trivial for her. She constantly criticizes our humble abode and disparages my culinary skills, expressing disdain for this and that, which is utterly exasperating. Were it not for the myriad dangers lurking outside, I would be tempted to send her out. It's no wonder she finds this place cramped. After all, it is the fruit of our parents' relentless toil, and every item within is meticulously arranged by Li Ruoqing. Naturally, she would be displeased by such disparagement. Understanding the root of the matter, I chose not to pursue the inquiry further. Regardless, Zhu Man must depart, and I need not invest excessive concern for her. My foremost concern lies with my parents' health. I envisioned gathering my parents together, seated on chairs, and gazing earnestly at them, I calmly stated, "Mom and Dad, I have a question for you. Please do not overthink it. I am merely inquiring." Li Ruoqing chuckled. Why such seriousness for a casual query? When has Yang Yang ever approached matters with gravity? Yu Xiaoyang blinked, dismissing her jest, and simply inquired, "Do you feel any abnormalities in your health? Perhaps a high or low fever, or any discomfort in your bodies?" Li Ruoqing and Yu Dahai exchanged bewildered glances, each perceiving the other's confusion. "What do you mean? Just tell me if you have," I insisted. After a prolonged silence, Yu Dahai and Li Ruoqing shook their heads, indicating no abnormalities. Yu Xiaoyang hung her head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Neither of her family members had awakened their abilities at the first opportunity. In her previous life, she had the chance to awaken, but she relinquished that opportunity for the sake of that despicable person, ultimately becoming a speed mutant. In this life, she was determined to awaken her abilities, regardless of the cost, for only with such powers could one survive in the apocalypse. "Yang Yang, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" Li Ruoqing, noticing Yu Xiaoyang's dejected demeanor, asked with concern. Yu Xiaoyang looked up and met Li Ruoqing's gaze, filled with deep worry, and felt a stirring in her heart. Suddenly, she realized how greedy she had been. Her parents were now by her side, and her long-held wish had been fulfilled. What more could she desire? Besides, she still had a chance to awaken her abilities, even if she wasn't among the first. As long as she possessed powers, she could ensure her family's survival. With those thoughts, her mood gradually brightened. She mustered a smile for Li Ruoqing and said, "I'm fine. I was just worried. As long as I hear that you are well, I can rest easy." Li Ruoqing was amused by her tone, saying, "Silly girl. Those are the questions we should be asking you. Yet here you are, inquiring about our well-being." Yu Xiaoyang approached and playfully clung to her arm. "Who says it matters? What is most important is that we are all well together." "Indeed, as long as we are all in good health," Li Ruoqing replied, gently holding her hand. These past few days have been quite harrowing for her, constantly worrying about Yang Yang and what she might be enduring outside. She could scarcely bear to contemplate the trials of those days. As Yu Xiaoyang straightened her posture and gazed at her parents, she declared, "Now that you are both aware, the outside world is teeming with zombies. The world has irrevocably changed and will no longer resemble the one we once knew." Yu Dahai regarded her, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Yang Yang, how did you deduce that it was the apocalypse when you called me earlier?" Yu Xiaoyang maintained her composure, replying coolly, "I came across a post online. The author's description was so vivid that I believed it. Who would have thought it would indeed be the end of days?" Both Yu Dahai and Li Ruoqing sighed heavily, contemplating, "It is fortunate that we have access to the internet now. Otherwise, had we left our door unlocked and continued with our business, the consequences would be unimaginable. Indeed, even if our parents had not transformed into zombies, there would likely be no safe haven left." The onset of the apocalypse coincided with the most active hours of human life, making escape nearly impossible. The death toll from this apocalypse would likely surpass that of the previous one. Although she could not comprehend why the end of the world had arrived prematurely, she understood that this calamity was inevitable and insurmountable by mere human effort or resources. Thus, she had never contemplated disclosing the news. Regardless of whether others believed her or not, Once the apocalypse truly arrived, she would find herself in dire straits, potentially subjected to dissection. If circumstances worsened, her remaining days could become a living hell, and she did not possess such nobility of spirit. What about your company? Are there still survivors? What of your dear friend He Chu and Zhang Sheng? Are they unharmed? Yu Xiaoyang paused, her mind racing through the years, ultimately deciding to extinguish her parents' hopes regarding them. She had a premonition that she and He Chu would inevitably cross paths again, and she wished to shield her parents from being deceived by her. With a pained and sorrowful expression, she clenched her teeth and fixed her gaze ahead, her eyes betraying a glimmer of despair. Li Ruoqing's heart sank. Could something truly be amiss? She had always felt that He Chu was too charming and cunning, warning Yu Xiaoyang to steer clear of her, but Yang would not listen. There was little she could do to prevent it. The wisdom of experience was indeed harsh. She had hoped that Yang would learn from her misfortunes. But with the apocalypse upon them, everything had changed. Mom, please refrain from mentioning them in the future. Even if we encounter them later, let us pretend we do not know them. After a pause, she spoke with a voice imbued with profound clarity. You have no idea. Zhang Sheng and He Chu are together. They have betrayed me and have been involved with each other for quite some time. She was not one to hold on to what could not be grasped. If Zhang Sheng had feelings for He Chu, he should have expressed them openly. Why engage with her while entangled with He Chu? Li Ruoqing looked at her in astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom the truth, murmuring, is that really the case? Why would it not be? I witnessed it with my own eyes. She then produced photos taken on her phone, embellishing the story to amplify its impact. She needed her parents to completely abandon any affection or admiration for He Chu and Zhang Sheng, for only then would they remain impervious to deception when confronted with He Chu in the future. Li Ruoqing was infuriated upon seeing the photograph, vehemently condemning He Chu as a vile person who would not even spare her friend's partner. She declared that she would never associate with such individuals again. Yang, do you understand? She turned to Yu Xiaoyang, who promptly nodded in agreement, wishing to distance herself from them entirely. How could she possibly care for them any longer? Yu Dahai sighed, his expression clouded with sorrow. I never expected the human heart to be so fickle. Zhang Sheng, who appeared so refined, had committed such an act. Li Ruoqing gazed at her daughter with concern. Yang, do not be afraid. In the future, your mother will find you someone far better. A man like Zhang Sheng, a mere pretty boy, is hardly worthy of you. My daughter deserves the very best, someone with character, ambition, and the strength to stand tall. Yu Xiaoyang managed a forced smile. Find someone better? Huh, I have no intention of seeking another man. It was not that she was deeply wounded by Zhang Sheng, but rather that the apocalypse had arrived, and they were about to face unimaginable challenges. Who had the heart to ponder such matters? Yet, she refrained from voicing her true thoughts, fearing her parents' admonitions. In their eyes, no matter how the world transformed, a girl was still expected to marry. The topic weighed heavily upon her, and not wanting to sadden her parents, Yu Xiaoyang opened her backpack with a smile. Look, I have brought back some treasures. My goodness, Yang, did you rob the dumpling shop next door? Yu Xiaoyang stuck out her tongue. Of course not. I only took a little. My backpack is quite large. It was filled with dumplings, approximately 70 or 80 of them, carefully packaged in bags, with the remainder stored in her space. With so many dumplings, we will have enough to eat for a while. Li Ruoqing had not cooked for the past 2 days, her culinary skills being lackluster, and Zhu Man was of no help, leaving them to graze on whatever was available, which had left them craving more. Yu Xiaoyang was most concerned about the remaining provisions. How much food do we have left? A 50-kilogram bag of rice had been purchased just 2 days prior to the apocalypse, with only a small portion consumed. A few days earlier, a vegetable truck had come by. Her mother, lured by the low prices, had bought 5 cabbages, half a bag of carrots, and a dozen potatoes. They had also pickled a pig's leg and a few bones, which were now gone. Not much, she thought, recalling that when she was home, her mother would buy much more, especially cured meats. This year, however, they had only procured some leg meat and bones. Li Ruoqing shot him a glare. What do you mean by being thrifty? If it weren't for my frugality, you'd be eating plain rice right now. Li Dahai had merely intended to joke, but under Li Ruoqing's fierce gaze, he could only offer a dry smile, saying, At least we will have dumplings to eat in the future. However, this proposal was met with Li Ruoqing's refusal. She pondered for a moment, her brow furrowed, before responding slowly, "We do not yet know what the future holds. For now, we cannot touch these dumplings. We still have rice, but we can only make a few meals. Let us keep these dumplings preserved until we have no food left." She shared the same sentiment, knowing her daughter well. During the new year, every household would prepare numerous dumplings, leaving them for later, and they never seemed to spoil. Thus, it was indeed possible to store them. Upon reflecting on this, she nodded and continued with Li Ruoqing's words. "The world I perceive is already transformed. Who knows what the future holds? We must leave ourselves a way out. Otherwise, what shall we do when the food at home runs out?" Yu Dahai found their conversation rather grave and felt a twinge of hesitation. Ultimately, he acquiesced, saying, "Very well, let be so. Do not speak of these buns. Conceal them well, for they may be our last sustenance for the people." Yu Xiaoyang felt a pang of guilt. Although she had an abundance of food in her space, she did not dare to reveal it. On one hand, she felt somewhat selfish. On the other, she believed her actions were justified. Now was not the opportune moment to disclose the secret of her space. She needed to wait for the right opportunity. "Sigh, I wonder how my parents are faring," Yu Dahai said, his face clouded with worry as he unconsciously gazed out the window. Li Ruoqing shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "What difference does it make whether you have that mother or not?" Yu Dahai did not take offense. He merely cast a helpless glance at Li Ruoqing. "She is still my mother. Can't you show me a little respect?" Li Ruoqing scoffed coldly. "Respect? Sure, you can ask her to return my son to me." At this mention, Yu Dahai found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Li Ruoqing's displeasure, he refrained from further comment. Indeed, it was his mother's fault back then, and while he had harbored resentment, she remained his kin. How could he be indifferent? Years ago, before they moved to Glasstown and while still residing in their rural hometown, Li Ruoqing, having given birth to a daughter first, grew to despise Yu Dahai's mother. Borrowing money from her family, she opened a bookstore in town and moved out, vowing never to be the dutiful daughter-in-law again. From that point onward, she and Yu Dahai's mother were at odds, quarreling whenever they crossed paths. In truth, she held little affection for that matron. Bound by Li Ruoqing's later assertiveness, she dared not confront her directly, opting instead for sarcastic remarks, accusing her of having thwarted her father's lineage. Yu Xiaoyang, under Li Ruoqing's tutelage, had developed a distaste for the matron, never considering her a true grandmother. This only intensified her aversion. The matron often found herself in a fit of rage, berating them as cut from the same cloth. However, she wisely refrained from mentioning this person at that moment, avoiding further aggravating Li Ruoqing's displeasure, and instead diverted the conversation to another subject. The so-called matron held no significance for her. Their encounters were few and far between, and there was no guarantee they would meet again. Therefore, why squander energy on inconsequential individuals? "Mother, do we still have electricity and water at home?" "The electricity has long been cut off. We only have water." "Why do you ask?" This response did not surprise her. It was quite normal for there to be a power outage after such a prolonged absence of activity. Yu Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before replying, "I fear it won't last much longer. Fortunately, we use gas for cooking, so that is one less concern for now. Our main issue is water. If I am not mistaken, it will likely be shut off in the next couple of days." Li Ruoqing's complexion turned pale. Could it be? What will we do if the water supply is cut off? Li Dahai, however, was more far-sighted than she had anticipated. "Nothing is impossible. We have witnessed humanity at its worst. If that is the case, I believe Yang Yang is correct. We must prepare in advance. What should we do? Collect water?" Yu Xiaoyang nodded. "Yes, we should fill every container in our house with water. It is best to wash all the vegetables beforehand, for there will be no water later. This is merely the first step. Many more challenges lie ahead." Yu Xiaoyang sighed, realizing that the food in her space was still insufficient. In her haste to return home and avoid delays, she had exerted every ounce of her strength, leaving no time to gather supplies. The most pressing concern, however, was that her parents would likely disapprove. They would not want her to take risks, and they had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation regarding food and medicine. "Since that is the case, I shall wait," she thought, confident that her parents' worldview would gradually shift within a few days. By that time, it would not be too late to act. For now, the most crucial task was to ascertain the number of zombies on their street. Their old-fashioned house primarily relied on solar energy, which had a commendable capacity for storing water. The most substantial water container in the house was this. Without daring to rest, she hurriedly gathered every bottle, cup, and jar at home, washed them thoroughly, dried them with a cloth, and filled them with clean water. There was no indication of her parents offering assistance. Yu Xiaoyang did not mind. After all, she had no desire to share the water with them. Her parents carefully separated the drinkable from the non-drinkable water. Driven by her self-interest, Yu Xiaoyang discreetly locked away all the potable water in her room, leaving the undrinkable in the kitchen to wash things. Li Dehai seemed somewhat awkward about her actions, but did not truly hinder Yu Xiaoyang. Isn't it inappropriate to store water in your room? Li Ruoqing gave him a light slap. Li Dehai smiled sheepishly at her. Yu Xiaoyang remained unfazed, understanding that it would not be easy for her father to accept her perspective so quickly. Fortunately, her mother was supportive. By the time they had filled every available container, it was already past 9 in the evening. They had been busy for about 3 to 4 hours. Uncertain of when the water would indeed be cut off, they needed to prepare swiftly. Of course, there would be no electricity. They relied on candles, those aromatic candles she had once adored. She had purchased many online, believing them to be quite romantic, lighting them while bathing. However, one time, she carelessly let her dress fall onto a candle. Fortunately, no harm was done, but it left her with a lingering fear of their safety. She had stored those scented candles away, never expecting them to prove useful now. Upon returning to her room and locking the door, Yu Xiaoyang transferred half of the water into her space. After meticulously assessing the items in her space, she realized what was lacking. Most importantly, water and food. These essentials were never excessive. The more, the better. Of course, medicine remained paramount. In their row of merchants, there was no pharmacy, only a few shops down the street. Across from them was a pharmacy that operated daily. If only it were possible to procure all the medicines from that establishment. Yet such an endeavor required careful consideration, neither rushed nor delayed. She intended to follow the military for safety, as she had no confidence in navigating the perilous conditions filled with zombies while ensuring her parents' safety. Lost in her thoughts, she gradually drifted into slumber, despite the distant growls of zombies and shouts echoing from unknown sources below. Upon awakening the next morning, her first action was to check whether the water supply had ceased. Fortunately, although it was a mere trickle, it had not been cut off. Each additional day of running water reduced the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. This thought brought her a modicum of comfort. It seemed that the number of zombies on the street had increased, many of them familiar faces, residents of her neighborhood. Li Ruoqing felt a wave of melancholy wash over her as she leaned on the balcony, sighing at the scene below. Yu Xiaoyang approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder, inquiring about her distress. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled who Aunt Qin was, the owner of the mahjong parlor. She felt no particular sorrow for her. Everyone wished to evade the fate of becoming a zombie or dying, yet some inevitably succumbed to that fate. Her heart was small, only capable of caring for those she cherished. After a brief spell of sadness, Li Ruoqing revitalized herself. "Have you eaten breakfast?" she asked. "Not yet. I wish to eat with my mother." "Come, let us head to the living room." Upon returning to the living room, it was evident that Zhu Man had just risen, cradling her son as if preparing to settle down at the table. Yao Shanshan noticed that although Zhu Man had applied makeup, her complexion remained rather pallid, indicating a restless night and a lingering fatigue in her eyes. Li Ruoqing served porridge at the table, and as no one filled a bowl for themselves, Zhu Man picked up her spoon and took small sips without uttering a word of thanks. Yu Xiaoyang's gaze darkened momentarily before he chuckled softly and spoke. "Sister Man, are you not going to feed Ming Wei something? It is quite inconvenient to eat with one hand while holding the child with the other. Would you like me to hold him for you while you eat?" He reached out to take the child. Did a 4 or 5-year-old really need to be held constantly? Moreover, Zhu Man's demeanor was decidedly off. One could hardly dismiss such a sign as mere coincidence. Today, she had to ascertain the truth. She could not allow any danger to linger within her home. If, If her suspicions were correct, then there would be no choice but to apologize. Zhu Man initially froze, but upon realizing the intent, she instinctively pushed his hand away, clutching her child protectively. You shall not touch my child. Yu Xiaoyang narrowed her eyes, her probing gaze unreservedly fixed upon Zhu Man. What are you afraid of? What has happened to Gemingwei? Yu Dahai and Li Ruoqing exchanged uncertain glances, about to speak, when Yu Xiaoyang interrupted them. She refrained from explaining the situation to her parents, continuing to scrutinize Zhu Man with a penetrating look. Her voice carried an air of pressure as she pressed on. Has he turned into a zombie? Zhu Man let out a sharp scream. No, Minghui is not a zombie. He is my precious child. Then why are you so anxious? No child can survive without nourishment. Stop hiding him in your embrace and let me see him. What exactly is wrong with him? Zhu Yan, in a state of alarm, stood up from his chair and retreated to the corner with Geminghui in his arms. No, he is my child. Yu Xiaoyang's gaze darkened once again. It seemed her suspicions were confirmed. But if Geminghui had indeed transformed into a zombie, why had he not displayed any predatory behavior? Moreover, she had never heard him emit the characteristic growl of the undead. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she signaled to Yu Dahai, indicating he should restrain Zhu Man while she took the child. Yu Dahai hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement. He wasn't foolish and sensed that something was amiss. Yet as a man, he felt reluctant to forcibly take someone else's child. However, since Yu Xiaoyang had decided to confront the issue, he could no longer remain passive. Yu Xiaoyang gestured, and Yu Dahai swiftly moved through the side door to grasp Zhu Man's wrist, while Yu Xiaoyang seized the child from her arms. The moment she touched the child's hand, she paused. It was burning hot, as if engulfed in flames. Let go. You are hurting my child. I will fight you. Ignoring Zhu Man's heart-wrenching cries, Yu Xiaoyang understood a mother's anguish, but only as long as it did not threaten her own family. The child was indeed burning with an extraordinary heat, yet there were no signs of him being a zombie. Yu Xiaoyang formed a hypothesis in her mind. If she was correct, Geminghui was on the verge of awakening his supernatural abilities. He was among the first of the awakened, yet only 4 or 5 years old. In her past life, she had witnessed others awaken their powers, and he resembled them. She was left wondering what abilities Geminghui had awakened that had caused him to remain in slumber for so many days. Clutching the child tightly, she retreated to the corner, still gripped by fear, her vigilant eyes watching them. It seemed that should they dare to approach, she would charge forward to defend him fiercely. She raised an eyebrow at her parents, who stood by in shock, and inquired, Aren't you going to sit down and eat? Why are you just standing there? Yu Dahai and Li Ruoqing exchanged glances and complied, taking their seats. After a moment of silence, Li Ruoqing could no longer contain herself. Has Minghui truly become a zombie? Today marks the 3rd day. He should have awakened, unless he has awakened a particularly potent ability. A child possessing such destructive power does not bode well. Of course, this child had no connection to her. She felt no obligation to worry for him. She was merely curious about his supernatural abilities and did not expect that her own household would also produce one of the initial batch of awakened individuals. Yet he was not her family member. How ironic. Admittedly, she felt a pang of jealousy, but she had not descended into madness to harm a child. After calming herself for a moment, Zhu Man spoke reassuringly. I will not do anything to him. He probably just has a fever. I will fetch some antipyretics shortly. She had no intention of revealing the existence of supernatural abilities, for she did not trust Zhu Man's character. If word got out, and others questioned her about how she had foreseen the emergence of abilities, how could she explain herself? Therefore, she opted to act ignorant. As long as Geminghui did not transform into a zombie, Zhu Man remained vigilant, seemingly unconvinced by her words. Yu Xiaoyang was indifferent. Whether Zhu Man believed her or not was irrelevant. After all, Zhu Man was fortunate to have a son among the first awakened, though it remained uncertain whether she could protect this 5-year-old prodigy. Suddenly, a faint voice broke the tension. Geminghui, nestled in Zhu Man's arms, stirred and softly called out Mama. Zhu Man's heart leaped with joy. It had been a long time since he had addressed her as such. Occasionally, he would squint his eyes open only to drift back to sleep, and her worry had nearly driven her mad. To her astonishment, he had awakened. She cradled Guminghui and slid down along the wall, revealing his flushed face from the fever. Anxiously, she called out, Minghui, are you awake? Call Mama again. When Guminghui remained silent, the joy on Zhu Man's face began to fade, and just as despair set in, she locked eyes with her son's glistening, tearful gaze. Minghui, you are truly all right. Mama, I'm hungry. Guminghui blinked with confusion, unsure why his mother was gazing at him so intently. I will get you some rice. Zhu Man exclaimed with renewed delight. Zhu Man hurriedly dashed to the table while cradling Guminghui. Li Ruoqing had already prepared a bowl of porridge and handed it to her. Zhu Man hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted it, beginning to feed Guminghui. After 3 bowls, his complexion returned to normal. Zhu Man was overwhelmed with happiness, showering him with kisses and hugs. Minghui, you scared Mama to death. Guminghui looked up at Zhu Man with innocent eyes. Mama, what happened to me? I felt so hot, as if I might perish. Zhu Man shot him a stern look and pulled him closer, trembling as she murmured, Nonsense. It was evident that she was utterly terrified, with her husband absent. Her son was all she had left. Throughout this emotional exchange, Yu Xiaoyang observed the interaction between mother and son with an impassive expression, contemplating what kind of ability Guminghui had awakened. However, he refrained from asking directly, choosing to wait for their emotions to settle before inquiring further. Zhu Man, being astute, quickly assessed her situation once she confirmed her son's safety, realizing that she must act decisively. It is not the best time to have a falling out with her family. Regardless of how furious she feels about the recent events, she must not let it show. Not only must she conceal her emotions, but would also be wise to evoke their sympathy as a vulnerable single mother. After all, aside from the Yu family, she has nowhere else to turn. The outside world is fraught with zombies, and only a fool would venture out. With this in mind, she let out a couple of soft sobs, presenting an expression of helplessness intertwined with fortitude. She offered a contrite smile to Yu Dezai and Li Ruoqing, saying, I truly apologize. I was overly agitated. After everything that had transpired, Li Ruoqing quickly reassured her. It's all right. You were merely concerned about Minghui. The mention of Minghui brought tears to Zhu Man's eyes once more. Yet she bravely held them back. He is my hope. I cannot allow anything to happen to him. Li Ruoqing understood. Such is the nature of parental love. Zhu Man had previously wished for Yu Xiaoyang to take her away from this place, fearing that her family would discover Guminghui's abnormalities. She was terrified that the Yu family might cast him out as if he were a zombie, which compelled her to act as she did. For the past few days, as her son suffered from a fever, she had attempted to reduce his temperature with water, but to no avail. Eventually, she relinquished her efforts, contemplating that once her son turned into a zombie, she would escape with him. To her surprise, Minghui awakened so quickly. Yu Xiaoyang smiled in understanding. She recognized that it was time to ascertain Guminghui's abilities. She could not allow an unknown danger to linger in her home. Who could predict if Zhu Man would become so unhinged as to put her son in harm's way? After all, the actions of Zhu Man's family had indeed lacked grace. However, given Zhu Man's current awareness, Yu Xiaoyang had no intention of causing a rift. She appreciated this subtlety. It was far preferable to engage with someone willing to deceive than with someone unwilling. She also chose not to probe into Zhu Man's intentions regarding what she might do after Minghui became a zombie, for such thoughts were futile. As long as she was present, Zhu Man's ambitions were destined to fail. Minghui, tell your sister, are you really all right? As she spoke, she extended her hand, beckoning the child towards her. Yu Xiaoyang observed her gesture but feigned ignorance. Are you Aunt Yangyang? I have heard Aunt Li calling your name, Guminghui asked. With a gentle smile, Yu Xiaoyang replied, Yes, that is because Aunt Li is worried about you, Yangyang. While Minghui was sleeping, his mother was also quite concerned. Do you feel unwell again? Guminghui tilted his head. No, I just feel very hot, but it's better now. How strange. Could it be that this was not an awakened elemental ability? Elemental powers typically emanate from the hands, and Guminghui's hands appeared perfectly normal, devoid of any peculiarities. Could it be? Could it be a spatial ability? Oh my, Zhu Man has indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. However, she feels that, given the circumstances surrounding Zhu Man and Guminghui, possessing spatial abilities is not necessarily advantageous. If one possessed offensive powers, At least they could instill fear in others. While spatial abilities are not entirely without merit, they are exceedingly difficult to control. Most wielders of spatial powers merely become tools for those in authority, and only a rare few manage to transform them into offensive capabilities. Contemplating this possibility, she smiled and said, Ming Hui is quite obedient. Aunt Yang has some potato chips. Do you like potato chips, Ming Hui? Gu Ming Hui's bright, dark eyes widened in surprise. Really? Thank you, Aunt Yang. I haven't had potato chips in a long time. Yu Xiaoyang pinched Gu Ming Hui's little face affectionately before rising to fetch the snacks from the room. Zhu Man felt a twinge of unease. She did not believe Yu Xiaoyang to be as benevolent as she appeared, especially for offering snacks to her son. Yet, she found herself at a loss on how to decline, as the gesture was well-intentioned. Refusing outright would seem ungrateful, especially since she still had needs from the Yu family. Thus, despite her inner reluctance, Zhu Man held her tongue, merely smiling at Gu Ming Hui with a motherly gaze. Yu Xiaoyang generously brought out 4 or 5 bags of potato chips, placing them in front of Gu Ming Hui. Do you like them? She inquired. Ye Ming Hui nodded vigorously. Are they all mine? Of course. After grabbing 2 bags, he found himself unable to carry more. But I can't hold them all. Yu Xiaoyang smiled gently. Ming Hui, you'll have to find a way. Gu Ming Hui tilted his head in thought before puffing up his little face. Then I'll just take 2 bags. 1 for me and Mom, and 3 for Uncle Li and Aunt Yang. Yu Xiaoyang was taken aback, not expecting such a response from the child. What excellent upbringing this child has. I wonder who raised him. Typically, children of his age would take as much as they could get, as was the case with the children of her relatives. They would clutch their spoils tightly, letting them fall as they went, unwilling to share it all. Yet, here was Gu Ming Hui, at just 5 years old, displaying such commendable character. His words amused Li Ruoqing, who opened a bag of chips and handed it to Gu Ming Hui, affectionately ruffling his hair. So good. Aunt Li isn't having any. They're all yours. Gu Ming Hui looked up and smiled sweetly at Li Ruoqing. Aunt Li is so nice. Ming Hui loves Aunt Li the most. He then beckoned her to lean down. As she crouched, Gu Ming Hui leaped up to wrap his arms around her neck, planting a kiss on her cheek. Li Ruoqing laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Oh, if only such a delightful child belonged to our family." Gu Ming Hui sat obediently on the chair, munching on his potato chips, sharing bites with this one and that one, and the atmosphere gradually warmed. However, at that moment, Gu Ming Hui suddenly furrowed his little brows, letting out a soft hiss as if in pain. What transpired was that Yu Xiaoyang sensed something amiss and promptly inquired. Her head throbbed, reminiscent of being pricked by needles. Yu Xiaoyang paused momentarily, pondering the analogy of needle pricks. Zhu Man, however, was quicker to react, pulling Ji Ming Hui close and asking with a worried expression, "What's wrong? Is your head hurting? Is it serious?" Gu Ming Hui scrunched his small nose, his wrinkled face displaying a sign of relief as he replied, "It's nothing. I just felt a zombie scratching at the door. I wanted it to leave, and then my head started to hurt." Zhu Man was momentarily taken aback, but then enveloped Gu Ming Hui in her embrace, her eyes shimmering with a mix of reproach and compassion. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't think such thoughts. Mommy knows Ming Hui is just scared. It's all right. We are safe here. You need not be afraid." Gu Ming Hui obediently nestled in Zhu Man's arms, nodding in agreement. Yu Xiaoyang remained silent, quietly moving to the balcony to peer outside. Indeed, a zombie lingered at their doorstep for some unknown reason, occasionally scratching at the door. A thought flitted across her mind, yet she hesitated to confirm it. If Gu Ming Hui's earlier words held any truth, he might have awakened a psychic ability. Such abilities were rarer than spatial ones, capable of inflicting harm without visible means, and were incredibly formidable. Their potency often became more pronounced over time, allowing one to strike from miles away. The notion that a 5-year-old child could awaken such an uncommon psychic ability was both a blessing and a curse. Of course, it was premature to conclude the nature of his ability. In her previous life, she had only heard of psychic powers but had never witnessed them, leaving her uncertain of the specific type he might possess. Given his current demeanor, could it be that he foresaw danger? Upon realizing the presence of a zombie, Gu Ming Hui had wished for it to depart, yet his efforts had failed, whether due to insufficient capability or a lack of the necessary power remained unclear. These days were arduous. Companionship made it bearable, but solitude evoked a sense of impending doom. After breakfast, the family sat idly in the living room. The absence of electricity rendering television and films futile. They could only resort to reading to pass the time. "Let's play cards. The loser has to cook lunch," suggested Lee Ruoqing, who had a penchant for card games. She enjoyed playing any form of cards. During their poorer days, she had been unable to indulge. But as their circumstances improved, Yu Dahai indulged her, as the family could afford it. Moreover, Lee Ruoqing was not oblivious to moderation. Although she had a penchant for cards, she managed to control it, playing only in the afternoons, while ensuring she cooked and kept her husband company in the mornings and evenings. One must admit, Lee Ruoqing had discerning taste in choosing her spouse. Had she possessed even half of her mother's discernment in her past life, she might not have found herself in such dire straits. "I'm not adept at playing cards, so do take it easy on me," Yu Xiaoyang stated, positioning herself as the underdog, fully aware of her lack of skill. Lee Ruoqing grinned, nodding cheerfully, "Of course. I am your dear mother, after all." Yu Xiaoyang's lips twitched, fearing that the one who would torment her soon would be her own mother. They were engaged in a game of Do Di Zhu, a card game in which she consistently lost 8 out of 10 rounds. Unsurprisingly, she was the one to lose again. Over the years, Yu Dahai had often been pulled into games by Lee Ruoqing, and his card skills had markedly improved, exuding an air of sophistication. Yu Xiaoyang did not refuse. After all, preparing a meal was a trivial matter. Such moments were fleeting, and in the future, opportunities would be scarce. Thus, she willingly accompanied Lee Ruoqing in her games, considering it a small form of atonement for the wrong she had committed in her past life. She only wished to make amends with him now. Lee Ruoqing stretched with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Today, I can play the role of the Empress Dowager and relish the meal prepared by my daughter." Yu Xiaoyang chuckled, responding playfully, "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Your humble servant shall prepare it right away." Lee Ruoqing nodded with feigned seriousness, casting a sidelong glance at her. "If the meal is unsatisfactory, do not blame me for being ungracious." Yu Dahai laughed from the side, jesting, "If you are the Empress Dowager, then I must be the Supreme Emperor." Lee Ruoqing scoffed lightly, declaring, "You are but a little sea child." Yu Xiaoyang stifled her laughter and hastily retreated to the kitchen. Realizing the chaos that was about to ensue, the two were too affectionate for her comfort, and she could no longer bear to witness their antics. Unbeknownst to her, a commotion was unfolding in the living room as she contemplated what to prepare for lunch. She rinsed the rice, added water, ignited the gas, and set the pot to boil. Cooking rice on gas required careful attention. A moment's distraction could result in burnt rice. She sliced 2 marinated ribs to place beside the rice cooker, considering it a dish. With cabbage, carrots, and potatoes at hand, she rummaged through the refrigerator, which had long ceased to function properly and had become merely a storage space. She recalled the leftover vermicelli and hot pot seasoning from last year's family gathering, which should still be in the fridge. Given that her parents had likely neglected to tidy up during her absence, the refrigerator had become rather disheveled. As expected, she discovered several crush bags tucked away in a corner, pulling them all out to check for any edible items. The hot pot seasoning had been opened, and she pondered whether it was still safe to consume. Ultimately, she decided to discard it. Better to err on the side of caution than risk a stomach ailment when a trip to the hospital was out of the question. There was still some vermicelli left, though not much. She discreetly retrieved a bit more from her storage space. Not purchased by her, but rather a promotional gift from the supermarket for buying a certain amount of goods. She stuffed a handful into a bag and continued to inspect the remaining bags. Her eyes lit up as she discovered a small amount of wood ear mushrooms and a bag of rock sugar, which she unhesitatingly tucked away into her storage space. Knowing that rock sugar would not be of use at home right now, with the ingredients gathered, she could finally settle on the menu for lunch. She tossed in a handful of wood ear mushrooms along with the cabbage and vermicelli, while the carrots were stir-fried with chicken and ham sausage, the latter of which she had cleverly deceived her parents into believing she had taken from her room, when in reality it was retrieved from her secret stash. She had a penchant for snacks, so the presence of ham sausage in her room was hardly surprising. 2 dishes sufficed. Her portions were ample, and if not consumed now, there would be no opportunity later. Hence, she was eager to prepare a hearty meal for her parents. Mom, dinner's ready. Oh, I'll go call Zhu Man. Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow, but said nothing. Yu Dahai patted her shoulder. Your mother is just soft-hearted. Don't hold it against her. We have enough food at home. We can discuss future matters later. Yu Xiaoyang smiled and nodded in agreement. She was not concerned about that. Rather, it was Zhu Man's attitude that irked her. During mealtime, she would emerge briefly, yet she typically secluded herself in her room, treating others as if they were her servants. Ge Minghui, having taken a nap, appeared considerably revitalized. Upon exiting his room, he greeted everyone with a sweet smile. Is your head still hurting? It doesn't hurt anymore. As long as I don't overthink, it's fine. At his young age, he could not grasp the concept of psychic abilities, let alone apply them. Yu Xiaoyang was not anxious. As long as he possessed such abilities, there would eventually be a time to utilize them. Wow, there's vermicelli. Minghui loves vermicelli. Sitting on a chair, Ge Minghui reached the table just right. Tilting his little head to gaze at the dishes, he exclaimed in delight. Li Ruoqing, feeling jubilant, scooped a bowl of vermicelli for him. Make sure Minghui eats plenty. Thank you, Aunt Li. Ge Minghui was particularly well-behaved, using his chopsticks to nibble delicately, refusing Zhu Man's attempts to feed him, and quietly enjoying his meal. Yu Xiaoyang, unperturbed, remarked casually, it's in the fridge. We bought it last year for hot pot, along with a packet of open seasoning, which I discarded. Last year? Can it still be eaten? It can't. But I had a bowl, and nothing happened. Li Ruoqing was speechless. All right then, as long as it doesn't make anyone ill. Oh, Mom, let us clean out the fridge this afternoon. It hasn't been powered for a while, and I suspect most of the frozen items are spoiled by now. Li Ruoqing suddenly remembered and slapped her thigh. I forgot about that. The fish I bought must have gone bad. She glanced at Li Dahai. Li Dahai felt somewhat embarrassed. As a grown man, he was hardly aware of such matters. Although he had been cooking these past few days, he simply prepared whatever was available in the kitchen and hadn't truly checked the fridge. No, I need to see for myself. Knowing Li Dahai was unreliable, Li Ruoqing promptly set down her chopsticks to check the fridge. Mom, let us not worry about that now. Let us eat first. After dinner, I'll help you with it. Li Dahai was dismissed to rest, instructed not to interfere with the tasks of the mother and daughter. The fish had spoiled and was destined for the bin. Yet Li Ruoqing vehemently disagreed, insisting that while foul meat was inedible, foul fish could still be consumed. The young girl, lacking understanding, should have refrained from speaking out of turn. Thus, Li Ruoqing took the two fish to her room, cleaned them, and intended to fry them shortly. Unable to dissuade her, the others acquiesced to her whims. After a while, she sliced the fish and fried them in oil, resulting in a delectable dish, which led to a few zongzi being set aside as well. Among the assortment was a pig's tail, the origins of which were uncertain. This time, Li Ruoqing opted not to keep it and tossed it away without hesitation. Various other miscellaneous items were deemed inedible and discarded, much to Li Ruoqing's dismay. However, she understood that while it was regrettable to waste, consuming spoiled food could lead to illness. She meticulously cleared the refrigerator of all that required disposal. Li Ruoqing then hurried to the kitchen to fry the fish and zongzi. Ge Minghui, aware of the impending feast, eagerly followed her, never straying a step away. Soon, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. Li Ruoqing, holding Ge Minghui with one hand while carrying a plate of golden fried zongzi with the other, joined Aunt Yang at the table. Aunt Yang, we're having zongzi, and Aunt Li is frying the fish. How does sweet and sour Christian carp sound for dinner? She proposed. Sounds great. Ge Minghui responded with enthusiasm. At that moment, Yu Duhai emerged from his room, rubbing his eyes and inquiring about the source of the delightful fragrance. It's zongzi. Uncle, come and join us for zongzi, Ge Minghui chimed, his eyes sparkling with joy. Yu Duhai paused, taken aback. Goodness, when did this happen? Is it still edible? Yu Xiaoyang picked up her chopsticks and fed one to Ge Minghui, asserting, if we can eat foul fish, surely zongzi is also safe. She then picked up a piece for herself. The flavor was delightful, imbued with the fragrance of glutinous rice. It had been ages since she had tasted something so exquisite. Yu Duhai fell silent, unsure of how to respond. ultimately opting to take a piece for himself, declaring he would leave the rest for the two children. Children? Yu Xiaoyang thought to herself, feeling no sense of diminutiveness. Rather, she believed that if she didn't eat now, she might miss out on meals in the future, let alone Zongzi. Li Duhai rummaged through an old newspaper, settling on the sofa while sighing and lamenting. I wonder what the situation outside is like. Will the government come to our aid? Yu Xiaoyang initially wanted to reassure him that there would be help, but thought better of it, deciding to remain silent. After all, he would eventually learn the truth. However, Li Duhai's words sparked an idea in her mind. Though they no longer had a television or computer, there was still a radio, once a primary means of obtaining news in dire times. How could she have forgotten such a crucial detail? Although the radio might not broadcast significant updates at present, it could at least provide reassurance to her parents, letting them know there was still hope and that others remained outside. With that thought, she quickly sprang to her feet, slipped on her slippers, and dashed towards her room. Hey, Yang, where are you off to? Yu Duhai called after her. Wait for me a moment. I need to find something, she replied, not pausing to explain further as she hurried into her room. She reminisced about the portable cassette player that had once been all the rage during her junior high school days. It operated on batteries, could receive numerous stations, and even had recording capabilities. After rummaging through her treasure box for quite some time, she finally unearthed it, only to discover it lacked batteries, leaving her uncertain of its functionality. Removing the batteries from the air conditioning remote, she inserted them into the cassette player and was greeted by a crackling sound. Eliciting a smile from her, it still worked. Dad, look, what is this? Yu Duhai glanced over, recognizing it as the very cassette player she had insisted he purchase for her during her junior high years. What? It still functions? Of course. Didn't you want to know what is happening outside? This cassette player can serve as a radio, picking up several stations. Yu Duhai joyfully sprang up from the sofa. Really? Absolutely. I used it frequently before. Well, are there any stations available? Yu Duhai, brimming with excitement, struggled to contain his voice. I'll give it a try. After considerable effort in tuning, a fragmented female voice finally emerged from one of the stations. Attention, citizens, fear. The military has commenced. Rescue. Please remain indoors, secure your doors and windows. Do not venture outside. As the transmission grew increasingly clear, the speaker detailed the characteristics of the zombies, noting that those not in contact with flesh were less formidable, encouraging listeners to use objects to dispatch them swiftly, advising against screaming. The broadcast contained a wealth of useful information, though it remained uncertain how many would be able to hear it or if anyone would believe it. Upon hearing that rescue operations had begun, Yu Duhai leaped from the sofa in elation. We're saved. We're saved. Yu Xiaoyang, not wishing to dampen her father's enthusiasm but unable to bear the sight of his excitement, interjected, Dad, why don't you sit down? At your age, isn't it a bit inappropriate to be jumping around like that? Yu Duhai sheepishly rubbed his neck, acknowledging his excitement. Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes, not just a little, but a lot. Li Ruoqing, perplexed, peered out from the kitchen, asking, what is all the excitement about? Yu Duhai eagerly relayed the good news to Li Ruoqing. The military has begun rescue operations. Help is on the way. Li Ruoqing paused for a moment, a fleeting smile gracing her face before swiftly vanishing. She frowned and replied, What did you hear that? On the radio. Li Ruoqing nodded faintly. Oh, and even if there's a rescue, what does it matter? The country is vast, and there are countless waiting for help. How many soldiers are there? We live in a small place. They might not even be aware of us. If help comes, it will surely be directed to the cities first, not to us. Yu Duhai, momentarily deflated by Li Ruoqing's harsh reality check, felt disheartened. He knew her words were grounded in truth, but his initial excitement had clouded his judgment. Yu Xiaoyang chuckled, Dad, you shouldn't be so pessimistic. Don't you remember there's a military camp station nearby? If there's a rescue, they will surely come from this direction. How can you be so certain? Just a guess. Are they going to come from the city? The city is crawling with zombies. It's impossible to navigate through. That's true. They will definitely come to our aid. Yu Xiaoyang nodded, believing that as long as one is alive, there remains hope. Moreover, the military would likely move out from their location first. Upon hearing such news, Yu Duhai felt a surge of optimism, lifting his spirits as he indulged in a few more cups of tea before regaining his composure. The radio continued to broadcast updates, announcing several safe zones, but regrettably, they were all too distant to reach. Yu Xiaoyang had no intention of journeying to them. The nearest base was either unestablished or unannounced. In any case, she was aware of a relatively secure base, although she had no knowledge of others. While she had not yet resolved to travel to distant bases, she had considered the possibility of going to that one. In the afternoon, they enjoyed a hearty meal, mindful of the impending darkness due to the lack of electricity, necessitating an early dinner. They feasted on sweet and sour carp, expertly prepared by Li Ruoqing, who had succeeded in avoiding any unpleasant fishy odor. Everyone subconsciously indulged in an extra bowl of rice. For days, they had relied on cabbage as their staple, and although there was some meat, it was all salted, which could become tiresome with excessive consumption. Yu Xiaoyang acquiesced, as the radio had been retrieved to reassure her parents. She was already well informed of the news, far more than what she had gathered over 3 years in the apocalypse. Feeling the zombies growing increasingly formidable, Yu Xiaoyang dared not sleep too soundly at night. Just as dawn began to break, a sudden scream pierced the air, emanating from within the house. It was Li Ruoqing's voice. Startled, she opened her eyes wide and sprang from her bed, hastily rushing outside. What's the matter? Li Ruoqing's complexion was far from pleasant. There's no water. Hearing this news, Yu Xiaoyang froze momentarily, her expression darkening. Indeed, not a single drop of water was flowing. It seemed a pipe must have burst somewhere. Mom, it's all right. Didn't we store plenty of water? What good is that? Who knows how long we'll be stuck here? How long can we last without water? Li Ruoqing's mood plummeted. The water they had saved was merely a comfort for her anxiety and in response to her daughter's insistence. She never anticipated an actual water shortage would occur. But help will arrive soon, and we'll have water again, Yu Xiaoyang reassured, though she feared the situation might worsen, with water resources potentially contaminated. Other than the vacuum-sealed water left from before the apocalypse, they had little else aside from those with water-related abilities. Of course, she refrained from sharing these thoughts with Li Ruoqing. Li Ruoqing sighed, who knows? Her gaze shifted back to Yu Xiaoyang. The latter found herself both amused and exasperated. Moments ago, she was concerned about the water situation, and now she noticed Li Ruoqing was only clad in a nightgown. She had nearly been frightened out of her wits, thinking something grave had occurred. Yu Dahai emerged from the bathroom, his countenance rather grim. He fetched a bucket of water from the kitchen to cleanse the toilet before sinking onto the sofa. Yu Xiaoyang nodded in acknowledgement and entered her room, casually pulling the door shut behind her. The living room resonated with the weary sighs of her parents. The sentiment of precaution in times of tranquility was unexpected from Yu Dahai, yet it brought a tinge of sorrow to her heart. It was her inadequacy that burdened her parents with such concerns. If only she could awaken her water-based abilities, even if their offensive power was limited, at least her parents would not be so troubled. She changed her clothes swiftly and made her way to the living room, where her parents along with Zhu Man and Gu Minghui awaited, seemingly already aware of the water outage. Everyone was astute enough to understand what a water shortage implied for them. Thus, they were all quite attentive to the matter. No one opposed Li Ruoqing's suggestions. Henceforth, minor flushes of the toilet would be eschewed, while major ones would receive a flush post-use. Naturally, the odor would be considerable, necessitating the closure of the bathroom door and the opening of a window for ventilation. As for water, each person would receive 2 cups, these glass cups that I would heat before placing them in a bottle, and everyone would serve themselves accordingly. If one person consumed an extra cup, others would have to forego one. Zhu Man, perceptive as ever, refrained from further comment, cradling Gu Minghui on her lap, quietly listening and lost in thought. Yu Xiaoyang was aware that Zhu Man detested being there, just as she herself found her presence unwelcome. Bathing was off the table. The household could not afford such extravagance. A mere splash of water for washing faces would suffice. The leftover water could be utilized for flushing the toilet, and on ordinary days, hand washing could be replaced with towel wipes. As she spoke, Yu Xiaoyang noticed Zhu Man's brow furrow slightly, as if she had something to express, yet ultimately held her tongue. Yu Xiaoyang was not foolish enough to inquire about her thoughts. It was best to adhere strictly to Li Ruoqing's directives. She had faith that Li Ruoqing would offer the most equitable approach, and if Zhu Man had any objections, she would have to swallow them. For no one would heed her. Today, the mood was decidedly somber. Even Ge Minghui sensed it, behaving obediently as he played quietly on Zhu Man's lap, refraining from chatter or mischief. He was a well-mannered child, rarely causing a ruckus. Observing the scant resources at her disposal, she sighed once more. It was far too little. She acknowledged her own greed. In this life, her circumstances were significantly better than in her previous one. Her parents were present, the living space had doubled, and she had access to her own space, a stroke of immense fortune. Yet, contemplating the days ahead, anxiety gnawed at her. What if she encountered a horde of zombies? What if there was a lack of food and water on the journey? What if she crossed paths with nefarious individuals? She pondered whether she should hasten the awakening of her spatial abilities. At least that would alleviate her parents' worries. With the security of space, she could ensure their well-being without concern for sustenance. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided to reject the proposal. A space ability user without any means of self-preservation is akin to a tempting morsel, and she had no desire to become someone else's storage facility. She aimed to navigate this predatory apocalypse alongside her parents, leveraging her abilities. Suddenly, her parents called out her name from the living room. She promptly emerged from her spatial realm, puzzled by their urgency. Could there be some crucial news on the radio? Perhaps the army was approaching, or a method to combat the zombies had been discovered. Aside from these possibilities, she could not fathom any significant announcements. Upon entering the living room, she found her parents absent, and after searching, she located them on the balcony, gazing at something intently. Curiosity piqued, she leaned over to see. A group had gathered outside, comprising elderly individuals and small children. Most notably, there were 6 local ruffians, known for extorting protection fees from her family's bookstore. Following the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, everyone had complied, including her parents. What do they intend to do? Li Ruoqing Bundaratalot. Yu Xiaoyang observed them for a moment before noticing the fearful expressions of the elderly and children, as well as the knives held by the thugs. It soon became apparent what their intentions were. They seemed to desire entry into the shop at the far end, which, devoid of zombies, offered a safe refuge. However, how could they get there? This group would undoubtedly attract the attention of the undead, making it impossible for everyone to enter simultaneously. There was but one solution: to have the elderly divert the zombies. The elderly would willingly comply, as their precious grandchildren were in the clutches of those ruffians. If her assumptions were correct, these elderly and children hailed from the town school, although their presence here was a mystery. One of the ruffians, with disheveled blonde hair, produced a dagger from his backpack and pressed it against a child's throat, addressing one of the elderly. An elderly man immediately knelt, fervently begging for mercy. The thug remained unmoved, uttering not a word, as he covered the child's mouth with one hand and plunged the knife into the child's arm, swiftly concealing the wound with a piece of clothing to stifle the scent of blood. The kneeling elder trembled incessantly. Another thug yanked him to his feet, gesturing towards the direction of the zombies, signaling him to go. As the elder began to shake his head, the blonde thug brandished the dagger menacingly towards the child once more. The elder, feeling utterly defeated, hastily complied, age visibly weighing upon him in that moment. After exchanging a few words, the elder finally steeled himself and dashed into the fray, heading straight for the heart of the zombie-infested street. He ran as far as his legs would carry him, driven by the necessity to protect his grandson from peril. Yudahai and Li Ruoqing watched on, consumed by anger. Were these individuals not human anymore? Yu Xiaoyang remained silent, having witnessed numerous such occurrences. She had seen far more brutal events in this apocalyptic world and found nothing extraordinary about it. It could only be said that the lives of those elderly individuals and children had fallen into the hands of a cruel group. The elderly were not particularly old. One old man was only captured by the zombies after reaching the 6th shop, where a throng of zombies soon gathered, obscuring his figure entirely. Yudahai, enraged, muttered an expletive, unable to suppress himself any longer. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Xiaoyang interrupted him, asking coldly, "What do you intend to do? I cannot allow them to proceed like this." She regarded him with a chilling gaze, unafraid of dampening his spirits, and asked in a deep voice, On what grounds do you think you can intervene? Yu Dahai was momentarily stunned, staring at her in bewilderment, his lips moving as if to speak, but finding no words. Yu Xiaoyang sighed softly, realizing that although her father appeared older, his fervor surpassed hers. She lowered her voice, attempting to explain, "They have no way out now. If you shout like that, are you intending to lure the zombies over, leading to the demise of everyone? But we cannot allow those elderly to distract the zombies." Yu Dahai found himself at a loss for words, suddenly feeling as though he no longer recognized his daughter. Was this truly his child? The rapid transformation left him in disbelief. She spoke to him in such a detached manner, as if this were a trivial matter. Even though he knew he could do nothing, he could not remain indifferent. What had transpired in his daughter's life? Noticing the inquisitive gaze of Yu Dahai upon her, Yu Xiaoyang's heart quivered slightly. She sighed and spoke gently, "Father, I only care about you." Yu Dahai was taken aback, gazing weakly into the distant sky, murmuring, "It is my fault as a father." "No, it is not. I've been too indifferent. I realize I cannot assist them." Li Ruoqing smiled brightly and interjected, "What you two discussing? Indifference? At a time like this, since we cannot descend to rescue them, we must pretend we have not seen anything. Do you wish to witness the demise of all?" As she spoke, the elderly had nearly all departed. The zombies on the street had been drawn away by those elderly individuals, creating a significant distance from the shop they intended to breach. If they ran swiftly, they would have ample time. Yet, they chose not to do so, sacrificing 2 elderly individuals instead. In the end, only 6 young delinquents, 7 children, and 1 well-dressed elderly man remained. Yu Xiaoyang recognized him as the father of the general manager of Dalian Department Store, who hailed from this area and was rumored to have connections above. He had entrusted his son to his father for safekeeping. Yu Xiaoyang surmised that the delinquents had refrained from asking the father of the Dalian Department Store manager to divert the zombies, likely intending to exploit him. The elderly man held his grandson tightly, standing at the rear, saying nothing throughout the ordeal. Regardless of the actions of the delinquents, he remained silent, merely clutching his grandson closely. The young hoodlum with yellow hair turned to the crowd and uttered a few words, prompting nods of affirmation from everyone, including several frightened children trembling in fear. He then gestured, presumably indicating an advance. The 6 ruffians entered safely without waiting for anyone else, directly pressing the switch to open the roll-up door. An elderly man, clutching his grandson, rushed inside, while a few children lagged behind, still shaken from earlier fright. Only 2 children managed to sprint in, inadvertently drawing the attention of the zombies, who began to approach. In a panic, one of the young hoodlums swiftly slammed the door shut, but just as it was closing, one of the children performed a roll and slipped inside. The 2 children cried out, pleading for the ruffians to reopen the door, but it remained immovable. As the zombies drew nearer, agonizing screams echoed, and soon, the 2 children vanished without a trace, leaving only pools of blood behind. Yu Dahai's face turned as pale as snow, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes burned red as he repeatedly shouted beasts. Yu Xiaoyang perceived no fault in those individuals. The law of the jungle seemed but a natural order. However, the cruelty that stripped away their humanity was intolerable. Having promised the elderly that they would care for their children, they should not have cast them aside in the final moments, locking the door behind them when they clearly had the opportunity to save those 2 children. Shaking her head, she questioned her own right to judge them. In truth, they were all of a kind, willing to do anything to seize a chance for survival, leaving her unqualified to pass judgment. They quickly ascended to the 2nd floor, where on the balcony, they cursed and pointed at the zombies below. "Hey, beautiful!" One of the young hoodlums whistled and beckoned to her. Yu Xiaoyang did not even glance his way, shutting the balcony window and turning to her parents, suggesting, "Let's go inside." The situation had escalated to this point, and Yu Dahai realized he was powerless to effect any change. With a heavy heart, he cast one last glance at the bloodstain on the ground before turning away. Due to the events that had transpired, her parents were in a somber mood. Li Ruoqing had not even prepared a meal, instead lying on the sofa with a sigh, lost in thought. Yu Xiaoyang chose not to disturb them, understanding they needed time to adjust. No one could remain composed in the face of such bloody brutality at the onset of this apocalyptic reality. However, she had not anticipated that Li Ruoqing and Yu Dahai would remain silent for 2 days. The situation had grown increasingly dire over those 2 days, and Yu Xiaoyang felt a creeping unease. The 6 young ruffians across the way had made little movement, likely due to having supplies at home. Yet, their luck had faltered in choosing a children's clothing store, which she suspected would have exhausted its food supplies by now, especially with so many of them. Furthermore, humanity was not as foolish as she had imagined. She once thought that out of the 40 or so businesses on this street, only 2 or 3 would endure. However, over the past 2 days, she discovered that the number of surviving establishments was at least 7 or 8. Fortunately, the distance from her home is considerable, with at least 4 or 5 shops separating them from the nearest one. Strictly speaking, the shop across the street is the closest. There are indeed astute individuals among them, those who awoke earlier than the zombies, and when the apocalypse descended upon them, the shop was fortuitously devoid of customers. Observing the chaos outside, they promptly secured the doors and devised a means to alert the authorities, although the police would not arrive. Nevertheless, this action ensured their survival. As the stored water at home dwindles, the odor within the house has become increasingly unbearable, and utilizing the toilet has become a near impossibility. However, it is heartening to note that her parents appear to have come to a realization. They seem to truly grasp that the concept of an apocalypse is not merely a trivial saying. Yang, how much water do you have left in your room? Didn't you move all the water from the bucket to the kitchen? I still have about 10 bottles filled with water from mineral water bottles. If it's just for drinking, it should last us a few more days. In truth, Li Ruoqing has been maintaining her usual routine of washing rice, cooking, cleaning vegetables, and washing dishes. Yu Xiaoyang had initially intended to remind her about the dwindling water supply, but after some contemplation, he chose to let her be. The time has come for a breakthrough. It is not merely about what she has been saying, but rather allowing Li Ruoqing to genuinely perceive the value of water. Only when she realizes its true preciousness will she refrain from wasting it. Moreover, she is reluctant to remain cooped up at home any longer. Some individuals have already begun to lose their composure. If she waits too long to take action, she fears there will be little of value left. Hunger drives people to madness, a truth she understands better than anyone. The arrival of the military remains uncertain, and opportunities to procure supplies may not arise on the journey. This moment is optimal. She must gather sufficient food and necessities for their family for the road ahead. If I had known better, I would have heeded your advice. Starting tomorrow, we can no longer cook, as it consumes too much water. Yu Xiaoyang lightly waved his hand, saying, "Let us continue cooking. Just a simple wash of the rice will suffice. At this moment, we cannot afford to be overly cautious, or we will find ourselves with nothing to eat. We can rinse the vegetables with the water used for washing the rice. Besides, we still need to flush the toilet. After all, we cannot simply forego that indefinitely." Li Ruoqing was about to voice her thoughts, but held back. She had intended to suggest eating dumplings in the future, yet upon hearing Yu Xiaoyang's words, she recognized that her subsequent remarks would be inappropriate. Zhu Man furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied, and bit her lip, saying, "Isn't this quite unsanitary?" Yu Xiaoyang nodded lightly. "Indeed, it is rather unsanitary. I notice the streets are relatively clean, without any filth. Have you considered that?" Zhu Man fell silent, biting her lip as she regarded him for a moment before reluctantly lowering her head. With a woman like Zhu Man, it is essential to assert one's stance firmly. Otherwise, she might presume one to be easily intimidated. To be frank, she is indeed quite beautiful. Though her spirits have not been high these past few days, and she has not applied makeup, her exquisitely crafted features remain striking. Shan, you must not speak to your sister man like that," Li Ruoqing admonished, casting an annoyed glance at her. Yu Xiaoyang displayed little emotion, merely stating, "All right, let's change the subject. Our food supplies are dwindling. I believe it is time for us to venture outside." Upon uttering these words, she was met with the stunned expressions of the 3 individuals before her. Li Ruoqing was the first to react, exclaiming, Yang, what did you just say? Surely, you must be mistaken. Go outside. The streets are swarming with zombies. How could we possibly leave?" Yu Dahai furrowed his brow and added, "Indeed, Yang, the outside is teeming with the undead. It is utterly impossible for us to step out. Moreover, did the radio not announce that the military would soon come to our rescue? Yu Xiaoyang remained impassive. She had contemplated her parents' responses prior to voicing her thoughts. She did not expect to sway them with a single statement. Rather, she aimed to prepare them mentally for the inevitable. But we do not know when the military will arrive, and, as you are both aware, the water supply has already been cut off. How many days do you think we can endure? If we delay too long, we may find ourselves unable to even retrieve a water bottle. Li Ruoqing hesitated, yet she found it difficult to accept the notion of stepping outside, especially in the face of the zombies. But if we go out, we will be surrounded by the undead. She lamented, her concern for their food situation evident. Upon hearing her words, Yu Xiaoyang's expression softened slightly. At least they were not entirely devoid of foresight, indicating that she understood the gravity of their reality. Taking a breath, she continued, solutions will arise from human ingenuity. I do not intend to force you to go outside. I merely wish to alert you that such a day will inevitably come. She had not even considered sending her parents out to search for food. Her primary desire was to prevent them from remaining in their current state of despair. Yu Dahai's countenance was grave. As a man in his 40s, he comprehended the seriousness of their situation. His daughter's earlier remarks were profoundly rational. Food, water, safety, and rescue were all uncertain. While they may be safe at present, one could not guarantee that everything would remain intact overnight. Yang, I am fully aware of what you have said. The two individuals residing next door have been arguing quite vocally during the nights, seemingly concerning water. Not every household possesses the foresight we did to stockpile such resources. I fear they will not last long. If my suspicions are correct, we may soon witness a significant outbreak. Yu Xiaoyang frowned, having forgotten about the neighbors. Her parents' room was nearest to theirs, so it was not surprising that they might hear the commotion. For the time being, the matter was settled. She had given her parents time to ponder, hoping they would adapt swiftly. Zhu Man remained seated beside Gu Minghui, her head downcast, lost in her own thoughts. Yet Yu Xiaoyang knew that her concerns revolved solely around how to escape this place safely. Even without her speaking, the disdain and dissatisfaction she unwittingly exhibited towards their situation did not escape Yu Xiaoyang's notice. Disdain? Humph. As if she held any superiority over her current predicament. If she was unhappy, so be it. Yu Xiaoyang would seek an opportunity to facilitate her departure, but she would not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Children are indeed quite astute. From the events of recent days, he has already discerned what actions he ought to undertake and what he should avoid. Yu Xiaoyang, feeling somewhat vexed, made her way to the balcony to observe the zombies lurking below her building. She had noticed yesterday that one particular zombie at the street corner seemed rather unusual. Yao Shanshan speculated that it might be on the verge of evolution. If that were the case, it would pose a significant threat. While the door at the base of the building could deter ordinary zombies, it would be powerless against an evolved one. However, it was peculiar that today, as she scanned the area from the balcony, she did not see that zombie. Had it departed? That seemed unlikely. Zombies undergo a hierarchical evolution, and if it were the first to evolve, it would become the sovereign of that territory. Why would it willingly abandon its domain? Before she could ponder this further, she heard someone from the shop across the way whistle at her and call out, "Hey, beautiful." Yu Xiaoyang merely fluttered her eyelashes dismissively, ignoring him. These ruffians were of no concern to her as long as they did not provoke her. However, should they cross the line, she could easily deal with both zombies and humans alike. Beautiful, don't be so cold. I haven't seen another living person in such a long time. Every time I catch a glimpse of you here, I want to come over and chat, but you always seem to leave. Today, however, we serendipitously meet. Surely that is fate? The ruffian continued unabashedly. I am Li Mu from East Village. You must have heard of it. I used to attend school in town. Now, I work security on the streets, safeguarding our little town's peace. An occupation with prospects, I suppose. But since the apocalypse, I've shifted my focus to protecting children and the elderly. It's my duty. Yu Xiaoyang nearly laughed in disbelief. She had never encountered someone so shameless. Security work? Protecting children and the elderly? Did he think her blind? Yet, she understood that his words served not merely as a display of audacity, but also carried a veiled warning. The incident her family witnessed that day was certainly known to him, and his current remarks were merely a means of intimidation. He miscalculated, as she was no naive girl easily frightened by his flippant words. She lifted her gaze to the ruffian speaking to her, recognizing him as the yellow-haired thug who had threatened the elderly man that day and the leader of this group. Li Mu, whether that was his true name or a guise, was inconsequential to her. "Do you require something?" she inquired coolly. Li Mu paused for a moment, then flashed his characteristic mischievous grin, a face likely to have attracted many admirers before the world fell into chaos. "I wonder if you have any water at home. My brothers and I haven't had a drop to drink in 2 days, so we were hoping to borrow some from you." "Borrow water? How audacious! Only a fool would still be willing to lend water in these times." Did she appear foolish? "I apologize, but just a few days ago, our household also experienced a water outage, and currently, there is no water in our home." Regardless of the veracity of her claims, simply observing Li Mu's demeanor reveals that he does not appear to be suffering from thirst. As for the others inside, she is uncertain, at least. Li Mu has not lacked hydration over the past couple of days. Li Mu did not react with anger or frustration at her refusal. Instead, he merely smiled. And if this were not a post-apocalyptic world, Yu Xiaoyang might have genuinely found herself infatuated with his charming visage. "It seems we are not the only ones facing a water shortage," she thought, nodding faintly. "If assistance does not arrive soon, we may very well find ourselves trapped upstairs." Li Mu's expression darkened as he calculated the situation in his mind and then looked at her anew, this time with a scrutinizing gaze. "Rescue? Are you implying there will be assistance?" Yu Xiaoyang feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Did you not know? The radio mentioned that the military would be coming to our aid, and there is a station troop near our city. I believe they will come to save us." Her intention in speaking to Li Mu was not to curry favor or establish camaraderie, but rather to encourage him to be cautious and refrain from being excessively harsh towards the children. Although the military might not concern themselves with such matters, instilling a sense of wariness in Li Mu could prove beneficial. Li Mu's expression shifted, and he regarded her with renewed interest. What else did the radio say? Yu Xiaoyang had no intention of lingering on the topic, so she calmly replied, "Most households have radios, and mobile phones also feature radio capabilities. I trust you can listen for yourselves." Li Mu's demeanor became increasingly nonchalant, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as his flirtatious gaze swept over her. "You have yet to share your name with me. Beautiful. Am I fortunate enough to learn it?" Yu Xiaoyang scoffed inwardly, recognizing his misguided confidence in his charm, believing himself invincible simply due to his appearance. If only he could wield that handsome face against the zombies. Then, she would genuinely admire him. "My surname is Yu Xiaoyang. My parents are calling for me, so I must take my leave," she said, nodding before departing. Regardless of Li Mu's expression, he was merely an unexpected presence to her. If he did not provoke her, their coexistence would remain untroubled. However, should he attempt to scheme against her, she was not one to be trifled with, eager to see who would ultimately outwit the other. "Xiaoyang, who were you just speaking with?" Yu Xiaoyang wished to spare Li Ruoqing any anxiety. She knew her friend harbored a dislike, even fear, of the ruffians across the way, so she concocted a casual lie to deflect the inquiry. Li Ruoqing, unsuspecting, did not press further, merely letting out a long sigh and muttering something indistinct, likely lamenting the blindness of fate. Yu Duhai, having reached a conclusion, declared the following day that they could no longer continue in this manner and must secure sufficient water and food. Upon grasping Yu Duhai's intentions, Yu Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief, as long as he did not wish to idle away their resources. However, our most pressing concern at present is how to escape. The outside is teeming with zombies, rendering our exit impossible. Li Ruoqing has also come to this realization. We cannot simply remain cooped up at home. We must devise a plan to procure food, despite her reluctance 100-fold. "I do have a suggestion," Yu Duhai said, pausing for a moment. "What is it?" Li Ruoqing's eyes lit up, immediately inquiring. "Instead of exiting through the ground floor, we shall make our way from the balcony on the second floor." Li Ruoqing pondered for a moment and responded, "But what if the zombies are inside? If we climb over, we might encounter them directly. Moreover, some households may still have living occupants. How could they possibly allow us to pass? Yu Dahai sighed deeply. I have yet to devise a solution for the first issue. I too am contemplating what to do if we happen upon the zombies inside. However, the second issue is more easily resolved. The house adjacent to ours is a mahjong parlor, which consistently stocks a significant amount of supplies for their patrons. Yu Xiaoyang reflected on this and concurred that it was indeed the best plan at present. Yet, to implement it, they first needed to address a crucial matter: how to lure the zombies out of the shops. She understood that some zombies refuse to leave their homes even after transformation, a phenomenon that even scientists struggle to explain. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Let us set the mahjong parlor aside for now. We could check next door instead. They also have children, and I believe their snacks will be plentiful. Li Ruoqing's eyes brightened. Indeed, we can obtain supplies from next door. Little Lu has already succumbed to zombification and is wandering downstairs. I saw him. Their child has gone to school, so I suspect their home is free of zombies. If we act quickly and secure the door at the staircase, we should be safe. Yu Xiaoyang nodded. Exactly. I will head over immediately. The quicker, the better. Li Ruoqing paused for a moment, then grasped her arm. Silly child, how can I allow you to go? I will go with your father. Yu Xiaoyang nearly protested. What nonsense is this? After all this time, I've finally found my parents, and I let them face danger. This task is mine, and I have my own plans as well. With that thought, she quickly interjected, No, Mom, listen to me. You and Dad are older. It's not suitable for you to be climbing about. Besides, I have fought zombies before. If we encounter one, I can handle it. What will you do? Li Ruoqing glared at her. What do you mean? Do you think your father and I are frail? I'm capable. I practice yoga regularly, and your father participates in various fitness activities. We are not as weak as you assume. No, I cannot agree to this. Yu Xiaoyang's stance was resolute. If it meant putting her parents in peril, she would rather forego gathering supplies altogether. Li Ruoqing seemed equally determined. She could not allow her daughter to take such risks. Thus, the two found themselves at an impasse, neither able to convince the other. Upon observing the resolute expression of Li Ruoqing and the unwavering determination of Yu Xiaoyang, Yu Dahai furrowed his brows and declared, Neither of you should say anything. I shall go. As the only man in the family, it is my duty to undertake this task. Yu Xiaoyang let out a resigned sigh and replied, Mom and Dad, please refrain from arguing with me. Allow me to show you something. I trust you will agree to my going. Given that there were no outsiders present and Zhu Man was peacefully slumbering in the guest room, she felt at ease to reveal a confidential weapon. A gun? Where did you acquire a gun? Li Ruoqing exclaimed in shock. Yu Xiaoyang quickly covered her mouth and frowned. Keep your voice down. I traded for it. The individual was injured, and after I provided him with a glass of water, this gun became mine. Rest assured, I have ammunition as well. Li Ruoqing would not feel reassured until everything was thoroughly explained, so Yu Xiaoyang decided to divulge the entire story to avoid further inquiries. But can you even use it? She questioned, pressing for guarantees and assurances. Eventually, Li Ruoqing and Yu Dahai reluctantly consented to her plan. We must devise a strategy to lure all the zombies from the shop out into the street. This way, you will have more time when you go. Otherwise, if the zombies inside hear your movements, it could spell trouble, Yu Xiaoyang concurred. However, devising such a plan proved challenging. Was there any method, aside from advanced zombie summoning, to gather the zombies together? Perhaps distraction could work? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Li Ruoqing's eyes. I do have a plan. We still have some meat at home. If we throw it out, not in front of our door, but farther ahead, the zombies will be drawn to it, won't they? Before Yu Xiaoyang could voice her dissent, Yu Dahai interjected, No, a small amount of meat will only attract a few zombies. Moreover, if we fail to attract the zombies and instead draw the bullies, that will be disastrous. Yu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, understanding the implication of Yu Dahai's words. Upon hearing Yu Dahai's comment, Li Ruoqing's bright eyes dimmed. He was indeed correct. It was a thoughtless suggestion on her part. This plan was too simplistic. Just then, a commotion erupted from next door. It was a Chung and Ro. I told you that allowing those two to stay would lead to trouble. Now you see the consequences, don't you? Yu Xiaoyang remarked. Enough, stop saying that. Aren't we in the midst of a crisis? Confused, Yu Xiaoyang wondered what they were throwing. She, along with her parents, stepped out onto the balcony. only to witness a Chung and Ro hoisting the corpse of the neighboring dumpling shop's proprietress and preparing to throw it down. She gasped, unable to intervene in time, and soon heard a tumultuous stir below. Peering down, she saw the proprietress encircled by a throng of zombies, the air filled with their wails and the sounds of tearing flesh. Yu Xiaoyang hurriedly intervened, insisting that they could not dispose of the remains, for the flesh would incite the zombies into a frenzy and facilitate their growth, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Some zombies had already been nourished by the flesh, and when the time came, they would evolve, heralding a true catastrophe for humanity. Ro cast a sidelong glance at her, her dry throat betraying her irritation. "Who do you think you are?" she exclaimed. "Ah Chung, ignore her. Toss this little one out as well." Downstairs, chaos erupted, with countless zombies surging forth from various shops and alleys, rushing towards the two long-dead corpses discarded by Ah Chung and Ro. "Look, they're like rabid dogs." Racing towards the bodies, Li Ruoqing's expression soured as she anxiously surveyed the frenzied zombies below, voicing her concern. "If we throw the corpses down for the zombies to consume, will they remember us? The scent of blood is too potent. Will they refuse to leave?" Yu Xiaoyang's visage was not much better, though slightly more composed than Li Ruoqing's. Her worries were not unfounded. If this continued, the situation would surely deteriorate. What should we do? The commotion below had drawn several families to peek from their balconies, but upon witnessing the gruesome scene, they hastily shut their windows and retreated into their homes. Yu Zai's expression darkened. If calamity were to strike, their location would bear the brunt of it, being directly beneath the horde of zombies. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoyang recalled a plan. Since it was impossible to halt the chaos, she could seize this opportunity to maximize her own benefit. With most zombies attracted elsewhere, it was the perfect moment for her to venture next door. She promptly shared her scheme with her parents. Li Ruoqing was reluctant, deeming it excessively perilous, but Yu Zai agreed, recognizing this as the best opportunity that might not arise again. Without delay, Yu Xiaoyang secured a rope to reassure her parents before beginning her ascent to the neighboring building. The gap between the two structures was not easily traversable, necessitating utmost caution, for a fall could prove fatal. Thankfully, she succeeded, signaling to her parents before entering the adjacent room, entering a state of heightened alert with her trusty axe at her side. The upper floor was devoid of zombies, all doors ajar, likely indicating that any lurking creatures had already emerged. Rather than searching the upper rooms directly, she carefully descended the staircase, confirming that neither side harbored any zombies, before swiftly approaching the switch for the rolling door downstairs. She pressed the button, and the door began to stir before descending slowly. In her heart, Yu Xiaoyang prayed that no zombies would take notice of her. Just as the rolling door descended to half her height, Xiao Lu, the proprietor of the hardware store, suddenly approached. A jolt of fear shot through Yu Xiaoyang, prompting her to rush forward and pull the door down with her hands. Xiao Lu, quick on his feet, lunged towards her as though she were a delectable morsel. As she finally closed the rolling door, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. It was fortunate that she had narrowly escaped the intrusion by the young Lu. Moments ago had been perilously close. The door was being relentlessly battered, but Yu Xiaoyang paid it no mind, pulling the glass door shut behind her, which allowed her to observe the hardware store with a newfound sense of security. The store was filled with an assortment of tools, axes, scissors, fishing nets, and various other sundries. Yu Xiaoyang collected several items she deemed significant, placing them into her concealed space, knowing well that such items would no longer be produced, rendering them impossible to acquire in the future. Although she may never use them, one could never be too certain. Given the chance, she would have taken everything, but her space was limited, and the absence of these items would undeniably raise suspicions. After all, who would take such things without necessity? After meticulously surveying the hardware store below, she ascended the stairs. Upon opening the refrigerator, a foul stench assaulted her senses. Gritting her teeth against the odor, she rummaged through several bottles of milk. To her relief, none were expired. As long as they remained within their date, they would pose no issue. She gathered them all. "Yang, are you all right? You haven't encountered any zombies, have you?" Li Ruoqing had been anxiously waiting on the balcony for Yu Xiaoyang's return, nearly succumbing to her worry and attempting to climb over in search of her. Had it not been for Yu Dahai's intervention, she might have ventured forth. Yu Xiaoyang offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, I'm fine. I've secured the door downstairs. It's quite safe here. Li Ruoqing's expression darkened in response. How could you act so recklessly? What if something had happened? Yu Xiaoyang remained unperturbed, smiling cheerfully at her. See? I'm perfectly fine. Here, take these items I've found. Li Ruoqing found herself at a loss with Yu Xiaoyang's playful demeanor. She wanted to say more, but was restrained by Yu Dahai. Thus, she reluctantly accepted the items, muttering under her breath. By the way, we still have a gas cylinder at home. How much gas do we have left? Forget about the gas cylinder. We have plenty at home. Hurry back. Your mother is likely worried. Yu Xiaoyang stuck out her tongue and nodded cautiously in response. Meanwhile, the zombies below became increasingly agitated after encountering the ones discarded by Chung and Ro. Their howls could send the faint-hearted scurrying beneath their covers in terror. Yu Xiaoyang was acutely aware that they were on the brink of evolution. She pondered that if the military did not arrive soon, they might not survive. They would either have to find a way to escape or succumb to the fate of being trapped here, awaiting the zombies' evolution to invade their home. Naturally, Yu Xiaoyang would not entertain the latter option, prompting her to contemplate her escape from this place. The local ruffians, having noticed her climbing to the adjacent building, were also struck by a sense of opportunity. However, they dared not descend to close the door. Instead, they merely secured the door at the top of the staircase, barricading it with various items before rummaging through the premises for valuables. She glanced at the merchants in the distance who had people inside, a foreboding feeling rising within her. If these delinquents tasted success from this, would they not also target the shops with occupants? As it stood, this was the only means left to procure food. If those ruffians wished to survive, they would inevitably resort to such actions. It wasn't merely those miscreants. There were others with grander ambitions. After all, in the face of calamity, both conscience and reason could be cast aside, a notion she held without doubt. The ruffians, having indulged in drinks and food, grew restless, hurling vile remarks towards her home and casting bottles down at the zombies below, their laughter echoing in the air, creating a disturbing revelry. Yu Xiaoyang felt a chill of apprehension. She understood that the tranquil days were drawing to a close. The beasts within everyone could no longer be contained. That morning, as she awoke, she overheard Li Ruoqing speaking to someone on the balcony. "Aunt, I beg you, but Chung and I haven't tea, had water to drink for 3 days. Could you spare us a little?" Li Ruoqing's expression soured. "But we have no water either." A fleeting look of hurt crossed Ro's face, yet she did not relent, gazing at Li Ruoqing with pleading eyes. "Please, we truly need just a bit. Otherwise, Chung and I will perish from thirst." Though Li Ruoqing felt sympathy, she recognized the critical importance of water for her family. Ultimately, human nature veered towards selfishness. She could not afford to part with such a precious resource simply out of fleeting compassion. Just as she was about to decline, she heard Ro's soft sobs. "Aunt, I implore you," she said, dropping to her knees. "If your child were out there, you would surely not want her to die of thirst, would you?" It must be said, Ro possessed a remarkable ability to evoke empathy. Li Ruoqing, observing this girl who was the same age as her daughter, kneeling in earnest supplication, felt her resolve waver. Gritting her teeth, she intended to offer her a bottle, but was interrupted by a voice from behind. Yu Xiaoyang emerged expressionless from behind Li Ruoqing and remarked coolly, "Unfortunately, her daughter is right here before her, with no opportunity to experience your mother's feelings. Please refrain from projecting." "You." A flicker of anger crossed Ro's eyes. How could this woman appear at such a moment? Yu Xiaoyang ignored her. Addressing Li Ruoqing, "Mom, we have no water either. Everyone should conserve what little they have. Do not let fleeting emotions sway your judgment." Li Ruoqing's countenance grew awkward. She felt relieved that Yu Xiaoyang had arrived in time. Had she succumbed to a moment of sympathy and given water to Ro, she would have felt deeply ashamed, considering the limited supply at home was not solely hers to distribute. "How can you stand by and do nothing? Do you truly wish for us to perish from thirst?" Ro exclaimed, springing to her feet, her previous demeanor of supplication vanishing entirely. "What concern is it of yours? Can you share your wealth with the impoverished? If you cannot, then cease your incessant chatter." Ro momentarily taken aback, found her once stunning features marred by recent anxieties and a lack of water, leaving her skin in a poor condition. She fixed her large, penetrating eyes on Yu Xiaoyang, declaring, "Do not presume I am unaware. You concealed the steamed buns from the shop in your bag. Otherwise, why were all the drawers empty when Chun and I arrived?" "And so what?" she retorted. "There is an abundance of flour and ingredients in the bun shop. I dare say you have prepared quite a few these past days. Are you willing to share some?" In your dreams. At the outset, due to her laziness, she and Chun had scarcely steamed any buns. They merely made enough for each day. When the water supply ceased, they resorted to using the solar-heated water, which is now nearly depleted. There are only a few buns left, barely enough for herself. How could she possibly spare any for others? Yu Xiaoyang scoffed. "I shall return your sentiment. You are reluctant to part with your own belongings. By what right do you expect others to share with you? Who is foolish enough to comply?" Ro's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between pale and flushed, as she glared at her. "Fine, I will not lend you water, but you must share a portion of what you took from next door. Do not think to deceive me. I witnessed you climbing over the wall to procure goods. Your bag was overflowing. There must be ample food, so you shall share some with me." Not only was Li Ruoqing taken aback, but Yu Xiaoyang, too, was rendered speechless. She could not fathom why Ro so boldly demanded food from her. Was the neighboring shop her domain? While the hardware store was indeed adjacent to theirs, it was also adjacent to hers. She had contemplated obtaining items from there herself, but they had arrived first. Thus, she was entitled to a share. Yu Xiaoyang was dumbfounded. Was this the legendary principle of to each according to their sight? Indeed, Ro had redefined her understanding of audacity. Clearly, the figure leaning over the balcony brushing his teeth, Li Mu, could not contain himself upon hearing Ro's remarks, causing toothpaste to spray across the distance. Nonchalantly wiping the foam from his mouth, he appraised Ro from top to bottom, his gaze lingering above her chest. With a playful whistle, he remarked, "Ah, beauty, it seems we are cut from the same cloth. However, my audacity has not yet reached such brazen heights. How about a little exchange between us?" His words were exceedingly explicit, and Ro was not oblivious to their meaning. It appeared that Li Mu had long harbored an interest in her, waiting for an opportunity to express it. Despite her current haggard appearance, her figure remained undeniably curvaceous, easily discernible to someone like Li Mu, who was well versed in the feminine form. Ro's cheeks flushed crimson with indignation as she glared at Li Mu. Perhaps she considered him no real threat, given their considerable distance, and thus felt emboldened to speak freely. "Who is this little scoundrel? Shouldn't you take a good look in the mirror before daring to catch my attention? Just a street thug, thinking everyone is afraid of you?" Acknowledging that Li Mu initially sought merely a verbal concession, the term "little rascal" uttered by Ro darkened his expression momentarily. Yet, he swiftly regained his previous nonchalant smile. The little rascal wished him luck, squinting his eyes while mimicking a gunshot with his fingers before turning to depart. Startled, Ro instinctively took a step back, but feigned advancement, spitting derisively and muttering something under her breath. In her mind, Yu Xiaoyang quickly pondered that if Ro could divert Li Mu's attention, it would indeed be advantageous for her. Of course, what schemes Li Mu devised were beyond her concern. "Hey, have you made up your mind? You owe me half of the food you scavenged next door. Otherwise, I might just crawl over to your place. I trust you wouldn't want that." Yu Xiaoyang sighed inwardly, thinking how foolish it was that someone could be so oblivious, especially with all the commotion outside, and her boyfriend remained unbothered. Did she truly find that normal? "My answer, of course, is in the negative," Ro retorted, stamping her foot in anger, nearly pointing a finger at her in accusation. "Why should I? Do you want me to crawl over to your house? I wouldn't mind, but if anything goes missing from your home, don't blame me." Yu Xiaoyang ceased her attempts to reason with someone like Ro, for such efforts were futile. To handle a woman of her ilk, one simply needed to be ruthless. She was the epitome of someone who feared the strong while preying on the weak. Then, with a smirk of disdain, Yu Xiaoyang remarked, "If you wish to come to my house, you must possess the capability. If you believe that falling one tea harm you, or that the zombies below will spare you, then feel free to crawl over. No one will stop you." Ro's expression shifted. "What do you mean?" "The literal meaning, if you still don't comprehend. Then crawl over, and I shall demonstrate. I believe you will fully grasp it then. You're going too far. Do you wish to kill me? Yu Xiaoyang scoffed. Why engage in a petty argument? I have not done so, but should you continue to be ungrateful, who knows what might transpire? With that, she took Li Ruoqing and departed, uninterested in further discourse with someone like her. She firmly believed that Ro would never dare to gamble with her life. For those who fear the strong would not jest with their own existence. Upon reaching the living room, Li Ruoqing sighed, alas, how have the youth of today become so? When they request our belongings, it feels as though we owe them something. Yu Xiaoyang reassured her to refrain from stooping to Ro's level, for she would encounter even more outrageous individuals in the future. This statement was no jest. Humanity was gradually revealing its more grotesque facets, and she would witness an array of previously unseen repulsiveness. Li Ruoqing was taken aback, staring blankly at her. What do you mean by that? Yu Xiaoyang intended to seize this opportunity to impart a lesson to Li Ruoqing, as she estimated that their days of seclusion were numbered, and soon their reclusive existence would come to an end. Certainly, how much of her words Li Ruoqing truly absorbed remains uncertain, and the outcome will only be revealed in due course. Enough of such ponderings. The meal on the gas stove is on the verge of burning. Li Ruoqing exclaimed and dashed into the kitchen, where a cacophony of distress ensued. Yu Xiaoyang surmised that the rice was indeed ready. Anticipating the arrival of the military in the coming days, she instructed Li Ruoqing to cook all the rice from today onwards, forming it into rice balls stuffed with meat, to be consumed on their journey. After all, one cannot flee with mere rice and a gas stove. Throughout the day, Li Ruoqing busied herself in the kitchen, while Yu Xiaoyang remained in her room, devising a plan. She resolved to venture out that night to visit the supermarkets and pharmacies along their street, as future opportunities might be scarce. Should the military arrive, it would be too late for her to claim supplies. Although she lacked any supernatural abilities, she possessed a space that could accommodate others. In times of danger, she could retreat there, confident in her agility honed over 3 years of survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, the darkness of night, devoid of any light or moonshine, would render her virtually invisible. After meticulously studying the route, Yu Xiaoyang decided to visit only the 3 nearest supermarkets and pharmacies, as the farther ones posed considerable challenges, particularly with the need to evade the lurking zombies outside. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and upon hearing Li Ruoqing's startled exclamation, she set down her pen and stepped out. On the balcony, across from a rowdy household, a young man leaned triumphantly against the window, casually gesturing at the zombies below. A flash of water surged forth, drenching several zombies at the base of the building. The young man, emboldened by his display, was met with admiration from his peers. "Is this the legendary supernatural ability, Brother Tao?" they exclaimed, and the young man laughed heartily, attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance. "I suppose so. I feel invigorated." Following a wave of piercing screams, the atmosphere shifted, buoyed by the revelation of supernatural powers. Many present, filled with hope, speculated whether they, too, might awaken similar abilities. Yu Xiaoyang could hardly believe that among this group of ruffians, there emerged the first awakened supernatural being, particularly one with such a coveted water ability. What extraordinary fortune! However, this individual seemed rather arrogant, exposing his powers prematurely, as if fearing he might lose the chance to do so in the future. With the adulation from the crowd reaching its zenith, Brother Tao's demeanor grew increasingly self-satisfied, his grin stretching wider. After filling the cups of his admirers with water, he chuckled and aimed to unleash a torrent below, only to find himself unable to do so. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Li Mu stood silently in the corner of the balcony, his expression calm and detached, lost in thought. A sardonic smile soon curled at the corners of her mouth, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Just as she was about to turn and leave, her gaze met that of Yu Xiaoyang, causing her to momentarily pause. A wicked grin graced her lips as she winked playfully before finally turning to depart. Startled, Li Ruoqing pulled her back a step, and once Li Mu had entered, she nervously grasped her hand and said, Yang, he is not a good person. Please, do not engage with him too much, understand? Yu Xiaoyang, at a loss for words, pondered her friend's concerns. She had long since passed the age of being interested in men, her thoughts consumed solely by the awakening of her powers and how to ensure the survival of her family. Yet, to easily Ruoqing's worries, she nodded obediently. I know. This reassured Li Ruoqing, who exhaled in relief. Yu Xiaoyang discreetly glanced at Zhu Man, who was leaning against the wall with a facade of calmness while embracing Ge Minghui. In a detached tone, she remarked, perhaps, given that the apocalypse has already begun and zombies exist, the emergence of abilities is not so surprising. Yu Dahai contemplated for a moment before slowly agreeing. You make a valid point. With the apocalypse upon us, what else could be deemed impossible? After speaking, his mood seemed to darken significantly, and with his hands clasped behind his back, he retreated into the house. Li Ruoqing and Yu Xiaoyang exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, before following suit. Just before leaving, Yu Xiaoyang deliberately cast a glance at Zhu Man, who had recovered from her shock and now wore a blank expression. Yu Xiaoyang had always harbored doubts. If Ge Minghui had truly awakened his powers, Zhu Man would surely have noticed, as they were the closest of kin. However, Zhu Man was an enigma, aside from mealtimes. She kept to their room with Ge Minghui, rarely emerging, leaving others in the dark about her thoughts. It seemed she held disdain for their surroundings. Yet she never voiced such sentiments. Her expressions and demeanor indicated a tacit understanding that this place was currently her safest haven, prompting her to keep her lips sealed. Such a person was not easily won over, no matter how kind one might be. As the fervor surrounding the awakening of powers began to dissipate, a stillness enveloped the atmosphere once more. Yu Xiaoyang prepared herself, waiting until the dead of night when all were asleep before stealthily slipping out of her room, intent on raiding a supermarket and pharmacy. Yes, 3 days prior, she had awakened her powers, nature-based abilities that allowed her to transform the small sprouts in her hands into tendrils over 3 meters long, her current maximum length. Inside the supermarket, she opted to remain in her spatial realm, materializing only when she spotted something essential. She would promptly grab it and retreat into her space, as the supermarket was teeming with zombies. This way, by the time the zombies detected her presence, she would already be hidden away, allowing them to disperse once more. She was cautious not to take too much from the shelves, fearing suspicion might arise. Therefore, she ventured into the storeroom and hastily began to move large boxes, scarcely pausing to organize. It was only after filling nearly half of her space that she finally ceased her efforts. Once again, she entered the pharmacy with the same method, acquiring a substantial portion of vitamin syrups and herbal supplements. As she observed the space nearly filled to capacity, leaving only a small area for contingencies, she finally departed. Hesitant to approach immediately, she concealed herself within the space, which afforded her a view of the outside. This vantage point unveiled a significant secret. Li Mu had also awakened an extraordinary ability, specifically an earth-based power. He was idly playing with a lighter, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and donned an oversized coat. With a sinister smirk, he uttered something incomprehensible to Yu Xiaoyang, who then witnessed him gesturing downward, causing a formidable earth spike to erupt from the ground. His smile deepened, tinged with a hint of derision, seemingly dissatisfied with his earth-based abilities. This was merely her conjecture. Those who awakened their powers first were undoubtedly formidable, regardless of the nature of their abilities. As long as they did not engage in self-destructive behavior, they would likely thrive in the future. Moreover, the earth-based ability was both offensive and defensive, prompting envy among many. Once he finished his cigarette, Li Mu pocketed the lighter and prepared to leave, casting a deliberate glance in her direction. Yu Xiaoyang instantly tensed, uncertain whether he had truly seen her. Li Mu exhibited a depth of character greater than she had anticipated. Only then did she exhale in relief, hesitating briefly before vanishing from the room. The supplies, abundant and reassuring, elevated her spirits, for these provisions would be fundamental to their survival. Had she possessed such resources in her previous life, her parents would not have fallen to the gates of the base, and she would not have met an early demise nor have had to fight desperately for a mere sip of water, only to be sold and made to count someone else's money. Even if it meant exerting herself, it was worthwhile. In fact, She felt invigorated after consuming a bottle of milk, as though her entire being brimmed with vitality. Without further ado, she rose from her chair, rolled up her sleeves, and set about organizing all the supplies, crafting an inventory for ease of access in the future. It was nearly dawn when she finally sorted the supplies, at which point she genuinely felt fatigued. She slept until the sun had risen high in the sky, awakening to the sound of Li Ruoqing knocking at the door. Though it was winter, the biting cold had yet to arrive. The sun had shone consistently over the past few days, masking the chill. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaoyang was aware that true cold was imminent, and she hoped that the military would arrive to rescue them before its onset, facilitating their entry into the base and potentially saving many lives. Perhaps her wish was heard by the heavens, for just as she donned her sweater, the sound of machine gun fire echoed in the distance. Stunned, she felt a surge of joy. It was the military come save them. Swiftly, she slipped into her down jacket and stepped outside, only to find the living room empty of Li Ruoqing and Yu Duhai. A booming voice resonated, declaring that we are the nearby 911 military unit. Citizens are urged not to venture outside recklessly, as we will be engaged in sniping a horde of zombies. Once the area is secured, you may emerge. In the meantime, citizens are encouraged to gather their belongings, for once we have cleared the zombies, we will escort you to safety. A wave of astonished gasps erupted, and tears of joy streamed down the faces of many. The military had arrived, igniting a flicker of hope. Li Ruoqing and Yu Duhai, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed from the balcony, breathlessly exclaiming to her, "Yang Yang, did you hear? The military has come to rescue us." Yu Xiaoyang managed a reassuring smile. "I know. Let us quickly gather our things. We must leave with the military soon." With that, Yu Xiaoyang wasted no time, swiftly retrieving 3 backpacks from her room. She distributed one to Zhu Man, while the other 2 were given to Li Ruoqing and Yu Duhai, as she herself carried her own well-worn backpack. They laid out the visible food and water in the living room and gathered everyone together. After a moment of silence, she spoke, "Zhu Man, I do not know what thoughts occupy your mind, nor do I wish to. The military has arrived, and it is time we part ways. It is unreasonable for us to continue harboring you. We must all follow the military. Our food supply is limited, as you can see. Out of compassion for your plight, I will share some provisions with you, but once we step through that door, we shall go our separate ways. I believe I have done my part." She could not possibly continue to care for 2 strangers indefinitely. Whether deemed cold-hearted or cruel, the reality remained harsh. Zhu Man bit her lip, staring at the food for some time before slowly nodding, her voice hoarse. "I agree. I will no longer stay with you. Ming Hui's father is still alive. He is at school, and we will seek him out." Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow, questioning how she knew that Principal Ge was still alive. Could it be that Ming Hui had sent something? Did this imply that Zhu Man was aware of his awakening abilities? It would be ideal to part ways amicably. Yu Xiaoyang simply acknowledged her understanding with a nod and began to distribute the food. Throughout the entire process, Li Ruoqing and Yu Duhai remained silent, not expressing any dissatisfaction with her actions. In truth, the food available consisted merely of some cooked rice balls, a few pieces of salted meat, several potatoes, and 4 bottles of water. There were a total of 150 rice balls, of which Yu Xiaoyang allocated 40 to Zhu Man, along with 1 bottle of water and 2 potatoes. The remainder was reserved for her own family. "We cannot take the household items with us. Take what you need," was her final statement to Zhu Man. Zhu Man displayed no emotion, seemingly indifferent. Yu Xiaoyang understood that she wished to depart from this place, for such an environment did not belong to her. Zhu Man resembled a blossoming rose. She was meant to flourish unabashedly. Confined in such surroundings, she would inevitably wither. This was the true essence of her silence. She had nothing to say to these individuals, as they were never part of her circle. Otherwise, she would not have married Principal Ge, who could easily be her father at the tender age of 21. The only thing she desired could only be provided by him. Yu Xiaoyang was uncertain about her future fate, nor did she wish to know. She silently departed the living room, cradling Ge Minghui. Suddenly, Ge Minghui lifted his sorrowful little face, tears glistening in his large eyes. "Auntie, will you no longer want me?" A fleeting look of compassion crossed Li Ruoqing's face, and she opened her mouth as if to speak. Yu Xiaoyang smiled slightly, preempting her. Mingwei is going to find Daddy. Aren't you happy? Happy, but I will miss you. Yes, we will miss you too. With that reassurance, Gu Mingwei was content to be carried inside by Zhu Man. Yu Xiaoyang gathered the remaining food and led her parents to her room. Pack all the clothes you need quickly. The military 1T wait for us. Li Ruoqing Baoja. Realizing she had to rush to her room for clothing, Yu Dahai remained seated as Li Ruoqing took charge of his packing. Yu Xiaoyang distributed the provisions evenly into each bag. Yu Dahai frowned, saying, "Aren't the three of us supposed to stay together? Why not just put everything in one bag?" Ignoring him, Yu Xiaoyang continued to pack, dividing the previously dried buns into smaller portions to place at the bottom of the bags, reserving the largest share for Yu Dahai. This is for contingencies. Who knows what the future holds? We'll take food from your bag when we're outside, while ours serves as a backup. Besides, it would attract attention if my mother and I, two women, carried so much food. Understanding, Yu Dahai nodded. You make a valid point. Li Ruoqing brought practical and warm clothing, including several summer items, both short and long-sleeved. There is no way all this will fit, Yu Xiaoyang remarked after a brief selection. Even though summers are sweltering, long sleeves are essential to avoid sunburn. Isn't this a bit too little? Li Ruoqing frowned, observing her daughter select merely a few items. Not all. Didn't you notice the military vehicles are quite limited? There is no room for excess clothing. We should only take what we can carry. The rest can be discarded. Carrying too much is pointless. When encountering zombies, escaping will take precedence over useless garments. Li Ruoqing Siga. All right then. Luckily, I didn't bring my cosmetics. Yu Xiaoyang sneered, expressing disbelief that clothing could not be packed, let alone cosmetics. Just wait and see. The military will surely be incensed soon. Everyone has relinquished their sense of crisis, believing that the arrival of the army equates to true safety. They fail to realize that it's not merely a relocation, but a desperate escape for their lives. Outside, the cacophony of gunfire and the groans of the undead persisted for an hour before gradually subsiding. A loudspeaker crackled to life, urging citizens to vacate their homes, as the military would depart in half an hour. Before the message could conclude, the speaker was seized, replaced by a deep voice declaring that the military would indeed leave in 30 minutes, without any delay. The announcement abruptly ended. Song Jiao had other plans and was not inclined to linger. The trio prepared their bags and donned their shoes before stepping outside, finding that Zhu Man had already departed ahead of them. After meticulously locking every door, Yu Xiaoyang descended with a heavy heart. Outside, in stark contrast to their family somberness, a vibrant uproar erupted as people emerged with their belongings, appearing less like refugees and more akin to vacationers. Why can I bring this? My cosmetics are inside. Are you able to compensate for any damage? A woman vociferously argued with an armed soldier. The soldier remained indifferent to her bluster, steadfastly maintaining his post and refusing to allow her excessive luggage onto the vehicle. If everyone acted as she did, how could a single vehicle accommodate them all? Only one vehicle had been provided for rescue, with the rest filled with soldiers and supplies, leaving no room for passengers. Each individual was permitted only one bag, regardless of its size, or they could opt not to board at all. Enraged, the woman leaped up, jabbing her finger indignantly, nearly pointing it at the soldier's nose. I've never heard such nonsense. You are the People's Liberation Army. Your duty is to serve the people. What else are you here for? Yu Xiaoyang found it tiresome to witness such reckless behavior. Such individuals were ubiquitous, and she was hardly surprised. Here were people attempting to rescue them, and instead of expressing gratitude, they hurled accusations, as if their lives were of paramount value. She inquired of a nearby soldier whether she could drive herself. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced, albeit with the caveat that she would need to procure her own fuel. Mom, Dad, we won't take the military truck. We could drive ourselves. After all, the three of us are capable drivers, which is quite convenient. But wouldn't taking the military truck be more convenient? Yu Xiaoyang shook her head, asserting that it would offer no advantages. Whatever we choose to do will expose us to other scrutiny, and should any unforeseen events arise, I want to be able to leave swiftly rather than awaiting rescue, which is tantamount to waiting for death. Li Ruoqing readily agreed, finding no issue with the plan. For her, as long as their family was together, the type of vehicle mattered little. Li Dahai, contemplating the broader picture, ultimately endorsed Yu Xiaoyang's suggestion, yet concerns lingered. What about fuel? How will we manage that? Having finished speaking, she hurriedly ran away without elaborating further. Yu Dahai attempted to call her back, but was restrained by Li Ruoqing. Did you not hear what our daughter said? We must first refuel, otherwise the army will depart shortly. Yu Dahai sighed in resignation, pondering whether she was aware of the time. Li Ruoqing, however, felt reassured about Xiaoyang. After spending a few days together, she recognized that her daughter was no longer the same as before. Rest assured, our daughter is quite aware of her circumstances. She is not like you, she remarked. Yu Dahai was taken aback, questioning what was wrong with him. After all, she was his child, and it was only natural for her to resemble him. The army lingered not solely to await individuals, but also to gather supplies. After some hesitation, Yu Xiaoyang entered the supermarket, where numerous soldiers were already busy collecting items. She approached one of the soldiers and inquired, "May I take some food?" "Of course. Our primary task is to move boxes from the warehouse. You can take items from the containers. We do not have sufficient time to collect them from each shelf individually. Our main focus is the supermarket's warehouse, the pharmacy, and the grain and oil store. Those are of utmost importance." Yu Xiaoyang did not hesitate. She grabbed a bag for disguise and began filling it with supplies. This was indeed a legitimate endeavor, and in the future, she could retrieve items without drawing attention. She primarily collected instant noodles, biscuits, and bread, non-perishable goods, of course, including chocolate for its high caloric value. She even took a substantial amount of chewing gum. For beverages, she opted solely for bottled water, rejecting all other drinks, knowing they would only increase her thirst. As she gathered supplies, a few other individuals entered, also transporting items from the shelves. Spotting a girl across the aisle stuffing her bag with chips, fries, and snacks, Yu Xiaoyang couldn't help but shake her head. Such items were neither filling nor practical. However, her eyes lit up at the sight of a shelf filled with pork and beef cubes nearby. She rushed over, disregarding the packaging, and filled half the shelf before stopping. At that moment, the food section was nearly depleted. Yu Xiaoyang did not linger, having observed that the soldiers who were previously moving items had nearly departed. She quickly gathered one bag and 2 large sacks, hurrying out. She firmly believed the voice from the speaker. Once the time came, they would leave without waiting for anyone. Indeed, as she exited, the army had begun to prepare their vehicles. Numerous bags were discarded nearby, prohibited from being taken onto the transport. Li Ruoqing noticed her furrowed brow instantly relax as she waved excitedly. "Xiaoyang, hurry. The vehicles are about to leave. We want to find you, but we're unsure which supermarket you entered, fearing we would get separated." Luckily, you arrived just in time. Yu Dahai said little, taking the package from her hands and tossing it onto the back seat. "All right, enough talking. Quickly get in the car." Yu Xiaoyang stopped Yu Dahai, who was about to enter the driver's seat, saying, "Allow me to drive. You can sit in the passenger seat, and Mother can sit in the back. If anything arises, we can switch." Yu Dahai was aware that she had obtained her driving license, yet he also knew her driving skills were rather poor. Typically, she refrained from driving due to her hesitance. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Their family upheld a principle of profound respect for individual wishes, generally. If she expressed a compelling reason for her desires, her parents would not oppose her. Yu Xiaoyang counted the military trucks, estimating around 13 vehicles, 4 of which were occupied by soldiers, while 1 belonged to a local civilian. The remainder were concealed beneath green oilcloth, presumably laden with supplies. Although the stock appeared substantial, so did their numbers, the provisions from these 8 trucks would be exhausted in no time. 2 off-road vehicles were leading the convoy. Those who drove themselves were positioned at the rear. There were few of them, aside from their family. Only 3 others remained. Presently, everyone believed that following the military was the safest course. Who would wish to drive alone? Suddenly, there was a loud knock on her window. Perplexed, she lowered it slightly and cautiously gazed at the individual outside. It was a woman clutching a child, her complexion somewhat sallow, indicative of malnutrition. The child mirrored her state, its vacant gaze resting limply against its mother's shoulder. The woman appeared somewhat embarrassed, asking, "May I join you?" Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow and replied, "But there are military vehicles ahead. Surely, they are safer than our small car. However, my child is too small. There are no seats there, and it is cold without a canopy," the woman implored. Yu Xiaoyang cast a cold glance at her, her expression unyielding, and replied flatly, "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you." The woman was momentarily taken aback, her child suddenly wailing, "Mommy, I'm so cold and hungry. Tong Tong wants something to eat." Yu Xiaoyang then shut the window. Li Ruoqing felt a pang of sympathy as she watched the mother and child retreat, frowning as she said, "Can we not help them?" Li Ruoqing hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts, but ultimately swallowing her words. After days of living in this apocalyptic reality, she had come to understand that the world had irrevocably changed. She could not afford to show compassion that might endanger her family. Yu Xiaoyang observed the woman as she knocked on the windows of other vehicles. Two didn't even lower their windows, while one offered her a bottle of water and suggested she seek the military. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoyang recalled the group of young ruffians opposite them and turned to inquire, "What about those awakened abilities among the little thugs over there?" Li Ruoqing scoffed, "The one with the awakened abilities is in the front off-road vehicle. The others are in the trucks behind." Yu Xiaoyang paused in contemplation before asking, "And what of Li Mu?" Li Mu? Li Ruoqing looked at her with a hint of curiosity. Yu Xiaoyang understood her excessive thoughts, but chose not to explain, merely nodding in affirmation. "Yes, the one with yellow hair, Li Mu. He certainly does not possess any supernatural abilities, so he is seated in the back of the truck." Yu Xiaoyang's gaze darkened, realizing that Li Mu had not disclosed to the military about his awakened abilities. Yu Dahai let out a long sigh, stating, "Principal Ge has also awakened his powers. His ability is of the fire element. Zhu Man has already taken Ge Hui to see him, but..." He paused momentarily before continuing. "However, there's a much younger woman accompanying Principal Ge, seemingly a teacher from the school." Yu Dahai hesitated, knowing well the implications. Such occurrences were entirely normal and would only become more commonplace in the future. This indicated that there were two awakened individuals on their street, both of whom had been allocated the best positions in the military's off-road vehicles. Yet, neither the younger teacher nor Zhu Man and Ge Hui had been granted such privilege, remaining with everyone else in the military truck. As someone came to announce their departure, the vehicles began to move in succession. At that moment, several individuals rushed out from the supermarket where she had gone to fetch something, desperately shouting, "Wait, wait. There are still people who haven't boarded." The vehicles were not moving quickly. If they had run a bit faster, they could have easily caught up. However, it was impossible to expect an entire convoy to halt and wait for them. Soon, with the assistance of those on the truck, some managed to climb aboard, while two others stubbornly remained behind, shouting for the vehicle to stop and hurling curses. As the vehicle distanced itself further, the two likely realized that the military would indeed not wait for them, prompting a swift change of expression as they hurriedly ran to catch up. The convoy, grand and imposing, set forth towards the highway, aiming for the nearest Qingyang base, the capital of Jiang province. Yu Xiaoyang's vehicle trailed at the rear, and wherever they passed, the zombies on the road had been dealt with by the military, alleviating their concerns about any sudden appearances. The convoy moved swiftly, hardly pausing, and to reach Qingyang base, they needed to traverse 3 cities, covering over 500 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, this journey would require about 7 hours by car. However, this time, it might take 3 days or perhaps 5. No one could say for certain. At a highway entrance where zombies were sparse, the convoy came to a halt for a rest. Many hurriedly jumped down from the truck, as there was no shelter atop it and the cold air was biting. Some began to curse the wretched weather, exclaiming, "I'm freezing to death." The cries of children and the complaints of women filled the air. Yet the military paid them no heed, swiftly dispatching soldiers to clear away the remaining zombies on the highway while instructing everyone not to stray beyond the designated area. Moreover, the military generously distributed a pack to each individual containing 3 pieces of sandwich biscuits and a bottle of mineral water. When Yu Xiaoyang received her share, she was utterly astonished by such generosity. Though the provisions were modest, she had not anticipated that the military would provide food for them. The biscuits are distributed twice daily, and water is provided every 2 days. Yu Xiaoyang found this treatment remarkably generous. She felt compelled to express her gratitude to the commanding officer of the army. However, not everyone shared her sentiments. One discontented individual hurled his biscuit to the ground, confronting the approaching soldier in a disdainful tone. "Is this all you can offer? Are you merely treating us like beggars?" The soldier, unfazed, silently retrieved the discarded biscuit, intending to distribute it to the next person in line. Yet the enraged man seized the soldier by the collar, exclaiming, "Are you deaf? I demand instant noodles. Even if you lack that, surely there should be bread. Don't think we Haven Tea noticed. Your army has taken plenty from the supermarket, yet you only provide us with this meager fare. Do you consider our lives expendable? Those better provisions must have all gone to you." The surrounding crowd began to resonate with his indignation, convinced that the army was deliberately belittling them. They resented being offered such dry, unnutritious sustenance while the soldiers feasted on better food. They failed to recognize that their very lives had been saved by these soldiers, questioning their right to challenge others. An increasing number of people joined the uproar, while some astute individuals remained silent, expressing their dissatisfaction through nonverbal gestures. The clamor grew louder, prompting several armed soldiers to approach, pointing at the instigator with stern warnings. "Release Xiao Zheng immediately, or we shall not hesitate to take action." The man hesitated momentarily at the sight of the guns directed at him, but, bolstered by the crowd's support and the abundance of food around him, he steeled himself, defiantly declaring, "If you dare to shoot, know that I am merely an ordinary citizen. I cannot stand by and witness your tyranny without raising my voice for the sake of everyone here. If you intend to kill me for speaking out, then pull the trigger. My death may pave the way for a better life for others." It must be said, he was quite eloquent, deftly swaying public opinion to feed his own greedy ambitions. Indeed, anger flickered across the faces of the crowd, their expressions dark and menacing as they glared at the armed soldiers, as if ready to rend them to pieces should they dare to advance. As the two sides remained locked in confrontation, neither willing to concede, a languid voice interjected. Yu Xiaoyang recognized it as the same voice that had come through the microphone earlier. "What is happening here? Are we holding a meeting?" One of the soldiers, raising his weapon, immediately holstered it and saluted the approaching officer. "Company commander." The commander nodded, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips as his gaze swept over the agitated man. "What seems to be the problem here?" The soldier succinctly recounted the events, unbiased and fair. The company commander's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk as he elongated his response with a drawn-out "oh," yet chose to say no more. The man causing the disturbance believed he had triumphed, feeling a sense of pride despite the immense pressure exerted by the company commander. Yet, he was intoxicated by joy. Should he succeed this time, the provisions aboard the vehicle would be his to indulge in, sparing him from the ordeal of consuming the unpalatable biscuits. "You possess such an abundance of food. Should you not allocate a portion for us citizens? After all, safeguarding the populace is your obligation." With this assertion, he felt emboldened. The company commander, however, appeared to disregard his words, suddenly breaking into a low chuckle, lifting a face that bore a semblance of a smile as he regarded the troublemaker. "You just declared your intention to kill me. Do feel free to pull the trigger." The man, momentarily taken aback, nodded in acquiescence. A soldier clad in a military coat, who had been standing beside the commander, subtly shifted, aiming his firearm at the troublemaker's head. With a smirk, he remarked, "So you wish to die? Very well. I shall grant your wish right now." The man's body trembled in fear as he paled, stammering, You wouldn't dare. I am speaking for the people." The soldier seemed to find this amusing, laughing heartily. "Speaking for the people, are you? How deeply you have immersed yourself in your role. Only in death does one truly speak for the people. So please, do continue with your noble cause." As he spoke, the trigger was pulled, and a bullet lodged itself in the troublemaker's forehead, causing him to collapse with wide-open eyes. Chaos erupted among the crowd, some retreating in fear, while the commander quietly withdrew, offering no further words. However, the tumult was soon quelled, and the onlookers appeared remarkably subdued, likely still reeling from the shock of recent events. Li Ruking, trembling, clung to Yudahai's arm. "They have committed murder. They truly have." They stood beside their vehicle, not having participated in the fray. The man was hardly deserving of sympathy. His provocations had led to this outcome. Now, having retained his life, with food and water at hand, he should have been content, for aspiring for more would only plunge him deeper into despair. Soldiers removed the man's corpse, discarding it at a distance. As more soldiers distributed provisions to the populace, the crowd accepted their rations with remarkable obedience, even trepidation, refraining from uttering a word or exchanging a glance, fearful that they might share the same fate as the troublemaker. Yet, the man's death was not without justification. His actions had inadvertently contributed to the tranquility of their future path. The commander surveyed the surroundings and approached them, leaning against the vehicle. He cast a glance at the family before retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, taking a couple of puffs before slowly stating, "Do you find me cruel?" Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitant to respond, unsure of the commander's intentions, having witnessed his treatment of the troublemaker. Yu Xiaoyang's lips twitched slightly. Was it more merciful to cripple someone than to end their life? In ordinary times, a disabled person is a burden. And in a post-apocalyptic world, death might indeed be a kinder fate. One might wonder just how deep was the grudge between you and him. The officer who had fired the shot approached the company commander, his expression troubled, and quietly reported that everything had been handled. The commander placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, gazing into the distance as he exhaled a puff of smoke, casually remarking that he had done well. The officer bit his teeth, unable to restrain himself from asking, was it really necessary to kill him? The commander frowned and countered. Do you believe it would have been better to shoot his legs? In truth, he too felt that shooting the legs would have been preferable. To label him as cruel was ironic. Once the man survived, he would understand what true cruelty entailed. If one desired privilege, one must possess the strength to back it up. The officer fell silent, casting a pained glance at the commander, seemingly accustomed to such rhetoric. Look at you so timid. Even that little girl has a more pleasant demeanor than you, he said, mockingly observing Yu Xiaoyang. Yu Xiaoyang, taken aback by the scrutiny, promptly lowered his head, refusing to meet his gaze. The officer fell into a thoughtful silence, eventually asking, "Commander, when shall we depart?" "Let me finish this cigarette," the commander replied, seemingly recalling something as he turned to Li Ruoqing, who still held her untouched food, and amended, "Or perhaps we should wait until they finish their meal." The officer had grown accustomed to the commander's unpredictable nature and nodded in understanding without any special expression. The convoy soon set off again, but prior to their departure, they encountered some unpleasantness. It was now common knowledge that army trucks without canopies were quite cold, prompting many to seek a place in their vehicle. Two groups, apparently familiar with one another, did not refuse and boarded. However, one group resolutely ignored all knocks and calls, determined to remain aloof, leaving everyone else with no recourse but to turn their attention elsewhere. Yu Xiaoyang had long secured all four doors, rendering them unyielding. Having lived on the streets for years, though most of their residences were rentals, many acquaintances remained. A middle-aged woman, who frequently played mahjong with Li Ruoqing, approached and knocked on the window, insisting on bringing her daughter-in-law and granddaughter inside. Initially, when they set off, the crowd had surged, preventing them from noticing Yu's vehicle, but upon sighting it now, they could not let the opportunity pass. Yu Xiaoyang did not even open the window, firmly refusing. The woman persisted, banging on the glass and calling out Li Ruoqing's name, hurling accusations of heartlessness and questioning whether they believed they were the only ones with a vehicle. Li Ruoqing's face fluctuated from red to pale as she looked at her beseechingly. With a sigh, Yu Xiaoyang explained, "Mother, it's not that I want to let them in. Do you see them as trustworthy? Once you're stuck with them, there's no hope of breaking free." Li Ruoqing slightly moved her lips and softly remarked, "But after all, they were once card friends." Yu Xiaoyang remained silent. Or card friends. Affection could easily lead to betrayal, and card friends were of little significance. No matter what she said, it was impossible for anyone to come aboard. Thus, she steeled her heart, refusing to glance at Li Ruoqing's expression. She believed that Li Ruoqing would soon comprehend her heartfelt intentions. It was not her desire to be ruthless, but rather that reality forced her hand. The vehicle ahead had already begun to forge a passage. The woman, seeing no hope, cursed under her breath, and departed, spitting on the ground before she left. Her 8-year-old granddaughter mimicked her, spitting as well, before hastily climbing onto the truck. Lirukings mot sodat. It was not that she wished for that card friend aboard, but the woman's words were simply too harsh, casting her in a negative light. Standing outside the vehicle while being verbally assaulted, drawing the attention of so many, was uncomfortable for Li Ruoqing, who, being somewhat shy, inevitably felt pressured to acquiesce. However, witnessing that card friend leaving and making such a distasteful gesture upon failing to board, a gesture devoid of even a hint of embarrassment, left her feeling disillusioned. As Yang Yang had said, in this world, everyone looks out for themselves. Who has the time to concern themselves with others? Seizing the opportunity, Yu Xiaoyang lectured Li Ruoqing, helping her to gain a clearer understanding of certain people's true natures. Although the truth was harsh, it was an essential realization. As the convoy approached the suspension bridge into L City, they encountered an unexpected setback. This route was the quickest to the Qingyang base, allowing them to traverse the outskirts of L City. Avoiding the suspension bridge meant they would have to navigate through the city, which was far too perilous. Before confirming their route, the convoy chose to rest for the night in a nearby village, with the military establishing a secure perimeter. They rescued a few survivors from the village, whose tears flowed freely upon being found, nearly rushing forward to plead for help. The military gathered them together, consolidating the village's resources, and assured the villagers that they would transport them to a safe base. From this perspective, Yu Xiaoyang felt that the company commander's actions were commendable, though some did not grasp his intentions. In a display of humanity, the military even boiled water for everyone, allowing each person to receive a bowl. With only a few rooms cleared, it was impossible for everyone to have a place to stay. Women and children occupied the rooms while men stayed outside or in their vehicles. This time, no one dared to protest. Everyone accepted the arrangement with remarkable compliance. Even those who had previously stirred up trouble appeared to be seething with indignation, yet remained silent. Yu Xiaoyang believed that the interior was less secure than the exterior, for the presence of numerous zombies on the suspension bridge was the reason they had been compelled to halt here. With so many people, she cannot guarantee that the zombies would not be drawn to them, thus rendering the interior absolutely unsafe. A young soldier distributing food looked regretfully at them, asking, "Aren't you really going to stay inside? It's quite warm in there, and it must be too cold in the truck. You're women. Surely you can squeeze in." Yu Xiaoyang graciously declined his kind offer, expressing that her family could comfortably reside in their vehicle. She did not wish for her father to feel isolated in that place. "All right, just be careful," he replied. "Have you arranged for someone to stand guard at night?" Yu Xiaoyang inquired suddenly. The young soldier paused momentarily before breaking into a smile, revealing 2 dimples that hinted at his youth. "Honestly, there's no need for excessive concern. Zombies are not as terrifying as you might think. We've managed to survive out here for several days," he reassured her. Yu Xiaoyang nodded, choosing to remain silent. The soldier then discreetly produced an item from his pocket and handed it to her without a word, quickly departing thereafter. Once he had left, Yu Xiaoyang examined the gift, a pack of white rabbit creamy candies. She shook her head with a bemused smile, wondering if he truly viewed her as a child needing consolation. Inside the car, her parent called out to her, "Yang Yang, is it cold outside?" "Oh, I'm coming," she responded, tucking the candies away before entering the vehicle. Her parents occupied the back seat while she settled into the passenger seat, which felt more spacious than the driver's side. She reclined the seat and draped 2 additional down jackets over herself. But just as she was about to lie down, she sat upright instead. This position may appear safe, but if zombies were to approach, escape would be impossible. After a moment's hesitation, she shifted the vehicle slightly beyond the safety perimeter established by the military. This new spot offered a clearer view of the road leading into the village, as well as the movements of everyone within the secure zone. Although it was a bit farther away, she felt it was prudent. If zombies were to come, this location would afford a quicker escape. Unlike the situation where vehicles blocked the way, in a post-apocalyptic world, every second counted. There was no luxury of waiting. "Yang Yang, is it safe here?" She heard her mother voice concern, noting the distance from the crowd. "What if something happens and we can't hear it?" Yu Xiaoyang reassured her, "Don't worry. This is far safer than being in a throng. If zombies do come, we will be the first to escape. Li Ruoqing gazed at her incredulously. What are you thinking, child? How could there possibly be zombies? The military has arranged for guards to keep watch. Yu Xiaoyang merely shrugged, choosing not to engage further. She certainly hoped there would be no such occurrence. After all, who wouldn't desire a peaceful night's sleep? Yet, spending the night outside, Yu Xiaoyang found it impossible to feel secure. She could only doze lightly, too wary to fall into a deep sleep. This state of vigilance had been her reality for 3 years in the apocalypse, sharpening her senses to the slightest disturbance. It was a skill honed through countless harrowing encounters with zombies during missions, something that only a few could achieve in a mere 2 or 3 years. The military's arrangements were quite sensible, as there would be a patrol of soldiers inspecting the designated safe area approximately every 15 minutes. However, Yu Xiaoyang's lack of trust was not a reflection of their capability. Rather, it stemmed from her ingrained habit of not entrusting her life to others. At the stroke of midnight, Yu Xiaoyang found herself in a hazy slumber, the most vulnerable of states, when suddenly she was jolted awake by a cacophony of footsteps and the distant, chilling wails of the undead. She sprang from her seat, leaping onto the roof of the vehicle, her senses heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. The night was deep and devoid of any light, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yet, amidst the darkness, she detected an unusual scent. A horde of zombies was approaching, likely the same group that had been on the suspension bridge. The troubling aspect was their eerie silence. Could it be that advanced zombies were among them? The mere thought drained the color from her face. If true, did they stand any chance of escape? No matter. Overthinking would yield no results. They had to fight with all they had. Zombies are coming. Prepare yourselves. We must depart. Li Ruoqing abruptly rose from her seat, her expression one of confusion as she took in her surroundings. The outside world was shrouded in darkness, prompting her to ask, "Really? Where are they now? Have you informed the convoy?" Although she had yet to see the zombies, she trusted Yu Xiaoyang would not jest about such matters. Yu Xiaoyang hesitated briefly, her brow furrowing. "Gather your things. I'll alert the others." She had momentarily forgotten about the convoy. Had Li Ruoqing not spoken up, she might have recklessly driven off. She honked the horn several times, rousing the others. As a few lights flickered to life, she shouted from atop the vehicle, "Zombies are here. We need to leave this place immediately." "What nonsense? Where are the zombies coming from?" Another voice retorted. "Just because you have a car doesn't make you special." After uttering that last remark, Yu Xiaoyang descended from the roof, unwilling to engage in further debate. After all, her life was her own. If she chose not to value it, who could she rely on to do so? She swiftly started the engine and executed a sharp turn, maneuvering around several buildings before reaching the opposite side of the road. At this moment, there was a distinct advantage to leaving. The zombies on the suspension bridge had been drawn away, leaving it relatively clear. It presented an opportune moment for her to cross. Suppressing a pang of guilt, she reminded herself that self-preservation was paramount. Her actions were justified. Besides, she had done her part in warning them. Their disbelief was not her fault. It was fate that had thrust them into this wretched apocalypse. Perhaps it was her shout that finally revealed the zombies. As they let out terrifying cries and surged toward the convoy, a faint whiff of blood wafted through the air, prompting Yu Xiaoyang to slam on the brakes and glance at the convoy through the rearview mirror. She pursed her lips and muttered, "What else can we do? Head towards certain death. Sorry, but I'm not that noble. There are children and the elderly there," Yu Dahai managed to utter, his lips barely moving. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Xiaoyang revved the engine and quickly drove away. After driving for approximately 500 meters, she brought the vehicle to a halt once more. This location seemed relatively secure. The zombies would not approach immediately, and even if they did, she could swiftly depart. "Yang, what are you going to do? Are we waiting for them? If you truly cannot bear to leave, then let us wait a moment. If someone comes running this way, we could take them along. Besides, if any vehicles from the convoy manage to escape, we should guide them too." Nighttime is when panic can lead to hasty decisions. Li Ruoqing paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. "Really? I just feel that since we came together, it would be quite inappropriate to abandon them in their time of need. If there is real danger, Yang, Perhaps you should drive more swiftly. Ultimately, she acknowledged her own selfishness, realizing she had yet to overcome her internal conflict. What surprised Yu Xiaoyang was that the first to escape was the woman who had previously pleaded to board their vehicle while holding her child. "Please, save me and my child. I beg you." The woman frantically pounded on the window, knowing this was her last hope. Upon hearing the warning of approaching zombies, she had immediately taken her daughter and fled. With a soft sigh, Yu Xiaoyang relented, let her in. Honestly, she was not particularly fond of this woman. It was evident she was someone who understood how to prioritize her interests, knowing what was advantageous and what was not. To her, anything outside her concern could be easily discarded. This type of person was not inherently bad, but Yu Xiaoyang preferred to avoid such individuals. The military had begun the evacuation process, with vehicles departing one after another, and the sound of gunfire growing ever closer. Yu Xiaoyang noticed that the foremost vehicle was an off-road one. The zombies had started to pursue, and chaos erupted within the convoy. The air filled with the roars of the undead and desperate cries for help. Without much thought, Yu Xiaoyang called out to the approaching vehicles, "Follow me." She quickly started the engine and set off, aiming for the suspension bridge. Once across, it would only take another 10 minutes to reach the highway, marking their successful passage through El City. As expected, there were scarcely any zombies on the suspension bridge. The once crowded horde had migrated to the location of the convoy. Yu Xiaoyang did not consider herself a hero, nor did she possess the means to confront the zombie leader and rescue everyone. She was merely an ordinary citizen, nothing more. "Thank you, truly thank you for saving me. We have all faced hardships. Do not worry, it is behind us now. We are safe," Li Ruoqing consoled with a sigh. "Thank you. Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude. My name is Su Qin, and this is my daughter, Su Xiao. It's quite special to share a surname with my mother." Su Qin's emotions gradually stabilized. Aside from expressing her thanks, she began to discuss the situation of the convoy. Yu Dahai, showing concern, inquired further, and upon learning that few had managed to escape, he felt a pang of sadness. Yu Xiaoyang, however, was disinterested in such matters, focusing solely on driving the vehicle. The vehicle closely trailing behind honked several times, its speed diminishing, and Yu Xiaoyang understood it was merely a signal to pull over. Even though the convoy had successfully escaped, she felt compelled to follow them, as she still deemed the company commander to be relatively reliable. A rough count revealed that out of the originally 20-odd vehicles, only 5 had made it out, along with a prominent off-road vehicle at the front, implying that the remaining cars had succumbed to peril. Furthermore, the number of soldiers had dwindled from over 60 to merely 30, suffering nearly a 50% loss. The civilian escapees were even fewer. Most had managed to survive by climbing up when the vehicles were moving, while those who called for a halt had undoubtedly met their fate alongside the zombies. A cursory glance indicated that approximately 20 civilians remained, comprising both residents from their street and villagers from the nearby community. However, a noticeable phenomenon was the disproportionate number of men to women, with children being even scarcer, unless they were being carried by their fathers. Observing this, Yu Dahai let out a weary sigh. So many lives had been lost, reducing their once substantial group of over 100 to just above 50. Half had perished in that calamity. The company commander had also escaped unscathed. Though he appeared to be in a foul mood, his expression grim and his eyes slightly reddened. As he stepped out of the vehicle and approached, Yu Xiaoyang paused momentarily, questioning his intent. Had she inadvertently caused him trouble? Surely, he wouldn't attribute the deaths of his soldiers to her, would he? If that were the case, she would need to be prepared to depart early. "Were you the first to spot the zombies?" Li Ruoqing assumed he was coming to hold her accountable and quickly clarified that it was not Yu Xiaoyang's fault. Upon discovering the zombies, she had promptly alerted them. But they had chosen to disregard her warning and left her behind, rather than wait for a certain death together. "I know. I do not harbor any blame. It is just that the zombie appearance was exceptionally strange. So many of them were utterly silent, which defies logic. I wonder how you managed to notice them." Yu Xiaoyang stammered, explaining that she had happened to hear the commotion while stepping outside. The commander, recognizing their distance from the halted vehicles, refrained from probing further. "Thank you for today. Otherwise, we might not have all made it out," he said, his demeanor weary, tinged with a subtle sense of guilt. Yu Xiaoyang parted her lips, but ultimately chose silence. After all, it was not her responsibility, so why over-explain? Suddenly, Aunt Wu, a friend of Li Ruoqing's who was holding her granddaughter's hand, pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Xiaoyang, her face contorted with rage. You knew the zombies were coming, didn't you? If you were aware all along, why didn't you warn everyone? My daughter-in-law is still out there. What are you thinking? Li Ruoqing immediately retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? How could we have known before the zombies arrived? Did you expect them to send us a notice? And how did you discover the zombies? Did you intentionally park the vehicles so far away to ensure a quick escape? You speak nonsense. How can your words be so foul? My daughter saved you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you resort to insults. Are you out of your mind? Li Ruoqing? Her heart raced with anger, astonished by such shamelessness, wondering how she had failed to notice it before. I demand compensation for my daughter-in-law. Otherwise, you shall be responsible for taking care of both my grandson and me. Li Ruoqing sprang to her feet, realizing that this old wretch was indeed contemplating such an outrageous scheme, hoping to hitch a ride with them. That would be utterly impossible. One could only dream of it. Who do you think you are? Who knows how your daughter-in-law perished? Perhaps you were the one who sent her to the zombies. Madame Wu's expression shifted as she approached Li Ruoqing, ready to confront her. What did you say? Repeat that. What if I repeat it? If you lack strength, you ought to be more humble. You wish to fight? Come on, let us see if your frail bones can withstand a blow. Li Ruoqing was inherently gentle, but this woman had provoked her to the point of losing her composure. Upon hearing this, Madame Wu's eyes flickered. Indeed, if a confrontation ensued, she would not stand a chance against Li Ruoqing. Over the years, she had done nothing but play cards and care for children, lacking any real strength, merely appearing plump, which was but a fade. Resolutely, she chose to sit down on the ground, wailing loudly, "Oh, my poor daughter-in-law. They cause your demise, and yet neglect your family. How unfair your death is. You departed without a word, leaving us in despair." The onlookers, still recovering from the ordeal, had little interest in the spectacle. Some had lost loved ones and were merely listening, believing that Yu Xiaoyang had known the zombies were coming but failed to act in time, intending to seek vengeance for their departed kin. What did you just say? She truly knew the zombies were coming but chose not to inform us? A burly man inquired, patting Madame Wu on the shoulder. Thus, the tale of 3 people creating a tiger was born. Madame Wu, her eyes darting, nodded vigorously. Exactly. She was aware all along, yet chose to keep it hidden, leading to the deaths of our loved ones. Otherwise, why would she be the first to flee? Yu Xiaoyang sensed the impending calamity. She could not allow this woman to spread falsehoods. If such lies took root, the fabricated truth would become reality, and she was unprepared to confront so many people. With a disdainful huff, she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am not a prophet. How could I have known the zombies would arrive tonight? I merely noticed some commotion while I was out, and immediately sounded the alarm, which everyone heard. When the zombies appeared, we were right there, rescuing people. This mother and daughter boarded our vehicle. How we fled first? How could they possibly have been on our truck? I personally witnessed this woman push her daughter-in-law towards the zombies in her desperate attempt to climb aboard. Afraid I would expose her. She seeks to turn the tables and slander me. Spreading lies is easy for anyone. What nonsense are you spouting? Be careful lest I tear your tongue out. She is merely an ordinary woman, lacking the finesse to conceal her emotions. Anyone observing her reaction could easily discern the truth. This is hardly a remarkable occurrence. Seeing that the matter had nothing to do with Yu Xiaoyang, the crowd dispersed. They were both hungry and cold, still engulfed in the sorrow of losing loved ones, and had little inclination to concern themselves with others' affairs. Perhaps she was incensed by shame. Who could she possibly intimidate in such a manner? She was merely exploiting her numbers to bully others. After all, it was she who instigated the trouble, a mere 50-year-old woman, no less. Instead of behaving herself, she had the audacity to come here and create a scene, believing herself to be above reproach. Aunt Wu was evidently apprehensive. Her family consisted of young adults and a middle-aged man. What if they united against her? She had not completely surrendered, attempting to provoke further. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed softly and retorted coldly, "What of bullying the weak? You could try it yourself. A solitary mother and orphan ought to conduct themselves as such. If you lack respect for your elders, do not expect others to accommodate you. Aunt Wu was rendered speechless. She had not anticipated that someone would confront her so shamelessly, articulating the concept of bullying the weak with such audacity. She had assumed that simply because the girl was shy, she could easily assert herself. To her dismay, she gained nothing but embarrassment. With a defeated demeanor, she dragged her little granddaughter away, leaving behind a parting threat that bore no weight. Yu Xiaoyang regarded her as nothing more than a source of amusement. The sergeant stifled a chuckle, remarking quietly, "I didn't realize you were so formidable." Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes, replying, "If I weren't strong, would I not be bullied?" She was no mere girl in her 20s. Li Ruoqing watched as Aunt Wu and her granddaughter receded into the distance, letting out a soft sigh. "I never anticipated that human nature could devolve to such an extent. Sergeant, the list has just been compiled, and there are 7 critically injured. Would you like to go see them?" The sergeant's expression shifted from amusement to one of anguish. He closed his eyes and nodded slowly, replying gravely, "You wait for me by the injured." A young soldier saluted and hurried away. Critically injured? Were they wounded while fleeing? Or had they been bitten by zombies? If it were the latter, the convoy had suffered a staggering loss. 7 individuals, a heavy toll indeed. Yu Xiaoyang was unsure how she could assist, but thankfully the military had medics. However, with no one to lend a hand, she felt compelled to join in the efforts. While she could not provide expert medical care, she could manage the basics of applying ointments, dressings, and bandaging. It was not mere meddling. She held profound admiration for these individuals. Had it not been for their dedication, they could have easily fled in their vehicles, just as she had. Yet they chose to fulfill their mission, which rendered them worthy of respect, entirely distinct from ordinary citizens. The wood-based ability possesses the potential for healing, yet curiously, her own manifestation of this power does not seem to facilitate such restoration. Upon awakening, she was bestowed with a delicate green vine and the ability to nurture seeds, an aptitude she stumbled upon quite by chance. While toying with a packet of lavender seeds in her room, she was astonished to find tender sprouts emerging from her palm, as if these little entities regarded her as fertile soil for growth. Surprisingly, she did not find this particularly shocking. Each individual's abilities are unique. Even among those who awaken with water-based powers, some may only produce a mere drop, while others can conjure a substantial column of water. Such variations are hardly remarkable. She chose not to disclose this peculiar incident to anyone, not even her parents. Her powers would only manifest in moments of peril, utilized instinctively rather than articulated. She found a phrase, "survival breeds calamity," to be quite practical. Principal Gu, alongside Gu Minghui and Zhu Man, had managed to endure, though the whereabouts of his little lover remained a mystery. For reasons unknown, Zhu Man's demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. She regarded Principal Gu with a suppressed animosity that, if not observed closely, would easily go unnoticed. It seemed something had transpired that she was oblivious to, yet it held no relevance to her. The water-based ability user, Zhou Tan, also continued to exist unscathed. As for Li Mu, he was of little concern, casually leaning against a truck and greeting her. Yu Xiaoyang turned away, disregarding him entirely. Zhou Tian, exuding an air of arrogance, manipulated a water sphere the size of a fist, his demeanor brimming with disdain for those around him, as if he were the ordained ruler of fate itself. A throng of sycophants surrounded him, yet none of the previous companions he had once roamed with were in sight, nor were any of the children. They had likely perished during the zombie attack the night prior, due to the absence of an off-road vehicle. Zhou Tian and the other ability users found themselves integrated into the ranks of ordinary citizens. Principal Gu, unusually silent, offered no commentary, yet Zhou Tian's discontent was palpable. With a casual flick of his gaze, he fixated on their vehicle. Nonchalantly toying with a water sphere in his hand, he let out a dismissive hum before declaring, "Your vehicle isn't bad. I'll take a seat here." Yu Xiaoyang, refusing to acknowledge him, thought to herself, "What an arrogant fool. Does he genuinely believe himself invincible? Perhaps he has dreamt too long." With a suppressed sense of distaste, she replied coolly, "I'm afraid there's no room for you in our vehicle." You deceive me. This vehicle can accommodate at least 4 individuals. Please tidy up your belongings and accompany your parents to the rear of the truck, he muttered, furrowing his brow. No, I refuse to drive. Instead, you may remain behind and take the wheel from me. This is already a great act of mercy on my part. Do not be ungrateful. Ever since he acquired his extraordinary abilities, the adulation, envy, and special treatment he received from the military had caused his ego to swell. He believed that there was nothing amiss in this apocalyptic world. He must be the fabled protagonist, surrounded by a multitude of loyal followers and an endless array of charming maidens vying for his affection. The woman before him, though not remarkably beautiful, was somewhat pleasing to the eye. He could endure this slight discomfort for the time being. Yu Xiaoyang felt a wave of dizziness as she pressed her forehead, pondering the audacity of his words. What deluded him into such unwarranted confidence? Ah, I truly appreciate your so-called mercy, but I have no intention of accepting it. May I ask you to leave? Yu Zhou gazed at her in disbelief. Brother Zhou is offering you a favor. How dare you refuse such generosity? Your vehicle is a boon, and you should promptly relinquish it. A short young man, who had been following Zhou Tian, suddenly sprang up, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Yu Xiaoyang cast him a dismissive glance and scoffed lightly. So what if I am ungrateful? This is the military. Are you truly considering using force? And what if we are? He retorted. Does the military not have a say in this matter? Allow me to inform you before he could finish. Zhou Tian silenced him. His intervention was not out of kindness, but rather a desire to preserve his own image as the protagonist. In novels, the hero either subdues those who refuse to comply or persuades them to willingly part with what he desires. He was confident he could make Yu Xiaoyang willingly surrender her vehicle, and it would not take long. He was certain of that. After reprimanding the short man, Zhou Tian cast a significant glance at Yu Xiaoyang before turning to leave. The short man, momentarily stunned, glared at her fiercely before hastily pursuing Zhou Tian. Yu Xiaoyang was perplexed by the entire situation, concluding that Zhou Tian must either be insane or utterly foolish. His arrogance was unmatched. Moreover, it was not as if there were no other vehicles on the highway. Finding an unoccupied car was rather simple. Yet he was too lazy to make the effort and instead sought to commandeer someone else's vehicle. How presumptuous. Look at Li Mu. He had independently found an unoccupied vehicle on the highway and procured sufficient fuel to drive away. The convoy did not linger and, after ensuring everyone was aboard, set off. By midday, the convoy finally exited L City and arrived at Z City, a popular tourist destination. Fortunately, it was not peak season, so the crowds were manageable. The convoy bypassed Z City without stopping, continuing straight onto the highway. It appeared that a prior convoy had traversed the route, as the vehicles on the road had been cleared aside, making the journey relatively smooth. Along the journey, they encountered several survivors, and under circumstances that were not particularly perilous. The military halted to rescue them, resulting in an increase in their numbers. The convoy was compelled to rearrange 5 vehicles, consolidating all provisions into 3, while one carried passengers and another was designated for soldiers. Yu Xiaoyang observed that during their carpooling, only 2 or 3 vehicles were utilized, with one remaining covered by a green tarpaulin, which had not been opened throughout the journey. If her assumptions were correct, it likely concealed weaponry. Before entering City X, they paused at a rural guest house, located in a rather secluded area with few patrons. At least the 4 or 5 zombies visible at the guest house entrance were swiftly eliminated by the military. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this would be their resting place for the night, prompting the military to conduct a thorough inspection. The guest house was modest in size, consisting only of individual tree houses, a fence crafted from intertwined branches, and a small vegetable garden. However, upon inspecting the warehouse of the guest house's kitchen, they heard noises. To their surprise, it was the owner and a waitress, 2 customers who had taken refuge. When the warehouse door swung open, the waitress burst into tears, embracing the approaching soldier, sobbing uncontrollably. The soldier, his cheeks flushed, attempted to push her away, but was unable to do so despite several attempts. Others present were evidently stirred. They had hidden in the warehouse for an indeterminate number of days. Surrounded by zombies both inside the kitchen and outside, too fearful to make a sound or venture out. Fortunately, the warehouse was spacious and stocked with ample food, allowing them to endure. You finally arrived. Have the zombies outside been eliminated? The waitress managed to release the blushing soldier, expressing her gratitude profusely. Rest assured, it is safe now. You may come out, he reassured them. The group exchanged glances before cautiously stepping out of the warehouse. Upon sighting the grotesque corpses of the fallen zombies, they screamed and instinctively sought refuge within. The soldiers reassured them, insisting, "Do not worry. They're dead and can no longer bite. Is it just you few here, or are there others?" Fearing a repetition of previous events, the military dispatched soldiers to scout the surrounding area for any significant zombie congregations. If any were found, this location would no longer be secure, necessitating a search for another refuge. Fortunately, Providence favored them this time, as there were no large clusters of zombies within a 5-mile radius. The military finally felt secure enough to establish their encampment here. After a full day and night without proper rest, Yu Xiaoyang felt utterly fatigued and longed for a slightly safer environment to recuperate. She had yet to fully acclimate to this new way of life. While her mind was adapting, her body had not. Observing this, Li Ruoqing felt a pang of sympathy and, noting the kitchen and the abundance of ingredients in the warehouse, wished to prepare something delicious for Yu Xiaoyang to replenish her strength. However, Yu Xiaoyang declined, reasoning that such an act would draw undue attention. Everyone was consuming the same rations, and it would not be fair for them to indulge in something special. Others would not perceive it as their own preparation, but rather as an unjust privilege. Following the military's arrangements, they were provided with rice and a medley of dishes. The abundance of grains and oils from the rural economy was generous, and the army prepared a meal for everyone, though appetites were not particularly robust. The rice was acceptable, while the medley consisted merely of various edible ingredients boiled together with a touch of oil, salt, and chili. Nonetheless, for those who had gone several days without rice, this meal was profoundly moving, bringing tears to their eyes. Once the military confirmed the area was secure, they officially announced their intention to camp here for the night. As previously mentioned, the accommodations were modest, with around 80 soldiers present. Rooms were arranged with 3 to 4 individuals sharing, and the military made decisions when arrangements were suboptimal. Naturally, their family chose a room to stay together. Li Ruoqing appeared somewhat anxious about Yang Yang, suggesting, "Why don't we stay in the vehicle tonight?" She was frightened by the zombie attack from the previous night, fearing a similar occurrence might happen again. She felt the area was unsafe compared to the vehicle. If anything were to happen, at least they could make a quick escape. Yu Xiaoyang shook his head wearily, realizing how deeply Li Ruoqing had been frightened. He softly reassured her, "It's all right. This situation is different from last time," while guiding her shoulders toward the room. He discreetly signaled to Dahai to follow. "There are no zombies around here. A large-scale zombie attack is unlikely. You need not worry," he continued. Dahai, trailing behind, jested, "What a fright you must have had from that scene." The room contained 2 beds, fully equipped with bedding and linens. They were fortunate to have chosen a room devoid of zombies. Others were not so lucky, as some had encountered zombies that soldiers had dispatched within their quarters, rendering the space unusable due to the unpleasant odor. Exhausted, Li Ruoqing quickly fell asleep. Although Yu Xiaoyang initially felt tired, the commotion had dissipated his drowsiness. Dahai seemed lost in thought and did not sleep either. Yu Xiaoyang rose to drink some water, clearing his throat softly. "Can't sleep? Are you worried about zombies tonight?" Dahai did not refute him, but sighed deeply, murmuring after a moment, "If you hadn't gotten up last night, the consequences could have been dire. As the man of the house, I failed to protect you all. I was too careless. You can't blame yourself." "No one anticipated this," Yu Xiaoyang replied. "I understand, but just thinking about what happened makes me uneasy. It was too perilous. We barely escaped with our lives." Dahai's lingering fear was no less than Li Ruoqing's. He merely concealed it. Yu Xiaoyang lowered his head in silence for a moment before looking up at Dahai in the darkness. He gently said, "Surviving such a harrowing experience is already a stroke of luck. Do you think people truly possess supernatural abilities? If so, why hasn't our family awakened any?" Dai pondered aloud. Yu Xiaoyang almost revealed that he had successfully awakened his abilities, but swallowed the words. understanding that the truth would eventually come to light. It did not necessitate immediate disclosure. Perhaps the time has not yet arrived. You have observed the entire convoy, with only 2 or 3 possessing extraordinary abilities. However, I firmly believe that with a little more time, many others will awaken their powers. At this moment, Udahai emitted the first smile of the day, tinged with a hint of resignation. Such delightful occurrences are rare, leading one to indulge in fanciful thoughts. All right, let us retire for the night, for we must continue our journey tomorrow. Suddenly, she felt a chill and, in a daze, reached for the quilt covering her. Upon daring to open her eyes, the white walls of the farmhouse from the previous night greeted her. Ah, but why is it so cold? The temperature was nearly unbearable, making her teeth chatter. A troubling thought surged through her mind, prompting her to sit up and peer towards the window. To her dismay, she saw Li Ruoqing beside her, shivering uncontrollably. She reached out to check, only to find her ice-cold despite being wrapped in thick blankets. It was evident something was amiss. Unexpectedly, her meticulous calculations had faltered. No, it was the heavens that had altered the timeline, reminiscent of an apocalypse, arriving a full 6 hours earlier than her past life, and now, an entire 10 days ahead. Instead of rushing to validate her suspicions, she promptly retrieved a thick comforter from her storage space and draped it over Li Ruoqing and Udahai. At this juncture, there was no time to ponder. This cold could be fatal, and this was no exaggeration. The temperature was at least below -10 degrees. While such temperatures pose little threat in the north, in their damp and chilly southern climate, it could indeed lead to death. After covering them, she called out, "Mom, can you hear me? Wake up quickly." Li Ruoqing opened her eyes in confusion. "Yang?" Upon seeing her, Yu Xiaoyang's face brightened. "How are you? Are you all right? Hurry and get up, put on your clothes, and bring out all the down jackets." "What happened? I'm freezing," Li Ruoqing exclaimed. Yu Xiaoyang offered little explanation, relieved to see Li Ruoqing was fine, and hurried to wake Udahai. "So cold. Did you steal the blankets again? Even your daughter can't tolerate it." Udahai murmured. The first thing he did upon waking was to complain while shivering. Li Ruoqing paused momentarily before awkwardly clearing her throat. "What nonsense! Your blanket is perfectly fine. Do you think I'm not cold?" "Enough of the bickering. It's snowing outside, and the temperature is dropping," Yu Xiaoyang interjected, fearing their argument would escalate. "Snowing? Why on earth is it snowing? It wasn't snowing before we went to bed." As she spoke, Yu Xiaoyang approached the window, drew back the curtains, revealing a foggy pane. Using the curtain, she wiped away the mist, and indeed, the world outside was blanketed in white. "My goodness, what heavy snowfall! I have never seen such a large snowfall before. No wonder it's so cold," Li Ruoqing exclaimed, quickly retreating into the warmth of the blankets, overwhelmed by the chill that seemed unprecedented in her memory. "First, put on your clothes. The blankets have lost their warmth. The longer you sleep, the colder it will become. Get up and move around. I will see if I can boil some hot water." At that moment, when Li Ruoqing called out to Yang, he hesitated, saying, "Don't go just yet. I will accompany you shortly." Yu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, uncertain of how many people had already risen. It would be best if the squad leader could take the initiative to knock on every door, rousing everyone from their slumber. For this biting cold could indeed lead one to perish in their dreams. As the door swung open, Li Ruoqing instinctively shut it again. Udahai, puzzled, inquired, "Why close the door? It's cold outside." She replied, "It's freezing, as if we were trapped in a cold storage. Having lived in the south all my life, I have never experienced such frigidness." In truth, their family was already bundled up in layers, with earmuffs, scarves, and gloves adorning their bodies, entirely shrouded against the chill. Yu Xiaoyang had awakened her special abilities, which granted her a slight advantage, boosting her resistance significantly compared to the others. Upon entering the common area, she noticed a lively atmosphere. Several stoves had been ignited, and though the cold still lingered, it was undeniably more bearable. It appeared that everyone was aware of the situation. The squad leader had proven to be more capable than she had anticipated, ensuring that each person was being summoned from their quarters. The kitchen was also boiling water, allowing everyone to warm their bodies. Yu Xiaoyang understood that water was scarce in the military, and the tap water had long been rendered undrinkable. She wondered about the source of all this water. Could it possibly be melted snow? Snow water was not suitable for drinking, but it could serve to warm one's hands when poured into bottles. Complaints about the dreadful weather echoed as people huddled together, seeking warmth. By this time, most individuals had roused, and those with insufficient clothing scoured for garments to borrow. However, at such a moment, who would be foolish enough to lend their clothes to another? Some began to cast envious glances at her family, suggesting that, seeing how well they were dressed, they ought to share some of their clothing. Yu Xiaoyang couldn't help but scoff. She surmised that had it not been for the military presence nearby, these individuals would have already attempted to seize their belongings. Even without the audacity to rob them, their expressions betrayed a simmering resentment, as if it were an unforgivable sin not to lend clothes. Seizing a brief moment, Yu Xiaoyang approached the squad leader to inform him of the unfit snow water. Squad leader, I must convey something of utmost importance. He stood by the window, smoking, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, and casually shaking off the ash. My name is Zhao Zichen, he stated. Yu Xiaoyang momentarily paused, taken aback. What? He turned to her, a smile unexpectedly gracing his features. You're not one of my soldiers. Simply call me Zhao Zichen. Yu Xiaoyang acknowledged him with an O, before promptly addressing the matter at hand. Is the water you are boiling in the kitchen snow water? If so, dispose of it immediately. It is unfit for consumption. The human body cannot withstand it. While it may not lead to zombification, repeated exposure will deteriorate one's health. Those destined to awaken their abilities may lose that chance entirely. He seemed unfazed, merely responding with a nonchalant inquiry. Oh, why is that? Yu Xiaoyang found herself at a loss for words. She could hardly admit to having undergone such experiences. Initially, she had no intention of discussing the matter, yet she could not overcome her internal conflict. Moreover, her family needed water. After all, could they truly refrain from consuming it altogether? Such a scenario would inevitably raise suspicions. Consequently, she was at a loss for an explanation. Zhao Zichen suddenly smiled gently, assuring her, I haven't consumed this snow melt, so rest easy. This snowfall arrived in a most peculiar fashion. Without any forewarning, it descended abruptly. How could I dare to drink it? My instincts also suggest that this snow is unclean. He paused momentarily before looking at her. And what about you? Why do you believe the snow melt is undrinkable? I have already expressed my thoughts. You surely have some reasoning as well. Yu Xiaoyang managed a faint smile and replied, It's merely intuition. You know how accurate a woman's intuition can be. Zhao Zichen shrugged and took a deep drag from his cigarette. All right, I can reluctantly accept that. He quickly finished the cigarette, discarding it underfoot, before continuing, The snow is still falling outside, though significantly less than last night. Using your intuition, do you think we should set off today? Yu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback by his question. She found it difficult to respond, as she wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although she was aware that the snowfall would intensify until the eve of the new year, it would be prudent for them to head to the base as soon as possible. Remaining in this exposed farmhouse for a month was perilous, as zombies could arrive at any moment. After a brief hesitation, she finally said, Perhaps we should leave. Lowering her head, she pondered for a moment before adding, I know some seasoned farmers can read the weather. Perhaps we should see if anyone in the convoy possesses such skills. It is not uncommon for signs of an impending blizzard or a cessation of snow to manifest in the sky. My inability to interpret such signs does not imply that others share the same limitation. Zhao Zichen contemplated her words for a moment before nodding in agreement. He too believed it wise to depart swiftly for the Qingyang base. However, given the heavy snowfall, he was concerned about the lack of a compelling reason to leave. An experienced farmer scrutinized the sky, his face contorting in thought. After a while, he said, I have never witnessed weather like this. The heavy snow arrived without any warning. Yet, judging by the thickness of the snow and the state of the sky, it seems to be clearing. However, I cannot be certain due to the dense cloud cover. That will suffice, Zhao Zichen decided. Everyone must prepare. We will depart after lunch, ensuring we reach the Qingyang base before the blizzard intensifies. His statement naturally met with considerable opposition. Many believed they were safe here, free from zombies, and that the severe snowfall rendered travel impossible. Zhao Zichen, however, calmly responded, Those unwilling to leave may remain here. The military will set off promptly at noon. After speaking, She turned and left, disregarding the cacophony of voices behind her in the hall, where a group of people lamented as if Zhao Zichen's decision was made solely to bring about their demise. Li Ruoqing was puzzled by Yang Yang's insistence. Must we truly leave with the army? Indeed, this place is perilous. There are no shelters nearby, and the snow shows no sign of letting up. It would be wiser to reach the base, Yu Dahai concurred, nodding in agreement. Yang Yang is correct. If zombies were to attack, we would be in grave danger, and escape would be exceedingly difficult. He did not believe this location was genuinely safe. With zombies, nowhere is secure, and no one can predict when they might strike. Seeing both of them pause in contemplation, Li Ruoqing reluctantly agreed and began to gather their belongings for the car. However, she was halted by Yu Xiaoyang, who questioned, "What are you doing? Are you planning to put everything in the car? Otherwise, shall we carry it all?" Yu Xiaoyang slowly shook her head. "That won't work. The snow is too heavy. The ground is already thick with it. Do you really think the vehicle can traverse this?" Li Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback. "So, are you suggesting we walk to the base?" "Precisely," Yu Xiaoyang affirmed. "The car can no longer be used. We must rely on our own feet to reach the base." Li Ruoqing immediately shook her head in protest. "No, we would freeze to death long before we reach the base. The temperature outside is so low, and the snow will soak our clothes and shoes." "What then?" "Do not worry. I have disposable ponchos. We can wear them, and I also have shoe covers," she replied, opening her bag to reveal a stack of over 20 disposable ponchos, which she had actually retrieved from her space. Li Ruoqing clearly had reservations and was not entirely on board with the suggestion. "Will this even be useful?" Yu Dahai sighed and explained, "Ruoqing, do you not understand? Regardless of its efficacy, we must leave this place. Staying here is merely waiting for death, hence we must depart." Li Ruoqing gazed at him for a moment before lowering her head and quietly murmuring, "I understand." She simply did not wish for her family to be in danger. Yet she was now unable to discern what truly constituted danger. At that moment, the backpack she had prepared for everyone proved invaluable. Each person began to stow their personal items, sharing the food. Although Yu Dahai had a bit more since they would be retrieving their meals from his pack in the future. Yu Xiaoyang meticulously arranged Li Ruoqing's clothing, pulling the collar up to the highest point, tucking in every edge, and wrapping her neck in layers of scarf before adding a mask and finally sunglasses. Li Ruoqing chuckled. "But I am the mother. It should be I organizing you, not the other way around." Yu Xiaoyang smiled, and then moved to assist Yu Dahai, drawing from her experience with numerous blizzards to ensure that they were properly equipped for their journey. Although they appeared heavily dressed, their mobility remained unimpeded. Upon reaching the hall, they were met with a clamor of contentious voices, seemingly debating whether to stay or leave. Soldiers from the army had begun to arrive, and Yu Xiaoyang noticed that the green backpacks they carried were at least twice the size of theirs, filled with a considerable amount of supplies, undoubtedly weighing much more. Regrettably, among the injured soldiers, only one has survived until today, while the others have perished, fortunately without succumbing to zombification. The wounded soldier was carried on a stretcher, flanked by two others. At noon, Zhao Zichen arrived in the hall with the remaining soldiers, which soon became crowded with people. He instructed the soldiers to bring 2 trucks to the entrance of the hall. Upon unveiling the tarpaulin, an abundance of food and drink was revealed, one truck laden with water and the other filled with provisions sourced from supermarket. The whereabouts of the remaining 2 trucks remained a mystery, as Yu Xiaoyang searched the entire farmhouse without success. She chose to refrain from stirring up trouble and kept her inquiries to herself. Soldiers began distributing the food, with each person receiving 8 packets of instant noodles, 5 bags of biscuits, 2 packages of beef jerky, a handful of candies, a bottle of milk, and 2 bottles of water. If rationed prudently, these supplies would suffice to sustain them until they reached the Qingyang base. However, in the event of unforeseen circumstances, the outcome remained uncertain. For now, they were merely making the most basic of plans, with future matters to be addressed later. Once all provisions were dispensed, Zhao Zichen granted everyone 10 minutes to prepare, signaling their departure as the time elapsed. Those who wished to leave quickly gathered their food and clothing, while those who chose to remain did so at their leisure. A glance exchanged among the group revealed that the majority opted to side with Zhao Zichen. Not everyone is foolish. Those with even a modicum of clarity understood that this place was not a viable long-term refuge. Only those who were oblivious, mistaking fleeting comfort for lasting security, made the decision to stay. Some unwilling to depart were forcibly escorted away by their companions, leaving behind 13 individuals who were reluctant to leave, mostly elderly, with no children nearby. No one urged them to go, and they remained behind. However, Yu Xiaoyang noticed 3 young people among them, seemingly friends, dressed well, yet inexplicably unwilling to leave. They lounged on the hall's sofas, legs crossed, exuding an air of indifference as they remarked, go on, but don't blame me if you perish outside. They speak of rescue, but I see it more as a death squad. Zhao Zichen did not spare them a glance and turned to the soldiers behind him, issuing a command, and the procession commenced. As they stepped outside, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them, prompting Yu Xiaoyang to shiver. She glanced with concern at Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai, knowing that if she felt cold, Li Ruoqing must be even more so. Soon, others noticed the disposable raincoats they wore and approached to request them. However, Li Ruoqing deftly dismissed them with a few words, and no one else approached thereafter. Initially, Li Ruoqing suggested distributing their disposable raincoats, but Yu Xiaoyang declined. Setting aside the fact that their supply was limited, they faced a multitude of people. Who would they give them to? No matter the choice, it would be contentious. Moreover, who could predict if they would reach the Qingyang base in 2 days? What if they could not? She pondered extensively, her reasoning quite sound, leading Li Ruoqing to acquiesce. Indeed, she possessed compassion, but only under the condition that it did not infringe upon her family's interests. Otherwise, she would harbor no sympathy for anyone. The heavy snowfall seemed to have immobilized even the zombies. They had been on the road for nearly half an hour without sighting a single one. Zhao Zichen appeared at her side, his tall figure standing steadfastly, his strides firm and assured. Yu Xiaoyang was intrigued, but hadn't yet found the opportunity to inquire when he advised in a hushed tone to tread carefully, expressing his unease about their group attracting a horde of zombies. He warned that, should anything happen, it was imperative to escape swiftly and seek refuge, prioritizing survival. Yu Xiaoyang momentarily paused, turning to regard him thoughtfully before softly replying, "Thank you." After a brief pause, she continued, "There are no zombies on the street. Where do you think they have gone?" Zhao Zichen shook his head, uncertain, but insisted that the situation was undeniably abnormal. Yu Xiaoyang wholeheartedly agreed. Recalling how zombies tended to evolve collectively during heavy snowfall, perhaps hiding in deserted houses, shadowy woods, or even beneath the snow they traversed. This was hardly surprising. Once they evolved, the circumstances would shift dramatically, and humanity might truly become prey. She had not anticipated that Zhao Zichen would be so perceptive. Could it be that he had awakened some latent powers? After another half hour, complaints began to surface regarding the wretched weather. Voices grumbled about being forced outside, lamenting how their shoes and clothes had become soaked and the cold was unbearable. One grievance ignited a chorus of dissent. Why bring us out here? A farmhouse would have been far better, with food, drink, and warmth, rather than enduring this misery. The discontent escalated, branding their rescuers as inept. Zhao Zichen paid no heed to the outcry, guiding the group onward. Yu Xiaoyang contemplated the situation, urging Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai to quicken their pace, aligning themselves with Zhao Zichen and several soldiers. Among them, Zhou Tian seemed to be the most limited. He had awakened a water-based ability, but felt none of its effects, instead experiencing a peculiar comfort, further convincing him of his destined supremacy in this world. Look, this realm would inevitably bend to Zhou Tian's will. Principal Ge did not share his comfort. Ge Minghui was too small to walk and had to be carried. Principal Ge genuinely cherished Ge Minghui, holding him throughout their journey, while Zhu Man walked silently beside them, occasionally glancing at Ge Minghui but remaining otherwise still. Yu Xiaoyang found this woman increasingly enigmatic, her behavior growing more peculiar. Li Mu maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, clad in a thin black down jacket that he deemed inadequate for the cold, his hands tucked in his pockets. A signature smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, rendering him quite conspicuous. What surprised her the most was Su Qin. She seemed to have found a boyfriend. a villager rescued during their previous journey from another village. He appeared to be in his 30s, solitary, and possessing a sturdy build, though his appearance left much to be desired. He cradled Su Qin's 5-year-old daughter, Su Xiao, in his arms while holding Su Qin's hand with a rather foolish grin on his face, which made Su Qin's demeanor appear somewhat strained in comparison. Yu Xiaoyang quickly grasped the implications of this development. It seemed that the unsavory habits of the apocalypse had begun to take root early on. Yet, she pondered who was truly benefiting from this scenario, the woman or the man. She found it hard to believe that this burly man could truly be a match for Su Qin. It was likely that he would end up with nothing left but bones after she was through with him. As Su Qin sensed her gaze, she paused momentarily before offering a smile and a nod. Yu Xiaoyang discreetly averted her eyes. Just then, Li Ruoqing tugged at her, whispering for her not to meddle in others' affairs. Yu Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Did she really seem like the kind of person who had nothing better to do? As dusk approached, they had traveled without encountering a single zombie. Yet Yu Xiaoyang felt increasingly uneasy. The tranquility felt distinctly wrong. They had been walking along a highway, and it appeared that the vehicles had been cleared away by some large group that had passed through earlier, likely the military, as only they possessed such capability. It seemed they would need to find a place to rest for the night. After a long day of travel, many were beginning to express their exhaustion. The absence of zombies along the way led some to believe that the undead had succumbed to the cold. They discovered a temporary housing structure, intended for construction workers, which was unoccupied and tightly locked, suggesting it had long been abandoned. They forcefully broke the lock with a gun, and with dozens of them occupying 3 such units, it was clear that spreading out would be unsafe. Some were reluctant, but after spending half a day together, they had come to understand Zhao Zichen's temperament. It was better to comply than risk being cast out, and thus no one dared voice any objections. 3 soldiers were stationed in each temporary unit, while others chose their own sleeping arrangements. Yu Xiaoyang casually selected one and entered alongside Li Ruoqing and Yu Dahai. Inside, a few people were already present, and it seemed that fate had brought her face-to-face with Zhou Tian again, who was accompanied by the female staff member from the farmstay. Their camaraderie was so apparent, it was as if they were one. Principal Ge was seated in a corner, holding Ge Minghui, with Zhu Man by his side. However, Li Mu was nowhere to be seen, and his whereabouts were a mystery. Once settled, everyone began to unpack their rations. The day's trek through the snow had been exhausting, and silence enveloped the room as most focused on their meals. Of course, Zhou Tian and the staff member, Wang Yuanyuan, were the exception. They seemed to fear being overlooked, feeding one another with a sense of intimacy. A shorter man beside Zhou Tian looked on enviously, occasionally offering his own water to the couple. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at them briefly before turning her gaze away, finding their behavior entirely ordinary, as she was already accustomed to such sights. With Principal Ge's fire-based abilities, a certain convenience emerged. Someone managed to procure an iron bucket and broke 2 stools from the makeshift shelter, placing them inside the bucket. Principal Ge then ignited a fire, instantly warming the room, drawing everyone closer to the flames. How delightful! It has been ages since I felt this comfortable, someone remarked. Indeed, if only we could enjoy such warmth every day. Another chimed in. A companion nearby jested. You must be dreaming. We are constantly pursued by zombies. How can we possibly live like this every day? Zhou Tian frowned discontentedly at their banter, seemingly displeased, which silenced the group, who dared not offend him any further. Yu Xiaoyang gazed at the blazing fire, her mind racing. She rummaged through her backpack and retrieved an iron cup, which was empty. Pouring mineral water into it, she secured the lid before tossing it into the fire. The flames flickered momentarily before roaring back to life. Estimating the time was right, she ventured outside and found a mop, already soaked. She tore off one end, leaving herself with a wooden stick. After retrieving the iron cup from the flames and wrapping it in cloth, she opened the lid, a wave of steam enveloping her, nearly bringing her to tears. After trudging through the snow for hours, this warm water was nothing short of bliss. Pouring the water into a mineral water bottle, the heat caused it to shrink noticeably. She took a gentle sip, a wave of comfort washing over her stomach. After sealing the bottle, she handed it to Li Ruoqing, saying, "It's quite warm." She then offered the remaining hot water to Ge Minghui, suggesting, "Drinking warm water before sleep will surely be pleasant." Zhu Man stared at her in astonishment, seemingly surprised by her actions. Yu Xiaoyang noticed that she clutched the bag Yu Xiaoyang had previously given her tightly, unmoving. Upon seeing her with the warm water, others felt tempted and approached to borrow the iron cup. Yu Xiaoyang did not refuse, but asked them to return it after use, knowing there was little room for denial in such circumstances. "Yang Yang, you should take a sip. It will soothe your stomach. You were so cold earlier that you seem numb," Li Ruoqing gently suggested. Yu Xiaoyang smiled without responding, accepting the bottle from Li Ruoqing but refraining from drinking. "Are you feeling unwell?" "No, just cold. But it's much better now," she replied, recalling her fears of perishing in the snow. She never expected to warm up so quickly. "That's a relief. As long as you're not ill, it's all that matters. My greatest concern was that someone might fall ill during our journey. Even a minor cold could be perilous." Yu Dahai unwrapped 2 candies, giving one to Li Ruoqing and the other to her, cheerfully saying, "Don't worry, your mother is doing well. She is probably just craving something to eat." Yu Xiaoyang initially considered mentioning the beef jerky she had received, but thought better of it, realizing that it was the most caloric food and not suitable to consume just yet. She cast a glance around at the people nearby, then rose to her feet and approached the soldiers standing by the door. The injured soldier, still alive, was in the same room with them. Yu Xiaoyang crouched beside him and gently probed his forehead. Fortunately, he did not have a fever, or it would have been dire. A soldier came over and crouched opposite her, gazing at the wounded man on the ground, his eyes filled with sorrow. Lazy had not yet awakened, and it was uncertain whether he would pull through. He recognized Yu Xiaoyang and knew of her close relationship with their commander, which prompted him to speak out involuntarily. Yu Xiaoyang nodded gravely, confident in his survival. She held a profound respect for these soldiers, who had endured such injuries solely to save others. Otherwise, with their skills and the firearms in their possession, how could they have sustained such severe wounds? Zhao Zichen pushed the door open and stepped inside, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 2 crouching figures. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Lazy is in trouble?" Upon seeing Zhao Zichen enter, the soldier immediately stood and saluted, addressing him as commander. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly explained, "No, I'm just worried about Lazy." Zhao Zichen nodded in understanding. He glanced at the diminutive bottle in her hand, frowning. "Hot water?" Yu Xiaoyang instinctively nodded. Zhao Zichen approached in a few strides, snatched the bottle from her grasp, twisted off the cap, and gulped down its contents in one breath. Yu Xiaoyang wanted to protest that it was her own drink, but was too late. "How refreshing. I felt like my stomach was turning to ice, but now I feel much better," Zhao Zichen remarked, eliciting both irritation and amusement from her. Why was it her concern that he felt chilly? "Don't worry, I'll return you a bottle shortly." He assumed her silence stemmed from a reluctance to part with the precious water, as they had been informed that snow was not to be consumed. Thus, Zhao Zichen hastily added a reassurance. Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes in exasperation and walked away. She was upset over that matter, but chose not to clarify, letting him remain in his misunderstanding. That night, Yu Xiaoyang dared not sink into a deep slumber, maintaining a sliver of alertness as she leaned against Yu Dahai. The cold wind howled through the night like a wolf's cry, causing an involuntary shiver to run down her spine. Upon waking the next morning, she noticed that the snowfall appeared significantly heavier than the previous day, compounded by a more severe issue. Some members of the convoy had begun to fall ill with fevers, possibly due to the chill they had endured the day before. If it had been others, it would have been of no concern to her. But the fact that Yu Dahai was also affected sent a wave of panic through her. How could the one she sought to protect face such misfortune? She had vigilantly watched over them every moment. However, she soon discerned that this was not a mere common illness. If her suspicions were correct, this signified the awakening of supernatural abilities belonging to the second batch of those awakening. She knew that some individuals might stumble into their powers confusedly, while others would have to suffer greatly before their abilities manifested. This awakening of supernatural abilities is exceedingly perilous. Should one falter, they may transform into a zombie. She glanced around and estimated that approximately 12 individuals were suffering from fever, indicating that these 12 might awaken their powers or succumb to the undead. Due to the predicament of these individuals, the convoy was unable to set forth today. The group had gained some understanding of supernatural abilities through their experiences. The convoy promptly decided to isolate the 12 feverish individuals in a single room. If they were to survive, it would be splendid, but if they transformed into zombies, they would be executed on the spot. Yu Xiaoyang fervently insisted on remaining with Yu Dahai. Her concern for her father compelled her to care for him personally. Li Ruoqing, too, could not bear to part with them. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaoyang ultimately could not refuse her. Feeling both pity for Li Ruoqing's sorrow and an underlying intention to strengthen their bond. Among the 12, some had relatives, while others were solitary. Those with family had some willing to offer care, yet there were also those who, out of fear, refused to assist. True affection reveals itself in adversity. Of the 12, 8 had family, and 7 were willing to help. The remaining individuals were all without kin or friends, utterly alone. Beside Yu Xiaoyang sat a boy of about 16 or 17. He had relatives, yet they were unwilling to provide care. He was from the previous village, having joined the convoy with his brother and sister-in-law, and now, afflicted by illness, his brother and sister-in-law wished for his demise to seize his rations. Thus they would never come to care for him. The military dispatched 5 soldiers to keep watch, ready to shoot at the first sign of anyone turning into a zombie. Ensuring Yu Xiaoyang felt secure, newly awakened zombies were no match for bullets. Zhao Zichen approached her, offering a few words of encouragement, but upon seeing her determination to stay, he refrained from further discussion. After a while, he returned with a bottle of heated water, said nothing, and departed. Yu Xiaoyang was left bewildered, contemplating his peculiar behavior. Had he genuinely returned her water? Holding the warm bottle, she discreetly slipped her hand into her pocket, retrieving an item to dissolve within the liquid. Shaking it gently, the substance was not formidable, merely ordinary vitamin caramel. With Yu Dahai suffering from fever, it was imperative to replenish his fluids. Yang, your father will be all right, won't he? Of course, do not worry. He will awaken soon, Yu Xiaoyang reassured, though internally, she was far from calm. The awakening of supernatural abilities demanded resilience, for the virus ravaged within the body. One must conquer it to awaken and gain powers. The ground was too cold for Yu Dahai to lie upon, so she took out some unworn clothing to cushion the surface and allowed him to lean against her legs. Li Ruoqing's face was etched with profound worry and confusion that would not dissipate. Yu Xiaoyang was uncertain whether Yu Dahai had faced this ordeal in a previous life, but she firmly believed he would persevere. She did not dare to relax, constantly watching Yu Dahai's face, fearful of any sign of discomfort. She knew that Li Ruoqing might speak to him, and he could possibly hear. It was somewhat better for those who had someone to care for them. However, the patients without any companions lay alone on the ground, inevitably feeling a sense of desolation. Next to them lay the youngest patient in the ward, whose brother and sister-in-law had not come to care for him. Upon seeing his lips dry and chapped, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Yu Xiaoyang noticed he was mumbling something faintly. Her heart softened, and she offered him the half bottle of water that Li Ruoqing had not finished. Despite his tender age, he was quite wary. Being gravely ill, he sensed someone crouching beside him, and with vigilant eyes, he muttered, "I'm not dead." Yu Xiaoyang's heart stirred. He was frightened of becoming a zombie, fearing he might be shot by soldiers, as there had been a patient who had succumbed and turned into a zombie, only to be killed. Rest assured, no one intends to harm you. Are you thirsty? Have some water. The boy remained cautious, his dark eyes resembling a wary deer, ready to collapse, yet unwilling to close his eyes. "I'm not thirsty," he insisted. Yu Xiaoyang chuckled softly, amused by a strong sense of suspicion. Did she truly appear to be a villain? Without further ado, she held the boy's head steady with one hand while bringing the water bottle to his lips with the other. "I believe you are thirsty. Just allow me." He could not resist, and had to let the water slide down his throat, his eyes reflecting anger and urgency. However, he soon could no longer hold on and finally closed his eyes. Yu Xiaoyang shrugged. If it were not for the sight of him alone and pitiful, she would not have bothered to help. Patients without caregivers were fed water every hour by soldiers. By evening, Yu Dahai finally exhibited some response, while Li Ruoqing's anxiety had caused a blister to form on her lip. "Dahai, Can you hear me? Yu Dahai appeared in considerable distress, beads of sweat threatening to drip from his brow as he clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he opened his bloodshot eyes, startling Li Ruoqing to the point of nearly retreating a step. But she quickly embraced Yu Dahai's head and began to weep. Please don't scare me. What is wrong? Dahai, please don't let anything happen to you. Yu Xiaoyang's heart ached. She knew Yu Dahai would pull through, yet witnessing his agonizing state filled her with uncontrollable regret. Perhaps it was not necessary for him to awaken his powers. She would protect them, no matter what. Yu Dahai still possessed a flicker of weakened clarity, yearning to wipe away Li Ruoqing's tears. Yet, it felt as though a force within him sought to tear him apart, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. He longed to succumb to it, but the calls and cries around him filled him with resolve. The two most important women in his life were still waiting for him, and thus he must persevere. After a wave of heart-wrenching agony, the crimson hue in Yu Dahai's eyes gradually faded. Before she could utter a single word, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Yu Xiaoyang understood that Yu Dahai had merely endured. If her intuition proved accurate, he would awaken shortly, endowed with extraordinary abilities. The others around them began to stir, with two individuals transforming into zombies, inflicting bites upon their loved ones. The soldiers swiftly discharged their firearms, tragically claiming the lives of both the infected and their kin. For any ordinary person bitten by a zombie was destined to become one themselves. Nearby, a child exhibited intense agitation, emitting low, guttural growls reminiscent of a zombie, yet clamped his jaws shut in silence. Yu Xiaoyang recognized the immense suffering he bore. After a brief hesitation, she whispered softly in his ear, "Do you harbor resentment? If so, live well, for no one possesses the authority to dictate another's life. The more they wish for your demise, the more you must strive to thrive before their very eyes." On several occasions, the boy's brother and sister-in-law cast fleeting glances at him, not out of fear of his transformation into a zombie, but rather out of concern that he might not. They lingered at the doorway, never crossing the threshold, disdainfully remarking, "Why are you still alive? Your existence is a waste. Hurry and perish." The boy, perhaps unbeknownst to himself, shed tears each time they departed. In response to his eyes, crimson and brimming with animosity, Yu Xiaoyang nodded and said, "Then live well, for your own sake." With that, she ceased her attention, recognizing the limitations of her assistance and compassion. The path forward was solely his to navigate. Indeed, her predictions were accurate. 1 hour later, Yu Dahai awakened anew, appearing as if he had indulged in a profoundly restorative slumber, his spirit remarkably invigorated. Li Ruoqing, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Why did you take so long to awaken? Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Yu Dahai offered her comforting gestures, mindful of Yu Xiaoyang's presence. His warmth largely wordless. He extended his other arm, prompting Yu Xiaoyang to stifle a sniffle and embrace him, her eyes slightly reddened. Although she had believed wholeheartedly that Yu Dahai would be fine, it was in that moment that she felt genuinely at ease. "Dad, I'm so scared," she admitted, revealing her vulnerability for the first time amidst this apocalyptic chaos. Yu Dahai's heart ached, and he tightened his embrace around the two women, his lifelong charges, the ones he could never bear to abandon. "Do not fear. Your father will protect you henceforth. You terrified me. You terrified me." Yet the heavy sorrow and confusion in her eyes began to dissipate. Yu Xiaoyang swiftly composed herself, pushing gently against Yu Dahai's arm, gazing intently at him. "Do you feel anything amiss?" Yu Dahai gradually released Li Ruoqing, furrowing his brow as if in deep contemplation. Finally, uncertainly, he replied, "I seem to feel an overwhelming surge of power within me, as if something is striving to burst forth." Yu Xiaoyang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Like what? Even if she is not among the first to awaken her abilities, it matters little. In this apocalyptic world, possessing any power ensures one does not fare poorly. Her sole aspiration is to attain the ability to protect herself, to avoid becoming mere prey for others. Moreover, they have no intention of competing with anyone. They merely wish to find a corner in this tumultuous world where they can live peacefully. That simplicity is all they desire. Suddenly, A flash of lightning manifested in Yu Dahai's hand. Zhao Zichen, appearing behind her, remarked that it was a lightning ability. Yu Xiaoyang's face lit up with delight. Lightning attacks are formidable, growing ever more potent as time progresses, even capable of summoning heavenly thunder. Is this an ability? The man seemed to possess an innate admiration for powers, showing no fear but rather immense joy. I have actually awakened my abilities. Ruching, did you see that? I have awakened the lightning ability. Yu Dahai was overwhelmed with happiness, the small flicker of lightning dancing at her fingertips, though it quickly extinguished. Yu Dahai felt a twinge of anxiety as the lightning vanished. Zhao Zichen reassured her, explaining that she had just awakened her powers and had yet to fully master them. She would regain control shortly. With that, Yu Dahai felt relieved and shyly smiled at Li Ruching, expressing her hunger and inquiring if there was anything to eat. Follow me. There is hot food here, Zhao Zichen said before turning to leave. Yu Dahai picked up her backpack from the ground, slinging it over her shoulder. Grabbing Li Ruching and Yu Xiaoyang's hands, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Let us go eat. I feel as if I haven't eaten in days." Yu Xiaoyang understood that those who had just awakened their abilities often experienced such hunger. Each person's constitution varied, resulting in differing reactions. After taking a step, she released Yu Dahai's hand and glanced back at the boy, saying, "You all go ahead. I want to speak with him for a moment." Li Ruching paused, but did not stop her, simply saying, "We'll wait for you outside." If her assumptions were correct, he had managed to endure, and once he awakened, he would gain his abilities. He was merely exhausted and had fallen asleep. In truth, she harbored a selfish motive. This boy, now with powers, had been abandoned by his only family. If she could draw him to her side, it would be ideal. Even if she failed, it would still create a favorable connection, ultimately resulting in no loss. She believed he would make the right choice. Having spent a day without emerging, the snow appeared to have intensified, which was alarming. A troubling thought crossed her mind, fearing a true blizzard was imminent, with previous snow merely a precursor. Yet, her contemplation was interrupted as she was led into a white temporary shelter. Zhao Zichen had designated one such shelter as a kitchen, where 2 fires burned brightly. Though few in number, the warmth was inviting. As she pondered whether to leave, a fleeting thought crossed her mind to stealthily place an item into her spatial storage. However, upon further reflection, she dismissed the notion as utterly impractical. Not only did she lack the space to accommodate such a sizable object, but she also could not possibly retrieve it without revealing her extraordinary ability. Moreover, the mobile cabin might prove less functional than a tent. It was certain that, during future missions requiring overnight stays, a tent would be the preferred choice. Who would opt for this cumbersome structure, merely to stand out? 2 pots simmered over flames, releasing plumes of steam that filled the mobile cabin with warmth. To her surprise, she noted that the contents of the pots were merely water. She wondered where such an abundance had come from. Had the water issue already been resolved? Wait a moment. Had she forgotten that their team included a water manipulation ability wielder? Yet, the initial supply of water from such an ability must be limited. Where then had all this water originated? Before she could unravel this mystery, a soldier approached to carry one of the large pots outside, seemingly to distribute it among the crowd. So, it appeared they had indeed resolved the water issue. Her stomach growled in protest. It had been too long since she had eaten, and even the scent of instant noodles was tantalizing. In this cold, zombie-infested apocalypse, the prospect of a bowl of instant noodles felt like pure bliss. Out of 12 individuals, 3 had already succumbed to becoming zombies. You have successfully awakened your lightning-based ability. It seemed others would soon follow suit. The more ability wielders there were, the less dire the plight of humanity seemed. After a moment of silence, Yu Dahai inquired, "Does the Qingyang base have any lightning ability users?" "Yes, currently there are 5, all of whom awakened their powers just over 10 days ago and are now capable of steady control. The lightning ability is remarkably potent. I will instruct you on its proper use shortly." A smile spread across Yu Dahai's face as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Commander. While I have gained this ability, I have no idea how to wield it. Guidance would be immensely helpful." "Just call me Zhao Zichen," she replied. At that moment, The aroma of the noodles wafted through the air. Zhao Zichen lifted the pot's lid and asked, "Do you have any utensils for serving the noodles? We don't have extra bowls, or if you don't mind, we could simply pass the pot around." She had packed one for each person. Zhao Zichen generously offered 5 packets of noodles to the 3 individuals, estimating that Yudahai, having recently awakened his powers, would likely consume an entire serving. After filling his bowl, she rummaged through her bag to produce 2 steamed buns. Though the buns were cold, the hot water from the noodles would suffice for a makeshift meal. In this apocalypse, one could hardly afford to be finicky. Yudahai did not refuse. He was genuinely famished. Observing Zhao Zichen seated across from him, she decided to extend 2 buns in his direction. Zhao Zichen paused for a moment before graciously accepting. She tossed one to the soldier tending the fire, and then asked the others, "Do you still want this broth?" "No, thank you," they replied. Zhao Zichen, seemingly appearing from nowhere, procured a pair of chopsticks and tossed a steamed bun into the pot. After blanching it in water, he began to eat with relish. How delightful it was! For the past 2 days, his palate had been dulled by instant noodles and snacks. Nothing could compare to the taste of a bun. Curiously, he inquired about the origin of these buns. Yu Xiaoyang's heart stirred. Was he subtly probing into their backgrounds? She didn't believe Zhao Zichen was the type to do so. He had certainly inquired about her, and while she couldn't pinpoint the reason, it left her feeling somewhat displeased. There was something about Zhao Zichen that felt far from simple, though she couldn't articulate what that was. "Is there a problem?" Yu Xiaoyang replied with a faint smile. "There is no safety." "What?" Zhao Zichen shook his head and chuckled, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. "I think you have misunderstood my intentions." Before he could finish his sentence, soldiers arrived with 2 newly awakened individuals, both possessing Earth-based abilities. They were 2 adult men without family ties. One appeared to be a corporate elite, while the other was clad in a security uniform from a certain company. The 2 men, having just awakened their powers, were exuberant, their voices noticeably elevated. The corporate elite maintained his composure, while the security guard's emotions were plainly visible on his face. Zhao Zichen paid them no mind, inviting them to sit and preparing food for them as well. Yudahai, intrigued, engaged them in conversation, primarily inquiring about their experiences with their newfound abilities. Yu Xiaoyang, disinterested, quietly remained by the side, only smiling and greeting them when Yudahai mentioned her name, but otherwise remained silent. She refrained from leaving, fearing that Yudahai might inadvertently reveal something he shouldn't. Although she hadn't fully disclosed her secret to Yudahai, she remained wary of those with ulterior motives, especially in this apocalyptic world where a calculated betrayal could cost one their life. Within half an hour, more soldiers brought in several individuals who had successfully awakened their powers. Out of 12, 5 had perished, and 8 had awakened successfully. 3 with earth abilities, 1 with water, 2 with wind, 1 with fire, and 1 with Yudahai's lightning. The boy who had awakened the water ability entered, surveyed the room, and directly seated himself beside her, remaining silent. Yet, the tension in his eyes betrayed his discomfort. Zhao Zichen felt buoyed by the presence of so many awakened individuals, as it provided a semblance of security, although their powers were not yet formidable. The hope they inspired was genuinely palpable. By evening, everyone reluctantly exited the makeshift kitchen, returning to their previous quarters, still engaged in lively conversation. The boy closely followed her every step, mirroring her movements. "What is your name?" Yu Xiaoyang suddenly realized that she didn't even know his name. "Wu Tian." "All right. Wu Tian, may I inquire why you are following me?" Wu Tian's eyes glimmered with resolve as he fixed his gaze upon her. "Because you saved me." "Saved him? When?" Even with her clear mind, Yu Xiaoyang found herself confounded by his statement. When had she ever rescued him? Why could she not recall such an event? "You must be mistaken. When did I ever save you?" Wu Tian paused, momentarily taken aback, yet quickly pursed his lips and insisted stubbornly, "You did save me, and henceforth, I shall follow you." Yu Xiaoyang noticed a tremor in his voice, an involuntary quiver that betrayed a hint of fear or concern. Observing his reaction, she hesitated before saying, "You will come to regret this. I am no virtuous person." A flicker of surprise crossed his face, yet his determination only deepened. "I will not regret it. What defines a good person or a bad one? We are merely striving to live for ourselves. Yu Xiaoyang nodded. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can resolve the matters behind you, then you may accompany me henceforth. No sooner had she finished speaking than a man and a woman rushed forward, their faces alight with feigned joy as they smiled obsequiously at Wu Tian. Yu Xiaoyang silently stepped back, crossing her arms as she leaned against the corner, prepared to observe the unfolding drama. Tian, it is such a relief to see you unharmed. I was terribly worried, dear sister-in-law, the woman exclaimed, her smile transparently insincere, desperately attempting to feign a heartfelt display of emotion. The man soon followed suit, pretentiously wiping away tears, placing a hand on Wu Tian's shoulder. It is a relief to see you safe. I've been worried sick about you all day, but now I can finally breathe easy. Indeed, Tian, you cannot fathom how much we worried about you. I barely ate or drank, consumed by concern for your safety, the woman added, letting a few theatrical tears fall, which appeared more genuine than her earlier facade. Brother, sister-in-law, oh, thank goodness you are safe. Wu Tian drew a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. This shall be the last time I address you. From this moment onward, we are no longer connected. You shall walk your sunny path, and I shall tread my solitary way. From now on, we shall merely be passers-by. The pair stood stunned, struggling to comprehend his declaration of severance. You mean to cut ties with us? Wu Tian's expression turned icy as he clenched his teeth, gripping the woman's fingers and twisting them backward. I'll let go. How dare you retaliate? Have you gone deaf? Did you not hear my command to release me? The woman, far from frightened, continued to threaten Wu Tian, revealing that she had never regarded him as a threat, even in such a moment. In truth, Yu Xiaoyang found herself admiring Wu Tian. It appeared such confrontations were not new to him. How remarkable it was that he had endured this long before finally erupting. Had it been her, she would have dealt with them long ago, ensuring mutual destruction. Wu Tian's expression was cold and stern, showing no regard for the woman before him. Sister-in-law, he admonished, I advise you to be sensible. I have already shown great mercy by not settling previous scores with you. I hope you will act accordingly. If you dare to point your finger at me again, I will sever it. Should you doubt my resolve, feel free to test me. However, with the scarcity of medical supplies and the risk of blood loss attracting zombies, do not blame me for the consequences. After all, it is your own carelessness that has led us here. You dare, the woman exclaimed. Wu Tian, have you lost your mind? Release me at once, or I will make you pay dearly. I am your sister-in-law, and your deceased mother would have you listen to me. Do you wish to rebel, you unfilial son? Beware the wrath of heaven. Wu Tian's face instantly turned as cold as ice. Repeat that, he warned. If you dare to insult my mother again, I swear I will leave you to freeze here. As he spoke, a small sphere of water appeared in his hand, which he then tossed at the woman's feet. The moment the sphere touched her shoe, it burst, soaking her footwear completely. By the time she reacted and attempted to evade it, it was too late. You, she began, but was cut off by Wu Tian's disdainful snort. Next time, it will be your head. I suggest you find a pair of clean shoes. Or do not blame me when your feet turn ice. Wu Tian's elder brother stood in shock, unsure of how to respond. He had never witnessed such a ruthless side of Wu Tian and was still processing the moment. Wu Tian's eyes, devoid of any emotion, turned to him, prompting his brother to instinctively take a step back. My dear brother, do you wish to test me as well? The man, frightened, jumped back to a relatively safe distance, staring at Wu Tian in disbelief. Have you gone mad? I am your brother. Indeed, dear brother, Wu Tian replied. That is precisely why I am offering you this precious water to wash your feet. He raised another sphere of water, poised to throw it at the man. Once they had departed, Wu Tian approached her, forcing a strained smile. How did I do? If you do not wish to smile, then do not, Yu Xiaoyang replied, arms crossed, her demeanor indifferent. What? He asked. Why did I not simply douse her head with water? I believe it would ensure that she avoids you in the future. Most importantly, she may not survive. In this freezing weather, soaking her hair could be akin to a death sentence. She is still my sister-in-law. Despite her mistreatment, she raised me for a time. I cannot go that far. Yu Xiaoyang nodded in understanding and lightly asked, but what if she continues to trouble you? You know, for someone like her, a lesson that truly hurts is essential. especially since she has bullied you for so many years. She will only grow angrier and more persistent otherwise. People may accept a stranger becoming an extraordinary being, but they cannot tolerate those close to them transforming into one. This incites a frenzy of envy and resentment. Youth still lingers within, and Yu Xiaoyang does not wish for the other party to be a heartless individual. For if he could show such cruelty towards his brother and sister-in-law, he would inevitably betray her in the future. She merely desires that he be an enlightened person, one who understands right from wrong and does not wield his power with malice. He recognizes that the moment has come for Yu Xiaoyang to make a decision. He has resolved that, even if she refuses, he shall follow her, for throughout the years, no one has cared for him during his illness or offered him water. Even if her intentions are not entirely pure, that is sufficient. One should not fear being used, but rather fear the absence of worth to be utilized. My name is Yu Xiaoyang. From now on, you may call me Sister Yang Yang, she declared. Wu Tian's face brightened instantly, and he complied, calling her Sister Yang Yang. Yu Xiaoyang then briefly introduced her family members, which consisted solely of her father and mother. I know you possess abilities. They are of the wood element, are they not? Suddenly, Wu Tian fell silent for a moment before speaking. Yu Xiaoyang paused, then laughed. When did you see that? She only remembered using her powers once during the zombie attack that night. It was during the zombie assault. I witnessed you saving someone, he revealed. This was, in fact, the true reason he wished to accompany her. He understood that she was not as indifferent as she appeared. She adhered to her own principles, far superior to those who professed righteousness while committing nefarious deeds behind closed doors. Indeed, she had not intended to conceal this forever. There would inevitably come a day of revelation, sooner or later. However, she had not anticipated being so careless as to be discovered. Since the truth was out, there was no reason to deny it. She confidently nodded, acknowledging, "You are correct. I have wood element abilities, but I do not wish to make this public yet. Even my parents are unaware." Wu Tian immediately became serious, scanning their surroundings with caution, and earnestly assured her, "Sister Yang Yang, rest assured, I will not tell anyone." Yu Xiaoyang shrugged. "It's really not a big deal. Don't you want to ask why I prefer to keep it under wraps?" With a light chuckle, she continued, "Well, you are not entirely wrong, but that is not the sole reason. You will find out in due time. Now let us go. I'll take you to get a new pair of shoes and an extra piece of clothing." His shoes were merely autumn flats, and he likely could no longer feel his cold feet. Even those with abilities were not immune to the chill. Wu Tian lowered his head silently, neither rejecting nor accepting, simply murmuring an agreement. He had an older sister now, and he did not resist this sentiment. It felt wonderful to have someone who cared. He hoped she would always treat him with such kindness. His requests were modest. He merely wished for two individuals in this world to genuinely care for him. Of course, she did not expect him to be a saint. Rather, he should discern what actions were appropriate and what were not. If he thought to use his abilities to mercilessly slay an elderly person or a child on the street to assert his prowess, he would be no different from a beast. The companions she sought were those who would repay enmity with enmity and seek justice where there were grievances. Individuals who would only take lives when it was righteous and clear. She introduced Wu Tian to her parents, stating that he would be living with them henceforth, becoming a part of their family as the youngest child. Although Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai were puzzled, they accepted this development without question. They understood that their daughter acted with purpose. She was a person of discernment, not one to act out of mere sympathy. Furthermore, this young man indeed appeared commendable. One could discern his spirit through the clarity and determination reflected in his eyes. Upon learning of Wu Tian's plight, Li Ruoqing felt a surge of compassion for him, astonished by the cruelty of his brother and sister-in-law, who had driven him to contemplate death. "Congratulations on finding such a wonderful younger brother," Li Mu remarked, having taken a seat beside her, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Yu Xiaoyang cast him a discreet glance, pondering their level of familiarity. "Why are you here instead of accompanying your lovely companion? Is there something you need from me?" she implied, hoping he would take the hint. Since the convoy's departure, she had observed him with numerous female acquaintances. Li Mu raised an eyebrow, his smile tinged with arrogance. "Are you displeased?" Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes in exasperation. His words were absurd. She would rather find favor with Wu Tian the young boy, than entertain any notion of him. Do you have business here? If not, please refrain from interrupting our family reunion. Since he seemed oblivious to her subtlety, she decided to be more direct, regardless of Li Mu's intentions. She had yet to decipher his motives. Li Mu, however, appeared unfazed, simply shrugging and inquiring, "Is there someone here?" Yu Xiaoyang scoffed softly, affirming, "Yes, no one at all. I hope you enjoy your seat. I hear this younger brother has awakened water-based abilities. Congratulations." Wu Tian was conversing with Li Ruoqing when he cast a curious glance at Li Mu, finally managing a shy smile. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask who you are?" Li Mu's handsome face momentarily stiffened, but quickly regained composure, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Oh, this little brother is quite the jokester. You may call me brotherly. I'm only 3 years your senior. How shameless. Why not mention your own youth? You've chosen a good younger brother. You two share quite a resemblance." "Thank you for the compliment," Yu Xiaoyang replied nonchalantly, smiling, though she found no fault in herself. Li Mu's lips curled into a peculiar grin as he leaned closer, whispering something only perceptible to those attentive enough to listen. "I knew it was you that day downstairs." Yu Xiaoyang froze, a flicker of menace flashing in her eyes as she gazed at Li Mu. However, upon meeting his unwavering gaze, she felt a shift in her heart, realizing she had fallen into a trap. "I don't know what you're talking about." "No, you do. You saw it, and I did too. You know me, and I know you. Do you understand now?" Yu Xiaoyang's breath hitched as she realized that Li Mu was not merely teasing her. He had genuinely seen something. His display of supernatural abilities seemed intentional, but what was his aim? Before she could voice her curiosity, Li Mu burst into laughter, his demeanor both audacious and carefree. "I do nothing at all. I simply do not wish for others to know more than I do. Why should they?" He spread his arms, nonchalantly adding, "There is no reason. I simply enjoy it. I engage only in what pleases me." Was he threatening her? Yu Xiaoyang found herself increasingly perplexed by his intentions. "Feel free to speak. I am indifferent. Perhaps I shall relish the taste of envy and resentment myself." "Do you truly believe that? What do you think? Why don't we try it together?" Regardless, she resolved not to succumb to his intimidation, acutely aware that such threats were endless. One concession would lead to countless more. "Just a jest. Don't take it so seriously," Li Mu chuckled, appearing somewhat resigned, as if his previous remarks had merely been light-hearted banter, while Yu Xiaoyang had taken them far too earnestly. "Then enjoy yourself slowly, in solitude, quietly, play as you wish." With that statement, Yu Xiaoyang chose to ignore him entirely, confident that he understood her implication. The privileges of the supernatural were now evident, and Yu Xiaoyang found it utterly unsurprising. It was commonplace. A few who had been unable to tolerate the arrogance of a certain wind element user quickly learned their lesson and became compliant. During dinner, Ge Minghui was obstinately uncooperative, clutching his temples in pain, leaving Principal Ge at a loss. "Minghui, what is wrong? What does it hurt? I have a headache. There are zombies. So many zombies have come here. Daddy, let South leave this place quickly." Ge Minghui whimpered, buried in his father's embrace, gasping through tears. Principal Ge's expression shifted, and he hurriedly reassured him, "Don't talk nonsense. Where are the zombies?" "It's snowing. There are no zombies, at least not during these 3 days of snowfall. I haven't seen a single one. Really, there's so many zombies and people too. Daddy, I don't want to stay here. I want to go. Please." Before he could finish, Zhu Man, pale-faced, covered his mouth. "What are you doing? The child can hardly breathe." Principal Ge quickly intervened, alarmed. Suman, flüstert, shifted her position but still did not relinquish Ge Minghui to Principal Ge, nor allowed him to speak. Nearby, someone voiced their discontent. "What nonsense is this child spouting? We finally have a day to rest. Must you speak of zombies constantly? It's bad luck." His companion nudged him. "Forget it. Don't argue with a child." That individual huffed, casting a disgruntled glance at Ge Minghui, but refrained from further comment, mindful of Principal Ge's status as a supernatural being. Yet, a sudden jolt of fear struck Yu Xiaoyang's heart. Were zombies approaching? It seemed that Zhu Man had already gleaned some insights into Ge Minghui's perceptive abilities. Otherwise, her reaction would not have been so pronounced. But why did she wish to prevent Ge Minghui from speaking? Was it fear that he might be perceived as a monster? This reasoning, while plausible, raised further questions. If she was aware of Ge Minghui's abilities, why did she not promptly urge Principal Ge to leave? Was she not afraid of an impending zombie attack? Unable to comprehend this conundrum, she heard Li Mu whisper in her ear, "He possesses psychic abilities." Yu Xiaoyang paused, furrowing her brow, before softly inquiring, "How do you know?" It was indeed no mere coincidence. Ge Minghui was a psychic, and it was likely that he sensed the nearby horde of zombies and attempted to navigate through them, leading to his current state of distress. However, his youth rendered him vulnerable, and he had suffered a backlash. Of course, all this remained speculation, devoid of concrete evidence. Yet, at this juncture, evidence was unnecessary. She felt and believed that the zombies were imminent, and her priority was to prepare accordingly. "What do you plan to do?" Yu Xiaoyang shot a sidelong glance at Li Mu, stating coolly, "What I choose to do is my affair. You should contemplate your own course of action." Li Mu shrugged indifferently. "My plan is to stick with you, so naturally I must inquire." Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes, but refrained from uttering any dismissive remarks. She knew Li Mu would not heed them. "Run. That is our sole escape route." Yu Xiaoyang shared this sentiment, but could they simply abandon their companions? Li Mu seemed to anticipate her thoughts. "Do you think anyone would believe you?" Yu Xiaoyang remained silent, finding Li Mu's demeanor irksome, both in speech and action. After a moment of hesitation, she turned to her parents and Wu Tian, saying, "Don't ask me why. Just gather your things and strap on your bags." "I lack the time to explain." Yu Dahai paused momentarily before seizing her hand, asking, "Do you believe Minghui's words?" Yu Xiaoyang had no time for lengthy explanations. She hurriedly replied, "I believe him. I will clarify everything after tonight." With that, she pulled her hand away from Yu Dahai's grasp, stood up, and made her way outside, casting a glance at Li Mu to signal him against any misguided intentions. She intended to seek out Zhao Zichen, but on her way to the temporary kitchen, she encountered Zhao Zichen, whose pallor suggested distress as he approached them with urgency. Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow, instinctively sensing that this matter was likely related to the zombies. Indeed, Zhao Zichen grasped her shoulder firmly, his expression grave. "Yu Xiaoyang, whether you believe it or not, a large horde of zombies is chasing a group of people towards us, and their direction is precisely here. We must leave immediately." Yu Xiaoyang lowered her gaze, replying, "I came to discuss this very issue." Zhao Zichen paused momentarily, quickly regaining his composure, and continued, "I've already instructed someone to notify the others. We shall depart from here in 10 minutes without any delay. You should prepare swiftly. We must leave at once." After a brief pause, he added, "No, take your parents and gather your belongings without concern for anything else. Here is a map. Wait for us at the gas station ahead. Remember, do not stop. Travel as far as you can. I sense that this wave of zombies is particularly unusual. We may be facing genuine peril." A vein throbbed on Yu Xiaoyang's forehead. Could it be that Zhao Zichen possessed psychic abilities? If so, why would he confide in her? Furthermore, if he were indeed a psychic, was he aware of her own latent powers? Ge Minghui was still young. Evading him would not pose much difficulty. However, Zhao Zichen was an adult and quite astute. It was likely that her secret had already been laid bare before him. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. Regardless, Zhao Zichen's willingness to share this information and offer her advice was indeed a rare gesture. After extracting a map from his pocket, he cast her a lingering glance before turning away, his silhouette swiftly vanishing into the night. Illuminated by the light, she examined the map, which was filled with numerous annotations. The gas station he mentioned was the one on the outskirts of X City. Beyond that station, a further 50 kilometers would lead to the territory of Qingyang Base. She quickly scanned the map, committing the general location to memory before folding it away. Raising her gaze to the direction from which Zhao Zichen had departed, she inhaled deeply and turned towards the temporary shelter where her parents awaited. As she entered, a soldier was just exiting, and the atmosphere inside was chaotic. It seemed the soldier had just relayed the news of the convoy's imminent departure, provoking considerable discontent among the crowd. "Why must we leave? It's pitch dark outside." One voice protested. "Exactly. Where are these zombies you speak of? Let them show themselves." Another chimed in. "The heavy snow has frozen the zombies solid. Why should we be forced to flee? I refuse to move, right? None of us are going anywhere." Let us see if they dare abandon so many of us here. After such a declaration, remarkably, not a single person began to gather their belongings. Perhaps they were genuinely numbed by the cold or had grown complacent in their vigilance. Yu Xiaoyang maneuvered through the throng, reaching her parents' side. Observing that they had already prepared, she strapped her bag onto her back. Her parents had, at her prompting, secured warm shoes and clothing for Wu Tian, who now appeared considerably more bundled up. Yang Yang, are we truly leaving? They refused to go, her father questioned. Ignore them. We are leaving immediately. Don the disposable raincoats. We must go now, she instructed, pulling a bag from her pack and distributing one to each, ensuring they were adequately protected from head to toe. At least let me accompany you. Share one with me, he implored, with an exasperated roll of her eyes. Yu Xiaoyang nonetheless handed him one. Once they were all dressed and ready to embark, someone approached them, inquiring if they truly intended to leave, and whether they genuinely believed the words of the soldiers. Xiao Zhao, ignore them. They are a family of lunatics. It's pitch dark at this hour. Venturing out is akin to courting death. If they seek death, let them. Yu Dahi seemed to have something to say, but was restrained by Yu Xiaoyang, who shook his head in disapproval. Let them be. Soon enough, they will have their moment of lamentation. Ge Mingwei, with reddened eyes, peered out from Zhu Man's embrace, asking, Sister Yang Yang, Auntie, are you truly leaving? In the distance, she vaguely heard Zhu Man's frantic cries, seemingly about departing, but she paid it no mind. With the zombies lurking nearby, her thoughts were consumed by her own survival. We can't see anything. Where are we supposed to go? Didn't the convoys say they would depart in 10 minutes? We should wait for them, Yang Yang argued. There's no time. The zombies are drawing near, and we must leave immediately. Ge Minghui's perception doesn't extend far, which means the zombies must be close. She retrieved a flashlight, illuminating their surroundings. Familiar with the terrain from her prior explorations, she quickly found the highway entrance. Her mind raced through the plan, and she addressed them decisively. I will lead, followed by Li Ruoqing, then Yudahi Wu Tian, and finally, Li Mu will bring up the rear. Is that acceptable? She referred to her parents by their names to facilitate swift decision-making. I'm fine with it, as long as you don't lead us astray, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Shrugging his shoulders, she primarily sought his approval, knowing that Li Ruoqing, Yudahi, and Wu Tian would not oppose her judgment. The most critical factor was Li Mu's consent. Her arrangement was grounded in reason. They set off without further inquiry. The soldiers were preoccupied with hastily gathering their belongings, lacking the time to concern themselves with the group. The others were skeptical about the impending zombie threat. Before departing, she noticed Zhao Zichen was absent, but she did not inquire about his whereabouts. The snow began to fall more heavily, each step sinking deeply into the drifts, completely submerging her shoes. Despite wearing thick clothing and snowproof coverings, the cold was biting. The others with abilities managed to endure, but Li Ruoqing's lips soon turned purple from the chill, yet she remained silent. Her wooden tendrils had already been sent out to guide their path. In such darkness, relying solely on sight was insufficient. It was unclear how far they had traveled when suddenly, piercing screams shattered the profound silence of the night, injecting an unsettling fear into the inky blackness. As Yu Xiaoyang's heart sank abruptly, it became evident that the zombies had reached the convoy. She was uncertain whether the soldiers and Zhao Zichen had managed to escape. As for the crowd, they had brought this fate upon themselves. If they chose to stay instead of fleeing, they deserved their grim fate. Zhao Zichen and his soldiers, however, were different. They had ventured into danger to save others. Otherwise, given Zhao Zichen's capabilities, he would have led his men to safety long ago. Li Mu's voice echoed from behind, urging her not to hesitate. You cannot alter anything. No one can save them but themselves. We must hasten our pace, or it will be disastrous if the zombies catch up. The convoy was filled with people, and while she had no knowledge of the number of zombies, the sheer volume would certainly hinder the horde. Unless an overwhelming number of zombies gathered, it was unlikely they would pursue further. It seemed someone was following them. But Yu Xiaoyang did not pause. She could not be certain that the zombies would not come after them. As for the person behind, if luck and cleverness prevailed, staying close should ensure their safety. The thought of lingering for anyone was mere folly. Yang, will the zombies really not pursue us? Enough chatter, we must move quickly. The snow is about to intensify, and the zombies have begun to stir. Who knows if there are others lurking nearby? While they had not encountered zombies, they did come across a pack of zombie dogs. In the inky darkness, 7 or 8 pairs of green eyes encircled them. They halted 3 meters away. The emerald eyes fixated on them like famished wolves, poised to pounce at any moment. Li watching trembled in fear, clutching Yu-Dai's clothing tightly and refraining from screaming. Her gaze instinctively drawn to Yu Xiaoyang. Li Mu's voice quivered slightly. I should have known better than to travel with you. Yu Xiaoyang shot him a cold glance. Indeed, I should have let you depart first. That would have ensured you as a meal for the zombie dogs. How heartless you are, Li Mu jested, his demeanor surprisingly lighthearted in such dire circumstances. If you're so brave, why not step forward? Li Mu immediately shook his head, fear evident in his refusal. No way. I'm scared. Yu Xiaoyang twitched her lips in exasperation. Even now, he was putting on an act. She had no time for such antics. The 7 zombie dogs, having tasted human flesh, radiated a palpable hostility. It seemed they were stray dogs, and Yu Xiaoyang observed that among them, one appeared to be the leader, commanding the others. Grinding his teeth, Li Mu muttered, "Hurry up and think of a plan. I don't want to die here." Initially, he had believed the girl to be clever, potentially a temporary ally to be exploited, but he had no desire to perish alongside her. How many can you handle? 5 remain. Very well. Let us give it a shot. She instructed, Dad, just protect Mom. Remember, do not run. We are too close, or we will leave our lifeline exposed to the zombie dogs. I possess the ability of lightning manipulation, which can be of assistance. However, you must protect Mother. The 2 of you must not draw the attention of the zombie dogs. After saying this, I disregarded Hai and turned a glance at Wu Tian behind me. Indeed, despite his evident fear, he was not solely fixated on fleeing, which was commendable. Given the opportunity, I would gradually train him further. Can you still utilize your water manipulation ability? Yes, conjuring 4 or 5 water spheres poses no issue. Excellent. Observe my gestures. Strike the zombie dog's head with the water sphere, and the water will freeze instantly, immobilizing it. Although it will soon be thawed by the zombie dog. That brief moment will suffice for my vines to lash out. Wu Tian appeared to have collaborated with me countless times, as we swiftly dispatched 4 zombie dogs with visible speed. However, the last zombie dog, displaying remarkable intelligence, evaded the water sphere Wu Tian had sent forth with a leap. At this juncture, Wu Tian was unable to summon even a single water droplet. What should we do? Yang Yangjia. I can no longer produce any. I flicked the vine in my hand, signaling Wu Tian to stand behind me. If I relied on my previous agility and speed, confronting a newly formed zombie dog would have been trivial. Yet now, my movements were not as nimble, but I possessed the vine. Very well. Let this serve as a test of my abilities. If I cannot handle even this single zombie dog, then I truly am of no use. Having survived in this apocalypse for 3 years in vain, Wu Tian gazed in awe at my small vine. Is this the wood manipulation ability? How impressive. Does it possess its own consciousness? I furrowed my brow, unable to clarify this. I had encountered many wood manipulators before, yet I had never seen a vine quite like mine. Never mind. It's merely a case of cleanliness. We must hurry. This place is unsafe. The strong scent of blood will soon attract unwanted attention. Li Mu claimed he could handle 2 zombie dogs, and indeed, he managed to do so with a performance that was neither particularly swift nor excessively slow, reflecting a genuine level of skill. However, I knew he was concealing more. This was not the opportune moment for inquiries, so I refrained from asking further, reorganizing the map in my mind, and resolved to continue toward the gas station. After this encounter, the sound from behind grew noticeably closer, even allowing us to hear voices calling. Hey, wait for us. Wu Tian and I exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Wait to die. We are not so benevolent. Along the way, should we encounter any solitary zombies, both Li Mu and I chose to eliminate them swiftly, not lingering for even a minute. The heat generated from our running soon dissipated, and after an indeterminate duration, I finally spotted the words gas station in the horizon. We've arrived. At last. After running through most of the night, we had finally reached a temporary sanctuary. The sound from behind had long since faded, leaving us uncertain whether they were captured by zombies or simply fell behind. Yet no one cared to find out. Upon arriving at the gas station, everyone was nearly breathless with fatigue, including Yu Xiaoyang, let alone Li Ruoqing. However, she noticed that Li Ruoqing was not as weak as she had imagined. In fact, she seemed to possess more vigor than herself. Although Yu Xiaoyang found this curious, she kept her thoughts to herself. At the gas station, the sound of several vehicles filled the air, and one of them narrowly avoided a collision with a fuel tank. A two-story building stood before them, its entrance securely shut, fortified by a sturdy iron gate that would not yield easily. The windows were also well protected, and Yu Xiaoyang caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure passing by one of the windows. She lowered her gaze, concealing her thoughts. Last night's heavy snowfall had continued into the morning, albeit lightly. The snow on the ground had accumulated to calf-deep, leaving Yu Xiaoyang to wonder about the sheer determination that had propelled them to journey such a distance the day prior. Li Mu let out a low grunt and approached the door, knocking with a forceful rhythm. "Open up, don't provoke my wrath. I know you're in there. Don't think you're safe. The zombies are out again, and you'd best be wary of them encircling your sanctuary." He seemed to revert to the persona of a young delinquent, using brash language and adopting an arrogant demeanor. While such behavior might typically invite disdain, there was an undeniable air of authority about Li Mu that suggested the charisma of a powerful executive. Perhaps annoyed by his clamor or genuinely intimidated, a figure pulled back the curtain and cracked the window open slightly. The cold wind rushed in, causing the individual to shiver and redden at the tip of their nose as they addressed them. "Who are you, and what brings you here? It's not safe anymore. Just passers-by. Stop the chatter and let me in a warm-up. I'm freezing out here, or I might just break your window, and I wonder how many times that glass can withstand such treatment." Before he could finish, the person's expression shifted, and they quickly responded, Wait. Let's talk this through. You just want to come in, right? I'll open the door for you now." Their eyes scrutinized the group standing at the entrance, and for reasons unknown, they ultimately acquiesced to allow them entry. Inside, a fire crackled warmly, and a group of men and women sat huddled around it. Upon noticing the newcomers, they neither looked up nor greeted them. Rather, they curtly instructed, "Close the door, the cold air is coming in," before lapsing into silence, a striking display of indifference. Yu Xiaoyang quickly surveyed the room's layout. Numerous shelves lined the walls, suggesting that this place had once functioned as a store, though the shelves now stood in disarray, emptied of their contents as if they had been looted. Not a single table or chair remained, presumably used for kindling. The group gathered around the fire comprised 12 individuals, 8 men and a solitary woman. Yu Xiaoyang observed the woman closely. Her demeanor appeared weary, her face drawn, hair disheveled. Yet she was clad warmly, likely a necessity given the chill. Among them, there was one woman of considerable beauty, who, had she been properly groomed before the apocalypse, would have been deemed a great beauty. However, she now appeared rather disheveled. The short man who opened the door greeted them with a cheerful smile, inviting them to sit down with a warmth that suggested nothing untoward had just transpired. "May I inquire where you all have come from? What a heavy snowfall it is. How did you manage to reach this gas station? There are no other establishments nearby. You must have traveled quite a distance. Please, take a moment to rest," he continued. "Is it far? Is there anything to eat? I believe there used to be a supermarket here, yet it seems the shelves are now bare," one of them remarked. The short man's expression shifted slightly before he regained his composure. "By the time we arrived, everything had already been taken. We got here the night before the snowfall, intending to head to the Qingyang base, but upon waking, we found ourselves greeted by a heavy blizzard, preventing us from leaving," he explained. Regardless of how credible this reasoning seemed, Yu Xiaoyang harbored doubts. Nevertheless, under the short man's warm invitation, they settled around the fire. He added a few chair legs to the flames and remarked, "We too have faced our share of hunger. It has been days since we last had a satisfying meal." Just as Li Mu was about to respond, a voice echoed from upstairs, "Sixth, who is it? Has someone entered? Are there others?" As he pondered this, a middle-aged man in an ill-fitting black down jacket slowly descended the stairs, cradling a woman in his arms. She was strikingly beautiful, with a curvaceous figure, clad in a thin, oversized sweater that barely reached her thighs, leaving her lower half exposed to the cold. "Ah, brother, what brings you here?" the short man exclaimed. hastily approaching the middle-aged man with a fawning smile. The latter appeared utterly disdainful, his chin held high as he disdainfully grunted. "Who permitted you to let them in? Was it with my consent? And no, I thought they looked rather cold outside, and given that our windows are glass, I feared for their safety. Hence, I allowed them to come in and warm themselves." The short man stammered, his words laced with an interesting implication, as if suggesting that they had threatened him to open the door. The middle-aged man lazily cast a glance over, demanding, "Let me see who is audacious enough to play tricks under my nose." His narrow eyes scanned the group by the fire, revealing a peculiar curiosity, eventually settling on Li Mu. A smirk curled at the corner of his lips. "Is it you? You possess a certain degree of skill," recognizing that among this group, Li Mu is the most audacious. Li Mu remained unfazed by the scrutiny, a charming smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, is I. We mean no harm. We merely seek a place to rest. May I ask how I should address you, brother?" The gaze of the middle-aged man softened, captivated by the hint of a smile that played upon Li Mu's lips. He swallowed hard, on the verge of uttering a word, when the stunning woman beside him nuzzled against him, her voice sweet and alluring. "Brother, I'm so cold. Why must we stand here to converse?" As she nestled closer into his embrace, her warm body pressed against him. Refusing to reject her would be unmanly. The middle-aged man felt a stirring within, yet his eyes remained fixated on Li Mu, unwilling to divert his attention. He absent-mindedly caressed the woman, who pleaded, "Wait for me upstairs, brother. I'll warm you up shortly." The petite woman clung to him, akin to a beautiful serpent, insisting, No, I want to lean on my brother. You're the warmest." The man chuckled heartily, pulling her closer, tilting her chin, and planting a quick kiss on her cheek, his gaze laced with frivolity, descending the stairs with her in his arms. A short man promptly fetched a stool, setting it by the fire for the man to sit. He wiped the dust off the seat with his sleeve and grinned obsequiously. "Brother, please have a seat. Have you had water? I'll bring you some." With that, he scampered away. "Don't be shy, everyone. Take a seat and share where you all come from. How did you manage to venture out in such heavy snow?" His words conveyed a sense of ownership over the space, asserting his dominance as the leader. The short man rummaged through a disheveled pile of shelves in the corner, retrieving a severely deformed bottle of mineral water. Observing the man's demeanor, he remained silent, uncorked the bottle, and took a few gulps before offering it to the woman in his arms. "How cold?" "Brother, I don't like drinking such cold water," the woman pouted playfully. "I'll warm it up for you," he replied, directing the short man to fetch a porcelain bowl from beside the fire. He poured the mineral water into the bowl, then waved his hand, conjuring a fireball that burned for over a minute before extinguishing. The woman clapped her hands, giggling as she wrapped her arms around the man's neck, exclaiming, "Brother, you're amazing." He proudly poured the warmed water from the bowl for her, his actions lacking tenderness, infused instead with a sense of unrestrained vigor. Yet the woman seemed oblivious, savoring it as if it were the finest nectar, her eyes narrowed in delight, lips bitten, a sight that greatly pleased the man. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyang noticed two other women by the fire, their faces twisted in envy as they watched the woman in the man's embrace, seemingly eager to unseat her and claim his attention for themselves. She smirked subtly, fully aware that it would be foolish to assume these women were enamored with the man. Their motivations were likely rooted in self-interest, seeking to profit from their association with him, which was the true source of their resentment. It was unexpected for her to realize that he had awakened a fire-based ability. It appeared he was among the first batch of awakeners. As she noted his remarkable proficiency with his powers, the flames flickered a vivid blue, a sign of imminent evolution. In her previous life, despite not awakening any abilities herself, she had meticulously observed the powers of others, driven purely by envy. "Li Xiaodi, do you see? This is a fire ability, capable of slaying zombies and charming younger sisters," he boasted, planting a triumphant kiss on the woman's cheek before casting a sidelong glance at Li Mu, confidently asserting that Li Mu had also awakened his own powers. A flicker of envy crossed Li Mu's eyes, yet he did not conceal it. With a feigned expression of dissatisfaction, he replied, "It's earth-based. I just awakened it a couple of days ago. I'm still uncertain about its practical applications. Can it trip zombies?" With a wave of his hand, a small mound of earth emerged from the concrete, only to vanish shortly thereafter. The diminutive hill posed no threat and appeared somewhat comical. In an apocalyptic world, what use would a non-offensive ability serve? Had they not witnessed Li Mu utilizing his earth powers against zombie dogs, they might have shared the same skepticism. A glimmer of arrogance and disdain flashed in the man's eyes, yet he patted Li Mu's shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Do not lose heart, young brother. There's a saying. Heaven has its reasons for bestowing talents upon us. I believe there must be a purpose behind your earth ability. Ha, you need not despair. Li Mu sighed despondently, waving his hand dismissively. Ah, Brother Chong, please do not console me further. I am well aware of my own limitations. I'm only destined to grow vegetables. I cannot even ascertain whether the Qingyang base will require cultivation. I might as well lend a hand. Young brother, you are far too modest. You must realize that abilities are rare treasures. Any power is undoubtedly better than having none. He chuckled. But let's not dwell on this. Is that your sister beside you? Li Mu, suddenly enlightened, quickly introduced, no, this is my fiancée, Yu Xiaoyang, and her parents, Yu Dahai and Li Ruoqing, along with her brother, Wu Tian. Oh, so she's your sister-in-law. A pleasure to meet you. May I ask what abilities she possesses? She is just a woman. What abilities could she possibly have? Brother Chong, please do not jest. Li Mu frowned, seemingly displeased. Chong observed Li Mu's expression with amusement, but paid it no mind. Introducing the woman in his arms, Qin Yu and the short man, Zhao Liuzi. Qin Yu, exuding charm, squirmed restlessly in Chong's embrace, alternating between playful coquetry and feigned coldness. Chong doted on her, the two entangled in affectionate displays, completely disregarding the presence of others. Uncertain of his intentions, Chong remarked, This snow, who knows when it will cease? I wonder what plans you have next, Li Xiaodi. Since you possess abilities as well, why not stay here with me? Li Mu tentatively responded, but isn't this place potentially unsafe? What if zombies appear? Chong Gu dismissively waved his hand, claiming there were no zombies, as the snow had long since frozen them to death, rendering the area quite safe. Moreover, he boasted that even if zombies did exist, his fire-based powers would easily incinerate a few of them. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, concealing the derision within. What a fool to still believe in the safety of this place. Did he truly think that possessing powers rendered him invincible? Little did he know that zombies had re-emerged, stronger than before. After some contemplation, Li Mu confessed, to be honest, Chang'e, we were pursued by zombies throughout the night, which is why we ended up here. He downplayed the harrowing encounter with the zombie horde that had attacked their convoy the previous night. Chang'e appeared taken aback, clearly astonished by Li Mu's words. Is it true? Zombies have returned? Of course, would I dare to deceive you, Chang'e? Have you never experienced a zombie ambush here? The color drained from Chang'e's face, his previously composed demeanor swiftly replaced by panic. He had believed this place to be free from threats, relishing in his powers and surrounded by subordinates and women, living a life akin to that of a deity. Yet now, the illusion shattered. There were indeed zombies and dangers lurking, signaling the imminent end of his idyllic existence. How far are the zombies from us? Li Mu shook his head. They did not pursue us. We escaped swiftly. The unspoken truth lingered in the air. Among the numerous people in the convoy, only they had managed to flee, while the fate of the others was all too evident. Qin Yu bit her lip, letting out a soft whimper, her displeasure evident. Brother, you're hurting me. At that moment, Chang'e exhibited no tenderness. His large hands gripped Qin Yu's arm firmly, his eyes deep and inscrutable, lost in thought. Qin Yu, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from further complaints, instead leaning more submissively into Chang'e's embrace, projecting an air of complete trust in him. It must be said, she possessed a remarkable talent in dealing with men. What is simmering in that pot? The aroma is quite distinctive, Li Mu inquired, casting a casual glance at the large pot beside the fire. Lu Zi shot a panicked look at Li Mu and then at Chang'e, who nonchalantly responded, Lamb? From last night. We consumed it all in a day. I intended to prepare another tonight, but it seems unnecessary now. As he spoke, a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes as he surveyed the men and women gathered around the fire. Those individuals instinctively recoiled, anxious and trembling, afraid to meet his gaze. as if haunted by some deep-seated fear. A knowing look crossed Yu Xiaoyang's face. Her suspicions had proven correct. From the moment she entered, she had sensed something amiss. Yet she hadn't anticipated it would escalate so swiftly. Had the world grown so dire? She recalled her previous life. The first time she encountered such horrors 3 months in, nearly succumbing to nausea and refraining from food for an entire day, eventually growing accustomed to the grim reality. Li Mu was indeed a clever man. Initially taken aback, he quickly managed a faint smile, concealing his past feelings, appearing as if he neither understood nor cared. Fang Yi, on the other hand, had found an excellent spot. With a hearty laugh, he brought up the recent news of zombies emerging to feast upon humans, saying, "You, my friend, are quite articulate. I admire that. Lu Zi, go fetch me a bottle of water for our little Li." Lu Zi's expression shifted slightly as he nodded at Changge. He rummaged through the stacks for a while, finally unearthing a bottle of mineral water. Unscrewing the cap, he handed it to Li Mu with an oddly cheerful grin. "Li Ge, this is the last bottle of water we have here. Don't hold back." Li Mu's eyes flickered, hesitating to accept the bottle. "If it is indeed the last bottle, what will you drink?" he inquired. "Snow, of course. When we're thirsty, we grab a handful of snow by the window to nibble on. This bottle of water was promised to you by Changge. Otherwise, I wouldn't part with it so easily. But as a guest, you deserve to be treated well," Lu Zi joked. Li Mu smirked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This time, he did not refuse and took the bottle of mineral water. "Since Changge is so welcoming, I shan't be polite." He paused just as the mouth of the bottle touched his lips, casting a meaningful glance at Changge. "However, I am curious whether Changge intends to roast me like a whole lamb or boil me instead." Changji's complexion paled significantly. "What are you saying?" "I don't understand," he stammered. Li Mo chuckled vacantly. "No worries. I shall teach you." With a flourish of his hand, a soil spike suddenly emerged beneath Changji's feet. Although it was crafted from earth, it bore the sharpness of a blade, as if poised to pierce through his foot. Caught off guard by the aggressiveness of Li Mu's earth-based abilities, Changge stood frozen, his expression darkening as he gazed at Li Mu. He forced himself to remain calm and said, "Li Xiaodi, what is your intention? If you wish to leave, you are free to go. I will not compel you." "Why resort to such actions?" Li Mu laughed unabashedly. "Because I do not want to be a roasted lamb. In fact, I detest lamb." Changji's face drained of color, realizing that the situation had indeed been exposed, though it was not yet entirely hopeless. He exchanged a glance with Lu Zi. Just as Lu Zi was about to make a move, a green vine had inexplicably wrapped around his neck, tightening increasingly to the point where he could scarcely breathe. "What the hell is this? Let me go." Yu Xiaoyang rose from the ground, coldly observing Lu Zi, and said nonchalantly, "You might want to avoid struggling, otherwise it will only tighten further." "What is this?" Lu Zi gasped. Yu Xiaoyang shrugged lightly, responding, "My ability." "How does it feel? Painful?" Lu Zi's face turned ashen, astonished by the peculiarity of such powers. Had he truly underestimated the uniqueness of abilities in the world? He had thought his own powers were already quite exceptional. With a light chuckle, Yu Xiaoyang curled his lips and remarked, "You possess spatial abilities, do you not? That bottle of water was, in fact, retrieved from your own realm, correct?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," came the retort as the figure swiftly dodged, a hand flashing with crimson light, only to be promptly extinguished by a water sphere. Changgu emitted a pained scream. It turns out that Li Mu's earth-based powers penetrated through his shoe, manifesting from the instep, blood pouring forth. Changgu tumbled from his seat, clutching his foot and wailing in agony. You are all ability users." Changgu gasped. Li Mu, grinning mischievously, replied, "What do you think?" Meanwhile, Qin Yu had already wriggled free from his embrace, retreating to a relatively safe corner, covering her mouth and trembling in fear, a stark contrast to her previous alluring demeanor. The 12 men and women, who had originally gathered by the fire, were now terrified, retreating to the walls, none daring to speak out or assert themselves. It appeared that Changge had indeed failed miserably in his interactions with others. Li Mu disregarded their presence, focusing instead on Lu Zi, inquiring, "Besides the two of you, who else possesses abilities?" Lu Zi did not feign loyalty. He had no intention of risking himself for Chang'e. As a spatial ability user, he was rather intrigued. With a dismissive grunt, he replied, "No one else, just the two of us." There was another with abilities, but he was dealt with by him. I am a spatial user, presenting no threat to him. Thus he has chosen to keep me around. The relationship between him and Chang'e is merely one of mutual exploitation, devoid of any genuine camaraderie. Moreover, he has discerned that, compared to the individuals before him, Chang'e is hardly significant, whether in powers or cunning. Therefore, he has wisely begun to consider his own interests. His abilities are limited to storage, lacking any offensive potential, necessitating the search for a more formidable ally. Without a hint of hesitation, he divulged the truth. Lu Zi proceeded to recount the subsequent events without reservation, attributing the more gruesome details involving the sheep entirely to Chang'e. After all, it was he who had concocted that plan. Without him, could they have been compelled to consume such repugnant fare? Since he aspired to be the leader, it was only fitting that he assume responsibility when calamity struck. That is the essence of leadership, is it not? This group, comprising Chang'e, Lu Zi, Qin Yuyu, and the 12 others, were all colleagues from the same company. They had embarked on a journey, only to encounter misfortune in this vicinity. Upon awakening, they discovered a transformed world, with their fellow colleagues resorting to cannibalism. They fled desperately, and ultimately, only 16 survived. They sought refuge in this place before the heavy snowfall. At that time, both Chang'e and another supervisor had awakened their powers, one fire-based and the other wood-based. With their newfound abilities, Chang Ji's mindset shifted, no longer willing to comply with the orders of his former superior. As they set their sights on another's girlfriend, they felt compelled to possess her forcibly, leading to a violent confrontation. Brother Chang murdered the supervisor and subsequently took the life of the supervisor's girlfriend, even resorting to cannibalism. When they arrived at the gas station, it had already been cleared out. The shelves were nearly bare. Although the others found the situation repulsive, they reluctantly followed Brother Chang to avoid provoking his wrath. At this juncture, Yu Du-hai, Li Ruoqing, and Wu Tian comprehended the true nature of the sheep spoken of by Brother Chang, their eyes widening in shock as they bent over and began to howl in despair. Li Mu observed them thoughtfully, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "You seem rather composed." Li Mu puffed his cheeks and imperceptibly nodded. "All right, Yang Yang, are you implying that they consumed human flesh?" Yu Xiaoyang nodded lightly in affirmation. Wu Tian, in disbelief, stammered, "So are they human or zombies? Isn't it only zombies that eat people? This completely shatters my worldview. How can such monstrous beings exist?" After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaoyang responded, "Zombies that retain human form are the most terrifying. However, such occurrences are commonplace in the apocalypse. In a month, you will find this to be utterly normal. Humans can be openly traded. What else is beyond the pale?" Li Ruoqing felt nauseated, nearly expelling the scant water in her stomach. Utterly revolted, she mused whether her senses were failing her. Was this reality? "So, you all have dined on the sheep." The group exchanged looks, then knelt before Li Mu, pleading, "No, we didn't want to. Brother Chang forced us. He threatened that if we refused to eat, he would choose one of us for his next meal. We had no choice. Indeed, please spare us. We haven't killed anyone. We are merely puppets of Brother Chang. Had he not come today, he would have selected one of us tonight." The 12 individuals continuously beseeched Li Mu for mercy, possibly perceiving him as the one in control. Suppressing his revulsion, Li Mu glanced at Liuzi. "What about you?" Liuzi hastily replied, "I haven't consumed any. I possess a space with food and have not partaken in this." Noticing Li Mu's displeasure, he quickly amended, "I did take one bite, but it was under Brother Chang's coercion. He threatened my life if I refused." Brother Chang, coldly observing from the side, felt a mixture of fury and disdain for these wretches, wishing for their demise. He thought, "I should have ended your lives long ago." Yet before Li Mu could act, a rapid knocking echoed from the entrance. It was Zhao Zichen and his companions. Yu Xiaoyang hurriedly opened the door to let them in. Upon catching a glimpse, her heart suddenly raced. To her astonishment, out of more than 70 individuals, only a mere handful had managed to escape, and among them were several unfamiliar faces. Zhao Zichen was injured. As he entered, a strong scent of blood assailed her senses. It was unclear whether he had been bitten by a zombie or wounded by a sharp blade. However, Zhao Zichen maintained a composed demeanor, exuding calmness as he surveyed the 10 or so people in the room, seemingly grasping the situation at hand. Li Mu succinctly summarized the circumstances in just a few words, prompting Zhao Zichen to nod in acknowledgement and exchange a knowing glance with Li Mu. He then declared, "Since there is nothing more to address, everyone please stand. I shall retire to my quarters for some rest. We will depart tomorrow." Yu Xiaoyang and Li Ruoqing exchanged glances, reassuringly patting each other's hands before following him upstairs. Upon reaching the door of the room, they found Zhao Zichen leaning against the wall, having collapsed. His aide quickly assisted him to the bed. "You're injured. Was it a zombie bite?" Yu Xiaoyang inquired. "Do not worry. I will not perish," he replied nonchalantly. Yu Xiaoyang cast him a sidelong glance. "I know you possess extraordinary abilities. How could you possibly turn into a zombie? Those with powers are immune to low-level zombies." He merely smiled enigmatically, inhaled deeply, and stated with an indifferent tone, "Come and help me with the wound." Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You have your soldiers. Why do you need my assistance? I'm not a professional." Zhao Zichen beckoned to his aide, who leaned in, attentive. After a whispered exchange, the aide nodded solemnly and exited, closing the door behind him. "I am aware you possess wood-based abilities. I have heard that such powers can heal, which is why I sought your assistance," Zhao Zichen continued. Yu Xiaoyang's expression darkened slightly, and she replied subtly, "I do not know who informed you, but regrettably, my wood abilities do not extend to healing." Zhao Zichen furrowed his brow. "Why not? Do you think I am deceiving you?" Yu Xiaoyang raised her voice slightly, unable to contain her frustration. "No, I'm merely curious." Zhao Zichen replied, his tone softening. Yu Xiaoyang sighed, "I do not know. Ever since I acquired my wood abilities, that has been the extent of it." As she spoke, she produced a slender vine from her hand, which typically resembled a tattoo on her wrist, appearing only at her will. Zhao Zichen's gaze darkened, and a hint of despair crept into his voice. "I understand that each individual's abilities are unique, but I did not anticipate such peculiarities as this vine. It seems I'm truly fated to face calamity this time." Yu Xiaoyang remained silent, and a heavy stillness enveloped the room. Zhao Zichen, expressionless, lifted his shirt, revealing a horrifying wound on his abdomen, a gaping hole that seemed to have pierced through his body, flesh protruding, blood continuously oozing, and the wound ominously blackened, presenting a ghastly sight. In the end, Yu Xiaoyang could not bear it any longer and decided to give it a try. Zhao Zichen glanced at her unexpectedly, saying nothing but silently nodded in agreement. Yu Xiaoyang focused her mind, akin to summoning the slender vine as she usually did. Yet, despite her efforts to remain calm, she found herself unable to harness the power within her. She could distinctly sense a refreshing wave of verdant energy flowing towards her, yet she was unable to manifest it. A fleeting glimmer seemed to pass through Zhao Zichen's deep black eyes as he blinked rapidly, suppressing his earlier emotions. He calmly stated, "Have Wu Tian come up." Yu Xiaoyang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. The water-based ability also possessed certain healing properties, yet each person's powers were unique. Wu Tian's water ability might not necessarily be of assistance. However, he had only awakened his powers last night. It was worth a try. Without a word, Yu Xiaoyang called Wu Tian up. In the crowd, she spotted the small-time thug, Zhou Tian, who appeared to be unscathed. Why had Zhao Zichen not sought him out? He had awakened his powers before Wu Tian, which statistically should have increased his chances of success. Yet, Zhao Zichen chose not to approach him, indicating that much had transpired in her absence. "I'm not capable. I only possess water abilities, which do not include healing," Wu Tian exclaimed in a panic upon learning the reason for his summons, swiftly waving his hands in refusal. Zhao Zichen, however, remained remarkably composed, as if the injury were not his own. "Just give a shot. Don't be so anxious. Consider it a desperate measure," he jested with Wu Tian. Wu Tian looked helplessly at Yu Xiaoyang, unsure of how to proceed. He truly felt daunted. How could a water ability possibly heal? Yu Xiaoyang sighed, stepping closer to pat his shoulder in encouragement. "Just give it a try. If it fails, it will be his misfortune. Don't worry, I'm here." Wu Tian moved his lips as if to speak, but ultimately nodded. Then I will give it a try. After a prolonged wait, Wu Tian remained tense, struggling to adjust his mindset, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yu Xiaoyang refrained from urging him, allowing him the space to find his rhythm. Sometimes, one must navigate their own path. No amount of external advice could substitute for personal experience. Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, she remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Zhao Zichen's wound. Suddenly, the flesh around Zhao Zichen's injury stirred, and at a visible pace, an intangible glow enveloped the wound, while the dark blood began to gradually turn crimson. Yet, his injury was far from healed. This is already quite good. Let him tend to it himself, Yu Xiaoyang thought. Zhao Zichen was an outsider, while Wu Tian was her brother, a distinction she was keenly aware of. She would not allow her brother to overextend his powers for the sake of an outsider, even if she owed Zhao Zichen a debt of gratitude. She was fiercely protective of her kin, and having found someone she valued so highly, it was only natural for her to safeguard him. Zhao Zichen, with a wry smile, shook his head in resignation. You certainly are protective, yet merely overextending your abilities has made you this anxious. Observing that he was no longer in grave danger, Yu Xiaoyang shot him an exasperated glance. Just a minor overexertion, you say so lightly. That little wound of yours? A simple application of ointment and a couple of days' rest would suffice. Why must you have him overextend his abilities for you? Zhao Zichen raised his hands in surrender, his smile tinged with fatigue. All right, I concede. It was my fault. Indeed, it was your fault. If it weren't for Wu Tian, you'd still be lying in bed, barely holding on, unable to engage in such a spirited conversation with her. Wu Tian, sheltered behind Yu Xiaoyang, felt an overwhelming sweetness in his heart. Gazing at Yu Xiaoyang's slender back, he perceived it as a majestic mountain, providing the most reassuring support. Ever since their mother had passed away, no one had treated him with such kindness. Sister. This was his sister. He was certain his decision was right. He silently resolved that Yu Xiaoyang would be his sister for life, and he would protect her. Alas, you two are a team, while I am but a solitary figure, Yu Xiaoyang said, her expression darkening as she struggled to voice her thoughts. Your troops, did none of them follow you? Though Zhao Zichen maintained an air of calm and indifference, Yu Xiaoyang noticed a slight tremor in his body. His tone was exceedingly flat, as though he were discussing a matter that did not concern him. Only 3 came along, the others remained behind. It was a grievous mistake that cost them dearly, and I shall not allow such a thing to happen again. Hearing the regret and sorrow veiled beneath his monotone, Yu Xiaoyang felt a pang in her heart. Not for Zhao Zichen, but for those soldiers, those brave souls. Without them, her family would still be trapped, and they had saved her, yet she had not properly expressed her gratitude. Zhao Zichen glanced at her. You need not feel sorrow. This matter does not pertain to you. Everyone has their own responsibilities. I will tend to your wound, she offered. Desiring to keep her spatial abilities concealed, she retrieved only a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao from her bag. After meticulously cleansing the wound, she applied the medicine and wrapped it with a piece of clean cloth, hoping that no bacteria lingered on it. This is how you dress wounds? Of course. I'm not a professional, she replied. In their previous missions, minor injuries were commonplace. As long as the wounds were not life-threatening, she would hastily bandage them without any particular technique, merely ensuring that the wounds were not exposed to the air. The Yunnan Baiyao had not even crossed her mind. Next time, I shall teach you, he offered. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I must take my leave now. I will send your deputy to keep you company shortly. As she turned to take Wu Tian away, Zhao Zichen called out to her. No need to summon him. He is weary as well. Let him rest. I shall sleep for a while, and when dinner time comes, just bring me some warm water to drink. Yu Xiaoyang inhaled deeply before turning to Zhao Zichen with a wry smile. I am neither your soldier nor your servant. Zhao Zichen's dark, expressionless face unexpectedly brightened with a hint of a flattering smile. But I am a patient. Can't you show a little sympathy? She thought. Yet, without uttering a word, she merely hummed a couple of sounds and pulled Wu Tian away, leaving Zhao Zichen desperately calling out behind them for a response, urging her to say something. Once downstairs, she discreetly scanned the area but did not see Chang'e, which piqued her curiosity about his whereabouts. Suddenly, A hand stealthily rested on her shoulder. She paused, instinctively grasping that hand, ready to unleash her small vine. The person hurriedly spoke, "Wait, I'm Li Mu." Yu Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh, not immediately releasing him. Instead, she forcefully twisted his hand, causing Li Mu to grunt in pain and grit his teeth as he muttered, "What a fierce woman." Yu Xiaoyang retorted with a light snort, "Who told you to sneak up on me? You deserve it." Nearby, Wu Tian stifled his laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! You totally had it coming. Sister Yang isn't someone you can joke around with." Li Mu shot a sidelong glance at Wu Tian. "What are you laughing at? You little brat? This is called hitting is affection, scolding is love." Yu Xiaoyang regarded him with an impassive expression, then discreetly signaled to Wu Tian. His eyes brightened as he stealthily wrapped his hand around the back, and, when Li Mu was not paying attention, flicked a small droplet of water onto his neck. The droplet slid down, causing Li Mu to immediately clutch his neck and shiver. "What did you do to me? Don't you know that this could freeze me to death?" Wu Tian disdainfully huffed. "Who told you to lead minors astray?" "You. I'll give it to you," Li Mu replied, hastily distancing himself and moving to a spot further away from Wu Tian. Yu Xiaoyang's voice was laced with suppressed amusement as she glanced at Li Mu, proudly stating, "So, how does it feel to have cold water splashed on you?" Li Mu still felt the icy sensation lingering where the water had touched, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yu Xiaoyang. "You acknowledge him as a good younger brother." Yu Xiaoyang shrugged. "If he weren't a good younger brother, I wouldn't have bothered. I just saw your curiosity and came to tell you. There's no need to take it so seriously." Ignoring him, Yu Xiaoyang spoke in a low voice, "You killed Changge. Indeed, it was your beloved who prompted me to do so." Surprised? Li Mu paused for a moment, then smirked. "What is there to be surprised about? Changge isn't a good person. With the apocalypse just beginning, he dared to entertain such thoughts. He is a natural-born devil. Besides, the hatred in his eyes was terrifying. Letting Changge go would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. I'm not foolish enough to keep someone around who constantly wishes for my demise. Even if you don't act, I certainly will." Seeing her silence, Li Mu quipped with a smirk, "You don't seem surprised at all. Have you thought about this too?" Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, yet the smile gracing his lips became increasingly alluring. With a smile that bordered on teasing, he gazed at her and remarked, "I must confess, I am genuinely curious whether you're truly 23. You exude an aura more akin to 32. Your perspective on matters seems rather detached. Upon hearing about the consumption of lamb, you did not even furrow your brow." Yu Xiaoyang, with a similarly hollow smile, retorted, "I merely did not express my reaction. Besides, are you not equally indifferent? Why single me out? You should spend your time entertaining your little beauty rather than wasting it here with me." She was acutely aware that certain truths could not be concealed merely by her desire to hide them. For instance, the horror she had grown accustomed to during 3 years in the apocalypse rendered her incapable of feigning shock or bewilderment. Any attempt at acting would only invite further skepticism. It would be far better to candidly acknowledge the reality, leaving his thoughts to him, as she had no intention of divulging anything. Whether he harbored doubts was his concern alone. She could not discern his thoughts. Having fled from the temporary housing, it was evident that they could not carry any belongings with them. Survival took precedence over such trivialities. The food in Liuzi's space was scarce. Prior to their arrival, the gas station had already been stripped bare, leaving behind only a meager supply. They had consumed some of it earlier, so even if Liuzi extracted everything from his space, it would not suffice for everyone. Each person would be fortunate to receive merely 2 biscuits. As mealtime approached, she hesitated to produce any food, contemplating whether to endure hunger that night. It was then that Li Mu tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Call your parents. We shall go upstairs." Yu Xiaoyang grasped his intent, lowered her head in contemplation, and nodded in agreement. Everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, some leaning against the wall in slumber, others extending their hands towards the fire for warmth. Only one individual noted their departure. Zhou Tian's clothing, tattered by the claws of zombies, hung in shreds on him as he cast a brooding gaze at Yu Xiaoyang, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he rose to confront them. "Where do you intend to go? Sneaking off to indulge in food, perhaps? I dare say your lack of ethics is astounding." hoarding such provisions while we sit here with empty stomachs. Shouldn't you share some? Upon hearing the mention of food, all eyes turned towards them, faces betraying barely concealed delight and greed, practically yearning to rush forward and seize their bags, eager to devour the contents within. Yu Xiaoyang discreetly positioned her parents behind her and swiftly restrained Li Mu, who seemed inclined to retreat. No matter his desire to escape, she would not allow him to flee. There was no justification for her to face the wrath of so many alone, an unwarranted and irrational fury at that. Li Mu sighed in resignation, speaking in a tone only she could hear. "Can you not let me be?" Li Mu spat out blood. It was evident that Zhou Tian was intent on provoking trouble. Most alarming was the deep-seated jealousy lurking in his eyes, which sent shivers down Li Mu's spine. It was perplexing how Zhou Tian could adopt such a demeanor, as if everyone owed him a debt. After all, he had clearly informed everyone during their escape last night that he would not leave. Who could he blame for that? So it was Zhou Tian, who supposedly possessed the water-based ability. Why, then, did he lack sufficient water to drink? Zhou Tian's expression darkened, realizing that Li Mu was openly mocking him. Yes, he had water abilities, yet his current predicament was undeniable. Li Mu, do not divert the conversation. I'm speaking of food. We find ourselves in a dire situation, and everyone requires sustenance. Let us not act selfishly. We must all contribute our provisions to weather this crisis together, for humanity thrives on mutual assistance. Since you possess food, you ought to share it. Do you wish to feast while leaving us to starve? The absurdity of this statement nearly prompted Yu Xiaoyang to applaud. How could one be so shameless, so brazenly demanding the possessions of others while cloaking their intentions in lofty rhetoric? It was a remarkable display of audacity indeed. It was bewildering how Li Mu had acquired such a sycophant. With a mere stroke of luck and newfound abilities, he had turned his back on kinship, embracing a self-centered existence. Have you ever heard of the term saintly mother? In the past, it referred to those who share their own food with the impoverished. Nowadays, it describes those who command others to relinquish their provisions. Oh no, you must be a saintly man instead of a saintly mother, Li Mu retorted without reservation. Zhou Tian's face turned a shade of deep indigo, and through gritted teeth, he muttered, seeking death. As he conjured a water sphere to hurl at Li Mu, Yu Xiaoyang silently shot him a glance, hoping he would realize the value of restraint. Zhou Tian's expression, already beyond description, was on the verge of erupting in anger. Yet, suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of laughter. Li Mu, today, no matter what, you shall leave your backpacks with us, otherwise, we shall not survive the night with our stomachs empty. Upon his declaration, a wave of glances exchanged among the onlookers, and eventually, driven by their inner desires, someone stepped forward, demanding, "Why should you have food while we starve? That is unjust. Hand over your provisions for us to share equally." The audacity had reached a new pinnacle, and Yu Xiaoyang found himself no longer surprised. More and more individuals joined the chorus, disregarding the ownership of the food. Their singular concern was to avoid hunger that night, revealing the selfish nature of humanity in this moment. Li Ruoqing anxiously grasped Yu Xiaoyang's arm, her heart trembling. These people had lost their minds. It was their food, so why were they being coerced to surrender it? Yu Xiaoyang gently patted her arm, signaling her to remain calm. Yu Dahai and Wu Tian, however, remained composed. If it came to confrontation, so be it. Yu Dahai was keen to test the might of his abilities. The idea of bullying his sister was nothing short of a delusion. The three soldiers who had followed immediately stepped forward. "What are you doing? Those are their belongings. If they wish to relinquish them, let them do so. Are you attempting to coerce us?" Zhou Tian coldly smiled, crossing his arms, scoffing at the trio brandishing firearms. "I must inquire, do the weapons you wield even contain ammunition? It seems you have not fired a single shot when encountering zombies along the way. Perhaps they are malfunctioning? And what are you doing here, playing the role of the Good Samaritan? Are your bellies not grumbling? Or is it that you possess provisions, rendering you indifferent? Indeed, you may not care, but we must, for we are merely ordinary citizens, devoid of privilege, uncertain of where to procure sustenance." This statement incensed the three soldiers, causing their weapons to tremble in their grip. "What did you say? Repeat that." Zhou Tian feigned cleaning his ears, dripping with sarcasm. What I said was, "Are you truly deaf? We require survival, we require food, and thus they must share their provisions so that we all may partake." Upon uttering these words, he garnered considerable support from the crowd. Indeed, we must survive, we require food, we must share. The cheers grew louder, with some attempting to ascend stairs, their eyes fixated on the backpacks behind the soldiers, as if ready to pounce and seize them. Li Mu scoffed, losing all pretense of civility. With a wave of his hand, several earthen spikes erupted at the stairway, effectively barricading the path upward. Those attempting to ascend found themselves unable to proceed, and should they fail to retreat, the next spikes would sprout directly beneath their feet, rather than merely obstructing their advance. The crowd had previously witnessed the potency of Li Mu's earth spikes, and now, as he displayed his seriousness, they retreated in fear, reluctant to utter a word. Among the throng were those possessing abilities, yet either their powers paled in comparison to Li Mu's, or they lacked the courage to confront him. Thus far, the common folk remained wary of those with abilities, let alone engaging Li Mu in combat. Zhou Tian's expression shifted upon seeing the retreat, realizing the tide had turned against him. However, he could not afford to concede at this moment. He resolved to make a desperate stand. The law does not penalize the masses. We have committed no wrong. We merely seek to survive. Besides, we are many. Should we fear him? His earth manipulation, as formidable as it may be, cannot possibly annihilate us all. His words stirred the crowd's thoughts once more, though they remained cautious of Li Mu's spikes. Hesitant to act overtly, Li Mu, unfazed, let out a derisive laugh. Fear? Why not test that theory? Zhou Tian, you speak boldly now, but should a confrontation arise, do not retreat to the back. If the clamoring conflict ensues, you shall reap the benefits, while we toil for your gain. That would be most unjust. If you possess the prowess, do not merely speak. Take the lead and demonstrate for all. Otherwise, what merit is there in idle chatter? With that, he crossed his arms, observing Zhou Tian as one might watch a spectacle. Indeed, take the initiative. Do not merely talk. Should you fall, we shall step forward to avenge you. Indeed, they incessantly incite us, merely speaking without action, mere pretenders. Zhou Tian's countenance had grown increasingly grim. If he could contend with Li Mu, why would he waste breath here? This group of fools, while he may stand alone against Li Mu, surely they could overpower him together. Truly, a band of simpletons. What purpose does all this chatter serve? They should simply charge forward and seize the moment. Regardless of Li Mu's formidable abilities, could he truly fend off so many at once? Li Mu is exceptionally cunning. Should he perish, this crowd would flee with the swiftness of rabbits, leaving no chance for revenge. If he survives and prevails, they would rush in to claim the spoils, leaving him with nothing. He clenched his fists tightly, consumed by bitterness, yet he dared not confront Li Mu directly. Having once followed him, he understood Li Mu's nature. He was the epitome of craftiness, and who could say what other tricks he might have up his sleeve? Contemplating this, he suppressed his rage, letting out a heavy huff, muttering about the foolishness of the group before turning to depart. Thus, a tempest was quelled with but a few words from Li Mu. To this, Yu Xiaoyang held Li Mu in higher regard. It seemed he was far more astute than she had initially perceived. He knew when to display firmness and when to exhibit leniency, effortlessly diffusing a situation that could have escalated into conflict. Li Mu appeared to sense her thoughts, a devilish smirk curving his lips as he displayed his signature mischievous grin. What do you think? Do you find me quite manly, perhaps yearning to pledge yourself to me? Yu Xiaoyang silently shot him a glance, then exchanged positions with Wu Tian nearby, whispering, "If he desires your devotion, sister shall take the lead." Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a wide grin, eagerly gazing at Li Mu. "Really? Lead it go. Have you truly taken a liking to her? Oh dear, how shy. She isn't quite ready yet. Perhaps we should test the waters first?" Li Mu was left utterly astounded, jaw agape, staring at Wu Tian as if he could hardly believe his ears. Wu Tian, brimming with pride, bounded over to Yu Xiaoyang, exclaiming, "Sister, he has lost his wits. We mustn't converse with fools, lest we become like them ourselves." Li Ruoqing chuckled, playfully patting his arm. "Oh, you child, such antics are unbecoming. You must cease this behavior henceforth." Wu Tian stuck out his tongue and responded with a cheeky face. "Hey, I must say, your brother's shift in demeanor is rather swift. I initially thought he was a simple, earnest lad." Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes. Simple and earnest? Where do such individuals exist nowadays? They merely choose not to showcase it. Zhao Zichen's aide, Mu Sheng, was a boy of few words yet diligent in his tasks. Although he had served in the military for 3 years, he struggled to adopt the demeanor of a seasoned soldier, consistently following Zhao Zichen's orders without question or excessive chatter. He somewhat apologetically welcomed them into the room upstairs. "I'm sorry for not being of assistance," he said. Zhao Zichen had specifically instructed him that should anything happen downstairs, he was to stand by Miss Yao's side. Yet, he had been unable to help at all. "You have already expressed your stance, and that is sufficient. How is Zhao Zichen? Has he awakened?" Upstairs, there were 2 suites. The outer room served as a lounge for guests, while the inner room contained a simple bed for resting. Mu Sheng frowned and shook his head. "No, when I checked just now, the commander was still asleep. Last night was indeed perilous. We nearly did not escape." He was not one to share such sentiments easily, but in that moment, he could not restrain the pang of sorrow that surfaced. Upon seeing the 3 of them with reddened eyes and haggard faces, their clothes bearing marks from the zombie's claws, Yu Xiaoyang understood that last night had undoubtedly been a brutal struggle. Their escape was indeed no small feat. "You should also rest. We will keep watch here," she suggested. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Sheng shook his head. "No, the commander is still asleep. We cannot rest yet." He cast an inadvertent glance downstairs, a hint of concern lacing his voice. "I fear they may not give up so easily." Yu Xiaoyang comprehended his concerns, but was not overly anxious. Was it really reasonable to forego rest simply because of those downstairs? That seemed rather absurd. Yet, she understood his apprehension. When hearts turn frantic, it can be perilous. It was only natural for him to hesitate to take a risk, especially since their fighting capability currently paled in comparison to that of a woman. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Go rest. I will keep an eye on your commander. Besides, you cannot neglect your rest. I suspect that after tonight, Zhao Zichen will announce the continuation of our journey tomorrow morning. Do you intend to stand guard indefinitely?" The 3 of them exchanged glances, and it was Mu Sheng who finally spoke. "But the commander is still asleep." Yu Xiaoyang smiled gently and interjected, "Do you not trust me? Rest assured, I guarantee that when you awaken, your commander will be perfectly safe." Mu Sheng hesitated, not out of concern for Yu Xiaoyang, but rather feeling somewhat embarrassed. Leaning against the wall, Li Mu smirked, half mocking and half jesting. "If you don't even trust your commander's wife, then who can you trust?" Yu Xiaoyang shot him a blank stare, perplexed by his erratic behavior. However, this time Mu Sheng did not refuse, offering a bashful smile. "Then I will trouble you." "Miss Yao." Yu Xiaoyang sensed that he might have misunderstood something, but was at a loss for how to clarify, so she merely glared at Li Mu. A moment later, she retrieved a bag from her pack, containing precisely 6 steamed buns. And Mo Sheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and though his lips quivered, he refrained from uttering another word. Instead, he solemnly accepted the steamed bun from her, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Miss Yao, I shall never forget this kindness. Regardless of the circumstances, I owe you my thanks." Yu Xiaoyang, who considered herself far from virtuous, found her heart softened in the presence of these honorable soldiers. She reasoned that bestowing food upon a grateful heart was far nobler than offering it to those devoid of compassion. Having rested briefly downstairs, her family was not overly fatigued. The 3 soldiers, undeterred by the coldness and dryness of the buns, consumed them quickly with a few sips of water, then leaned back in their chairs, closing their eyes to surrender to sleep. Soon, soft breaths filled the air, a clear sign of their exhaustion. Yu Xiaoyang recognized how utterly weary they must be. Li Ruoqing, after enduring a day and night fraught with turmoil, felt deeply unsettled but found herself unable to sleep. She sighed as her gaze flitted between the 3 soldiers and the direction of the staircase. Yu Xiaoyang chose not to comfort her, knowing that Li Ruoqing would eventually come to terms with her feelings. It was merely the swiftness of events that had left her reeling. Such occurrences would only increase in frequency, and she would need to learn to adapt. Wu Tian sat quietly beside her, appearing surprisingly well-rested. After a lengthy pause, he uttered cryptically, "Good people do not live long. Miscreants endure for millennia." Yu Xiaoyang recognized the truth in his statement and smiled gently, countering, "Do you wish for the miscreants to endure for millennia, or do you not?" Wu Tian paused, momentarily taken aback, then bit his lip, confessing, "I don't know. Seeing them alive, escaping, allowed my heart to relax a bit, but it also vexes me. Am I truly so wicked?" Yu Xiaoyang shook her head slowly. "I do not believe so. They live for their own reasons, and ultimately, if you do not care, what does it matter to you? The truth is, you do care about their fates." Wu Tian remained silent, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Yet moments ago, they were reveling among the crowd. Had I not covertly warned them, they might have boldly emerged, leveraging my brother and sister-in-law as status. At that point, the situation would have become far more precarious, for they would have used their authority to coerce me, and I refused to be their pawn. Still a child at heart, he masked his turmoil with bravado. Yet he could not let go of his concerns. Unlike Li Ruoqing, who could find clarity within herself, he struggled to do the same. Youth, after all, is characterized by overthinking and impulsive passion. After gently guiding Wu Tian towards a calmer demeanor, Yu Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief wash over her. She understood that while he might not fully grasp his brother and sister-in-law's level of concern, the bond formed over years of calling them brother and sister would take time to adjust to. Just then, she heard the sound of Zhao Zichen shifting in the room. Hesitating for a moment, she took a bottle of water and a piece of bread inside. Zhao Zichen lay awake, his gaze fixed on the door. Upon her entrance, a faint smile graced his lips, as if he had anticipated her arrival. "I knew you would come in," he remarked. Yu Xiaoyang cast a sidelong glance at him. Remaining silent, she approached and gently touched his forehead. Finding no fever, she felt reassured. With that, she intended to leave after placing food and water on the bedside table. But Zhao Zichen called out to her, "Hey, have I offended you in some way? Why the silence?" Zhao Zichen paused, irritation flickering across his features as he stared at her. "Is this how you look at me?" Furrowing her brow, Yu Xiaoyang thought, "What other way is there? You are a squad leader and have previously saved her. Now that he requires assistance, her capacity to help made it a moral obligation. That's not important. Just eat something and rest well tonight. The snow outside is getting heavier. If you don't leave soon, it could become dangerous." Suddenly, Zhao Zichen sat up in bed, grasping her hand firmly, his expression calm yet intense. "You need to clarify your words. Otherwise, you won't leave here today." His demeanor was icy, lips pressed together, his dark eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts. Zhao Zichen's complexion paled, his teeth grinding audibly, an aura of coldness enveloping him. His gaze so deep it seemed to hold the essence of ink. He scrutinized her for a long moment before stating coldly, "Miss you, you jest. I have no interest in other secrets. Since you are so cautious, perhaps it would be best for you to leave, rather than endure the discomfort of sharing a space with someone you distrust." Yu Xiaoyang paid no heed to his biting sarcasm, not sparing him a glance as she turned and departed, her steps resolute and unwavering. Returning to her seat, she exhaled deeply, her heart a tumult of emotions. She realized that Zhao Zichen's motives were not solely to uncover her secrets. There lingered a hint of affection for her. Yet, she dared not gamble on it, neither in love nor in life. Setting aside the myriad secrets she harbored, she knew Zhao Zichen was astute, destined to uncover discrepancies. More crucially, who could guarantee that even the faintest affection would not be overshadowed by something else? She was an adult, not someone who placed emotions above all else. And she certainly did not believe that a mere spark of affection constituted everything. Even spouses could betray one another. How much more fragile was this intangible sentiment? Thus, she pondered, perhaps it would be wiser to sever any potential for that slight affection to take root. After all, she merely wished to live well with her parents in this world. Matters of the heart were unnecessary for her. With narrowed eyes, she shot him another glance, dismissing the bothersome Li Mu, who seemed to be everywhere. Li Mu, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. He leaned closer to her, whispering in her ear with an alluring undertone. If you dislike him, why not give me a chance? My abilities will surely win you over. What do you say? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaoyang kicked out, but Li Mu deftly dodged, a smug grin spreading across his face as he chuckled. Missed. Bored, Yu Xiaoyang shot him a disdainful glare. Unable to tolerate him any longer, she swung a vine at him, forcing Li Mu to dart around the room in a frenzy. Hey, stop it. If you wake your parents and Mu Chong, don't blame me. Yu Xiaoyang was resolute, insisting on landing a strike before she would relent, believing everyone should endure her antics, that he was just a nuisance. Li Mu, caught off guard and unable to escape, received a lash from her arm. This time, he truly kept his distance from Yu Xiaoyang, settling down on the same couch as Wu Tian, making a derisive gesture towards her. Enjoy your eternal virginity. Yu Xiaoyang huffed. She likes it. What's wrong with that? Who made the rule against being a lifelong single? Wu Tian, reveling in Li Mu's predicament as he worked to bandage the tear in his sleeve, retorted, Laugh all you want, but mark my words, there will come a day when you regret it. When she remains unmarried, she'll drag you down with her, ensuring you can't find a bride either. Li Mu snapped back at Wu Tian. In this world, with everyone struggling to survive, who has time to think about marriage? Besides, Yu Xiaoyang is my sister. If she doesn't marry, it's only right that I support her. He felt no concern for Li Mu's plight. With your reckless behavior, you'll be the one suffering from illness in the future. Two individuals, each with divergent thoughts, simultaneously held disdain for one another. Yu Xiaoyang ignored them, her mind preoccupied, contemplating the impending storm, what truly awaited them. Everything had been thrown into chaos, and she could no longer rely on memories from her past life to navigate her thoughts. Once everyone was gathered, the total count of those who had escaped along with the original patrons of the gas station amounted to over 30, quite a crowd. Outside, the snow had blanketed the earth entirely, transforming the landscape into a vast, white expanse, devoid of both zombies and humans. The snow was so deep that stepping on it would cause one to sink. Adults found the snow reaching to their thighs, while children could vanish entirely, making progress incredibly arduous. Yet, despite the difficulty, they had no choice but to press on, for everyone understood that remaining here meant certain death. Yang at this pace. When will we arrive? Li Mu remarked, a mixture of schadenfreude and concern in his tone. If we encounter zombies now, it will truly be the end. We won't even be able to escape. Yu Xiaoyang shot him a look, replying, if we sink, won't the zombies sink too? Fool! However, should fortune forsake them, and a zombie happen to be lurking beneath their feet, misfortune would surely ensue. The undead are impervious to the chill. Although their movements in the snow are not as swift, they remain far more agile than humans. Yet, she refrained from voicing this fear to avoid alarming Li Ruoqing. My shoes feel as though they are already beginning to soak, Li Ruoqing sighed. We will change soon, as long as the outer bag remains intact. The contents shall stay dry. What you perceive as dampness may merely be your feet sinking into the snow, which is not truly wet, she reassured, her experience unparalleled. Such wisdom was hard-earned over 3 arduous years in this apocalyptic world. Indeed, you make a valid point, responded Li Ruoqing. Her words strained as she spoke through the thick mask, each syllable nearly a shout. Throughout their journey, many had found their clothing and shoes thoroughly drenched. Some gazed despairingly at the vast expanse of white snow, refusing to proceed, while others resolutely pressed forward. For only by moving ahead could they hope to reach the base and find salvation. Zhu Man hurriedly caught up with Ge Mingwei, her face a mask of pleading as she tugged at Li Ruoqing's sleeve. Annie, could you possibly lend us a disposable raincoat? Mingwei can hardly endure it. His clothes are completely soaked, and I fear he may catch a chill. Li Ruoqing's heart softened, having spent several days with Ge Mingwei. She had grown fond of the little fellow. Seeing him shivering weakly in Zhu Man's arms stirred her compassion. Turning to Yu Xiaoyang, she cautiously inquired, Yang, can we? With a sigh, Yu Xiaoyang nodded before she could finish her thought. Li Ruoqing's face brightened, reaching for the backpack behind her, only to be halted by Yu Xiaoyang's intervention, who regarded her with a puzzled expression. Yu Xiaoyang gestured for Li Mu to come closer, whispering a brief statement in his ear. He responded with a skeptical glance. Are you certain? Yu Xiaoyang affirmed, If we do not take action, it is likely that none of us will reach the base. Either we will succumb to the cold, or our bodies will become soaked and frozen, leading to an unceremonious demise. Li Mu shrugged, conceding, well, if this is your course of action, I shall not argue. It makes sense why you chose to store the supplies with me. You had already planned for me to step up. Yu Xiaoyang merely shrugged in response, contemplating the advantages of taking the lead. After all, they were either women, youths, or middle-aged individuals among the capable young men. Who else could instill a sense of caution in others if not him? Thus, humility was unnecessary. Yet, to avoid inflating Li Mu's ego, she refrained from voicing these thoughts, choosing instead to observe the unfolding drama. Li Mu, rendered speechless, rolled his eyes before begrudgingly accepting his fate, producing the disposable raincoats from his bag for distribution. However, being one who preferred efficiency, he delegated the significant task to Mu Chong. The group momentarily halted, allowing everyone to organize their raincoats and shoes. Once everyone had donned their attire, two rather striking young women hurried over to Li Mu. After a moment's hesitation, one of them feigned a delicate tone and said, "Thank you so much for your raincoat, dear brother. However, considering there are two of us, one raincoat simply won't suffice. Might I trouble you to provide us with another? It would be quite unfortunate if we caught a cold, wouldn't it?" The young woman, believing herself charming, gazed at Li Mu with a triumphant glimmer in her eyes, as if she were certain he would produce another raincoat without hesitation. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, but then he broke into a radiant and enthusiastic smile. After she finished speaking, he returned a most enchanting grin, only to deliver a remark that dripped with malice. It would indeed be a pity for two such beautiful maidens to catch a cold. My heart would ache for you both. How about I expedite your departure instead? That way, you needn't worry about catching a chill. With a swift gesture, the expressions of the two women shifted dramatically. They felt as if something were about to emerge from beneath their feet. Realizing this was Li Mu's earth-based ability, they screamed in terror, abandoning all decorum as they rushed back to the side of the man they had previously stood with. Li Mu snickered sarcastically, thinking to himself that if they intended to employ beauty as a weapon, they should have chosen two more appealing figures. How dare they come and insult his vision? It was a stroke of fortune that he hadn't dispatched them on the spot. In truth, while these two women were preoccupied with Li Mu, Yu Xiaoyang had already set off again with his parents and Wu Tian. By the time Li Mu noticed his solitude, Yu Xiaoyang was quite a distance away. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he muttered an expletive and hastened to catch up. He was incensed, convinced that Yu Xiaoyang must have anticipated such an encounter. Even without those two women, others would have emerged. They were merely the scouts. Had he softened even slightly, he would have been swarmed, with everyone pleading for his assistance. Should he grant their requests, all would be well, but if he refused, he would incur the wrath of the crowd. He finally caught up with Yu Xiaoyang, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "I always knew you were no good. I can't believe you would orchestrate this against me." Yu Xiaoyang rolled his eyes in disbelief, responding, "What nonsense. I simply suggested you play the part of a good person. It's one thing not to thank me. It's another to confront me with such an attitude. Besides, have you considered why those two young ladies approached you? It's precisely because you often portray yourself as a compassionate soul. Now that they have come to you, why not accept their overture?" Li Mu clenched his jaw, the sound of grinding teeth echoing in his frustration. It seemed she was merely masking her insults with flattery. "Of course, I must express my gratitude. I shall find a way to thank you for this, you insufferable woman," he thought, vowing to ensure he would have the opportunity to truly show his thanks, despite her attempts to shift the blame onto him while delivering her biting remarks. Some individuals began to disrobe to cool off, but Yu Xiaoyang did not permit anyone in their group to shed their clothing. In such weather, removing one's garments was akin to courting death. A mere accumulation of sweat followed by a cold gust would not require the arrival of zombies for one to succumb to exhaustion and shivering by nightfall. "Hold on, everyone. We are nearly there," he urged. Yet, a frustrated voice echoed, "Nonsense. I'm not moving any further. If I'm to die, I'd rather choose a more comfortable demise." Yu Xiaoyang and his companions paid no heed to the grumbling behind them as they supported Li Ruoqing, pressing onward. The wind and snow intensified, and the fears she harbored were soon to materialize, She could not afford to wait. However, Yu Xiaoyang had no intention of delaying for them, for it was their own lack of urgency that hindered progress. Among the group, Li Ruoqing was the most physically fragile, as both Yu Dahai, Wu Tian, and Li Mu possessed supernatural abilities, whereas she did not. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Along the journey, Yu Xiaoyang diligently provided sustenance to the others, nearly exhausting his previous reserves. High-calorie items like candy and chocolate were most beneficial at such a time. As twilight descended, Yu Xiaoyang finally spotted silhouettes ahead. Wu Tian nearly shouted in joy, pointing at the footprints in the snow, exclaiming, "There are people! Look at all these footprints. The snow hasn't covered them. They must have just passed by. Does this mean the base is close?" Ahead, two figures, a man and a woman, carrying a pack, hurried toward the direction of the base. The group exchanged glances and shared a smile before hastening after them. "Hey, wait for us!" Wu Tian called out, waving to the pair. Yu Xiaoyang understood that this was a common expression of caution in a post-apocalyptic world. One could not afford to lower their guard before discerning whether the other party was friend or foe. "Greetings. We are from City K. We heard on the radio that there's a base here. Are you also heading there?" The man relaxed slightly, but remained wary, nodding cautiously as he surveyed their group. "Is it just the 5 of you?" "No, there are over 30 more behind us. The snow is too thick. They couldn't keep up." Yu Xiaoyang spoke without reservation, understanding that inquiring about others necessitated a degree of transparency about oneself. Besides, divulging a mere head count did not equate to revealing secrets. The man scoffed lightly, "You're fortunate. Over 30 individuals without encountering any zombies." Yu Xiaoyang paused, discerning the implication in his words, and offered a wry smile. "Not all. There was originally a military unit near our town that helped us escape. We started with over 80, but after encountering others along the way, we numbered around 100. However, we faced zombie ambushes for 2 consecutive nights, and now only about 30 of us remain. This hardly qualifies as luck." She calmly elucidated the situation, contemplating that this man had likely encountered a similar circumstance, but was undoubtedly less fortunate than them, which explained his words. The man nodded, his expression ambiguous, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "Well, the base is not far from here. We should see it in about half an hour. Have you already visited the base? Why then did you come out?" The man cast a blank glance at Li Mu and replied, "My partner and I are out searching for supplies. As for the reason, you'll understand once you reach the base. It is not a paradise. Well, never mind. You will find out sooner or later." For some reason, his words trailed off abruptly. Yu Xiaoyang refrained from probing further, as she comprehended his implication. Having survived in this apocalyptic world for 3 years, how could she not understand? Li Mu, being affable, assessed the pair and quickly grasped their situation. Initiating conversation with a pack of biscuits, he soon dissipated their wariness. "Are there any ability users among you?" the man suddenly inquired. The group exchanged swift glances, uncertain of his intent. The man, however, did not keep them in suspense, continuing, "The base has a hierarchy. The powerful and military leaders reside in Zone 1. Those who have made significant contributions or possess capabilities live in Zone 2. Ability users in Zone 3, and ordinary people in Zone 4. Li Mu inquired nonchalantly, "Is there any difference?" "Of course, there is a distinction. Zone 4 is quite chaotic. The base provides a bun each day, and nothing else. The people there are a mixed bag. It's all tents. If you wake up one day to find your tent missing, don't be surprised. That's quite normal. Zone 3, on the other hand, is for ability users who have proper housing. I've heard it's quite decent, though I've never been there. Apparently, they can receive 2 meals daily based on their status as ability users. Zone 2 is even better. It has everything one could desire, a place everyone dreams of. As for Zone 1, it remains a mystery. No one knows its exact conditions, but used to be a villa area, a prime location." As he spoke, he produced a badge from his pocket, pure blue, inscribed with his name and gender, Zhao Dongshou male. "See this? This style denotes Zone 4. Once inside the base, aside from the main road, I can only access Zone 4. Entry to other areas is forbidden. By the way, are you ability users?" Li Mu did not conceal the truth, as there was no point in doing so. According to Zhao Dongsheng, it seemed there were quite a few ability users at the base. So, if one is an ability user, can they reside in Zone 3? A flicker of hidden envy crossed Zhao Dongxing's eyes, his tone tinged with a hint of flattery. Certainly, ability users can directly reside in Zone 3. Are you all ability users? An ability user can only bring one family member into the zone. Otherwise, they must provide 50 kilograms of food each month. 50 kilograms? That's quite a lot. To be candid, I possess the ability of speed manipulation, yet we have a child as well, making us a family of 3. I can only take one of us inside. If both of us were to enter, we would be required to provide 50 pounds of food. In this apocalyptic era, that quantity represents our family's sustenance for 2 months. To my surprise, the standards at the base have escalated so rapidly. It seems that the Qingyang base is even more formidable than I had anticipated. It is truly hard to fathom how my parents managed to endure here for 3 years. I dared not dwell on that thought and swiftly redirected the conversation. Is it possible to substitute that 50 pounds of food with something else? The man pondered for a moment before responding. It depends on what you have. Money has lost its value in this world. However, if you possess gold or diamonds, you might find a wealthy individual who appreciates such items and could offer you something in return. Yet, the base requires tangible goods, such as water. If you have someone with water manipulation abilities, you could exchange 50 pounds of water for entry, or perhaps cigarettes and alcohol would suffice, depending on their quality. Perhaps out of gratitude for the earlier packet of biscuits, Zhao Dongxing shared several practical insights. Oh, by the way, are you aware that snow is also inedible? The base claims that it harbors a virus. Will it turn us into zombies? I asked. Not quite. It simply deteriorates one's physical condition. In reality, the inhabitants of Area 4 are not overly particular. When parched, they merely grab a handful of snow to gnaw on. When survival is at stake, who can afford to be choosy? This was indeed the truth. I knew that within a month or so, the base would develop a serum, rendering the snow safe for consumption. Given that all water sources have been contaminated, aside from the previously bottled supplies and that produced by water manipulators, how much of that is available? Fortunately, nature has not forsaken us. Winter brings heavy snow, and summer, torrential rains. Yet, all of this requires time, and the serum will not be free. Oh, speaking of which, I still do not know your abilities, Zhao Dongsheng remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the family of 5, with only one member having awakened their powers. The others exchanged glances, silently agreeing to conceal the abilities of Yu Xiaoyang and Yu Dezai, revealing only those of Li Mu and Wu Tian. We have 2 ability users. I am Li Mu, a soil manipulator, and this is Wu Tian, a water manipulator. Zhao Dongsheng was momentarily taken aback, astonished by his fortune in encountering 2 ability users, particularly a water manipulator, such a precious gift. Water manipulation signifies ample food and drink. That is splendid. Ability users can receive 2 meals a day based on their powers, although each can only bring 1 family member inside, and the family member must provide their own sustenance. The base does not cover that. However, you need not worry. With a water manipulator, you can procure food wherever you go. Upon hearing this, Li Mu chuckled ruefully. 50 pounds of water? My younger brother has only recently awakened his water manipulation abilities. Having 10 pounds of water would be a notable achievement. In Zhao Dongxing's eyes, sympathy deepened, revealing that even those endowed with supernatural abilities face their own challenges. They are not devoid of troubles. However, should these 2 gifted individuals choose to abandon their 3 dependents, they could still lead a relatively good life. This notion is hardly surprising, as he has been at the base for 10 days and has observed such scenarios frequently. In this apocalyptic era, each day survived is a triumph. It is rare for individuals to prioritize others over their own survival. Moreover, possessing the status of a supernatural being's family member in Area 4 is not entirely disadvantageous. At the very least, those with discernment would think twice before provoking them, though the illusions might be somewhat lacking. Indeed, before nightfall, they beheld a towering city wall. Qingyang Base, originally an ancient city, was exceptionally suited as a stronghold in these trying times, given its strategic location and protective walls. Once the zombies within the city are eradicated, the gates secured, and the walls fortified, they will be safe. As they approached the city gates, the number of people began to swell. The snow-laden ground transformed into a mire, filthy and odorous. Careful steps were required to avoid splattering mud upon their clothes. Upon their initial arrival at the base, registration was mandatory. Consequently, Zhao Dongsheng bid farewell to his companions at the city gates, entering through another portal with his partner, both equipped with identification cards. Meanwhile, their companions were required to queue, which was not excessively long, consisting of around 6 or 7 individuals, all in tattered garments and with haggard expressions. In contrast, Zhao's family appeared significantly better off. Their attire and footwear were dry, and though their complexions were not particularly radiant, they were far from sallow. As is common in every locality, there were those with nefarious intentions, and it wasn't long before eyes were cast upon them, plotting to strike once they entered the city. However, Yu Xiaoyang remained unfazed. She dismissed such petty thieves, confident that the presence of 2 supernatural beings would deter any ill-minded individuals. The ability detection devices had yet to be developed, a technology that would only emerge 2 years into the apocalypse. Thus, demonstrating one's powers merely required a display before the staff. As anticipated, after Li Mu showcased his Earth-based abilities, those who had covertly targeted them quickly dispersed, save for 2 disgruntled individuals who opted not to act further. Are you all together? However, with 2 supernatural beings and 3 ordinary individuals, each supernatural being is permitted to bring 1 family member into Area 3. The remaining 1 would require 50 pounds of food. Though this young brother possesses water abilities, so 50 pounds of water would suffice. What do you think? Upon realizing their status as supernatural beings, the staff at the base adopted a significantly more courteous demeanor, smiling as they sought their input. In stark contrast to their earlier impatience with others, Yu Xiaoyang contemplated briefly and replied, "We have no food. Would cigarettes suffice?" "Certainly. What brand of cigarettes do you have?" "Soft Zhonghua." "How many packs are needed for entry into Area 3? "For Soft Zhonghua, 3 packs will be required." "Are you certain that all 5 of you wish to enter Area 3? Li Mu nodded in agreement, and they all entered. The staff at the entrance of the base began jotting down notes on a piece of paper. After a while, they looked up and inquired. Each ability user is allowed to bring 1 person. How do you plan to arrange this? Also, will you be staying together? Li Mu pondered briefly before providing the names to the staff. It was not a significant matter for him. It mattered little who was under whose name, as it was not a permanent responsibility, merely a matter of entry. One of the staff members led them through the first gate of the Qingyang base, handing the papers to a person at a window. "I will now take you to the isolation area. First-time visitors to the base must undergo a 5-hour quarantine, as the incubation period for the zombie virus is 5 hours. However, after this duration, it will be evening. Do not worry. I have already informed Xiao Lu, and he will prepare your identification before the end of his shift. So after 5 hours, if all goes well, you can directly proceed to Area 3 with your identification." Li Mu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, understanding that such assistance could not be taken for granted. Otherwise, why would anyone set aside their work to help? With the influx of people entering the base daily, treating each individual with such care would render their tasks impossible. They were ushered into a room scarcely 10 square meters in size, furnished with a single window, an iron door, and 2 benches devoid of any other amenities. Fortunately, apart from the 5 of them, there were no others present, indicating special consideration had been afforded to them. Their luggage remained untouched as they settled on the benches to rest, knowing they would soon be free. With ongoing evolution, the 5-hour wait seemed excessive. Half an hour would suffice, as the transformation would have already occurred by then, negating the need for isolation. Li Ruoqing appeared to want to say something, but Yu Xiaoyang shook his head in caution. "There are ears in the walls," he reminded her, as newcomers to the base, and with 2 additional ability users among them, they would surely attract attention, and it was likely someone was monitoring them from somewhere. Thus, it was better to avoid unnecessary discussions. They could speak freely once outside. When the time elapsed, someone arrived to unlock the iron door, allowing them to exit. A round-faced young girl cheerfully handed them their identification cards and informed them where to find housing. Indeed, ability users were eligible to enter Area 3, but residences that were not free. To secure accommodation, They would need to provide food, with varying costs for different types of housing. Having received their identification cards, they were ready to leave this place. Just as they were about to turn the corner of the second gate, they heard two familiar voices calling out, Wu Tian. Wu Tian, stop. I am your brother. You must take me to Area 3. Did you hear me? It turned out to be Wu Tian's brother and sister-in-law. They had somehow learned that the base was categorized into levels, and it was not the paradise they had imagined, where they could live without concern for safety, enjoy housing, food, and water. None of that existed. Now, they genuinely regretted their actions, wishing they had never spoken to that little wretch in such a manner. Who could have anticipated that he would awaken his supernatural abilities? Their regret was so profound it felt as though their insides were turning blue. Wu Tian paused momentarily, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure, as if nothing had transpired, and strode purposefully forward, soon vanishing around the corner. Although they had raised him over the years, the reality was that they were the ones being supported. Everyone understood this. He had toiled for them for so many years, settling all debts, and there was no need to continue doing anything for them. He had declared that once he said goodbye, he would be nothing more than a passerby, not out of anger, but as a genuine wish. Regardless of past events, he hoped they would dissipate into oblivion, and he had no intention of seeking revenge. He merely wished they would take the hint and refrain from provoking him. Otherwise, his gaze darkened. In the communal area, soldiers patrolled the main avenue, ensuring safety, as no one dared to cause trouble here. Zone 4 lay to the west, which had once been the largest square of the Qingyang base. It was now part of Zone 4. Zone 3 was southwest, previously a residential area, populated with numerous complexes. The entrance to Zone 3 was managed by armed soldiers, and entry required presenting an identification card. With two supernatural beings, you can only occupy one unit. A yawning middle-aged man informed them. Li Mu exchanged glances with her, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Might I trouble you, brother, to make an exception? We are 5 in total." As she spoke, she lowered 2 cigarettes in her hand. They were nothing special, merely the most ordinary Hong Nanjing brand. Yet the man's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted them, smiling even brighter. Sure. Let me take a look. I'll certainly find you a spacious room." He flipped through his worn, tattered notebook and exclaimed, "Here it is. There's a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room unit available in the back community. As for the price, considering your status as supernatural beings, I can offer you a discount. Originally 30 pounds of food, now just 25 pounds. If you agree, I can take you to see the place right away." Li Ruoqing exclaimed, "How expensive! This is outrageous. No wonder everyone prefers to live in Zone 4. Entry requires a fee, and now housing does too. Just to enter Zone 4, 5 pounds of food is sufficient, but for Zone 3, it's 50 pounds, and you must be accompanied by a supernatural being." She tugged at Yu Xiaoyang's sleeve, reluctant. "Yang, why don't we just go to Zone 4? Isn't it free with tents?" However, Yu Xiaoyang disagreed, stating, 10 people to a tent. Who knows what might happen? Li Ruoqing is just an ordinary person. I cannot stake her life on a gamble. Besides, Zone 3 offers at least a semblance of safety. Without a moment's hesitation, she declined, asserting, "No, we will stay here." She then turned to suggest that Li Mu continue to procure cigarettes. Before departing from the gas station, she had given Li Mu a soft pack and 3 boxes of red Nanjing cigarettes, precisely for such situations. To outsiders, Li Ruoqing and she appeared as women, while Yu Dahai was advancing in years, and Wu Tian still resembled an adolescent. Only Li Mu possessed the fortitude to bear the burden. However, Li Mu shook his head, stating, "Carrying cigarettes draws too much attention. Since this is our first visit to the base, we must avoid arousing suspicion. Who escapes with such an abundance of cigarettes on their person?" Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow, having considered this issue as well. Yet, carrying food would be even more conspicuous. Where would they store 20 kilograms of food, with only a handful of them, and no one possessing a bag that could accommodate even 100 or 80 kilograms of provisions? It was impractical. Wu Tian remained silent for a moment before suggesting, "What about water? I have water-based abilities, and carrying water wound tea attract attention." Li Mu nodded in agreement, having had the same thought. He was pleasantly surprised that this lad was quite astute, recognizing the need to voice his idea first. After contemplating, Yu Xiaoyang agreed, but noted that Wu Tian's water abilities could not transport 20 kilograms at once, which would require several trips over a few days. However, being two capable individuals, she believed the base would certainly accommodate their request. With this decision made, there was no need to bring out the cigarettes. Upon realizing they were merely carrying water, the individual only frowned slightly and said no more, ultimately acquiescing. The three-bedroom, two-living-room apartment was quite spacious, situated on the 6th floor without an elevator, although they had been assigned to the 4th floor. Finally, they had a home of their own after such a long time of wandering. Li Ruoqing longed for a place to settle down, free from the constant fear that had plagued her. Yu Xiaoyang felt content as well. They had successfully arrived, and now had a place to rest for the night, which was simply marvelous. As it was quite late, everyone chose their respective rooms to rest, agreeing to address any matters in the morning and procure any necessities then. Naturally, Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai shared a room. Initially, it was intended for Wu Tian and Li Mu to share a room as well, but Wu Tian shook his head, saying, "I prefer not to share a room with others. Let Li Mu have a room. I shall sleep in the living room. After all, there are 2 living rooms, and they have doors that can provide some privacy. I find it quite suitable here." Li Mu appeared indifferent, finding a room to himself preferable. Yu Xiaoyang attempted to persuade them for a while, but to no avail, so she decided to let it be. She hoped that in the future, as circumstances improved, they could find a larger place, with everyone having their own room. Moreover, Li Mu could not possibly continue living with them indefinitely. He might leave tomorrow or the day after. Li Mu was carefree and had no intentions of staying with them, as those who did not share their objectives would find little reason to remain. The room was almost entirely stripped bare, with nothing left behind, save for a few immovable cabinets and doors that remained intact. In the kitchen and living room, faint traces of blood could still be seen, likely remnants left by the previous occupants of the house. After days of relentless travel, Yu Xiaoyang found herself somewhat unaccustomed to suddenly halting in one place. Lacking any sense of drowsiness, she locked the door securely and entered her designated space. The environment maintained a constant temperature, devoid of preservation, yet during this frigid winter, it felt exceptionally warm. The items within remained unchanged, and as she gazed upon the over 200 square meters of supplies, a wave of reassurance washed over her. This was her capital and support for survival. She would no longer have to endure hunger, fret over the scarcity of water, or worry about the dangers of future missions. Suddenly, the small vine on her wrist, resembling a tattoo, stirred slightly. Yu Xiaoyang detached the vine and casually settled in a nearby spot. She scrutinized the vine for a while. Its entire form was a vibrant green, typically no larger than the palm of her hand, but it could extend up to 3 meters during combat. Even now, she remained perplexed about how she had acquired this peculiar vine. It seemed as though she had simply woken up one day to discover her wood-based supernatural ability. Contemplating this, she rummaged through her supplies and found several packets of seeds she had collected from the supermarket. Selecting 2 watermelon seeds, she placed them in her palm and concentrated her entire focus. Soon, she felt a tingling sensation, as if something were brushing against her skin, and the seed began to grow. Opening her eyes, she was astonished to see a watermelon vine extending 1.5 meters from her wrist, visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. It bloomed, yet before it could bear fruit, it abruptly withered away. This realization filled her with uncontainable joy. If this were the case, she would no longer need to worry about vitamins and vegetables. Though she possessed vitamin tablets, they paled in comparison to the benefits of growing her own food. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that her ability might draw unwanted attention. Would others seek to capture her if they learned of her talent for hastening plant growth? Perhaps not. Supernatural abilities varied greatly. She recalled only a few individuals from her previous life who possessed such powers, one of whom had awakened a unique water ability that produced scalding hot water rather than the usual cold. The base had not taken action against him, so as long as she remained strong enough, she need not worry. With this thought, she felt a measure of relief but still refrained from becoming overly confident. In this life, she was responsible for her parents, and she could not jeopardize their safety for her own desires. it would be prudent to keep her abilities concealed until she was sufficiently powerful or until her entire family awakened their supernatural powers. At that point, no one would dare challenge her, no matter how formidable her abilities might be. She firmly believed that true freedom came with sufficient strength. She was not a savior, nor did she aspire to be one. Her sole desire was to lead a peaceful life with her parents in some corner of the base, occasionally taking on tasks to support her family. That was enough for her. She sought nothing more. The small vine seemed to sense her emotions, pulsating gently in her palm before settling into stillness. Yu Xiaoyang smiled quietly to herself. Was this vine offering her comfort? To be consoled by a non-human plant is truly an indescribable experience. Sitting in the space, she dozed off, as the temperature was just right and safety was not a concern, resulting in a restful slumber. Yuyang, have you woken up? Did you sleep well? Upon opening her eyes, Yu Xiaoyang noticed a fire blazing in the center of the living room, with a small pot perched atop it, the source of which was a mystery. Sister Yuyang, come and have some porridge. Wu Tian beckoned her over. Curious, Yu Xiaoyang approached. Where did you find a pot and firewood? Wu Tian proudly replied. The pot was salvaged from the kitchen, and the wood was gathered by brotherly Mu. You managed to rope in brotherly Mu in just one night? She glanced at the kitchen, which looked as though it had been ransacked. Anything usable had been taken, leaving nothing behind. If it weren't for the fact that the toilet couldn't be moved, it too would have been dismantled. Li Mu, aware of her thoughts, handed her a bowl and proceeded to pour the remaining porridge into it. Never mind the details. Just eat until you're full. Oh, by the way, we only found one bowl, so you understand, he added. Yu Xiaoyang instinctively distanced herself from a bowl, but soon began to sip the porridge with an unperturbed demeanor. What was there to fear? She was not ill, and besides, Wu Tian possessed water-related abilities. There was nothing that couldn't be cleaned. As the warm porridge filled her, she felt revitalized. A glance out the window revealed the snowflakes continuing to fall, yet her heart was filled with warmth. The crackling fire in the room, her parents nearby, food and water at hand, and companions surrounding her, she had never felt such a profound sense of security. However, certain matters needed to be addressed clearly. If not clarified now, it would only lead to future conflicts, and she believed Li Mu shared this sentiment. Li Mu merely chuckled softly, showing no immediate reaction. While Watching stepped forward, puzzled. Isn't Xiao Li planning to join us? Hearing this, Yu Xiaoyang couldn't help but twitch her lips at the name Xiao Li, pondering why not simply call him Xiao Li Z. Li Watching, feeling reassured, quickly shook her head. Of course not. Sister Li merely thought you were leaving, which caused her some concern. Li Mu had a knack for charming women. He addressed Li Watching as Sister Li rather than Auntie, which would delight any woman. Yu Xiaoyang lowered her eyelids. Having understood Li Mu's intentions, she took a moment of silence before meeting his gaze again, speaking with calm resolve. It seems you have made your decision. In truth, with your capabilities, you would thrive anywhere. However, since you have chosen to stay, there are certain things we must clarify. Li Mu shrugged, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Yu Xiaoyang's thoughts were simple. She only needed Li Mu to remain loyal during his time here. Should he wish to leave in the future, he could do so openly, and she would not hinder him. However, if he engaged in any underhanded dealings, he must not blame her for making things difficult for him. Li Mu concurred with her sentiments. He had been contemplating the same. The reason he chose to remain here was to avoid complications. Given that this family seemed decent and possessed some capabilities, he decided to stay for the time being and address future matters later. The fire crackled, filling the room with a comforting warmth. Wu Tian, warming his hands by the fire, turned to her and inquired, Sister Yang, do we have any plans for our future? Didn't Brother Zhao mention yesterday that we could form our own ability team for missions? Perhaps we should establish one ourselves. However, forming an ability team requires at least 3 ability users, and currently, they only appeared to have 2. Wu Tian scratched the back of his head and remarked, Oh, right. So what should we do? Let us not rush. We will form an ability team, but not just yet. Today, we should procure some essentials. If all goes well, this will be our residence moving forward, Yang replied. Wu Tian, always followed her line of thought, agreed, yes. Let's see if we can find a bed, or at least a couple of boards. Sleeping on the ground is unbearably cold. Li Mu scoffed at the notion of needing a bed. thinking how audacious he was to wish for such comforts as if they were at home. Wu Tian chuckled. Isn't it natural to want a bit of comfort? Don't you wish for that too? Li Mu fell silent, contemplating. Of course, he desired it, but mere wishes held no value. He understood all too well how exorbitantly priced such furniture could be. Since they were to become teammates, Yu Xiaoyang chose not to conceal anything from them. To a certain extent, she decided to reveal some of her resources. She gathered the bags belonging to the group and smiled at them. I know you two are curious, so I'll show you. I believe in trusting those I employ. Since we will be living together, let's be honest and disclose our resources. Aside from their clothing, the rest of the contents were provisions. The buns were packed tightly in Yu Dehai's bag, which, although dried and unappetizing, would be welcomed at this moment. There were also the rations they received from the farm stay, sufficient for 5 people to last a day. Li Ruoqing insisted on carrying 5 pounds of rice, which they had already consumed in the morning, along with 2 pieces of preserved meat she was reluctant to discard, 3 packets of salt, and a mishmash of other items. The most abundant item, however, was cigarettes. In addition to the soft Zhonghua and 3 packets of red Nanjing she had previously given to Li Mu, she possessed another Yushi and 4 packets of Su Yin, as well as 2 packets of red Nanjing. Li Mu's eyes lit up. Such items were indeed valuable, easily traded in any setting, especially among those who were hopelessly addicted to smoking. They were lightweight and compact. How had he not thought of this sooner? Yu Xiaoyang disregarded his comment and gathered the unused packets of cigarettes from Li Mu, arranging them together, which made for an impressive collection. Food could not be exchanged, as their supplies were already meager, so any items they needed for their home would have to rely on these cigarettes. Li Mu slammed the table and exclaimed, "These cigarettes are more than sufficient. If it weren't for my current aversion to smoking, I would eagerly indulge in a few puffs." Yu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement and suggested, "Let's take stock of what we need at home. We do not possess an abundance of cigarettes, so we should prioritize our most essential items. The rest can be procured gradually as we undertake future missions. What do you all think? After all, we all possess extraordinary abilities. I trust our lives will not be lacking." Seeing the unanimous nods of agreement from the group, Yu Xiaoyang recognized that this meeting had reached a satisfactory conclusion. "Wait a moment. Since you've all laid out your family's belongings, I shall not be coy. My possessions are scarce compared to yours, so I have no fear of being taken advantage of." With that, Li Mu produced his meager collection of items, crumpled and contained within a bag for all to see. "I originally had little, just a portion of food distributed during our time at the agritourism site, and now it's all here. Please do count it." Yu Xiaoyang accepted the items with a smile, glancing over them before dumping the contents of the bag alongside the previous offerings. Wu Tian appeared somewhat anxious. All the food I gathered was taken by my brother and sister-in-law. The only thing I have left is this bag given by Sister Yang, which contains the damp clothes from earlier. However, rest assured, once we embark on future missions, I will repay you all generously." Li Mu scoffed lightly, shaking his head in resignation. "Repay? What would you possibly offer? From now on, you will belong to Sister Yang. What is there to repay?" Wu Tian looked perplexed. "Sister Yang, I will be sure to honor you well in the future." Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes slightly, deciding to let it go. After all, Wu Tian was still young and perhaps truly did not grasp Li Mu's meaning. Indeed, once he entered the Yu household, he would be considered one of them, and being the only son of the Yu family was hardly a disadvantage. The base certainly excelled in commerce, efficiently clearing out the homes of those transformed into zombies, taking everything salvageable. They rented out the houses and sold the furniture and daily necessities, a truly lucrative enterprise. A store selling household items had opened downstairs in their community, reportedly run by a nephew of a high-ranking official at the base. The goods were secondhand, some even stained with blood. It was likely that these items had been collected from various households. Alas, it must have been a challenging endeavor for them. To conduct business at such a level was no small feat, and the labor involved was considerable. Even lowering items with ropes could not have been simple. Each person would certainly require a bed. The kitchen supplies were minimal. A bowl per person would suffice. A single cooking pot and another for boiling would be adequate, as the consensus was that plates were unnecessary. Bowls and pots were merely for instant noodles and buns. The thought of preparing a full meal was almost inconceivable, rendering plates superfluous. Do you all need shampoo or conditioner? We're selling it at a low price. You must know that this will all be scarce in the future. One of them offered. Li Ruoqing's eyes lit up at the mention, but as she considered her family's circumstances, she refrained from speaking up. Shampoo seemed a luxury when so many lacked even basic food. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at Li Ruoqing and then at Wu Tian, realizing that her hair had begun to emit an unpleasant odor from being unwashed for several days. The same could be said for everyone. Even Yu Dahai's short hair carried an unpleasant scent, let alone her long locks. Finally, steeling herself, she said, "Let us buy some shampoo. Bring us a bottle." The vendor chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. "Sure, I'll fetch it for you. Take your time to see if you need anything else. We're offering everything at a bargain, far cheaper than the market." Of course, she thought, you don't require any capital. It's all just taken from someone else's home. What is the comparison with a market where people trade their own possessions? Overall, they ended up purchasing quite a few items, besides helping them carry their goods upstairs. The owner gifted them 2 plates. Although one of the plates was chipped, Yu Xiaoyang found great satisfaction in it. After all, receiving something for free instilled a sense of achievement. After inquiring about the prices from the 2 burly men assisting them, Wu Tian, the boy who had contemplated seeking refuge with them, promptly dismissed the idea. He suddenly felt a surge of gratitude for his awakening abilities. Otherwise, would he be relegated to the same fate as them, merely toiling yet still struggling to eat? He had never valued his powers so highly until now. This experience compelled him to reassess both himself and the world around him. Li Mu merely smirked as he lingered nearby, casually remarking, "Is it important? Perhaps their daughter at home is eagerly awaiting their return." After that, he paid no heed to Wu Tian's reaction and proceeded to carry a few items upstairs. Indeed, Li Mu was not a virtuous person. However, he was certainly not devoid of humanity. Ultimately, in this world, the person he cherished most was himself, now and in the future. Now, he truly comprehended the meaning behind Yu Xiaoyang's words. This was the apocalypse. Indeed, it had arrived. But what did it matter? Regardless of the circumstances, he would endure. For he now had family and friends. Nothing could bring him down. With those thoughts, he smiled anew, surveying the room with fresh eyes. "Sister Yang, is this to be our home?" He mused, delighting in the prospect. Li Ruoqing responded, "Yes, at last. We have a place to rest. No more running for our lives." The memories of those harrowing days still lingered vividly in her mind, as if she had lived them only recently. In keeping with the principle of frugality, the living room contained only a small table and a few folding stools. This was the least expensive option, essentially a half-gift. They certainly could not continue sitting on the floor or on the bed in the room. After much contemplation, she concluded that they were necessary and purchased a few. While she possessed certain items in her space, she had no intention of revealing them just yet. She preferred to wait and see if dual or even triple abilities emerged during this time. Only after a sufficient number of individuals with dual abilities had manifested would she consider disclosing her own. Today, I took a leisurely stroll around the base, and much to my agreement with Zhao Dongsheng, I specifically visited the mission hall he mentioned. I found it rather intriguing. I believe that if we remain diligent in our endeavors, we should not suffer from hunger. At this point, he paused, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Xiaoyang, and shrugged, saying, "However, only the ability teams can undertake missions. Each ability team requires at least 3 ability users, and there is no limit on the number of ordinary people. But for now, we only have 2. What are your thoughts on this? I would like to hear your perspective." His direct inquiry did not surprise Yu Xiaoyang in the least. After a moment's reflection, she responded with a smile, "Are you afraid we might squander our resources? Rest assured, even if we run out of food, I will have Wu Tian venture out to trade water for food. All right?" Wu Tian nodded foolishly, appearing blissfully unaware. Yes, yes. Don't worry, I will take care of you all." Li Mu, with an exasperated twitch of his lips, turned his expressionless gaze toward Wu Tian. "What makes you think you can support me? I have quite the appetite, you know. I expect meat and buns at every meal. Do you have any?" Wu Tian remained unfazed, still grinning as he replied, "Then just drink more water. When you're hungry, drink water. When you're thirsty, drink water. And when you're unhappy, Drink more water. I'll make sure you have plenty. Li Ruoqing could no longer contain her laughter, amused by Wu Tian's antics. Noticing Li Mu's complexion turning slightly green, Yu Xiaoyang quickly cleared her throat, interrupting their merriment. All right, let us cease the jesting at Li Mu's expense and discuss serious matters. Regarding the abilities, I had no intention of keeping it a secret for long. However, having 4 ability users upon our arrival would undoubtedly attract attention. I feared that we might inadvertently be assigned to a faction without our knowledge. My desire is simply to live peacefully, avoiding entanglement with any faction. In a few days, my father and I will gradually reveal our abilities, by which time we will have gained a better understanding of the base, allowing us to navigate our situation more actively. What do you think? Li Mu furrowed his brows, nodding in agreement. That makes a lot of sense. What else? That's all. Li Mu's brows immediately knitted together, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, yet he seemed to ponder something. Fine, I understand your point, but how can you be so certain? Certain of what? I haven't affirmed anything, have I? Li Mu shot her a blank stare, revealing no anger. All right then, let us pretend you haven't said anything. While she had indeed uttered nothing, her demeanor spoke volumes. Setting aside her rationale for believing that exposing their abilities would attract unwanted attention, it was her attitude that indicated significant events were imminent, perhaps even a disaster. Wu Tian, puzzled, asked, "What riddle are you two trying to solve?" Yu Xiaoyang chuckled softly, patting his shoulder with a solemn air. "You are still young. You will understand when you grow older." Wu Tian grimaced, brushing her hand away and scoffing. "What's so impressive about that? I don't even want to know." As the conversation unfolded, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Instantly, everyone ceased their chatter, exchanging glances before directing their attention towards Li Mu. They had not disclosed their whereabouts to anyone. Who could possibly be seeking them? Zhao Zichen? How could he know of their residence? Zhao Zichen cast a casual glance over the individuals in the room and beckoned to the figure behind him, Mu Sheng, who promptly handed over a bag. "Miss Yu, this is a token from our commander, expressing gratitude for your previous generosity," Mu Sheng announced. Yu Xiaoyang paused momentarily, observing as Li Mu reached out to accept the offering. To her astonishment, it contained rice, potatoes, and instant noodles. Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow. "How did you know we were here?" With a confident grin, Mu Sheng replied, "Isn't it obvious? Our commander is the eldest son of General Zhao." Before he could finish, Zhao Zichen interrupted with impatience. "Why ask so many questions? Do you think everyone wishes to harm you?" Yu Xiaoyang sensed a deeper meaning in his words and intended to respond, yet found herself at a loss for words, ultimately lowering her gaze in silence. Given that he was the eldest son of General Zhao, why was he only a company commander? Such peculiarities of the bureaucratic system baffled her. Surely, he wouldn't feel embarrassed by such a modest position. "Miss you, it's rather chilly outside. Would you not invite us in?" Mu Sheng glanced at Zhao Zichen and then at Yu Xiaoyang before mustering the courage to speak. However, upon noticing Li Mu beside Miss Yu, he seemed to grasp something and inwardly scoffed, thinking that Li Mu could not possibly compare to their commander. Miss Yu must lack discernment. Had Yu Xiaoyang known his thoughts, she would have surely given him a scolding for his frivolous musings instead of focusing on awakening his abilities. Yet, she remained unaware. Recognizing the discomfort of conversing at the door, Yu Xiaoyang stepped aside, saying, "Please come in. We have no chairs, so you'll have to make do." Zhao Zichen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable as he surveyed the room with a detached gaze before taking a seat. "Why the secrecy regarding your abilities? Are you wary of us?" Yu Xiaoyang understood that his reference to us was pointed, yet she did not take offense. With a light tone, she explained, "While I admire your desire to evade detection, admiration does not equate to allegiance. I am accustomed to a life of freedom and do not wish to be constrained. Over time, one becomes accustomed to such choices. No one can adapt immediately. But this is my decision." Zhao Zichen fell silent for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. "I had intended to persuade you, but it appears that is an impossibility." Before Yu Xiaoyang could even respond, Li Mu was already lounging with his legs crossed, joyfully munching on a sausage he had retrieved from his bag. Amidst his busy schedule, he declared, "Indeed, we shall not align ourselves with any faction. Those of us who join midway will not pledge our loyalty and will ultimately be sacrificed. Thus, there is no need for your persuasion, right, Yang Yang? In time, you'll understand that matters are not as you perceive. In this apocalyptic era, unity is paramount. Li Mu scoffed, unconcerned. What nonsense. Wherever there are people, there is conflict. Do you think we're fools? Even if everyone were to perish tomorrow, the struggles would persist. Yu Xiaoyang frowned, sensing that Li Mu might be intentionally provoking Zhao Zichen. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? No, that was utterly impossible. A person's gaze does not deceive. Li Mu's interest was undoubtedly superficial. He was attracted to any woman of beauty. However, genuine affection was entirely absent. Thus, the only explanation was that Li Mu was merely being mischievous. Zhao Zichen's forehead twitched with irritation. Today, Li Mu seemed particularly insufferable. In that case, I should take my leave. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to seek me out at the military base. After all, I owe you a favor. Yu Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before replying. If you're referring to the night we kept watch while you were injured, there is no need to mention it. We hardly assisted, and that night was quite tranquil. She believed her rejection was clear enough. She had no desire to entangle herself with military affairs. If Zhao Zichen were merely a low-ranking officer, it might be manageable, but he was the son of General Zhao, a figure she had heard much about since her arrival at the base. Zhao Zichen moved his lips as if to speak, but upon seeing her composed demeanor, all words faded. Forget it. Further discussion is futile. With that, he simply uttered 2 words of farewell and swiftly departed with Mu Shang. Once Zhao Zichen and Mu Shang's figures had completely vanished, Yu Xiaoyang let out a faint sigh. She wondered how much Zhao Zichen truly knew about them, particularly regarding her mental abilities. She hoped they did not lean towards perception. Sometimes, I truly struggle to understand you women. Isn't it wonderful to have the best of both worlds? How can one know their preferences without trying? Li Mu's words irked Yu Xiaoyang. He assumed everyone shared his incessant thoughts of indulgence. She cursed him, wishing he would one day meet his demise at the hands of a woman. Why are you staring at me? It's simply the way of life. Enjoy it while you can. You accompany him in luxury, obtaining what you desire, while he acquires his own. When the moment is right, you can always make your escape. Why overthink things? Li Mu lived by the motto, seize the day, for today's joy may not last. Yu Xiaoyang had lost all desire to converse with him. If it were possible, she would have gladly kicked him out, never allowing him to cross her threshold again. Fortunately, reason prevailed, yet she realized that the gravest mistake she had made thus far was partnering with Li Mu as a teammate. She pondered whether it was still feasible to regret that decision. Thankfully, Li Weiqing and Yu Dehai were absent from the living room. Otherwise, they would have surely fainted upon hearing his words. Meanwhile, Wu Tian glared at Li Mu, wishing fervently to silence him with glue, questioning how someone could be so unreliable. Did he not understand that accompanying them would only invite trouble? After a day of cleaning and organizing, the house had become significantly tidier, with the remnants of blood and dirt vanished. They were not lacking in water, as Wu Tian possessed water-based abilities, making it exceedingly convenient to utilize. After a day of recuperation at home, the following day, Yu Xiaoyang intended to visit the trading market with Li Mu and Wu Tian. Although the household had provisions, the substantial meals had been scarce, having subsisted on dry noodles and bread for nearly 10 days. Now that they had settled in, they longed for a proper feast. Given their current circumstances, it was reasonable to indulge themselves. After all, Li Mu was resolute in refusing to shortchange himself. Yu Xiaoyang shared this sentiment, recognizing that this life differed from past ones. Why deprive herself? Thus, they set out together to the trading market, eager to familiarize themselves with the base. The base was vast, with areas they could not access, such as District 2 and District 1, which were heavily guarded, especially District 1, where entry without identification was utterly impossible. There were also special zones not classified under any district, like the Red Light District, the Technology Building, the Breeding Grounds, and the Cultivation Fields. While she had no interest in the Red Light District, Li Mu insisted on taking a stroll through it. Fortunately, Wu Tian intervened just in time. Otherwise, she would have been dragged along. The Technology Building was also off-limits to them. As for the breeding and cultivation areas, She was surprised to discover that Xingyang base had already developed methods for plant cultivation. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. If Xingyang base truly possessed such techniques, they would not keep them hidden. Even if not showcased before ordinary people, it would certainly be demonstrated before those with abilities, as it served as a testament to their strength. The base would not conceal such advancements. Li Mu cast her a sidelong glance and scoffed. Women tend to overthink, which is why they age so quickly. Yu Xiaoyang looked at him expressionlessly, bewildered as to where she had offended him. Did he feel the need to interrupt her contemplation? Your mother is also a woman. Li Mu shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, and that's why she aged so fast. I can hardly see her anymore. Yu Xiaoyang paused, struggling to find words, but they caught in her throat. Fine, she conceded defeat. After all, she had never won an argument against him. Just as they were about to exit District 4, two individuals suddenly emerged from nowhere. Thankfully, Wu Tian reacted swiftly. Otherwise, they would have been apprehended. Yu Xiaoyang frowned at the reckless ones approaching them, clearly oblivious to the presence of two individuals with abilities. She harbored no curiosity for District 4, yet Li Mu, with his inquisitive nature, yearned to explore every corner and was thus forcibly dragged along. Wu Tian, you mustn't be so heartless. I am your own brother. You must help me. District 4 is no place for humans. We just arrived yesterday, and today everything has been stolen. When I confronted them, I was beaten. Please take me to District 3. After all, I am your only brother. It turned out that Wu Tian's brother and sister-in-law were indeed present. Such a twist of fate. To encounter them anywhere. At that moment, the remnants of their former arrogance had vanished, replaced by tattered clothing and tear-streaked faces, as they beseeched Wu Tian for assistance. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recognize the siblings who had once paraded around with such haughtiness. His brother, seizing the opportunity, clung to Wu Tian's leg, wailing and creating a scene, quickly attracting onlookers. Indeed, Wu Tian, your mother passed away when you were young, and it was your sister-in-law who raised you through thick and thin. You cannot forsake us now, just because you have awakened your powers. Do not be swayed by this woman's words. No matter what, we are still your family. How can you abandon us here while you seek your own comfort? Do you not remember how your sister-in-law took such good care of you, sacrificing her own needs for you? How could you repay us like this? Their lamentations were filled with sorrow and despair. Wu Tian felt a flicker of anger, contemplating when exactly they had nurtured him through his formative years. Just then, he felt Li Mu tugging at his sleeve, whispering in his ear, "The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Firmly refuse them. Otherwise, they will extort you, unless you truly wish to support them in the future." Many ordinary individuals here had been abandoned by their relatives who possessed abilities. It wasn't abandonment in the conventional sense. No one is obligated to take responsibility for another's life. However, they perceived it as such, leading to a complex mix of fear and resentment towards those with powers. Should Wu Tian acknowledge this brother and sister-in-law without taking them along, he would likely incite unnecessary outrage and find it exceedingly foolish to engage with them. The simplest and most straightforward solution would be to give them a beating and walk away. Those ordinary folks would not dare retaliate. How could Wu Tian possibly entertain the notion of supporting them? He himself was struggling to make ends meet. It was beyond his capacity to provide for these ungrateful souls. Yet, as he contemplated a harsh refusal, he hesitated, having never witnessed his brother in such a pitiful state. With a spectacle unfolding before him, he figured he might as well enjoy the show. After all, he was already accustomed to the struggles of hunger and cold. Why not find some amusement amidst the chaos? Soon, voices began to murmur and comment, "Ah, if you ask me, today's youth are just ungrateful. Just like my nephew, once I treated him so well. And now that he has awakened his powers, he doesn't even call me anymore." Indeed, my niece is no exception. These individuals with extraordinary abilities are devoid of virtue. Wu Tian's sister-in-law secretly rejoiced, realizing that others stood in her favor. She resolved to intensify her efforts, feeling incapable of managing Wu Tian, this illegitimate child. Once he brought them to Zone 3, she would show him her true power, ensuring he remained obedient as before. What did it matter if he possessed abilities? Before her, he would still be akin to a mere dog. As she contemplated, a triumphant smile graced her lips, though her countenance grew increasingly sorrowful and pained. Wu Tian, you must not be deceived by this vile woman. We are your true family, the ones who genuinely care for you. Have you forgotten that winter when you fell into the water at 10 years old? It was I who jumped in to save you, willing to sacrifice my life for yours. How could you be so foolish? Coldly, he retorted, what madman dares impersonate my sister-in-law? I am an orphan, lacking any siblings. Speak another word against her, and I shall gladly strike you down. With that, he exerted his foot, causing Wang Damei to cry out in pain. She attempted to retaliate against Wu Tian, yet was frozen in place by his icy, fierce gaze, too frightened to utter a word. Wu Yang stared in shock for a moment before hurriedly pleading, Please, Wu Tian, you mustn't crush your sister-in-law's hand. If you choose not to acknowledge us, so be it, but please do not seek our destruction. We only wish to live peacefully. Wu Tian, filled with righteous anger, saw through their cunning retreat as a tactic to gain advantage. He was no fool. Even if the heavens fell today, he would never recognize them. He had heard that in Zone 4, possessing relatives with abilities made life considerably easier. Yet he would not grant them their wish. He would not only refuse to take them with him, but he also would not allow them a moment's peace. So, they wish to act arrogantly? Very well. He would demonstrate that arrogance requires a foundation. With a chilling smile, he casually conjured a sphere of water, glancing languidly at Wu Liang, and remarked, Live well. Who is hindering your peaceful existence? Yet you choose to provoke me. If that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As he spoke, the water sphere shot forth, crashing violently against Wu Yang's face. The icy water mingled with snowflakes, freezing almost instantaneously. Wu Yang clawed at the ice encasing his face, screaming in agony. How could it not hurt? Ice clinging to one's skin would, without a doubt, be excruciating. Wu Tian stifled a laugh, exclaiming, Oh dear, how careless of me. You see, I prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble. Why must I target you specifically? Is this truly my fault? The onlookers exchanged glances, swiftly departing the scene. The implication was abundantly clear. None were fools. It seemed this couple had landed themselves in hot water. They attempted to exploit the abilities of others, only to find themselves entangled in chaos. As the crowd began to disperse, Wu Tian finally released his grip, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Damei on the ground, his eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Feeling comfortable, are we? Should you desire another round, I would be more than willing to oblige, he remarked. At that moment, Wang Damei harbored no doubts about Wu Tian's capability to end her life, for the look he had bestowed upon her was more terrifying than the frigid bite of winter. Overwhelmed with fear, she could only stare blankly, rendered speechless. Wu Yang appeared to have something to say, yet upon meeting Wu Tian's gaze, all his words and rationality crumbled, leaving his mind a blank canvas. Having imparted a stern warning to the two, Wu Tian's patience had nearly reached its limit. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed without so much as a backward glance. Yu Xiaoyang offered a faint smile, brushing the snow from Wu Tian's hat and shoulders, then casually glanced at the pair. In the future, simply toss out those who displease you, he said lightly, before linking arms with him. Let's be off. The trading market was a realm of free access, open to all without the need for any credentials, save for one rule: no troublemaking, or one would face the consequences. Most who came to exchange goods were locals, as it was unlikely that outsiders would venture so far while carrying substantial supplies. Once a third-tier city, Qingyang Base had transformed following the apocalypse. After a thorough cleansing of the undead, which purportedly cost the military dearly and took 10 days to complete, the base suffered significant depletion of its vitality, though specifics were never disclosed. Upon the completion of the purge, all commercial properties belonged to the base. Entry was strictly regulated. Strolling through the market, one would find a plethora of daily necessities, with food items being scarce. It was no wonder that both buyers and sellers wore haggard expressions. When one struggles to feed oneself, the notion of selling food seems absurd. The trading system revolved around bartering, with individuals negotiating their own terms without interference from the base. Currently, crystallized cores had yet to materialize. Following the impending blizzard, both zombies and ability users would begin to develop these cores within their minds, which would then serve as a universal currency, accepted everywhere and eagerly collected by the base. These cores held numerous applications, such as generating electricity and providing energy. But their most critical function lay in the advancement of ability users. It was rumored that 100 purple cores could awaken latent abilities in ordinary individuals. However, such claims were mere hearsay, as no one had ever witnessed this phenomenon firsthand. One must understand the rarity of acquiring 100 purple cores, which would require the extermination of nearly an entire city's worth of zombies. That was the crystalline core within the mind of a level 7 zombie king. 3 years after the apocalypse, the base had mastered a method to transform 100 red crystals into orange ones and 100 orange crystals into green ones. It is conceivable that it would require a staggering number of level 1 zombies to procure 100 purple crystals, and the process becomes increasingly unstable as one progresses. The crystals are arranged in a spectrum from red to violet, and 100 green crystals do not necessarily guarantee the transformation into blue crystals. The potential waste in the event of failure is a terrifying thought, and yet she firmly believes that there are individuals capable of achieving this, though she remains uncertain of their success. At that moment, a stylishly dressed woman caught Yu Xiaoyang's attention. Before her lay an array of luxurious cosmetics, extravagant accessories, and jewel-encrusted handbags, each bottle and jar worth a month's salary for an ordinary person. It is evident that this fashionable woman led a life of opulence before the end of the world. However, what captivated her was not merely the merchandise, but rather the woman herself, whom she recognized. In her previous life, this woman was a celebrity named Zhang Jiajia, renowned not for her abilities, for she possessed none, but rather for her association with the second son of the base's leader. This second son was infamous for his debauchery, yet he defied expectations and chose to marry Zhang Jiajia, spurning a wealthy heiress from the second-in-command family. To please Zhang Jiajia, he even organized a lavish wedding during a time of scarcity and hardship, a gesture that would surely move any woman deeply. The wedding took place under the witness of the entire base, where attendees were given 2 steamed buns each, causing quite a stir among the populace. Ordinary people would risk their lives for those 2 buns, while those with abilities attended merely for the spectacle. It was said that as the second son stepped out of the car with Zhang Jiajia in his arms, she suddenly produced a knife and plunged it into his chest, stabbing him twice before his bodyguards reacted and shot her dead, leaving her body riddled with wounds, a gruesome sight. The base's leader, in a fit of rage, had Zhang Jiajia's corpse displayed at the city gate for 3 days, subjecting it to the elements and scavengers, until not even a whole body remained. At that moment, Zhang Jiajia seemed to notice them, her gaze brightening as it swept over Li Mu before she discreetly rose from her seat. As they approached her stall, she suddenly stumbled, letting out a soft exclamation of surprise. Li Mu, fully aware of the underlying dynamics, could not help but admire the woman's striking beauty, which even captivated him. A man well-versed in the company of attractive women, he decided to play along with her little charade, as it would cost him nothing. The air was thick with an alluring fragrance, and her supple form made everything feel enchantingly delightful. "Are you all right, miss?" he inquired. Zhang Jida bit her lip and shook her head, gently pushing Li Mu's hand away. She slowly crouched down, massaging her ankle, and softly remarked, "It should be fine. It's just that wearing high heels for an extended period can be taxing." She donned knee-high leather boots, which were quite warm and comfortable, and fortunately, she only needed to sit quietly here to shop, without the need to walk around. Wu Tian gritted his teeth, irritated by this infatuated fellow who seemed to attract women wherever he went. Yu Xiaoyang gazed at the blush in her hand, her expression impassive as she looked at Li Mu. Li Mu, already possessing a rather pallid complexion, appeared even more lackluster without proper grooming. "Miss Zhang's products are perfectly suited for you. If you find anything perplexing, you might consider consulting her. One must embrace humility," he suggested. Yu Xiaoyang thought it quite commendable that she had refrained from unleashing her little whip. If one wished to curry favor with Zhang Jiajia, then so be it. But why resort to undermining her both overtly and covertly? However, she soon abandoned the notion of confronting Li Mu and smiled gently, contemplating Zhang Jiejia's advice. What you said has wholesome truth. So, do you have any good items here? Please bring me a selection. Zhang Jiejia quickly understood and charmingly introduced several cosmetics to her. Yu Xiaoyang paid little heed, simply waving her hand to take all of them. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, but still reached out to catch them. Zhang Jiejia beamed with joy, her compliments flowing freely. Yu Xiaoyang smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Mu, hinting at the price they could negotiate, for he was an earth element ability user with boundless potential ahead of him. After that, she departed with Wu Tian, leaving without a backward glance. The implications in her words were likely understood by Zhang Jiejia. Do your best, and do not let her down. As for Li Mu, she mused, if you were yearning for a beauty, then let me lend you a hand. I hope this cunning little vixen won't strip away your layers. Wu Tian, however, began to worry about his sister Yang Yang. Will brother Li Mu be all right? Does he even have the means to pay for these cosmetics? Wu Tian was puzzled. Did Li Mu truly harbor feelings for Zhang Jiejia? Yu Xiaoyang found it challenging to explain such matters to the innocent Wu Tian. The concept of affection was irrelevant. Li Mu merely sought a brief encounter, having endured for so long without relief. This opportunity was indeed a fortuitous chance, entirely disconnected from any notion of love. After stammering through an explanation without clarity, she resorted to a vague term to gloss over the matter. She believed it would be better for Wu Tian to awaken to reality sooner rather than later. Otherwise, every time Li Mu experienced desire, she would be left to explain, which would be rather exhausting. The price of this cabbage is exorbitantly high, far beyond what an ordinary person can afford. The vendor selling it in this post-apocalyptic world was likely once a vegetable seller. His stall is scarcely stocked, and much of the produce is spoiled, including this cabbage, which, though slightly decayed, remains edible. Initially reluctant to accept it, she found herself persuaded by Li Mu, the prodigal son, who lamented that they had not enjoyed a warm meal in days and questioned the harm in indulging in a rare treat. Wu Tian, with a pitiful gaze, further compelled her, and ultimately she succumbed to becoming the unwitting victim of the overpriced cabbage. In such dire times, the kitchen lacked both gas and natural fuel, rendering it unnecessary to venture there. Instead, they had constructed a modest fire pit in the living room, upon which a hook was placed to facilitate boiling water or cooking porridge. After days of relentless snowfall, even if someone had cleared the snow from the ground, the roads remained muddied, not only outside, but the walls and floor tiles of their home also suffered from severe dampness, necessitating frequent wiping with clean cloths. While her storage space contained ample gas canisters and clean rags, she hesitated to reveal them. Although she had no intention of concealing her wood-based abilities, she felt it was not the right moment to unveil her hidden resources. Instead, she retrieved several sweaters from her small bag to use as makeshift cleaning cloths, relieved that no one questioned how such a diminutive bag could hold so many garments. As they gathered around, engaging in casual conversation, a pot of porridge simmered over the fire, containing chopped pickled meat and cabbage. Initially, she had planned to prepare a separate dish for the cabbage, but realizing the impracticality of that, she opted for a single-pot solution. In recent days, Yu Dahai's spirits had notably lifted. Since acquiring his abilities, the deep-seated worries that once plagued him seemed to have dissipated. He now understood that with their newfound powers, both he and his daughter could safeguard their family from calamities that had once sent shivers down his spine. Life would improve. Despair must not take root. Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes, tossing another piece of wood onto the fire, muttering that things would not progress so swiftly. Yet, she refrained from voicing this sentiment to Wu Tian, instead offering a vague assurance that it would be quick soon. As if summoned by her words, a knock resounded at the door. Wu Tian, open the door. Li Mu's voice rang out. Wu Tian's eyes brightened, and he scampered to the door to let Li Mu in. Li Mu entered with a solemn demeanor, shutting the door behind him. Once seated on his designated stool by the fire, he spoke with a measured tone. The city gates have been sealed. I've heard that the snow is too heavy. They have begun to deny entry and exit. Several people are causing a ruckus at the city gates. The base, to its credit, had not removed the curtains, perhaps deemed unworthy. The dwelling they occupied had likely once served as rental property, resulting in its Spartan conditions. The curtains were not fabric, but rather inexpensive plastic that could only serve to block sunlight and obscure the silhouettes of passersby. They were not intended for aesthetics. And after years of use, they had become quite filthy. In this regard, they had benefited. Otherwise, they would have had to paste over the windows. For it was unacceptable to conduct their affairs under the gaze of the outside world. As Yu Xiaoyang rose and approached the window, she lifted a corner of the curtain and indeed found that the snow outside had accumulated to nearly the size of a human palm, falling rapidly. It was only a matter of time before a thick blanket would cover the ground. Wu Tian sighed, exclaiming, "What a heavy snowfall! The heavens truly offer no respite. By tomorrow morning, we might find ourselves unable to leave our homes." Yu Xiaoyang exchanged a glance with Li Mu, fearing this was yet another reason for the base's lockdown. Li Ruoqing and Yu Dahai merely sighed, choosing silence, for the hardships of recent days had taught them that life would only grow more arduous, not improve. At that moment, even the warmth from the fire seemed diminished, and each person wore a pensive expression, their eyes flitting between the flames and the window. The dangers posed by the blizzard were well understood without words, although they resided in the apocalypse. Free from concerns of transport and economy, safety remained a paramount worry. The situation in Area 3 was somewhat stable, but Area 4 would likely descend into chaos soon. Yu Xiaoyang had observed the environment there. Tents lined the area, and every hour, someone had to shake off the accumulating snow. Yet this snowfall could easily crush a tent in less than 10 minutes. Area 3, too, was not entirely secure. History had shown that heavy snow could collapse buildings, and it was uncertain what solutions the base would devise. However, such concerns were not hers to bear. Her focus lay on the path ahead. Have you all noticed a significant increase in your abilities following the meditation techniques I shared? Yu Xiaoyang inquired. Li Mu pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, I can now conjure more earth spikes than before. I've also managed to create 2 additional water spheres, another chimed in. My lightning has intensified considerably. I believe I can take down 2 zombies at once, Li Mu added. Yu Xiaoyang sighed, cautioning, let's not be overconfident. After this snowfall, I suspect the zombies will undergo changes once more. Everyone paused, and it was Li Mu who voiced the question lingering in their minds. Why do you say that? Yu Xiaoyang intended to impart some knowledge about the future of the zombies. She believed that as their powers grew stronger, their chances of survival would improve. So she shared her speculations openly. Based on her deductions, she spoke of how, after the first heavy snowfall, they had faced a different kind of zombie, one that those with abilities could sense. This did not require further elaboration on her part. The implications were clear, and her hints were sufficient for them to draw their own conclusions. It seems we must diligently enhance our abilities, Yu Dahai remarked with a sigh. Li Ruoqing cast her gaze downward, a hint of melancholy in her demeanor. You all have awakened your powers, yet I remain without abilities. It appears I'm holding everyone back. Yu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Li Ruoqing still harbored concerns about not awakening her abilities. It was understandable. Witnessing everyone around her develop extraordinary powers while she remained devoid of them inevitably provoked feelings of anxiety and disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, she gently placed her hand on Li Ruoqing's, speaking softly. Mom, there's no need to fret excessively. If you wish to awaken your powers, there remains a chance. As you can see, the abilities did not manifest all at once. They emerged gradually. Perhaps the time for you has yet to arrive, and when the moment is right, your powers will naturally awaken. Li Ruoqing's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? She was not envious of their abilities. Rather, she felt joy knowing her family possessed the means for self-protection. Her only concern was not wanting to become a burden to her loved ones. She was aware of having a devoted husband and a dutiful daughter, and now, with a wise son, she was even more determined not to be a weight on their shoulders. Li Mu's cheerful voice chimed in, of course. The awakening of powers varies for everyone. Perhaps, after a good night's sleep, Li Jie will awaken her abilities by tomorrow morning. His words lightened Li Ruoqing's spirits considerably. That would make me incredibly happy, she replied, though her brow furrowed again as she added, Is the awakening of powers truly unique for each individual? Dahai and Xiao Tian both awakened after having a fever. Yet you two seemed perfectly fine when your abilities manifested. That is precisely it. Everyone's constitution differs, Li Mu assured her. I believe Li Jia will awaken her powers without any hardship. This was not surprising. After observing many individuals with abilities, one would notice that their awakening processes were indeed diverse. Li Ruoqing was not a child, and her momentary despondency quickly dissipated. Accompanied by the soft sound of snow falling outside, the group shared a pot of congee. After over 20 days without indulging in meat, Yu Xiaoyang felt tears of gratitude welling up within her. Of course, the dried beef and pork were of little importance. They were cold and not fresh, far inferior to the steaming meat in the bowl, which was fragrant and inviting. Little Wu Tian, ever the inquisitive child, broke the silence. Li Muji, what did you talk about with that Miss Zhang? How did she agree to let you go? You only had a pack of cigarettes on you, right? For Li Mu, this was a rather embarrassing matter. He had rushed forward, thinking he had a solid grasp on the situation, only to be outsmarted, which understandably ignited his frustration. It seemed Zhang Jia truly had her wits about her. No wonder she had captivated the second son so completely. Li Mu, irritated, gave Wu Tian a light tap on the head. What nonsense are you prying into, little one? Wu Tian was about to retort when Yu Dahai cleared his throat, intervening. Xiao Tian, this bowl from the bottom is for you. Wu Tian eagerly stretched out his bowl to receive it, momentarily forgetting about Li Mu's situation. Yu Xiaoyang cast a triumphant glance at Li Mu, relishing the moment. See, not every woman is as he imagines. There are plenty of women beyond his reach. This is merely the beginning. Li Mu met her teasing gaze, gritting his teeth in frustration, muttering fiercely, it's only a matter of time. Yu Xiaoyang understood his meaning, yet she merely shrugged indifferently, casting him a glance that implied she was eager for the unfolding drama. Li Mu, on the other hand, was increasingly incensed. He felt an impotent fury rise within him. How could she so easily dismiss him after their connection? It was far from a trivial matter. He was determined to win over Zhang Jia sooner or later. After dining, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence as everyone sat around the fire, lost in thought. The only sounds that filled the room were the crackling of the flames and the rhythm of their breaths. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyang felt an unsettling chill enveloping her. Even seated by the warmth of the fire, a frigid air seemed to invade her, as if attempting to freeze her very blood. If she was feeling the cold so acutely, then Li Ruoqing must be even more affected. She hastily gathered all the clothing in the house to drape over Li Ruoqing, which offered a slight reprieve. While those with special abilities could summon their powers to stave off the cold, it was never a lasting solution. Ultimately, warmth depended on clothing. Why was it becoming so much colder? Just a moment ago, the chill had not been as pronounced. However, since dinner, the temperature appeared to plummet. Had they unwittingly stepped into an ice age? What a ridiculous thought. If that were the case, they would have long since been encased in ice sculptures, Li Mu scoffed. But surely, this drop in temperature was abnormal. Almost everyone sensed that a change in the weather was imminent, yet none could avert it. Natural disasters and human calamities have always been intertwined. As dusk approached, chaos erupted in District 4. A multitude of individuals gathered at the entrance of District 1, protesting that the tents in District 4 were utterly inadequate to withstand the heavy snow. They demanded shelter in warm houses, threatening to invade District 4 if their pleas were ignored. There was no need to step outside. From the window, one could witness a sea of heads bobbing amidst the swirling snowflakes. What do you think the base will say about this? Will they allow them into District 1? It seems that fear has truly gripped everyone. Otherwise, they wouldn't be protesting at the entrance. I hope someone intervenes to resolve this matter. Under the current circumstances, it is indeed unsuitable to reside in tents, Li Ruoqing sighed. Li Mu, however, shook his head and replied softly, it's not that everyone is afraid. It's that some cannot sit idly by. No one is instigating them. Even if the snow were to intensify, they wouldn't dare to cause a ruckus. Someone must have said something to incite this. Look, almost everyone from District 4 has come. Although we cannot see their expressions clearly, their agitation is palpable. Indeed, it was evident that there were instigators behind this unified front. Leading the charge were a few individuals brandishing bamboo poles adorned with tattered cloth. likely inscribed with messages that remained illegible from a distance. One leader, clad in a red cotton jacket, exchanged words with the soldier stationed at the entrance of District 1, who remained unmoved by the dialogue. The leader then turned to the crowd behind him, rallying them with fervent gestures of encouragement. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and the leader clad in a red cotton coat collapsed with a thud, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. "Murder! Murder!" echoed a piercing cry through the air. The frontline leader had been shouting fiercely, but then 2 more shots were fired and 2 additional leaders fell, each struck fatally. Soldiers promptly advanced to remove the bodies of the 3 men. From the corner of the communication room emerged a man in a black woolen overcoat, approximately in his 40s. Standing tall with a commanding presence, he halted at a distance deemed appropriate from the ordinary citizens, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, while a soldier handed him a microphone. The voice from the microphone boomed loudly, carrying far, though the message was somewhat obscured by the howling wind. Nonetheless, the outcome was favorable. At least the ordinary people achieved what they desired. The base conceded, offering a 3-story shopping mall near District 4 as a temporary shelter to help the citizens weather the harsh winter. However, the ordinary people were required to obey orders without causing disturbances. Failure to comply would result in immediate execution, devoid of mercy, and they would have to vacate the premises following the heavy snowfall. As a condition for moving in, everyone was obliged to participate in the base's cleanup efforts, or else they would remain in tents. Few dared to object, not only due to the fates of the 3 who had perished, but also because of the irrevocable tone from the middle-aged man. Indeed, the base had quashed the uprising with an iron fist, incurring no losses. Rather, they had alleviated a nuisance. The shopping mall, devoid of tenants and unplanned for, was an advantageous trade-off for the base in exchange for future snow disaster cleanup. As the farcical scene concluded, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Outside, the wind howled and snow fell heavily. It seemed the people of District 4 intended to move into the mall overnight. Having seen the tents, which were large and housed numerous individuals, she knew that once the ordinary people arrived, they would be crammed inside, ostensibly 10 to a tent, though that was hardly accurate. Even without entering, she understood the stench and dirtiness within. Prolonged habitation would inevitably lead to illness, even without pre-existing conditions. It appeared the base exhibited some semblance of humanity. Otherwise, many would surely freeze to death. Li Ruoqing sighed. Li Xiaoyang and Li Mu exchanged glances but remained silent. Humanity? If the base truly possessed any compassion, matters would not have unfolded in such a manner. Some truths are difficult to articulate. Perhaps this is indeed the best possible outcome. At least they need not fear awakening to find themselves buried in snow the next morning. Perhaps heaven, too, felt enough was enough. After 2 days of relentless snowfall, the flurries began to subside. Yet within the base, there was no sign of joy. Over these 2 days, numerous ordinary people succumbed to the unprecedented blizzard, perishing in the cold of night, their presence now merely a whisper of the past. Many ability users were barely able to endure, had the base not been somewhat considerate by distributing timber and rice. Many more would have succumbed to the bitter cold or starvation. Damn it, this dreadful weather is finally coming to an end. Yu Xiaoyang remained silent, standing quietly by the bedside, watching the delicate snowflakes gently descend from the sky. Yet, in his heart, he shook his head. An end? How could that be? This is merely the beginning. The world will only grow more ruthless and will not improve. Just wait, the true apocalypse, the real hell, has only just commenced. What has transpired thus far has merely been an appetizer. After the snow ceases, those who have lost their ability to evolve will face the onslaught of summer, when all vegetation will mutate, leaving humanity to face its extinction. For the past 2 days, they had remained holed up indoors, not venturing outside. Now that the snowfall had lessened somewhat, Wu Tian found it increasingly difficult to remain still. However, he was chided by Li Mu. What are you playing at? Shouldn't you be honing your abilities? Do you think that possessing water-based powers makes you formidable? Have you even reached the mid-level of the first rank? Wu Tian's expression fell as he honestly replied, No, I wish I could, but my abilities have plateaued at a certain level, as if something were obstructing my progress. I can't quite articulate it, but I know it's impossible for me to advance in the near future. Don't pressure him too much. His combat experience is too limited. He'll improve once he's taken down a few more zombies, Li Mu scoffed lightly. Him? Take down more? How many zombies has he actually killed since awakening his powers? A mere handful, I would wager. Wu Tian fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Li Mu's words without disputing them. He silently resolved to surpass Li Mu in the future, eager to see if he would still be so arrogant then. Their food supply was dwindling, and I estimate that the base will open its gates tomorrow to issue tasks. We should start making our plans, Li Mu remarked, raising an eyebrow. Are you planning to take on a task? But tasks require an ability team. Are you intending to announce your powers? Yu Xiaoyang nodded. Yes, regarding the ability users? After a moment's contemplation, she stated, I will announce my powers to the base tomorrow, and we will form a small team of ability users. Yu Dahai paused, then firmly countered, no way. If anyone's powers are to be announced, it should be mine. You're a girl. It makes no sense for you to go out and take on tasks. Stay home with your mother. Li Mu and I will handle them. Yu Xiaoyang anticipated her father's opposition, but she had prepared her arguments well, determined to convince him. After careful consideration, she began, Father, there are valid reasons for my decision. Please hear me out. After a lengthy discussion, Yu Dahai reluctantly agreed, primarily because he could not find a counterargument. Yu Xiaoyang had meticulously considered every detail, even explaining her future plans in depth. With a resigned smile, Yu Dahai realized he had little choice. Observing his daughter's resolute expression, he sighed softly, recognizing the truth of the adage. The father is often overridden by the daughter. You have contemplated the future with such meticulousness that I find myself at a loss for words. Father understands that you are not a delicate flower sheltered from the storms of life, and the current circumstances do not permit you to remain in such a protected state. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. If all else fails, we shall reveal our extraordinary abilities. As long as everyone remains safe, that is what truly matters. Yu Xiaoyang comprehended Yu Dahai's sentiments. She could not bear to see Song Dahai disheartened. However, she found herself compelled to refuse him this time. For every step they took required utmost caution. Unless one intended to forsake their place here and leave the Qingyang base, abiding by the local regulations was imperative. You are also members of the team. The 5 of us shall form a small squad. Wu Tian expressed his excitement, asking what they should name their team. For every group ought to have a title. Yu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of a name. How about the first squad of the universe? Sounds quite formidable, doesn't it? Wu Tian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yu Xiaoyang's lips twitched slightly. The first squad of the universe? Are you certain this ISN team meant to be a jest? Li Mu unhesitatingly ridiculed him. Why not call it the Invincible Super First Squad then? Wu Tian, oblivious to the sarcasm, responded with excitement. That name isn't bad either. Let us go with that. Yu Xiaoyang. Li Ruoqing pondered for a moment and suggested, what about naming it the Rose Squad? Song Dahai retorted in disbelief, this is not a women's brigade. Why call it the Rose Squad? How about the Gentle Breeze Squad instead? Are we going to advertise for Gentle Breeze tissues for free? Then let us call it the Twilight Squad. Yu Xiaoyang considered this and deemed it a reasonable choice. As everyone exchanged glances, they silently expressed their agreement. Thus the name was officially decided, Twilight Squad. A squad that belonged solely to them. The number of members was not of paramount importance, as long as they were reliable. Our squad is rather small. We will undoubtedly need to admit more members in the future. I propose that anyone wishing to join must receive consensus from all of us. What do you think? No one opposed this idea, and everyone concurred. Moreover, if anyone wishes to leave the Twilight Squad in the future, please declare it openly, including the reasons for your departure. I believe we are all reasonable individuals, and as long as you possess sufficient justification, you are free to pursue your desires, provided that you do not betray the squad. Thus, the matters concerning the Twilight Squad were settled. They initially planned to report to the task hall at the base the following day. But before they could even step outside, they heard rumors of zombies near the entrance. Zombies besieging the city? That seemed unlikely. Reports indicated that there had been heavy snowfall recently, with sporadic zombies making their way here. However, due to the overwhelming snow, the landscape appeared as a vast white expanse. making it difficult to distinguish between zombies and the snow itself. To prevent the undead from infiltrating, the gates of the base were once again secured. The base was devising strategies to eradicate the zombies hidden beneath the snow. Otherwise, they would truly become sitting ducks. All the ability users in the base are required to ascend the city walls to participate in this operation, at which time the base will bestow rewards based on merit. Yu Xiaoyang perceives this as an excellent opportunity to reveal her powers, yet she is resolute in her intent not to draw undue attention. It seems we need not head to the mission hall, Li Mu remarked, shaking the snow from his body. However, our food supplies at home are dwindling. If we cannot venture out again, what will we eat? Wu Tian inquired with a furrowed brow. Li Mu playfully tapped Wu Tian on the head, chiding, "Foolish one. Did you not hear the base announce the rewards for merit? Why fret over your rations?" Wu Tian puffed out his cheeks, unconvinced. Those zombies are hiding in the snow. How can we possibly defeat them? Clearly, the base has no other option but to send all ability users forth. Besides, who knows how many there actually are? Li Mu crossed his arms and chuckled. "Ah, you have learned to think critically." After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaoyang asserted, "Regardless, we must go. Even if we do not set out now, I suspect someone will come to summon us shortly, as you are all registered. It is inevitable. Do you believe it is better for us to go voluntarily or wait to be summoned?" Li Mu lowered his gaze, pondering for a while before responding, "Let us go voluntarily. After all, this matter has already spread throughout the base, and everyone is aware that ability users are to be sent. Why wait to be summoned? As you said, we cannot escape this, so we might as well be proactive. It will afford us a better position at the city gates." Yu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us proceed immediately. Resolving the zombie threat sooner would benefit us." By the time they reached the city tower, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered, though the ability users were fewer in number, with many clad in military coats, suggesting a larger military presence. There was no commanding officer present. It was unclear whether they had yet to arrive or had gone elsewhere. The ability users on the tower clustered in small groups, deliberating how to handle the zombies in the snow. One could discern their abilities by observing a fire manipulator casually toying with a flame. With a disdainful scoff, the fire user remarked, "Is it true that anyone can just waltz in here now? This is not a beauty pageant. Do you think the zombies will obey you just because they see you?" It was evident that his words were directed at Yu Xiaoyang. His voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient to reach their ears. Even as Yu Xiaoyang restrained Wu Tian, who was eager to confront him, she sighed. What is the point of being so impulsive? His remarks are harsh, and he is the one who resembles a stray cat or dog. What if we were to compare our abilities, his fire manipulation against my water manipulation? Wu Tian was indignant, his youthful spirit making him prone to impulsivity, easily riled by such provocations. The fire user's expression darkened as he raised an eyebrow and declared, "Water manipulation, you say? Excellent. I was just looking for a water user to test my skills against. If you can defeat me, I shall apologize to you. What do you say?" Surrounded by numerous individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, the onlookers showed little interest, merely casting fleeting glances before returning to their own pursuits. Just as Wu Tian was about to respond, he was met with a sharp glare from Yu Xiaoyang, causing the words to stick in his throat, unspoken. She had no intention of concealing her powers this time. She untied the slender vine from her wrist and forcefully swept away a patch of accumulated snow by the city wall, murmuring, "Such trivial matters are hardly worth your concern. Whether the zombies will obediently comply relies on one's own capabilities. Wouldn't you agree?" The fire element wielding ability user was momentarily taken aback, yet a moment later, a gentle smile graced his lips, radiating warmth as he replied, "You are right. My apologies for my earlier hesitation." With a knowing glance at her slender vine, he turned and departed. Wu Tian, fuming, watched his retreating figure and queried, "Sister Yang, why were you so courteous to him?" With a resigned shake of her head, she spread her hands in exasperation, remarking, "It seems your brother requires a bit more guidance. Being so easily flustered cannot bode well." Yu Xiaoyang, however, paid little mind to it. After all, Wu Tian was still young. Expecting him to master composure immediately was unrealistic. Only through experience does one cultivate steadiness, and he was already performing admirably. It was merely her presence that had stirred him. Wu Tian paused, lowering his gaze in contemplation before looking anxiously at her. Sister Yang, have I made a mistake? At your age, such reactions are entirely appropriate. If everyone were as unyielding as Li Mu, the world would be plunged into darkness. Just remember this lesson, and do not dwell too much on the rest, understood? Li Mu twitched his lips, retorting, if you're going to teach the young one, teach him without dragging me into it. The environment shapes one's character, though he often faces teasing and reprimands from his brother and sister-in-law. He is still far better off than Wu Tian. Such maturity can only be achieved through real trials and tribulations. However, he couldn't help but smirk. Yu Xiaoyang was barely in her early 20s, having been doted upon by her parents throughout her upbringing. Life and society should not have subjected her to significant turmoil. So how had she managed to achieve such composure? Was it innate? He found that hard to believe. His interactions with her family revealed that they were nurturing and understanding, prioritizing love for their children above all else. It seemed improbable that such a disposition could be purely instinctual. Contemplating this, he shifted the conversation, cautiously inquiring, I've heard that betrayal in love can lead to profound transformations. Could it truly be due to a man? From his observations of Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai's conversations, he had gathered some insights into Yu Xiaoyang's life, a boyfriend and a close friend. Could it genuinely stem from them? He found that unlikely. Yu Xiaoyang did not strike him as someone who would recklessly change for love. Yet, it was also true that women are inherently emotional beings, a notion he was quite familiar with. Yu Xiaoyang cast a sidelong glance at him, a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely dismissive gracing her lips. What do you think? Isn't this your area of expertise? Standing at the city gate for an extended period, she failed to discern where the zombies were concealed within the snowy expanse. It seemed, as they had suggested, that resolving this issue was indeed a formidable challenge. Were she in their position, she too might easily fall victim to a hidden zombie's ambush, as it was entirely invisible, leaving one unaware of its emergence from the snow. A suggestion to hurl fireballs was put forth, yet the outcome proved negligible. The fireballs lasted but a few fleeting moments and melted only a minuscule patch of snow. Moreover, locating a sufficient number of fire element ability users was no small feat. Water, on the other hand, could be effective as it would be swiftly absorbed by the snow and subsequently melted. However, one could only ponder how much water would be required to thaw such a vast area. As for other abilities, they seemed even less applicable. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them, voice cool and detached. Have you devised any solutions? It was Zhao Zichen, though it remained unclear when he had arrived. Standing behind him was not their previous aide, Mu Sheng, but rather the fire element ability user who had spoken with them earlier, revealing him to be a member of the military and an acquaintance of theirs. Yu Xiaoyang frowned. What did Zhao Zichen intend to do? She harbored doubts regarding the fire element user's seemingly idle commentary. The fire element user had since shed his earlier nonchalance, now standing respectfully behind Zhao Zichen, resembling a stoic statue, though the occasional glimmer in his eyes hinted at a deeper complexity beneath his exterior. Li Mu shot a sidelong glance at Yu Xiaoyang and then at Zhao Zichen, whistling softly. Is it necessary for us to deliberate? Haven't you already formulated a plan? Zhao Zichen did not refute this, merely nodding in agreement. You are correct. Following our recent meeting, the plan is largely established, but we require your abilities to execute it. Commander Zhao, you jest. As a mere earth element ability user, I doubt I can offer much assistance. Perhaps you could share the plan with everyone, so we might grasp the nature of this dubious approach. His intuition suggested that Zhao Zichen's demeanor promised no good tidings. That is indeed the case, although the necessary tools have yet to be transported. So you may need to wait a while longer, interjected the fire element user behind Zhao Zichen. The latter remained silently at his post, gazing quietly at the city gate, seemingly indifferent to the commotion around him. When the tools Zhao Zichen had mentioned were finally brought forth, Yu Xiaoyang's expression shifted, the scent of blood permeating the air. Shortly after Zhao Zichen had spoken, several ability users recognized him and flocked over to greet him. Yu Xiaoyang, along with Li Mu and Wu Tian, discreetly slipped away from the crowd, thus missing Zhao Zichen's initial reaction. Li Mu took a moment to regain his composure. Have they lost their senses? Are they unaware that the scent of blood could drive the zombies into a frenzy? What if the stench attracts the zombies lurking in the distance? They are not insane. Rather, they are ruthless. The brutality of the base is something you and I could never fathom. The scent of blood should not linger. Even now, the snow continues to fall. Though lightly, it comes without wind. I believe the blood will soon be concealed beneath the snow. Different individuals perceive issues through varying lenses. Li Mu considers matters from a more long-term perspective, while Wu Tian is preoccupied with the source of the blood. 4 or 5 barrels filled with bags of blood left Wu Tian in a daze, pondering the origin of such a quantity. Li Mu scoffed largely, remarking, "Those 2 barrels must be from the hospital's blood supply. You can see they've begun to darken. The other barrel is fresh, probably collected from somewhere." Collected? Where from? Just the ordinary people in the base, I suppose. Who would dare extract blood from an ability user? Wu Tian remained silent for a while, realizing at that moment that possessing abilities was more fortunate than he had imagined. Otherwise, would he not be reduced to a mere blood bank, confined like those in the base? Indeed, a humble blood bank. There could be no more fitting description. A fire-type ability user signaled for silence and began to elucidate the rationale behind gathering these blood bags. The base's strategy was straightforward. Since zombies are attracted to snow, why not lure them with blood? If abilities cannot draw them out, then blood certainly will. They would leave the blood bags in the snow, which were made of thin material. Once they fell, they would rupture, spilling blood and inevitably attracting the concealed zombies. Subsequently, everyone would utilize their abilities to eliminate the emerging zombies. That was the task set for the ability users. The base had 2 reasons for this approach. First, the enhancement of abilities requires practical training. Second, the base's ammunition is limited, making waste unnecessary. If ability users can solve the problem, why not let them? Moreover, the military itself possesses numerous ability users, presenting them a fine opportunity for practice. The ability users were divided into groups of 3 for coordinated action. Unsurprisingly, Li Mu, Wu Tian, and she formed one team. Zhao Zichen, perhaps still not having revealed his abilities to the base, did not engage much. He merely stood at a higher vantage point alongside the fire-type ability user, observing the actions below. Yu Xiaoyang harbored her own calculations, sensing that the military was testing the ability users or perhaps seeking individuals of interest. She exchanged a glance with Li Mu, their eyes conveying mutual understanding. It seemed they were on the same wavelength. Working with intelligent individuals is straightforward. No words are necessary. Just a glance suffices to convey meaning. Yet, she found it somewhat amusing. Had it been anyone other than Li Mu, she might have thought they shared a telepathic connection. However, with Li Mu, she merely felt a sense of kindred spirits. Not to belittle herself, as the phrase finding a soulmate over drinks would be too flattering for Li Mu. This time, Wu Tian had learned to be more astute. He had initially intended to whisper something in her ear, but upon noticing Zhao Zichen in the distance, he abandoned that thought and instead exchanged a knowing wink with her. Ah, she must have lost her mind. It was precisely that. The effect of blood on zombies is profound. The moment a pack was thrown, the nearby zombies stirred with activity. Fortunately, they did not rush out, or it would have been quite difficult to defend against them. Yu Xiaoyang witnessed firsthand how a single blood pack drew 7 or 8 zombies from the snow, all vying for the pack, stuffing it into their mouths. When the blood pack was depleted, they resorted to consuming the crimson-stained snow. Ultimately, the zombies, driven into a frenzy, roared and charged towards them. In an instant, the battlements were alive with various abilities: water arrows, earthen spikes, lightning strikes, and wind blades. Yu Xiaoyang harbored a deep admiration for these ability users. It had only been a little over 20 days since their awakening, yet they had become remarkably powerful, with a few nearing the advanced stages of their first level, soon to ascend to the second. She pondered, her gaze deepening, realizing how complacent she had been, lacking any sense of impending danger. There were far more zombies than they had anticipated. Had it not been for the scent of blood luring them out, no one would have suspected that such peril lurked beneath the seemingly tranquil snow. Her ability was suited for close combat, yet her small vine was too short. Perhaps in time, it would grow long enough to fight zombies atop such high battlements. Other Wood-type ability users shared her limitations, lacking combat prowess. Their primary skills revolved around healing and nurturing. Her healing ability had transformed into this diminutive vine, rendering her devoid of healing capabilities, leaving her with only this frail little vine and the ability to nurture. The nurturing ability, depending on one's skill, could lead to varying outcomes. Some might only cultivate vegetables and grains throughout their lives. However, she firmly believed that her wood-type nurturing ability would eventually awaken the surrounding flora for offensive purposes. For the adaptability of abilities was beyond imagination. Yet, presently, she found herself powerless, merely offering guidance to Wu Tian in battle. Wu Tian's combat abilities were feeble. Initially, he could only conjure water balls. Considering the height of the battlements, over 10 meters down, the water ball's striking power was inadequate, far inferior to that of water arrows. I seem unable to alter its form. Perhaps it starts as a droplet before becoming a water ball. Wu Tian cannot even utilize water arrows. Norus, take your time. No one can instantly conjure water arrows. Li Mu paid no heed to him, concentrating intently on channeling all his abilities. He believed that if he could achieve a breakthrough this time, he would surely ascend to new heights. A rectangular form? Well, I suppose that counts as progress. At least it's better than a perfectly round water ball. Yu Xiaoyang remained silent for a moment, deciding to observe quietly without further words. In her previous life, she had witnessed many formidable ability users in combat, even participating herself, which was commendable. Yet Wu Tian was not one of them, and she could not hold him to the same expectations. Patience was key. Li Mu did not glance over, suppressing a laugh at his expense. Are you here to entertain? Forget it. Just focus on killing the zombies and attack their heads with all your might. Any form will do, but the sole objective is to eliminate them. Understood? Ultimately, Li Mu decided to share his insights, although they may not resonate with everyone. This battle commenced around 9 in the morning and concluded at 1 in the afternoon. The abilities of the supernatural beings could not be sustained for such an extended duration, necessitating a rotation between the ability users and the military. Following the battle, nearly all the supernatural beings were utterly exhausted. Gazing down at the vast expanse of zombies below, an unsettling chill gripped their hearts. The lurking danger was palpable, as the zombies had evidently learned to conceal themselves. The corpses of the zombies were beyond the concern of the supernatural beings, as the base would handle the cleanup. Yu Xiaoyang felt a tinge of regret. By now, the zombies' brains should have formed crystallized cores. Unfortunately, she had no means to descend and excavate them, allowing the base to profit from this opportunity. If given the choice, she would forego any rewards, simply wishing to extract the cores. Alas, such a notion was unattainable. Firstly, she could not explain how she knew about the cores, and, secondly, such an action would be tantamount to exposing herself to danger, which she was not foolish enough to do. Yu Xiaoyang waved her hand dismissively, suggesting they rest for a moment. Is there hot water at home? Please pour them some. Due to the frigid weather outside and the exhaustion of their abilities, Wu Tian and Li Mu were trembling with cold, their lips taking on an unnatural pallor. I wish to meditate. It should alleviate my discomfort, Li Mu mused. After some consideration, he realized that having food in his stomach might indeed provide some comfort. The thought of meditating on an empty stomach was rather unappealing, so he acquiesced. Sister Yang, is this what it feels like when abilities are exhausted? It's truly unbearable, Wu Tian remarked, his cheeks puffed out in a slight embarrassment. Yu Xiaoyang handed him a cup of hot water and smiled as she countered. Are you afraid of this? Wu Tian, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, I'm not afraid. Just a bit uncomfortable. I've never experienced this sensation before. Don't think about anything. Allow yourself to relax and stop dwelling on the loss of abilities. Li Mu advised, sharing his wisdom. His exceptional comprehension soon led him to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Striving to maintain a state of mental vacuum, he discovered that it indeed made things significantly better. What exactly transpired, and why did they exhaust their abilities? Is it dangerous? Are you all right? Yu Xiaoyang, sensing their concern, sighed softly and reassured them. I'm fine. You needn't worry. Li Mu and Wu Tian merely exhausted their powers, but will recover swiftly. She then recounted the events atop the city tower, leaving Li watching and Yu Dahai feeling apprehensive yet relieved. Fortunately, when the base opened the city gates, they did not rush out immediately, and the zombies did not flood in at that moment. Otherwise, it would have truly been a farewell. Many still held their breath, particularly the leaders of the base, who could scarcely imagine the dire consequences had the zombies breached the city. Will you be going out tomorrow to undertake missions? After a moment, Yu Dahai gently inquired. We shall venture out, but not tomorrow. We will await a suitable task. We cannot remain cooped up indefinitely, especially with the new year approaching in just 2 weeks. Although we currently find ourselves in dire circumstances, our family remains united, and I fervently hope for a peaceful and joyous celebration. Indeed, the new year is nearly upon us. Traditionally, my parents would prepare a lavish feast, with everyone gathered around the table, joyfully sharing stories of the year's highs and lows. Yet now, we are compelled to distance ourselves from our homeland, striving to survive under challenging conditions. Nevertheless, the greatest fortune lies in our family's togetherness. The base was quite generous, delivering our operational rewards within 2 hours, a commendable gesture indeed. We received 20 pounds of rice, a cabbage, 3 potatoes, and 6 packets of instant noodles as rewards for Li Mu and Wu Tian's participation. As for her, she merely contributed to the headcount, likely receiving nothing. The cabbage and potatoes delighted her, though acquiring them might prove difficult given their scarcity in these times. It was evident that the base's provision of such items served not only to foster camaraderie, but also to make statement. She managed to smile. After all, what did it matter to her? Regardless of the base's intentions, she remained indifferent, desiring only to live quietly without involving herself in the inner workings of the base. Since the items had been sent, she thought it best to accept them and ensure everyone enjoyed a hearty meal that evening. Upon emerging from the room, Wu Tian immediately declared his hunger, claiming he could devour 2 roast chickens. While such a feast was unattainable, rice would certainly satiate him. Li Ruoqing had prepared a large pot of rice, intending to serve it when they emerged famished. It had been reheated numerous times already. The fragrant white rice, far from being a mere watery porridge, paired delightfully with the steaming cabbage and shredded potatoes, prompting Wu Tian to exclaim for more, bowl after bowl. The substantial pot of rice was soon nearly empty, yet Wu Tian lamented that he was still unsatisfied. Yu Xiaoyang shot him an incredulous glance, suggesting he was simply overindulging, as he had already begun to burp. Where had all this rice come from? Wasn't their supply rather meager? He recalled there had been only 3 small bowls before. It seemed they had not yet finished. She paused for a moment before grasping his meaning. Li Mu was not one to speak carelessly. His use of the phrase energetic indicated that he was in good spirits and that his abilities had significantly improved. Li Ruoqing, overhearing Li Mu reassure her that all was well, felt a wave of relief wash over her. That is good to hear. My heart has been unsettled since last night. She confessed. Li Mu felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed an eternity since anyone had worried for him, and he did not resent Li Ruoqing's concern. By evening, the snowfall had considerably diminished, hinting at the prospect of cessation. It seems the skies are finally clearing, Li Ruoqing exclaimed joyfully. After so many days of snow, it looks like it's finally coming to an end. However, Yu Xiaoyang held a different perspective, reiterating, this is merely the beginning. Snow may cease momentarily, melting away swiftly. Yet similarly, the next blizzard will arrive just as quickly. It is merely a brief pause, a precursor to the earth being renewed in a few days. However, she refrained from voicing these thoughts, allowing them to revel in their joy for a couple more days. Why shatter such hope with her own hands? As an object of reverence, what defines a woman, and what constitutes a successful woman? This is it, masterfully manipulating men, turning the tides at will. In truth, had Zhang Jia not chosen the most arduous path for herself, she would have indeed been a paragon of success for all the women at the base. 3 days after the snow ceased, Yu Xiaoyang received a mission initiated by the base, located in Q City, a neighboring town to Qingyang Base, not too far away. A day's drive at most. Following the cessation of the snow, Qingyang Base received a distress signal from Q City, a small town reliant on the survival afforded by Qingyang Base. Typically, Rescue missions are the most burdensome, and she initially had no desire to accept it. However, with the base canceling all other tasks for this operation, and with provisions at home dwindling, she hesitated, discussed it with her family, and ultimately resolved to take on the mission. When the snow stopped, Yu Xiaoyang and Li Mu established an extraordinary abilities team in the mission hall, comprising 5 members, including Li Ruoqing. Why include me? I possess no abilities and will only be a burden. I can merely assist with logistics, Li Ruoqing remarked, momentarily taken aback upon learning her name had been added to the roster, followed by a sigh. All right, I will train diligently and not slack off. You are correct. No one is useless. Can we not combat zombies without abilities? Li Ruoqing found Yu Xiaoyang's words quite reasonable. She did not wish to remain at home, anxiously awaiting their return each time they embarked on a mission, the very thought of it driving her to madness. Li Mu, however, noticed a detail that everyone else had overlooked. What do you mean by waiting until the snow truly ends? Frowning, he probed further. What do you mean by that? Listening intently, she shook her head with a wry smile. Just what you think. Li Mu's expression darkened. It seemed this mission was indeed unavoidable, lest they starve. The base appeared to place significant emphasis on this task. After days of lockdown and impassable roads due to the heavy snowfall, most households were running low on supplies, making the choice to venture forth a desperate one. A considerable portion of the base's extraordinary abilities users were participating in this mission, indicating that everyone was compelled to bow to reality, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. The largest abilities team at the base was called the Flying Dragon Team, currently comprising 13 extraordinary users, 5 mutants, and 3 ordinary individuals, with a fire-type user as the captain. Notably, there was also a space-type user, the captain's girlfriend, who was under strict protection from the entire team and would be accompanying them on this mission. The Flying Dragon ability team maintains a close relationship with the base, the intricacies of which remain known only to them. The base is also home to 2 psychics, a pair of twin brothers, who, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, did not accompany the group this time. The spatial ability user discovered at the gas station, known as Liuzi, has since become a subordinate of Zhao Zichen. Upon spotting him in military garb alongside a troop of soldiers, Yu Xiaoyang never saw him again. As the convoy set forth, Yu Xiaoyang, Li Mu, and Wu Tian found themselves seated in the rear of a truck, braving the biting cold winds. Following the cessation of the heavy snowfall, the snow began to melt at an eerie pace, leaving only 7 or 8 centimeters in depth, sufficient for vehicular passage. Though the phenomenon remained unexplained, spirits were lifted. The snowfall had led to the base being sealed off, leaving them with limited provisions, and they could only endure a state of half-satiation. This was particularly dire for ordinary individuals, while psychics fared slightly better. Thus, everyone eagerly anticipated the end of the snowfall. If only I possessed spatial abilities. Wu Tian mused enviously upon learning of the spatial ability user's presence on this journey. Spatial abilities are indeed remarkable. One need not fear starvation, for sustenance is at one's fingertips. A single mission could yield enough provisions for years, a truly enviable existence. Li Mu scoffed at his naivety, aware that every advantage comes with its drawbacks, yet Wu Tian remained oblivious to the other side of the coin. The truck was crowded, and Li Mu chose not to engage Wu Tian further. What is so great about that? If you ask me, being a water ability user is far superior. You needn't worry about hydration. All the water is yours to consume as you wish. Spatial abilities still require one to depend on others to procure resources, while water abilities grant you an endless supply. A speed-altering ability user in the truck eyed Wu Tian with envy. Wu Tian chuckled, but refrained from elaborating, merely whispering to Yu Xiaoyang, his envy not as profound as it seemed. When it became evident that Wu Tian had no inclination to converse, the other individual lost interest and turned to engage those around him, having initially sought to capitalize on his proximity to the water ability user. Time dragged on, and the journey seemed interminable. Complaints began to arise. Damn it, why aren't we there yet? E.M. Friesen, another exclaimed. If it weren't for the baby-S formula, I wouldn't have ventured out in this weather. As grievances multiplied, tensions flared. Ordinary individuals, aware of their lack of leverage, huddled in corners, heads bowed in silence, while the psychics grew increasingly brazen. The military truck housed 3 small teams of psychics, with a few unaligned psychics and several ordinary individuals, totaling no more than 10. The quarrel was primarily between the other 2 psychic teams. Just as the argument escalated to a near physical confrontation, the vehicle abruptly halted, and voices from the front began to resonate. What has transpired? Have we encountered zombies? I am uncertain. Let us first disembark and assess the situation. A few vehicles have halted ahead, and the cacophony of voices reaches us, leaving us unaware of the unfolding events. Allow me to investigate. You all remain here and do not move. Li Mu exchanged a glance with her before speaking. Wu Tian attempted to follow, but Song Jiao restrained him, casting him a discreet glare and whispering, "What do you intend to do? Stay here and do not move." A horde of zombies? This is the suburban highway. Can it be that a horde is already gathered here? Is it numerous? Is there danger? Someone inquired, not genuinely seeking to assist, but rather to find the opportune moment to flee. Li Mu maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "I have not seen them and do not know. You may venture forward and see for yourself." The individual shot Li Mu an indignant look, but refrained from voicing further objections. Yu Xiaoyang remained silent, standing quietly to the side, listening to the shouts and the growls of the zombies emanating from the front. Along the way, they had encountered a couple of zombies, which the vehicles had simply run over. Unless they stumbled upon a horde, it seemed the convoy had not summoned all the ability users, suggesting that the number of zombies was not excessively high. Since the convoy appeared capable of managing the situation, Yu Xiaoyang felt a sense of reassurance. Do we not need to assist? Wu Tian, having developed an interest in combating zombies since his last encounter, found this feeling peculiar. It resembled the act of killing, yet he was aware they were not human, even though they had once been. Just sit still. There will be ample opportunities to kill. Why the need to show off? Li Mu retorted, displeased. The convoy demonstrated its capabilities. After an hour, all obstacles were cleared, allowing the group to resume their journey. An hour ago, 2 ability teams had been embroiled in a noisy dispute, yet now they acted as if nothing had happened. Indeed, in this world, every day is a struggle for survival. Holding grudges is a luxury few can afford. Why have we not yet arrived? I feel as though I'm turning into an ice block. Yet, what else could they do but harbor jealousy and resentment? This is a world where strength speaks volumes. After all, this is a water-based ability user. Who would dare challenge them? If an ordinary person dared to dress so recklessly, they would have long been dragged into an alley and stripped bare. Wu Tian rubbed his nose, realizing he might have spoken out of turn. Well, he did not intend any offense. He merely wished to express his discomfort. Were they not cold sitting in this vehicle, exposed to the winds from all directions? If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Li Mu expressed his irritation. He was here to undertake a mission, not to educate misguided youths. When he first met Wu Tian, he perceived him as a detached, taciturn child, only to discover he was an overly dramatic one. After 2 more hours of travel, they finally reached the toll booth of Q City. Yu Xiaoyang distinctly sensed that the deeper they ventured, the more zombies appeared. Her gaze darkened. It seemed danger was gradually approaching, and they must remain vigilant. At last, they had arrived. Yu Xiaoyang cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "You will soon warm up." The toll booth was teeming with zombies, with an estimated 100 or so, constituting a small horde. It was unclear where these zombies had been hiding prior to their emergence, but upon the arrival of their convoy, they surged forth from the adjacent intersections like a swarm. This time, the convoy did not permit the psychic users to remain in the vehicles. Instead, everyone was required to disembark. Wu Tian had been awaiting this opportunity for a long time. He was eager to test the power of his diamond-shaped water orb. Indeed, he had been practicing diligently over the past few days, hoping to transform the water orb into water arrows or needles capable of piercing the zombies' brains. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, he could only distort the water orb into a peculiar diamond shape, which, fortunately, still possessed a degree of lethality. Approximately 50 psychic users had joined this expedition, while the number of ordinary and mutated individuals remained unclear. With over 100 zombies present, She estimated that resolving this crisis would not pose a significant challenge. Thus, she refrained from exerting all her strength, only utilizing her small vine to strike when zombies approached her. Though she could have delivered a fatal blow, she opted to conceal her true capabilities. Engaged in combat with one particular zombie, Yu Xiaoyang sensed something amiss. Its movements appeared considerably more agile. Narrowing her eyes, she surmised that this zombie was on the verge of evolution. With this thought in mind, she deliberately severed the zombie's arm with her vine to provoke it, then retreated to a less crowded area where she swiftly decapitated the creature. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to crouch and use her dagger to pry open the zombie's skull. As she had suspected, a crystal core was beginning to form inside. It was a red crystal core of the lowest grade, still faintly colored, indicating that it was in the process of developing and had not yet fully evolved. Suppressing her nausea, she extracted the core, wrapped it in a tissue, and placed it in her pocket. At this juncture, over 100 zombies had been dispatched, and she had personally eliminated 2, while Wu Tian proudly informed her that he had taken down 3. His joy at having surpassed her by 1 was palpable. "Then I can protect you in the future, Sister Yang," he declared. Yu Xiaoyang did not discourage his enthusiasm, merely smiling wryly in acknowledgement. The convoy set off once more. Prior to their arrival in Q City, routes and accommodations had already been planned, alleviating concerns, as they merely needed to follow the designated path while addressing any obstacles along the way. Li Mu, seated beside her, whispered, "What were you searching for inside the zombie's brain just now?" Yu Xiaoyang frowned. His keen observation was impressive. "I sensed something was amiss when I saw you deliberately leading the zombie king away." It seemed Li Mu was far more astute than she had anticipated. Nevertheless, she had not intended to conceal her actions for long. Ultimately, the base would inevitably learn about the crystal core after this expedition. Perhaps the base was already aware of the existence of the cores, for the true extent of their resources remained a mystery to all. This time, the crystal core was placed openly on the table, yet this was hardly an appropriate venue for conversation. She cast a subtle glance at Li Mu, signaling him to step out of the vehicle for a more private discussion. The convoy had chosen a secluded villa on the outskirts, a grand structure devoid of nearby neighbors, where only a couple of zombies were encountered en route, and the convoy did not even pause. The spacious villa could comfortably accommodate 70 to 80 individuals. They were not here for leisure, merely seeking a secure shelter. Inside the villa, a few caretakers had unfortunately succumbed to the zombie fate, and after the convoy swiftly dealt with them, everyone officially settled in. The main building was a 4-story villa. While it was improbable that everyone would be assigned to a single room, it was feasible for one ability group to share a large room, or for 2 or 3 individuals to occupy a smaller one. In this post-apocalyptic world, vigilance was paramount. Few were willing to share a room with strangers. Rather than remain on high alert throughout the night, it was far preferable to divide into teams for accommodation. The convoy granted everyone half an hour to organize their belongings, after which a meeting was convened in the hall on the 1st floor. Yu Xiaoyang and her companions were assigned a large room on the 4th floor. She cherished this aspect of the apocalypse. Strength dictated arrangements. Even if someone felt aggrieved, the 3 of them could still occupy a spacious room, and any dissenters would only dare to mutter a few words in secret, too intimidated to confront them directly. Wu Tian held such individuals in disdain. In these dire times, they still fixated on trivial matters. After all, it was merely a room. If they had the capability, they could claim it themselves. The faces of those few turned crimson as they hurried away, unaware that even their hushed complaints had been overheard. Yu Xiaoyang had not encountered a room in such pristine condition for a long time. It was fully furnished with high-quality items. If she could, she would have liked to stash them away in her spatial ability and transport them to her temporary home at the base. Just look at how comfortable this sofa is, along with the coffee table, cabinets, and woolen blankets. Good heavens, she felt as though she were becoming a country bumpkin. She refrained from acting impulsively until she was ready to reveal her spatial abilities, merely letting out a light laugh to express her agreement without further comment. Li Mu had seen countless treasures, and although he was currently in a less fortunate position, he was not so desperate as to be swayed by material allure. Understanding the circumstances, he pondered for a moment before voicing a question that had long been on his mind. What exactly is that thing you extracted from the zombie's brain? It looks so dazzling. Yu Xiaoyang, conceding to his curiosity, did not divert the topic. Instead, she produced the pale red crystal core from her pocket. It's beautiful. Isn't it? Did you really extract this from a zombie's brain? Yu Xiaoyang nodded affirmatively. Close your eyes and give it a try. Do you sense any unique power emanating from it? Wu Tian conducted an experiment with his eyes closed, while Yu Xiaoyang continued to elucidate to Li Mu. You must have encountered apocalyptic novels, right? I find this remarkably akin to the crystalline cores described within those narratives. There exists a peculiar force within, which I inadvertently sensed. However, the specifics remain uncertain. Li Mu, seated comfortably on the sofa, supported his chin with his hand, his fingertips touching his nose. Suddenly, he paused, pondering the potential for upgrading abilities. How astute. The connection is apparent. I am unaware of the details. Yet I firmly believe the base must have been aware of the crystalline cores long before us. They have likely reached some conclusions, and we merely need to await their findings. Answers will indeed come forth. If her conjecture holds any merit, it should be soon, as the base would not allow us to languish in uncertainty for long. Li Mu, known for his sharp intellect, swiftly unraveled the intricacies of the situation. Although he harbored lingering questions, he chose to keep them to himself, trusting that everyone possesses their own secrets, his own unvoiced. Why press others to divulge theirs? Yu Xiaoyang felt an overwhelming urge to commend him. Conversing with a wise individual is indeed gratifying. This was precisely the sentiment she wished to convey, and Li Mu articulated it perfectly, much to her delight. Is it truly so? This object is genuinely beneficial for abilities. We should procure more. Just moments prior, he had experimented with a captivating stone, which seemed to permeate his body like oxygen, producing an exquisite sensation. Li Mu glanced at him and remarked, "Not every zombie possesses such a core within its mind. Moreover, how do we navigate through the throngs to extract cores from their brains? Wouldn't it be splendid if we could simply extract them from a distance?" Extract from a distance? It's not entirely implausible, yet your abilities have not yet reached that level. Refrain from contemplating such distant possibilities. We need not avoid crowds. That approach is excessively challenging. Besides, if a zombie's brain is excavated and seen, how would we explain it? It might be more prudent to feign unconsciousness while shattering the zombie-esque skull, thereby revealing the core within. Wu Tian expressed his keen interest in collecting the cores. This seems quite reasonable, does it not? After a moment of contemplation, Li Mu responded, "It is indeed reasonable. However, would that not alert everyone to the matter? It is merely a matter of time. If I can discover it, so can others." A slight fracture in the zombie's cranium would easily reveal the core. Li Mu considered this as well. Secrets destined for revelation need not be concealed. Transparency might be the better path. Holding the crystalline core, he examined it meticulously before casting it to the ground and grinding it slightly. Regardless of his efforts, the core remained unblemished, not a single scratch marring its smooth surface. He tossed the core high into the air and caught it, with Wu Tian curiously inquiring, "Why is it that such an unsightly zombie brain harbors this exquisite crystalline core?" It is quite perplexing. Yu Xiaoyang let out a barely perceptible sigh, softly responding, "Evolution." Li Mu furrowed his brows in contemplation and inquired, "Are you suggesting that zombies are evolving? If humans can develop extraordinary abilities, why not zombies?" He found no peculiarity in this notion. Yu Xiaoyang snapped his fingers, offering a look of agreement, affirming, "Precisely, that is the implication." Wu Tian, clutching a crystal core, interjected with concern, "If humans can evolve such powers, could zombies not also possess the capability?" He reasoned that it should indeed be possible. At this point, nothing could astonish him. Extraordinary abilities, zombies. Crystal cores, these were once unfathomable concepts that had now materialized. Veins on Li Mu's forehead pulsed ominously as he slowly lowered his hand from his chin, his expression darkening as if a troubling thought had crossed his mind. Yu Xiaoyang remained silent for a moment before stating, "This is rather easy to deduce. There is no need for further explanation. The answer is quite evident. Goodness, is fate truly leaving us no escape? Are we destined to battle against zombies wielding powers in the future? The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, humanity would not achieve victory so effortlessly. While humans evolve, so too do zombies. Yu Xiaoyang initially intended to offer them some words of comfort, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. Li Mu possessed a formidable capacity for mental resilience. He might have already been devising countermeasures. As for Wu Tian, he was not one to contemplate such distant matters. In truth, not every zombie would possess powers akin to humans. Similar to humans, it would be a rarity. Moreover, it was likely more challenging for zombies to attain such abilities, for they acted purely on instinct without the capacity for thought. Before they could exchange further words, the call for assembly echoed from downstairs. Yu Xiaoyang felt compelled to join Wu Tian and Li Mu as they hurried down. Most members had already gathered, arriving later than the rest. A man clad in a green military coat was addressing the crowd ahead, and Yu Xiaoyang recognized him as someone associated with Zhao Zichen, who was also present for this venture. It was, in fact, a minor affair, merely a brief meeting regarding the rescue operation plan for the following day. The individuals they aimed to save were scientists trapped in City Q, currently holed up in a private club. Fortunately, this establishment was not located in the city center. Otherwise, the rescue would have been nearly impossible, as zombies now swarmed the central area. In summary, locations with fewer people prior to the apocalypse were now deemed safer. After the meeting concluded, the convoy distributed provisions to each individual, displaying generosity this time. Food was retrieved from Liuzi's spatial storage. Indeed, spatial abilities were no longer a rarity, with 2 individuals in attendance possessing such powers. After being swiftly heated by a fire element ability user, each person received 5 rice balls, along with a packet of pickled vegetables and a bottle of milk. Regarding the base's unusual generosity, Yu Xiaoyang accepted it with a sense of rightful entitlement. This appeared to be the base's way of demonstrating its strength to them. It seemed her assumptions had been accurate. The base was poised to implement a series of measures, including the announcement of crystal cores. Consider the value of this mission. If the base provides generously, aside from our rations, we could invest in some blankets and mattresses. Our living conditions are rather modest. Everyone's bed is essentially a bare wooden board covered with a few newspapers and a thin quilt. At night, we dare not remove our clothes. Wu Tian quickly waved his hand, dismissing the idea as excessive. I was merely suggesting it. Look at how many people can scarcely afford rice soup. How can we allow ourselves such luxury? Li Mu scoffed lightly. What others do is irrelevant. We are our own. If we have a means, why shouldn't we live a little better? Just because others dwell in refugee camps, must we confine ourselves to the same fate? He referred to the 4th district as a refugee camp, and one must admit his words were rather thoughtless. What sort of logic is that? Wu Tian chose to ignore him and rolled in another direction. Having been without electricity for an extended period, everyone had long since adapted to the art of navigating in darkness. Just then, the door rattled twice before being pushed open. Yu Xiaoyang frowned, recalling that Wu Tian was the last to enter. She wondered if he had forgotten to secure it. Zhao Zichen, in the gloom, accurately pinpointed their location, producing a glow stick from his pocket and flicking it a couple of times, instantly illuminating the room. He tossed the glow stick onto the coffee table, hands tucked into his pockets, and regarded her. Are you planning to sleep like this tonight? Yu Xiaoyang blinked in confusion. Is there something wrong? Zhao Zichen paused momentarily, then steadied his breath, stating flatly, I will arrange for you to have a different room. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaoyang declined. No need for that. I like it here just fine. She felt quite satisfied with a spacious bed that could accommodate 5 people, along with a genuine leather sofa. This room was simply splendid. You are a girl, and they are men. Do you think this is appropriate? Li Mu corrected him. Actually, one is a man, and the other a mere boy, Zhao Zichen replied, casting an expressionless glance in Li Mu's direction. Li Mu touched his nose, wondering if he had misspoken. What does it matter? We often do this. Your mind is dirty. Do not project your thoughts onto others, Captain Zhao. I am merely an ordinary wood-type ability user, without the luxury of choice. Besides, I enjoy this room and this way of living. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Zichen exclaimed, his thoughts spiraling. What was wrong with 3 people sharing a room? There are instances where 7 or 8 people share one. Zhao Zichen, visibly angry, retorted, "Do you grasp my meaning at all? I am considering your reputation. There is no need for that. In this apocalypse, reputation matters little. All that is required is survival. And surely, Captain Zhao understands this principle." "You very well." Zhao Zichen shot her an exasperated glare before turning to leave, slamming the door behind him. Yu Xiaoyang let out a long sigh. She believed she had communicated her thoughts clearly enough. Why did Zhao Zichen persist in seeking her out, regardless of his personal goodwill or that of the base? She had no need for either. What she desired was simple, a tranquil life. Wu Tian gazed at the direction in which Zhao Zichen had departed for an extended moment. His brow furrowed in contemplation. After a considerable while, he uncertainly ventured, "Do you think this Zhao commander is somewhat peculiar? Did he come here solely to prompt Sister Yangyang to move out?" After pondering further, a sudden realization illuminated his eyes as he turned to Li Mu for confirmation. Could it be that Zhao commander harbors feelings for Sister Yangyang? Li Mu placed a hand on Wu Tian's shoulder, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he replied, "It's merely a flicker of interest. One cannot say he truly likes her. You are still young and unacquainted with such matters. Your Sister Yangyang possesses an enigmatic allure that intrigues men, who often find themselves compelled to uncover secrets." Wu Tian thought for a moment, somewhat confused, and countered, "What about you?" "As for me," Li Mu responded, "I've already set my sights on a particular goal. As for secrets, I shall refrain from involvement. After all, secrets are akin to a maidenhead. Inevitably, they will be breached in due time." Li Mu's gaze inadvertently drifted behind him, filled with certainty. He knew he could not conquer her, nor did he wish to. Zhao Zichen was equally incapable of such a feat. Time was of the essence, and such endeavors required considerable dedication. Zhao Zichen's heart was too expansive, burdened with too many matters, yet surely someone would eventually tame it. Merely a question of time. Yu Xiaoyang, exasperated, thought to herself that this metaphor was rather infuriating. Nevertheless, she had to admit that Li Mu's words held a certain truth. Zhao Zichen's feelings for her were not particularly profound. It was simply a case of encountering someone who suited his taste during a vacant moment. However, he was unlikely to invest effort for someone merely palatable, as he had far too many responsibilities to manage. Enough of this nonsense. If you're not going to sleep, get out. Yu Xiaoyang shot Li Mu an irritated glance before collecting the glow stick that Zhao Zichen had left behind. It would serve her well, after all. She was in need of everything. In the darkness, she heard Li Mu's lewd laughter. "Just one bed. How are we 3 supposed to sleep? I wouldn't mind, but I wonder if someone else would." Yu Xiaoyang shot him a sardonic smile, fully aware he was watching, and smirked slightly. "Let us see whether your thorns are quicker than my little vine." Li Mu shivered, chuckling softly, and fell silent as he turned to lie on the bed. It mattered little. He had nothing to lose, so why overthink the situation? Whether at the base or outside, ever since the apocalypse, Yu Xiaoyang had maintained a vigil during the night, fearful of falling into a deep slumber. The slightest sound would rouse her instantly. Fortunately, this night proved relatively tranquil, devoid of any disturbances. Even the sun, which had been absent for nearly 10 days, made its appearance. Yet this sun bore no warmth. It felt no different upon the skin than the darkness of night, save for the hastened melting of the snow beneath it. This was the sun after snowfall. Humans felt naught. Yet the snow melted swiftly, signaling the imminent arrival of another storm. In her past life, she had witnessed countless such scenes and felt no warmth from the sun. Such was the nature of the apocalypse. In winter, the sun was devoid of heat, while in summer, it scorched to the point of near dissolution. As Zhao Zichen gathered on the ground floor, he appeared as if he were a stranger to them, as if they had never met before. Had she not been certain that the person who sought her out last night was indeed Zhao Zichen, she might have questioned the clarity of her own vision. This was, perhaps, for the best. Zhao Zichen represented the military faction of the base, and she wished to distance herself from any association with the base or the military. The notion that one could find comfort beneath a grand tree was mere folly. She feared that she would be the first to meet her demise in such a scenario. Lacking the cunning intellect required for such entanglements, she chose to remain aloof from these murky waters, embodying a prudent self-awareness. The development zone had only commenced construction 2 years prior, with aspirations to establish Q City as most leisurely and comfortable residential community. Many areas were still under construction, including a private club nestled within. To the untrained eye, it appeared exceedingly unremarkable, perhaps even resembling a simple residence. However, Yu Xiaoyang understood that often the most unassuming places held profound secrets, their FA aids merely a guise to obscure the truth. Given the club's central location within the development zone, they had to traverse all the unfinished buildings ahead to reach their destination. These structures, remnants of a time before the apocalypse, were still populated by numerous construction workers, with some buildings already completed and shops beginning their renovations. Consequently, the number of zombies in the development zone was not insignificant. Following the layout Zhao Zichen provided, they organized their respective tasks, and the convoy commenced its journey. Prior to departing, they had communicated with the individuals inside the club, confirming their safety before embarking on the rescue mission. Among the 70 individuals, all possessing special abilities, under Zhao Zichen's command, were soldiers he had brought along. Yu Xiaoyang was oblivious to the specifics of his arrangements. She merely noted that after Zhao Zichen spoke, several individuals departed, and after further instructions, more followed suit. Ultimately, only 40 remained, and if her conjecture was accurate, these 40 were destined to enter the club, while the others would rendezvous at a designated location. Zhao Zichen had brought along a unique squad, an elite team of 8 specially trained individuals, reputedly selected and trained by him personally. Their prowess in abilities, physical strength, and marksmanship was unparalleled. They were entrusted with leading the charge. The vehicles traversed the roads of the development zone at a steady pace, occasionally encountering small groups of zombies emerging from the dilapidated buildings. Since they refrained from engaging them directly, the use of abilities paled in comparison to firearms. With a single gunshot, a zombie fell, and remarkably, 2 were dispatched in one shot, indicative of commendable marksmanship. "We seem destined to be cannon fodder," Li Mu remarked lightly in her ear. "Cannon fodder? Not necessarily," she countered. "In this apocalypse, who could be certain? Moreover, with the highest-ranking boss in our midst, what is there to fear? Surely, Zhao Zichen would not recklessly lead them to their demise. He must possess a certain level of confidence." As the vehicle approached the unremarkable club at a slow pace, Yu Xiaoyang began to comprehend why the individuals inside had managed to remain hidden for so long. The club's walls and doors were made of specially manufactured glass, confirming her suspicions that this was no ordinary establishment. The people awaiting rescue within were likely not mere scientists. Remarkably, the club still had electricity. After Zhao Zichen communicated with those inside, the iron gate gradually opened, revealing fortified glass beyond. A small, fidgety man emerged from the elevator, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "You've finally come to save us. We are suffocating in here. That thing is everywhere outside. Please, take us away." Zhao Zichen glanced at him and inquired, "Where is Zhu Ke?" "Upstairs, I'll take you to him," but his expression shifted to one of concern. "You must be cautious with your words. Zhu Ke hasn't been the best of moods lately." As Zhao Zichen shot him a sharp look, the man shrank back in fear, knowing he was more terrified of the man before him than of Zhu Ke. If he failed to lead them out, he would be in dire straits. Unlike Zhu Ke, who possessed vital information, he had nothing. "Lead the way," Zhao Zichen stated coldly. The man, trembling, could utter no more and hurriedly guided them to the elevator. Yu Xiaoyang surveyed the grotesque scene before her, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over her. Upon reaching the second floor, a man wearing an eye mask, dressed rather lightly, suddenly lunged towards them, exclaiming, "Little beauty, I've caught you. Come here and let me give you a kiss." Just as he collided with Zhao Zichen, another individual beside Zhao swiftly kicked him aside, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he rolled for some distance before coming to a halt. Furious, the man removed his eye mask and shouted, "Damn it, who kicked me? Do you want to die?" The individuals behind him, also donning eye masks, ceased their movements, while several women dressed even more provocatively shrieked and clasped their arms over their chests, seeking refuge. "Minister Liu, you look well. Enjoying yourself?" Zhao Zichen remarked, his kick having sent Liu, a certain departmental minister, quite far. Lu initially froze, then let out a derisive laugh. Failing to mask his disdain, "Ah, it's young Master Zhao, you arrived quite early." Zhao Zichen disregarded the implications of his words, simply responding, "Where is Zhu Ke? Prepare yourself. We depart in half an hour." Before Lu could retort, he heard a scoff. "What a grand display, Zhao. Is this all the manpower your father sent to fetch me?" Zhao Zichen turned his gaze towards the overhead lift, which had been installed in what used to be a dance hall, with a platform at its center. "Director Zhu, the situation is urgent. I hope for your understanding. Upon reaching the base, my father will only extend his hospitality to you." Director Zhu disregarded Zhao Zichen's words, embracing the beauty in red as he descended the elevator. Finding a secluded corner in the ballroom where they settled onto a sofa, engaged in flirtatious banter with the woman in his arms. He relished the moment before leisurely addressing Zhao Zichen. "Unbeknownst to you, the reason I requested your presence to escort us away was due to concerns regarding your Qingyang base's grain situation. However, your prolonged silence led me to believe that the issue had been resolved. If that is the case, I have indeed been overly cautious. Your Qingyang base appears to be quite capable, does it not?" Understanding the underlying implications, Yu Xiaoyang grasped that Director Zhu held information regarding a substantial grain supply, which explained his audacious demeanor. Zhao Zichen narrowed his eyes, a smile of resignation and amusement gracing his features. "Anke Zhu, Yu Yist. It is a blessing for the base to have your concern. Please forgive me. The recent heavy snowfall made travel impossible. Now that the snow has melted, I have rushed over without delay." Director Zhu tilted his head, responding with a prolonged "oh," and remained unresponsive, neither agreeing to leave nor to stay. An awkward silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the woman's playful protests in Zhu's embrace. "Oh, you're such a bad godfather," she teased, playfully pushing him away. "Director Zhu," Zhao Zichen interjected, "if you have no objections, we shall depart in half an hour. My companions are waiting outside." This abrupt interruption displeased Director Zhu, who frowned and reprimanded, "What is the rush? Can't you see I am imparting life lessons to my dear daughter? We will leave in half an hour. There is no need for urgency. Let's postpone until tomorrow. This place is spacious enough for your people to rest the night." Indeed, the woman chimed in, "Where is the rush? I still have many clothes to attend to, not to mention I have yet to properly serve my godfather." Their conversation was unabashedly candid, showing little regard for the audience surrounding them. The base's provisions were theirs, but any additional benefits would be seized without hesitation. She had resolved that when Zhao Zichen asked Director Zhu to gather his belongings, she would discreetly take something for herself, believing it more beneficial to claim it than to leave it behind. Moreover, she was confident that Zhao Zichen would find a way to compel the aloof Director Zhu to gather his things within 2 minutes. As she had anticipated, the pompous director, Zhu, soon capitulated. "Since he was reluctant to leave this place, I shall not force him. We will depart in 30 minutes. No, 28 minutes. Director Zhu's hand, resting on the woman beside him, stilled, and his expression darkened. "What do you mean by that? Do you not wish to?" His words were abruptly cut off by Zhao Zichen's cold interruption. "Director Zhu, your concerns are unfounded. I have ample means to ascertain what I wish to know, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself." After experiencing a tumultuous shift in his complexion, Director Zhu gradually regained his composure, though the anger simmering beneath his voice was palpable. While youthful exuberance can be commendable, it becomes detrimental when taken to extremes. Zhao Zichen, unfazed by his demeanor, merely raised his hand to check the time, casually remarking that there remained 26 minutes. Director Zhu clenched his fists, rose from the sofa with a heavy huff, and made his way to the elevator with hurried, yet deliberate, steps. The woman beside him, astute enough to remain silent, followed closely behind. When one is given face, yet fails to reciprocate, the desire for dignity becomes futile, a classic case of hubris inviting retribution. In an instant, the ballroom transformed into a flurry of movement as Director Zhu's entourage dispersed like startled birds. Zhao Zichen surveyed the area, declaring that they should regroup here in 25 minutes, before leading his small squad of 5 soldiers away. Wu Tian, possessing water-based abilities, had been assigned a special mission and did not accompany them. Li Mu, with a hint of a smirk, softly remarked on Zhao Zichen's apparent humanity. The guests in the ballroom exchanged glances, each seeking their own means to procure what they desired. Zhao Zichen's group was expected to head towards the kitchen and storage rooms. Lu Zi was by his side, though it seemed her spatial abilities might not accommodate their needs. While she could perhaps seize an opportunity, she reconsidered. Her own supplies of food and water were ample, merely requiring a suitable excuse to access them. Instead, she contemplated gathering items of greater value than mere provisions. She mused that this establishment, a high-end club with a reputation for discretion, would surely possess fine tobacco and liquor. Li Mu shared her sentiment, believing that a bag of rice paled in comparison to a pack of cigarettes, especially since cigarettes occupy little space. Their goals aligned, and after exchanging a knowing glance, they ascended the staircase, arriving on the second floor, which resembled the ballroom and likely housed many private rooms. Though these rooms appeared empty, it was unlikely they lacked alcohol and cigarettes. Perhaps even more valuable items could be found, such as flour. She doubted the absence of such essentials in a high-end club, assuming they were simply well concealed. In this apocalyptic world, there were many addicts, and even those without such dependencies would certainly find needs arising from the immense pressure of survival. Li Mu, an experienced hand, entered a dimly lit, opulent private room. After a brief moment of observation, he directed his attention to a flashing light on the wall, manipulating it until the bulb was removed, causing a packet of white flour to tumble down. An expert indeed. Praise you, Xiaoyang, sincerely. What is this? Those familiar with such venues are well aware, Li Mu remarked. Yu Xiaoyang nodded, approaching for a closer look, inquiring curiously, is this addictive? I've heard it's detrimental to one's health. Li Mu vehemently disagreed. Just don't indulge, for this could fetch a handsome price. Perhaps it will sustain all our household furnishings. Yu Xiaoyang fell silent, reluctant to engage in discussions about morality in a world where each day is uncertain. In this apocalypse, as long as everyone finds joy, it suffices. Even outside such dire circumstances, many are entangled in similar predicaments. Ultimately, those who can afford such luxuries in the end times are unlikely to be ordinary folk. Li Mu, more adept at navigating life, diligently filled his pockets with anything of value within reach. Soon, several pockets brimmed with his finds. Yu Xiaoyang estimated that this venture was quite profitable for Li Mu, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about hunger for at least a few months. Of course, she too took her share, discreetly stashing away some items into her own space. Before the designated time arrived, Zhao Zichen's voice resonated through the ballroom on the second floor, announcing an impending horde of zombies. Departure was set for 3 minutes hence, with no delays permitted. Yu Xiaoyang and Li Mu, having arrived together, found that only their own group was present, while not a soul from Director Zhu's side had appeared. Oh, but there was that Minister Liu, who tumbled down from a stairwell, panic-stricken and clutching his bundle of belongings. Zhao Zichen paid him no heed, his gaze fixed ahead in silence. The 3 minutes passed swiftly, yet Director Zhu had yet to make his entrance. However, Zhao Zichen's pager buzzed urgently at his waist. A fragmented voice crackled through. Captain, when will you descend? We can barely hold on. Rally everyone nearby to your location. We're heading down shortly. Captain? Rapidly promoted, I see. In just over 10 days. You've ascended to captain. Impressive skills, though it's not surprising given your background. Zhao Zichen mused before scanning the ballroom, his voice icy as he addressed the assembly. You all heard that a considerable number of zombies are outside. We must leave immediately. If some prefer to remain, we shall not wait. With that, he turned towards the elevator, acknowledging that the group was too large to descend in one go. He instructed Minister Liu to lead their contingent down first. As the elevator returned, Zhao Zichen ushered his group inside. Just as the doors were about to close, Director Zhu's voice hurriedly interjected, Wait. I'm not on yet. Observing the doors nearly shut, Zhao Zichen halted them with his hand, allowing the doors to reopen. Director Zhu, disregarding all decorum, clutched a package tightly and rushed inside, appearing more pitiful than a stray dog. Zhao Zichen, towering over him, maintained a calm demeanor as he looked down, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It's good to see you've come to your senses, Director Zhu. While this place may seem safe, it is not a sustainable refuge. The base is undoubtedly a better option. Director Zhu intended to voice his thoughts, but for reasons unknown, the words remained lodged in his throat. Yu Xiaoyang observed that the woman who had ascended with him had not descended. Naturally, she had no intention of intervening. However, she caught a glimpse of a hint of dark red staining the edge of Section Chief Zhu's blue down jacket. She rose onto her toes, stealthily leaning forward, and was met with a familiar scent. Instantly, her gaze darkened. She had long suspected that this Section Chief Zhu was not a virtuous man. Yet she had not anticipated his utter depravity. Such a person would not be missed even in death. Yu Xiaoyang let out a bitter smile, realizing that Li Mu held her in high regard. Did he truly believe she was so impulsive? How could she possibly take the lead for an inconsequential woman? Such behavior was simply not in her nature. Thus, her concerns were entirely unwarranted. She remained clear-headed and rational, aware that some individuals were not worth incurring her wrath. At least for the time being. The onslaught of zombies was ferocious. After exiting the club, the sound of gunfire erupted violently. Once everyone had boarded the vehicle, they set off immediately, neglecting to assist those diverting the zombies. Yu Xiaoyang hesitated, glancing towards Zhao Zichen and the others. What about them? Zhao Zichen understood whom she referred to and merely glanced back, stating calmly, "We will wait outside the safe zone for 2 hours." Fury ignited within Yu Xiaoyang. She might not care about others, but Wu Tian had yet to emerge, and she absolutely could not leave like this. "Stop the car, I need to get out." "Are you insane? There's zombies behind us. Do you wish to die?" Yu Xiaoyang did not respond. Instead, she silently calculated where to leap in order to minimize injury. Li Mu grasped her arm, asking, "Have you made up your mind? We do not know how many zombies are over there." Li Mu paused momentarily before releasing her hand. "I will wait for you ahead." Without time to voice her thoughts, Yu Xiaoyang nodded hastily, wielding her small vine whip to hook onto the traffic light support. She swiftly slid down, waving at the exasperated Zhao Zichen and the taciturn Li Mu before sprinting in the opposite direction. She understood Li Mu's meaning. He did not need to accompany her. His words were sufficient. He would wait for them, and he would fulfill that promise, unlike Zhao Zichen's 2-hour wait. The roars of zombies, the clashes of abilities, and the cacophony of gunfire melded together, creating a nightmarish tableau. Only after Zhao Zichen had departed did he issue the order to retreat, yet the vehicles had already departed. How could these individuals escape? It was utterly nonsensical. At this moment, she dared not conceal her strength any longer. Her vitality unleashed, she swung the vine whip, striking down a zombie with a single blow. The firearm she had concealed at her waist was ready for action at any moment. She quickly searched the throng of zombies for Wu Tian's figure and soon spotted him. Just then, a hand surged forward, shoving him roughly. Yu Xiaoyang's eyes blazed crimson. Her reflexes outpaced her thoughts as she fired her weapon, the bullet striking the zombie just inches from Wu Tian's face, sending it crashing to the ground. Startled, Wu Tian turned towards her, his eyes alight with joy. "Sister." Yu Xiaoyang swiftly dealt with the nearby zombies and rushed over, relieved to see that Wu Tian was unharmed. The burden on her heart lightened slightly. Now was not the time for assigning blame. Among Wu Tian's group of 4, the identity of the assailant remained uncertain. They needed to escape first. "Let South leave this place," she urged. "Sister, how did you get here? It seems we are surrounded by zombies. Can we still make it out?" Wu Tian looked at her with desperation, as if he had found his anchor. Yu Xiaoyang recalled the map Zhao Zichen had shown her earlier and pondered briefly. "We can exit through the position I came from. There's a door between those 2 buildings. Once we get through, we can lock it behind us, and the zombies should be unable to follow." Yu Xiaoyang had no time to concern herself with others and only took Wu Tian with her as they dashed out of the horde of zombies. In her previous life, her speed ability had allowed her to navigate through countless zombie encounters, giving her ample experience. Moreover, the current zombies were merely at the initial stage, requiring little effort on her part as she led Wu Tian through the encirclement. Wu Tian seemed to have learned from the experience, refraining from unnecessary words or pleas for rescue. Instead, he followed closely behind her, wielding his powers desperately. When his abilities faltered, he resorted to a machete, his gaze unwavering as he fought alongside her to carve a bloody path. The other three, however, were perceptive enough to stay close to Yu Xiaoyang and Wu Tian, evading when possible and using their abilities as necessary. Yu Xiaoyang had no time to waste on those of little consequence and intended to settle scores once they were safely outside. I do not care who pushed Wu Tian earlier among you three, but one of you has been bitten by a zombie. Step forward and admit it, she stated firmly, pulling Wu Tian back a few steps while keeping a wary eye on the two men and one woman before her. Wu Tian was taken aback, but understood the gravity of the situation, biting his lip as he fixed his gaze on the trio. Their group of 5 had been assigned by the captain, and now only these 3 remained. The young couple among them were in a romantic relationship. The man, Zhuogang, possessed wood-based abilities, while the woman, Liu, wielded wind-based powers. The third man, Wang Desheng, was in his 30s and had metal-based abilities. Upon hearing her words, the 3 exchanged glances. Wang Desheng, appearing honest and simple, quickly shook his head, insisting, No, I absolutely have not been bitten by a zombie. Zhuogang added, Yes, neither you nor I have been bitten. The blood on our clothes is from fighting zombies. As you know, it's inevitable during a battle. Yu Xiaoyang feigned indifference. Do I need to repeat myself? Or do you 3 wish to accompany her into becoming zombies? Li Yu's expression faltered, and she grew angry. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you trying to sow discord among us? An ability user does not turn into a zombie when bitten. And who did you say pushed Wu Tian? Did you see it with your own eyes? If I hadn't seen it, would I speak so recklessly? Yes. An ability user does not turn into a zombie when bitten, but that applies to ordinary zombies. Surely you have sensed it. The current zombies are no longer ordinary. Whether or not they can infect is uncertain. She wondered why, despite having escaped the horde of zombies, there lingered a pungent scent of blood. It was only upon seeing someone subconsciously pressing their right arm that she finally comprehended the grim reality. Could it be true? Would a supernatural being also succumb to becoming a zombie? Wang Desheng gazed at her in astonishment, promptly distancing himself from the couple. He was well aware that he had not been bitten, but the same could not be said for them. Caution was prudent. Do not heed her nonsense. The base has never claimed such a thing. Who do you think you are? Zhuogang believed that Yu Xiaoyang was seizing the opportunity to investigate who had pushed Wu Tian, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Was Yu Xiaoyang contemplating eliminating him under the pretense of inquiry? Could she have witnessed him pushing Wu Tian? Surely not. When he had acted, Liu had conveniently been present to obstruct her view, leaving her no reason to suspect. Suit yourself, since you are so certain that you will not become a zombie. Let's part ways. I fear death and do not wish to walk alongside someone on the brink of transformation, she thought. If he sought his own demise, why should she tether herself to him? After all, he had chosen this path, and she believed that Liu was no virtuous character either. The unfolding events would undoubtedly be captivating. No, you cannot do this. Wu Tian, you promised you would take me with you. Are you going back on your word? Liu implored, casting a desperate glance at Wu Tian. At that moment, when the horde of zombies descended upon them, Liu had been terrified to the point of tears. To soothe her, Wu Tian uttered comforting words. His intent simple. He did not wish to hear her sobbing amidst the chaos of battle. Wu Tian parted his lips, turning to Liu. We merely need to ensure everyone's safety. He could not gamble with the lives of Yu Xiaoyang and himself. No one could fathom the joy that surged through him when Yu Xiaoyang approached him. In that instant, he vowed to become powerful enough to protect those he cherished, particularly his sister, the second person to bring warmth into his life after his mother. Thus, he resolved to embrace a certain selfishness. Enough. Were you not dispatched by the convoy to rescue us? Whether or not we have been bitten will be clarified upon our arrival at the convoy. Will you even know us? Hurry and lead the way. Otherwise, if the zombies catch up, we shall all be doomed. Zhuogang concluded that Yu Xiaoyang was merely trying to exploit the situation. Zhuogang's expression shifted. What do you mean by that? The convoy has abandoned us? Impossible. We are supernatural beings. How could the convoy bear to forsake us? Liu, standing nearby, quickly interjected, Zhuogang, do not waste your breath on her. She must have seen you push Wu Tian and is merely seeking an excuse to eliminate us. Zhuogang was momentarily taken aback, then glared at Liu with malice. What did you just say? Speak again, and I swear, was Liu out of her mind to utter such claims? Liu shrank back. a hint of fear in her demeanor, stammering and hesitating to speak further. She seemed as though she wanted to explain, but cautiously approached Zhuang, attempting to soothe him by grasping his hand, only to have it violently brushed away. Undeterred, she persisted in reaching for his hand, appearing as though she had merely misspoken and now sought to apologize. Zhuang chose not to engage with her this time. Instead, he cast an apologetic glance at Yu Xiaoyang, his mind racing to devise an explanation for this misunderstanding. He straightened his posture and spoke with earnest conviction. "Miss Yu, please believe me, I would never push Brother Wu. I am not that kind of person. Those who know me understand that I could never commit such an act." Yu Xiaoyang merely curled her lips in a non-committal smirk, urging him to continue while her gaze mockingly swept over Li Yu, who stood nearby. Zhuang felt a surge of hope, interpreting Yu Xiaoyang's demeanor as a sign of her belief in him, a sentiment that inevitably swelled his pride. He gathered his thoughts, resolved to shift the blame onto Li Yu, knowing full well that this woman was most susceptible to his influence. This was merely a temporary strategy. Once they regrouped with the convoy, he would find a way to absolve himself of this humiliation, allowing Li Yu to endure a bit of injustice for now. Just as he prepared to articulate his thoughts, a sharp pain pierced through his hand, as if something razor-sharp had broken the skin. It dawned on him that Yu Xiaoyang was indeed serious. Someone had transformed into a zombie, and that person was none other than Li Yu. "Li Wa, have you lost your mind? Or were you bitten by a zombie? Let go of me." Yu Xiaoyang pulled Wu Tian back a few steps, her gaze icy as she regarded the two entangled figures before her, a cold laughter echoing in her mind. Truly, it was a case of dogs biting dogs, with neither party worthy of sympathy. Her expression darkened as she coldly commanded, "We must leave." "No, you cannot go. Help me. Someone pull this dead woman away." Zhuang shouted desperately, kicking and flailing, yet he could not pry Li Yu off. Watching the trio retreat further into the distance, a profound hatred festered within him. His eyes burned with rage as he glared at their departing figures, consumed by resentment. Why was it him who faced death? Why was he the only one to perish? "Sis, has the convoy truly left? Am I merely being sacrificed?" Wu Tian wondered aloud, his thoughts reflecting his mounting despair. Yu Xiaoyang, sensing his turmoil, pondered briefly before responding. "It is always like this outside. The convoy will not sacrifice the greater good for minor losses. When faced with critical decisions, they will opt for what benefits them most. However, they do not push you towards death. When the danger level exceeds what the convoy can bear, they will choose to abandon certain elements. Therefore, remember this. When accepting missions, be more astute. If something feels off, depart as soon as possible." Having experienced countless such scenarios in her previous life, she understood that self-preservation was paramount. There was no other recourse. Living often entailed a plethora of unavoidable circumstances. Of course, had she been the leader, she would have made the same choice, so she bore no grudges. Accompanying the base for missions, as a third-rate ability team, being cast aside was a common occurrence. Just as their own missions often left behind ordinary individuals, the principle remained clear: the weak are prey to the strong. In the face of insufficient resources, one must keep their eyes keen and ears sharp, making the best judgments swiftly upon sensing any anomalies. This, indeed, is the essence of self-protection. At present, Wu Tian may not fully comprehend this principle, yet she firmly believes that as time progresses, her understanding and respect for this law will deepen. "So we will survive, right? Of course, your brotherly Mu is waiting for us up ahead," Yu Xiaoyang remarked lightly, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Desheng, who silently followed closely behind. A person of evident perseverance, contrary to his outwardly simple and stolid demeanor. The convoy had just passed, having cleared the route, which resulted in a scarcity of zombies along the way, although dismembered bodies were still rather prevalent. Indeed, Li Mu did not disappoint her. He promised to wait for her, and he would, despite the convoy's silhouette having long vanished without a trace. Yu Xiaoyang refrained from expressing any overly sentimental gratitude. Instead, with a steely gaze, she inquired, "How long has the convoy been gone?" "An hour. The convoy waited here for an hour before departing," came the response. This implied that Li Mu had been waiting for 2 hours. Li Mu gestured towards a vehicle behind them, saying, "This is the car Zhao Zichen left for me," instructing that if anyone emerged, it would take you to the villa. Yu Xiaoyang nodded in understanding, realizing she had momentarily lost her train of thought. It was indeed as it should be. "Who is this person?" she asked. Wang Deshang, a metal-type ability user, a survivor. Yu Xiaoyang succinctly introduced Wang Deshang's information. Li Mu nodded indifferently, signaling his understanding of Yu Xiaoyang's implication that he was not one of their own and would never be, thus requiring no further consideration. "Shall we pursue them now?" Yu Xiaoyang queried, surprised that Zhao Zichen had left a vehicle for them, which she regarded as a significant gesture of assistance. Having anticipated he might react with indignation instead. A man in his 30s, clad in a black coat, cast a malevolent gaze upon them. "Is it just the four of you? Where are the other ability users?" "Other ability users? What do you mean? Are you here to rescue them?" Li Mu retorted dismissively. Li Mu scoffed lightly, stating, "Firstly, we are not here to rescue anyone. Secondly, we are merely searching for our brother. Hence, I fail to comprehend your mention of rescue. It's ridiculous. If you possess the capability, why not go and save them yourself? By the way, are you playing the fool? Why don't you perform a little act of your own?" "Oh wait, you already have." Li Mu's words dripped with sarcasm, showing no courtesy simply because the other party was a woman. Yu Xiaoyang stared at the ceiling in exasperation, pondering whether they had encountered a group of self-righteous individuals who fancied themselves as adversaries to all. It has been a while since I encountered such people. My hands are itching a bit." Such heartfelt words. Why did you not leap down to save anyone back then? Were you too frightened? Or perhaps quite terrified? I recall you were right beside us at that moment, perfectly capable of jumping down to assist. Why did you not? How could you be so cruel? Your brother remained behind, and you did not save him. How do you justify that? You speak nonsense. Before she could finish her words, Yu Xiaoyang flicked her hand, and a green shadow flashed. The exquisite crystal chandelier above her head shattered with a loud crash, scattering shards across the floor. Had it not been for Hu Xiang's swift reflexes, the woman would have been severely injured by the falling glass. Upon returning to the fourth-floor room where they had stayed the previous night, Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on this unexpected side of her. "Your tongue is quite sharp. I didn't think you were capable of jest." "Thank you for the compliment," Yu Xiaoyang replied, dismissing Li Mu's teasing. She retrieved 2 crystal cores from her pocket and tossed them over, inviting them to discern the differences. Li Mu and Wu Tian examined them for a while before turning to her, noting they appear slightly redder than the one you unearthed earlier. Yu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it is a bit redder. To be frank, I extracted this from the head of a zombie with metallic abilities." Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "So soon? This is rather alarming. If zombies possess abilities, how are we humans supposed to survive? The occurrence of zombies with abilities is far rarer than that of humans. In fact, it is often the case that zombies do not utilize their powers. Those that can harness abilities and continuously evolve are exceedingly few. However, even a single such zombie could bring immense calamity upon humanity, which is indisputable. Live as usual, or perhaps resort to self-destruction." Li Mu pondered. He too had unearthed a crystal core, identical to her first, newly formed and faintly colored. Today, while extracting this core from a zombie's head, he had deliberately allowed others to witness it. When questioned, he had concocted a premeditated excuse, claiming the zombie exhibited extraordinary strength, prompting him to shatter its skull for a closer look. To his surprise, he found something akin to diamond within. Whether others believed him was beyond his concern. The fact remained that many in the convoy were now aware of this peculiar substance within the zombies' heads. What was Zhao Zichen's reaction? Surprise? Indifference? Apathy? He displayed no particularly notable reaction, merely cast a glance before remaining silent. I suspect he has known all along. After exchanging information and confirming their subsequent steps, Yu Xiaoyang instructed them to each take a core for further examination, while she collected the remaining ones. As for the precise method to convert the energy within the crystal cores to herself, she was uncertain. In her previous life, as a speed mutant, she lacked the ability to absorb the abilities contained within the cores, making this her first attempt. Fortunately, it proved not to be overly complex. Instinctively, she understood how to channel the energy from the core through her meridians. When a core turned completely transparent, she finally opened her eyes, feeling as though she had undergone a rejuvenating massage, every cell within her seemingly revitalized. This core was now depleted, rendered useless, regardless of its level. Any core that becomes transparent signifies that its energy has been entirely absorbed, making it devoid of value. The existence of crystal cores has now become known to many, and she believes that their usefulness will soon be publicly revealed, making crystal cores exceedingly popular within the base and suitable for any occasion. She did not go down to fetch dinner. It was brought to her by Wu Tian. Zhao Zichen stopped by briefly, offering a few words of apology. Yet Yu Xiaoyang felt that he owed her no such sentiment. She understood and respected his responsibilities, so there was no need for him to apologize, absolutely none. Zhao Zichen, however, seemed to radiate an intensity akin to fire, casting an incomprehensible gaze her way before turning to leave, leaving her perplexed. Li Mu, with a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement, remarked, "It seems you possess more charm than I had anticipated. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. When a man apologizes, you should either accept or decline. Do not feign indifference, as it can be quite hurtful." Yu Xiaoyang shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Is this the sum of your years as a wayward soul?" Li Mu was taken aback, feeling as though he had been unjustly wounded. His reflections on the life of a libertine were far more profound than such superficial critiques. Meanwhile, the pompous chief Zhu displayed an abundance of bureaucratic airs, never hesitating to cast disdain upon Zhao Zichen. Surprisingly, he was also a water elemental ability user, which only fueled his arrogance. The ministers and department heads that once surrounded him had grown comparatively subdued, perhaps startled by the desolation of the world outside. However, Zhao Zichen was no fool. He was not one to be easily subdued by Chief Zhu. With a mere flicker of his fire abilities, he diminished Zhu's bravado entirely. Although Zhu wielded water powers, he had never honed them in battle, rendering him incapable of competing with those forged in the crucible of conflict, especially when even the water element faltered against the physical supremacy of fire. As Yu Xiaoyang observed the once demanding Chief Zhu, who had insisted on cars, clothing, and air conditioning, now rendered mute, she found a mix of amusement and derision stirring within her. This was the consequence of his arrogance. One might argue that if he possessed genuine strength, such behavior could be tolerated. However, his very life and status were now in Zhao Zichen's grasp. Even if he knew the whereabouts of the grain, it would be a simple matter for Zhao to take his life or sever a limb. Finally, tranquility descended upon the scene, much to her astonishment, as it appeared that a man could create more noise than 100 quacking ducks. Wu Tian whispered in her ear, and Yu Xiaoyang smiled reassuringly. "Indeed, we are quite formidable. Nothing untoward has transpired during my absence, has it?" "Nothing at all," she replied. "Your father and I have not ventured outside these past few days. There was a minor upheaval at the base, but that has since been resolved. Let the children come in. What are we discussing at the door?" Li Ruoqing suddenly realized, smacking her forehead in disbelief. "How forgetful of me. I was so delighted that I completely overlooked it. Come in quickly. I shall prepare some hot water for you. What would you like to eat? I will cook for you." Yu Xiaoyang gazed at the untouched firewood and rice in the living room, momentarily taken aback. "Haven't you all cooked in the past couple of days? There is still so much of this." The base had been generous this time. Every individual who undertook a mission received a package containing over 30 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, and 10 pounds of water. They had also devised a method to purify the impurities from melted snow, along with 10 dining vouchers for the cafeteria of a higher grade, offering quite decent meals. Since their family had a water-based supernatural powers user, they exchanged 10 pounds of water for 5 pounds of flour right there in the mission hall, which appeared to be a disadvantageous trade, though it was not entirely so. Li Mu traded the items he had at the market, eager to take her along to witness it, but she declined. With a bit of surplus on hand, they arranged their home with essentials, acquiring basic chairs, a dining table, and chopsticks, while food remained paramount. It had been only 7 or 8 bright days since then when another blizzard struck without any warning. Within just over an hour, a thick layer of snow blanketed the ground. Yu Xiaoyang stood by the window for a while before saying solemnly, "From today onward, we shall not venture outside." "Li Mu, seated by the stove, momentarily startled, set down her book and approached, gazing out at the swirling snow below. The weather has changed again, she remarked. Wu Tian exited the bathroom after washing his hands, unconcerned, casting a glance at them. No matter how heavy the snowfall, it mattered little to him. He was living well, and the person most important to him was by his side, while the rest were beyond his care. Sitting by the stove, Li Ruoqing suddenly spoke. The eve of the new year is the day after tomorrow, isn't it? Indeed, it's almost New Year. Today is the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Just one day left until the celebration. Yet, there is no atmosphere of festivity at all. When survival becomes a challenge, who has the luxury to think about the new year? What is the point of celebrating? I can't keep warm or fill my stomach. It's better to live as we are now. At least I'm not worried about food and clothing, Wu Tian said, sensing an inexplicable sadness in the atmosphere. Li Ruoqing hesitated momentarily. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Those vacuum-packed items are quite expensive. I heard 50 pounds of water might not even be worth a single pack of sausages. Once a year, it's nothing to fret about. Last time we went on a mission, we had considerable gains. Just ask Li Mu, he replied. Li Mu shook his head in resignation, feeling exasperated that they always pulled him into everything, yet he did not refuse, nodding in agreement. Indeed, with 4 of us being supernatural powers users, we shall not go hungry. How about this? I will order first. I want spicy cabbage. What about you, Wu Tian? Wu Tian found Li Mu's words quite reasonable and responded, yes, I would like a duck leg, if that is all right. Subsequently, Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai did not hesitate any longer, each placing their order. And the atmosphere quickly shifted to the topic of what to have for the New Year's Eve dinner. However, they were abruptly awakened in the morning by a crashing sound. Could it be a zombie attack? She wondered, but why had no one informed her? This place was unsafe. The base had instructed them to evacuate, and their row of old buildings was to be relocated. Yu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback and inquired, were we transferring, and will we still need to bring food? No, we will move to that shopping mall near District 4. Yu Xiaoyang expressed surprise. But hasn't that mall already been occupied by people from District 4? The residents of District 4 are on the first floor, while we will be on the second. Wu Tian exclaimed, clearly displeased. Isn't that rather dangerous? We will be walking into a den of wolves. Indeed, they are all starving wolves. One can easily surmise that the situation in District 4 is dire. The supplies provided by the base are insufficient to satiate everyone. Rest assured, your little lamb will not be devoured. A portion of the military forces has already been deployed there, stationed on the 3rd floor. This will not only prevent chaos in the mall, but also address the housing needs of the troops. Do you think the base is foolish? With this reassurance, Wu Tian felt a sense of relief. Although they possessed supernatural abilities, an abundance of ordinary people could pose a significant threat. One could never predict the actions of those driven mad by hunger. Everyone, please gather your essential belongings. Shortly, assistance will arrive to help with the move. If anything is dismantleable, do so now. It will facilitate the relocation, and arriving early will allow us to secure a favorable position. The day was predominantly consumed by the moving process. Their family's possessions were numerous, and gradually transporting them from the 4th floor proved to be quite a challenge. She briefly inspected them all. The 1st floor, once dedicated to cosmetics, was now devoid of items, yet the small compartments were crowded. The 2nd floor, which featured clothing, had slightly larger compartments, and since they arrived early, they chose a spacious one. The 3rd floor sold home textiles, but she did not venture up to inspect it. In any case, the mall was not as chaotic as she had anticipated, at least not on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor was of no concern to her. This place isn't too shabby. It's better than our old building, with superior insulation. Superior insulation means good ceiling, which also implies unpleasant odors. The conditions on the 2nd floor are relatively acceptable, whereas the 1st floor is utterly unbearable. It was nearly evening when the day concluded, yet the noise from the 2nd floor persisted. Previously, residing in an apartment complex, they were oblivious to disturbances. Shutting the door sufficed. Now, even with the door closed, the sound from neighboring rooms permeated through. It's so noisy. Our old place was far better, Li Mu remarked with a bitter smile. Indeed, he was the most noise-sensitive among them. After a long day, They had no time to shop for the upcoming New Year festivities, planning to gather some items the following day. The privacy here was certainly inferior to that of the apartment complex. The corridors were filled with individuals casually conversing, all relatives of the supernatural beings, who seemed to consider themselves superior to those on the first floor, their words often quite unpleasant. Fortunately, they had chosen a relatively spacious unit, boasting 3 fitting rooms and a lounge. Each person had their own fitting room, while Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai occupied the lounge. The fitting rooms were not spacious enough for a bed, so they improvised with wooden boards to create a makeshift sleeping area. Nonetheless, they would not be staying long, as they planned to find a new home once the snow had melted. Perhaps the festive spirit of the new year has somewhat diluted the atmosphere of sadness. On the eve of the new year, the base distributed 2 steamed buns to each person. While the ability, users may not find much value in such provisions. For the ordinary residents on the first floor, these buns were akin to a lifeline. They had hoped to celebrate the new year together, but moving here had changed everything. It seems they would have to continue subsisting on steamed buns. Wu Tian's spirits were not particularly high. The reason was simple. He had encountered familiar faces while coming up from downstairs. His elder brother and sister-in-law, Wu Liang and Wang Demei. The current Wu Liang and Wang Demei bore little resemblance to their former, brash selves. They appeared aged to the point of being almost unrecognizable. Had it not been for Wu Liang inadvertently colliding with him while being pursued, he would certainly not have identified him on the street. His feelings were not one of compassion or desire to assist them. Rather, he was annoyed. Now that Wu Liang and Wang Demei were aware of his presence just upstairs, it was inevitable they would come seeking him out. Yet, he could not bring himself to harm them. Not only was it against the base's regulations, but his own conscience would not allow it. As he pondered over his brother and sister-in-law, he thought it best not to dwell on them. They could not come upstairs, and he should be cautious when going down. Once the snow ceased, they could leave, and that would suffice. Wu Tian chuckled softly, acknowledging that he had indeed overthought the situation and placed too much significance on their presence. In truth, he was not someone to be trifled with. Should they dare to provoke him, he would certainly show them a different side. Yu Xiaoyang was speechless, realizing that it had taken him a considerable amount of time to reach this conclusion, which indeed put him in a difficult position. Unexpectedly, Li Mu remained calm as he consumed one of the buns. After finishing, he wiped his mouth without a change in expression, remarking that it was quite good, which left Wu Tian impressed. He realized that Li Mu was indeed an individual with stories to tell. Yu Xiaoyang had previously consumed such buns, which were made from a mix of grains and had been of varying quality, so she did not feel compelled to take one. In the past, she had no choice but to eat them, lacking the luxury of disdain. Now that she had that luxury, she felt entitled to decline. Yu Dehai, having endured hardships in his youth, displayed no disdain for these buns and consumed them with a certain nonchalance. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, a group of nearly 50 individuals arrived at the base. Yu Xiaoyang chose not to join the commotion, but learned that they were from City S. After a brief meeting, the base ultimately decided to open the gates and allow them entry. For among these 50 individuals were over a dozen ability users, a significant reinforcement that the base could not afford to ignore. The ordinary residents were assigned to the first floor of the shopping mall, while the ability users were sent to the second floor. As fate would have it, while Yu Xiaoyang was conversing with Li Mu in the corridor, she heard a familiar voice calling out, "Yang Yang, how wonderful! So you are here too." A figure rushed towards her, but fortunately, Li Mu stood up first to shield her, casting a wary glance at the intruder. "And who might you be?" Chu Chu gazed at her with tear-filled eyes, exclaiming, "Yang Yang, it's me Chu Chu, your best friend. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Yu Xiaoyang rubbed her aching forehead, pondering the peculiar twist of fate that had led her to cross paths with Chu Chu once more. "Miss He, how have you been? Since you are so willingly offering yourself to her torment, why should she show any mercy?" Chu Chu retreated a step, clutching her chest in disbelief. "Miss He? You dare to call me Miss He? Yang Yang, have you forgotten? We're the best of friends." Yu Xiaoyang casually dug at her ear and cast a disinterested glance at her, noting the mockery in her demeanor. "Look at this delicate flower, so pitiable after the rain. Is that so? I thought that after you had taken my boyfriend, our relationship was over." No, it's not like that, Yang Yang. Please, listen to me. Zhang Sheng and I are not what you think. There is nothing between us. Just as she attempted to clarify, a man supporting himself on a cane rushed in behind her. It was Li Mu. Yu Xiaoyang paused for a moment, taken aback by Zhang Sheng's current state. Had he truly become crippled? Zhang Sheng seized He Chu and pulled her into his embrace, his gaze fixed warily on Yu Xiaoyang and Li Mu. Yu Xiaoyang? It's you again. Are you here to bully He Chu? Before Yu Xiaoyang could respond, Li Mu folded his arms and said softly, Bully? We have not bullied her. As for you, should you wish to intimidate her, you may find your intentions thwarted. Yu Xiaoyang chuckled, appreciating Li Mu's subtle jibe at Zhang Sheng's condition. Ever since Zhang Sheng had become crippled, his temper had intensified, and as an ability user, few dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was about to strike when He Chu intervened, pleading, Sheng, please don't. Yang Yang didn't mean it. She then turned to Yu Xiaoyang, urging, Yang Yang, apologize to Sheng. He won't hold it against you. Yu Xiaoyang's expression soured. Why did Zhang Sheng have to speak to her like that? What does it matter to you? Zhang Sheng, I warn you, although I am unaware of your abilities, I assure you that the second floor is largely inhabited by ability users, and there are many more in the base. So, your powers are hardly impressive. Don't flaunt your status here, for those without true skill cannot remain on the second floor. Zhang Sheng's face darkened, unprepared for Yu Xiaoyang to confront him in front of so many. Through gritted teeth, he spat, You wretched girl. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaoyang struck his face with a whip. Zhang Sheng instinctively tried to evade, but it was too late. A gash opened on his cheek. Try uttering another word, and see if this whip won't strike again. For a moment, Zhang Sheng was rendered speechless, grappling with the reality that he had been struck by Yu Xiaoyang. He should have been furious, yet the fleeting glimmer of menace in her eyes filled him with an unexpected sense of dread. Li Mu let out a cold laugh. No need to be coy. I'll take care of it for you. No, you can't do that, Yang Yang. We're good friends, right? Look at Zhang Sheng. His leg is like this because he went searching for you. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed lightly, casting a sidelong glance at He Chu. Is this what friends mean to you? To sleep together without distinction? Is that friendship? Li Mu chuckled ungraciously. Yang Yang, you're being rather blunt. Just look at her. She has had more than 10 men. What kind of friendship are you hoping for with her? Yu Xiaoyang smiled faintly. What can I do? She insists on getting tangled up in this murky affair. Zhang Sheng seethed with anger. Yu Xiaoyang, you've gone too far. Do you know how worried Chu has been about you? Ever since you left, she has been anxious about whether you might encounter zombies or worse. And here you are, meeting her without a care and insulting her. I truly don't understand how she could have a friend like you. Li Mu completely dismissed Zhang Sheng, stirring the pot further. I'm not saying this to be cruel, Yang Yang, but your taste seems rather poor. Why would you settle for a man like him? Just then, a tall man approached, possessing a striking appearance, but his calculating gaze towards Chu was rather unsettling. What are you all doing? It was Chengdu, the captain from previous life. Unexpectedly, he still possessed lightning abilities in this life. He was a man of many talents, though overly focused on immediate gains, which hindered his potential for greatness. Upon arrival, he casually placed his hand on He Chu's shoulder and smiled. Hello, I'm Chengdu, Chu's boyfriend. You must be Yu Xiaoyang. I've heard a lot about you from Chu. The nature of his relationship with He Chu was evident to all. Their connection was so overt that one couldn't help but wonder where his wife was. Had she met her demise? Despite Zhang Sheng's resentment, he did not expel Chengdu, indicating that the three of them had reached a level of openness. It was quite surprising that He Chu had entangled herself with two men. Impressive indeed. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at Chengdu's outstretched hand, then at the hand resting on He Chu's shoulder, and remarked meaningfully, Chu, you're still as formidable as ever. Your skills remain unchanged after a decade. Chengdu affectionately tightened his embrace around He Chu. She's the one I pursue, a graceful lady worthy of a gentleman's affection. Yu Xiaoyang, with a sly smile, looked at He Chu and said, Is that so? Then I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. It just so entwined that even death wouldn't sever the bond. He Chu clenched her teeth in frustration, aware of Yu Xiaoyang's veiled insinuations, but feeling powerless to act, which was truly infuriating. Her gaze shifted to Li Mu, and an idea sparked in her mind. With a gentle smile, she spoke. Yang Yang, is this your new boyfriend? Do introduce us. Zhang Sheng has been thinking about you, and now that he knows you have someone to rely on, he feel reassured, amused and intrigued. Yu Xiaoyang thought to herself how He Chu was always pulling her into the fray. In her previous life, she had been naive. Would she remain so in this one? He Chu's gaze flitted between Li Mu and Wu Tian, her heart swelling with joy. Is this your little boyfriend, Yang Yang? How adorable. Wu Tian twitched his lips in response, muttering, adorable? Spare me. Your mother is the one who's adorable. Before Yu Xiaoyang could retort, Li Ruoqing emerged from the room. He Chu, what do you intend? You shall not bully our Yang Yang. Let me tell you, individuals like you will not meet a favorable end. Entangling with others, clearly your mother failed to educate you properly. He Chu's expression soured as she timidly called out, Annie. Li Ruoqing scoffed, don't call me Annie. I cannot bear that title. Yang Yang, what are you doing here? It's foul. Steer clear of such people in the future. Yu Xiaoyang, reluctantly dragged away, had initially intended to teach He Chu a lesson. Yet, upon witnessing her pale, fragile demeanor, on the brink of collapse, coupled with Zhang Sheng's concealed resentment and Chun Du's scheming, he suddenly found the endeavor rather pointless. He Chu was, after all, digging her own grave, was she not? Perhaps it was indeed fate at work. Though Zhang Sheng had gained powers in this life, his leg was injured, while He Chu had not even the opportunity to awaken her abilities, becoming merely a weak power wielder. The irony was almost comical. As for Chengdu, he would achieve nothing of significance. Let them three torment one another, driving themselves toward ruin. She was curious to see how He Chu would ultimately bring about her own downfall in this lifetime. Should the need arise, she might assist in laying a few bricks. After all, they were colleagues in a sense. With that thought, she reined in her emotions and clung to Li Ruoqing's arm, nodding sweetly. Let us eat. I saw you washing potatoes today. We shall have roasted potatoes for lunch, right? Li Ruoqing playfully tapped her forehead. You observant little cat. Yu Xiaoyang chuckled and followed Li Ruoqing inside. Li Mu lingered at the back, casting a casual glance at He Chu's awkward face before closing the door. Finding amusement in how quickly Yu Xiaoyang had seen through the fade and the childish antics that ensued, it seemed rather effective. Just look at this woman. Her smile had become painfully unsightly. Chengdu, in stark contrast, maintained his composure, resting a hand on He Chu's shoulder while the other was tucked into his pocket. With a tender smile, he reassured her, ignore her. In my heart, you are the best, and that will never change. He Chu gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Feeling grateful to have him by her side, she knew Chengdu loved her most dearly. Even though Zhang Sheng disapproved of Chengdu's tone, he restrained his discontent, hastily following with his cane. What a pretentious person you are. I can't fathom how you ever befriended someone like that, Li Mu unabashedly criticized. Yu Xiaoyang, already accustomed to his unkind remarks, merely shot him a glare before assisting Li Ruoqing in serving the dishes. Well, let's not dwell on Yang Yang, who hasn't had their youthful exuberance. Today is the grand festival, so let us all embrace joy and set aside such concerns. Regarding He Chu, she certainly knows how to put on a fade, and it is only because sister believed in her that Wu Tian advocated for her. Yu Xiaoyang found herself caught between laughter and tears. In truth, she had long ceased to feel sorrow, for in the apocalypse, there is little time for such emotions. Survival outweighs all else. Yet, seeing the concern of those around her left her at a loss for words. Wait, I just recalled that I have a bottle of wine from our last mission, which I kept without selling. Let's enjoy a drink today. Really? I want to drink too. Wu Tian leaped from his seat in delight. This was the most comfortable new year he had experienced, and he was eager to taste wine for the first time. Li Mu interjected, children cannot drink. What? Wu Tian pouted, turning to Yu Xiaoyang. I am already 18. I'm not a child anymore. No, I insist on drinking. Sister Yang Yang, you tell him. Yu Xiaoyang smiled, accepting the wine from Li Mu, and said, then let us have a toast to celebrate your coming of age. It was also a moment to bid farewell to her desolate past. Memories best left forgotten surged forth as He Chu appeared, unsettling her. Yet, gazing at the family and friends gathered around her table, she realized she was no longer the person she once was. She now possessed so much, and thus, she must strive to live for all that she has. Outside, the world was frigid, but inside, warmth enveloped them. After several rounds of drink, a pleasant inebriation settled over the group. Even Li Ruoqing partook in 2 cups. Song Dahai began to ramble. We are but one big family. We must unite. Though I am aging, I'm not yet old, and I will support this family. I understand that Yang Yang is hurting, and I share her pain. I would gladly eliminate those wretched scoundrels, but would that truly solve anything? He belched and continued his lengthy discourse, eventually ending up in a brotherly embrace with Li Mu. It was during this gathering that Yu Xiaoyang discovered that the once-spirited Li Mu had suffered a significant heartbreak in his youth. A rather cliché detail, but such is life. Meanwhile, Wu Tian clutched the wine bottle, chuckling to himself, unaware that his tolerance for alcohol was so low that a single cup had rendered him inebriated. Behaving like a child, occasionally peeking at others with a goofy grin. How endearing! Yu Xiaoyang felt a light buzz herself. She pinched Wu Tian's cheeks playfully. Oh, this child. While others have grown thin in the apocalypse, he has grown plump. Truly fortunate. Sister Yang Yang is so lovely. Will you always be so kind to me? Such a question sounded straight out of a melodramatic drama. Will you forever be so good to me? She chuckled at her own overactive imagination, recognizing that Wu Tian's inquiries stemmed from his deep-seated insecurities. Wu Tian smiled foolishly and nodded vigorously, proclaiming, I will be extraordinary. I will conjure the most water arrows. What naive thought! Water elementalists are exceedingly rare. How could she possibly dismiss such a talent? After all, she's quite pragmatic. Only Li Mu truly understood her. Casting a disdainful glance in her direction, Yu Xiaoyang felt deep admiration as he lamented to Yu Dahai, all the while managing to eavesdrop on their conversation. Truly a remarkable individual. She had also retrieved several vacuum-sealed chicken feet and pig trotters from her spatial storage. When she produced them from the room, no one seemed surprised or inquired about their origin. They simply took them without hesitation. Yu Xiaoyang vaguely sensed that they might have already surmised something. Yet everyone chose to remain silent about it. Perhaps it was time to find an opportunity to be candid with them. After Li Ruoqing escorted Yu Dahai into the room, she came over to assist. Mom, you should go to bed. I can handle this, Yu Xiaoyang insisted. However, Li Ruoqing firmly took the tattered shirt tied around her waist, which served as an apron, and naturally snatched the rag from her hands. Go on, you little girl, hurry and sleep. You aren't on night watch. What are you doing here? Yu Xiaoyang replied earnestly, I'm working, helping my dear mother wash the dishes. It was rather embarrassing to admit that all these years, she had never voluntarily assisted Li Ruoqing with household chores. Li Ruoqing chuckled. Your hands are too delicate. How can you wash? Be careful not to roughen them. That wouldn't be attractive. Why can't I wash? In this apocalypse, what need is there for pretty hands? Li Ruoqing retorted, You're not yet in a relationship, nor are you married. If your hands become coarse, you might find it hard to get married. Yu Xiaoyang then wrapped her arms around Li Ruoqing's neck and buried her face in the crook of her shoulder. Then I simply won't marry. I want to stay with mom and dad forever. Nonsense. Every girl must marry when she grows up. Who doesn't? Even in the apocalypse, one must marry and find a partner. Otherwise, how can humanity progress? Yu Xiaoyang was a loss for words. She didn't know how to explain to Li Ruoqing the essence of human progress. All she knew was the harsh reality of the apocalypse, a cruelty only she comprehended. Thus, she would never be so foolish as to stray from her path. Moreover, love was not what she yearned for. It was the current reality that mattered. The dream she had cherished for 3 long years was finally coming true, and she could not bear to relinquish it. Yet, she refrained from countering Li Ruoqing's words, instead resting her head firmly on her shoulder, playfully humming a few notes. Li Ruoqing patted her head, her eyes reflecting a blend of amusement and confusion, as if reminiscing about the past. She began to recount trivial stories from long ago, and as Yu Xiaoyang listened to her soothing voice, she gradually drifted into slumber. Yuan Xiaoyang had never envisioned spending her Lunar New Year in such a manner. The snowfall last night was unprecedented, the heaviest since the onset of winter. In the 3rd district, including the 2nd, many of the lower houses were completely buried in snow, while those of greater height fared slightly better. However, all structures below 2 stories were inundated. The base issued a directive mandating that everyone, regardless of whether they were ordinary citizens or endowed with abilities, participate in the snow removal efforts. Those unwilling to join were required to surrender 10 gene of provisions. Otherwise, no excuse would suffice. This decree disheartened many who had hoped to shirk their duties by relying on their powers, for 10 gene of food was no trivial matter, and most could scarcely afford to part with such resources. Moreover, even if one could muster the provisions, how many would be willing to relinquish them? In this apocalyptic world, food and water were paramount. The snowfall was so dense that a person would sink into it with the slightest step, necessitating a painstaking clearing process. This was a monumental task that would take no less than 3 to 5 days to complete, especially since the snow continued to fall incessantly. Heavens, are we to be buried in this snow? Where on earth can we possibly put it? Everything is a vast expanse of white with no place to pile it, exclaimed one. Indeed, if one were to accidentally step into a void, they could very well vanish into the snow, another added. Enough chatter. Form groups of 3. Choose your shovels and brooms, came the command. In the 4th district, deep pits and drainage channels have been excavated, for if such a volume of snow were not dealt with promptly, it would pose a disaster when it melted. The base had planned meticulously. The 4th district was bordered by a wide, swiftly flowing moat, which had already been opened. Once the snow melted, it would flow into this channel. Do not worry. It will warm up shortly. It is merely cold now that we have just stepped out. Soon, as we work, the chill will dissipate. Please, do not concern yourselves with me. I am aware of my own limits, she reassured her companions. However, shoveling snow was no light task. Fatigue would only accumulate. At that moment, she caught a glance from Yu-Dahai, prompting her to abandon her attempts to persuade Li Ruoqing. Very well, let her be. Should she truly tire, we shall allow her to rest, she thought. Haha, sister, you too feel warm. I removed my scarf long ago. Yu-Dahai chimed in. Indeed, I never anticipated that working would generate such heat, he continued. Let me test whether my ability is effective. Wu Tian casually tossed a water ball, causing the snow to instantly melt and subsequently freeze into ice blocks, demonstrating just how low the temperature was. Li Mu grasped his arm and frowned. Hey, you mustn't carelessly produce water. What will you do if it turns to ice? Wu Tian chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I was merely experimenting. I didn't expect my water ball to enlarge. Alas, I still cannot form a water arrow. Li Mu offered no mercy in his critique. Indeed, you can only form a rectangle, to which Wu Tian remained unfazed, sticking his tongue out at Li Mu before resuming his snow shoveling, determined to hone his abilities. Eager to prove Li Mu wrong in the future, He Chu-Chu, with tear-filled eyes, lamented to her friend, Yang Yang, we're the best of friends. Is it truly because you possess abilities while I do not that you look down upon me? Yu Xiaoyang let out a soft sigh, pondering the peculiar fate that seemed to follow her. How fortunate she was to encounter this individual everywhere. I remarked, Dear Barbie, might you consider putting down that iron shovel, which weighs more than I do, the next time you wish to portray a picture of delicate vulnerability. The striking contrast between the seemingly frail He Chu-Chu and her formidable strength as a power variant was so intense that it caused her to cough up blood several times. Wu Tan, unable to suppress his laughter, chuckled as he gestured towards the iron shovel in He Chu-Chu's grasp. Kulme, allow this burly man to see if he can lift it, he said, disregarding He Chu-Chu's face, which was flushed with indignation. Heavens, how heavy! I would conservatively estimate it weighs around 100 pounds. How on earth do you manage to wield it so adeptly? He Chu-Chu was responsible for clearing the snow from the roads to District 4, a task suited for someone with extraordinary strength, especially in the absence of machinery, where everything relied solely on physical power. Unable to hold back any longer, He Chu-Chu burst into tears, her tears cascading from her eyes. She bit down hard on her lip, defiantly gazing at Yu Xiaoyang with an expression of unyielding determination. Yang Yang, why must you humiliate me so? Is it my fault to possess power abilities? In this apocalyptic world, we must fend for ourselves. Unlike you, who has parents and 2 gentlemen to look after you. I'm all alone. Wu Tian sneered, recognizing her attempt to tarnish his Yang reputation, believing he was too foolish to discern her intentions. How could that be? Isn't Barbie supposed to have two boyfriends? One of whom was reportedly crippled while trying to rescue you. Many are aware of this situation. My sister Yang has responsibilities. She must care for her parents and look after me, her burdensome younger brother. How could you possibly compare? He subtly elucidated their relationship while casting aspersions on Choo. Ordinarily, he would not stoop to such tactics, preferring a straightforward confrontation. However, given that this Barbie seemed to relish the challenge, he felt compelled to show her the gravity of her words, lest she assumed that she could dominate them in conversation. You are mistaken. My relationship with Brother Zhang is innocent. She is Yang's boyfriend, and I am her close friend. How could I ever commit such a foolish act? Yang, you must believe me. It is not as you think. In truth, Yu Xiaoyang held a certain admiration for Choo, recognizing her rare tenacity and resilience. Akin to a pig unafraid of boiling water. With such determination, she had the potential to thrive anywhere. Why then did she cling to her? Was it merely because she appeared easy to intimidate? Ah, what a stubborn woman, Li Mu remarked, finally realizing the situation and sizing up Wu Tian with newfound respect. Impressive. You're nearly on par with me now. Wu Tian, feeling a tinge of bashfulness, scratched the back of his head and replied shyly, Brother Li, your teachings are exceptional. Li Mu thought to himself, how I long to kick him to the curb. The heavy snow has been falling for over 10 days, and the inhabitants of the base have tirelessly cleared the snow for just as long. It is thanks to the foresight of the base that it has not been entirely buried beneath the white blanket. Yet, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Despite the base's efforts, this winter has claimed numerous lives. Some perished from the cold, others from hunger, and many were brutally killed in the struggle for scarce resources. The sheer magnitude of loss has become a grim norm. Even Li Ruoqing, who initially felt compassion, has now turned her gaze away, demonstrating the devastating toll this ice age has taken on human lives. The first floor is engulfed in an atmosphere of extreme agitation, filled with shouts, cries, and pleas for help, each sound tormenting the ears of those who listen. The situation on the second floor is hardly better. While many there possess extraordinary abilities, their families are still numerous. In a typical household of 3, with one possessing powers and 2 ordinary individuals, it becomes evident that even the empowered cannot sustain themselves alongside their 2 dependents. Moreover, throughout these 10 days of relentless snow, they have been depleting their stored food and water with no prospect of resupply. How long can they endure? Their family is somewhat better off. Yu Xiaoyang's spatial abilities have become semi-public knowledge, as others have begun to speculate, yet no one dares to voice the truth. The uncertainty of when this ordeal will end looms over them. Hasn't the snow begun to subside? Rest assured, we will soon be able to venture out for missions. Li Ruoqing sighed. I'm not worried about that. I fear the pent-up frustrations of a long winter will inevitably erupt. Yu Xiaoyang paused, choosing not to respond. An explosion of emotions was certain, but she believed the base could maintain order. After all, the recent disturbances occurring every few days were a form of release, weren't they? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from downstairs. The marketplace is circular, allowing a clear view from the second-floor corridor to the ground level. The onlookers exchanged glances and instinctively stepped forward. Below, a woman with disheveled hair was unrecognizable, clad in tattered, dark clothing that hung loosely on her emaciated frame. She knelt on the ground, cradling a girl of 4 or 5 years in her arms. The child was missing clothing, her body bearing the marks of violence, bruises and contusions that were horrifying to behold. Like her mother, the little girl was skin and bones, and Yu Xiaoyang noticed that one of the child's arms was inexplicably absent. The woman cried out in ragged breaths, desperately calling her daughter's name, her voice a poignant plea. Yuan, what has happened? Please, open your eyes and look at mommy. Li Ruoqing, unable to bear the sight, averted her gaze. As a mother herself, she understood this anguish all too well. Standing beside the mother and daughter was a man, accompanied by a couple of similar age holding a boy. Who stood behind them were a pair of middle-aged individuals. They appeared somewhat spirited, their tattered clothing still offering some warmth against the cold. The man closest to the grieving mother attempted to approach her to offer comfort. Maisie, please stop this. Yuan is already gone. The weeping woman suddenly erupted in anguish. Zhou Daji, you coward, I despise you, I despise you, I despise you. Her sorrowful inquiries pierced the air. How could you treat my daughter this way? She's also a member of the Zhou family, your granddaughter. How can you bear to do this? Only the elderly lady behind the boy stepped forward, appearing even more ferocious than the woman. Listen to me, Chu Mei, Yuan is our Zhou family's granddaughter. I have the right to decide her fate as I wish. You would do well to obey me. Hand over Yuan's corpse, you little troublemaker. The man, caught in a dilemma, tried to restrain his mother. Please don't say that. Mei's just overwhelmed with grief. Let me speak to her. Reluctantly yielding to his mother's demands, he moved to seize Yuan. Chu Mei, in a frenzy, forcefully pushed him away. Do not touch my daughter. Get away. A fierce struggle ensued. Mei, wake up. Yuan is already dead. You are the reason for her demise. The elderly lady spat a curse and advanced to assist, while Chu Mei resisted violently. However, she was ultimately no match for the strong young man and the ruthless elderly woman. As they prepared to wrest her daughter away, she became frantic, biting the elderly woman's hand in desperation. The old woman yelped in pain, "Wretched girl, do not bite me." A young boy, fuming with indignation, stepped forward and conjured an ice spear, which pierced through the back of Chu Mei's hand, causing blood to flow freely. In agony, Chu Mei released her grip, and they seized Yuan from her arms. She had no time to ponder the pain in her hand, her focus solely on her daughter. No, return my Yuan to me. I beg you. I will bow to you. I will prostrate myself before you. As she pleaded, she knelt and struck her head against the ground, the sound echoing sharply, soon accompanied by blood. Onlookers, unable to bear the scene, urged, "Sister, just give Yuan to her. She's gone anyway. Why prolong the suffering? What business is it of yours? Get away, or I will make you regret it." Chu Mei wailed inconsolably, attempting to reclaim her daughter, but the elderly lady delivered a kick to her chest, sending her sprawling to the ground, spitting blood, reduced to a pitiful state. Worse than a stray dog. The elderly woman muttered curses in her native dialect, incomprehensible yet undoubtedly laced with insults. Chu Mei, utterly despondent and heartbroken, rose, gazing at the elderly woman with a profound hatred, then glanced at her husband, brother-in-law, and father-in-law. Finally, she let out a hollow laugh, a sound that brought tears to listeners and sorrow to witnesses, a laugh steeped in unbearable pain. With her eyes closing, she hurled herself against a nearby pillar, blood splattering in a gruesome arc. Foolish woman, do you believe that your demise would serve any purpose? They would still feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. It is bewildering to see a group of women emerge, each one exuding an air of cold indifference, their gazes briefly softening only when they alight upon the fallen Chu Mei. The leader, clad in a striking crimson down jacket, radiates brilliance. As if her very essence yearns to ignite with fervor, her heart burns with an inner flame. Chu Mei has not perished. She was rescued just in time. The woman in the red jacket approaches, kneeling beside her, and brushes aside the blood-soaked strands of Chu Mei's dark hair. Are all women this naive? Does dying serve any meaningful end? Come with me, and I assure you that one day, you shall have the chance to take their lives with your own hands. Despair envelopes Chu Mei, yet her eyes glimmer with a faint light. Words elude her. Had she not encountered this woman in red, her fate would have been sealed. Clinging to her last breath, she musters the strength to question, "You're not deceiving me, are you?" The woman in the red jacket tenderly caresses her face. Women do not deceive women. Rest peacefully, and when you awaken, all will be as it once was. A tear escapes Chu Mei's eye as she moves her lips, but no words follow. She succumbs to unconsciousness, unable to endure any longer. The woman in red blinks, rises, and coldly commands, "Annie, pick her up." She then strides to the elderly woman, casting a glance at the child in her arms. "Hand her over to me." "Why should I? Who are you?" The old woman, having lived a life of command, is taken aback by the audacity of this stranger, yet she finds herself unable to resist. Without further ado, the woman in red swiftly produces a knife, pressing it against the old woman's throat, with a slight tremor of the blade. A trickle of crimson flows from the elderess neck. The old woman trembles in terror, as if confronted by a specter. She has never witnessed such swift and decisive action, devoid of unnecessary words, and it leaves her utterly paralyzed with fear. Seeing his grandmother in distress, a young boy attempts to intervene, but before he can wield his ice pick, he lets out a piercing scream, realizing that his hand has been severed without his knowledge. The elderly woman, now oblivious to the child in her embrace, rushes to inspect her precious grandson. "Baby, my darling. Murder! Murder!" she wails, her cries echoing in despair. The woman in red lifts the lifeless body from the ground, scoffing. "Murder? Her life is not worth my effort. Let's depart." Until the woman in red and her companions exited, those within the base remained absent. As they neared the threshold, the woman in red suddenly halted, slowly turning her gaze towards the second floor, locking eyes with Yu Xiaoyang. Yu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, nodding slightly in her direction. The girl clad in a red down jacket scrutinized her, then glanced at her parents and Wu Tian and Li Mu, a smile curving her lips before she departed, as if she had witnessed something amusing. "Yang Yang, do you know her?" Li Ruoqing inquired curiously. Yu Xiaoyang shook her head, indicating she did not know her, but added, "I have heard of her." Li Mu, reflecting thoughtfully, continued, "I have also heard of her. They are likely from the Flame Ability team. I believe the team is comprised solely of women, with their leader being named Phoenix." "What a peculiar name," Wu Tian remarked, furrowing his brow. "Why would they choose such a name?" Li Mu sighed, a rare display of emotion. Perhaps it speaks to their unfortunate encounters with others. Yu Xiaoyang smiled but chose not to respond. While others remained unaware, she held the knowledge that the flame represented vengeance, a burning flame, a steadfastness towards hatred, a woman's disdain for men. The leader of the Flame Ability team, Phoenix, had once shown her kindness, and the ancient saying better to be unkind than overly kind felt particularly apt in her case. Phoenix had previously invited her to join the Flame Ability team, but she had declined. At that time, she harbored little resentment towards Zhang Sheng or He Chu Chu. She merely felt foolish, realizing she could not blame others for her plight. She had no desire for revenge, only to live peacefully and reunite with her parents. After the betrayal that led to her demise at the hands of Zhang Sheng and He Chu Chu, she experienced fleeting moments of hatred. Yet perhaps she was simply not one to cling to such sentiments. She chose to forgive them, for death is never a true liberation. The events surrounding Chu may profoundly impacted Li Ruoqing, solidifying her resolve for the path she wished to pursue, a truth Yu Xiaoyang observed keenly. As for the fate of the elderly lady and the Zhou family, no one knew. Perhaps he was still playing the role of a dutiful son. The snow within the base melted completely over 3 days, heralding a revival of life and a fresh atmosphere, allowing missions to resume. Li Ruoqing appeared elated, relieved that she would no longer languish at home, constantly fearing that Yu Xiaoyang's secret might be unveiled. Yu Dahai's lightning abilities were inadvertently revealed during a snow-clearing operation, drawing even more attention to their family. With 5 family members and 3 possessing abilities, the odds were already significant. Now, with 4 of them being extraordinary, it seemed almost surreal. Despite their attempts to remain inconspicuous, they found such aspirations futile. An abundance of abilities rendered them audacious. The silver lining was that no one dared to provoke them recklessly anymore. During dinner that evening, the family convened for a meeting. The meal was lavish, and with the knowledge of her spatial abilities no longer a secret, they chose to indulge themselves. After enduring a long winter, everyone had lost weight, while their family remained vibrant, their complexions rosy and hair dark. "Starting tomorrow, we can take on missions, shall we?" Wu Tian asked. Yu Xiaoyang took a sip of the hot soup, set down her bowl, and slowly shook her head, observing the situation. Li Mu felt no surprise. He continued to lean over his bowl of rice and quickly picked up a pair of chopsticks to grab some potatoes. If he didn't eat quickly, Wu Tian would finish everything. This glutton would surely leave him nothing. He decided to take advantage of Wu Tian's conversation to sneak in a few more bites. "Hey, Li Mu, you're being excessive. I've only taken 1 bite, and you've already taken 2. You finish your portion. What will Sister Yang Yang eat?" Wu Tian glared at Li Mu in dissatisfaction. "Who took 2 bites?" Clearly it was you, Li Mu unabashedly countered. Wu Tian's expression turned slightly sour as he huffed. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm discussing this with Sister Yang Yang. He shifted the focus back. Sister Yang Yang, you still haven't explained why. Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes. You're purposely trying to irritate her, aren't you? Li Mu scoffed. I can't fathom how your mind works. You can't even grasp such a simple question. Let me ask you, during our last mission, what changes occurred with the zombies? Wu Tian paused, his hand holding the chopsticks frozen in disbelief. Are you saying the zombies have evolved? Indeed. Not just the zombies. Many things have changed. It has been so long since we left the base. Who knows what the outside world has become? Do you wish to be the first test subject to venture out? Wu Tian looked puzzled. But Lu Xiang from next door said their ability team is taking on a mission tomorrow. Doesn't Tihi know? Whether he knows or not, I cannot say. But I'm certain that tomorrow, their ability team will not be going out on a mission. Their captain is a rare, clever individual. How could he overlook such an obvious fact? No wonder the base is so eager to encourage everyone to take on missions. It seems they are seeking test subjects. Don't speak so harshly. The base has its own considerations. Do you truly believe they would send valuable individuals to their demise? Wu Tian suddenly understood. I see. The base is playing both sides. I wonder when they became so generous. Li Mu shook his head with a wry smile, a teachable spirit, not entirely foolish. If there is anything most arduous under the heavens, it is the act of bathing. Yu Xiaoyang had lost count of how many days had passed without a proper wash. It seemed she hadn't bathed since the water supply at home was cut off. Though they now had water, the lack of a place to wash and the absence of hot water were the most significant issues. She had resorted to wiping herself down with a towel during water usage, feeling so unclean that she could almost faint from her own odor. Fortunately, Li Mu devised a solution. He somehow procured 2 enormous buckets and a piece of iron pipe. At last, this allowed Yu Xiaoyang to escape the predicament of nearly 2 months without a bath. After bathing, she felt remarkably refreshed. Yet as she gazed at the bucket of water she had wasted, a pang of guilt struck her heart. How precious this water was, and she had used it merely for bathing. It felt so extravagant. After her bath, each member of the household followed suit in turn, as aside from her, everyone had gone a considerable time without cleansing. Due to Wu Tian's insufficient water-based abilities, they could only wash over the course of 3 days, during which they remained indoors, tending to their own affairs. Meanwhile, numerous events unfolded at the base over those 3 days. The first group sent on a mission was ambushed by a horde of zombies less than 2 miles from the base. The zombies moved with alarming speed. Compared to before, one was ambling while the other sprinted, a transformation wrought by the nourishment of flesh and blood and the baptism of blizzards. The base promptly secured its gates and convened a meeting, subsequently dispatching another team, which, predictably, met the same grim fate at the hands of the undead. The base, having learned from these misfortunes, exercised greater caution in its subsequent expeditions. The following night, the largest power team within the base, the Flying Dragon Ability Team, volunteered for the next mission. They returned bearing significant news. Both animals and plants had begun to mutate. This revelation incited widespread panic, with the zombies growing ever more formidable. Did humanity still have a chance for survival? Yet, despite the rising alarm, life must persist. To survive, sustenance and water were essential. After a night of contemplation, many resolved to venture beyond the base the next day, undeterred by fear. In a show of leadership, Zhao Zichen, the base's second-in-command, personally led a group of ability users to the neighboring city in search of supplies. His involvement emboldened many, for if Zhao, the son of the base's leader, was brave enough to venture out, what did they have to fear? Consequently, an increasing number of individuals sought out missions. On the 4th day, Yu Xiaoyang also accepted a task to investigate a brick factory located over 30 miles from the base, gauging the situation there, assessing the quantity of bricks, tiles, and stones available, as well as the condition of the roads, including whether they were passable and the prevalence of zombies. Following the heavy snowfall, an influx of newcomers seeking refuge at the base was anticipated, necessitating an expansion that would require bricks. With 4 ability users in their household, it was only natural for them to embark on this mission together. Therefore, it was unthinkable to leave Li Ruoqing alone at home. Fortunately, during the snow-laden days, she had been honing her skills. Now, several men posed little challenge to her. Her knife techniques, a hallmark of Yu Xiaoyang's expertise, allowed her to effortlessly sever a zombie's head with a 20-centimeter blade. However, her Achilles heel lay in endurance. While she could defend herself effectively in the short term, honing her skills through continuous combat against zombies was the only remedy. As she learned of the impending mission, Li Ruoqing was filled with excitement. She had longed for the opportunity to test her abilities. She yearned to grow stronger, so that even if she could not protect others, she could ensure her own safety, alleviating any concerns Yu Xiaoyang might have for her. Shall we bring anything with us for the few days we'll be out? There is no need for elaborate preparations. A mere bag for each person will suffice. Everything necessary is already within my space. Li Mu clicked his tongue, acknowledging your admission of possessing a spatial ability. Yu Xiaoyang had never publicly acknowledged her spatial capabilities. She merely produced items without prompting, and they would consume without inquiry. Were you not aware all along? Yet knowing it and hearing it from your lips are two distinct matters, Yu Xiaoyang retorted, casting him a cold glance. There is no difference. Can one not produce more? You seem to be seeking an argument for no reason. Li Mu shrugged, unfazed by her demeanor. I am rather curious. Do you not fear the revelation of this secret? It is only a matter of time. I have no intention of concealing it. Are you hoping to betray me? Suddenly, Li Mu laughed. Your trust in me is touching. Why would I ever consider such a betrayal? Now that I am aware of your additional spatial ability, I certainly want to cling to you even more tightly. I have no desire to starve. Yu Xiaoyang's lips curled into a faint, ambiguous smile, which she quickly suppressed, adopting an air of indifference. Well, at least you know your place. Chu is a woman devoid of any sense of shame. The night before their departure, Yu Xiaoyang, Wu Tian, and Li Mu sat on a bench in the corridor chatting, while Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai busied themselves at home preparing food for the following day. It was then that Chu arrived with her partner. Zhang Sheng was in a tumultuous emotional state. The person he believed to be dead was alive and thriving, a circumstance that gnawed at him like an ant biting into flesh, igniting both anger and frustration within him. Yang, Zhang Sheng and I, along with Adu, have accepted a task that poses no danger. Why not join us? It will be nice to have company. Chu, I've already told you. A woman like that will not appreciate your kindness. You see, you refuse to listen, choosing instead to humiliate yourself. Wu Tian clapped his hands, exuding an air of arrogance. Oh, I find that remark displeasing. Who is truly humiliating themselves here? Our sister Yang is sitting peacefully, engaging in conversation, while two dogs come barking at us. We have not retaliated. Who can match such composure? Upon hearing Wu Tian refer to him as a dog, Zhang Sheng sprang to his feet. What did you say? Repeat that. What if I say it 10 times? A clumsy Barbie and a one-legged rooster. Do you wish to fight? I can handle you in a heartbeat. Zhang Sheng clenched his jaw, glaring fiercely at Wu Tian. He despised being called a cripple. His fists tightened, and unable to contain his fury, he was on the verge of attacking, only to be firmly restrained by Chu. Chu feigned innocence, her eyes red and tearful as she gazed at Yu Xiaoyang, appearing as if she had been grievously wronged. Yang, she lamented, I know you do not like me, but how can you insult me so? We were once the best of friends. How can you treat me this way now that you have other friends? Her voice grew increasingly sorrowful, as if she were about to faint at any moment. Yu Xiaoyang felt a slight stir in her heart and quickly deduced the reason behind Chu's description. It was naturally inappropriate for Zhao Zichen to linger there any longer upon being seen. He approached with a faint smile, speaking in an intimate tone. I heard that Xiaoyang has taken on a task at the kiln factory, so I came to remind you. Yu Xiaoyang did not hesitate to respond, lightly scoffing. Is it a reminder or merely a spectacle? Zhao Zichen, unfazed by any awkwardness, firmly approached her side before solemnly advising. Avoid the gathering wealth road. There is a significant congregation of zombies there. Exercise caution. Thank you for the reminder, she replied with her usual indifference. Having surveyed the general route, she recognized that since the gathering wealth road was off-limits, a detour would be necessary. Yu Xiaoyang's demeanor remained unchanged as she reiterated her gratitude. I have expressed my thanks. You, You are fully aware that he desires more than this. Why can't you alter your attitude? Is it truly so difficult? Yet, those words remained unspoken, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Do you have nothing else to say to me? What could he say? That she was unlike his previous women, that she was devoid of emotion, that she had neither interest nor time for games with him? Regrettably, she might struggle to articulate such sentiments. Upon seeing her expression, Zhao Zichen understood everything. With a wry smile, he muttered a dismissive never mind and turned to leave. He Chu quickly calculated in her mind. If she was not mistaken, this individual was indeed Zhao Zichen, rumored to be the son of the base leader. He was the one who ordered the gates opened when they entered the base. Hello, I am He Chu, she called out, hastening to catch up. Zhao Zichen merely glanced at her before averting his gaze, politely nodding and saying, hello, without further conversation. As a pivotal figure in the base's military, the young master of the Zhao family had encountered women like He Chu countless times and felt no intrigue. Her ulterior motives were transparent to him. If He Chu could be so easily defeated, she would not be who she was. Apologies. I extend my apologies on behalf of Xiaoyang. She is in a rather poor mood today due to her boyfriend suffering a minor injury, leading to some misunderstandings. He Chu hesitated, appearing uncertain if she should speak. Yu Xiaoyang found it amusing. Indeed, He Chu excelled at subtly casting doubt, but alas, Zhao Zichen was likely different from the men she had encountered in the past. He Chu, believing she had a chance, felt a surge of pride. Yu Xiaoyang, even if you manage to engage this man, what of it? Whatever I, He Chu, wish to seize, I shall not be thwarted. Indeed, Xiaoyang and Zhang Sheng share a profound bond. They have been together for over 2 years. Yet this time, it is truly a misunderstanding. Could you perhaps persuade Xiaoyang? I implore you. She said this while bending slightly, revealing her fair neck. In Zhao Zichen's eyes, a profound intrigue flickered. It was unexpected that Yu Xiaoyang would have befriended such a person. I apologize, but I have no interest in your affairs. Please continue your conversation without me. Although he found the situation amusing, he had no desire to delve deeper. After all, who isn't he had their moments of blindness? This woman before him was all too transparent in her ulterior motives. Only a fool would engage with her. He Chu was momentarily taken aback, wanting to call out to Zhao Zichen, but unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Frustrated, she silently cursed, pondering the peculiarity of this man. Shouldn't he display a semblance of interest or see through Yu Xiaoyang's true nature and depart in indignation? Yet, he remained unfazed. Yu Xiaoyang regarded her with disdain, letting out a derisive snort. So, how does it feel to fail in your attempts to ensnare a man? Would you like me to facilitate a connection? After all, 2 men are still men, and 3 men are merely more of the same. Perhaps it would be a splendid idea for He Chu to pursue Zhao Zichen. Who knows? She might become so preoccupied with him that she would cease to bother me. Before Yu Xiaoyang could elaborate, Wu Tian interjected with a scoff. Ah, this golden Barbie, your act of feigning innocence is ill-suited for you. You would fare better performing feats of strength. Perhaps I might reward you with a sausage. He circled her, continuing, look at those muscles. I've heard that individuals with enhanced strength can lift 500 pounds without breaking a sweat. Why don't we negotiate? You could carry me around like an adult soothing a child. Surely, that would be a trivial task for you, wouldn't it? He Chu remained silent, tears streaming down her face, as if she bore the weight of insurmountable grievances. Ultimately, Zhang Sheng, unable to bear the sight, approached He Chu with his cane, glaring fiercely at Yu Xiaoyang. I never expected you to become so vindictive. Chu came to apologize, and if you refuse to accept it, why must you humiliate her? Your actions only repulse me. You know it's foul, yet choose to indulge in it. How pathetic. Wu Tian, your words are foul. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Do you truly believe that associating with Yu Xiaoyang will yield favorable outcomes? I await the day when you realize just how unfortunate your future will be. You might not witness it, but no matter the circumstances, my sister Yang is far superior to your companion, who flits from one person to another. Trees do not remain evergreen, nor do flowers bloom indefinitely. How long can the golden rooster stand tall? You, Wu Tian, are you courting death? Zhang Sheng was utterly incensed, ready to strike, but was restrained by the tearful He Chu. Enough, Ah Sheng. Yang Yang will never forgive me. I am aware of that. Yet, I shall not surrender, for she is my eternal friend. Yu Xiaoyang felt a surge of blood rise within her. Was it too late to put an end to He Chu-Chu's life? In the end, this farce had merely provided entertainment for the onlookers, without engendering any substantial change. Li Ruoqing prepared an abundance of rice balls, neatly packed in lunchboxes, with each person receiving one in their bag. Annie's rice balls are the most delicious. I can no longer tolerate those bland biscuits and instant noodles, Wu Tian complained. Li Mu shot him an exasperated glance. You should be grateful to have food at all. Do you have any idea how many people are starving outside? Hee. Everyone has their fate. I am fortunate to have encountered my sister Yang Yang. Otherwise, I would have long since been reduced to a mere skeleton or become one of the undead. He sincerely expressed his gratitude towards Yu Xiaoyang. No, it was more than mere gratitude. A simple thank you could not encapsulate his feelings. All right, enough of this banter. Let's consult the map to ensure we are on the right path. The base has not provided us with any vehicles, so we must see if we can find one along the way, Yu Xiaoyang stated. In this apocalypse, the greatest concern is not the absence of vehicles, but the scarcity of fuel. That shouldn't be the case. Up ahead is Jutsai Road. Should we heed Zhao Zichen's advice to steer clear? If we do, it will require quite a detour, Yu Xiaoyang pondered aloud. After a moment's silence, she added, while Zhao Zichen's words cannot be dismissed, we should not accept them blindly either. My suggestion is to send someone ahead to scout. If it proves unwise, we can then take the longer route. It is the safest course of action. Wu Tian had no objections. Fine, I will scout, he declared, rising to shoulder his bag. Yu Xiaoyang, exasperated, pulled it back down. Wait, I haven't finished. It would be more appropriate for me to go. I have my reasons, which I will explain shortly. Besides, are you all simply going to wait for me here? Yu Xiaoyang snapped her fingers. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Wu Tian, dissatisfied, retorted. But you haven't even shared your reasons for going. Yu Xiaoyang shot him a cold glance, replying, there is no reason. I just find your abilities lacking. Is that sufficient? Wu Tian felt wronged, puffing up his cheeks in displeasure. That's not fair. You look down on me. Prove yourself worthy of my respect first. When you can master your water arrows, we can discuss fairness, she countered. Wu Tian was at a loss for words. He too wished to enhance his abilities and master water arrows, yet progress eluded him, leaving him powerless. Enough of this bickering. Let us find a safe place to pause. Yu Xiaoyang suggested. What about that warehouse? Let us check its safety. Jutsai Road felt peculiar. Zhao Zichen had claimed it was teeming with zombies, yet upon entering, Tang Jiao saw not a single one. Were they all congregated elsewhere? After wandering for some time without encountering any zombies, she suddenly heard gunfire in the distance. Realizing something was amiss, she hurriedly sought to leave when a figure appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her and pulling her along. She struggled to break free, but the person held on tightly, refusing to allow her to resist. If you wish to survive, come with me. The distant sound of gunfire echoed once more, and Yu Xiaoyang hesitated before choosing to silence her lips. What a predicament. She had merely come to scout the area, yet found herself amidst a gunfight. Hush! Don't move, a man urged as he pulled her behind a wall in an alley, and she could sense the heavy stench of blood emanating from him, indicating he was injured. Annoyed, she clenched her teeth. This was all his fault. Now, escape seemed impossible. Leaning against the wall, the man closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yu Xiaoyang witnessed a spurt of blood erupt from his shoulder. It appeared he had used a knife to extract the bullet that had lodged itself there. The pain seemed excruciating as he trembled and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Unable to bear the sight, Yu Xiaoyang averted her gaze slightly. Yet fear compelled her to watch his every move, wary of any potential threat he might pose. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and Yu Xiaoyang was taken aback. Those eyes bore a hint of familiarity, reminiscent of someone she might have encountered before. The owner of those eyes regarded her with a smile, as if they were long-lost friends reunited after many years. Surely, she did not recognize him, despite the scarf that obscured his neck and face. She was certain he was no ordinary individual, especially given the force he had exerted upon her. He spoke not a word, but gestured towards her, raising the gun in his hand. Yu Xiaoyang took a moment to comprehend his intent. He was indicating that his gun was devoid of ammunition, and given his injury, he sought a means of self-defense. After a moment of hesitation, she retrieved her own firearm from her bag. However, she did not hand it over immediately. A suspicion lingered in her mind. Who exactly was he? Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of meaning crossed the man's gaze as she brandished her weapon. She mimicked his gesture, signaling, "I cannot give it to you, for trust eludes me," for this was her last line of defense. A secret she hadn't even shared with Li Mu and Wu Tian. Remarkably, the man did not react with anger. Instead, he calmly accepted her answer. After a brief gesture, he dashed out into the fray. Yu Xiaoyang was startled. How could he place such faith in her? What if she missed her shot? Yet, there was no time to ponder, and she steeled herself to follow closely behind him. A pair of gunshots rang out, barely grazing the man's waist, and two assailants crumpled to the ground, motionless. A wave of relief washed over Yu Xiaoyang. It was a close call. Her hands still trembled, disbelieving that she had truly taken the lives of two men. Yet this was not the moment for reflection. She rose to approach the man, but before she could reach him, a sudden force hurled her to the ground. She collided with a hard chest just as two gunshots echoed. One whizzed perilously close to her ear, while the other struck home, the sound of impact resonating painfully within her. Did she get shot? The thought crossed her mind, yet she felt no pain. Perhaps she had already succumbed to death, rendered incapable of sensing any discomfort. It was not until the metallic scent of blood reached her nostrils and the wetness trickled down her forehead that realization dawned upon her. Are you hurt? He lay atop her, motionless, merely uttering a low sound of acknowledgement. Yu Xiaoyang paused, perplexed about where he had been injured, and she hesitated to move, fearing to disturb his wound. Had he not rushed to her aid just moments ago, it might have been her who had taken the bullet. Shall I help you up? After a prolonged silence, he managed to say all right. Yu Xiaoyang sensed that the injury he sustained was not critical, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Upon observing the man's wounds, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth as amusement bubbled within her. You are quite fortunate. It seems you've been shot twice in the exact same spot. One might wonder if it is a testament to the skill of the shooter or merely luck on your part. His deep-set eyes, dark as unyielding ink, gazed at her intently, and his voice carried a subtle hint of satisfaction. Indeed, what remarkable luck it is, he replied, to encounter you twice, both times with me. The serendipity of their connection was undeniably intriguing. Yu Xiaoyang was unsure if it was a figment of her imagination, but she sensed an underlying meaning in his words, and the intensity of his gaze left her pondering. Had they met before? She mentally traversed her acquaintances, concluding it was improbable she had ever known such a man. If that were the case, it must be her own misperception. Realizing he had perhaps revealed too much, he chuckled softly and said, I fear I must trouble you. Understanding the gravity of his injury, Yu Xiaoyang recognized that although he had inadvertently involved her in this predicament, he had also saved her life. Thus, she resolved to assist him once more. Afterward, they would part ways, as if they were strangers. The bullet had lodged itself in his shoulder, the only distinction being that the previous shot had come from the front, which he had extracted with a knife, while this time it had entered from the back. Beyond his reach. If the bullet had been any faster, it would have pierced through entirely. Yu Xiaoyang could hardly fathom how he could endure such pain. Merely watching him caused her distress, let alone extracting the bullet. Yet he only frowned slightly. Was he made of iron? She steeled her trembling hands, striving for composure. After a moment of intense focus, she successfully dislodged the bullet. Just as a sigh of relief escaped her lips, he slumped down the wall. Yu Xiaoyang hastily caught him. Dismayed at his sudden faintness, she still needed him conscious. After grappling with the dilemma of whether to feign ignorance and depart or to stay, her heart would not permit her to abandon him there alone. Ultimately, she decided it was best to see this through to the end. After all, one ought to escort the Buddha all the way to the west. The burden felt heavy as Yu Xiaoyang skillfully bandaged him, swiftly taking him away from the perilous surroundings. The stench of blood permeated the air, and she had not even had the chance to retrieve the firearms from the three individuals. After all, her life was of paramount importance. Several times, she contemplated abandoning him by the roadside, yet each time, her resolve faltered, ultimately leading to her own suffering. Yay, sister. It seemed she heard Wu Tian's voice. She gazed in astonishment at Wu Tian, disbelief etched on her face. Had she not instructed him to remain in a safe location? What are you doing here? Are you not aware of the zombies lurking nearby? Wu Tian, aware of his misstep, appeared sheepish, unable to meet Yu Xiaoyang's gaze. He deflected all blame onto Li Mu. It was Brother Li who permitted me to come. Li Mu. Wu Tian insisted, yes, indeed. It was he who assured me that I could proceed without concern. Nothing would happen. Help me. Can't you see I'm about to collapse? Wu Tian complained, eyeing the man being supported by Yu Xiaoyang. Why was a grown man wearing a scarf and wrapped so tightly? Was he fearful of being recognized? Who was he? Although Wu Tian was not fond of the newcomer, he begrudgingly assisted in bearing some of the weight. To his surprise, his movements were not only swift but also silent, allowing him to approach her without her noticing. Had he been a zombie, she would have perished multiple times over. What infuriated her the most was her repeated soft-heartedness. She reminded herself that it was merely because he had saved her once. If she could settle the score this time, they would have no further connection. Wu Tian, understanding her unspoken feelings, refrained from further inquiries. Regardless of who it was, no one could alter his position in Yu Xiaoyang's heart. He was her only brother, her closest kin aside from their parents. Yu Xiaoyang shot him an exasperated glare, gritting her teeth as she commanded, "Save him." She entrusted the man to Li Mu and retrieved a medical kit from her space, delegating all responsibilities to him. Li Mu, having once lived a rugged life, was exceedingly skilled at treating wounds, whether for others or himself. How about it? Can we take the path to wealth? Yu Xiaoyang shook her head, uncertain. Let us wait until he awakens. I Haven T had the chance to inquire about the situation regarding the path to wealth. Desiring to prevent them from overthinking or worrying, Yu Xiaoyang succinctly summarized the events that had transpired. Wu Tian concluded that it was indeed his actions that had prevented Yu Xiaoyang from investigating the route. Sister, you are far too kind. Why save someone like him? Li Ruoqing shook her head disapprovingly. She was a generous soul, believing that it was the man's intervention that had spared her daughter from harm. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she remarked, "But it cannot be said like that. Had it not been for him, perhaps Yu Xiaoyang would have been shot." Wu Tian, however, held a strong aversion to the man, sensing that he might usurp his place in Yu Xiaoyang's affections, despite the fact that the man had yet to do anything. It was an instinctual feeling, an intuition shared among men. He harbored a profound aversion towards him, gazing furiously at the man sprawled on the ground, and remarked, "If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. It's all his fault. Sister Yang, once he awakens, let's just ignore him, shall we?" Yu Xiaoyang found herself in a state of amusement, utterly perplexed by Wu Tian's inexplicable disdain for the individual in question. Li Mu cast a cool glance in his direction and quipped in a mocking tone, "You haven't even matured yet, and you're already vying for attention." Wu Tian's temper flared instantly, launching into a quarrel with Li Mu. Defiantly, he retorted, "You're the one who's immature. Don't think I'm oblivious to your insinuations. If you provoke me further, I shall inform Zhang Jieji of your past romantic escapades while you've been entangled with Li Mu for so long. He probably knows most of it already." The adage about learning from the good and bad holds considerable truth. Wu Tian's expression radiated smugness, reveling in his perceived triumph over Li Mu, who remained impassive, as if the words were not directed at him. "All right, let's discuss the pressing matter at hand. What shall we do about this person? We can't simply abandon him," Yu Xiaoyang interjected, tempering her expression. After a brief silence, she added, "Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Everyone should rest. He will awaken shortly, and we can address it then." Wu Tian had no objections, as he was determined to find a way to expel him. "I'll keep you company, Sister Yang, during the night watch." Li Mu shrugged indifferently, stating, "Do as you wish. I'm off to sleep. Having reliable teammates is a blessing. I don't need to worry excessively or fear sleeping at night." Li Ruoqing and Yu Dahai expressed concern for her alone in the warehouse. "How will you manage by yourself?" "I'll switch places with your father soon." Yu Xiaoyang smiled gently, declining, "No need. I can't possibly sleep outside anyway. There's no reason to make you all lose sleep as well. Rest assured. I promise I'll be fine." Li Ruoqing remained uneasy, about to voice her concerns when Yu Xiaoyang interjected, "If I can't handle it, I'll come and get you, all right? I want to overexert myself. Only then did Li Ruoqing consent to leave. The warehouse was modest in size, resembling a storage facility for grains. Each individual found a corner to lie down, while Yu Xiaoyang sat by the window, propping herself up with a piece of clothing. The night was graced with a soft moonlight, casting elongated shadows of trees that danced across the window. Under the moon's glow, Yu Xiaoyang glanced at the unconscious man, letting out a faint sigh. Alas, it seems I've entangled myself in a significant predicament. Once you awaken, cease the pretense. The man nonchalantly sat up from the ground, lifting his gaze to her. Yu Xiaoyang stole a glance at the still-sleeping Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai, hesitated momentarily, then turned to exit the door. This was not a suitable place for conversation. She would address matters outside. I have no desire to know who you are, nor any interest in it. Since you appear to be fine now, I kindly ask you to leave this place. Yu Xiaoyang spoke directly, without a hint of subtlety. There was but one answer. She deemed him to be dangerously enigmatic, hence her wish for him to depart. The man let out a light scoff, his tone airy, as if a feather had brushed past. But you already know. What? Yu Xiaoyang was still trying to comprehend the situation when she saw the man unfasten the scarf around his neck. As Li Mu tended to his wounds, he did not cast a curious glance at the man's face. Under the moonlight, Yu Xiaoyang discerned his features, remarkably ordinary, lacking any distinctive traits, save for his resolute jawline and eyes that shimmered like stars. Within those depths seemed to dwell an infinite darkness, thick and impenetrable like unyielding ink. They exchanged glances for a moment, and in that fleeting encounter, it felt as though they had transcended the mundanity of existence. Yet, Yu Xiaoyang was the first to sense an unease and averted her gaze, slightly vexed that she had been staring at him like a lovesick fool for so long. Wait, she felt a flicker of recognition. Had she seen this face before? The gun? The exchange? Yes, she recalled. This was the man who had traded her a gun for a vial of hemostatic medicine. It seems you have remembered, Yu Xiaoyang, he observed, his eyes fixed on her with an unsettling familiarity. She felt a surge of caution. How did he know her name? She couldn't recall ever introducing herself. You need not be so tense. I mean you no harm, he said smoothly. Oh, do villains not wear signs that proclaim their malice? She retorted, sensing an unsettling undertone in his words. He chuckled lightly. It appears you have forgotten my name. Why would I remember your name? This is absurd, she replied, her disinterest evident. He was merely a stranger to her. His expression remained calm as he regarded her intently, stating earnestly, Fu Hongyi. What? My name. Remember it well. Do not forget. He placed a finger against his lips, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. The moonlight cast a slanting glow upon him, his shadow enveloping her, creating an illusion that she was cradled in his embrace. Yu Xiaoyang frowned, suspecting he might not be entirely sane. Perhaps he had indulged too much in tales of the arrogant, captivating CEO archetype. Such notions were antiquated in their post-apocalyptic world. Nevertheless, to avoid unnecessary trouble, she resolved to humor him, intending to dismiss him swiftly. Fine, I remember. Fu Hongyi, right? Can you leave now? He gazed at her quietly, suddenly breaking into laughter, shaking his head. No, I cannot leave. I have important matters to attend to. Yu Xiaoyang felt a surge of frustration. Was he toying with her? Did he think her so easily trifled with? Her expression hardened as she discreetly unfastened a slender vine from her wrist, stepping back to regard him coolly. Fu Hongyi stared at the shadow on the ground, momentarily lost in thought. When he looked up, he found her poised to strike, which amused him greatly. She was like a little hedgehog, bristling with defenses even before he had revealed his ambitions. Do you wish to engage in combat with me? You are no match for me, he stated plainly, not wanting to harm her. How infuriating. After all this time, since my rebirth, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent, let alone one so audacious. This is utterly intolerable. She summoned all her strength to swing her slender vine towards him with great force, and just as it was about to strike him, it unexpectedly veered in midair and arched back towards her. A shallow breath resonated beside her, and the person who had been a distance away had now closed the gap, firmly grasping her hand that held the vine. Turning her head, she collided with his chin, her face flushing crimson with rage as she exclaimed, "Let go of me." What extraordinary ability do you possess? Is it psychic or perhaps a physical attack? A mutated wood element. How intriguing. With gritted teeth, Yu Xiaoyang retorted fiercely, mind your own business. As she lifted her foot to stomp on his instep, he swiftly countered, wrapping an arm around her and blocking her leg, his large hand securely resting on her waist. The position was utterly mortifying. She felt both humiliated and furious, her porcelain-like cheeks ablaze, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at him. What is your ability? Fu Hongyi showed no urgency to release her, instead adjusting his hold to a more comfortable position, savoring her expression, just as he had imagined, soft and fragrant. In truth, he had long desired to do this, and now that she had willingly thrown herself into his embrace, there was no way he would let her go. A mutated wind ability? That doesn't seem quite right. Wind abilities aren't typically so potent. You seem quite knowledgeable, but there's more to it than that. Take another guess. A prize awaits if you get it right. He did not intend to deceive her, yet he refrained from revealing the truth. Guess what? I'm not in the mood for games. Are you certain you wish to pursue this? Are you angry? Fu Hongyi tilted his head to observe her. In truth, the rapid rise and fall of her chest had already betrayed her emotions. Yu Xiaoyang took a deep breath, striving for calm. Just let me go. I dislike this manner of conversation. Fu Hongyi appeared to think her anger insufficient, innocently blinking his eyes as he said, but I find it quite enjoyable, as it allows me to perceive even your subtlest emotions. At that moment, the thread of reason in her mind snapped. A mischievous smile crept across her face. Is that so? Then allow me to show you what truly subtle emotions feel like. She lifted her chin and jabbed fiercely at the wound on his shoulder, successfully eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. Quickly, Yu Xiaoyang extended a hand, creating distance between them, before she could revel in her triumph. She heard his amused voice. You certainly refuse to be at a disadvantage. Are you feeling more comfortable now? Momentarily taken aback, she looked up to meet his starry black gaze, which reflected her small image within it. He had done this deliberately. Why would he go to such lengths? Did she possess something of such value to him? No, she must not be deceived. Some individuals relish playing the role of a romantic, when in truth, what they desire is nothing less than your life. Her life belonged solely to her, and no one could take it away. She steadied her mind, suppressing the surprise in her eyes, and regarded him with renewed vigilance. I'm not a naive girl. I cannot simply acquiesce to your whims. You have mistaken your target. Do you truly believe that employing such tactics will compel someone to serve your interests? You must think her exceedingly foolish. What do you mean? What is it that you imply? Was she perhaps misinterpreting something? Forgive him. This was his first experience with affection, and he was entirely inexperienced in matters of the heart, acting purely on instinct. He yearned to remain by her side, so he sought to stay. He desired to embrace her, hence he did. Feigning ignorance? Humph. That would be rather disingenuous. Even the pretense of a romantic savant he fails to master. It seems you are quite resolute. Do not blame me then. A singular misstep may be foolish, but would a second occur? Besides, she was already aware of his extraordinary abilities. Once more, she urged the small vine in her hand to strike. In his grasp, she could not withstand more than 2 exchanges, and Yu Xiaoyang faced a disheartening defeat. She absolutely could not concede in such a manner, gritting her teeth. One hand ensnared by him, the other reached into her space, preparing to retrieve her weapon. Yet, in a sudden movement, he forcefully pulled her into his embrace. And in a moment of desperation, they both struggled against each other. Abruptly, a swirling sensation enveloped them, and the surroundings transformed. Yu Xiaoyang was rendered speechless. She was on the verge of insanity. He had entered her space. Why was this happening? Who could explain this to her? Why? Fu Hongyi appeared utterly unfazed, merely casting a cursory glance around her domain before stating, So this is your space, as if it were a mere observation. This is your space? He was aware of her possession of such a realm. Why did she feel as though he had completely laid bare her vulnerabilities, leaving no cards unplayed? This sentiment was wretched, stripping her of any semblance of security. She simply wished to resolve this predicament swiftly. The only means to achieve that was to silence him permanently, and the only way to truly silence someone was through death. However, his subsequent words shattered her remaining confidence. You wish to kill me? You're no match for me." With a thunderous clarity, Yu Xiaoyang felt as though every ounce of strength and information she had built since her rebirth was annihilated. It took but a single, straightforward utterance, indeed, a casual remark from another, for this truth to resonate. He understood, and she did too. Despondency washed over her. Had she known, she would have simply followed him, pretending not to see him. It was not an insurmountable task, yet now she found herself in a bind, thoroughly cornered. The anguish she felt could no longer be articulated. She longed for time to rewind. The exposure of her wood-based abilities did not faze her, nor did the revelation of her space. Yet, the fact that he could so effortlessly intrude upon her final bastion of safety left her bereft of any means to contend with him. Fu Hongyi observed her transformation from a spirited rooster to a deflated balloon in mere moments, perplexed by the drastic shift. He preferred her vibrant spirit, even if it meant she was contemplating ways to counter him. It was far more appealing than the current lethargy that enveloped her. After a brief silence, he said, "There is no need for such concern. I have no intention of engaging you in conflict." Yu Xiaoyang chuckled softly, recalling that it was indeed a specter who had confronted her moments ago. "What do you truly desire? Speak plainly. At this juncture, I have resigned myself to fate. I cannot best you in combat, and my stronghold has been overrun. What else is there to do? I have never felt such profound defeat. I have expressed my wish to remain here," she insisted, "and I will offer you all the resources I possess in my space. You must keep my secret, and in future encounters, we shall behave as though we are strangers." Having no means to eliminate him, she reluctantly considered retreating. "I do not want your resources. I have stated my desire to stay. Are you concerned about those pursuing me?" He was no fool. It did not take long for him to discern the origin of her anxiety. Yu Xiaoyang gazed at him in silence. Her worries were manifold. As long as he was present, she would remain anxious, especially after her stronghold had been dismantled. "Rest assured, they will not return. I will not bring you any trouble. But you are the greatest trouble of all. Do you not comprehend such a simple truth? Staying is permissible, but you must not mention my space to anyone." "How did you even access my space?" She had previously attempted to bring her parents into her sanctuary, but had failed. This accidental intrusion was perplexing. "I cannot say for certain, but I am aware that you possess a space. Where did you discover this?" She had thought she concealed it rather well. "During our first encounter, you retrieved the hemostatic medicine from your space, did you not?" He had sensed it. Yu Xiaoyang inhaled sharply, realizing she had inadvertently revealed her secret back then, feeling foolish for her earlier pride. Her concealment had been seen through long ago. "You possess abilities beyond just wind manipulation, do you not? What other powers do you hold?" Fu Hongyi observed the delicate quiver of her lips, perhaps from annoyance, and a ripple of intrigue passed through him. He blinked and, adopting a serious demeanor, said, "If you were to embrace me, I might divulge that information." "You scoundrel!" Yu Xiaoyang seethed, her teeth clenched. No one had dared to so brazenly take advantage of her before. It seemed she had been overly polite. One must not be excessively kind. Otherwise, one would suffer the consequences, as she had. Had she simply left him to his devices initially, none of this turmoil would have ensued. Now, she wished to consume him whole. "Dream on," she retorted, enunciating each word through gritted teeth. "Fuenji apir de somevad disiartend." His gaze shifting from her lips to her eyes as he restrained himself from delving into thoughts of her understanding of wind abilities. "What do you mean? What trickery are you plotting?" To her, Fu Hongyi had transformed into a villain, a man brimming with deceit and cunning. She could not afford to underestimate him. Ignoring her evident wariness, Fu Hongyi spoke in a low tone. "In truth, each ability is intricate and far more complex than it appears. Sometimes, what the eyes perceive is not the whole truth." Yu Xiaoyang was certain that he was playing tricks, and she was too weary to listen to his nonsense. With a dismissive wave, she said, "If you do not wish to speak, then so be it. Just remember our agreement. Now let us depart, for they must be looking for us." She discovered that as long as she held Fu Hongyi's hand and silently recited the incantation, she could exit. She tested this theory again and found she could both enter and exit at will. Thus, when she saw Li Ruoqing searching for her, she hurried over, grasping Li Ruoqing's hand and silently reciting the incantation to enter, yet she remained in place. She could not fathom why others could not enter while Fu Hongyi could. Was it due to his special abilities? Li Ruoqing looked at her in confusion. Yang, what is the matter with you? Yu Xiaoyang felt a tinge of disappointment at being unable to bring Li Ruoqing inside. How wonderful it would be if she could take everyone she wanted within. Then, she would not have to constantly worry about their safety. Not wanting to cause Li Ruoqing any concern, she simply shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. Why are you up? I couldn't relax knowing you were gone, so I came out to check." The sky was still bright, and the air was quite chilly. Yu Xiaoyang quickly wrapped her arms around Li Ruoqing, guiding her back inside. "You must go in quickly. You'll catch a cold." Before entering, she cast a warning glance at Fu Hongyi, hoping he would refrain from saying anything inappropriate. That night, Yu Xiaoyang scarcely slept. The thought of having such a dangerous person beside her extinguished all her drowsiness. "So, Brother Fu, you possess wind-based abilities? How impressive. I hope one day I can be as formidable." However, within the span of a single meal, Wu Tian was completely won over. Initially, he held a strong disdain for the enigmatic man, but after witnessing Fu Hongyi's prowess, he came to accept him. Yang, where did you find such a remarkable teammate?" Yu Xiaoyang twitched her lips. Teammate? Had she agreed to this? "Brother Fu claims you consented to his joining us. I have no objections. With someone as capable as Brother Fu, our future endeavors will be much easier." Li Mu shot her a glance and scoffed. "Don't look at me. I'm indifferent." After all, his objective isn't me. He was a man, naturally understanding men. He could discern the true reason Fu Hongyi remained. Yang, roasted potatoes. Wu Tian said this is your favorite. Fu Hongyi offered her a perfectly roasted golden potato. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at it and lost her appetite. She once enjoyed it, but now it held no appeal. Wu Tian, that useless fellow, was so easily swayed. Couldn't he see that her agreement to let him stay was coerced? Otherwise, would she be so accommodating? "Who said I can't like bread?" she retorted, pulling out a small vine and retrieving a piece of bread from the fire, speaking with irritation. The prowess of wind-based abilities is indeed remarkable, yet the display of such skills to levitate food over the fire is unnecessary when there are racks available. The versatility of wind abilities is impressive, yet the sarcasm in her tone was palpable to all, except for Wu Tian, who responded, "Indeed, Brother Fu is quite clever. I would not have thought of that." Li Mu stifled a laugh nearby, thinking what a fool, only grasping the surface of things while failing to perceive the nuances and intellect involved. It seems he requires thorough guidance. Otherwise, he would bring disgrace to his mentor. Having emerged from the Wealth Road, you must be well acquainted with the situation on the opposing side. Could you elaborate? Zhao Zichen mentioned that the Wealth Road is rife with zombies and should be avoided, which she had no reason to doubt. However, upon entering, not a single one was encountered, which was exceedingly peculiar. Whether in abundance or absence, something felt amiss. Fu Hongyi recognized that the comment was directed at him, though Yu Xiaoyang did not even glance his way. After a moment's contemplation, he replied gravely, "The circumstances on the Wealth Road are somewhat intricate. What is your purpose for going there? If it can be avoided, it is best not to proceed." Yu Xiaoyang lacked adventurous spirit. She understood her mission was to complete a task, not to play the hero. If genuine danger lurked ahead, she would circumvent it, for she did not possess the strength to claim she could handle everything alone. Yet sometimes, trouble finds you even if you do not seek it. The accumulation of zombies on the Wealth Road was due to the emergence of a novice zombie king, who summoned all nearby zombies to the area. There exists a vast supermarket on the Wealth Road, housing all the living souls in proximity. Thus the zombie king's intent was clear, to consume the inhabitants of the supermarket. This particular zombie king appeared to possess a modicum of intellect, comprehending the game of eagle catching chicks. Fu Hongyi had previously devised a plan to corner the zombie king within a bank, but when the time came to act, adversaries intervened, forcing him to abandon the zombie king situation. Now, having escaped the bank, the zombie king sought vengeance against Fu Hongyi, posing a dilemma on how to confront such a particularly vengeful foe. One could liken Fu Hongyi to a harbinger of misfortune. After all, how else could so many zombies relentlessly pursue them? Yet he remained oblivious, hastily departing while inadvertently bringing trouble upon them, armed with a dagger and his wind abilities. Fu Hongyi left a trail of fallen zombies in his wake. However, the power of his wind abilities was finite, and even the mightiest must eventually face exhaustion. I won't go down without a fight. I'm not to be trifled with, Wu Tian declared, cleaving through a zombie's skull, blood splattering across his face. At that moment, Li Mu seized the opportunity to mock him. So, are you planning to engage them with your irregular water spheres? Wu Tian stomped his foot in indignation, retorting, "Would it kill you not to undermine me? It wouldn't, but I do not wish to stifle myself, primarily out of concern for your inflated ego." Yuxiang could no longer endure the banter. At this critical juncture, it was time to devise an escape plan. Heaven knows from where these zombies had emerged, surrounding them in layers, a testament to the formidable grudge held by the Zombie King. She understood that controlling such a multitude of zombies would be an immense strain on the mind. Was it truly worth such exertion? We must confront the Zombie King, or we shall never find our way out of here. No one opposed this proposal. It was evidently the only course of action. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. This principle is universally acknowledged. We need to locate a vehicle, one with excellent stability, for relying solely on our own 2 feet would be insufficient. Walking was intended to avoid attracting the zombies' attention, to conceal themselves as much as possible. But now they were already encircled. Thus, finding a vehicle became imperative. There were many cars on the road, yet they were devoid of fuel. If there had been fuel, they wouldn't be abandoned on the roadside. Let us search for a vehicle. I have fuel in my space. Everyone here was aware of her spatial abilities, and Fu Hongyi had even visited her space, leaving no room for secrecy. They stumbled upon a Land Rover, crashed into a utility pole, with the driver nowhere in sight, and the fuel tank completely empty. You go fill the tank, we'll handle things here. Yuxiang didn't feign reluctance to stay behind. She seized the opportunity to discreetly withdraw. Are you suggesting that the Zombie King is still inside this bank? Fu Hongyi nodded. If my conjecture is correct. This was intriguing. It seemed the Zombie King not only harbored grudge, but was also intent on drawing Fu Hongyi here for a decisive battle. Since this predicament was of his own making, he ought to take responsibility. Before she could voice her thoughts, a teammate interrupted. Brother Fu, since we are a team, we must accompany you inside. With so many of us, we can surely vanquish the Zombie King. Yuxiang thought, eliminate your sister. If you're so capable, why not take the lead yourself instead of dragging them along? Fu Hongyi, oblivious to social nuances, did not perceive this as solely his burden, and nodded with a smile. The Zombie King will certainly not be our match. Yuxiang was utterly exasperated with the two. Fine, she was now cornered, and whether she wanted to or not, she had to join in, might as well embrace it wholeheartedly. The bank had a back door. Otherwise, enticing the Zombie King inside would leave Fu Hongyi with no means of escape. Fu Hongyi was most familiar with the interior and the Zombie King. Thus he was entrusted with the strategy, ensuring fairness and correctness in their approach. She and Li Mu were assigned to the final door. Should the Zombie King approach, they would intercept him. Wu Tian possessed water abilities, which countered the fire abilities of the Zombie King, making him the first to strike alongside Fu Hongyi. Li Ruoqing lacked abilities and could not engage the Zombie King in direct confrontation. Therefore, under the protection of the ocean, she sought refuge in a secure location. Li Mu and she concealed themselves in the shadows, both attentively observing the situation next door, neither daring to utter a word. Suddenly, Li Mu cleared her throat softly and, lowering her voice, inquired, "Have you mentioned our abilities to him?" Yu Xiaoyang paused for a moment, shaking her head in negation. In the darkness, she seemed to perceive the profound expression on Li Mu's face. Indeed, she had not disclosed to Fu Hongyi what powers each of them possessed. Yet how did he come to know of it? Furthermore, he was aware that Li Ruoqing lacked any abilities. He was truly an enigma. Taking a deep breath, she responded solemnly, "I will uncover the truth." There was no need for extensive clarification between her and Li Mu. She trusted that Li Mu understood her intent, just as she instantly grasped the implication behind Li Mu's query. This was a reminder to herself. Yet even without such prompting, she would remain vigilant regarding Fu Hongyi. He was exceedingly dangerous, and she feared that he would ultimately bring calamity upon them all. Time was of the essence. As the sound of the approaching Zombie King reached their ears, She and Li Mu exchanged a glance, then acted simultaneously. She swiftly cast out a small vine to ensnare the zombie king, while Li Mu simultaneously summoned earthen spikes, evading the fiery breath emitted by the zombie king. Yu Xiaoyang prepared to swing her vine again, only to find the zombie king pivoting unexpectedly. Realizing that she was about to collide with another blast of flames, she understood there was no time to evade. She seemed to hear Wu Tian calling her name, Sister Yang. A wave of searing pain engulfed her, and she lost consciousness. Just before succumbing to the darkness, it felt as though powerful arms had caught her. She was roused by pain, and upon opening her eyes, found herself gazing into the worried eyes of Li Ruoqing. Li Ruoqing blinked, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "You're finally awake. You're not dead. Thank goodness you survived." The burning sensation across her back was excruciating, causing her to grimace in discomfort. "My throat is parched. I need water," she croaked. Li Ruoqing quickly wiped her tears, saying, "All right, I'll get you some right away." Accompanying her was Wu Tian, whose eyes were red and swollen, revealing that he had indeed cried. He looked at her cautiously and called out, "Sister Yang, are you all right?" Yu Xiaoyang drained the warm water from the cup, feeling a wave of comfort as it soothed her throat. She managed to smile at Wu Tian, saying, "Look, I'm alive. Why are you crying?" "But I couldn't help it," Wu Tian replied, his voice still tinged with sobs. He had never felt so powerless before. Watching helplessly as Sister Yang was struck by the fireball, unable to intervene, he berated himself, thinking if he had only tried harder, perhaps he could have shielded her. Why was he so ineffectual? All right, enough of this. Aren't we too old for tears? What happened to the zombie king? How do we escape? They were in the place where they had previously spent the night, and it seemed they had emerged unscathed. Wu Tian sniffed. Brother Fu killed the zombie king before falling unconscious. Yu Xiaoyang froze in shock. Unconscious? Fu Hongyi had also succumbed? She had thought him invincible. How did he fall unconscious? And where is he now? Could it be that seeing the troubles he caused her made him feel guilty and led him to leave? If that were the case, it would be wonderful. Brother Fu shielded you from a significant portion of the onslaught, nearly being consumed by flames himself. It was only moments after you regained consciousness that he succumbed to slumber once more. Yu Xiaoyang gazed at Wu Tian in disbelief. What did you say? Fu Hongyi took most of the heat for her. No wonder she wondered how she survived such an intense barrage. It was he who protected her. But why did he do that? Li Ruoqing tugged at Wu Tian, signaling him to cease his words, and gently said, "You've just awakened. Don't overthink. Drink this water and rest again." Li Mu, frowning, approached and squatted beside her, as if he understood her intentions. He said softly, "Just focus on resting. He has fallen asleep again, and visiting him would be futile. Some matters do not require such clarity, such nonchalance. If it were he in this situation, would he speak so lightly of indifference?" Furthermore, it was all rather perplexing. She felt completely bewildered by Fu Hongyi's actions. In the end, she refrained from arguing with Li Mu and merely inquired, "How badly is he injured?" Indeed, perhaps as Li Mu suggested, some things need not be scrutinized so closely. He nearly got burned alive. What do you think? She paused, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she observed her reaction, and continued, "Fortunately, his physical constitution is superior to yours. He regained consciousness a quarter of an hour before you. That is a relief. Otherwise, she might never find peace with herself. She owes him a favor, one that he will repay in due time." Yang, do you wish to continue resting? Are you still in pain?" Li Ruoqing asked with concern, fearful that she might be uncomfortable. Yu Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment and replied, "I no longer wish to sleep. Is there anything to eat? I am famished. Lying down only exacerbates the pain. I can hardly rest." They could not find anti-inflammatory or pain-relieving medication, so they merely performed a rudimentary cleaning of her wounds, leaving her with excruciating pain at the slightest movement. She retrieved 2 bottles of anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication from her space, handing one to Wu Tian to assist in treating Fu Hongyi's wounds. "Make sure to apply the medicine to every area. Don't be negligent." Wu Tian made a face in acknowledgement. "I understand. Brother Fu got hurt for you. How could I possibly be lazy? Besides, I admire Brother Fu greatly." Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes, thinking it was inappropriate to bring up such matters. His affectionate references to Brother Fu made her feel a twinge of jealousy. Mom, can you help me apply the medicine? I'll eat in a bit. All right, bear with it. It may sting a little. Yu Xiaoyang chuckled self-deprecatingly. This little pain was something she could endure. She had faced far greater suffering before. If it hurts, just let it out. Li Ruoqing's hands trembled slightly, hesitant to touch Yu Xiaoyang's wounds. The injuries were not severe, but they were in places she could not reach, particularly on her back, which made her feel as though her entire back was ablaze with pain. She shook her head, insisting that it was nothing and that she could simply apply the ointment, as she felt no pain. Yet, given that more than half of her own injuries were obscured, Fu Hongyi must be enduring far greater agony. With this thought, she let out a soft sigh. It seemed that the burden of human connections was indeed a heavy one. In this world, there were two things she most dreaded: troubles and the complexities of human relationships. Yet, fate had conspired to thrust both upon her at once. How could there be no pain? Even her mother, upon witnessing her suffering, felt a twinge of reluctance. A droplet of water fell onto her back, causing her wound to constrict painfully, intensifying her inner turmoil. Li Ruoqing was the person she yearned to protect the most. She could not bear to see her in tears. They say that surviving great calamities often brings blessings, and perhaps her fortune still lay ahead. She pondered whether the scar would remain. How would a girl cope with such a prominent mark in the future? It was her own inadequacy that brought this upon her. If only she possessed extraordinary abilities, she could safeguard her daughter and prevent her from enduring such suffering. Yu Xiaoyang felt somewhat powerless. Like all mothers, she had raised a daughter with love and care, hoping to find her a suitable partner. But now, in this apocalyptic world, such aspirations seemed obsolete. However, it was evident that Li Ruoqing held a different perspective. All right, you should say less, she said. Our daughter is already quite uncomfortable. She shouldn't have to comfort you. Yu Dahai, unable to bear it any longer, intervened. You old fool, I'm just worried. Li Ruoqing shot him an irritated glare. Yu Dahai shook his head in resignation, conceding with a gesture of defeat. Fine. I understand your concern, but let Yang Yang rest for now. Shall we step outside? After much persuasion, he finally managed to coax Li Ruoqing out, allowing Yu Xiaoyang to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her father was supportive. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to respond to Li Ruoqing. With Li Mu, Wu Tian, and Li Ruoqing gone, the room was left with only her and Fu Hongyi, who lay in the corner not far from her. She watched him for a moment, noting that apart from his pallor, there were no visible wounds or signs of distress. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously propped herself up on her arms, adjusting to her position before approaching him. As she drew closer, she noticed an unusual crimson hue on his neck, covered with a white ointment. Frowning, she realized that the injury must be severe if it had reached his neck. Just as she contemplated whether to lift the collar of his shirt to inspect his wound, her hand brushed against his gaze, which sparkled with a knowing smile. Yu Xiaoyang bit her lip, realizing that he had witnessed all her earlier hesitations and actions. This thought brought her some displeasure, prompting her to huff softly and retort. So vigilant, yet you still got burned by the fireball. Immediately regretting her words, she acknowledged that he had acted to save her, and her comment seemed rather ungrateful. Realizing that speaking too much could lead to further missteps, she resolved to remain silent. Just as she prepared to rise and leave, a hand grasped her wrist. She paused for a moment, gritting her teeth as she said, "Let go, or I won't be polite." He was unafraid, a smile gracing his face, his pitch-black eyes firmly locking onto hers. "How will you be impolite? Do you wish to try?" She pondered. Why should she not be indifferent? The pain did not belong to her. Besides, he was not someone of significance to her. Yet, deep down, she could not shake off his hand. Doing so might aggravate his injury. Even a slight movement had caused him pain, and he was far more injured than she. Admitting defeat felt excessively humiliating, as if she cared for him more than she wished to acknowledge. Momentarily, she stood rooted, neither rejecting nor consenting. Fu Hongyi discerned her embarrassment and inwardly chuckled. Clearly, she was tough on the outside but soft within, stubbornly refusing to concede. It appeared he could employ this strategy against her in the future. Finding the right approach was paramount. Had she not been quite displeased with him previously? Unbeknownst to him, She had devised countless ways to rid herself of him. Yet now she was gradually accepting his presence. As a man, it was imperative to yield and display vulnerability. Without hesitation, he feigned a pitiful demeanor, exclaiming, "Ah, you cannot abruptly wrench your arm away, for it is the most severely injured. Who told you to be a hero? I do not require you to settle a debt of gratitude. I despise being indebted." She was acutely aware of the significant debt she owed him, yet lacked the courage to admit that in similar circumstances in the future, she would unhesitatingly come to his aid. He gazed deeply into her eyes, sincerity evident. "But I wish to save you." You Xiaoyang was no fool. She recognized the implication in his gaze. However, she harbored skepticism towards emotions and did not believe in love at first sight. After all, they had only met twice. Could two encounters warrant such fervent devotion? If that were the case, she was even more convinced of ulterior motives. It was not that she perceived him as inherently malevolent, but rather that in this world, such thoughts were inescapable. He knew he must not frighten her. Despite his inexperience with love, he understood that matters required a gradual approach. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "You have saved me twice as well, have you not?" Yu Xiaoyang frowned. While that was indeed true, both instances were merely coincidental. The first was an exchange of benefits. She provided a medicine, and he offered her a firearm. The second was out of gratitude for his shielding her from gunfire, albeit he had embroiled himself in that situation. It was not a rescue. It was an exchange. "Have you forgotten that you gave me my gun and ammunition?" She reminded him. He slowly shook his head, his ink-black eyes penetrating hers. "No, in my heart, you saved me." Yu Xiaoyang was at a loss for words. How could she make him understand? "Well, it was merely a trifling matter. There is no need to mention it again," he replied, his eyes alight with mirth. "How could I not mention the favor of saving my life?" Overwhelmed, she sighed. "Has no one ever treated you kindly before? Why must you remember every detail so precisely?" It was merely an exchange. Yu Xiaoyang was scalded by the fervor in his gaze, awkwardly averting her eyes. Moments ago, something had stirred her heart, yet it was insufficient to dissolve her wariness towards him. She reverted to her customary indifference, stating, "I shall remember this life-saving grace and repay it in due time. If you wish to stay, then do so. After all, isn't this the outcome you've sought so desperately?" She was aware that her words might wound him, but she felt compelled to speak thus. She could not afford to grant him any glimmers of hope, nor herself. A flicker of disappointment flitted across Fu Hengyi's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. As he regarded her, his expression returned to its habitual cheerfulness. He rarely smiled, but when their eyes met, a subtle warmth would shimmer in his gaze, unnoticed by outsiders. "Very well, then, I look forward to your guidance," he replied, feigning ignorance to her underlying meaning. Did she think that would soften her resolve? She would not be swayed. She would remember this well. "Guidance? I hardly think you require it, given your remarkable prowess." With that, she rose, looking down upon him. It was rather humiliating that she still had not discerned the nature of his abilities. "Rest assured, I have promised never to scheme against you, except for your heart. That is all I desire," he asserted, his intentions clear. "Do you take me for a fool?" Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes dismissively. "I have survived in this apocalypse for quite some time. Do I appear so easily deceived? How can you be certain?" Fu Hengyi subtly shifted his posture, wincing at the pain from his injury, yet he concealed it well. Her eyes darted around, a smirk of cunning appearing at the corners of her mouth. "Unless you divulge how you came to know about our abilities. Could it be you possess psychic powers?" As far as she knew, only psychic abilities allowed for such perception, albeit with time and rank limitations. If that were the case, his strength was indeed formidable. She was currently at the late second tier, one of the highest in the base. By her estimates, he must be at the early or mid-third tier. Impressive indeed. She had taken advantage of her rebirth to reach the second tier, while he quietly advanced to the third. Wasn't he that rather unfair? Or perhaps he too was a reborn soul? "No, I don't believe so." Her instincts assured her he was not. "Curious, are we?" His tone bore a hint of gentle affection, which Yu Xiaoyang failed to notice. "If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Actions speak louder than words," he declared, his hand moving. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoyang felt an unseen force propel her forward, landing directly in his embrace, her forehead resting against his chest. Taken aback, she scrambled to rise, but he held her waist firmly. "Stay still, unless you wish to see me in agony," he murmured from above. She felt a twinge of frustration. He was clearly taking advantage of her, yet she found herself powerless to retaliate. "Release me." He shook his head, his voice trembling slightly. "Do you think I can still move?" "I have exhausted all my strength," for he truly yearned to embrace her, to the point of being somewhat entranced. Unable to act, Yu Xiaoyang resolved to let him rest for a moment, planning to push him away once his pain subsided. This position was indeed uncomfortable. Noticing he had yet to recover, she sought a topic to divert his attention. "You possess wind-based abilities, but not entirely. You are a dual-elemental wielder." He did not refute her assertion. They were close enough for him to catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. Very astute. And what else? She pondered deeply. Moments ago, a gust had propelled her to the ground. Yet how could the wind wield such force? It was executed with such precision, with no disturbance elsewhere, only her fall. Even her hair had barely stirred. Beyond the wind, she sensed something else. The air? Yes, it was indeed the air. She realized what his abilities were, utterly incredulous. She had never encountered such powers in her previous life. Did such extraordinary abilities truly exist in this world? "I understand now. You possess another." Before she could finish, he interrupted. "It is enough that you know. There is no need to elaborate. In the presence of others, I am merely a wielder of wind abilities." Yu Xiaoyang comprehended his intent. Such a remarkable power was akin to a national treasure. Truly, the world was vast and full of wonders. There were abilities for hot water. And now this singular power. She swiftly considered that if someone of his caliber could genuinely join their team, it would elevate their safety to unprecedented heights. Unfortunately, she was oblivious to his ulterior motives. He remained silent about his intentions. Even if he spoke, she would likely dismiss him as deceitful. For trust is something that must be earned over time. Due to the injuries sustained by her and Fu Hongyi, the team had to pause temporarily, resting for 2 days before resuming their journey. However, after the demise of the Zombie King, those zombies summoned to gather at the wealth-gathering road began to disperse slowly. This place was no longer safe. The undead could approach at any moment. She was still able to move cautiously, while Fu Hongyi was unable to do so without a stretcher. His injuries were not internal. Rather, his skin had been burned, causing him pain upon contact with clothing. Thus he could not move recklessly. "We must leave this place. Brother Fu, can you endure? When we carry you away, we may inadvertently touch your burned areas." "It's fine. I can bear it." Yu Xiaoyang stood by, feeling a pang of discomfort, for his injuries were a result of his efforts to protect her. She hesitated, contemplating whether to bring him into her space. But how could she explain that others could not enter, yet Fu Hongyi could? After a moment's reflection, she abandoned the idea and retrieved a bottle of potent pain relief from her space, tossing it to him. "This medication will ensure that you feel no pain for the entire day if you take one." Fu Hongyi, without a moment's hesitation, uncorked the bottle and swallowed a pill whole. Yu Xiaoyang gazed at him in disbelief. "You truly are going to take that?" "I forgot to mention. It's not good for the nerves and shouldn't be consumed excessively. It's an addictive painkiller, after all, without some special additives. How could it be deemed extraordinary? As long as it is provided by you, I shall partake," he replied. Yu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. Had Fu Hongyi, the alluringly charismatic CEO, succumbed to recklessness? Ignoring her concern, he strode out the door. Outside, a car awaited, its tank full and ready for departure. They had to circumvent Jutsai Road, for it was currently overrun with zombies. Encountering them head-on would yield no advantage. Only a fool would dare to collide with such danger. Yu Dahai took the wheel, ensuring Fu Hongyi was comfortably reclined in the back seat before they set off. Shortly after their departure, hordes of zombies began to disperse from Jutsai Road. Yu Xiaoyang felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of so many undead. Fortunate were they to have left in time, for she doubted her ability to carve a path through the throng. "Did you vanquish the Zombie King? What about the crystal core? Is this what you seek?" Fu Hongyi produced a yellow crystal core from seemingly nowhere. A level 3 zombie, possessing the potential of a Zombie King. Thankfully, It had been eradicated in time. Otherwise, the Qingyang base, not far from here, would eventually face an assault. It is said that you were the one to slay the zombie king, so naturally, the crystal core belongs to you. Keep it safe. Yet Fu Hongyi chuckled softly, placing the core into her hand with an air of finality. This is a gift for you. Yu Xiaoyang was taken aback. Why? The level 3 crystal core should hold great allure for anyone, particularly as she was on the verge of advancing to level 3 herself. Having such a core could significantly bolster her abilities. Because you like it. The crystal core in her hand seemed to radiate warmth, causing her to wince at its heat. In that moment, she was torn between refusing and accepting it. Li Mu, languidly taking the core from her grasp, examined it in the light outside. A fine treasure indeed. Since neither of you desires it, I shall reluctantly accept it. Yu Xiaoyang could only watch as Li Mu tucked the core into his pocket. Noticing her gaze, he quickly shielded the pocket, eyeing her warily. I took it. You both didn't want it, so why can't I? Grinding her teeth, Yu Xiaoyang forced a smile that did not reach her eyes. Of course you can take it. Just be cautious of its heat. It was earned with Fu Hongyi's life. Yang, zombies are starting to appear here. Everyone, be cautious. They could not endure such constant jostling for long. Though she could bear it, she could not withstand it indefinitely. Understood, Yu Dahai replied, pressing the accelerator and heading directly towards the zombies. Facing them now, everyone managed to adopt an air of indifference, no longer appearing as pale and nauseated as they once had. Fu Hongyi cast a glance at her zombie and remarked, if you intend to head to the kiln factory, I happen to know of an alternative route that would be significantly shorter. However, it does pass through a small village, and I'm uncertain about the current state of that village and the number of zombies within it. Yu Xiaoyang looked at him with surprise. Really? Where is it? You've taken too long to show me their route. If we could shorten the journey, it would be splendid. If the task takes too long, it could be canceled or another team might be dispatched, rendering our efforts futile. It's not depicted on the map, he replied. As you know, no matter how detailed a map is, it cannot illustrate every path in the world. This was indeed a truthful statement, and Yu Xiaoyang did not dispute it. Whether to take the shortcut was a matter for discussion. She could not make that decision unilaterally. Even as the captain, she needed to consider the opinions of her team. Without further ado, she steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. You all heard what Fu Hongyi said. What are your thoughts? Yu Xiaoyang felt an urge to retort. You're such a die-hard fan. Yu Dahai and Li Ruoqing preferred to stick to the Spring Breeze Road, deeming it a safer option. Although it was a longer route, they believed it would minimize the risk of unforeseen incidents. Li Mu offered a balanced perspective, asserting that no one could guarantee the safety of the Spring Breeze Road, just as the circumstances of the small village remained unknown. Given that they all shared the same starting point, why should they opt for a longer route? Ultimately, Yu Xiaoyang made the decision to proceed towards the small village, abandoning the Spring Breeze Road. Li Mu was right. The conditions of both routes were uncertain, so why choose the longer path? Yu Dahai did not object, but let out a resigned sigh, conceding, you young folks can decide as you wish. Yu Xiaoyang, in disbelief, tentatively suggested, what if we still take the Spring Breeze Road? Yu Dahai immediately countered, no, let us go to the small village. I believe Li Mu makes a compelling argument. Li Mu chuckled, come on, you did good, just trust me. Surviving great adversity often leads to future blessings. Our fortune is bound to be vast. Wu Tian, seated in the passenger seat, remained silent for a while before turning to Li Mu. Li De Ge, don't you think you're quite naive? I call you big brother, you call you uncle, and I'm calling you uncle too. Doesn't that seem off? Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. What is suitable or not? It's merely a title. If you don't mind, you may call me uncle as well. I've only heard of those pretending to be youthful, never of anyone pretending to be old. Li Mu indicated that he was thick-skinned and could endure anything. Since we are heading to the small village, let's press on without pause and make our way there directly. It should take us about 3 hours. If the situation in the village is dire, we will rush through. If it seems manageable, we can find a place to rest for the night. What do you all think? Of course, there is no problem. You've planned everything so meticulously. Who could possibly have any objections? Occasionally encountering a few zombies along the road, the vehicle deftly maneuvered to avoid them whenever possible. In instances where evasion was unfeasible, They simply crushed the undead beneath their wheels. For those particularly obstinate creatures, they would disembark to eliminate a portion before proceeding. Over the course of their journey, they found themselves compelled to engage with small clusters of zombies 3 to 5 times, their combat prowess and synergy proving commendable. Otherwise, it was uncertain how long they would have been ensnared. At long last, they reached the quaint village just before dusk, expecting to witness desolation. They were greeted by a formidable earthen wall resembling a city gate, with villagers armed with iron rods patrolling atop. It appeared that someone had spotted their vehicle. As an alarm swiftly rang out at the entrance, they parked before the earthen gate, and Yu Xiaoyang contemplated the feasibility of breaking through the wall with their vehicle. A man clad in a black coat emerged, wielding a megaphone, and called out to them, "Who are you? Please park your vehicle at least 10 meters from the gate." Li Mu scrutinized the earthen structure and estimated that at least 5 earth-based abilities users were stationed there, their expertise evident not in the power of their abilities, but in their architectural skill. Yu Xiaoyang stepped out to negotiate, acutely aware that darkness was imminent, rendering the vicinity perilous with no safe haven in sight. Entering the village was imperative. "Greetings, we bear no ill will. We are from the nearby Qingyang base, merely passing through and hoping to find shelter for the night. May we be granted entry? Water supply?" he inquired, presumably referring to water-based ability users. It seemed the base was in dire need of water. After all, in the apocalypse, water was a scarce commodity indeed. They likely had not treated the snow for sanitation, rendering tap water and river water undrinkable, leaving reliance on water ability users as their sole recourse. However, 50 pounds of water seemed excessive. Wu Tian's abilities allowed for a maximum daily yield of merely 20 pounds, and though she could draw some from her spatial store, she suggested, 50 pounds is rather excessive. Our water user cannot provide that much. Could we perhaps have a lesser amount?" The man descended from the wall, his intentions unclear. Yet Yu Xiaoyang remained unperturbed, awaiting his return. Sure enough, after a brief interval, he reappeared, megaphone in hand, declaring 35 pounds, no less. While 35 pounds of water may seem neither abundant nor insufficient to them, it was a precious resource for those in dire need. In another S territory, one must offer something in return. Otherwise, why would they be welcomed? Soon, someone approached to grant them passage through the gate, which appeared to be constructed from the remnants of a formidable iron door, impressively fortified with 3 layers. It was evident that the village's safety was well ensured, and the designer possessed considerable ingenuity. She discreetly trailed behind the guide, leading them inside, and upon entry, the door was promptly locked, as if in fear of some unseen threat. The young man who spoke to them atop the city wall was accompanied by 7 or 8 armed men of similar age. His initial inquiry was whether any of them had been bitten by zombies. Yu Xiaoyang, understanding the underlying concern, smiled and shook his head, indicating that they had arrived by car and therefore had not disembarked, making it impossible for them to be bitten. The young man nodded, his wariness somewhat diminished, and introduced himself as Chun Dong, the village chief of Qinjia village. Yu Xiaoyang and the others offered brief introductions, deliberately withholding the full extent of their abilities. They mentioned only Yu Dahai's lightning powers, Wu Tian's water abilities, and Li Mu's earth powers, clarifying that they were all family, with Yu Dahai as the head of the household. Upon hearing about Wu Tian's water abilities, the men behind Qin Dong could not help but swallow hard, their eyes fixated on him as if he were a precious treasure. "So you refer to this as abilities? How vivid. I should mention that I possess earth abilities as well, and there are a few others in our village with the same powers. This city wall was constructed by us," Qin Dong stated. "Very impressive. It resembles the walls of our base quite closely. Did you design it yourself?" Yu Xiaoyang inquired, taken aback to encounter a talent in architecture. It was no small feat to construct such a large structure solely with earth abilities, especially given the lack of materials available. Qin Dong chuckled, refraining from elaborating, and invited them to enter and explore their village. Qinjia village was neither too large nor too small. Before the apocalypse, Qin Dong had served as a local official, awakening his abilities during the crisis and becoming village chief through his cleverness and earth powers. The village's population was sparse, Some families had only 1 or 2 members remaining, while those fortunate enough had managed to keep their entire households intact. After fortifying the village with earth walls, safety had significantly improved, allowing the residents to thrive within. As food was never a scarcity in rural households, Dong led them to a house where the entire family had succumbed to zombification. The interior had been cleared, yet the stark bloodstains remained, hinting at the horrors that had transpired there not long ago. "You may stay here. It is somewhat rudimentary, but I hope you do not mind," he offered. Hai, ever considerate, suggested they fetch tools to collect water, prompting a satisfied smile from Dong. After entering, Yu Xiaoyang remained taciturn, not out of fear but out of annoyance. One of the men behind Dong, clad in a blue down jacket, persistently cast furtive glances in her direction, his gaze lewd and somewhat sinister, which greatly displeased her. Were they outside, such impertinence would have warranted a swift response from her, transforming his gaze into a black hole of dread. Dong, however, proved to be a gracious host, even going so far as to send someone to invite them for dinner. Hai could not decline the invitation and reluctantly led everyone to the meal. Fu Hengyi chose not to accompany them, as he had sustained an injury and preferred to remain immobile if possible. Yu Xiaoyang intended to stay behind to care for him, as she was not lacking in food. However, the little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, approached them with insistence, compelling her to join. With no other option, Yu Xiaoyang reluctantly acquiesced, thinking it would be entertaining to engage in some playful antics. In an unfamiliar setting, one could hardly expect a tranquil experience. After all, human nature is often self-serving, and one could never predict the underlying motives of others. It would be wise to resolve matters swiftly, for she did not plan to spend just one night there. She wished to tend to her injuries before departing. The dinner was to be held at Dong's residence, which also served as a gathering place for the villagers. The location was quite spacious, filled with children at play, the sounds of women cooking, and men chopping firewood. To her surprise, the place was equipped with electric lights. Though other electrical appliances were absent, the few illuminated bulbs were indeed noteworthy. Upon inquiry, she learned that the lights were powered by an old generator once used to draw water from the river, now rendered largely obsolete, providing only enough power for a few light bulbs. Upon their arrival, Dong emerged from the courtyard, smiling gratefully. "You have come, thanks to your water. We are able to enjoy a good meal today. You cannot imagine, we have food in the village, but we are sorely lacking in water." Yu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. Understanding his implication, it seemed he wished for them to stay. Abundant food indicated that they were not suffering from hunger, yet the scarcity of water presented a challenge. The village did possess a water elemental, albeit of low rank, capable of providing only a meager 10 pounds of water daily, insufficient for the village's needs. A glance at the table revealed a bountiful spread, including meat and fish. Though not fresh, they were preserved delicacies, along with winter staples such as cabbage, potatoes, and carrots, all easily stored. The most eye-catching dish was the stir-fried garlic shoots with meat. She had noticed the village garden earlier and found it mostly barren. If her assumptions held true, the garlic shoots must have been cultivated by Zhao Dong, a practitioner of earth elemental abilities. During the meal, Yu Xiaoyang encountered the village's sole water elemental, Miaoka, a girl around 20 years of age. Though not particularly beautiful, she was clean and distinct from those around her, likely due to her elemental affinity. It was evident to Yu Xiaoyang that the girl harbored feelings for Dong. He did not reject her advances, but certainly did not affirm them either, receiving her offerings of food and water with a smile. Wu Tian leaned closer to her and whispered, "Miaoka lacks perceptiveness. It is clear that Dong is not fond of her. She is merely valued for being a water elemental." Yu Xiaoyang shot him a glance, irritated by his incessant chatter. With such a lavish dinner spread before them, it would be disrespectful to squander the effort of others. Moreover, if even Wu Tian could discern the situation, it was likely that the young lady was equally aware, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Wu Tian chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed, and began to appraise the young woman with unabashed interest before finally indulging in a meal. The man who had been eyeing her since their arrival, Qiu Xing, was Dong's cousin and possessed earth-based abilities. After observing her for a while, he appeared to ascertain her harmlessness and sought opportunities to approach her. On several occasions, he was inadvertently pulled away from her by Li Mu. Yet he returned persistently to engage her in conversation. Yu Xiaoyang, exercising patience, exchanged a few words with him, choosing to overlook the lewdness in his gaze while subtly extracting information. Qiu Xing, evidently less discerning than his cousin Chen Dong, answered nearly every question candidly, albeit with trivial information. Realizing he was not particularly knowledgeable, Yu Xiaoyang dismissed the idea of prying further. Conversing with him was hardly more rewarding than enjoying the meal, which would also conserve her breath. Miss you, do you not enjoy garlic sprouts? My cousin toiled immensely to cultivate these, and he unearthed them from the cellar today solely to host you, he proclaimed, his pride evident. Yu Xiaoyang cast a fleeting glance at the sprouts he had brought, smiling sweetly to mask her distaste. Are they truly so precious? They seem rather commonplace. We have them at our base too. Impossible. Just before the heavy snowfall, my cousin noticed the dire situation and promptly instructed the gathering of all crops from the garden. It took several days of effort from us earth-based abilities to stabilize the situation. Had it not been for my cousin's vigilant oversight, these crops would have perished long ago. Such a simplistic explanation was hard to swallow. She suspected Chen Dong possessed some unique skill to grow crops. If this were to come to the attention of their base, it could significantly enhance their living conditions. A notion began to take root in her mind. Your cousin is truly remarkable, Yu Xiaoyang praised. Qiu Xing's demeanor shifted, resembling someone who had swallowed a fly. He regarded her with fleeting glances, appearing as though he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing whatever was on his mind, offering a forced smile instead. You're right. My cousin is indeed impressive and quite popular among the ladies. Have you noticed that Chen Miaoka? Yu Xiaoyang lost interest in his ensuing words, which were merely veiled compliments intertwined with veiled criticisms. While he outwardly lauded his cousin's charm, he implied that Chen Dong was not a good man, conceited and unfaithful. Amused, she wondered what relevance this had to her. Was he under the impression that she harbored feelings for his cousin? Meanwhile, Chen Dong, Yu Dahai, and Li Mu were drinking, having procured what appeared to be home-brewed liquor from an unknown source. As they became slightly inebriated, their conversation meandered into disarray. Just as she had surmised, Chen Dong, emboldened by the alcohol, began affectionately referring to Yu Dahai as uncle, claiming their discussions were particularly harmonious and encouraging them to stay, extolling the virtues of Chun family village. Yu Xiaoyang held her cup, concealing a smile at the corner of her lips. Although their intentions diverged, they ultimately shared a common goal. She wished to persuade them to stay, intending to lead him to the base. The outcome would depend on whose skills proved superior. Chen Dong remained unfazed, deftly skirting the topic, and soon laughter and banter resumed among them. This was a scene in which Li Mu excelled, befuddling Chen Dong's companions. Though Chen Dong's resolute will kept him grounded. Come, let us toast. From now on, we shall be brothers. After sharing a couple of drinks, Yu Xiaoyang excused herself under the pretense of needing the restroom, while in truth, she aimed to inspect Chen Dong's vegetable cellar. However, upon exiting, she was greeted by a commotion that elicited a cold smile from her. Did they truly believe her to be a defenseless maiden? Qiu Xing obstructed her path. A wicked grin plastered across his face. Miss you. You seem rather discontent today. Why not come to my place? I have plenty of delightful items that I believe will amuse you. Yu Xiaoyang smirked sarcastically in the shadows, suppressing the urge to slap him away. She feigned curiosity. Oh, delightful items? What might those be? I see Miss Yu has a keen interest in vegetables. I happen to have gathered quite a few. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to sample your culinary skills? It appeared he truly mistook her for that sort of woman. Attempting to entice her with mere vegetables was utterly absurd. I apologize, but I may have to decline today. My brother is still awaiting my return. Qiu Xing misinterpreted her refusal as coyness, offering a frivolous smile. Rather than retreating, he advanced a step closer. Why the rush, Miss you? Your brother and father are in my cousin's capable hands. Trust me, my cousin is the epitome of hospitality and will ensure they are well looked after. Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow in confusion at his implication. Qiu Xing grinned triumphantly, feeling he had ensnared her. It was indeed a fortuitous situation, with safety seemingly assured. The notion of hindering a horde of zombies with just a few people and a modest earthen wall was laughable. They might as well fling open the gates for a quicker demise. Perhaps Miss You would consider staying. He paused deliberately, attempting to close the distance, only to be halted by Yu Xiaoyang's outstretched hand. Unperturbed, he grasped her hand, rubbing it subtly, his voice lowered conspiratorially. Are you the matriarch here? Yu Xiaoyang cast a sidelong glance at the hand he held, amusement bubbling within her. How audacious to take such liberties. Yet she was intrigued to see his next move. So she refrained from exposing his intentions, feigning ignorance. Matriarch? Do you mean the village chief's wife? Are you suggesting I marry your cousin? Xiaoxing paused, then laughed heartily. Miss You, you possess quite the sense of humor. Have you taken a liking to my cousin? Sensing irritation in his tone, Yu Xiaoyang shook her head. How could he be so impatient, unable to contain himself? Indeed, Xiaoxing let out a cold snort. What prowess did he possess? Was it not solely due to our band of brothers? We are all endowed with extraordinary abilities. On what grounds does he take credit and ascend in rank? Without considering whether he is worthy of such? Yu Xiaoyang seemed to have heard something astonishing, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at him. But you are cousins. The village head, Chun, is so capable. How could you think this way? Xiaoxing felt a twinge of regret. Realizing he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts without having secured her allegiance to his faction. Yet, upon hearing Yu Xiaoyang's words, his anger flared. Brothers? What nonsense! They were subordinates, not brothers. He managed to suppress his fury and coldly remarked, Enough of him. The darkness here is rather oppressive. Miss You, why not accompany me to my home for a while? He perceived that, though this woman lacked extraordinary powers, she wielded considerable influence. After all, her family dotes on her. If he could draw her to his side, it would effectively bring her family's extraordinary individuals with her, thus bolstering his chances of success. After all, she was merely a woman. He was confident he could manage her. Naturally, Yu Xiaoyang was reluctant, trying every means to decline. Yet, Xiaoxing seemed to have anticipated her resistance, employing both soft and hard tactics to persuade her, nearly resorting to force. Yu Xiaoyang grew increasingly impatient. If this continued, she would soon lose her temper. What are you doing? Let go of my sister. Wu Tian arrived just in time, emerging from the courtyard and swiftly making his way over to pull the defenseless Yu Xiaoyang to his side. Xiaoxing gritted his teeth, almost on the verge of success, when this unexpected interference appeared. However, he maintained a facade of friendliness, smiling as he said, Ah, it's you, Xiaotian. I was merely conversing with your sister. My home is stocked with plenty of meat and vegetables. I thought to invite her to showcase her culinary skills. Why not join us? No need, my sister is busy. I appreciate your kindness, Brother Qiu. Wu Tian firmly refused. Xiaoxing restrained his impulse to lash out, forcing a laugh. Not a bother at all. Since she doesn't wish to go today, I shall visit my home tomorrow. It would give me the opportunity to extend my hospitality. Wu Tian was no fool. Having observed how long Yu Xiaoyang had endured Xiaoxing's advances without retaliating, he knew better than to provoke a confrontation over such trivial words. He had learned the art of maintaining appearances from Li Mu, and he was adept at navigating social situations. Xiaoxing's eyes glinted with malice as he watched the pair depart, spitting in disdain. What are they? Do they think I care? I can succeed without them. Sister, I am increasingly impressed by you. How can you tolerate such scum? If it were me, I would have struck long ago. Yu Xiaoyang cast a blank glance at him, replying coolly, How long have you been standing there? Wu Tian rubbed his nose, realizing he had been caught. He had merely wanted to see if Yu Xiaoyang would feel embarrassed, yet he was astonished by her composure in such a situation. It truly earned his admiration. Just for a moment, upon seeing you were about to suffer a loss, I immediately stepped forward to assist. How could he allow such scum to approach his dear Yang Yang? Without anyone's prompting, he would have been the first to dismember that person. Yu Xiaoyang looked at him with a half-smile. Are you certain it was merely a moment? I shall grant you one more opportunity. How long has it truly been? Wu Tian shrank his neck, realizing he could not deceive Yang Yang. He confessed earnestly. He grabbed your hand first. Yu Xiaoyang chuckled softly, her expression inscrutable, before coldly inquiring, was it pleasing to the eye? He shook his head vehemently. Not at all. Yu Xiaoyang narrowed her eyes. Wu Tian quickly amended his words. It was pleasing, truly pleasing. Yu Xiaoyang's expression darkened. I shall give you one final chance. Was it good or not? Wu Tian was on the verge of tears, pleading, I was wrong. I won't do this again. Please, Yang Yang. Spare me this time. He hastily admitted his fault, maintaining a sincere demeanor, hoping for Yang Yang's forgiveness. It was all my mistake. I assure you, it will never happen again. Otherwise, you could sell me off, wouldn't that be fine? Yu Xiaoyang shot him a disapproving glare. Who would even want you? Selling you off is out of the question. With that, she turned her back on him and entered the courtyard first. Wu Tian patted his chest in relief. Thankfully, Yang Yang was not pursuing the matter further. He had not realized that Yang Yang could exert such pressure. It appeared he had underestimated her. Upon returning to the courtyard, the others had nearly finished their drinks. Li Ruoqing was assisting Yu Dahai as they bid farewell to Li Mu and Chen Dong. Chen Dong appeared to have indulged himself, swaying drunkenly, though only he knew the extent of his intoxication. Li Ruoqing and Wu Tian supported Yu Dahai, while she helped Li Mu, who was only pretending to be tipsy. Once assured that there were no prying eyes, Yu Xiaoyang abruptly shook off Li Mu and shot him an exasperated glance. Enough with the charade. Everyone gets drunk, but you never do. Li Mu grinned foolishly, genuinely appearing dazed. What did you say? I can't comprehend. Feigning ignorance. Yu Xiaoyang chose to ignore him entirely and continued walking forward. Li Mu shrugged and smiled, catching up to her, placing a hand on her shoulder, and asking, How did you see through me? Because I know you are a cunning wolf. I can only trust a fraction of your words, and with that, you have already lost. Those who understand me truly appreciate me, Yu Xiaoyang replied, rolling her eyes. She attempted to shake off his hand, but to no avail, stopping in her tracks. She looked at him helplessly. What is it that you truly want? Just let me lean on you for a moment. I am so exhausted. You have no idea how long it has been since I last relaxed. Upon hearing his slightly fatigued voice, Yu Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. No matter how many flaws Li Mu possessed, since his arrival in the team, he had been utterly devoted to their cause and had never instigated trouble. Exhaustion permeated the post-apocalyptic world. Who wasn't weary? Fine, she thought. Let it be. They were almost home. Just as she softened her heart, Li Mu's subsequent remark nearly provoked an expletive from her lips. It's been ages since I've held a woman like this. Though you're as rigid as a board, lacking any softness, your absence of unpleasant odors makes it somewhat bearable. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiaoyang swiftly maneuvered around Li Mu's wrist and unceremoniously tossed him aside. You scoundrel! I knew I shouldn't have felt sympathy for you. You never have a serious moment. Ah, you heartless woman! Don't you realize I'm drunk? You nearly shoved me into a cesspit just now. Wu Tian chimed in with a grin. Perfectly fine. He continued. You can take a dip. It would save me quite a bit of water. Li Ruoqing disapproved of Li Mu's behavior as well. While it was acceptable for the youth to share a laugh now and then, this teasing was rather inappropriate. What was wrong with her precious daughter? She immediately joined Wu Tian, nodding in agreement. Indeed, don't pity him with water. He might just enjoy the scent of the cesspit. Li Mu feigned a pitiful expression. Sisterly, even you one tea help me? Li Ruoqing snurta. Help you? Who asked you to disdain my beloved daughter? Although I never intended for you to be my son-in-law, I certainly don't appreciate your disdain toward her. Wu Tian was about to speak, but was interrupted by Yu Xiaoyang. Li Mu cast a glance her way, and they both turned towards a shadow lurking behind them, understanding the implications. Who could tell in such darkness, with that figure moving so swiftly? If her intuition was correct, it likely belonged to a wind elemental ability user. A simple inquiry tomorrow in Chun family village would confirm it. Unexpectedly, even the small Chun family village was not tranquil. After settling Yu Dahai into a room for rest, Li Ruoqing Siga, Yu Xiaoyang chuckled softly, unfazed. What's there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall wield our arms. When water rises, we shall build our dams. We've faced numerous tempests. Why fear a mere Chun family village? Li Mu scoffed dismissively. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. This is nothing unusual. Yu Xiaoyang concurred. His assertion was indeed accurate. Conflicts are inherent to humanity, an immutable truth. The next morning, Chen Dong arrived early, bringing news. Last night, a villager from Chun family village had ventured out, only to be ensnared by the branches of a jujube tree in the yard. Fortunately, that household possessed a gold elemental ability, which severed the branches in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yu Xiaoyang and Li Mu exchanged a somber look, their hearts sinking in unison. The plants had mutated. The inevitable had finally arrived. They had been fortunate on their journey not to encounter any dangers, yet they had not anticipated facing such a scenario. Wu Tian was quite curious about how they resolved the situation. They had set fire to the oil, and he couldn't help but notice how the jujube tree seemed almost alive, struggling as if it had a will of its own. Thankfully, it was rooted in the ground. Otherwise, he would have feared it might escape. Even now, recalling that scene sent a shiver down Chun Dong's spine. It was terrifying. This was unlike a zombie attack. Trees could be lurking everywhere, and one could never be certain of an ambush until it was too late. At that moment, he truly realized how unsafe Qinjia village was. It was not merely unsafe, but perilously dangerous. After a brief pause, he continued, I've already instructed the villagers to cut down all the trees. Setting them ablaze was a clever tactic, but to prevent plant mutations, they were simply chopped down, which seems rather foolish. Regardless of whether all those trees had mutated, humanity's existence is intrinsically tied to trees. We rely on them for many aspects of life. This situation could have been entirely averted. Now that it is winter, the difference between mutated and non-mutated trees is stark. The most evident distinction is that the mutated trees have begun to sprout leaves, thriving remarkably well. If a tree is budding at this moment, it can be conclusively deemed mutated. After a moment of silence, she inquired, have you ever considered that besides trees, many other entities could also mutate? For instance, grass, vegetables, or even animals. It is rather obvious. Isn't it? There are no stipulations that only trees can mutate while grass cannot. Chun Dong was certainly aware of this, yet it seemed utterly implausible. It would effectively sever humanity's lifeline. In the ensuing conversation, Chun Dong appeared somewhat distracted, his previous thoughts dissipating. He merely asked a few cursory questions about their purpose for being there. Li Mu observed Chun Dong's retreating figure with a bemused expression, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. It seemed that the words he had pondered throughout the night went unspoken, and he couldn't fathom the audacity that led Chun Dong to think they could join forces. He ought to consider whether this dilapidated place could withstand another zombie onslaught. Aspiring to rule from the mountains requires one to first assess their own capabilities. Leadership is not a role to be taken lightly. Having resided there for 2 days, Fu Hongyi's injuries healed remarkably quickly. He was nearly able to walk again. As an ability user, his recovery was swift, compounded by his tenacious spirit, which allowed him to bear pain without a hint of discomfort, earning Wu Tian's admiration. Time was of the essence, and as she prepared to bid farewell to Chun Dong, he fortuitously arrived at that moment. Upon seeing them packing their belongings, Chun Dong hesitated briefly before regaining his composure. Yu Xiaoyang was forthright, stating, "We are grateful for your hospitality, village chief Chen. We have a mission to attend to and will be departing tomorrow. As a token of our appreciation, this barrel of water is a gift for you." This water had been prepared by Wu Tian in advance, regardless of Chun Dong's ulterior motives. The fact remained that they had safely stayed there for 2 days, and presenting him with a barrel of water was hardly excessive. Chun Dong did not pay much attention to the bucket of water. Instead, he smiled and said, "Thank you very much. However, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. I wonder if now is a convenient time." After a moment's hesitation, he mustered his resolve and continued, "I actually want to inquire about the situation at the Qingyang base. You must understand why I am asking. In the past, I was overly naive, believing I could protect Qinjia village solely with my own strength. Reality, however, delivered a harsh lesson. Fortunately, I came to my senses in time. Otherwise, I would have truly brought ruin to Qinjia village." Wu Tian furrowed his brow and retorted, "It seems you are aware of the Qingyang base. Given its proximity to you, why did you not seek refuge there?" Chun Dong let out a wry smile, shaking his head with a hint of embarrassment. "You know how selfish people can be. Who doesn't harbor a bit of self-interest? At first, I was thrilled by my newfound ability to manipulate the earth, thinking it was a gift from the heavens. However, when I noticed that others in the village began to exhibit similar abilities, I felt compelled to lead them. Over time, inappropriate thoughts began to take root. His candidness caught everyone off guard. Although they were aware of the truth, hearing it articulated so openly was surprisingly endearing. Naturally, the task of introducing the Qingyang base was better left to Li Mu, who was adept at navigating conversations without leaving room for misinterpretation. It would be unfortunate if Chen Dong brought the villagers to the Qingyang base only to find it lacking in his expectations, leading to potential grievances later on. Li Mu rolled his eyes several times, clearly frustrated by what he perceived as a waste of words. He would much prefer to take direct action. When describing the conditions at the Qingyang base, he was straightforward, avoiding any embellishment. He even recounted the experiences of ordinary individuals there, conveying the stark reality. Those with abilities dined well, while those without struggled for sustenance. Indeed, they might not even have access to the very soil. After listening, Chen Dong fell silent, his complexion paling as he pondered the implications. Finally, he took a deep breath, smiled at them in gratitude, exchanged a few courteous words, and departed. Do you think he will join us? Yes, he has likely made up his mind, though he has yet to commit. He is a clever individual who knows how to choose wisely. Li Mu, intrigued, inquired, are you interested in him? Do you wish to recruit him? Yu Xiaoyang, expressionless, cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you think that is possible? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mu shook his head. Not a chance. Then why ask such foolish questions? Aren't you the one who detests wasting words? Or do you think she is so dim-witted as to require testing? Wu Tian, perplexed by their exchange, asked, what riddle are you two playing at? I do not understand. Why are you so certain that Yang Yang would not be interested in him? I find him quite capable, considering how well he manages Qinjia village. Li Mu wearily waved his hand. He realized he could not teach this student anything more, while Wu Tian's vet was endearing. His questions stemmed from genuine ignorance. Yu Xiaoyang observed Wu Tian's curious expression and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he said, then tell me, if you were to speak of me, would you consider him? Wu Tian bit his finger, pondering intently for a moment, before his eyes suddenly brightened, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, I've got it. Yu Xiaoyang composed himself, and, with an unruffled demeanor, gazed at him, prompting, oh? Do share your reasoning. I mentioned it before, Wu Tian replied. He has managed Qinjia village exceptionally well, which indicates he possesses both capability and ambition. Given his ambition and ability, how could he possibly acquiesce to Sister Yang Yang's directives? Our Twilight team operates on a discreet, yet prosperous path, which does not align with his aspirations. Does it? A deeper smile graced Yu Xiaoyang's face. Well, that's a step forward, but there is still one aspect you have yet to address. What is it? Wu Tian inquired eagerly. Think for yourself, and once you have your answer, let me know. Remember, there's a reward of candy. She replied playfully before turning her attention elsewhere, heading out to find Li Mu, suspecting he had gone to inspect the mutated tree. Hey, don't go. I can't think. My single-cell brain is struggling, Wu Tian lamented, glancing helplessly at Li Ruoqing and Yu Dahai, hoping they could provide some insight. However, Yu Dahai did not spare him a glance, walking out with his hands clasped behind his back. Wu Tian had no choice but to place his last hope on Li Ruoqing. Andy Li, you're the best. Please tell me. Li Ruoqing chuckled, pinching his cheek affectionately. You're such a delightful child, growing up so well. But I really have no idea what you're talking about. She shrugged. You know, your Aunt Li is completely lost in your riddle. Yet, you are quite clever already, at least able to infer Yang Yang's intentions. I, on the other hand, am still in the dark. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian felt a surge of pride. Huh, there are even more single-celled individuals than me. Li, don't be anxious. I'll explain it to you. Come, put down that rag and sit here. We can discuss it slowly. The household that discovered the mutated jujube tree had already vacated, frightened by the realization that their own yard was so unsafe, leaving them uncertain of where else might be secure. The charred remains of the jujube tree, reduced to a mere frame, still emitted wisps of smoke as it lay on the ground. Yu Xiaoyang approached, observing for a moment before turning to Li Mu beside him, asking, do you sense the energy fluctuations? Li Mu nodded. Yes, it's faint. This jujube tree should have a crystal core buried in the soil. Yu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. If not now, Then when will you dig it up? Li Mu remained silent for a while before responding with just 3 words. Just wait a bit. Though Yu Xiaoyang did not fully grasp his implication, he understood that Li Mu had his reasons for saying so, and thus stood beside him in silence, waiting patiently. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, the once standing charred jujube tree suddenly began to twist and distort, culminating in an explosive burst. Yu Xiaoyang was not surprised. She raised her eyebrows and glanced at Li Mu, asking if he was safe now. Of course I saw it first, so it belongs to me, Li Mu replied as he walked over to the charred jujube tree and began to dig. A minute later, he held up a glistening red crystal core and approached her. He concurred, "You're already at the peak of level 1, about to ascend. That's why you took the risk to capture someone, right? Unfortunately, luck was not on your side, and you ended up in a predicament yourself." Yu Xiaoyang chose to ignore him. Her purpose for being there was merely to observe, and she had no intention of competing with him. That evening, Li Mu skipped dinner to cultivate in his room, and when he emerged the next morning, he announced that he had reached level 2, just slightly below Yu Xiaoyang. She shook her head, avoiding eye contact, and replied coolly, "Let's eat. Once we finish, we shall depart." As they were leaving, Chen Dong and his team saw them off at the village entrance, with Xiao Xing still trailing behind. In recent days, Xiao Xing had tested her patience several times, but upon witnessing her indifference, he sneered and departed. Chen Dong's depth of character was profound, something Xiao Xing could not contend with. He was overly confident, likely to suffer losses in the end. Li Mu shared Yu Xiaoyang's sentiments. They were uninterested in the affairs of others and simply regarded them as amusing anecdotes. The journey to the kiln factory was quiet, encountering only a handful of zombies, which they easily plowed through. This apocalyptic world did not seem so terrifying after all. "Are you going to get out and play?" Wu Tian chuckled. "No need for that," came a reply. Suddenly, Fu Hongyi, who had been reclining in the back seat, sat up, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaoyang instructed the driver, Li Mu, roll down the windows. "There's no danger from zombies now, so we needn't worry about one reaching through the window," she reasoned. As Fu Hongyi, an air ability user, would require the open window to interact better with the outside air currents. Yet, he countered firmly, "No need to open the windows." Yu Xiaoyang's alertness surged. Fu Hongyi's words implied that the outside was fraught with danger, yet she had seen and sensed nothing. The only explanation was the peril was too great for her to detect. Li Mu, not one to be oblivious, quickly grasped the situation. He felt something was amiss since they entered the kiln factory, though he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. It was indeed peculiar that such a large kiln factory harbored not a single zombie or human presence. Fu Hongyi concentrated momentarily before opening his eyes and stated calmly, "Pretend as if nothing is amiss. Lower your guard, and do not trust everything your eyes perceive." He then directed Li Mu to park the vehicle next to a pile of sand and stepped out first, signaling that it was safe for the others to disembark. The kiln factory had long ceased operations. Several towering machines lay abandoned and askew, surrounded by heaps of unprocessed stones. Wow, I never anticipated that the kiln factory would be so magnificent. Wu Tian, being rather carefree, had just been concerned about unforeseen dangers, yet after surveying the kiln factory, all his worries vanished. Upon disembarking, Yu Xiaoyang had been discreetly observing the entire factory, sensing an eerie stillness devoid of life, as if it were a place forsaken by the divine. This was truly bizarre. It was inconceivable that there had been no workers prior to the apocalypse. Where could all these workers have gone? Li Mu shared the same apprehensions, though he maintained a composed demeanor and even exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with Wu Tian. Internally, he sighed, realizing that Wu Tian was not cut out to be someone who could face any situation with unwavering poise and humor. Despite having gained considerable composure after their previous ordeal, his youthful nature was not easily altered. Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai remained silent, both sensing the oddity of their surroundings. Yu Dehai vigilantly kept Li Ruoqing close, ever aware of their surroundings. Having already arrived, they could not turn back, regardless of what lay within the kiln factory. They had to venture forth to ascertain the situation. They would resolve whatever issues they encountered or address them if necessary. "Everyone, be cautious and stay calm," Li Mu instructed. As they made their way to the staff dormitory, they encountered no signs of life. It appears remarkably tranquil here, as if nothing has transpired, Wu Tian remarked. Furrowing his brow, he was not truly oblivious. He simply wished to lighten the atmosphere, as he found the somber demeanor of the others rather overwhelming. Indeed, the stillness was unsettlingly eerie, to the extent that even the garments hanging at the dormitory's entrance remained undisturbed. Suddenly, Li Mu pointed towards an old willow tree situated in front of one of the dormitory buildings. Have you all noticed something peculiar about this willow tree? Everyone knew that mutated plants typically exhibited vigorous growth, yet this old willow was the stark opposite, appearing withered and on the brink of death. Yu Xiaoyang understood at once. This old willow likely possessed a significant level of power, having learned to conceal itself. After a moment's hesitation, she promptly devised a plan. Stepping forward to Li Mu and offering him her handgun, whispering in a tone only he could hear, "Shoot." Though her words were brief, she knew Li Mu comprehended her intent. Without further hesitation, she advanced towards the old willow tree. As Wu Tian attempted to call her back, Li Mu restrained him. "Look, this woman uttered a single phrase and has already dashed off. Let her be. There's no need to pursue." After a moment's contemplation, Wu Tian swiftly grasped that Sister Yang intended to lure out the old willow herself. While he recognized her formidable abilities, a sense of worry still gnawed at him. As Yu Xiaoyang drew nearer to the old willow, she could increasingly sense its fluctuations. A smile played on her lips. After all, a plant is still a plant. Even when employing its hidden prowess, it could not suppress its instincts when it spotted its prey. If her conjectures were accurate, it seemed that both the zombies and humans in this vicinity had been dealt with by the ancient willow tree, which explained its rapid growth. With this thought, she let out a cold snicker, preparing to douse the old willow with gasoline she had ready in her space at any moment. Success hinged on this moment. It was a race between her and the willow's reactions. Just as she was but a few steps away from the willow, it suddenly quivered and extended a brown branch towards her menacingly. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaoyang drew a meter-long sword with her left hand and swung at the branch. The willow seemed to let out a howl of rage, unleashing more branches that coiled toward her. It had been provoked, and if she did not act swiftly to neutralize it, she would be in grave danger. Her speed was considerable, yet the willow was swifter still. Abruptly, the ancient tree stopped concealing its true form, growing several times its original size, with over a dozen branches lunging toward her simultaneously. In response, Yu Xiaoyang flung the gasoline from her space, ensuring that each branch was coated in the flammable liquid. Perhaps it was not the optimal moment to fire her weapon, but the willow's capabilities exceeded her expectations. If she did not retreat now, retreat would no longer be an option. She called out to Li Mu. Just as Li Mu prepared to fire, a dark shadow suddenly darted out, lunging swiftly towards him. Fu Hongyi activated his wind-based ability, pushing Li Mu back a few steps. Li Mu was no fool. He quickly erected a dirt wall for protection, narrowly escaping disaster. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. In a moment of distraction, Yu Xiaoyang found her wrists ensnared by a branch, another coiling tightly around her waist. With a forceful tug, she was bound to the trunk of the ancient willow. Yu Xiaoyang struggled desperately, but the willow unleashed dozens of branches that ensnared her further. Perhaps due to its vast experience, it offered her no respite. This predicament allowed Yu Xiaoyang to glimpse the situation with Li Mu. The dark shadow she had seen earlier turned out to be a mutated wolf dog, nearly human-sized, its glossy black fur suggesting it had been nourished by flesh and blood. Its gaze was ferocious, as if it intended to tear the nearby individuals apart. Realization dawned upon Yu Xiaoyang. They had fallen into a trap. The ancient willow was merely a decoy. The true slaughterer of zombies and humans alike was this black wolf dog. The willow was merely a facilitator in this deadly collaboration. A chill ran down her spine at the thought of mutated plants and animals conspiring to kill. This was unfathomable unless the elusive willow possessed a unique ability to communicate with mutated creatures. The situation with Li Mu was dire. The wolf dog was at the pinnacle of level 2, on the verge of ascending to level 3. Given its substantial size, the only individual capable of contending with it was Fu Hongyi. The rest of them would barely suffice as mere fodder. The problem is that Fu Hongyi was injured while rescuing her just a few days ago. No matter how well he recovers, it is impossible for him to emerge unscathed from the jaws of a level 2 mutant dog. This particular creature exudes an aura of combat prowess, making it a formidable adversary. True danger has finally arrived. Yu Xiaoyang, feeling both anxious and furious, finds herself trapped and unable to assist them. It is no wonder that when she approached the old willow tree to confront it, Fu Hongyi stood silently, seemingly sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The bewildering powers of the old willow tree had temporarily clouded his judgment, leaving everyone in the dark regarding the true circumstances. It is indeed hard to believe that a mere plant could possess such cunning, yet the occurrence is undeniable. She cannot allow herself to panic. She must devise a way to escape this dire predicament. Leslie Mu and Li Ruoqing fall into peril. Calm down, Yu Xiaoyang. You must find a solution. Suddenly, a chill envelopes her as a viscous liquid seeps from the main trunk of the old willow tree, causing an irritating itch upon contact with her skin, prompting an urge to scratch. She quickly deduces what it is and inwardly curses. The old willow tree is secreting a corrosive substance, intending to dissolve her. As she frantically brainstorms countermeasures, concern for Li Ruoqing's situation weighs heavily on her mind. Multitasking in such a critical moment proves disastrous, as she fails to devise a plan while witnessing Wu Tian narrowly avoid being bitten by the mutant dog. Had it not been for Li Mu's swift action, Wu Tian would have been reduced to a mangled mess by now. This cannot continue, otherwise they will all perish here. She has been reborn not to serve as fodder for the old willow tree's energy. With no means to escape the bindings of the old willow tree, she decides to retreat into her spatial realm. Closing her eyes, she silently intones the mantra to access her space. Success. She has truly succeeded. There is no time to concern herself with the viscous substance clinging to her. Instead, she brandishes her knife, preparing to exit the space. The exit point of her realm aligns with her entrance. She had entered in front of the old willow tree's main trunk, and upon her return, she finds herself in the same location. Thus, she must prepare to deal with the branches that will lunge at her, ensuring she is not ensnared again. As expected, upon her emergence from the spatial realm, the enraged branches of the old willow tree swiftly lash out toward her, seemingly furious over her sudden disappearance. With a swift motion, she slices through the branches attempting to ensnare her, gradually moving closer to Li Ruoqing and the others. Retreating to a relatively safe position, she quickly retrieves a lighter and hurls it at the old willow tree. Flames erupt into the sky as the tree writhes in desperation. However, the gasoline-soaked trunk is unlikely to extinguish due to its thrashing. The mutant dog, its eyes wide and increasingly bloodshot, howls at the old willow tree, seemingly eager to assist. Yet the towering flames prevent it from approaching. Before their very eyes, the mutant dog's form swells to twice its size, its sharp teeth piercing its lips as it glares menacingly at them. Yao Yang understood that the mutated dog had become enraged. If it were not dealt with today, none of those present would escape unscathed. It was a battle to the death. Li Mu took a deep breath, his gaze wary as he observed the agitated creature. At that moment, Fu Hongyi, with a smile on his face, looked at her, seemingly unconcerned. What do you think our chances are? 5 out of 10 at most. No more, she replied cautiously. If we were at our best, perhaps we could muster an additional 2 points, but right now I cannot say. I believe we will triumph. If I am correct, will you promise me something? Fu Yingji asked. Without a second thought, Yao Yang declined, absolutely not. Your prowess is impressive. Yet at such a critical juncture, you still intend to flirt? Fu Hongyi chose not to press further, his smile deepening instead. Both the mutated dog and the group awaited the opportune moment to strike. None could afford to relax, for to do so would mean certain death. She forced herself to remain calm, recalling past escapes from dire situations. If she maintained her composure, she could surely succeed once more. Suddenly, she turned to Fu Hongyi and said firmly, "Use your powers to immobilize it for a few seconds." There was little time left, yet she could not afford to hesitate. "You hold it steady." Wu Tian swiftly launch a water sphere. "Father, utilize your lightning-based abilities." She hoped to harness the principle of water conducting electricity, though she was uncertain of its success. At the moment Fu Hongyi unleashed his powers, Wu Tian and Yu Dahai acted simultaneously. Following several flashes of lightning, the mutated dog collapsed to the ground. She exhaled in relief, confident in their success. Yet just as she was about to speak, the fallen creature rose once more, its body marred by numerous wounds from the lightning. Fu Hongyi's complexion paled. Yao Yang realized that his previous exertion had drained much of his energy, and to ask him to act again would likely be too taxing. There was no time for hesitation. The mutated dog's murderous intent had been ignited to an extreme. It was a matter of kill or be killed. With determination, she glanced at Li Mu and gestured. He hesitated, but she did not grant him the chance to refuse. She removed a small vine from her wrist and charged toward the mutated dog. She was uncertain how much the vine would shield her from the creature's claws. But there was only one course of action. When the dog was closest, she would pour gasoline from her spatial pocket, then retreat into the space as Li Mu fired his weapon. While the plan sounded straightforward, executing it was a different matter entirely. She would have to perform the entire sequence of actions beneath the creature's claws, knowing that a single misstep could lead to her demise. The mutated dog's claws were exceptionally sharp, sharper than freshly forged blades. A mere scratch could prove fatal. Thus, she had to exercise utmost caution. In the fleeting moment before entering the void, she heard the gunfire from Li Mu. Clutching her bleeding left arm, she knelt within the space, awaiting the tumult outside to subside. Only then did she muster her final breath to exit, after which her memory faded into oblivion, save for the haunting echoes of Li Ruoqing calling her name, Yang Yang. Within her, a peculiar force surged chaotically through her limbs, sending waves of pain coursing through her, causing her to tremble. The agony was overwhelming. Why must it be so excruciating? What had befallen her? The torment threatened to engulf her entirely, yet she resolutely refused to surrender. Her parents were still calling for her, and countless matters awaited her attention. She could not succumb to death. Yang Yang, you have finally awakened. You scared your mother half to death. Li Ruoqing's warm voice reached her ears as she stirred her eyelids, momentarily blinded by the light. Instinctively, she shut her eyes again, a faint smile gracing her lips. She was alive. How wonderful it was to be alive. Wu Tian informed her that she had been unconscious for 3 days. During this time, Li Ruoqing had nearly wept, her eyes swollen, refusing to leave her side, determined to wait for her to awaken. As he spoke, she noticed the bloodshot hue in his eyes. Likely, he had not slept either. Fu Hongyi had also succumbed to unconsciousness at the moment she collapsed. His pallid visage had knelt in shock, alarming everyone. To this day, he remained unresponsive, unlike her feverish state. He seemed entirely unscathed, yet remained in a deep slumber. Li Mu appeared relatively well, greeting her before stepping out. Yang Yang understood that during these days, Li Ruoqing and Wu Tian had been vigilantly watching over her while Fu Hongyi lay in a coma, with nearly all burdens falling upon him and Yu Dahai. She felt a pang of sorrow. In her previous life, she had indeed been blinded by the sharp beaks of eagles, leading her to associate with such ungrateful souls. This was what true partnership and camaraderie entailed. Li Ruoqing was taken by Yu Dahai to rest, having stood vigil for 3 days, her spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. Wu Tan, with reddened eyes, sat beside her, repeatedly calling her sister, lamenting, "It's all my fault." Yang Yang gently patted his head, offering a weary smile, bemused by the child's foolish musings. "What concern is it of yours?" To her surprise, Wu Tian's tears began to fall as he bit his lip, refusing to let them drop. "If only I had heeded your advice to diligently cultivate my powers, this would not have happened. Why can't I be stronger? Why must I always watch you suffer, powerless? If only it were me lying here instead." "Nonsense. Sister is resilient. I shall not perish. Rest assured, every stage of life has its own characteristics. You are doing splendidly, just as you are. There is no need to be as clever as Li Mu or as formidable as Fu Hongyi. You are uniquely you." Wu Tian wiped away the tears from his cheeks, biting his lip until it turned pale. "Sister, I will never allow you to suffer in my presence again. I shall protect you, I promise." No one can shape their water abilities as they please. He surely can do it as well. Yu Xiaoyang refrained from further debate. All right, sister. Wait for our Wu Tian to grow up and protect you. Indeed, Wu Tian seemed to have matured significantly in that moment. Gathering his emotions, he stepped outside to assist Yu Dahai with his tasks. Sister, I shall return shortly. As she watched Wu Tian's retreating figure, Yu Xiaoyang sighed. Alas, she was not adept at offering counsel. She hoped Wu Tian would come to understand on his own. Her injuries were truly unrelated to him. She was merely fulfilling her responsibilities. Li Mu sauntered in through the doorway, hands tucked into his pockets, looking down at her with an air of nonchalance. Yu Xiaoyang shot him a glance. Are you quite idle? How could you be so carefree after lying in bed for 3 days? It must have been rather comfortable. While I endure my own struggles during that time. After a brief silence, Yu Xiaoyang suggested, next time, let it be your turn to lie in bed for 3 days. Rest assured, I shall take good care of you. Li Mu chuckled. No need for that. I am perfectly well and do not require 3 days of rest. They shared a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Yu Xiaoyang took a deep breath and sincerely expressed, thank you. A single word conveyed all her sentiments. Li Mu maintained his playful demeanor, shrugging as he replied, if thanks are to be given, let it be practical. During your days of unconsciousness, we have not had a decent meal. Quickly, let's see what food you have stashed away. Wow, cured meat. You have hidden such delicacies, Yu Xiaoyang. How could you be so heartless as to keep these treasures from us? Li Mu exclaimed. And wine, even Mao Tai? Oh my, Yu Xiaoyang. I feel compelled to reprimand you. As he rummaged through the 2 chests Yu Xiaoyang had produced, he lamented theatrically, yet his heart was filled with joy. He had always prided himself on his discerning taste, and joining Yu Xiaoyang as company had proven fortuitous. Where else could one find such delightful provisions? It seemed that even the leaders of their base might not enjoy such luxuries. Thus, it is said that good character is truly invaluable. Only a person of good character could stumble upon such a windfall. Yu Xiaoyang was uncertain just how long Li Mu had been famished, as he meticulously selected from the 2 boxes, leaving only one for her. Reluctantly, she stored the remaining box back in her space, cursing Li Mu inwardly. If he took so many of her cherished items, she would relish the chance to tease him should he fail to produce them later. If her calculations were correct, they were currently situated in the dormitory of the kiln factory, a pleasant environment complete with quilts and warm footwear. Lying comfortably on a large bed, she could faintly hear Wu Tian's voice from outside. Closing her eyes and inhaling deeply, she reflected on how every time she awakened from injury, it felt akin to living anew. After lying down for a while, she found herself unable to sleep, so she sat up. Unbeknownst to her, thoughts of Fu Hongyi collapsing kept swirling in her mind. When he had fallen, she had seen a fleeting smile directed her way, which lingered like an indelible mark upon her heart. Eventually, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. If her intuition served her correctly, Fu Hongyi must be in the adjacent room. Given the spaciousness of the house, it was unnecessary for everyone to crowd together, which explained why she hadn't seen him upon awakening. Indeed, through the window, she spotted the outline of a figure nestled beneath the covers in the room to her left. After a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open and entered. His complexion was pallid, reminiscent of someone who had lost a substantial amount of blood. Yu Xiaoyang understood that this was the consequence of his overexertion of abilities. She bit her lip, her gaze gradually shifting from his face to his chest. Why? She longed to ask. Others might be oblivious, but she knew the reason. Why had he repeatedly saved her? During the battle with the mutated dog, had he not intervened in time, her injuries could have been far more severe, perhaps even fatal. Yet, he had risked the peril of exhausting his powers to save her. Did he not realize that had his luck faltered even slightly, it could have been his life at stake? She had often claimed that she despised being indebted to others. Yet the debt she owed him was insurmountable. How could she possibly repay him for saving her life, not once but twice? You need not feel guilty. I acted of my own volition. A deep voice interrupted her thoughts. Realizing he was awake, Yu Xiaoyang refrained from looking up at him, silently fidgeting with her fingers. After a moment of silence, she asked, "What is your purpose?" This would be her final inquiry. Regardless of his answer, she would believe him. She was not a sentimental person, yet this man had repeatedly rescued her from peril, and she was not made of stone. How could she remain unmoved? I have expressed my desire to remain by your side. Yu Xiaoyang nodded, simply responding with a single word of affirmation before a prolonged silence ensued. Rising to her feet, she finally met his gaze. You should rest well. I will go downstairs to check. A satisfied smile graced Fu Hongyi's face, and he appeared to be in better spirits. Yu Xiaoyang shot him a disapproving glance. Don't emulate Wu Tian. What would you like to eat? I shall fetch it for you. Anything will suffice, as long as it comes from you. Recovering from the overexertion of his abilities would be easier than healing from burns. All he needed was sufficient mental energy, and with the abundance of crystal cores they had accumulated during their time outside, replenishment would not pose a problem. The area near the kiln factory was devoid of zombies, making an ideal place for recuperation. The nearby zombies had been dealt with by the old willow tree and the mutated dogs. Now that they had resolved the issues with both the mutated dogs and the old willow tree, their situation had become considerably more favorable. Li Mu shattered his dream without hesitation. You are deluding yourself. Wherever there are humans, zombies will inevitably follow. The base experiences large waves of zombie attacks every 2 days and smaller ones every 3. How many such occurrences do you think this place can withstand? Wu Tian chuckled. I merely speak my thoughts. Do you not find this place delightful? Unlike the base, filled with incessant annoyances, and unlike Qinjia village, where scheming is a daily occurrence. Here we are, but a few, devoid of zombies. It truly resembles a paradise. A paradise? Li Mu interjected. In this apocalyptic world, where can one find sanctuary? Wherever you tread, zombies lurk inescapably. Wherever there are people, there are zombies. Such is the unavoidable reality. This time, Li Mu chose not to dishearten Wu Tian. Instead, he turned to Yu Xiaoyang and inquired, when shall we depart? In truth, it was only natural for everyone to feel a tinge of reluctance. The tranquility they experienced here had been so profound that it made them momentarily forget the perils that lurked outside. In this world rife with threats, such peace was indeed a rare fortune. As they prepared to leave, Wu Tian felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of abandoning their belongings. She insisted on storing them in her space, but was met with the excuse of too little space. Nevertheless, he managed to pack a set of pots and pans into the trunk, reasoning that acquiring such items at the base would be exorbitantly costly, making this a worthwhile endeavor. While it was indeed a good bargain, Li Mu pondered the impracticality of their expedition if they focused solely on collecting kitchenware instead of seeking sustenance and clothing. Their route back to the base would inevitably lead them through Qinjia village, where they planned to pause for a night before continuing their journey. Upon their arrival at Qinjia village, Wu Tian observed that the village had undergone a transformation, and she no longer saw Qiuxing. Only Qindong awaited them at the entrance. Dangers have arisen, but they have been resolved. What of your situation? Qindong replied with a slight smile. Choosing not to elaborate, let us sit in the village. It has grown increasingly tumultuous. There have been many more zombies these past few days. When they last visited Qinjia village, there had been over 100 residents. This time, however, the count had diminished by more than 30, predominantly young men. This stark contrast highlighted the growing number of elderly and women remaining in the village. Noticing the urgency reflected in Qindong's gaze, it became evident that the circumstances in Qinjia village were likely more dire than they had anticipated. While the situation seemed manageable now, it was bound to deteriorate further. It seems you have come to a decision. Will you accompany us, or await the arrival of the base personnel to depart together? Qindong hesitated briefly before responding gravely. I shall wait for the base personnel to arrive and leave with them. Yu Xiaoyang found no surprise in his choice, as if she had anticipated this decision. The sheer number of people in Qinjia village rendered it unsafe to travel together, and there was also Qindong's personal interest at play. Everyone harbored their own self-interests. She could not definitively deem Qindong right or wrong. To accuse him of being wrong would imply taking dozens from Qinjia village along with them, a task she could not undertake. To affirm his correctness would lead to the inevitable question. How long could Qinjia village endure amidst an increasingly treacherous tomorrow? No one could ascertain the answer. Regarding the news of leaving Qinjiakan, Qindong revealed it during dinner. He hesitated, reflecting on the many souls lost in the village, some families entirely gone, others left with but a single member. Consequently, all the food in the village was gathered together for communal meals. Unsurprisingly, this proposal met with widespread opposition. The youth, possessing a broader vision, recognized that the base would undoubtedly be safer than their current plight, while it was primarily the middle-aged and elderly who resisted. No, we will not leave under any circumstances. They insisted. Xiao Dongzi, you cannot abandon us once you find a better future. Chenjiakin is wonderful. Why must we depart? Yet, Chen Dong countered. But it is not safe here, Uncle Chun. Have you not noticed the surge in zombies these past few days? The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Chun, wore a grim expression. I do not care. I will not leave, no matter what you say. The dissenting voices were numerous, but throughout it all, Chun Dong maintained a serene demeanor, allowing the uproar to unfold. In truth, he had already confided in a few close acquaintances about the potential departure. It was evident to anyone with common sense that the situation in Chenjiakin was perilous. The only matter at hand was the timing of their exit. His greatest concern was whether the village could endure until help from the base arrived. Although he felt a surge of frustration, reason reminded him that he could not afford a clash with this group. The consequences would be dire. In a world ravaged by chaos, while one might lack various skills, the ability to discern danger and seek safety was paramount. The following morning, Yu Xiaoyang and his companions bid farewell without acknowledging Chun Dong's hesitant expression. Wu Tian sat in the vehicle, tearing open a bag of fries, disdainfully snorting. His plan is rather clever. Does he take us for fools? He still expects us to stay and support the village. What an inflated sense of self. Li Mu, expressionless, snatched the fries from Wu Tian's grasp and popped one into his mouth. Not bad. It seems you can even decipher his ulterior motives. A smug smile crept onto Wu Tian's face, despite his efforts to suppress it. Humph. His speech is so lacking in depth. Who wouldn't he understand? Fu Yinji, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, a barely perceptible frown gracing his features. We cannot. Why not? Wu Tian inquired, intrigued. I haven't seen a significant number of zombies near Chenjiakin. How can we not hold out? Fu Hongyi straightened, casting a glance at the fries in Li Mu's hand. His expression one of confusion. Are those tasty? Wu Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Fu, you've never had fries before? Fu Hongyi shook his head. He had never indulged in snacks, nor had any desire to. However, watching them enjoy the fries so heartily piqued his curiosity. Wu Tian looked at him with immediate sympathy. Brother Fu was truly pitiable, having never even tasted French fries. Although in his childhood his elder brother and sister-in-law had sometimes neglected him, depriving him of meals, he had at least experienced the simple pleasures of snacks like fries and hot dogs. The reason was simple. He was impoverished and often became the recipient of kindness in his class. Whenever there were leftovers of snacks, they would toss them his way, under the pretense of doing good deeds. He might not have desired them, but hunger had a way of compelling one to eat anything. To his surprise, Brother Fu was even more unfortunate, having never had the chance to savor French fries. Fu Hongyi accepted the offering with a faint smile, expressing his gratitude. He was certainly more polite than brotherly, speaking with a gentler tone. Li Mu regarded him with an impassive expression, questioning his allegiance, wondering if he had been so easily swayed. The journey was far from tranquil, as the number of zombies seemed to increase. After navigating through 2 hordes, they encountered their first group of living individuals, 4 or 5 young men and women from university. Among them were 3 males and 2 females. The 3 men likely possessing special abilities as they continuously deployed their powers. However, the sheer number of zombies quickly drained their strength. Wu Tian glanced at his sister, uncertain of their next move. If you are unkind, she will be unjust. Do you believe that diverting disaster will absolve you of all worries? The group had spotted their vehicle and were incessantly calling for help. Yu Xiaoyang turned to Yu Dahai, instructing him to park. Make it quick, then we leave immediately. Fu Hongyi, still nursing his injuries, remained in the car, ready to drive as soon as they boarded. Li Ruoqing lacked special abilities, yet Yu Xiaoyang didn't keep her in the vehicle. This was an opportune moment for training, as her powers were currently at their peak. encouraging Li rewatching should pose no difficulty. Be cautious and stay close to me. Aim for a swift resolution, she advised, assigning Li rewatching the task of delivering the finishing blow while also collecting crystal nuclei. An increasing number of zombies now boasted crystal nuclei within their skulls. Having slain them, it would be a waste not to collect the spoils. Rest assured, Mom won't hold you back. Li rewatching felt a newfound confidence and resolve. Estimating the horde, there were at least 100 zombies, and with their group of 5, the men and women were already cowering, seeking refuge with Fu Hongyi, eager to board the vehicle. However, Fu Hongyi had no intention of opening the door. Without hesitation, he rammed the car forward, startling the 2 girls, who began to curse in fright. Open the door quickly. Take us away from here. The zombies are about to catch up. One of the boys shouted angrily. Open the door, or I will smash the windows. Fu Hongyi didn't spare them a glance, his gaze fixed intently on a fleeting figure in green, his hand already forming a ball of energy, ready to strike at any moment. Over 100 zombies, challenging yet not overly difficult to slay, and not entirely simple either. She remained vigilant in wielding her abilities, skillfully combining her long knife with her powers, for the day would inevitably come when her abilities would be exhausted. She could not simply await death when that time arrived. Thus, acquiring additional skills provided her with another chance at survival. The 5 of them formed a circle, having developed a certain synergy after prolonged combat. While slaying zombies, they entrusted their backs to their teammates, necessitating absolute trust in their chosen allies. Wu Tian stepped back behind her, wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes glinting with a trace of murderous intent and hostility. Yet it was evident he was in high spirits. It felt exhilarating. He had not anticipated that killing zombies could be so gratifying. He too wielded water-based powers in conjunction with his long knife, and under her guidance, almost everyone in the team had become proficient with a blade, though some excelled with long knives while others favored short ones. Enough chatter, be cautious, she instructed, dismissing him as she swung her slender vine towards the neck of an approaching zombie. At times, her strikes were so forceful that a single lash would sever a zombie's head. Blood sprayed across her face, the stench overwhelming and nauseating. Yu Xiaoyang remained unfazed as she wiped it away and continued her onslaught. If there was one aspect of battling zombies that was most unbearable, it was the odor. Most of the zombies were missing limbs or had their intestines dragging from their bellies, the foul smell enough to make one faint before even drawing near. However, over time, they had progressed from vomiting uncontrollably at the beginning to executing swift, decisive strikes now. After nearly an hour of combat, all the zombies had been dispatched, leaving the scene in a state that could only be described as gruesome. Fortunately, none of their group had sustained injuries. They emerged from the carnage like figures risen from a blood-soaked battlefield, dirty and reeking. Yu Xiaoyang casually removed her outer jacket, prompting Wu Tian to conjure a water sphere to cleanse her. 2 girls immediately approached to block her path, exclaiming, "Hey, weren't you the one who told him not to open the door for us? How can you be so selfish? If a zombie had chased us here, we would have been doomed." Yu Xiaoyang regarded the 2 girls before her, who were rather attractive but bore an overly arrogant demeanor. Perhaps it was forgivable before the apocalypse. But did they not realize they were in a world now ravaged by chaos? What audacity allowed them to speak to her in such a manner? "What does it matter to me? Step aside," she replied coldly. The 2 girls, taken aback by her icy demeanor, momentarily faltered, yet fueled by their innate sense of superiority. They pressed on fearlessly. "You would abandon us in our time of need and even plot against our lives. Do you have no conscience?" Yu Xiaoyang could only conclude that these 2 were either mentally unstable or suffering from delusions of persecution. Wu Tian, unable to tolerate their remarks any longer, stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at the girls. "Don't go making baseless accusations, or else I might just end you." The 2 young women were evidently startled by his words, their expressions turning grim as they furtively glanced at Wu Tian. Ultimately, one of the more attractive girls stamped her foot and playfully exclaimed, "Brother, how would you treat us this way? Aren't we all humans who should help one another?" Wu Tian was taken aback and had no desire to engage further in conversation with them. Their reasoning seemed rather flawed. Mutual assistance was unnecessary now that the zombies were gone. You may go wherever you please. Just do not obstruct my path, he retorted disdainfully, unwilling to argue with those he deemed irrational. The girls' faces brightened. It seemed this individual was more amenable than they had anticipated. Had they known, they would have avoided conversing with that cold woman. They immediately adopted a feeble demeanor, gazing longingly at Li Mu. We have nowhere to go. Would you take us with you? I promise we eat very little and will not be a burden. Li Mu smiled faintly, intrigued. Oh really? It seems promising. The girls eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, we are very obedient. The other chimed in, please, brother, let us come along. We can do anything. Li Mu regarded the two with a bemused expression. Anything? He echoed. As long as you have needs, we will be most compliant. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the girls clung to Li Mu even more tightly. Enough. How shameless can you be? He has already helped us significantly, protested a boy who had been fighting alongside them against the zombies. He was perplexed as to why these two classmates, previously strangers, did not comprehend the implications of their words to a man. Moreover, he doubted anyone would find them attractive. Was it not self-degrading to act thus? What's it to you? If you have the ability, go fetch a vehicle yourself. Fire abilities are impressive, but they're useless for fighting zombies, retorted one of the boys, tall and robust, who could clearly hold his own. Unable to bear it any longer, he took an action that would leave him bewildered. Enough. You lot are truly heartless. We have pleaded with you, yet you remain indifferent. If you refuse to let us in the vehicle, then none of us shall leave. During their previous encounter with the zombies, he had remained silent, but now he was filled with righteous indignation. With that, he produced a sizable nail from seemingly nowhere and forcefully plunged it into the tire beside him. Positioned right next to the tire, he acted swiftly before anyone could intervene, successfully puncturing the tire. The vehicle jolted twice, and Yu Xiaoyang opened her eyes, realizing once more the meaning of ingratitude. Having saved them, they were still unsatisfied and sought more. Now, it seemed they desired his life, and it was a question of how it would be given. Wu Tian and Li Mu fell into silence simultaneously, the murderous aura emanating from Yu Xiaoyang speaking volumes. They silently mourned for the boy for 2 seconds. Alas, some individuals simply have a penchant for self-destruction. What could they do about it? Li Mu engaged in a heated debate with 2 young women before decisively entering his vehicle and shutting the door with a resounding thud. The scene was drenched in blood and intensity. He dared not gaze upon it, feeling utterly helpless. Li Ruoqing attempted to restrain Yu Xiaoyang, but was thwarted by Yu Dahai. The world had shifted dramatically from what it once was. Apologies no longer sufficed. The damage inflicted on their vehicle represented a destruction of their very livelihood, an affront that no one could simply endure. Though he disapproved of resorting to violence against the boy, he understood that if Yu Xiaoyang could suppress this affront, she would no longer be the person he knew. Li Ruoqing parted her lips, refraining from further opposition, merely whispering, I understand. Indeed, she did comprehend, yet could not quell her compassion. Yu Xiaoyang stepped out of the car with an air of nonchalance, her demeanor calm, as though she were not on the brink of confrontation, but merely seeking a conversation. Who was it that punctured my tire? She inquired with an unsettling serenity, seemingly devoid of concern for the incident. It was me, so what? You were the ones who acted without compassion, prompting my response, he retorted, skepticism evident in his voice. He doubted this girl would dare to take a life. Even if she wished to act, he was no pushover, and he could certainly handle a mere woman. Very well. I admire those who own up to their mistakes, he boasted. I know you possess wood-based abilities. After such a lengthy skirmish, your powers must be severely depleted. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to enter my vehicle. Yu Xiaoyang, far from angered, offered a sardonic smile. You claim to harbor no malice, yet I never asserted that I lacked any, she countered, her tone laced with menace. Which hand was it that punctured my tire? The tall boy's expression shifted dramatically. What do you intend to do? Did you not already surmise? Yu Xiaoyang retorted with a cruel smile. In an instant, she swung her small vine, and the boy let out a cry as he clutched his right arm, collapsing to the ground in a pool of crimson. You wretched creature, I will kill you, he shrieked, his eyes burning with hatred as he longed to retaliate. Yu Xiaoyang advanced toward him, towering over him with a gaze that radiated murderous intent. Remember this in your next life. Either use your brain or remain silent. To kill me? You shall never have the opportunity. With a heart hardened, she flung a dagger, which found its mark in his chest. The boy convulsed violently twice before falling still, devoid of life. Though she had no desire to take a life, she recognized that having struck, there could be no retreat. She understood that merely severing an arm would lead to endless troubles, given his animosity toward her. Therefore, for the sake of her future tranquility, she had to act decisively. She firmly believed in a principle. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring winds will bring forth new growth. The two girls, terrified, huddled together, screaming, "Murder! Murder!" Silence. If you wish to avoid lying down in a grave, heed my warning. Yu Xiaoyang coldly glared at them. The two girls, paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a word, covering their mouths and gazing wide-eyed at her, as if beholding some monstrous creature. Yu Xiaoyang paid them no mind, delivering a swift kick to the car and expressionlessly addressing the occupants within. "You have 10 minutes to change the tire, or I will toss you out." Had he not caught them sneaking glances, pretending to be unseen? If they wished to observe, they ought to do so openly. What was the point of furtive glances? Li Mu chuckled dryly, opening the car door and ingratiatingly saying to her, "No, let's change it right now," before turning to give a kick to Wu Tian, urging him to assist. How violent, how bloody, how terrifying. Little did he expect Yu Xiaoyang's cold-blooded demeanor to be so endearing. If only he were truly a man of steel. Wu Tian, startled, hurriedly climbed out, hesitant to meet Yu Xiaoyang's gaze. Oh dear, Sister Yangyang is so fierce. He found himself increasingly enamored with her, wondering what he should do. The duo collaborated to remove the rear tire, only to rummage through the back seat for tools. Discovering after a protracted search that the toolbox was utterly empty, save for a few small boards. The larger tools had presumably been appropriated by the car's owner for self-defense. After a moment of mutual avoidance, neither daring to broach the subject with Yu Xiaoyang, it was ultimately Wu Tian who was pushed forward by Li Mu. "What are you two sneaking around for?" Sister Yangyang, there are no tools in the car," Wu Tian reported. Yu Xiaoyang fell silent for 2 seconds, casting him a sidelong glance before turning to Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai inside the vehicle. "Get out. We may need to walk. The stench of blood here is too strong. We cannot linger any longer. Why are you still following us? Do you wish to experience the fate of that boy from earlier?" Wu Tian glared at the 4 individuals trailing behind them, exasperated by their lack of awareness and their apparent disregard for danger. One of the boys, who had fought zombies alongside them, bit his lip and finally mustered the courage to say, "We have nowhere to go and no idea where we are. Could you possibly take us to a safe place? We promise not to be a nuisance." Wu Tian coldly retorted, "But you are already being a nuisance. Let me reiterate, if you wish to die, feel free to follow us. We have already killed 1 person. We are not afraid to do so a second or even a 3rd time." Undeterred, the boy persisted, knowing that in this apocalyptic world, it was impossible for their small group to reach a safe base on their own. The individuals ahead appeared highly capable. Aligning with them would be most advantageous. Yet, he was restrained by his companion. "Akiyu, don't be foolish. They want to take us along. Give up. Indeed, I have no desire to court death." Another voice chimed in, speaking in hushed tones, as if afraid of something. Akiyu found himself torn. On one hand, there were his companions, and on the other, the allure of safety. After contemplating for a long while, he lifted his head, only to discover that the group had vanished without a trace. With a sigh, he resigned himself to fate, realizing that the heavens had decreed he was not meant to accompany them. "Sister Yang, do you not think that the young man who fought zombies with us earlier was quite admirable, albeit excessively indecisive?" Li Mu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you eager to recruit new allies?" Wu Tian chuckled, "Not particularly. I simply wish to avoid being at the bottom. It would be preferable if someone even weaker than him were to join us. But wait, if they are weaker, what purpose would they serve? What I mean is that a teammate should possess formidable abilities but lack intellect, someone obedient." Yu Xiaoyang shot him a disdainful glance. "Then you can only recruit a lowly ability dog. But first you must tame it. Do you believe you can?" Upon hearing this, he recalled the terrifying creature he encountered at the kiln. It was absolutely horrendous. Not to mention, he would certainly not fare well in a one-on-one confrontation. Furthermore, Whitey sensed that Sister Yang's words bore a hidden meaning. Traveling on foot significantly increases the likelihood of encountering zombies. At least with a vehicle, one could accelerate and ram through, whereas on foot, one must first eliminate the zombies to pass safely. Fortunately, the paths they chose were relatively secluded. Compared to the bustling streets, the number of zombies was considerably lower. Nonetheless, dealing with even a horde of zombies was still quite laborious. We must find a vehicle. This cannot continue, Yu Xiaoyang affirmed. Indeed, we need to search. Everyone, please remain vigilant. They did encounter a few vehicles along the way, but either one had issues or was too small to accommodate their group. Wu Tian struggled to dispatch a nearby zombie. Where's the vehicle? I feel as though I can't hold on much longer. Yu Xiaoyang recognized the gravity of the situation. It seemed they were becoming surrounded by zombies. Li Mu, too, grasped the dilemma, his expression growing grave as he focused intently on eliminating the approaching zombies. Sister, what should we do? It appears we are encircled, Wu Tian faltered. But as long as Sister Yang was present, he felt no fear. He trusted she would lead him to safety. Fight! It's either our lives or theirs, Yu Xiaoyang replied coldly, her resolve intensifying. She would never accept the notion of perishing here. With swift precision, she struck down zombies. The count of her kills lost to memory, her body and face stained crimson and darkened with bruises. None dared to surrender. Even as they fell on the brink of collapse, they persevered, for giving up meant certain death. One must endure, for there remains hope in survival. It was only when the last zombie fell to her blade that she wiped the blood from her face. Someone patted her shoulder, and a familiar visage entered her view. Hello, it's been a while, they greeted. Thank you. I should be thanking you. You saved me, and now I have returned the favor. We're even now, Yu Xiaoyang responded with a light laugh, choosing not to elaborate further as she turned to survey her convoy. However, her expression quickly soured upon sighting the occupants of the vehicle, an assembly of the elderly, infirm, and feeble. Good heavens, is this truly my convoy? She exclaimed, noting that only the first 3 vehicles were rugged enough to carry those with abilities who had just assisted them. As if aware of her astonishment, Wang Yin let out a bitter smile, shook her head, yet said nothing. A gentle and delicate voice emerged. Hello, you must be the one who saved my cousin. Thank you so much. Yu Xiaoyang looked up, feeling as if she were caught in a spring slumber, oblivious to the buzzing mosquitoes. Goodness, was this woman a second He Chu-Chu? Perhaps even more enchanting than He Chu-Chu herself, adorned in a long pink down coat, her straight black hair cascading down her back. Gazing at her, with eyes seemingly blooming with lotus flowers, one could easily lose themselves in such a gaze. Compared to her, Yu Xiaoyang felt utterly ashamed, her own appearance marred by the stench and bloodstains that made her seem as though she had rolled through a garbage pile. Who are you? I am Wang Yan's cousin. You may call me Wang Cici. Oh, Miss Wang, greetings. I'm truly grateful for your timely rescue. I shall never forget it. Wang Cici raised her beautifully arched eyebrows. I told you, just call me Cici. There's no need to talk about forgetting or remembering. Since you are my cousin's friend, you are naturally my friend as well. In this apocalyptic world, it is only right that we help each other, so please, don't be so formal. Yu Xiaoyang found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to express her feelings beyond a simple chuckle. No wonder Wang Yin seemed hesitant earlier. It appeared that fate had intertwined her with yet another white lotus. Having distanced herself from the likes of He Chu-Chu, she had inadvertently encountered another, whether genuine or false, leaving her with a psychological scar. Nevertheless, this person had indeed saved her, so she could hardly voice any objections and could only accept the kindness with a smile. Wu Tian licked his lips and leaned closer, whispering, Sister, what do you think her special ability is? What special ability? It's hard to say. Dressed so impeccably, she should belong to the water element. But Yu Xiaoyang felt otherwise. This Wang Cici was surely not as simple as she appeared. She seemed to possess a unique energy that she had sensed earlier. She would inquire with Fu Hongyi later for clarity. However, before she could pose her question to Fu Hongyi, Wang Cici's special ability revealed itself spontaneously. Perhaps for Wang Cici, it was not a secret at all, as everyone in the convoy seemed to know. When she witnessed Wang Cici retrieving various items from her space, She and her companions were left astounded. Space ability. She possessed spatial powers. Wu Tian gazed at Wang Cici in disbelief. Were not spatial abilities typically cherished and rather ostentatious? Yet this Wang Cici was remarkably approachable. Please do not hold back. There is plenty of food here for everyone. Please help yourselves. Wang Cici warmly urged them to partake. Her face radiating a gentle smile, reminiscent of a goddess amidst the apocalypse. Yu Xiaoyang was almost overwhelmed. Where on earth had this person come from? Observing the elderly, women, and children disembarking from the bus, she felt faint, especially as the children bounded toward Wang Cici, clamoring for food. With a gentle demeanor, Wang Cici retrieved food from her space and handed it to them. Cici Jia, may I have some 8 treasure porridge, please? Is little tiger hungry again? Wang Cici asked with a beaming smile as she retrieved a bottle of 8 treasure porridge from her space and handed it to him. Little tiger's eyes sparkled with delight as he embraced Wang Cici's neck and planted a kiss on her cheek. Cici Jia, you are the best. Little tiger loves you the most. A few other children lined up to ask Wang Cici for something to eat, and the rest area was filled with the sounds of their chatter and the calls of their parents. It seemed as though there was no hint of an apocalyptic world here. She heard many people in the convoy praising Wang Cici, saying things like, Cici is truly a good person. She doesn't disdain us and has brought us along. Indeed, where can we find someone as kind-hearted as Cici in this world? We are truly fortunate. I love Cici Jia the most. She gives me delicious food every day. Yuxiang watched in astonishment, realizing that she truly was a pure white lotus, untouched by the mud. Wang Yin seemed to notice her surprise and chuckled as she approached her. Do you see now? This is my helplessness. Helplessness? What could you possibly be helpless about, Sister Bai? Helplessness regarding her mother. Helplessness concerning her identity, Wang Yin replied. Orphaned at a young age, she had grown up in a family that treated Wang Cici as their own daughter. Now, even she, the genuine daughter, had to take a back seat. She was uncertain about her purpose in remaining here. Cici, why are you still here? The pregnant woman in the car is having abdominal pain again. You should check on her. Indeed, Wang Cici held yet another pure white lotus identity. She was a nurse. Yuxiang was further astonished, gazing incredulously at Wang Yin. You have a pregnant woman in your vehicle? Wang Yin could only smile wryly, unsure of what else to say. Yes, there is a pregnant woman, one who is about to give birth. Yuxiang was utterly speechless. Well, it seemed she had underestimated the radiance of the white lotus. Even Li Mu, a man who had weathered many storms, changed his expression after surveying the temporarily safe zone. Yuxiang, are you sure you want to follow them? She didn't say that. We are merely traveling together for the time being. First, I owe Wang Yin a significant debt of gratitude for her kindness. After all, the people in this convoy saved us. It would be unreasonable to leave just like that. Second, I wish to see what other facets of the white lotus Wang Cici possesses. Brother, look at her again. How much does she have in her space that we are unaware of? If this continues, she will eventually squander all. The man shot her a glare. Enough. What good does it do to say so much? I am well aware of all this, but at the moment I was saved, I vowed to repay her forever. The girl could only grumble under her breath. Her brother was blinded by superficial desires. She couldn't bear to watch, but dare not say anything. For the man beside Wang Cici possessed formidable fire abilities. Cici, make sure to rest, and don't overexert yourself. Understood, Acheng, you are quite loquacious. If someone is suffering from a stomach ache, should I not seek help? A man firmly embraced Wang Cici, asserting possessively, I care not for others. All I desire is for your well-being. Wu Tian pointed towards the blissfully affectionate Wang Cici and her companion, inquiring, is that her boyfriend? Indeed, they seem well-suited. He was once a prospective boyfriend, but now he is utterly devoted to Wang Cici. Only Yu Xiaoyang noticed the fleeting sadness in Wang Yan's eyes. Pausing for a moment before saying, I thought my own situation was dire, but yours appears even more tragic. Chuchu's capabilities are insufficient to rival Wang Cici's. At least Chuchu never shares her possessions, preferring to scheme for others' belongings, hence their slight similarity. Are these individuals you brought from H City? Yes, they are former neighbors. Some are departing, while others have arrived. Now, there are so many and no one recognizes her as Wang Yin. She came to assist your sister. Did you not see how busy she is, yet still engaged in conversation? A woman in her 40s called out to Wang Yin with displeasure. Wang Yin promptly replied, I'm coming, then turned to Yu Xiaoyang with an apologetic smile. I'll be right back. You all sit tight. Wu Tian observed her departing figure, shaking his head. She truly possesses remarkable patience. I would have lost my temper long ago. Traveling with such a convoy inevitably leads to numerous encounters along the way. Wang Cece possesses spatial abilities, allowing her to store items. Yet lacking any means of self-defense, she remains exceedingly enthusiastic. She readily offers assistance to every stray cat and dog she encounters. Yu Xiaoyang admires her resilience, astonished that her kindness has yet to lead to her demise. Truly an unrivaled heroine's aura. Lacking abilities herself, she must rely on others in the convoy for aid. The individuals with abilities in the convoy were all saved by Wang Cece, with those grateful remaining, while some have long since departed. Not long into their journey, they encountered a horde of zombies, along with a few familiar faces. Among them were 3 individuals, including 2 girls who were doing well and the boy who had previously fought alongside them, though the boy who had not killed zombies was nowhere to be found. Upon spotting the convoy, they cried out for help. Save us, please. Wang Cece, filled with compassion, implored the capable individuals in the convoy. They are so pitiful. Please, go help them. The several individuals with abilities exchanged glances, ultimately descending from the vehicle to assist, while Yu Xiaoyang and her companions felt a chill under Wang Cece's gaze. Reluctantly, they too exited the vehicle, reasoning that engaging in battle with the zombies was preferable to facing Wang Cece's pleading eyes. The small horde was swiftly dispatched, and the 2 girls rushed over, tears in their eyes, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Wang Cece. Thank you for saving us. Wu Tian twitched his lips and said, Dear, please open your eyes and see clearly. It is not Wang Cece, who merely sits in the car and talks, that can save you. Since the 2 girls and that boy pretended not to recognize them, Yu Xiaoyang also chose to feign ignorance. However, Li Mu disdainfully curled his lips and glanced at Wu Tian, wagering 50 cents. Where do you suppose the boy we fought alongside is gone? Wu Tian hesitated for a moment and replied, He must be dead. Otherwise, these 3 would not appear so anxious. Perhaps the demise of that boy is somehow linked to them. For reasons unknown, ever since she joined Wang Cece's convoy, she felt that the likelihood of encountering zombies had significantly increased. Throughout their journey, they had fought against numerous hordes of zombies, leading to a rapid enhancement of Wu Tian's abilities. She quickly grasped the technique of using water arrows, though her aim still required refinement and was prone to deviation. Excitedly, Wu Tian clutched at Yu Xiaoyang. Let us not part ways just yet. Let us stick with the convoy for now. I feel that my abilities have surged tremendously. Yu Xiaoyang twitched her lips, realizing that Wu Tian perceived this as an opportunity. After a day of travel, considering the distance, they should reach Qingyang base by car in another day. However, given Wang Cece's tendency to feign her abilities, that was uncertain. At night, the car remained stationary, as they sought a safe place to rest before continuing their journey the next day. Nevertheless, due to Wang Cece's overwhelming attraction to zombies, Yu Xiaoyang felt that nowhere was truly safe, always prepared to flee or fight. If they could fight, they would. If not, they would run. While she wanted to repay her debts, she did not wish to sacrifice her life in the process. What was meant to be a resting place during an apocalyptic escape felt more like a lively campfire gathering. The star of the evening was undoubtedly Wang Cece, who produced a plethora of supplies from her space, allowing everyone to enjoy a hearty meal. The 3 rescued college students devoured the food as if they had not eaten in days, resembling famished souls. Yu Xiaoyang and her companions were allotted a bucket of instant noodles. Wu Tian stared incredulously at the noodles in his hands. At the base, people fought tooth and nail for a mere cookie or piece of bread. Yet here, thanks to Wang Cece, it was so effortlessly obtained. He felt as if he might bow down before her radiance. You don't have any bowls, huh? Then here, have some bucket noodles, Li Mu remarked, as if reading his thoughts, chewing on the noodles in his hands with a smirk. What's this? Thinking of defecting? Wu Tian haughtily snorted. How could that be? I am Yu Xiaoyang's person in life, and her ghost in death. It's just a bucket of instant noodles. I've had worse. Thankful. Yu Xiaoyang truly admired Wang Sisi. Regardless of whether she was genuinely benevolent or merely feigning it, for her generosity alone, she deserved a perfect score. At the very least, Wang Sisi had genuinely bestowed courage and purpose upon this large group of people in the convoy, allowing them to continue living. You're welcome, Wang Sisi said with a sweet smile. In this apocalyptic world, we should help one another. Yu Xiaoyang, unable to contain herself, replied, Aren't you worried that your kindness will illuminate all the food in our supplies? Wang Sisi gazed at her with wide, incredulous eyes. How can you say such a thing? Food is meant for people to eat. Just then, a brooding man approached from behind Wang Sisi, disdainfully snorting, Then you should refrain from eating. Sisi is so kind. She is nothing like you. Yu Xiaoyang cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Indeed, he was not entirely mistaken. She could never possess the same benevolence as Wang Sisi. Ah Chung, please don't say that. Sister, you didn't mean any harm, Wang Sisi interjected, offering a sheepish smile to Yu Xiaoyang. I apologize, Sister Yu. Ah Chung is just a bit too blunt. He meant no offense. You are simply too kind, Sisi. That's why you are often bullied. I will let it go this time, but should I see you mistreated again, I won't let it slide so easily, he declared, half dragging, half embracing Wang Sisi as they departed. Yu Xiaoyang stared at them, bewildered, as they seemingly conspired to condemn her without her even uttering a word. She decided to remain silent, adopting the role of a mute. Fortunately, she was a person of foresight, acutely aware of Wang Sisi's vulnerability. Unsettled by the night watchmen assigned to their convoy, she had not slept, and by midnight, she indeed heard unsettling noises. She immediately sat up, rousing those beside her. Years of camaraderie allowed her to communicate without words. Everyone instinctively knew something was amiss. Fu Hingyi had not slept either, keeping her company. When he saw her suddenly sit up, he was not surprised. He had already sensed the tension in the air. He refrained from speaking earlier, wanting to gauge Yu Xiaoyang's awareness. In times like these, one must remain calm. The convoy was filled with too many people, including numerous elderly and children. If chaos erupted, the consequences would be dire. Yu Xiaoyang quietly approached Wang Yan, informing her of the approaching zombies. Wang Yan, still somewhat dazed, rubbed her eyes in confusion, while her mother, overhearing the commotion, dismissed it with skepticism. What nonsense. There are no zombies. If you don't sleep, you'll start rambling. Yu Xiaoyang frowned. Her mother's outburst startled many awake, especially those in this apocalyptic scenario. With a mention of zombies struck a chord. People began to rise, asking, What? Zombies are coming? Where? Why hasn't anyone notified the patrol? Wang Sisi, draped in a coat, sat up. What is happening? Everyone, please remain calm. We have abilities to handle this. Yu Xiaoyang found herself at a loss for words. It was futile to linger. She resolved to do only what was necessary, urging everyone to fend for themselves and escape the perilous situation. In such dangerous times, to remain idle and not organize a swift departure was tantamount to inviting disaster. Something was approaching, whether it was a zombie or a mutated creature, she could not discern. So she urged run. Casting a glance at Wang Yan, she felt no surge of sympathy, but rather acknowledged Wang Yan's commendable abilities. Come with me, she said. Wang Yan hesitated momentarily, but shook her head. Say no. Thank you. We still haven't clarified the situation. You should leave first. Yet, where could she go? Her parents were here, and she would never abandon them. Yu Xiaoyang regarded her intently, then turned away without uttering another word. She had saved Wang Yan once, and Wang Yan had reciprocated. This time, however, her offer was declined. Thus, she felt her obligations to Wang Yan were fulfilled. After all, one's life is ultimately in their own hands. Outside, Wu Tian and the others awaited her. Upon seeing her emerge, they tossed her a set of keys, saying, Sister, get the car ready. Yu Xiaoyang did not inquire about the source of the keys. At this moment, such details were inconsequential. The convoy was in disarray, with some activating emergency lights and torches. Several individuals located a vehicle just as they were about to board, when Fu Hongyi closed his eyes, intently listening. Suddenly, he spoke in a grave tone, We cannot drive. Most critically, she realized that even if someone attempted to flee by car, they would not head in that direction, as there was a narrow path that vehicles could not traverse. Although she was still unaware of why driving was ill-advised, diverting the vehicle elsewhere would buy them precious time. No one questioned further. They all ran in the same direction. Behind them, the bass echoed with chilling screams and the sounds of engines starting. Yu Xiaoyang was grateful for her speed. Otherwise, she might have found herself among the whales. Wu Tian, ever curious, could not restrain himself any longer. What is chasing us that makes Brother Fu and Sister Yang so uneasy? Is it more terrifying than zombies? He ventured, Brother Fu, what is it? Why can't we drive? Fu Hengyi's voice was somber against the night sky. A horde of mutated moths. Wu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Moths? Good heavens! Thank goodness we didn't T-drive. The headlights would attract them. What do moths love most if not light? Driving would be a death sentence. It would be far wiser to find a dark place to conceal ourselves, perhaps granting us a chance at survival. He patted his chest, still shaken. Brother Fu. I had no idea wind-based abilities could be so potent. You discerned the oncoming threat merely from the air. Li Mu cast a sidelong glance at the foolish Wu Tian, who was the only one so naive as to believe that Fu Hengyi merely possessed wind-type abilities. Although Fu Hengyi remained silent, Li Mu sensed that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. The wind-type powers, even if not a mere facade, were likely a diversion, with Fu Hengyi's true strategy yet to unfold. After running for an indeterminate time, Wu Tian, panting heavily, inquired of Fu Hengyi, Brother Fu, is there anything pursuing us from behind? I feel utterly exhausted. Fu Hengyi furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying. It's too distant. I cannot sense it. However, it is advisable that we do not halt, for something is indeed pursuing us, though it is not the moths. It is Wang Sisi and her companions. Wu Tian let out a desolate sigh, realizing he had no choice but to continue running. Survival necessitated it, and he had no desire to confront the moths. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at the pallid face of Li Ruoqing, and with a determined grit of her teeth, declared, enough, we shall not run anymore. We should be safe now. Wu Tian was about to protest, questioning the safety of their situation, considering Fu Hengyi had suggested they move forward. Yet he was halted by Li Mu, who noted that their breaths were becoming labored. Indeed, this should be a safe place. Let's rest for a while. Li Ruoqing was struggling to breathe, sustained only by Yu Xiaoyang's embrace, for lying down after such extreme exertion was perilously unwise. After a moment of steadying her breath, she weakly spoke, I have caused everyone trouble. It is all right. I can continue walking. Yu Dahai felt a pang of guilt and suggested, Xiaoyang, why don't I carry your mother? We cannot afford to rest here. It is too dangerous. Yu Xiaoyang shook her head, insisting, no, Li Ruoqing has reached her limits, as have the rest of us. Moreover, the moths have not caught up. She subtly gestured to Wu Tian, urging him to speak. Wu Tian hesitated, but understanding Li Mu's cue, he plopped down, cradling his head in exhaustion. Yes, the moths have not caught up. I cannot move anymore. I must rest. Fu Hengyi silently observed the dimly lit road behind them, remaining quiet for a moment before stating, it is all right. The moths have not pursued us. Everyone, feel free to rest. His words were undoubtedly a source of comfort for Li Ruoqing. Upon hearing Fu Hengyi's assurance, she finally felt a sense of relief, not wishing to burden Yu Xiaoyang further. As for the concept of fate, she pondered whether her connection with Wang Sisi was one of serendipity or a burdensome tie. Regardless, it was not long before Wang Sisi and her group caught up with them. Upon seeing her, Wang Sisi appeared overjoyed, exhibiting far more enthusiasm than her sister. I knew you would wait for us. Yu Xiaoyang's lips twitched. Dear sister, she is not waiting for you. Had she known you were behind, she would have certainly changed direction. Yet, Wang Sisi rushed forward, embracing her tearfully. Wu, you sister. Many people perished in the convoy. Not everyone made it. And Wang Yin is injured. As Yu Xiaoyang cast her gaze towards Wang Yin, she indeed noticed blood dripping from Wang Yan's hand, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood that enveloped her. Wang Yan's expression remained impassive, seemingly devoid of any pain, which made Yu Xiaoyang's heart sink. Realizing that something had gone awry, subtly, she pulled away from Wang Sisi, who was hanging closely beside her, feeling uncomfortable with such proximity. Is it just a few of you who managed to escape? What about the others? She inquired. The escapees included Wang Sisi, her boyfriend A Chung, a pair of siblings whom Wang Sisi had rescued, Wang Yin, and 2 children, who had been alternately carried by several individuals during their flight. The children, merely 5 or 6 years old, had succumbed to slumber after a prolonged ordeal, blissfully unaware of fear, believing it was only natural for others to protect them. Wang Sisi, with swollen and reddened eyes from crying, lamented that they were devoured by the moths. Yu Xiaoyang felt little surprise. It was a grim reality of the apocalypse. Sometimes, a mere moment's delay could cost one their life. What should we do? I feel so despondent. It's all my fault. Aunt and uncle didn't make it out, she sobbed. Yu Xiaoyang found herself at a loss for words. Child, there's nothing I can say to her. It seems you've misplaced your anger, as I don't believe we are that familiar. Aunt Yu, do you not forgive me? Do you not trust me? I truly had no idea why the moths suddenly attacked our resting place. Had I known, I would have warned everyone. Yu Xiaoyang began to grasp the insinuation behind Wang Sisi's words. Was she blaming her? If she had been aware of the impending moth attack, why hadn't she alerted everyone? In all fairness, she had immediately informed them upon sensing something amiss. It was Wang Sisi who had chosen not to believe her, and she herself had only just escaped the peril posed by the moths. Before Yu Xiaoyang could respond, Wu Tian interjected. What are you saying? Clarify your words. What do you mean by blaming my sister Yang for everything? If you fail to articulate this properly, I will not let this rest. You possess fire abilities, right? Well, I happen to wield water abilities. Let us see who is truly formidable here. A Chung, bristling with anger, retorted, what is so remarkable about water abilities? They barely reach the 2nd tier. Stop. Don't fight. The matter remains unclear. Yu Xiaoyang interjected. Aunt Yu is not that kind of person. You are all misunderstanding her. Turning to wipe the tears from her face, she gazed mistily at Yu Xiaoyang. Aunt Yu, please tell them you knew about the moths coming long before. And you didn't intentionally keep it to yourself, right? Yu Xiaoyang remained silent, her heart churning with turmoil. What is wrong with you? Why do you insist on casting blame upon me? It appears you are misunderstanding me. Yet every word you utter only serves to further incriminate me. Dear, have you truly comprehended the situation? Even if you wish to cast aspersions, this is hardly the appropriate time or place. Look at the number of your teammates, and then at hers. What audacity do you possess to so shamelessly throw dirt on her? She was just about to engage in an intimate debate with Wang Sisi when suddenly a surge of supernatural energy erupted in the air. Alas, they had been pursued once more. Yu Xiaoyang, disregarding any further conversation with Wang Sisi, hastily slung her bag over her shoulder and prepared to flee. However, Ah Chung unexpectedly unleashed a fireball that struck a tree in their intended escape path, declaring, You shall not escape. The fire illuminated half the night sky, revealing the multitude of mutated moths approaching, their sheer numbers instilling a sense of dread. Damn it, Yu Xiaoyang swore. Cutting off their escape was tantamount to declaring war. There was no time for further discussion. She would deal with the moths before confronting him. The moths, once the size of mosquitoes, had now grown to the size of pigeons, having feasted on the blood of those in the convoy, appearing formidable and threatening. Yu Xiaoyang had no choice but to summon all her skills to combat the swarming mutated moths. Wu Tian, Li Mu, Yu Dahai, and Fu Hongyi gradually gathered, forming a solid triangular formation, the most advantageous position for battle. She took the lead while Fu Hongyi provided support, and Wu Tian, Li Mu, and Yu Dahai struck from behind, executing precise attacks. In stark contrast to their organized efforts, chaos reigned on Wang Sisi's side. Wang Sisi, possessing spatial abilities, could only cower behind others when faced with such threats. Ah Chung wielded fire abilities, yet using fire against moths was a grave mistake, as it would only lure them to collide recklessly. Thus, the true combatants against the moths were Wang Yin and the 2 siblings. The children, long terrified, had awakened and were crying out, yet in this moment, no one could attend to their plight. Remarkably, Wang Sisi, seemingly unafraid of death, rushed forward to shield the 2 little ones, assuring them, Do not fear, Sisi will protect you. Ah Chung, sensing the dire situation, cast a glance at Yu Xiaoyang's well-coordinated team battling the moths, a surge of madness and hatred igniting within him. If they were so capable, why had they fled during the convoy? Had they stayed, those who perished would have lived, and thus he sought vengeance for the fallen. With this thought, he summoned the scant supernatural energy within him and hurled a fireball towards Yu Xiaoyang's direction. Immediately engulfed in flames, Ah Chung was beset by countless moths, rolling and jumping on the ground as he struggled to extinguish the fire consuming him. Those who commit wrongdoing shall meet their end, Yu Xiaoyang declared, deftly wielding a vine to sever a nearby tree, which fell directly upon Ah Chung. She swiftly retrieved a bottle of gasoline from her spatial pocket and hurled it at him. The flames soared skyward. The only sounds amidst the crackling fire were Ah Chung's screams and the hissing of burning moths. Blood and fire, the very essence that moths reveled in, drew countless of them toward the inferno where they were reduced to ash. Gradually, Yu Xiaoyang and her companions retreated to a relatively safe distance, their expressions stoic as they observed the scene unfold. No, Ah Chung. Despite Wang Cici's multiple attempts to rush forward and extinguish the flames, she was repeatedly thwarted by the brother and sister. Ultimately, it was the brother who struck Wang Cici unconscious, bringing the matter to a close. Ruthless, Yu Xiaoyang admitted that she had indeed been merciless, striking decisively to take Ah Chung's life, leaving him in agonizing despair. However, this was predicated upon his initial aggression, and she felt neither remorse nor guilt. If someone sought her demise, she would ensure their demise in turn. Wang Yin wiped the blood from her face, casting Yu Xiaoyang a cold smile. Well done, Yu Xiaoyang. I owe you one. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at her dismissively, her expression neutral. No need. Consider it a repayment for what happened before. Wang Yin was not the type to be a suitable companion, and thus, she did not dwell on it. The younger sibling of the duo attempted to call out to her, but was silenced by her brother. But brother, it's too dangerous over there. There may still be moths lurking. From that point on, wherever they ventured, the brother and sister trailed behind them. To add to the mix, Tao Bo carried Wang Cici, while Tao Hong held the hands of two children, closely following. I've said it before, do not follow us again. We are not of the same ilk. Did you not hear me? Tao Bo appeared somewhat embarrassed as he stammered, but we don't know where the Qingyang base is. Should I sketch a map for you? No, that's not what I meant. After a prolonged struggle for words, he ended up blushing furiously as he looked at Wu Tian. Tao Hong felt uncomfortable watching her brother being humiliated in such a manner. What's so impressive about that? If it weren't for the fact that you came from the Qingyang base, we wouldn't even be following you. So this is my good fortune? Wu Tian nearly burst out laughing in disbelief. Tao Hong shot him a look that suggested he was somewhat perceptive. Just as Wu Tian was about to lose his temper, he was restrained by Yu Xiaoyang. Let go, just let her be. We only have one more day's journey ahead. After all, they have been with the convoy for a day. It wouldn't be right for them to turn their backs on us now that the convoy has met its demise. As long as the brother and sister do not become a nuisance, what harm is there in bringing them to the Qingyang base? Besides, it's merely a shared path. In times of danger, everyone will still fend for themselves. She had long sought a vehicle, but after over 2 hours of walking, while she encountered numerous zombies, not a single intact car was in sight. Wang Cici soon regained consciousness, softly sobbing, her tearful gaze fixed on Yu Xiaoyang. Yu Xiaoyang initially thought the girl was about to lament her reasons for attacking Ah Chung, and had already devised a plan to silence Wang Cici. However, the words that came from Wang Cici startled her. Sister Yu, I know Ah Chung was in the wrong. I apologize to him on your behalf. And now that he is dead, please do not harbor any more resentment towards him, all right? Yu Xiaoyang, dear girl, you are overthinking this. Ah Chung, I have long since forgotten him, let alone entertain any thoughts of resentment. Wu Tian could no longer contain his curiosity. You do not blame us? Is Wang Cici truly not in her right mind? Her boyfriend was murdered, yet her reaction was bewildering. Wang Cici weakly shook her head, acknowledging, I know Ah Chung was in the wrong. I didn't see at the time, otherwise I would have stopped him. It's all my fault. Sister Yu, can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Yu Xiaoyang was already flabbergasted by the absurdity of the situation. Why waste breath on someone whose mind was clearly unhinged? All she wished for was to reach the base swiftly and dispose of the matter at hand. If this continued, she feared she might lose her sanity. After all, ignorance was said to be contagious, and she had no desire to be afflicted. Even Tao Bo and Tao Hong were rendered speechless. Although Wang Cici's reasoning held a semblance of logic from a human perspective, it was utterly incomprehensible. Li Mu observed Wang Cici with a curious amusement. It was indeed intriguing. Were it not for his heart being already taken, he might have approached her. He had yet to encounter such a personality and wondered what it would be like. Alas, what a pity! Wang Cici was not only a victim of circumstance, but also possessed a savior's complex. She had once again fallen into her old habit of incessantly trying to rescue others. Yu Xiaoyang could not fathom why, despite encountering no one in need of help, so many seemed to require salvation in Wang Cici's presence. After preventing Wang Cici from her altruistic endeavors twice, she finally declared that if Wang Cici wished to save anyone further, she would be kicked out to join those in need. Wang Cici widened her eyes in disbelief, questioning how Yu Xiaoyang could be so heartless and cold-blooded. Yu Xiaoyang merely shot her a glance before turning away, indifferent to her feelings. It was simply her nature. In the end, Wang Cici was persuaded to relent, though she could not recall whether it was Tao Bo or Tao Hong who had convinced her to do so. It must be said that the siblings were quite good to Wang Cici. It was rumored that she had once rescued them during a zombie horde and provided medicine to treat the already unconscious Tao Bo, earning their eternal gratitude and loyalty. Yu Xiaoyang could not agree with their method of repaying kindness, yet she felt it was not her place to intervene in others' affairs. Finally, they reached the base safely. Upon seeing the imposing gates once more, Yu Xiaoyang felt little joy. They had come to undertake a mission. As long as they were uninjured, they could enter directly, while Wang Cici and her companions needed to register and confirm their safety before proceeding. Yu Xiaoyang had no intention of entangling herself further with Wang Cici. Bringing her to the base had already been a significant act of goodwill. "Let us part ways here," she stated. "There are rules at the base. Someone will speak with you shortly. As for you two little ones, what do you plan to do?" "Of course, we will follow you," came the reply. "Our parents are gone. What choice do we have but to stay with you?" Yu Xiaoyang shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. It is no trivial matter to sustain two individuals in a post-apocalyptic world. She hoped Wang Cici would not regret today's decision, but what concern was that of hers? "Do as you please. We shall take our leave. Farewell." "Wait," Wang Cici called out. "How will we find you once we enter? Where do you reside?" "No need for that," Yu Xiaoyang replied. "You saved us once, and in bringing you to the base, we are even. In the future, let us regard each other as strangers. No farewells necessary." With that, she departed swiftly, having no desire to engage further with someone like Wang Cici, for each day would undoubtedly bring troubles. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated behind her. Yu Xiaoyang frowned and turned to see Zhao Zichen, clad in a crisp military uniform, standing tall and imposing like a stately cypress. "Yes," she acknowledged with a nod. The mission proceeded smoothly, and we were just about to report in at the task hall. No sooner had she spoken than a dark figure loomed over her, only to be forcefully repelled. Without needing to see, she knew it was Fu Hongyi's doing. Zhao Zichen stared in shock at Fu Hongyi, who stood protectively behind Yu Xiaoyang, his eyes brimming with suspicion and ire. "Who are you?" he demanded. Instinctively, he sensed this man was formidable, both mentally and in terms of abilities. Fu Hongyi paid him no mind, focusing solely on Yu Xiaoyang, a hint of grievance lacing his words. "Yang Yang, tell him who I am." Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes. He was always the same, as if they were close enough for such familiarity. Yet she was no fool. She could discern the tension between the two men. If she spoke, it would either confirm or deny Fu Hongyi's claim. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to sever any thoughts Zhao Zichen had regarding her and smiled slightly, refraining from contradicting Fu Hongyi. "He is my boyfriend, Zhao Zichen, a wind element ability user." Zhao Zichen's expression darkened, though it quickly returned to normal. He scrutinized her intently. "You're not deceiving me, are you? How could he possibly be your boyfriend? When did you meet?" Fu Hongyi stepped forward possessively, wrapping an arm around Yu Xiaoyang's waist, drawing her closer. Men instinctively understand jealousy. "How could I be your boyfriend? I am her husband," he declared, the word husband echoing with significance. That means I've known her far longer than you have. Had it not been for his severe injury and subsequent obligations, Zhao Zichen would hardly have been a consideration. It was the most Fu Hongyi had spoken in days, and there was a childishness to his tone. Zhao Zichen, however, seemed unfazed by Fu Hongyi's proclamation. Instead, he fixed her with a piercing gaze and, after a long moment of silence, finally spoke. I want to hear it from you directly. Had she not made herself clear? What more did he desire her to say? Li Mu gazed with wide, inquisitive eyes, captivated by the spectacle unfolding before him. It was nothing short of extraordinary, more riveting than any television drama, especially in a world teetering on the edge of apocalypse. Two men vied for the affections of one woman, both of whom were strikingly impressive. To his surprise, Yang Yang seemed to possess the qualities of a quintessential Mary Sue protagonist. Should he step forward and claim a role in this unfolding drama? Yet, as he caught the gaze of Fu Hongyi, he promptly dismissed the thought. While the commotion was indeed entertaining, his own life held greater significance. He had no desire to incur the ire of this seemingly taciturn, yet secretly fervent man. Yu Xiaoyang sighed, poised to speak and bring resolution to the matter, when suddenly, a strikingly beautiful girl emerged from around the corner. It was not merely her beauty that drew attention, but rather her poised demeanor in a world where everyone else bore the grime and weariness of survival. She approached with an effortless grace, linking her arm with Zhao Zichen's, her voice light and playful. Zichen, there you are. I've been waiting for you. It's time to go. Dad getting anxious. Their connection needed no clarification. The girl effortlessly conveyed their relationship, and rather than appearing out of place, it felt remarkably appropriate. Fu Hongyi instinctively attempted to dislodge the girl's hand, only to find her subtly holding on. With a smile, she continued, if we're late, Dad might be displeased. This simple statement halted Fu Hongyi in his tracks. He cast a complex glance at Yu Xiaoyang, noting her impassive expression, which stirred a flicker of anger within him. He grasped the delicate fingers that clung to his arm, intertwining them with his own, and uttered a decisive "let us go." As he led the girl away, as they departed, she nodded toward Yu Xiaoyang, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Curiously, the girl bore him no malice. Perhaps she was oblivious to Zhao Zichen's feelings, or perhaps she simply did not reciprocate them. After pondering for a moment without reaching a conclusion, Yu Xiaoyang decided to let it be. After all, they were all part of the same base, and there would surely be future opportunities to meet. He then proceeded to report on their mission, detailing the zombies they encountered in their route, sketching a rudimentary map for the staff. After some deliberation, the mission was deemed complete. The rewards were promptly issued. 100-pound bag of rice, 10 packs of instant noodles, 20 pounds of water, 20 pounds of oil, and several thousand points, redeemable for food at the cafeteria. Yu Xiaoyang was quite pleased with this reward. The base was still relatively generous, though he anticipated a tightening of resources in the future. As he departed, the base staff inquired whether they wished to join an upcoming transportation effort to the kiln, promising even greater rewards. Yu Xiaoyang declined the offer. Why aren't you accepting the task? It's quite simple. I just browsed through the task hall, and the other assignments are too troublesome, either saving someone or joining the military. Yu Xiaoyang cast a sidelong glance at the murmuring Li Mu and said, It seems you aren't tired enough. Well then, you can carry this 100 pounds of rice and oil. As for the water and instant noodles, I shall kindly assist you with those. With that, she genuinely walked away, carrying the noodles and water, leaving Li Mu dumbfounded alongside the 100 pounds of rice and oil. Yu Xiaoyang, you miser, do you wish to wear me out? Unfortunately, Yu Xiaoyang did not hear him. Even if she had, she would have pretended not to. Did he not say it was quite easy? Then let him experience a thorough ease. Upon returning home, she was nearly stunned. Was this the place she had tidied before leaving? Where was the door? Not only the door, but everything inside was gone. Not even a single board remained. Wu Tian was furiously cursing at the entrance, but it was of no use. Everyone merely glanced and continued with their business. Due to the increasing number of people in the base, many were residing here for free. The military had already relocated from the 3rd floor, while ordinary people had long since occupied the 1st. Initially, the 2nd floor housed supernatural beings, but many had moved out over the past month, allowing numerous ordinary individuals to move up. It was evident how chaotic it had become. After a moment's thought, she decided, let's go inside and tidy up first. I'll figure something out for our belongings. Tomorrow we shall move. Wu Tian could hardly bear to stay even a minute longer, yet he didn't dare contradict Yu Xiaoyang. He nodded in agreement. All right, but we must leave tomorrow. His disdain for this place was profound. It was utterly disgusting. Who knew if they would wake up in the middle of the night to find their clothes stolen? Should we investigate this matter? If I find out who is behind this, I will ensure they pay dearly. What is there to investigate? Let's find a few boards to cover the door and deal with tonight first. Even if we knew who did it, what could we do? They have no evidence. And with the market in such disarray, it's no longer suitable to remain here. We will leave eventually. After a hasty meal, the exhausted group finally found a moment of respite. Yu Xiaoyang, unable to sleep, stood in the corridor lost in thought. A figure approached her and draped a coat over her shoulders. Yu Xiaoyang paused for a moment, but did not refuse, softly murmuring her thanks. Thank you. Fu Hongyi gazed deeply at her. Do your words from today hold any weight? What? His sudden question left Yu Xiaoyang somewhat dazed, momentarily unable to respond. Fu Hongyi was in no hurry. He simply watched her, seemingly unperturbed about receiving an answer. Yu Xiaoyang blinked, averted her gaze, and bit her lip as she asked, Why me? Because you saved me twice. Is that why Yu Xiaoyang wants to smile? If it were someone else who saved you. Fu Hongyi's tone was resolute. There is no one else, only you. Women are inherently emotional, and she was no exception. If it were indeed because he saved her twice. She found it somewhat hard to accept, akin to winning the lottery. Too fleeting and unbelievable. Fu Hongyi, however, chuckled. If that person were not you, there'd be no me now. Yu Xiaoyang weakly shook her head. He was too stubborn, leaving her at a loss for words. She realized he was genuinely not very articulate, and sensed that his past life was entirely different from hers, a fact evident from the pursuers and his demeanor. He remained silent, and she was not overly concerned. After all, this was the apocalypse, and regardless of one's organization, when one turns into a zombie, the heavens do not distinguish between individuals. A glow stick emitted a faint light in the room, while Wu Tian's snores grew progressively louder. Li Mu kicked him twice with no response, resorting to stuffing a wad of paper in his ears. Under the dim light, he glanced at the shadows cast upon the wall, grimaced, and turned over to sleep. Ah, youth indeed has its vitality. At his age, he needed to rest. This time, Yu Xiaoyang opted for a house with a yard instead of an apartment complex. It was 2 stories tall, allowing everyone to have their own room. Wu Tian was exceedingly pleased, envisioning how he would arrange it. However, the price here was not cheap, demanding a hefty 3,000 points for a 6-month lease. 3,000 points meant one could dine 3 meals a day at the base's cafeteria for 3 months, an enticement lethal to anyone, even those with abilities. What do you think? If not, I might as well eat dirt every day rather than deal with the chaos. Wu Tian aptly dubbed the marketplace chaos, a fitting description. I have no objections. Li Mu remarked casually regarding such matters. After all, chaos had its advantages, serving just as entertainment. After swiping their points, they moved in without hesitation, taking everything movable from within. Thus, to settle here, one had to provide their own supplies. Half of the supplies were purchased from base, with the other half sourced from her space. Otherwise, it would be truly unbearable. As for the space, she neither concealed nor disclosed it deliberately. Everything unfolded naturally, as it was indeed time for her secret to be revealed. Just when she lamented the absence of a target, He Chu presented herself. That day she, along with Fu Hongyi and her little follower Wu Tian, planned to visit the trading post established by the base to explore new offerings, but unexpectedly encountered He Chu and her entourage. This time, however, He Chu was accompanied not by Zhang Sheng and Chengdu, but by a notorious group of local ruffians from the base. He Chu had ensnared the leader of this local gang, He Huan, whose fierce name belied the formidable stature of the man it belonged to. He Huan clearly held He Chu in high regard, accompanying her with a constant smile and a barrage of words. Unfortunately, He Chu maintained a sullen demeanor, resembling a wilting rose in the afternoon sun. Yet a rose, despite its droop, possesses an alluring fragrance that inevitably draws others near. He Huan found himself irresistibly captivated by this essence, yearning to offer his very heart to the goddess, longing only for a smile from her. Suddenly, a jarring voice pierced the air, startling Yu Xiaoyang and causing her ears to ache. Fate had conspired once more, bringing her face to face with He Chu, prompting her to mutter in disbelief. She wished to escape, not out of fear of He Chu, but rather concern for her. The public setting posed a risk should a confrontation arise, potentially leading to an embarrassing exchange. However, He Chu had other plans. She dashed over, attempting to grasp Yu Xiaoyang's arm. After Yu Xiaoyang evaded her, He Chu brushed away her tears, her striking eyes blinking innocently at her, and let out a voice that sent chills down Yu Xiaoyang's spine. Wu Tian frowned, scrutinizing He Chu from head to toe, and remarked, "Who are you? I don't recognize you. Stop pretending to be family." Upon hearing this, He Chu's eyes welled with tears anew as she pitifully called out, "Yuan Yang. It's me, Chu. You may not want to acknowledge me, but I will never give up." He Huan, overhearing this, was instantly incensed. How could anyone remain oblivious to the plight of his goddess? Chu, so this is the Yu Xiaoyang you speak of? What a heartless creature. Why you even care for her? Come, let me take you for a feast. He Chu sobbed mournfully. I refuse to believe that Yuan Yang truly doesn't recognize me. We are the best of friends. Yu Xiaoyang. Thankfully, Ling Mu was not present, or she would have been subjected to further ridicule. Their melodrama had thoroughly painted her as a duplicitous character. Yu Xiaoyang fell silent for a moment, observing the tearful He Chu before turning to leave. Wait, who allowed you to depart? Stand still. Yu Xiaoyang glanced helplessly at the encircling henchmen of He Huan. What do you want? Apologize. Apologize to Chu. I can't fathom how someone as kind-hearted as Chu could have a friend like you. The corners of Yu Xiaoyang's mouth twitched in amusement as she replied, On what grounds do you speak to me like this? To act tyrannically in a world like this requires some formidable backing, does it not? This question elicited laughter from He Huan and his followers. She asked what gives me the right to say such things. You tell her, what do I have to justify my stance? After all, Brother Huan is the nephew of Captain Li. No, of course, it is about the remarkable lightning abilities of He Ge. I must say, his lightning powers are truly formidable. A single bolt can incinerate a zombie. He Huan's subordinates eagerly chimed in, offering their enthusiastic support. He Huan, filled with pride, sneered at her. How about that? You heard it right. Do I not deserve an apology from you? Please, He Ge, don't. Yang is merely upset with me. I'm not bothered at all. Just let her be, all right? As she spoke, her tear-stained, reddened eyes gazed at He Huan, nearly captivating his very soul. Wu Tian, unable to hold back, wretched in disgust, exclaiming, I mean, come on, Barbie, is this really entertaining for you? You can tolerate such a short and squat figure? Aren't you afraid of squashing it at night? Yu Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. Ha. Wu Tian has truly become mischievous. Such profound words from him are quite unexpected. Indeed, He Chu's face flushed crimson, a flicker of hatred in her eyes. Yet her demeanor remained soft and innocent. Yang, I know you dislike me, but you cannot collude with those around you to humiliate me like this. Is it my fault for lacking abilities? I have also strived to slay zombies. Not everyone can awaken with abilities like you. He Chu sniffled, shaking her head. No need for that. Yang has a temper, and I do not wish for He Ge to face trouble on my account. Besides, I understand that Yang did not mean it. He Huan felt even more touched. What a refined and graceful woman she was. In all his years of mingling with women, he had never encountered someone so alluring. I'll say it once more, apologize. Or do not blame me for being rude. This woman before him was neither affiliated with any faction within the base nor part of a large ability team. Dealing with her would be child's play. Having never learned how to apologize, perhaps you could teach us? Wu Tian retorted sharply, damn it. What a waste of a rare outing, encountering such trash. Yang doesn't even need to intervene. I can handle this myself. Fu Yingji stood silently in Yu Xiaoyang, neither speaking nor making a move, as though everything around him was irrelevant. Yet his attention remained steadfastly on Yu Xiaoyang, knowing she could handle this trivial matter without his assistance. He Huan, exasperated, chuckled, "Fine, then I'll teach you how to apologize on behalf of your mother." Wu Tian smirked sarcastically, looking down at He Huan, who was half a head shorter than him, feeling a deep disdain and suddenly entertained by the idea of toying with him. Feigning retreat, he said, "Apologies require a name, don't they? I don't even know what to call you. How would I know to whom I should apologize?" He Huan burst into laughter. "At least you were perceptive. Of course, you should apologize to Chu Chu. As for me, I remain unchanged. I'm still He Huan." Wu Tian furrowed his brow in confusion. What does He Huan mean? Who will be named such a thing? It seems your mother, worried about not having a grandchild, hastily gave you this name. Am I right? I suppose she still hasn't held a grandchild in her arms, and you know the reason. He Huan's complexion darkened, and with a scoff, he retorted, "Youngsters often use their wit to gain the upper hand. Let me show you how I shall discipline you." With that, he unleashed a bolt of lightning toward Wu Tian. Unfazed, Wu Tian countered by summoning a water sphere that collided with the lightning. The impact produced a sharp crack, and He Huan fell to the ground, convulsing, his body charred black. Seeing this, He Huan's subordinates hurriedly relayed the news or prepared to retaliate. But Wu Tian paid them no mind as he carved a bloody path through the horde of zombies. They were unaware of his whereabouts. However, they were intercepted by Yu Xiaoyang, who interjected, "Your leader was not injured by us. You saw it yourself. He was harmed by his own rebounding lightning. We were merely acting in self-defense, and I suspect assistance will arrive shortly. Why not wait? After all, we are all civilized individuals." He Huan's men exchanged glances and collectively took a step back. Indeed, it made sense to wait for someone from above to settle the matter rather than engage with a woman. Instead of reinforcements from He Huan's side, Zhao Zichen arrived, leading a squad of soldiers from the south. What transpired? Shouldn't everyone in the base be informed? If you wish to fight, please do so in the arena. A bald subordinate of He Huan hurriedly stepped forward to explain, though he had become a scapegoat since He Huan was still lying on the ground while Yu Xiaoyang's group stood unscathed. He Chu Chu was filled with joy. Since her last visit to Yu Xiaoyang, she had longed for the opportunity to speak to this man. Today, she refused to let this chance slip away. Surely, he could not prefer the foolish Yu Xiaoyang over her. She knelt on the ground, quietly weeping, intermittently calling out, "Brother He Huan, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so excited to see Yang Yang, you wouldn't have been hurt. It's all my mistake." Then, through tear-filled eyes, she looked up at Yu Xiaoyang. "I know you misunderstand me, but Brother He Huan is truly innocent. How have you changed so much? What nonsense are you spouting? It was I who engaged with him. Are your eyes blind?" Yu Xiaoyang retorted. He Chu Chu, undeterred by Wu Tian, wiped her tears away, rose to her feet, and gazed defiantly at her. "Well, since you're no longer the Yu Xiaoyang of old, I shall no longer tolerate your bullying. I cannot stand by and watch you descend into ruin." Yu Xiaoyang's lips twitched. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with He Chu Chu. However, a glance at Zhao Zichen behind her quickly clarified everything. Just as she was about to speak, a brash voice boomed. "Who dares? Step aside. I want to see who has harmed my nephew." He Huan's subordinates quickly approached and recounted the incident of He Huan's injury before the person arrived. Before the individual could come over, the message had already been conveyed. Minister, he was taken aback, and, upon recognizing Zhao Zichen, his expression turned pale. He forced a smile and approached, saying, "Ah, it is you, Commander Zhao. I apologize. I heard that my nephew was assaulted, and naturally, I was anxious. I hope I did not cause you any amusement." Zhao Zichen chuckled lightly. "Your nephew is also subjected to bullying?" This remark caused Minister He's face to flush. Everyone in the base was well aware of how He Huan acted with impunity under his uncle's banner. Fortunately, He Huan had some discernment, knowing whom to provoke and whom to avoid, and had never brought significant trouble to himself. Minister He had turned a blind eye, as he too benefited from He Huan's actions. However, this time, he had encountered a serious predicament. In front of so many people, he could not admit his nephew's faults and stubbornly insisted, "My nephew is now lying on the ground, uncertain if he is alive or dead. As his uncle, I cannot help but feel anxious. Seeing so many standing here, I may have spoken irrationally." His implication was clear. His nephew was the true victim in this incident. Zhao Zichen remained unfazed, casually scanning the crowd before pointing to a man with fire abilities. Could you step forward and recount what transpired earlier? You were present at the scene, correct? The fire ability user hesitated momentarily, but then nodded without delay, promptly recounting the events with clarity and precision. He understood that he had irreparably offended Minister He. Yet in comparison to Commander Zhao, Minister He was insignificant. His retelling was entirely impartial, with no favoritism, even mimicking the tones and attitudes of those involved with remarkable accuracy. Minister He's complexion fluctuated between red and white. He realized that his nephew was indeed at fault, having been manipulated by a woman into committing such foolishness. Glaring at the instigator, he cast an unpleasant glance at Zhao Zichen and, giving He Huan a kick, led his entourage away. The remaining individuals surrounding He Huan exchanged glances and hurriedly assisted him, chasing after the departing group. The most distressed of all was He Chu. While some matters seemed natural to her, hearing them parroted back felt like a slap to her face, stinging painfully. Yet at that moment, she could not afford to falter. She refused to believe she could not prevail over Yu Xiaoyang. It was always about Yu Xiaoyang. Ever since she discovered the affair with Zhang Sheng, her grasp on the situation had slipped. Had she known better, she would not have involved herself with the useless Zhang Sheng. Biting her lip, she hesitated before calling out, "Yu Xiaoyang." Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Xiaoyang impatiently interrupted, "Enough. I have no time for your nonsense. If you still feel the need to humiliate yourself, stand here and perform for a few more minutes. But I have no interest in watching. Do take care of yourself." With that, she ignored He Chu and, after thanking Zhao Zichen, departed. Her mood remained largely unaffected by He Chu. Instead, it was imbued with a peculiar joy, the origins of which she could not quite discern, yet she felt content nonetheless. Thus, when Wu Tian expressed a desire to purchase something, she readily acquiesced, displaying an admirable decisiveness. He Huan, on the other hand, had not sought her out for trouble. It was uncertain whether his injuries had yet to heal or if he had been intercepted by his remarkably perceptive uncle. While she did not specifically seek out news about He Chu in the hall, it seemed that Wu Tian had taken it upon himself to engage with He Chu, almost as if it were a game, seeking her out even when she refrained from causing them any trouble. In his words, it was to ensure she understood that he was not to be trifled with. Even if he did not inflict any actual harm, a little vexation would suffice. He portrayed himself to He Chu as a former boyfriend from her past who, upon the onset of the apocalypse, had latched onto two supernatural beings and was subsequently cast aside, regularly lamenting outside her door. He Chu and her companions still resided in the mall, which was bustling with people. Each time Wu Tian ventured there, a crowd would gather, drawn by the spectacle, for even amidst the apocalypse, the penchant for curiosity among the Chinese populace remained unaltered. You wouldn't believe the ghastly expression on her face, as if she had just swallowed something foul. He chuckled. Does she truly think she is the only one capable of putting on an act? After witnessing her performance so many times, I've learned a thing or two myself. What I'm doing is simply applying what I've observed. Yu Xiaoyang, however, paid him little heed, for she had a matter of great significance to attend to, one closely tied to their rented accommodation. In recent days, her family had remained largely indoors, allowing only Wu Tian to venture out to divert attention, lest anyone grow suspicious of their activities. They were digging a tunnel, indeed a tunnel. The base was not absolutely secure, and should they ever find themselves besieged by a horde of zombies, and the walls of the base were breached, this tunnel could provide a slender chance of survival. The base itself must possess its own escape routes, yet with so many inhabitants, it was improbable that everyone could flee. This was where the utility of the tunnel became evident. However, digging a tunnel was no trivial endeavor. It demanded steadfast commitment, and their numbers were few. With the weather growing increasingly hot, conditions became unsuitable for labor, leading Yu Xiaoyang to decide to temporarily halt the tunnel excavation and instead focus on digging out the basement. This way, should they encounter any unforeseen circumstances, they would have a refuge to retreat to. No one understood the hardships of the apocalypse better than she did. Thus, while the weather remained favorable, she fortified every door and window in her home, reinforcing them and ensuring that all windows were equipped with anti-theft measures. the glass tempered for added safety. This proved beneficial, as a thief attempting to break in soon discovered the formidable traps laid out in the yard. One of the thief's legs was nearly broken, but perhaps realizing his misdeeds, he dared not return to confront her. Yu Xiaoyang felt a sense of satisfaction. At last, there was someone who understood the consequences of their actions. Sister Yang, do we truly need to proceed with this? This time, Li Mu wholeheartedly agreed, believing that trusting you, Sister Yang, is undoubtedly correct. It will prove invaluable in due course. The weather is growing increasingly warmer, akin to the sudden transition from the frigid winter to this sweltering desert. Although the current conditions are not yet extreme, the rate of temperature rise suggests that it is merely a matter of time. As the heat intensifies, the most essential resource becomes water. It has emerged as the most sought-after commodity within the base. While one can forego meals, one cannot survive without water. Fortunately, their family is blessed with Wu Tian, who possesses water manipulation abilities, alleviating their concerns about water scarcity. To Yu Xiaoyang, it seemed entirely reasonable. Maintaining such a substantial base necessitates sacrifices, and while the base ensures their safety, it is only natural for them to contribute in return. With 3 gen of rice, their family could enjoy rice every day. But vegetables remain an issue. Although her space contained a variety of preserved pickles, the monotony of consuming the same flavor daily proved rather tiresome. Eating plain rice accompanied by Lao Ganma daily made her feel as if she were becoming Lao Ganma herself, prompting Wu Tian to feign pity as he gazed at her. You should be grateful. There are so many outside who can't even afford to lick the bottles of Lao Ganma, Li Mu bluntly remarked, striking a blow to Wu Tian's complaints. Yet, one cannot live on pickles alone, Sister Yang. Don't you crave ham? Yu Xiaoyang glanced at him with resignation as she held her bowl. Ever since he discovered the vacuum-sealed ham in her space, he had been plotting to get his hands on it, devising various schemes to indulge in it. Well then, let us eat. Wu Tian's eyes lit up after 5 days of longing. Yu Xiaoyang replied with a forced smile, then you should take it. I'm waiting. Woo, Sister Yang. You're being a bully. Who else should I bully if not you? Wu Tian retorted angrily, slamming down his bowl and glaring at Li Mu. Li Mu, I challenge you to a duel. Don't think that just because you've faced hardships with Zhang Jiajia, I will go easy on you. You're merely dreaming. That gaze, each time Li Mu directed such a look at him, it conveyed an overwhelming sense of foolishness, as if he were saying, I will not hold this against you, driving Wu Tian to the brink of exasperation. Seeing the two on the verge of a confrontation, Yu Xiaoyang quickly rolled her eyes, exclaiming, Enough! Are you really going to fight? You seem so energetic. Just dig a little more dirt. Wu Tian immediately deflated. Sister Yang, may I take a nap after dinner? I'm utterly exhausted from working all morning. What do you think? Absolutely not. How could I possibly be lazy? It's all Li Mu's fault for wanting to be lazy and spreading that mindset to me. Don't worry. After dinner, I will get back to work. Wu Tian shamelessly shifted the blame onto Li Mu. Yang, why are you so eager to dig the basement? It was Li Ruoqing who voiced the question. Everyone had harbored this curiosity, yet seeing Yu Xiaoyang's serious expression deterred further inquiries, although they remained intrigued nonetheless. I am also uncertain. It leaves me feeling quite anxious. Wouldn't it be advantageous to construct a basement? It would provide a place for our family's belongings. Li Ruoqing chose not to inquire further, knowing that Yu Xiaoyang had always been a child of discretion. The basement was not particularly vast, merely a space of over a dozen square meters, surrounded by concrete walls that Yu Xiaoyang had meticulously erected. The entrance, descending from the floor, was crafted with care, incorporating bricks and reinforced bulletproof glass, creating an exceptionally sturdy door that even a strength-based ability user could not breach. The excess oil was stored in her space, ready for removal. The basement was nearly complete, requiring only a final cleaning and the addition of a few chairs and a table. On that day, Yu Xiaoyang and Fu Hongyi ventured out of the base to dispose of the soil, while Li Ruoqing and Yu Dehai remained at home to tidy up. Wu Tian had vanished after being detained for several days, and Li Mu had gone to seek out his Zhang Jiajia. Yu Xiaoyang chose a riverbank for dumping the soil, as this location was less likely to attract attention. After all, if they disposed of it along the base's main route, the sudden accumulation of dirt would certainly raise suspicions. She preferred to operate with caution, avoiding any potential pitfalls. Fu Hongyi was not one for many words, and she had little inclination to converse. Thus their time together was marked by a profound silence. Suddenly, Fu Hongyi's expression shifted. "Did you hear something?" Yu Xiaoyang quickly grasped his meaning, listened intently for a moment, then knelt down to the ground to hear better. After a while, she shook her head. "No, why? Is there a horde of zombies? Surely, if there were, we would hear them. Could be too distant for me to perceive." Fu Hongyi remained silent, closing his eyes to sense the direction of the wind in the air. Yu Xiaoyang did not disturb him, understanding that he must have detected something amiss. Otherwise, he would not be this alert. Yes, alertness. It was rare for Fu Hongyi to exhibit such unease. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, his face turning pale as he uttered, "This is bad. We need to escape." He grasped her hand and shoved her into the vehicle, then accelerated to its maximum speed. Yu Xiaoyang clutched the handle tightly to steady herself in the passenger seat. Although she was unaware of what had been discovered, she recognized that Fu Hongyi had encountered something perilously dangerous. She felt fortunate that they had driven out today. Otherwise, the situation could have turned dire. Both of them could find refuge within their space, but what about their family? The threats clearly seemed aimed at the base. On their journey, when confronted by individuals attempting to halt them, Fu Hongyi drove straight through without hesitation. In such a critical moment, who had the luxury of stopping to assist others? Perhaps under normal circumstances, there would have been a chance. Within a mere 10 minutes, they sped back to the base, the sounds of danger drawing ever closer. If initially she had felt no sense of foreboding, now even she could perceive the peril in the air. They needed to close the city gates immediately, for a multitude of threats was approaching. Yu Xiaoyang exchanged a brief greeting with the person in charge at the base entrance before making her way towards Area 3. There was no time to explain to the person in charge who was pursuing him. If he chose to believe, so be it. If not, it was of no consequence. The complexities of the situation were beyond comprehension, and by then, it would all be too late. Moreover, the threat came in the form of mutated sparrows that could fly. Whether or not they controlled the city gates was irrelevant, as the sparrows had no need to pass through them. Everyone at home was present, except for Li Mu. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaoyang declared, with the mutated sparrows attacking, everyone should retreat to the basement. "I will seek out Li Mu." Without a second thought, Fu Hongyi responded, "I will accompany you." Yu Xiaoyang firmly rejected him, stating, "No, you must stay here. Watching over my parents is the greatest assistance you can offer. Trust me, I won't take unnecessary risks." He understood her meaning. Only the two of them were aware of the spatial situation, and thus far, no one else's space allowed entry. Yu Xiaoyang cast a grateful glance in his direction before turning to leave. Li Mu was her teammate. She could not abandon him. However, she was not foolish enough to risk her own life. She knew he was headed to find Zhang Jiejie, who was likely at the trading market. Hence, her destination was clear. After searching for a while without success, she resorted to questioning a man selling sugar at the last location where Zhang Jiejie had set up her stall. "Where has the beautiful Zhang Jiejie gone?" she inquired. The man, noticing her lack of an ability user S badge, let his thoughts wander. "Beautiful, you say? There S1 right here. Cool me. Let me have a feel and see if you're as smooth as you look." Foolishness. Yu Xiaoyang swiftly conjured a vine to ensnare his neck, yanking him forward and demanding, "Where is she?" I don't know. Cough, cough, please let me go." His misfortune was palpable. Had he known she was an ability user, he would never have provoked her. "Don't know, you say? Let us see how it feels when the whip tightens." Yu Xiaoyang was not inclined to believe him. Such people only came to their senses when faced with dire consequences. "No, I know. She resides in the basement of the Sky Blue Square in District 4. You should go there to find her." The moment he finished speaking, he felt the pressure on his neck release. Looking up, he realized she had vanished, cursing under his breath. His eyes then caught sight of a packet of instant noodles lying on the ground, and his spirits lifted as he hurriedly tucked it away, pretending to be unaffected. That fierce woman was surprisingly generous, leaving him a parting gift. As she made her way, the silhouettes of soldiers began to appear, likely having received word of the situation, though their intentions remained unclear. Upon arriving at the basement of the sky blue square in District 4, she hardly needed to search. She instinctively knew Li Mu would be there. "I'll say it again. Please leave this place, or I shall not be courteous," came Li Mu's voice. "Li Mu, go away. I told you. You need to concern yourself with my affairs. Just leave." It was Zhang Jiajia's voice, tinged with urgency. "Zhang Jiajia, you're ruthless. You're even more so than I am. Indeed, I am that ruthless. If you don't wish to hear me utter the word leave, then do yourself a favor and vacate this place. Indeed, my friend, they have asked you to leave, yet you linger on, displaying an utter lack of shame," a voice from the shadows taunted. Yu Xiaoyang took several steps forward, and in the dimly lit corridor of the basement, 4 or 5 young men congregated, their frivolous demeanor betraying their unsavory character. Li Mu, filled with fury, summoned a spike of earth, intending to thrust it at one of the men, only to be struck across the face by Zhang Jiajia. Zhang Jiajia appeared somewhat distraught. "Li Mu, leave? Do you not comprehend my words?" Li Mu, momentarily stunned by the blow, watched as the earth spike gradually dissipated. "Ha ha, Sister Zhang. Your strike was rather fierce, considering he has been devoted to you for so long," one remarked. "Indeed, and he is an earth element ability user. This is quite amusing." Another followed. "Silence. Do you look down upon earth element ability users? Let me show you what true prowess is. You dare, Li Mu? If you lay a hand on them today, do not ever seek me out again." Zhang Jiajia glared at him, her eyes red with emotion. Rage surged within Li Mu. He yearned to inquire why, but the words eluded him. Just then, Yu Xiaoyang emerged from around the corner, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "The domineering CEO? The hero saving the damsel in distress? Li Mu, you have certainly fallen far, coming here to endure humiliation. It is a pity you did not bring a camera." Without even glancing at her, Li Mu replied impatiently, "What are you doing here? I came to witness your disgrace. It is truly a spectacle. I should capture it and send it to Wu Tian," Yu Xiaoyang quipped, likely intending to provoke him. "Leave if you've seen enough. I have no time for you." Yu Xiaoyang clenched her fists, "As if I would care to entertain you. You are here flirting with girls while I risk myself to find you. And look at the state you're in. What a disgrace. Wait, another pretty girl has arrived, and she looks rather decent. Brothers, we are in luck today," one of the 5 men remarked as they approached her, forming a menacing circle. Li Mu smirked. They were courting death, and he need not lift a finger this time. Yu Xiaoyang cast a sidelong glance, her voice rising playfully. "Gentlemen, why not release this sister? I shall entertain you for a while." The 5 exchanged glances, erupting in laughter. "Did you hear that, brothers? She wants to play with us. Indeed, she must be a novice. Has she ever had a man? Little sister, you may find it overwhelming with us." Yu Xiaoyang tilted her head innocently. How can one know without trying? With a playful flutter of her eyelashes, she exuded an irresistible charm. The men were entranced, unable to resist the allure of this young lady, who, while not as stunning as Zhang Jiajia, possessed a refreshing purity in her appearance and demeanor. Zhang Jiajia contemplated stepping in to intervene. She knew well that Yu Xiaoyang was a wood element ability user, seemingly formidable, and these men might not be her match. "Do not interfere. If you do, I shall not intervene. But they have spoken out of turn, and a lesson is well-deserved." Li Mu insisted, though concern gnawed at him, knowing her sister remained in their clutches. "There is no, but they deserve it." Zhang Jiajia bit her lip, choosing silence. Indeed, they were the ones who first insulted Yu Xiaoyang, and they deserved to be punished. Yet, she could not bear to watch Yu Xiaoyang kill them. It was merely a lesson. Resolving her thoughts, she refrained from further interference and quietly stepped aside. Yu Xiaoyang, showing no mercy, swiftly subdued the 5, leaving them gasping on the ground. She had no intention of killing them. Soon the mutated sparrows would arrive, and their fate would not be merciful. "Come with me. It's unsafe here. We must leave immediately." "No, I cannot go. Thank you for your kindness, miss you, but I truly cannot leave." Yu Xiaoyang frowned, about to respond, when her peripheral vision caught sight of a man behind her drawing a gun aimed at her. A cruel smile curled her lips as she flicked her small vine, causing the man to scream, the dim corridor suddenly thick with the scent of blood. Yu Xiaoyang broke both his arms and one leg. Refraining from killing him directly, knowing that the blood would hasten the arrival of the mutated sparrows, thus saving her some effort. Zhang Jiejia, let me remind you of a saying. Those who are despicable will meet their end. I can only say this much. Come with me now. The mutated sparrows have breached the base. They will not survive. Regardless of your sister's whereabouts, you cannot go searching for her now. Zhang Jiejia stood frozen, disbelief etched on her face. How did Yu Xiaoyang know about her sister when she hadn't even told Li Mu? Seizing the moment of her distraction, Li Mu swiftly hoisted her up, carrying her away. Zhang Jiejia contemplated resisting, but seemed to recall something, ultimately refraining. Yu Xiaoyang halted, glancing at the movements of the five, a cold smirk escaping her lips before she hurried after them. The mutated sparrows had indeed begun their assault. They did not require the city gates to enter. The sky was their domain, allowing them access from all directions. The base was in chaos, filled with the frantic sounds of those fleeing for their lives. She estimated that these were merely the advanced scouts. Many more were likely trailing behind. Why had the sparrows suddenly launched an attack? Li Mu remained silent, their long-established rapport allowing him to effortlessly grasp her meaning. And Li Mu appeared slightly injured. Yu Xiaoyang did her utmost to ensure their safety. Fortunately, the number of sparrows was currently manageable. When dealing with airborne sparrows, the most effective abilities are fire or lightning, followed by water and ice. Earth and wood are the least effective. And she and Li Mu unfortunately fell into the latter category. Li Mu, put me down. I can manage on my own. Li Mu furrowed his brow, his lips pressed together. Do not distract me. Zhang Jiejia regarded Li Mu with a complex gaze. Her heart was not made of iron, and it was impossible for her to remain unmoved by him. However, in this apocalyptic world, there was too much helplessness, and all she could do was apologize to him. The once lively and clean base has suddenly transformed into a scene of chaos and carnage, as countless sparrows descend like a dark cloud, leaving behind nothing but mangled flesh and scattered bones in their wake, vanishing with the slightest breeze. Li Mu, leading Zhang Jiejia inside, urged her to be cautious before retreating step by step towards the entrance. The 3rd and 4th districts have been largely overrun by the mutated sparrows, and the situation in the 1st district remains unknown. The air is filled with the shrill cries of the sparrows, drowned out only by the desperate pleas of humanity. Help! She scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. It was a farce, for everyone was fighting for their own survival, unable to save one another. Despite her frantic flailing of a small twig, several parts of her body had already been pecked by the sparrows, whose beaks had evolved to be exceedingly sharp, and she could smell the iron tang of her own blood. She realized she had to retreat immediately. It felt as though the sparrows were relentlessly pursuing her, and she could not afford to delay any longer. With urgency, she threw 3 or 4 barrels of oil at the approaching sparrows and fired her weapon. The moment the flames ignited in the air, she dove down and swiftly entered through the main door, locking it behind her. Seconds later, the metallic door reverberated with the relentless pecking of the sparrows. She scanned the room for any vulnerabilities in the doors and windows, ensuring they were secure before heading to the kitchen for supplies, then descending into the basement and securely locking the door behind her. You going up will only complicate matters, she thought, aware that Fu Hongyi was monitoring her situation, which alleviated her anxiety somewhat. Wu Tian, there's no way, she mused. They had all tried their utmost, yet remained unable to grow stronger. Outside, the situation was uncertain. Yet the sounds of the windows being battered indicated that the mutated sparrows were not ready to give up. Li Ruoqing trembled at the thought of what might have happened had they not listened to Yu Xiaoyang's advice to dig this basement. Would her family have been like those on the streets, desperately seeking refuge? The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Yu Xiaoyang knew the sparrows must have broken through the windows, and she feared whether they could discover the hidden passage. Above them, the cacophony of the sparrows' cries and their relentless assaults filled the air, and she feared their home was in disarray. No one dared to utter a sound, striving to maintain their composure, for once discovered, none could guarantee their safety here. Gradually, the noise subsided somewhat, but Yu Xiaoyang knew that the mutated sparrows had not entirely dispersed, and thus, no one could venture outside. She approached Li Ruoqing, grasping her hand gently, whispering, "Mom, do not fear. This place is secure. We must dig a tunnel. We must dig a tunnel," she resolved, recognizing from this harrowing experience that there is no such thing as absolute safety. She could no longer endure the feeling of helplessness in this apocalyptic world. Safety was an illusion. Li Ruoqing silently acquiesced, understanding the necessity of their actions better than anyone else. Uncertain of the situation outside, Yu Dahai sighed deeply. The basement? Do not jest. The doors and windows have long been dismantled. Aside from those capable individuals willing to invest considerable sums to enhance their living conditions, who among the ordinary populace would squander their resources in such a place? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as they sat in silence, resembling statues frozen in contemplation. The commotion outside had subsided, yet none dared to make a move. Without the reassuring sound of the base's safety alarm, true security remained elusive. After 2 hours had passed, Yu Xiaoyang rose and approached the corner to retrieve a small bag, distributing instant noodles and yogurt to everyone. Provisions specifically prepared for the basement to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. Given the meager conditions, they could only nibble at the offerings. The group was accustomed to rice, and it was likely that instant noodles would not be to their liking. Zhang Jiedu silently accepted her portion. If this constituted simplicity, what term could be applied to her former life? As for the yogurt, it had been ages since she had savored such a flavor. Yet, she wisely refrained from inquiring about the source of these supplies. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and she had not divulged hers, so why should they reveal theirs? As Wu Tian tore open his packaging, a renewed clamor erupted overhead, more intense than before. It appeared that the mutated sparrows were awaiting their presence, lying in wait. Upon hearing the noise, he could no longer remain still. Could they truly possess such intelligence? Wu Tian swallowed hard, incredulous. If that were the case, could there still be an environment conducive to human survival? Yu Xiaoyang nonchalantly ripped open his package, quietly consuming his noodles. Despite their cleverness, they were still beasts, lacking the patience required to conceal themselves, and moreover, mutated sparrows were unlikely to discern their location underground, as the sounds from below were challenging to pinpoint. Typically, avian creatures did not possess the intellect to realize that humans were concealed beneath the surface. "Do not worry. This place is quite safe," Li Mu remarked in a calm tone, though it was unclear whether his words were directed at Wu Tian or Zhang Jieju. "Thank you. I shall not forget your kindness," Zhang Jieju murmured, her head bowed. Li Mu's voice rose slightly, tinged with self-deprecation and perhaps a hint of bitter amusement. "Zhang Jieju, you truly are ruthless." Zhang Jieju offered no response, repeatedly whispering apologies in her mind. She felt compelled to act thus. Wu Tian, even in his fervor, recognized the gravity of the situation. Under normal circumstances, they would have ventured out, granting space to these two individuals, but now there was nowhere to escape. Enough of this overthinking. Let's all focus on honing our abilities. The mutated sparrows are unlikely to depart easily unless the base is entirely deserted, in which case they would naturally take their leave, or if the military intervenes. But what if the mutated sparrows never leave? Must we forever remain hidden here? You speak too much. Concentrate on your training and spare us further prattle. Yu Xiaoyang shot him a glare. Wu Tian made a grimace and quietly stuck out his tongue, indifferent to his surroundings, content to remain hidden here as long as there was food and drink, and Sister Yang Yang was present, albeit the atmosphere was somewhat tedious. Since that last incident, her supernatural abilities had stagnated, unable to transcend the pinnacle of level 2. She recognized her own impatience, yet in such perilous times, could she afford to be anything but anxious? In situations like today, without this basement, she could scarcely fathom the outcome. Silence enveloped the room, with no one inclined to speak. However, Li Ruoqing's mood had noticeably improved, perhaps due to acclimatization. Yu Dahai maintained a consistent demeanor, caring little beyond his family, which was safe and sound here. What reason had he to be discontented, except for lingering regrets? Never mind, why dwell on them? Hadn't Tihi long since resigned himself to the reality? Uncertain of how long they had been in the basement, food and water were available in the corner, accessible to anyone in need. Yu Xiaoyang recalled fetching food 5 times, while water was scarce, not due to a shortage, but because the basement, originally intended as a hideout, lacked a restroom. Suddenly, Fu Hengyi stood up and cast her a glance, saying, "Someone's coming." Yu Xiaoyang promptly rose, asking, "Do you know who it is?" Fu Hengyi shook his head, indicating he did not know, having never seen the individual. Yu Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and replied, "I'll go up and assess the situation. You all wait for my signal before coming up. I'll accompany you." This time, Yu Xiaoyang did not refuse. She nodded in agreement. After navigating a layer of bulletproof glass doors, an iron door, and a brick door, they finally emerged. Once Fu Hengyi was pulled up, she swiftly secured the doors behind them. The house was in disarray, nearly unrecognizable, with her once expensive sofa now a tattered wreck, its stuffing strewn across the floor. Sounds of movement began to emerge from the street, and soon the safety signal of the base blared, prompting Yu Xiaoyang to allow those in the basement to come out. Li Ruoqing stared blankly at the ravaged state of her home, her heart heavy with sorrow. Yet, she soon found solace. Things were all right, indeed quite fortunate. In a world where many had no safe refuge, she still had a secure home, a blessing from above, especially with her family gathered here. What more could she wish for? Zhang Jiajia took a moment of silence before approaching her, expressing heartfelt gratitude for saving her life, a debt she vowed to repay when the opportunity arose. "Now, I think it's time for me to leave." Yu Xiaoyang blinked and replied, "The person you should thank isn't me. Your rescue is not because you are Zhang Jiajia, but because of Li Mu. Otherwise, what would it matter if you were the mayor's daughter?" Li Mu let out a cold laugh. "Zhang Jiajia, you truly are ruthless, even more so than I." Watching her retreating figure, he remained silent until her shadow vanished, at which point he couldn't help but emit a faint, bitter smile. Wu Tian gazed at him awkwardly, pondering how the situation diverged from his expectations. He had anticipated that Zhang Jiajia would be moved and perhaps concede to Li Mu, but to his surprise, there existed such a callous woman. He himself was almost swayed by Li Mu's sentiments. "What are you staring at? Get to work, or I'll pluck out your eyes," Li Mu remarked, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events, as he assisted Li Ruoqing in tidying up the room. Wu Tian, chastised into silence, merely covered his eyes and began sweeping up the shards of glass scattered across the floor. Yu Xiaoyang, having known from the outset how the story would unfold, felt no surprise. She understood that Li Mu had made his choice and respected his parents. "You all stay indoors. I'll step outside to assess the situation. We cannot be certain of our safety, especially with the mutated sparrows potentially returning." Fu Hengyi quickly fell in step beside her, stating matter-of-factly, "I will accompany you." Yu Xiaoyang did not refuse this time. She nodded in agreement and exited with him. The streets bore witness to dismembered limbs and severed arms, a sight that inexplicably illuminated the depths of one's soul. Although such scenes were not unprecedented, the distinction between the safety of the base and the perilous exterior was stark. Within the confines of the protective umbrella of the base, the occurrence of such horrors was particularly daunting. This fear differed from the dread faced in the presence of zombies. Outside, danger was an acknowledged reality, but inside, a false sense of security prevailed, rendering the outcome all the more difficult to accept. Gradually, figures began to emerge on the streets, their whereabouts during the onslaught of the mutated sparrows unknown. Nonetheless, shadows of humanity started to populate the thoroughfare. Humanity's superiority over all forms of nature lies in its resilience. Regardless of perilous circumstances, humans devise means to survive, even in the narrowest of margins. Countless individuals flooded the streets, wailing in grief over the indistinguishable remnants of bones, likely the remains of their loved ones and friends. The gates of the base had reopened, not for the undead, but for the mutated sparrows. Whether the city gates were closed or open bore little consequence. Opening them was meant to welcome a powerful esper, Huiyun, the fire manipulator who had saved the base. His true name remained a mystery, for he referred to himself as Huiyun, and when wielding his fiery abilities, he appeared in the sky like a blazing cloud of flames. Behind him trailed two extraordinarily beautiful twin girls, seemingly 17 or 18, yet radiating an unearthly beauty. Even Yu Xiaoyang found her gaze inadvertently drawn to them. Where did such formidable beings come from? I had never heard of them in my previous life. The prowess of this Hua Yin surely surpassed her own. She lacked confidence in defeating him, marking him as her second formidable opponent since her rebirth, the first being Fu Hongyi. And now Huiyun. Fu Hongyi appeared to discern her thoughts, his gaze lingering on Huiyun for a fleeting 2 seconds before returning to her. He is not my rival. With his words, Yu Xiaoyang felt reassured, yet her curiosity about Fu Hongyi's abilities intensified. If Huiyun was not his match, did he have any rivals in this world? Just then, Huiyun happened to glance over, and their eyes met. He offered her a slight smile and a nod, to which Yu Xiaoyang responded with a brief nod of her own. She watched as the troops escorted Huiyun and the twin sisters behind him into Area 1, a place reserved for the highest ranks, rarely accessible to anyone, let alone a newcomer. Could one discern the twins' abilities? Fu Hongyi remained silent for a moment before replying. The elder sister possesses an enchanting ability, while the younger sister wields poison. After a brief pause, he continued, in truth, they are not biological sisters. They merely project an illusion. They bear a striking resemblance to each other, don identical attire, and with subtle alterations made by the elder sister to her visage. They can easily be mistaken for twins. Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow. Not twins? Why would they go to such lengths? Out of interest or hobby? She found it hard to believe, in a post-apocalyptic world, what could compel one to invest such effort into disguise? This was no time of peace. Yet, this was not her concern. She merely needed to ascertain how long this base could endure. If it became untenable, she would seek refuge elsewhere with her parents. In the apocalypse, no place was entirely safe. A base's security depended on the number of ability users within and the competence of its leaders. Otherwise, even a surplus of ability users would render the base perilous if the authorities were inept. Some might label her cold-blooded for overlooking the lives of so many in the base, but she had little interest in playing the savior. Her singular desire was to find a small patch of land to live with her parents, indifferent to everything else, as she lacked the capacity to intervene. Not everyone could bear the burdens of a savior. The sacrifices required were beyond her endurance, so she would leave the role to others. Ye Yang, what should we do about all the things at home that can no longer be used? Do we need to buy new ones? Wu Tian lamented, heartbroken. The sofa was his favorite, a hard-won purchase that the entire family had agreed upon, and yet, within mere days, it had fallen into disrepair. No, she replied. Let us keep a low profile for now. Stay indoors unless necessary, refrain from making purchases, and continue digging tunnels. Human nature is unpredictable. With so many lives lost in the base, it was inevitable that someone would stir unrest, irrespective of the reasons behind it. How severe the disturbance would be, she could not predict. She understood there existed individuals who would think, why has misfortune befallen my family, while yours remains unscathed? This is unfair, thus. I desire your family to face hardship as well. Most would find such sentiments unacceptable. Yet in specific circumstances, such individuals were disturbingly prevalent. A notion Yu Xiaoyang did not doubt. The collective decision to continue excavating tunnels received unanimous support, as the recent events had instilled a profound sense of insecurity within them all. Determined to excavate a tunnel, the entire family rallied behind this initiative, approaching it with a seriousness far surpassing their previous attempt. The last endeavor was a precautionary measure. This time, it was a desperate bid for survival. For several consecutive days, the family remained indoors, diligently digging away. Fortunately, they resided in the 3rd or 4th district, a place that had long since become irksome. Even so, many individuals still appeared at their doorsteps seeking assistance. It was a mystery how these people learned that the family was unscathed, with ample provisions and medicine. They came daily, initially pleading for help with humility and sorrow, but eventually resorting to brazen accusations. Unfazed by their antics, Yu Xiaoyang eventually reached her limit and asserted her authority by intimidating a couple who had been particularly bothersome, causing them to cease their visits out of fear. Their relentless complaints bore an uncanny resemblance to grievances that had echoed through centuries. Zhao Zichen had once dispatched soldiers to inquire if she required any aid, to which Yu Xiaoyang graciously declined, humorously noting that he had a fiancée. thus necessitating a clear boundary between them. She wished to avoid any misunderstandings that might lead to melodramatic confrontations. Her sole focus was to live peacefully and continue her tunnel excavation, shunning any distractions. After 10 to 15 days of labor, the tunnel extended from their home to the outskirts of the base, with the base's entrance facing east. She opted for an exit towards the northwest. Reflecting on their prolonged seclusion, she felt it was time to undertake a mission. Otherwise, they might inadvertently give the impression that their home was a veritable granary. One day, an unexpected visitor arrived at her doorstep. Huiyun. Pausing for a moment, she refrained from inviting him inside, instead maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" The implication was clear. Unless there was a significant reason, he should take his leave, for she did not recognize him. Huiyun, however, seemed unperturbed, wearing a cheerful smile, while the twin girls behind him immediately bristled at her words, demanding to know who she thought she was to speak to their brother Hua in such a manner. Amused, Yu Xiaoyang retorted that before questioning her, they ought to consider their own standing. Her desire to remain uninvolved in any power disputes did not equate to being a pushover. If they came to her door to hurl insults, she certainly would not be polite in return. Pushover? Do I resemble one? Even if I were, I would be a sesame-filled bun. The twins, infuriated, stepped forward, ready to engage in confrontation, only to be halted by Huiyun. "Asu, Aya, do you recall what I said before coming here?" The twins persisted, clinging to Huiyun's sleeve, pouting. "Brother Hua, she is merely being rude. Why does she have the audacity to speak to you like that?" Finding their behavior tiresome, Yu Xiaoyang prepared to shut the door, but Huiyun swiftly blocked her path. "Miss you. You seem rather unwelcoming. How bold of you to attempt to shut us out." Initially, she held a higher regard for these individuals, unaware of their true nature as mere delusional beings. Faced with such eccentricity, what humility could she possibly maintain? "Miss, you might have misunderstood. My intention in seeking you is solely to inquire about a matter." Huiyun, however, continued to exhibit a composed demeanor. Yu Xiaoyang sighed, resigning herself to the reality that these three would not depart without satisfactory answers. Thus it was best to resolve the issue swiftly. "I have heard that Miss Zhang Jiejie was at your residence during the onslaught of the mutated sparrows. Might you enlighten me regarding her current whereabouts? I am her boyfriend from the pre-apocalyptic era, and I kindly request your assistance. Miss you." Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow at Huiyun's oddly reverent demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the audacious arrogance in his words. He believed he concealed his superiority well, yet the air of condescension surrounding him was unmistakable. His insistence on seeking Zhang Jiejie raised suspicion. She was certain that before the apocalypse, Huiyun had been nothing more than an unremarkable office worker, lacking any allure that could capture Zhang Jiejie's interest. Moreover, his rapid enhancement of abilities was rather astonishing. It was rumored that upon his arrival at the base, he had already gathered a considerable number of talents, many of whom had gained some notoriety 3 years post-apocalypse, and now he sought out Zhang Jiejie. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Such coincidences were too improbable to believe. "I apologize, but Zhang Jiejie left the base immediately after the mutated sparrows were dealt with. It seems there was an incident involving her sister," Yu Xiaoyang stated nonchalantly. A flicker of anger crossed Huiyun's eyes, though it was too late for him to mask it. "What?" Yu Xiaoyang feigned ignorance, though internally she felt as if struck by a tempest, astonished by the revelation. Huiyun quickly regained his composure, revealing no sign of discomfort, and remarked, "It's nothing. I am simply disappointed. I have been searching for her for quite some time and have been deeply concerned for her well-being. To think that just as I arrived, she departed. Indeed, I share your concern. No matter how I urged her, she would not listen. I cannot help but wonder if she might encounter any trouble. Had it not been for a family emergency, I would have pursued her myself," Yu Xiaoyang replied, a mix of worry and guilt causing her eyes to glisten. Huiyun offered a slight smile, providing a comforting assurance. "Rest assured, she will be fine. Thank you, Miss Yu, for your assistance today. I shall pay my respects at a later date when time permits." Yu Xiaoyang watched with keen interest as Huiyun and the twins departed, finding the unfolding events increasingly intriguing. She had merely tested the waters, and had unwittingly discerned the truth. Unsure whether to commend her own cleverness or sensitivity, she pondered the implications. A reincarnated male, she mused. Little did she expect that besides herself, others with similar circumstances existed in this world. She had always suspected that she could not be the sole fortunate one, and now, the heavens had presented her with an ambitious reincarnate, intent on saving humanity. Fu Hongyi had been attentively observing the situation from within the room. After Huiyun departed, he stepped outside, gazing in the direction where the three had vanished, and remarked calmly, "He poses a problem." Fu Hongyi noticed the enigmatic glimmer in her eyes, paused momentarily, and chose not to speak further. Li Mu appeared to have recovered from Zhang Jie's earlier blow, resuming his light-hearted banter with Wu Tian, digging playful pitfalls for him, only to be met with counterattacks in return. Naturally, she refrained from interjecting. Throughout the ordeal, she had withheld any opinions or thoughts. Well aware of the kind of person Li Mu was, he had never sought the judgments or insights of others. As the tunnel they were excavating grew longer and the base became increasingly warm, summer arrived in the blink of an eye. It was no exaggeration to say that one could shed their down jacket for short sleeves. Yu Xiaoyang merely observed the unfolding drama, placing a bet on how long Huiyun could sustain his momentum. Perhaps the heavens deemed her life too tranquil, thus presenting her with a bit of chaos to contend with. Clearly, a few more individuals had joined her circle, several of whom exhibited commendable abilities honed over the 3 years since the apocalypse. Suddenly, she felt a jolt at her waist. An 8-year-old child, who, with a face full of anxiety, immediately apologized before dashing away. Yu Xiaoyang's gaze, however, locked onto him with intrigue. It was amusing that she had caught the attention of a little thief. Fu Hongyi glanced at her, inquiring with a look. Yu Xiaoyang shook her head. The city gate was crowded, and using her abilities to capture the thief would surely draw unwanted attention, something she abhorred. To her surprise, the little thief was remarkably swift, vanishing in the blink of an eye, even though she had seen him enter this alley. Fu Hongyi pointed towards another alley, indicating the direction in which he had fled. A smirk danced across Yu Xiaoyang's lips. Could this little rogue teleport? The little thief likely did not anticipate her pursuit. Upon spotting her, he was startled and hurriedly ran forward, only to unwittingly collide with a group of people. "Kid, get lost. You're filthy." One of the twins behind Huiyun attempted to kick the little thief aside, but Huiyun intervened. "Ashu, he is just a child. No need to be so rough." The little thief, perceptive enough, noticed that the older brother before him seemed amiable, and thought perhaps he could evade capture. "Brother, save me. Brother, please." The little thief clung to his last hope. Huiyun, with a gentle demeanor, crouched down, seemingly unbothered by the foul odor emanating from the little thief. "What is your name? Why are you running?" Xunji. "They want to catch me. Brother, help me. Please. I didn't mean to bump into that sister." Yu Xiaoyang composed herself, finding amusement in the little thief's theatrics. Huiyun appeared to notice them for the first time, glancing up with a slight smile. "Ah, miss you. I did not realize you were pursuing child. Mr. Hua, is it appropriate to address you thus? This child you're holding." Before he could finish speaking, Huiyun chuckled. "Just call me Huiyun. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude for your rescue of Zhang Jie last time, so there's no need for such formality." Yu Xiaoyang said little, directly addressing him. "Very well, Huiyun. The little thief you have in tow has stolen my belongings. I kindly ask you to hand him over." I didn't. The little thief immediately denied it, though he was baffled as to why this elder brother was defending him. He knew he absolutely could not fall into this woman's clutches. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed. "I to unjustly accuse a filthy beggar?" Huiyun paused momentarily and replied, "How about this? Regardless of Ms. Yu's misunderstanding regarding what Xuanzi has taken from you, I shall make amends." A misunderstanding about the little hat stealing her possessions? Making amends? Huiyun was certainly inflating the situation. Soon, a smirk graced her lips, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Very well, if he enjoyed playing the hero, she would not hold back. Ashu scoffed derisively. What a piece of work. How shameless to trouble a beggar who has nothing. Huiyun's expression soured. Typically, if he made such a suggestion, a reasonable person would simply dismiss it. Yet this woman, upon opening her mouth, had already escalated the situation to a third-level crystal core. He only possessed one third-level crystal core, intended for his own future upgrades, a core he had sacrificed several lives for. Should he really exchange this core to placate Xuanzi? Indeed, he understood that Xuanzi would one day become a formidable thief, and he wished to recruit him while he was still vulnerable, hoping for gratitude in return. But what cost? Do you have no shame? How can you utter such words? You think we are fools? It is an honor for you to offer your companion to our brother Hua. You had better be sensible. Yu Xiaoyang narrowed her eyes, coldly regarding her. How should I be sensible? You hurl insults at me time and again, thinking I would not dare to retaliate. A Shu, mistaking her fury for fear, raised an eyebrow smugly. Well then, you ought to skedaddle. I, the generous lady, won't hold this against you. Perhaps you should be the one to leave, Yu Xiaoyang retorted, her whip cracking through the air. A Shu hastily retreated a few steps, unleashing a cloud of toxic gas towards Yu Xiaoyang. However, the wind swiftly dispersed it before it reached her. As Yu Xiaoyang's whip was about to strike a Shu's face, she stumbled back, screaming no. The anticipated pain never came. She opened her eyes to see Yu Xiaoyang watching her with a subtle, mocking smile. What are you doing with your eyes closed? Miss A Shu, I could never bear to harm such a beautiful face. Wouldn't you agree? A Shu, flustered and furious, prepared to unleash her most potent poison, but was halted by Huiyun's command. A Shu, stop. With a faint smile, Yu Xiaoyang observed Huiyun, who feigned annoyance as he called out to Ashu. Why didn't you call out earlier when you were making your move? Are you eager to unveil her hidden cards? Very well. She shall reveal them, provided you possess the capability to draw them out. Brother Hua, they are clearly taking advantage of the situation. How could I possibly obtain a level 3 crystal core? Do they think we are fools? Huiyun disregarded her remarks and addressed Yu Xiaoyang. Miss Yu, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. This young comrade is now a part of our Hua clan. Might we request your leniency? He is still naive and inexperienced. I hope you could show some understanding. Indeed, Huiyun had given his team a resounding name, the Hua clan. Oh, so you enjoy pretending? Excellent. I too relish in the art of pretense. She bit her lip, casting a troubled glance at Huiyun, appearing utterly at a loss. But this crystal core was obtained through tremendous effort alongside my companions. I have sustained grave injuries for its sake, and I have parents to care for at home. Surely, mister, who would not abandon me in my time of need? Huiyun paused in contemplation before responding. In that case, the crystal core rightfully belongs to its original owner. Since Sun Zi is now part of our Hua clan, I shall acquire the crystal core on his behalf. What do you think, Miss Yu? That seems rather inappropriate. Yu Xiaoyang feigned difficulty, her heart already brimming with delight. She knew that in front of so many witnesses, Huiyun would uphold his reputation as benevolent, peace-loving, and a helper of humanity, making it impossible for him to disregard the matter. Moreover, he sought to recruit the young thief. It would be unwise not to extend a gesture of goodwill. Huiyun had initially thought little of the situation, but her expression nearly provoked him to the brink of exasperation. Could you perhaps exhibit sincerity when expressing discontent? Huiyun successfully departed with the young thief, armed with a level 3 crystal core. 3 years later, she learned that Sun Zi would become a renowned thief, reputed to be capable of stealing anything he desired. Yet, he never targeted trivial items. No one knew for whom he worked. They only knew that he was captured while attempting to steal a certain virus from a laboratory and was subsequently displayed on the city wall for 3 days. During the post-apocalyptic summer, with no shelter, one could perish from the heat within half a day, yet the young thief endured for 3 grueling days. Yu Xiaoyang felt no sympathy for him. Those who are pitiable often harbor flaws worthy of disdain. Let him wallow in his association with Huiyun. She wondered if he would ever escape the fate of being roasted on the city wall for 3 days. You seem quite pleased, she remarked. After all, a level 3 crystal core. Are you not fond of it? It's meant for upgrades, she tentatively inquired, not doubting Fu Hongyi's intentions, but rather curious about his ability level, uncertain of what tier he truly was. Fu Hongyi cast a cold glance at the crystal core in her hand and replied, I have no need for it. Suddenly, Fu Hongyi halted, grasping her hand with intensity, his gaze penetrating as he looked at her. You need not test me in this manner. Whatever you wish to know, I shall gladly share. Do not speak of Yu Xiaoyang. every individual harbors secrets, and curiosity is a natural trait. Is it not permissible for me to retain a measure of curiosity? What does monkey dung signify? She felt today was indeed a day for such sentiments. Encountering a petty thief and the fiery cloud was already akin to monkey dung, and now she firmly believed in the authenticity of what monkey dung truly represented. A voice, surprising yet uncertain, called out to her, "You Xiaoyang?" The voice bore a semblance of familiarity, yet she struggled to recall its source, as much time had elapsed, leaving her uncertain of the identity. "Indeed, it is Yu Xiaoyang. Yang Yang, I am your uncle. Do you not recognize me?" Yu Xiaoyang squinted, scrutinizing the disheveled, middle-aged man before her, whose appearance reeked of disdain. After a prolonged gaze, she finally discerned a hint of resemblance to Song Dehai in his features. A flood of memories washed over her. After half a century, she recalled that this man was indeed her uncle, Song Deqiu, the elder brother of Song Dehai. She was taken aback by his presence here, pondering whether his parents were nearby. Regardless, Yu Xiaoyang resolved to disavow this familial connection, not out of cold-heartedness, but rather due to her profound understanding of Song Deqiu's character. If he were to learn of her family's circumstances, it would undoubtedly invite trouble. "Forgive me, but I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know you." Seizing the moment of Song Deqiu's bewilderment, she swiftly departed with Fu Hongyi. Lingering in conversation with Song Deqiu was evidently an unwise decision. Yet, Song Deqiu was undeterred, lamenting, "Yang Yang, I am your uncle. How can you not recognize me?" Before he could finish, his voice faltered, as if he had suddenly lost the ability to speak. Panic-stricken, he grasped at his throat, eyes wide with terror. "What has happened? I am mute now. What shall I do? Should we deal with him?" Fu Hongyi observed Yu Xiaoyang's evident disdain for this uncle, if not outright loathing. "Not yet. I am still contemplating my course of action. Should she eliminate Song Deqiu outright, or cast him out of the base?" His presence indicated that others from the family were likely nearby. Yu Xiaoyang sensed that the days ahead would not be tranquil. Song Deqiu's appearance in Zone 3 suggested the existence of supernatural abilities within the family. The specifics of these powers remained unknown, yet it was certain that they existed. Otherwise, ordinary individuals would not be found in Zone 3. Moreover, Song Deqiu himself possessed no such abilities. She recognized that, given his character, had he possessed powers, he would have boasted about them to the world. The presence of a superhuman, coupled with Song Deqiu's current destitution, indicated that the family was not faring well, or that the abilities of the superhuman were limited. Song Deqiu had a son, a point of immense pride for him, and for Yu Xiaoyang's grandparents as well. Not merely a son, but a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, had been the cornerstone of Song Deqiu and his wife's dominance in the household for many years. Although her grandparents were not particularly fond of girls, twins were an exception. Yu Xiaoyang had not escaped the torment inflicted by the duo during her childhood. Upon returning home, Yu Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for how to broach the subject with Song Dehai. Aside from Li Ruoqing, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, the others were occupied in the basement, excavating a tunnel. "Child, do you have something to say? If so, speak up. Why the hesitation?" Yu Xiaoyang, no longer indecisive, spoke plainly. "Mom, today I encountered someone on the streets of District 3. "Who was it?" Li Ruoqing asked, not paying much attention, as she continued slicing the ham for the fried rice she was preparing. "It was Song Deqiu." Li Ruoqing's hand trembled. Had Yu Xiaoyang not been watching her intently, she might have cut herself. "It was him," Yu Xiaoyang confirmed, continuing, "His presence in District 3 indicates that he has a family member with abilities, yet he appears quite destitute, suggesting that their powers are not formidable. He seemed genuinely surprised upon seeing me, likely harboring ulterior motives. I did not recognize him and even suppressed his voice, rendering him unable to speak." Li Ruoqing harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Song Deqiu, for he had once nearly brought harm to Yu Xiaoyang. A mother's fierce love knows no bounds. Yu Xiaoyang was the most cherished person in Li Ruoqing's life, and no one could endanger her daughter. Song Deqiu's past actions have been a significant factor in their family's eventual disbandment. At that time, Yu Xiaoyang had been too young to remember, but Li Ruoqing could never forget. Thus her hatred for Song Deqiu and the entire Song family was profound. Had Song Dahai not decisively chosen Li Ruoqing back then, their future together would likely have been impossible. What do you wish to do, mother? Should I? Li Ruoqing quickly interjected. No, he is, after all, your father's brother. Allow me to ponder this matter further. Do not mention it to your father for now. I will seek an opportunity to inform him and ascertain his thoughts. If he chooses to side with them, we shall manage on our own. You wouldn't resent your mother, would you? Of course not. I love you the most, Mom. She understood Li Ruoqing's anxiety, the fear that Song Dahai might sympathize with the other side, yet she also recognized the futility of harboring such feelings. One reason she had refrained from confronting Song Daikyu was her desire for her parents to fully experience the cruelty of the apocalypse and the depths of human nature in such dire times. It was evident that both Li Ruoqing and Song Dahai possessed tender hearts. They were keen to assist upon witnessing the plight outside, yet they held back out of concern for her. Later that evening, as Song Dahai helped Li Ruoqing wash the dishes, Yu Xiaoyang shared her encounter with the others, intending to prepare them psychologically. What? He treated you that way? Sister Yang, I will confront him right now. Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes. Are you a gangster? Leave him be and focus on your tasks. How embarrassing. What should we do then? He will undoubtedly seek information about you. What if he comes here? Such occurrences were all too common, much like his brother and sister-in-law, who had yet to relinquish their hopes. As Li Mu excavated the earth, he remarked, You foolish one. Your sister Yang must have already devised a plan. Otherwise, how could she so effortlessly divulge the matter to you? Really? What is the plan? He dared to provoke his sister Yang. I shall see how he handles this Song Daikyu when the time comes. Yu Xiaoyang smiled enigmatically. No need to rush. Let's take our time. I firmly believe that Song Daikyu will not be the only one to face the consequences. The question remains, how many have survived over there? And how many have transformed into zombies? Yang, you are truly wicked, yet I find it amusing, Wu Tian chuckled. What do you mean? Is it truly that grave? It's not that no one has sensed the abnormal temperature. Rather, they cling to a sliver of hope, perhaps. Perhaps it will cool down eventually. Better to be cautious than to be caught off guard. I will choose a time to embark on another mission during this period, after which I shall not venture out again. Everyone will go then. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Very well, it is settled. I shall seek a suitable task, preferably one that involves gathering supplies, so we can stockpile more. Before the mission could commence, they were unexpectedly greeted by a few uninvited guests. It was surprising how swiftly Song Daikyu had acted. If he did not have support behind him, she would be hard-pressed to believe it. The Yu family was remarkably fortunate. All 6 of them appear to be in good health. Song Daikyu and his spouse, the twin siblings, and Song Daikyu's parents had all arrived. Clearly, they had come prepared. Second brother, come out quickly. It's your elder brother, Yu Dahai. Get out here. Yu Dahai, you come out. Your parents are here. Why aren't you welcoming them? Yu Dahai, Yu Xiaoyang, we have arrived. Hurry up and open the door. Yu Xiaoyang exchanged a glance with Wu Tian, and before the door could open, a stream of foul-smelling liquid sprayed through the gap in the window, splattering towards the individuals at the entrance. Ah, what a stench. What is that? Yu Xiaoyang, come out here. Yu Xiaocheng, hiding her feet, glared at the door, knowing Yu Xiaoyang must be behind it. A languid voice broke the silence as the door creaked open. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my home? A handsome yet formidable man appeared, causing Yu Xiaocheng's heart to race. She wanted to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Li Mu observed her reaction with a sardonic smile, his lips curving into a smirk. My dear lady, is it not rather impolite to storm into my abode so early in the morning? Your home? Is this not Yu Dahai's residence? Yu Xiaobo's eyes widened. Someone had informed him that Yu Xiaoyang lived here. In Yu Xiaoyang's home, there was food and drink, and once he moved in, he would no longer have to confront those repugnant zombies. He's my comrade. Is there an issue with that? Yu's parents had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. They only knew their son resided here, and thus they could take up residence as well. Where's Song Dahai? Call him out. I have matters to discuss with him. Quickly summon Song Dahai, Yu Xiaobo echoed. Once he emerges, this place will undoubtedly become his territory. I cannot fathom that he would dare to defy our grandparents' wishes. Yu Xiaoyang let out a cold chuckle, as if Song Dahai were under his command. Wu Tian, adept at reading her expressions, wasted no time and conjured a water arrow aimed at Yu Xiaobo's knee. He had no intention of taking his life, so it merely struck him down to the ground. Yu's parents, witnessing their beloved grandson suddenly kneeling for reasons unknown, rushed to assist him. "Hey, what is wrong? Does it hurt? Why are you kneeling?" A flicker of resentment flashed in Yu Xiaobo's eyes as he looked up, fixing a fierce gaze on Wu Tian. "It's him, grandparents. He has plotted against me. Avenge me." U.S. parents, momentarily taken aback, immediately turned their ire toward Wu Tian. "You little wretch. How dare you strike my grandson? I'll have you for this." Wu Tian, unfazed, retorted with a cold laughter. "Who are you calling a little wretch? Little wretch, that's you." U.S. parents then realized they had fallen into a trap. Normally inclined to intervene, they instinctively reached out to slap Wu Tian, but were halted by He Fenglu's timely intervention. "Wait, Mom, don't be angry. Let us first call out the second one. Yudahai, come out this instant. You want to test the water arrow, don't you?" Wu Tian's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. "Li Mo chakal lartly," intervening with a wave of his hand, erecting an earthen wall to stop Wu Tian's movements. How can one be so ruthless toward the elderly? Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. Rather than concern for her brother's injury, she clung to Li Mu, asking, "You possess earth abilities too?" "I do as well." She blushed slightly, looking bashful. "However, I can only manipulate a small amount of earth." "How did you become so powerful? Can you teach me?" Li Mu smiled gently at her, further enchanting Yu Xiaoqing. "It's quite simple. Just kill a few people." Yu Xiaoqing's face turned pale, forcing a smile. "You must be joking. Do I appear to be jesting?" Yu Xiaoqing glanced at Li Mu, then at Yu Xiaoyang, who emerged from inside, before biting her lip, seemingly feeling deeply wronged. "Xiaoyang, I know you dislike me, but we are family. How can you stand idly by while my brother is bullied?" Yu Xiaoyang remained in good spirits. After all, tormenting others brought her joy. "You've already said it's your brother, not mine. What concern is it of mine? I truly misjudged you. Grandparents came specifically to see you. We have been worried without any news from you for so long. Living with two men is utterly disappointing. We're uncle and aunt. I must see them. They would never allow such a thing to happen." Yuxiang was somewhat perplexed by the implications of Yuxicheng's words. What heinous deeds had she committed to warrant such righteous indignation? She furrowed her brow, poised to speak, when her parents, like hawks spotting prey, gazed at her with avaricious eyes. "Yuxiang, why haven't you come forth? I'm your grandmother. Knowing I am here, you choose to remain hidden? Where is that wretched mother of yours? Summon her at once." Until now, she had only encountered two unfamiliar men. Despite her formidable prowess in cursing, it had proven futile. At last, seeing a familiar face, albeit one she had always regarded with disdain, her own granddaughter, she felt liberated to unleash her vitriol. Yuxiang's expression darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, she wielded a small rattan switch, striking with force. Yuma, unable to evade, cried out in distress, desperately attempting to shield herself, yet the rattan switch was relentless. Yuxiang struck with surprising strength. Her outward appearance belied her might. Her blows did not tear garments, yet the pain penetrated to the bone. Consequently, when she ceased her assault, Yuma remained hunched over, weeping and wailing in agony, prompting onlookers to assume she was fainting. No one comprehended the genuine pain she endured, rendering her speechless, consumed by thoughts of vengeance against the little wretch. Observing Yuma's convincing display of suffering, He Fenglu felt an overwhelming sense of delight. This elderly matriarch still possessed some utility. Now that Yuxiang had resorted to violence, she envisioned seizing the opportunity to usher this elderly woman into their abode. In due time, the entire family would naturally follow suit, lured by the promise of food and drink within those walls. She could hardly contain her eagerness to rush inside. Instantly, she adopted an expression of shock and disappointment. "Heavens! Mother, what has befallen you? Are you unwell? Yuxiang, how could you act so? She's your own grandmother. Regardless of your feelings towards her, you must not strike her. What has happened to you? I'm utterly disheartened. Should anything happen to her, you will be left with a heavy conscience." Yuma, writhing in pain, found He Fenglu's incessant shaking only compounded her agony. Yet, words eluded her, and she struggled for breath. "Is that so? If she were to suffer any misfortune, would not my aunt be pleased?" Before He Fenglu could respond, Yu father approached, his countenance dark and forbidding. Unworthy descendant, today your grandfather shall impart a lesson, lest your parents have failed in their duties. However, before he could advance, he was repelled several steps by a jet of water from Wu Tian, nearly losing his balance. Wu Tian chuckled triumphantly. Old man, do steady yourself, lest you fall and blame me. I have no funds to compensate for your mishaps. The sensation of this water jet is quite agreeable, is it not? To everyone's astonishment, it appeared Yu father had awakened to his own extraordinary abilities, manifesting a golden elemental power. Yu Xiaoyang, are you simply going to stand by and watch as others assault your grandfather? Your father is furious, his anger palpable. He assumed that upon arrival, he could directly enter, confident that his son would comply with the weight of filial piety, believing that Song Dahai would not dare to resist. Yet, to his dismay, despite the passage of time, Song Dahai's presence remains elusive. Yu Xiaoyang feigned distraction, apologizing for neglecting to intervene earlier. Wu Tian, next time you act, do call me as well. How could I let you face this alone? Wu Tian, with a smile, reassured her, it's merely an old man. I can handle it. Sister Yang, you may watch from the sidelines. Pleased, Yu Xiaoyang patted his shoulder. Yu's father trembled in rage, repeatedly denouncing Yu Xiaoyang as a wretched child. Indifferent to his father's tirade, Yu Xiaoyang merely glanced down, a sardonic smile playing on her lips as she observed Yu's mother, still locked in pain on the ground. Is it painful? This little discomfort pales in comparison to the torment you inflicted upon her mother years ago. Had you been wise enough to refrain from provoking her, she would not have borne a grudge. However, you approached her doorstep, brazenly attempting to take advantage of her. If not you, then whom should she strike? Family ties? Forgive her, but her only loyalty lies with her parents. She recognizes none of you, grandparents, uncles, or aunts. This household harbors its share of clever individuals, such as He Fenglu, who understands that they are no match for Yu Xiaoyang and her two companions. Rather than confront them directly, she opts for a subtler approach, delicately administering her schemes. She cannot believe that Yu Xiaoyang would dare to take the lives of her parents here, even if she did not fear killing them. The two elderly souls might serve as a key to gain entry into this household. It is a pity to waste the old man's golden abilities. But with a splendid home, sustenance, and water at her disposal, what need has she for the old man? Yang, I know you resent me. Perhaps I have been at fault in the past, but what have your parents done to deserve this? They are old and frail, not to be subjected to such turmoil. Please, show a little compassion and spare them. Can you call your father out? The elderly yearn for their son, and this is their final wish. Can you bear to witness their disappointment? Madam, Wu Tian interjected, I believe you have come to the wrong place. This residence is home to those with abilities. If I were to summon the troops, what fate awaits you? He smirked. If you wish to coerce my sister Yang, you must first inquire whether she consents. You. What did you call me? He Fenglu's expression darkened significantly. She prided herself on her appearance, maintaining her skincare regimen despite the harsh conditions. Compared to other women, she was certainly well preserved. Madam, did you not hear me clearly? With your skin marred by age spots, do you still have the audacity to play the victim? Wu Tian's words dripped with sarcasm, unrelenting in their cruelty as he targeted her vulnerabilities, an effective lesson learned from Li Mu. For He Fenglu, it was rather improbable for her to engage in public quarrels. She had always preferred to linger behind her mother, orchestrating events from the shadows. She would let her mother confront matters head-on while she reaped the benefits from the sidelines, a strategy that had served her well until now. However, with her mother incapacitated on the ground, bereft of her usual authority, He Fenglu found herself at a loss. In a moment of frustration, she could only cast a resentful glance at Yu Xiaoyang, imploring him, can you truly remain indifferent while my aunt suffers such indignities? We are family. Yu Xiaoyang, however, found no interest in her tears. The notion of family had become tiresome. His mother fancied herself a formidable combatant, always seeking to provoke others, while He Fenglu believed herself to be a master strategist, scheming from the rear without lifting a finger. Song Daiqiu was perpetually envious of others' fortunes, and Yu Xiaoqing and Yu Xiaobo were even more egregious. One was infatuated, the other a brazen bully. She waved her hand. intending to send Wu Tian to exert some effort in separating the squabbling parties, when unexpectedly, Song Dahai emerged from the house. Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law. Yu Fu sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Dahai. You've finally shown yourself. Are you pleased to see your mother in such a state? Struck down by your daughter? Song Dahai glanced at his fallen mother and then at Yu Xiaoyang, his expression inscrutable. Yu Xiaocheng, seizing the moment like a drowning soul grasping for a lifeline, rushed towards Song Dahai, pouting, "Uncle, I missed you so much. Why haven't you come to see me?" Song Dahai furrowed his brow and quickly sidestepped, leaving Yu Xiaocheng to stumble into nothingness. She cast a wary glance at Li Mu, stamping her foot in frustration, and looked at Song Dahai with a wounded expression, as if grievously hurt. "Uncle, what is the matter? Have you ceased to care for me? You used to carry me when I was little, just like you do with Yang Yang." Song Dahai's demeanor remained unperturbed. "You've grown up. You're no longer a child. Such behavior is inappropriate." He avoided Yu Xiaocheng's resentful gaze and turned to Yu Fu. "When did you arrive?" "We arrived over 10 days ago. Did you think I had perished without a trace? You never even posted a notice to search for me. Ungrateful son." The term ungrateful son had been a weight on Song Dahai for over a decade. "Ah, old man, you misunderstand. Do you have any idea how much it costs to post a missing person notice at the base? 10 crystal cores a month. I wonder if your old bones are worth that much. You insolent wretch. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." Song Dahai's expression cooled, and he cast a somewhat oppressive gaze at Yu Fu. "No need for your concern. I shall handle my daughter's upbringing myself." He then shot a glance at Yu Xiaoyang. "Apologize to your grandfather, child. It is inappropriate for you to speak so carelessly." Yu Xiaoyang smiled slightly and indeed offered an apology. "I sincerely apologize, old man. You see, I tend to speak my mind without restraint. I hope you won't take offense." You were rendered speechless by the anger of your father. Yu Dahai did not reproach her either, simply stating with a hint of indifference, "What are you doing standing at the door? Come inside." Yu Xiaoyang held a distinct disdain for the avaricious gazes of certain individuals, particularly that of Yu Mu and Yu Xiaocheng, who seemed to embody the very essence of greed. "Wow, uncle, this place is so spacious. It's astonishing to find such a pristine house here. You must have an abundance of water. Oh, I forgot, you have water manipulators residing here. Dahai, is this truly where you live? Is it spacious enough for you?" The implications of Yu Mu's words could not have been more apparent. Yu Xiaobo sighed and, stepping forward, took Yu Mu's hand in a playful manner. "Can you imagine what it feels like for a man in his 20s to act like this? Grandma, this place is wonderful. Can we live here from now on?" Yu Mu, now free from the pain in her back and with renewed vigor in her legs, beamed with joy, her eyes crinkling in delight as she patted her eldest grandson's hand. "Silly child, how could your uncle bear to have you live outside? You are the boy of our family. In the future, everything in this household will belong to you." Hearing these words, Yu Xiaobo was filled with an overwhelming desire to claim this place as his own. Everything here would be his. How shameless, he thought. When did their possessions become Yu Xiaobo's? Yu Dahai seemed to sense her discontent and shot her a knowing glance, saying calmly, "Go fetch a glass of water for Grandpa and Grandma." Yu Xiaoyang bit her lip, but ultimately followed Wu Tian into the kitchen. Wu Tian was displeased, questioning why he should provide water for those people. He would rather pour it down the toilet. However, with another command from Song Dahai, he found it impossible to refuse. He felt an urge to spit into the water. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed, "Why spit? Just watch me." She retrieved a vial of excremental powder from her space and sprinkled a bit into each cup. Wu Tian gazed at her with admiration. "Sister Yang Yang, I really admire you. Let's take them down. With the current water scarcity, they probably won't even flush their toilets. I wonder if the stench will knock them out." The 6 of them guzzled down 3 kettles of water, with Wu Tian refilling the kettle multiple times. After several hearty belches, they finally paused, exclaiming how refreshing it was. They had never experienced such a satisfying drink of water. Although water was particularly expensive, the summer heat increased demand tremendously. A mere sip was hardly sufficient. This place was delightful, offering a constant supply of water. With such a splendid house, they need not fear the return of mutated sparrows. This further solidified Yu Xiaocheng's determination to remain here. Surely, it would be easy to persuade Song Dahai. In her eyes, he was a simpleton, willing to concede to any casual request. She merely needed to navigate the complexities of Yu Xiaoyang's opinions. What if she opposed her? Next came the lamentations of Yu Mu. And thankfully, Yu Xiaoyang had skillfully controlled the dosage of her concoction. It would be at least 7 or 8 hours before any effects manifested. Otherwise, they would find themselves in need of her household's facilities. The words intended to deceive are so transparent that even the spirits would not be swayed, let alone her. Claims of coming to Qingyang base solely to find Song Dahai, or the assertion that upon learning of the zombie outbreak, she rushed to the town out of concern for him, or that she endured countless hardships in her quest for him, or the melodrama of being unable to live without seeing her son. These tales would surely evoke sympathy from outsiders, but the involved party could only feel revulsion. She believed that Yu Mu was merely seeking to disturb their family. Dahai, seeing you safe brings me peace. From now on, our family will always be together. Never to part again, all right? Yu Xiaoyang could not suppress a laugh, exclaiming, "Is this a romance novel? Forever together, indeed." Song Dahai took a sip of water and looked toward Yu Mu, saying, "I fear I cannot be the one to decide." "What do you mean by that? Have I raised you in vain? You ungrateful wretch. I could raise a dog better than you. At least a dog knows to wag its tail at me. You would cast your mother aside? Have you no conscience? Beware, or lightning may strike you." Such was Yu Mu. When soft words failed, she resorted to her most adept role as a shrew, hurling insults. After her tirade, she turned her attention to Yu Xiaoyang, saying, "You little hussy, what are you staring at? I've been here for ages. Why don't you fetch something to eat? I want rice and braised pork, and make sure the meat is tender." "Do you understand?" Yu Xiaoyang, stifling laughter, replied, "What kind of meat do you desire? How about thigh meat?" Igriku m'opposed, secretly pleased, thinking to herself that she still had a hold over them. "Well then, go quickly." Wu Tian erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Wow. We're about to see Sister Yang Yang deal with the troublesome matriarch. How audacious she is here. They could kill her and no one would dare speak up." Li Ruiqing, "Where are you? Knowing I have arrived, why don't you come out? That wretched girl. I told you not to marry her, yet you insisted. Look at you now, a hen that lays no eggs, regretting it too late. Without a son, who will care for you in your old age. But worry not, Xiaobo is a good lad. Treat him well, and he will look after you in your twilight years." Yu Xiaocheng and Yu Xiaobo, unable to contain themselves, sought to explore their new abode, for this would soon be their home, and they needed to select a suitable room. Li Mu stepped forward to block their path, declaring, "This is someone else's house. You cannot wander about." Yu Xiaocheng felt embarrassed to argue with Li Mu, while Yu Xiaobo, unfazed, retorted, "What do you mean someone else's house? This is my home. Did you not hear Grandma say we will live here from now on?" Yu Xiaoyang's expression turned cold as she took the knife from Wu Tian and approached Yu Mu, intent on dealing with the elder before the younger. There was no rush. She knew her grandmother favored the tender meat from the inner thigh. "Come out. Yang Yang will cut it for you right now." As she approached with the knife, smiling warmly, Yu Mu felt an inexplicable chill run through her, and with trembling lips, she stammered, "What do you intend to do?" Yu Xiaoyang joyfully exclaimed, "Meat? It's been ages since I've had any. It's a rare occasion that Grandma is here, so let us indulge today. Don't worry, my dear grandmother. I promise my touch is gentle and you won't feel a thing. It will be over in a flash." As she spoke, Yu Xiaoyang positioned herself beside her mother, the knife pressed lightly against her side, her smile growing ever softer. "Ah, you pervert. Dahai, you're doomed. Hurry up and tell her to get lost." Yu Xiaoyang widened her eyes innocently and replied, "Get lost? Where am I supposed to go? This is my home. Didn't Grandma want to eat meat? Isn't it filial of me to serve you? If it's meat you desire, then let us partake in our own flesh. I'll make sure you have your fill." Dahai, help me." Yu Mu desperately struggled to free herself from Yu Xiaoyang's grip, but her strength was waning, leaving her at the mercy of her granddaughter. Yu Fu, enraged, attempted to intervene, but found himself restrained by the small vines Yu Xiaoyang had summoned. Although he possessed metal abilities, his reluctance to confront the situation had rendered him ineffective, as he feared the slightest injury while battling zombies, making him a lesser force than even those newly awakened. Calmly, Yu de hai single yu xiao yang, yao yang. Please refrain from such rudeness. Put the knife down. Disappointed, Yu Xiaoyang pouted but complied, retracting the knife. Dear Grandma, it's getting late, and we're about to have dinner. Shouldn't you be leaving soon? Dinner? At the mention of this word, several individuals unconsciously swallowed, glancing at Yumu. She, sensing the pressure, shifted closer to Yu Dahai, adopting a more authoritative demeanor. Dahai, now that we've found you, we can all reunite. Shall we share a meal together? Is Grandma treating us to a restaurant meal? Let's go then. I've heard restaurants offer everything. Meat, vegetables. You're so generous, Grandma. Want to take us out to eat right away? What nonsense. Where would I get the money? Of course, we'll eat here. This is my son's home. What's wrong with eating here? Limu smiled slightly. I apologize, dear elder, but it seems you've misunderstood. I can't fathom why you would claim this is your son's home. I assure you, this is undoubtedly mine. The crystal cores were submitted by me. I am the captain of the Twilight team, and Yuda Hai is my team member. I merely provide accommodation. What did you say? This ISNT where Yuda Hai submitted the crystal cores? Wasn't he that person telling her that this was Yuda Hai's domain? Yifeng Lu grew anxious, aware that Yumu would believe her over anyone else. Regardless, she was determined to cling to this place. She was convinced that as long as she persisted, her soft-hearted younger brother would never abandon her in her time of need. Contemplating, she chuckled awkwardly and said, Mother, please do not worry too much. Given that my younger brother is doing so well, how could he possibly allow you to end up on the streets? Dahai, do say something. Yudahai blinked, appearing as if he had just awakened, as though he had been lost in thought in some distant realm. Among the 6 of you, 3 possess extraordinary abilities. How would you find yourselves homeless? This matter is beyond my control. Perhaps it would be best for my sister-in-law to take Mother away for now. Yifeng Lu nearly bit her teeth in frustration. When did Yudahai become so astute and difficult to handle? Previously, whenever she used Yu's mother to pressure him, he would always acquiesce. This time, however, his refusal was resolute. She forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. The notion of 3 extraordinary individuals sounded appealing, yet none were of any practical use, so she was determined to find a way to stay. She could no longer endure that kind of life. Yet, one cannot articulate it this way. My younger brother has not experienced our hardships. In this day and age, finding a morsel to eat is more challenging than reaching the heavens. How can it possibly compare to the splendid villa my younger brother resides in? We truly have no other options. Dear brother, please lend us a helping hand. Help? How so? Your family has 6 members, 3 of whom are extraordinary, while my family has 3, with 2 possessing abilities. Who can assist him? Yudichio erupted in indignation. Elders are speaking. You should not interject. Dai, please say something. Our parents are here. They are aging, and is it too much to expect you to fulfill your filial duties? Yu Xiaoyang ignored him and continued to mumble to herself. It seems that supporting the elderly also includes providing for older brothers, sisters-in-law, nephews, and nieces. ISNT that's stipulated by law? Yudahai neither expressed anger nor agreement. Instead, he calmly inquired, Oh, what does my elder brother expect from me in terms of caring for our parents? Song Deqiu replied without hesitation, Of course, you should treat them well. Now that you have the means, you ought to provide for our parents with good food and drink. Yudahai, maintaining a stoic expression, continued, Is it simply that? Song Deqiu appeared invigorated, as if inspired by Yudahai's placid demeanor. He cleared his throat and said, Naturally, we have grown accustomed to living with our parents. If they cannot see us, they might become unhappy, and at their age, unhappiness can lead to illness. Therefore, we should move in with them. Wouldn't it be wonderful for our family to live together? Yu Xiaoyang tilted her head and looked at Song Deqiu, softly asking, Will Uncle be living with us in the future? Song Deqiu felt a chill at her gaze. He had witnessed her earlier display of defiance. Daring to act against their grandparents was truly uncouth, yet was not something he felt entitled to confront her about. Of course, isn't it wonderful for a family to live together? Yang, it's not that I wish to criticize you, but girls will eventually marry. And are you family? There is only one boy. You will need Xiao Bo to support you in the future. Yu Xiaoyang smiled faintly. I believe it would be better if it were he who supported me. What do you think, uncle? Yuchio trembled slightly, instinctively shifting backward. She realized that he was aware of her intentions, recognizing that this wretched girl was no different from her mother. Both were of unsavory character. Wretched, wretched, he thought. Yu Xiaoyang, with an innocent and naive smile, merely said, I just wanted to show my little vine to uncle. However, her smile startled Yuchio, prompting her to immediately rise and rush to Yu Dahai's side. Dahai, you must control your daughter. If she continues this way, she will face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Yuchio, Fenglu, and both parents stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words could emerge from Yu Dahai's lips. Yu's mother was the first to react, leaping up with one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusatorily at Yu Dahai, berating him, You ungrateful wretch. I should have suffocated you at birth. How can you forsake your own parents? It's inhumane. If I must die, then why do I still endure this existence? Oh heavens! Why haven't you struck me down with lightning? Alas, no lightning came, but the earth trembled, and a clod of soil crashed down at Yu's mother's feet, nearly piercing through. Ah, murder! Murder! She shrieked. Get out, and don't make me repeat myself. Yu Dahai, you heartless one. You stand by as your mother is bullied and do nothing to assist her. Are you even a man? Yu Dahai rose calmly, gazing at his mother with remorse. Mother, I truly cannot intervene. This is the home of the Twilight Squad, and I am merely a member. I have no authority to admit others. Otherwise, I would expel myself. Your mother is also just another person, I see. You resent my favoritism, don't you? If you dare to expel me today, I will die right here. I will ensure you are the one to suffer. Yu Xiaoyang smiled subtly, a smirk gracing her lips. Grandmother has surely never visited the last stall at the trading market, has she? They sell meat there. Do you know what kind of meat it is? Everyone calls it mutton. Very cheap and quite sought after. If you like, I could take you there. Seeing Yu's mother's face blanch in realization brought Yu Xiaoyang immense satisfaction. You speak nonsense. This is unfilial. She screamed, as if to validate her claim. Yu Xiaoyang coldly chuckled, responding with an odd tone. We are in the apocalypse now. Yu's mother was utterly at a loss. She wanted to scold Yu Xiaoyang but found herself too intimidated to do so. The shadow Yu Xiaoyang had cast upon her was enough to render her timid for days. However, Yuchio stood her ground, addressing Yu Dahai. Can you truly be so heartless? Very well. We shall not rely on you any longer. Henceforth, do not recognize me as your brother. I refuse to acknowledge you as my brother. How could Yu's parents bear to leave? Yet, Yu Xiaoyang mysteriously produced a knife, attaching it to the end of her vine, twirling it around her finger. She suddenly flicked her wrist, sending the knife flying past Yu's mother's ear, severing a strand of her long hair. With a piercing scream, Yu Muya disregarded everything and fled, weeping as if pursued by a phantom. Finally, having escaped, Yu Xiaoyang was about to catch her breath when Yu Xiaocheng, standing at the doorway, suddenly halted. With resolute eyes, she approached her, gazing at Yang Yang with a look of profound grievance yet unwavering strength. I do not understand how you have changed so much. This is not the sister I once knew. Please, tell me what has transpired. I will always stand by your side. Without awaiting a response, she bowed to Li Mu and her eyes slightly reddened, said, My sister has acted thoughtlessly, and I apologize for any trouble caused, Mr. Li. She did not mean to be ungrateful to our grandparents. I hope you can show her understanding in the future. Thank you. Yu Xiaoyang stood bewildered in the wind. Even after Yu Xiaocheng had departed for some time, she remained in a daze. Was she foolish? What did that nonsensical speech mean? Why had she comprehended nothing? Your sister is quite intriguing. Yu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. What? Are you interested? I wouldn't mind if you pursued it. Before Li Mu could respond, Wu Tian erupted. Mr. Li, you have quite the taste. She might just end up blushing. Scram. I'm leaving right now. Just watch. The two stepped aside, heading to the basement to assist. Li Ruoqing and Fu Hongyi had yet to emerge. Li Ruoqing was uncertain how to face their mother, while Fu Hongyi was indifferent, content to dig, as Yu Xiaoyang instructed. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaoyang settled beside Yu Dahai and softly said, Dad, I've kept silent to spare you worry. Yu Xiaoyang fell silent, bowing her head for a while before saying, Whatever you choose to do, I will support you. Yu Dahai suddenly chuckled, ruffling her hair. Silly child, do you think I would simply bring them all here? Do you believe your father to be a fool? Rest assured, I will handle this matter well. There is no need for you to fret over it. Or do you think your father is incapable of managing such a trivial issue? Yu Xiaoyang quickly denied. Of course not. Yu Dahai, not wishing to elaborate further, stood up with a smile and said, such a small matter has turned my obedient daughter into a bundle of worries. Should I be pleased or saddened? Come, let us go help out. The day is growing hotter, and I wonder how many days we can continue digging. Before the real heat set in, it was evident that completing the tunnel would be impossible. Unsurprisingly, Yu Daikyu would not relinquish his ambitions so easily. This was a golden opportunity for him. With Yu Dahai and Yu Xiaoyang as abilities users, he would have nothing to do if they supported him. So he was willing to shamelessly reside alongside Song Dahai. However, after receiving a couple of harsh lessons in secret, he dared not return, for those who had beaten him were relentless, growing increasingly brutal each time, nearly leaving him for dead. Yu Dahai sent 50 pounds of water and 30 pounds of rice as support for his parents' old age, providing monthly sustenance. In a world ravaged by chaos, this was considered quite ample. Moreover, Yu's father, being an ability user, received additional subsidies, allowing both he and his mother to live comfortably. Yet, their thoughts were consumed by their grandson. With the arrival of Yu Xiaobo, such provisions would scarcely last 3 days. They yearned for more. But before they could reach Yu Xiaoyang's doorstep, one of them suffered a broken rib, never even having laid eyes on the assailant. Terrified by the beating they had endured, Yu Xiaobo and his accomplices, He Fenglu and Yu Daikyu, had all but ceased their attempts to provoke Yu Xiaoyang. Each time, they found themselves assaulted without even seeing their attackers, merely finding themselves ensnared in a burlap sack and beaten, questions left unasked and answers unspoken, with the assailants departing post-haste. Who could endure such treatment? Yu Xiaobo harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yu Xiaoyang. He had always regarded Yu Xiaoyang's possessions as his own, only to be cast out in a humiliating defeat. Furthermore, Yu Dahai, lacking a son, ought to have ingratiated himself to Yu Xiaobo, ensuring future support in his old age. Yet he had been expelled, undoubtedly due to Yu Xiaoyang. If only Yu Xiaoyang were to perish, everything belonging to the Yu family would rightfully be his. And Yu Dahai's formidable lightning abilities would serve as his greatest asset. The Twilight Squad would also fall under his dominion. Thus, when a woman approached him with a proposition to collaborate, he assented without hesitation. This striking woman, a former friend of Yu Xiaoyang, had long captured his affection. Moreover, she had promised that if he could eliminate Yu Xiaoyang, she would agree to be his girlfriend. Without a moment's pause, Yu Xiaobo consented. Exchanging Yu Xiaoyang's life for a splendid future and a beautiful partner was an enticing bargain. As Yu Xiaoyang ventured out, he seized an opportunity to deceive Yu Dahai. With Yu Dahai absent, the trio settled on the living room sofa. Yu Xiaoyang felt a surge of blood nearly escape his lips. Very well, Yu Xiaobo. You are determined to tempt fate. She has spared you, yet you dare provoke her. Since you wish for death so fervently, I shall oblige you. Suddenly, Fu Hongyi appeared at the doorway, where a small beggar stood, clutching a letter. Who sent you? Fu inquired. I don't know. She gave me a biscuit and asked me to deliver this, the boy replied. Fu Hongyi did not press him further. What could a mere messenger know? The letter contained only a few words. 100 meters west of Tiana Road Park, warehouse. Ah, this had been meticulously planned for her. Yu Xiaobo. I hope you can withstand her fury. Wu Tian and Li Mu spoke in unison. We will accompany you. Yu Xiaoyang, her eyes ablaze, firmly refused, no. I will go alone. Li Mu hesitated, meeting her gaze, and implored, Yu Xiaoyang, what do you take us for? We are your comrades, those who stand by your side through life and death. Do you regard us as mere allies? Wu Tian was on the verge of tears. Yet she resolutely declared her desire to fight alongside him, unwilling to retreat in fear. Opportunities for camaraderie were plentiful. This time, heed my words, or else you shall no longer be my brother. Having spoken, she disregarded the others, crushing the letter in her hand before striding away. She did not even have the chance to embrace Li Ruoqing. Fu Hongyi, rarely displaying a smile, remarked, Do you know, I have never been this happy before. In such a moment, you chose me. Xiaoyang, who had been suppressing her emotions, suddenly broke down. Choosing you is a good thing? It may not be fortunate. It could very well lead to death. In that instant, a pang of regret washed over her for not having accepted him sooner, for had she done so, there would have been no lingering regrets. Fu Hongyi gazed at her for a while before solemnly stating, Yang Yang, it has been a long time. From the shadows of the warehouse emerged a woman clad in a white dress, her soft black hair cascading down her back, exuding an air of innocence and charm as she smiled brightly at her. Chu, is that you? Indeed. Did you ever imagine that in this lifetime we would cross paths again? For reasons she could not fathom, seeing Chu now evoked an uncanny feeling within her. What had previously been subtle was now glaringly apparent. Chu, however, did not display anger. Rather, she observed her calmly. Is that so? Yet, your worth can be easily taken away, and with your father in my grasp, you have already lost. With an odd smile, she clapped her hands, and Xiaobo brought out her uncle for all to see. Yu Dehai was wheeled out, his eyes closed and body limp, as if under the influence of some sedative. Xiao Yang's heart clenched, but upon confirming Yu Dehai's normal breathing, she regained her composure. What do you intend to do? She inquired directly. Chu laughed, a sound both beautiful and innocent. Do you know? They are dead. Zhang Sheng and the captain are both deceased, and I was the one who killed them. Aren't you delighted? Xiao Yang did not conceal her disgust. What does your man have to do with me? Speak plainly. What do you wish to achieve? Achieve? I merely want to have a heart-to-heart with you. We haven't seen each other in years. Don't you miss me? Xiao Yang frowned and replied coldly. If that is your intention, then do not blame me for being impolite. Chu smiled gently. Is that so? You dare not. Your uncle has been injected with a virus. He no longer possesses any abilities and is merely a shell of his former self. Yet, I know you will not abandon him. That is fine, for I have a bomb right beneath his wheelchair. The moment I press the switch at the back, he will be beyond saving. So, have you made up your mind? Xiao Yang exchanged a glance with Fu Hongyi, casually retrieving a chair from her spatial pocket and sitting down. A trip down memory lane, is it? Very well. Let us reminisce thoroughly. I am in no rush, for I have all the time in the world. If you do not perish today, then I shall not be called you Xiao Yang. It is entirely your fault. The situation was not meant to unfold this way. I demand compensation from you. Yu Xiaoyang found it amusing. She should have been furious, yet she felt an irresistible urge to laugh. How will you compensate me? Is it truly amusing? You won't be laughing for long. Hand over that item to me, or your father will vanish from this world. I want nothing but that object. The others are oblivious to what Chu refers to as that object, but Yu Xiaoyang is well aware it is the earring that unlocks space. Unfortunately, in this lifetime, the earring has long since fused with her being. No one can take it away. It is not on my person. Do you see an earring on me? I have discarded it. With my current capabilities, I have no need for it. Only someone like you would obsess over that item. Chu, you will never comprehend the distinction between us. This is the difference. Chu's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze upon Yu Xiaoyang. Do you take me for a fool? You possess spatial abilities. Do you think I am unaware? Xiaobo, I advise you to persuade your sister to surrender the item. I will grant you anything you desire. Yu Xiaoyang swallowed hard. She had never anticipated encountering such a compelling narrative. Although the two had not articulated their thoughts clearly, he was no fool. From their fragmented conversation, he pieced together the general circumstances. So, it was the earring that awakened Yu Xiaoyang's spatial abilities? If he were to obtain that item, would he? He desired the extraordinary power she possessed. He aspired to become a formidable force in this world. Sister, I'm doing this for your own good. Just hand over the item, and I assure you that neither you nor your uncle will come to harm. Oh, should I entrust it to you or to her? Chu narrowed her eyes at her. Do not attempt to sow discord. I am now Xiaobo's woman. We are one. Just tell me whether you will relinquish the item or not. Yu Xiaoyang regarded her with indifference, but the bomb posed a significant problem. She wondered if Fu Hongyi could manage it. Quickly exchanging a glance with him, she understood his intent and began to buy time, whether she surrendered it or not. Fu Hongyi mentioned he could sever the bomb's mechanism directly. It simply required some time. The advantage of air-based abilities is remarkable, as long as one remains on Earth. Air is omnipresent, rendering it an extraordinary power. Should you comply, I will spare you out of consideration for our past. If you refuse, Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yu Xiaoyang sighed, casting a pitying glance at Ichu-Chu. Do you know why I have not sought revenge against you or spared you? Is it because you wish to see me in a state of misfortune, deriving pleasure from my downfall? Indeed, you perceive yourself as a joke. What grounds do you have to demand respect from others? You have crafted your own farce. Reflect upon it. Aside from leaving, have I ever wronged you? Your life is a product of your own making, yet you have allowed it to devolve into this state. Who else can you blame? Who do you expect to take responsibility? Thus, I am powerless to intervene. You are capable of self-sabotage, are you not? This clearly illustrates that you are inherently a joke, one that remains unchanged regardless of how many times you are reborn, for rebirth cannot alter one's essence. The words of Yu Xiaoyang struck Ichu-Chu's heart like a scalding bowl of oil, shattering years of deep-seated obsession in an instant. Yet, she remained unwilling to accept this reality. This was not the life she envisioned. She believed she possessed extraordinary abilities, destined to live in the envy of others. Not in her current state. Yu Xiaobo was left in a daze. What had he just heard? Rebirth? Ichu-Chu was reborn? From their conversation, it seemed Yu Xiaoyang was as well. No wonder her transformation was so profound. But why was it they who were reborn and not him? Had he been granted a second chance, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable supernatural being in this world, a king among men. No, you speak nonsense. It's all your fault. Without you, I would not be in this predicament. I would awaken my water-based abilities and live a vibrant life. So, if you were to die, everything would revert to how it once was. Yu Xiaoyang, I will say this once more. Give me the ear stud, or I shall ensure your father meets his end. After searching for 3 years, you should cherish him. Or do you believe your father's life is less valuable than an ear stud? Yu Xiaoyang chuckled lightly, unfazed by Ichu-Chu's words. You are a failure, and always will be. I have said before, rebirth cannot alter your essence. To me, you are merely a wretch. With reddened eyes, Ichu-Chu glared at her, her already fragile mental state fracturing completely. Ignoring everything else, she spat, Yu Xiaoyang, go die. I hate you. I will grant you that wish. A subtle smile played on Yu Xiaoyang's lips. Do you all believe I possess wind abilities? That is not the case, but you will not have the chance to discover the truth. With that, the small vine in her hand swiftly shot forth, wrapping around Ichu-Chu's neck, tightening relentlessly, as if her neck were about to snap. She could even hear the dislocation of her bones. No, please, Yang. I beg her plea remained unfinished as the vine tightened with a final, decisive snap, and Ichu-Chu collapsed, eyes wide, tongue lolling out. Yu Xiaobo screamed, helplessly gazing at Yu Xiaoyang. As his eyes fell upon Yu Dahai nearby, he instinctively reached out to seize Yu Dahai's neck in a desperate attempt to threaten Yu Xiaoyang. However, a sharp gust of wind cut through the air, and his arm was severed in an instant. He did not even have the time to register the pain before it struck. Does that feel good? Yu Xiaoyang asked, a calm smile gracing her lips as she regarded Yu Xiaobo. It hurts. Pain finally surged through him, blood gushing from the severed limb, pooling into a crimson puddle on the ground. Yet, the fierce will to survive propelled Yu Xiaobo to disregard his agony, pleading desperately, please, Yang, have mercy. I am your brother. I am your brother. Brother? She retorted. Did you think of that when you threatened me? Is it too late now? No, please. Do not kill me. If you take my life, the Yu family will perish, and our grandparents will be heartbroken. They will not spare you. Rest assured, no one will ever know. How could I allow those who pose a threat to me to roam free? Yu Xiaobo wept profusely, his tears and snot rendering him utterly unrecognizable. I won't say a word, I promise. I beg you, spare me, Yang. We are family. Yet, Yu Xiaoyang chose to ignore him, stepping forward to grasp his throat, slowly savoring the ebbing of his life. In his final moments, Yu Xiaobo struggled desperately, but alas, he was paralyzed, left only to experience the fading of his existence. This was the punishment bestowed upon him by Yu Xiaoyang. In a chilling act, Yu Xiaoyang pushed Yu Dahai out in a wheelchair, tossing a bucket of gasoline into the infernal abyss before igniting it. With the roar of an explosion and a surging blaze, the warehouse was consumed, leaving not a trace behind, not even remnants of bone. The base struggled for water. Firefighting was a mere afterthought, as no other structures existed nearby. Once everything flammable was burned, the fire would naturally extinguish itself. The conflagration raged through the night, only ceasing at dawn. It was hardly surprising that 2 lives were lost within the base. No one would notice. Hichuchu had no family. Her only 2 men slain by her own hand. Yet, the death of Yu Xiaobo stirred considerable unrest within the Yu family. He was the very essence of his parents' lives. With him gone, it was only natural for them to be unsettled, prompting an urgent search for Yu Dahai to assist in locating him. Yu Xiaoyang, however, was unyielding, casting them out without hesitation. After rendering He Fenglu's arm useless, they finally ceased their provocations, for they believed that Yu Xiaoyang would indeed kill them, and no one would stand in their defense. With 2 burdensome matters resolved, Yu Xiaoyang's spirits inexplicably soared. As the heat of summer intensified, the inhabitants of the base ceased venturing outdoors. The external temperature was so sweltering it could almost prove fatal. Wu Tian, as a water elemental, endured the most suffering, obliged to release water from the reservoir daily. For him, each excursion was a torment. During this period, the basement proved invaluable. Its temperature was at least 5 degrees cooler than the rest of the house, providing a refuge from the oppressive heat. Ah, how delightful! The watermelon is exquisite, though it does compel frequent trips to the restroom. Wu Tian joyfully munched on the fruit, patting his belly, filled with liquid. Yu Xiaoyang's wood-based abilities had now evolved into a means of hastening the ripening of seeds, resulting in an abundance of fruits. Meals had become scarce as the heat rendered food unappetizing, with even the slightest motion resulting in a deluge of sweat. Outside the base, individuals succumbed to the heat daily, and the rate of corpse disposal could not keep pace with the fatalities. To speak candidly, a healthy individual exposed to the sun for an hour would undoubtedly perish from dehydration. Throughout the summer, the base remained enveloped in a morose stillness, awaiting the return of winter. Yu Dahai's provisions of food and water were woefully inadequate for his family of 5, yet they dared not approach Yu Xiaoyang again. The look he had cast upon them that day was indelible. Had it not been for Yu Xiaocheng's quick reflexes in pulling He Fenglu back, it would not have been her arm severed, but her head. The eldest grandson has gone missing, and Yu Mu weeps incessantly, her face drenched in tears. Initially, Yu Fu would offer her solace, yet now he scarcely casts a glance in her direction. The entire family is crammed into a mere 10-square-meter room, the odor so pungent that it defies belief. With no food or drink, Yu Fu and Yu Mu have shifted their focus to Yu Xiaochun and He Fenglu, opting to entertain clients at home rather than venturing to the designated red light district, accepting anything they can get, just a piece of bread and a sip of water, while they remain numbly observant. Yu Xiaochun could no longer endure the torment and fled one night. Her whereabouts unknown. Perhaps she has become sustenance for someone or found refuge in some red light den. He Fenglu's existence has grown increasingly bleak. She longs to escape, but is trapped in a life that feels worse than death. Sister, could you spare me another watermelon, or perhaps a pineapple? I seem to be hungry again. Fruit never truly satisfies, she pleads. Li Mu kicks at her stomach, which gurgles audibly. Did you hear that? On this sweltering summer day, with temperatures soaring above 50 degrees Celsius, one might wonder how to find relief. Wu Tian consumes watermelon, icy and refreshing, while Li Mu dozes. Fu Hongyi embraces his wife, and Yu Xiaoyang chuckles softly. Yu Dahai enters, drenched in perspiration, despite having applied sunscreen. His skin is reddened, beginning to peel. Home is still cooler, remarks Li Ruoqing, handing him a damp towel and a glass of ice water, the gesture seemingly routine. Yu Xiaoyang lounges on a cooling mat, silently glancing at Yu Dahai. It's unbearably hot. Why venture out? We have provisions here. That simply won't do. I can only afford 2 hours daily. Why not go? Staying in means we have to compensate the base with a packet of biscuits, which is hardly economical, Yu Dahai replies, downing a glass of ice water, finally feeling rejuvenated. Yu Xiaoyang knows he cannot argue with her. This is a refrain she utters nearly every day, yet Yu Dahai continues to go. When not on missions, the base assigns everyone tasks based on their abilities. For instance, Yu Dahai works at the power station, while Wu Tian is at the water station. Ordinary individuals also have their responsibilities enforced strictly. Failure to comply results in expulsion from the base or necessitating food, as compensation. Yu Xiaoyang is reluctant to let Li Ruoqing work, opting instead to substitute food daily, thankful that she is merely an ordinary person with minimal demands. He remains silent, turning to gaze out the window, where the scorching concrete appears to warp under the heat. He purses his lips, fearing that this oppressive existence may endure for many more days. The seasons fluctuate between sweltering heat and biting cold, leaving one to either perish from heat or freeze to death. He dares not proclaim his own greatness, for he harbors a profound disdain for himself. Li Mu turned over on the ice mat and coolly remarked, "Then let us go and summon the rain." It is said that mastering water abilities to a certain degree allows one to conjure rain. I believe in your potential. He lacked such lofty ideals, merely wishing to live day by day and indulge in the moment. His daily trips to the agricultural machinery station were primarily due to his reluctance to part with the food at home, compelling him to go there personally. Wu Tian choked on his words, fully aware that Li Mu intended to ridicule him. Summoning rain? He had no certainty whether he would ever reach such a level. Yet he would never allow Li Mu to underestimate him. Just wait. If I were to summon rain, it would pour down upon you, ensuring you bathe every day. He paused, adding, even in winter, I shall await that day. Just do not make me wait until my hair turns gray. Li Mu dismissed his threat with a scoff. Believing that this young child truly thought he could summon rain, what a dream. Wu Tian's frustration boiled over. He couldn't hold back any longer and lunged at him, intent on silencing him. Chapter 336. The conclusion, Yu Xiaoyang was too indifferent to engage with the childish antics of the two, opting instead to sit on the floor with Fu Hongyi studying the city map. Although food supplies were currently sufficient, it was wise to prepare for the future, as the weather would only grow more extreme, and obtaining food would become increasingly challenging. It's somewhat perilous. What are your thoughts? She inquired of the group. Fu Hongyi paid little heed, merely offering her a spoonful of watermelon. We've been studying for quite a while. Don't overheat. Enjoy a piece of watermelon. Yu Xiaoyang accepted without objection, savoring the sweetness as she squinted her eyes in delight. Fu Hongyi's smile deepened, indifferent to whose hand fed her. Have another piece. I'll scoop out the center. It's sweeter here. The two, now ceasing their playful banter, appeared utterly disenchanted. Could we please refrain from such displays of affection while discussing serious matters? It's not easy being a single dog, one of them lamented. Shouldn't we seek our opinions? Li Mu timidly interjected. Wu Tian immediately countered. What profound insights could you possibly offer? What difference does it make whether we ask or not? Li Mu was momentarily silenced, acknowledging the logic in Wu Tian's words. Yu Dahai spoke up. In truth, this matter was proposed by Xiaoyang and me. The situation at the base is far from ideal. There are two advantages to visiting the canning factory. First, our abilities have reached a bottleneck and require enhancement. Second, we might as well lend a helping hand. He was not a saint, but felt that, given his capabilities without jeopardizing his own interests, he could extend some assistance. After a moment's thought, he added, of course, there are risks involved, which is why I wanted Xiaoyang to gather everyone's opinions. Wu Tan, without further contemplation, stated, no need to discuss it further. We agree. The world was no longer a peaceful realm. In these apocalyptic times, every endeavor bore its own dangers. Besides, they were all young, filled with fervor. Waiting idly for death was not their style. Li Mu shrugged nonchalantly. As a solitary being, I shall follow wherever you go. As she spoke softly, I knew everyone would be agreeable. If that is the case, let us settle this matter. We can deliberate on the specifics later. There is no rush. At the very least, we must wait for this wave of fervor to dissipate. Otherwise, we shall be unable to venture anywhere. 3 months later, this intense and prolonged heat finally began to wane. At just the right moment, when the weather was neither too cold nor too warm, Yu Xiaoyang set out with her team towards the canning factory. The journey was relatively smooth until they encountered a high-level zombie attack as they neared their destination. Fortunately, the situation was more alarming than dangerous. Aside from Li Mu sustaining a minor injury, everyone returned safely. The day after their return, a cold front swept in. However, the base had made ample preparations, rendering them well-equipped to withstand this winter chill. The snow within the base accumulated to a height of 70 to 80 centimeters, and despite the constant efforts of personnel to clear it, the relentless snowfall could not be halted. Yet, this was not entirely devoid of benefits. At least the zombies were frozen, granting humanity a brief respite. Outside, the snow fell in a frigid cascade, blanketing the world in white, as if the heavens and earth had merged into one. Inside, warmth enveloped the room, where a copper hot pot simmered at the center of the round table, releasing plumes of steam. Taking a deep breath, the rich aroma of food penetrated the very core of one's being. Please, I am an injured party. Could you refrain from pouring more alcohol into my cup? Limu protested. Wu Tian, with a mischievous grin, replied, that simply won't do. Losers must drink. There must be some spirit in our games. Come on, drink up. After all, you brought this upon yourself. Limu glanced around, sensing that none among them were particularly virtuous. His gaze settled on Yu Xiaoyang, adopting a pitiful expression. I knew you were the best. You wouldn't want to see me drink, would you? Yu Xiaoyang smiled and nodded in affirmation. Before Limu could revel in his moment of triumph, Yu Xiaoyang continued, I wouldn't want you to drink alone. Let's all pour for him, as he takes far too long to drink. With a startled cry, Limu attempted to flee, only to be pinned down by Wu Tian, who lunged at him. The room erupted in laughter and chaos. While Yu Dahai and Li Ruoqing observed the younger generation's playful antics with amusement, their expressions unperturbed. Life continued onward. Each day in this apocalyptic world brimmed with peril. Yet they held steadfast in their belief that they possessed the strength to face whatever challenges lay ahead, for they had one another. The trust and camaraderie they had forged through countless battles were irreplaceable. It was their foundation for survival in this harsh existence. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, humanity ushered in a new epoch, referred to as the Year of Anomaly. In this year, every last zombie on Earth was vanquished by humankind. The survivors embraced one another, shedding tears of joy, running freely, and then wiping their eyes as they embarked on the creation of this new era. A new generation of humanity began to emerge. No longer were they fragile, timid, or fearful, for they stood fearless and invincible. If the undead could be eradicated, what else could possibly instill fear within them?